Chapter 1. Do you wish to uncover the truth of the universe? Qin Province, Jincheng City, Jincheng High School. It is early August 2017. For the students in their first and second years of high school, it is still summer vacation, but for the third-year students, the first semester has already commenced. With less than a year remaining until the college entrance examination, the third-year students are deeply engrossed in their studies. I in the classroom of the first science class of the third year. Oh my goodness, the air conditioning is broken, can't they fix it? Lin Xiao, seated by the window, continuously fanned himself with his hand, attempting to find some relief from the oppressive heat. However, the temperature outside soared above 35 degrees, rendering the window ineffective against the sweltering humidity that made him perspire profusely. Hang in their well-changed seats next week, his desk mate, Chenong, remarked gleefully. Lin Xiao felt helpless. This sweltering weather rendered him incapable of concentrating on his studies. Staring at the mathematics paper before him, he mustered the determination to focus on the elliptical problem, yet found it impossible to think clearly. In frustration, he turned his head and cursed the sun. "Sun, you're such a nuisance." Just as he uttered those words, the sun seemed to dim abruptly. Squinting in confusion, he observed it closely, and in the next moment, the sun erupted with an even more intense brilliance. He was momentarily blinded, and then he collapsed onto his desk. As he sank into unconsciousness, he could still hear his desk mate's astonished voice calling out, "Lin, Lin, do you wish to find the truth of the universe?" "Yes. Why do you wish? Shouldn't most people desire that?" "That's a fair point. Very well. I shall bestow upon you an item, hoping it aids you in successfully discovering the truth of the universe." "Xiao Xiao, wake up, Ugh." Lin Xiao opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered. What had happened to him? "Xiao Xiao, you're finally awake." A concerned voice came from beside him. It was his mother, Yang Rong. Looking around, he realized he was in a hospital. "Mom," he murmured, pressing his hand to his still aching head. "How did I end up here?" "Your teacher called to say you had heat stroke, and they brought you to the hospital," Yang Rong explained. "How are you feeling now?" "Heat stroke?" Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. He had actually fainted from heat stroke. What a first. However, he recalled the peculiar sight of the sun before he lost consciousness, and there seemed to have been a strange dream as well. "I feel all right, just a bit of headache," he replied. Yang Rong sighed in relief and said, "That's good to hear. Rest for a while. The school has excused you from classes, so you can return tomorrow." "Okay." Lin Xiao nodded. At that moment, his mother handed him a cup of water and began her familiar nagging. "Here, drink some water. This is specially prepared saline solution you need to hydrate after heat stroke. I've told you to drink more water regularly, otherwise you wouldn't have succumbed to heat stroke so easily." "More water?" Lin Xiao felt a headache coming on. Nonetheless, he obediently accepted the cup and took a generous sip. After all, this time he truly had suffered from heat stroke. Once he finished drinking, Yang Rong took back the cup and said, "Now, you should rest while you can be discharged in the afternoon." "Okay." Lin Xiao nodded and lay back down, closing his eyes. However, as he shut his eyes, he suddenly felt a presence in his mind, something he seemed able to perceive. Intrigued, he attempted to connect with it mentally, when a voice resonated in his mind. Truth Assistant activated for the first time, entering guidance mode. "Greetings, host. You are now connected to the Truth Assistant system, designed to aid you in your quest for the truth of the universe. Now, you may call upon system within your mind to open the system panel." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. A system? Could it be that he would encounter something like this in his lifetime? Excitement bubbled within him, and he tentatively called out in his mind, "System." In an instant, a panel materialized before him. Even with his eyes still closed, the panel remained in front of him. He cautiously opened his eyes to find the panel still there, positioned firmly at the center of his vision. This scene unequivocally confirmed the reality of the system. He could hardly contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together beneath the hospital blanket, and then turned his gaze to the contents of the panel, which displayed. Host, Lin Xiao, Truth Points, 0, Branches of Universal Truth Level, Mathematics, Level 0010, Chemistry, Level 0010, Physics, Level 0010, Biology, Level 0010, Materials Science, Level 0010, Informatics, Level 0010. Staring at this information, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Was this a system encouraging him to learn continuously? A scholarly system? At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. What is the truth of the universe? Is it the unification of the four fundamental forces or the reason for consciousness? Was the universe truly born from a singularity, and where will it ultimately lead? Is it the communication of different dimensions or the strings plucked by a divine hand? These questions are what all life within the universe yearns to understand, and it will ultimately require the life of the universe to provide answers. Host, when you chose to seek the truth of the universe, you have already embarked on this path. Thus, let us begin with the most fundamental knowledge of your planet, and then you shall comprehend all. The functions of this system are as follows. When the host engages in learning, this system will assist in facilitating deeper contemplation, enhancing focus, improving efficiency, and deepening memory, among other benefits. Additionally, as the host grapples with increasingly complex inquiries, this system will aid in gradually unlocking potential within the brain, enabling a better understanding of profound knowledge. Furthermore, when the host encounters an insurmountable problem, they may consume truth points to obtain answers from this system. Truth points may also be utilized to enhance the experience of the truth branch levels. Each truth point is equivalent to 10 experience points. Truth points are earned by the host during their exploration of the truth, and they are quite precious. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the host should refrain from using truth points. They should trust that they possess a unique consciousness and intellect within this universe, and as they ascend the tree of truth, they will undoubtedly succeed. Listening to the system's guiding words, Lin Xiao chuckled internally. It seems I am rather special. Being unique in the universe certainly sounded impressive, but unfortunately, the system did not respond to his remark. It continued, moreover, when the host achieves notable accomplishments, this system will bestow certain rewards. Guidance mode is now concluded. Host, from this moment on, embark on your journey towards the truth. With that, the system's voice faded, leaving only the panel before him. Chapter 2. Expanding Horizons. At 7 in the evening, Lin Xiao was discharged from the hospital. Although they claimed he had fainted from heat stroke, his recovery was remarkably swift. After a nap in the afternoon, he awakened without any lingering effects. Having already eaten the meal Yang Rong brought during his hospital stay, he wasn't hungry upon returning home and found himself with little to do. Originally, while his classmates were engaged in evening self-study, he, having taken a leave of absence, found himself at leisure as for textbooks and assignments. They were mostly left at school. Study? What a farce. Wait a moment, he suddenly exclaimed as he returned to his room and lay on his bed, reaching for his phone. A light bulb went off in his mind. He was a man accompanied by a system. Why bother with a phone? At his age, was it even appropriate to indulge in such distractions? He promptly sat up, pondering. The system mentioned that my learning efficiency could be enhanced while studying. If that were indeed the case, with a year remaining until the college entrance examination, wouldn't he easily secure admission to one of the nation's top 3 universities? His academic performance was commendable, consistently ranking within the top 30 at school, which was why he was enrolled in the science class of prestigious program. Historically, this program had ranked within the top 5,000 in the province, and given that Xin Province was an educational hub with a high number of examinees each year, those in the top 5,000 typically scored above 600, allowing them to choose from elite 985 universities. As a steady top 30 student, Lin Xiao knew he could gain admission to some renowned universities, yet there remained a considerable gap between him and the nation's elite institutions. The top 2 universities in China were well known, and there were at least 10 contenders for the 3rd spot, including Zhejiang University, Renmin University, Shanghai Jiaotong University, Fudan University, and the University of Science and Technology, among others. Naturally, gaining admission to these universities was no small feat, and for Lin Xiao, it presented a significant challenge. With this in mind, he leaped from his bed and sat at his desk. Perfect. The National High School Mathematics League is on the 10th of next month. I should focus on mathematics. Lin Xiao excelled in mathematics, consistently scoring above 148. He had qualified for the provincial round of the National High School Mathematics League, taking place in September, with only 30 days remaining. He was confident of securing a provincial 3rd prize, if not a 2nd prize, though he harbored doubts about achieving a 1st prize. In the past 5 years, no student from Jinsheng High School had claimed a 1st prize. 2nd prizes were the highest accolades, with 1st prizes often monopolized by schools from Xijing, Securing a provincial first prize typically allowed the top 10 students to attend the CMO winter camp, a privilege that had eluded Jincheng High School thus far. Perhaps this time, I can make a breakthrough, he thought as he rummaged through his desk for the mathematics textbook he hadn't brought to school. I still struggle with conic sections. Those are the questions I lose a point or two on. Let's review that part of the textbook. Resolutely, he pulled out the Senior High School Mathematics Elective Volume 21 from the People's Education Press. The study of conic sections began here as part of analytic geometry. Before long, he reached the chapter on conic sections. All examination content derived from the textbook, although the exam scope occasionally diverged slightly from the textbook material, the key concepts remained rooted in it, allowing for derivations based on the foundational knowledge. Thus, reviewing these foundational aspects would reinforce his understanding. Of course, for Lin Xiao, this knowledge was already second nature. He was eager to test whether the system's claim of enhanced learning efficiency held true. He began his study. The first section of the conic sections chapter addressed the equations of curves, introducing the equation of a circle and deriving the equations of other curves, followed by an exploration of their various properties. In the past, the sight of dense numbers and lengthy text would have overwhelmed him, but now he found himself gradually immersed, his focus entirely on the textbook, captivated by the lines of text and the derived formulas. During this process, he experienced a profound sense of joy, akin to a starving individual catching a whiff of fragrant braised meat, his mind yearning for the delectable knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, he had thoroughly grasped previously challenging concepts. As time passed, he suddenly snapped back to reality, becoming aware of his surroundings and the sound of summer insects chirping outside his window. Glancing at the clock, he realized half an hour had slipped by. In that brief span, he not only reviewed all the knowledge pertaining to conic sections, but also completed the accompanying exercises without encountering any difficulties. Reflecting on that experience left him astounded. He had never encountered such a state of learning before. While he had experienced moments of deep immersion in the past, none had felt as profound as this. This state, recognized in psychology as the flow experience, is characterized by complete engagement in an activity, whether it be studying, working, or enjoying leisure, during which one naturally filters out irrelevant stimuli. That if he could enter such a state while studying, it would undoubtedly amplify his learning efficiency. Just how efficient had his recent study session been? He flipped back through the previous pages, noticing the scratch paper filled with calculations evidence of the exercises he had completed. While tackling those problems, he had encountered no obstacles. He simply read the questions, extracted their essence, and began writing with fluidity. This indicated that the level of difficulty posed by those questions was trivial to him. It was clear that the system's learning efficiency above was remarkably potent. In that moment, he felt a mix of bewilderment and elation. With this newfound ability, wouldn't all subjects become effortless for him? Could he not become invincible? Top scores in the college entrance examination and admission to prestigious universities would be within his grasp. Wait, hold on, perspective, I must broaden my horizons. He tapped his head. My system is called the Truth Assistant. What is high school math in the grand scheme of things? From now on, I shall become the man who answers the truths of the world. With aspirations for the future in his eyes, he turned the page of his textbook to the second section, the content on elliptical equations, and resumed his studies. Chapter 3, Rapid Progress. The following morning, at 6:30, Lin Xiao arrived at school and entered his classroom. These days, influenced by some prevailing trend, high school students rose early to commence their studies. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Xiao was greeted by a sea of sleepy heads resting on desks. Clearly, most students were still in a state of drowsiness. As the saying goes, spring drowsiness, autumn fatigue, summer naps, winter slumber, and given that it was summer, compounded by the early hour, everyone was fighting off sleep. In the past, he would likely have been among them, however. Today he felt remarkably alert. The previous night, he had studied until midnight, dedicating nearly 5 hours to focused learning, with only a brief respite for a bathroom break. His father, returning from work, had praised his diligence upon seeing him still studying. Of course, this immersive study session had drained his energy. While the system had enhanced his learning efficiency, it hadn't increased his stamina, so he washed up and went to bed. After what seemed like an exhausting bout of study, he found himself in a deep slumber, likely enjoying a high proportion of restorative sleep. Consequently, Apart from feeling slightly drowsy upon rising, he was now free from any significant fatigue. Upon returning to his seat, he discovered that his desk mate, Chenong, had also arrived at school, similarly resting his head on the desk, dozing off. He gently tapped Chenong's shoulder, causing him to jolt upright in surprise. Once he recognized Lin Xiao, he exhaled with relief and remarked, "Old Lin, I thought it was the class monitor." Chenong then vacated his seat, allowing Lin Xiao to take his place. "Are you all right after yesterday?" Chenong inquired. "I am fine," Lin Xiao replied, though one could argue he was exceedingly well, given the newfound system he had acquired. At that moment, Chenong patted his shoulder earnestly and said, "Old Lin, on behalf of the entire class, I must express our gratitude to you. You are our hero." "Ah, what do you mean?" Lin Xiao replied, taken aback. "The school has finally decided to install air conditioning." Chenong pointed toward the unit above them. "Someone came to fix it yesterday." Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of being hailed as a hero for such a trivial matter, a bearer of warmth for the masses. Shaking his head, he opted not to elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved a savory pancake he had purchased outside the school previously. He would have stashed it in his backpack, but this time he had awkwardly tucked it into his pants pocket, a necessity due to the school's prohibition against bringing breakfast from outside. Lin Xiao had lamented this rule countless times, and he vowed that one day, when he had the power, he would advocate for allowing students to bring breakfast into schools nationwide. Without further ado, he began to savor the pancake while simultaneously pulling out his mathematics textbook, diving into the conic section. "Wow, old Lin, you're already at it?" Chenong exclaimed, his eyes widening at Lin Xiao's diligence. "You fainted from heat stroke yesterday, and now you've switched gears? Weren't they all usually asleep during the mornings? Study hard. Strive for progress, you know?" Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, taking another generous bite of his pancake. Chewing on the crispy treat, he focused on a particularly challenging problem from his textbook that in the past he might have pondered over it, but now it felt effortless. The first question was straightforward, finding the equation of the ellipse, a mere formality. The second question involved deriving the equation of a non-fixed ellipse based on the previous one. First, incorporate the given conditions and substitute them into the original ellipse. Then, based on this condition, calculate the length of the chord, PF1 plus PF2 equals 2a, and then, don't forget to consider these special cases. Let's set x2. Gradually, as he munched on the pancake, he mentally verified the problem, envisioning a draft paper within his mind and using his memory as a pen to execute a complete calculation. Once he finished the last morsel of his pancake, he picked up his pen and inscribed the answer he had calculated in his mind. He refrained from consulting the reference answer, knowing that his solution was indeed the correct one. If the reference differed, it was undoubtedly erroneous. "Easy peasy, lemon squeezy," he mused. Chenong, who had previously returned to his dozing state, perked up at the sound of Lin Xiao's writing and his boastful declaration, promptly sitting up and retrieving the paper, distributed by their physics teacher, beginning to write as well. After all, they were in the elite class, where the competitive spirit ran high. Yet, Lin Xiao remained oblivious to Chenong's movements, or perhaps he simply paid no mind. He had become accustomed to this immersive study state. Learning is a gradual process, a truth for the average individual. However, for Lin Xiao, it had transformed into a rapid ascent. As days passed, his dedication caught the attention of the teachers. The incident surrounding his heat stroke had sparked considerable discussion among the senior class, and now, witnessing Lin Xiao's newfound commitment to his studies, it was not difficult for the teachers to connect the dots to the air conditioning issue. Look at that. As soon as the air conditioning was fixed, how earnestly he studies. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, the teachers had linked his diligence to the air conditioning upgrade. Nonetheless, he had to concede that his comfort in studying was indeed enhanced by the repair had it not been completed. Who could say whether the system would have allowed him to endure the sweltering heat and remain immersed in his studies? Certainly, the past few days had proven immensely beneficial for him. He had mastered all the challenging topics concerning analytical geometry, function derivatives, probability, and statistics and sequences in his textbook, that he was confident that with his current capability, tackling the simulated tests and past papers would be a mere walk in the park. Of course, he did not limit himself to mathematics. He also dedicated time to other subjects. In language arts, he consistently scored above 120 points, while in English, despite being relatively straightforward, his classmates who struggled still managed to score above 100. He himself maintained an average around 135. However, his truth assistant seemed to provide no advantage when it came to linguistic studies, preventing him from entering a productive learning state. Perhaps, to the assistant, linguistics did not qualify as a true science. On the other hand, he faced fewer challenges in the sciences, with minor issues still persisting, which remained a point of concern for him. He also invested time in studying chemistry and physics, where the pursuit of knowledge felt like a quest for truth, thus enhancing his learning experience through the immersive study state his system provided. Of course, knowledge itself is one thing, the ability to apply it is key. His proficiency in mathematics stemmed from a solid foundation, whereas in other subjects, studying alone was insufficient. Practice was essential for integration and mastery. Overall, however, things progressed steadily and positively. Thus, the week culminated in Saturday. Saturday was marked by supplementary classes during the day, but with no evening study sessions and no classes on Sunday, it effectively provided a day of rest. For the third-year students, having a full day off was a welcome reprieve. Yet, Lin Xiao did not head home immediately, as the homeroom teacher had summoned him along with two other classmates. These two peers, like him, were participants in the National High School Mathematics Competition and were recognized as the top students in mathematics, much to the delight of their math teacher. The seemed the teacher's summons was likely related to the competition. Chapter 4. The Mathematics Competition Training Class is here. You have all qualified for the National Mathematics Competition Finals. Haven to you. The school has thus established a specialized training class for you. If you're inclined to strive for excellence over the next few weeks, you will partake in 4 training sessions each week. Upon their arrival at the office, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang Anyo, who teaches physics, greeted them with a smile. Naturally, participation is voluntary. After all, you are seniors now, and unlike the second years, you have less time at your disposal, so the choice is entirely yours. Before Lin Xiao could respond, a confident boy wearing glasses interjected, "I'll participate. I've been preparing for the competition for quite some time, and I believe I have a good chance of securing a provincial first prize." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This boy, named Jiang Jia, was renowned in their class for his academic prowess, consistently ranking within the top 5 of the entire school, occasionally even claiming the top spot in the grade. However, despite his impressive academic record, he exuded a somewhat bookish demeanor, as he was either studying or on his way to study. Moreover, his tendency to speak with an air of arrogance meant he had very few close friends. According to him, Newton was his idol, the epitome of rebellious genius. His QQ signature even read, "Only cattle and sheep travel in herds. Fierce beasts walk alone." Lin Xiao refrained from commenting, acknowledging that everyone harbors peculiar inclinations. Mr. Wang, upon hearing Jiang Jia's declaration, chuckled and encouraged, "Good, I believe in you." Mr. Wang then turned to Lin Xiao and another boy, inquiring, "And what about you two?" The other boy, named Su Lin, shook his head and replied, "I want to join this supplementary class. That I feel that the workload in my senior year is quite heavy, but I will participate in the competition nonetheless." "Well, that's acceptable. Participating in the competition might yield some accolades." "It's definitely worthwhile," Mr. Wang responded. "And you, Lin Xiao?" "Oh, I want to participate either," Lin Xiao stated, "but like Su Lin, I will attend the competition on the day." "Very well," Mr. Wang nodded in satisfaction. In his view, this was indeed the best outcome. Lin Xiao and Su Lin, both ranked within the top 30, should focus their energies on the college entrance examination. Given their school's historical performance, the chances of winning a provincial second prize in the mathematics competition were quite slim, let alone a first prize. It would be more prudent to devote their efforts to the college entrance exam. As for a third prize, it would hold little significance given their current standings. Jiang Jia, however, had excellent grades, and taking some time to delve into this endeavor was just right. Furthermore, Jiang Jia had just claimed he could potentially win a provincial first prize. Perhaps he truly would. If that were the case, he could leverage that accolade for admissions to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida, gaining considerable advantages, especially if he participated in an autumn camp as well. Very well then. Jiang Jia, you should head to the multimedia classroom 303 on the 3rd floor of the experimental building, where you will join the training sessions with other students from the 2nd and 3rd years. Lin Xiao, Su Lin, you may continue your own studies for now. If the training class distributes any specialized materials, I will request a copy for you. When the competition begins, the school will arrange transportation to take you to Xijing for the event. Zhang Jie, share what you learned in the training class with Lin Xiao and Su Lin. You can discuss some problems together. Listening to the teacher's arrangements, the three boys responded in unison. Okay, teacher, if there is nothing else, you may go, Mr. Wang concluded. Subsequently, the three students departed from the office. Once outside, Zhang Jie suddenly remarked to Lin Xiao and Su Lin, you don't need me to teach you. Right? Since you're not attending the training class, it's unnecessary, and I don't have that much time. Lin Xiao and Su Lin exchanged glances, and Lin Xiao replied, no need. We would want to take up your time. All right then, I'll be on my way. With that, Zhang Jie hastily departed. Su Lin glanced at Zhang Jie's retreating figure and quipped, who needs him to teach? I'm curious to see if he can actually win a first prize. Lin Xiao shrugged. Well, we'll have to wait a month for that. Let us just focus on our own studies. Maybe we can still snag a second or third prize without attending the training class. I've searched online, and no one from our school has ever won a first prize. I don't believe he can either. Lin Xiao chuckled. Why not aim for a first prize ourselves? With a little more effort, we could make it to the winter camp. I could tee this. Su Lin fell silent, sheepishly saying, let us just forget that. I'd be grateful if I can perform well in the college entrance exam. Lin Xiao shrugged and said no more. Let us leave it at that. I'm off to grab some food. Su Lin nodded and parted ways with Lin Xiao. Returning to the classroom, Lin Xiao organized his backpack, stuffing in various materials, particularly those related to mathematics. Without hesitation, he was determined to participate in the competition and aimed to perform well, striving for a spot in the CMO winter camp. Although the system had bestowed upon him the mission of seeking the truth of the universe, earning some commendable accolades also aligned with his current aspirations, as for his refusal to join the training, he found it meaningless. With the truth assistant at his disposal, his rate of acquiring knowledge through self-study was notably faster. Attending classes would only waste his time. In the following days, Lin Xiao continued his studies. Without needing to elaborate on mathematics, he focused on a more detailed review of the competition's key points. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher indeed procured some materials from the training class for him, including an analysis of the competition syllabus, various knowledge points, as well as mock papers and past exam papers. He also recommended a textbook and exercise collection dedicated to competition knowledge, which Lin Xiao promptly purchased. Through this systematic approach to learning, he could distinctly feel his mathematical knowledge expanding. Simultaneously, he began to consciously study advanced mathematics during his leisure time. He had purchased the 2 volumes of higher mathematics commonly studied by engineering students. The Tongji edition, notorious for causing many university students to fail, if high school mathematics was merely a shallow pool. Then Lin Xiao's sudden immersion into advanced mathematics marked a transition from shallow to deep waters. The cognitive skills he had honed in high school, where he could tackle any problem with ease, began to slow down as he embraced new knowledge. For instance, in advanced mathematics, the representation of derivatives transformed into dy dx, a notation inherited from Leibniz, while the high school method utilized f(x) from Lagrange. Additionally, there were new theorems and formulas to familiarize himself with, such as Taylor's expansion, Lagrange's mean value theorem, and Cauchy's mean value theorem, all of which posed challenges to countless university students. However, these challenges did not daunt Lin Xiao. For him, it was merely a process of acceptance. With systematic assistance, he grasped these new concepts swiftly, as they had yet to plunge into the depths of mathematics, a realm familiar to any university student. Thus, time passed quickly, and it was now August 2014. This week marked the official start of the school year, with the first and second-year students commencing their new semester. Today was Friday, and the third-year students faced a mock examination. For the seniors, weekly quizzes and bi-weekly major tests had become the norm, designed to ensure that students would not feel anxious when the college entrance exams approached. The absence of exams in the previous month was due to the summer remediation period, hence the lack of assessments. Therefore, this examination was the first for the current cohort of third-year students. For Lin Xiao, it served as a means to evaluate his learning progress over the past half-month with the system's assistance. Chapter 5. Leisure during the examination. All right, students, please bring your backpacks and books up here. We will distribute the exam papers shortly. The invigilator addressed the 30 students present in the first examination room. A glance around revealed that this room resembled a science class, as the majority of students were from the science elite class, often referred to as the rocket class. The examination rooms at Jincheng High School were arranged according to the rankings from the last exam. Thus, the top 30 students occupied the first examination room, humorously dubbed the battlefield of the academic elite. Students from other rooms aspired to enter, while those inside had no desire to leave. Lin Xiao sat in the second seat of the last row, indicating that he ranked 26th in the previous examination. Behind him was Chunong, who had placed 27th. After placing their backpacks on the podium, they exchanged a few idle remarks before the teacher distributed the exam papers. Chunong pointed to the first row and asked, "Hey Lin, are you aiming for the divine sequence this time?" The first row was what they referred to as the divine sequence, comprising the top 6 students in the grade, revered as academic deities. Naturally, the top 6 spots changed with each exam, making the competition quite fierce, with only a few students able to consistently maintain their positions among the top ranks. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. "Oh yes, how did you know?" Chenong remarked. "Considering your performance over the past half-month, Jiang Jie has not learned as much as you have at ASU or in your final year if you do not exert yourself now. Will you end up working on a construction site in the future? You seem quite self-aware." Without further ado, Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage in more conversation. Chun Ong silently prayed, "For the love of poetry, please do not let Pipa Xing be on the test." The mock examination mirrored the format of the actual college entrance examination, beginning with the Chinese language paper, which lasted 2.5 hours. This was a challenge for Lin Xiao, as the linguistic system did not recognize him. Thus, he could only rely on what he had previously learned. However, during the ancient poetry dictation section, fate had it that a line from Pipa Xing appeared. "The silver bottle shatters. Splashing water. Iron cavalry emerges with swords clashing." Lin Xiao could even hear Chun Ong exclaiming a frustrated C language from behind him at AS for the Chinese language portion. Lin Xiao merely aimed to perform adequately. Soon, it was time for the mathematics section, which he considered the main course of the examination. Upon receiving the test paper and quickly scanning through the questions, he confidently concluded that scoring 150 points was within reach. He could not identify any problem that would stump him, whether it was the more complex questions or the challenging multiple-choice ones that he then began to write. As he progressed, he realized he had not entered a state of deep immersion. Perhaps his mind was too lethargic to concentrate on such problems. Regardless of his mental state, his problem-solving speed remained unchanged, akin to playing Minesweeper on a GTX 1080 Ti without even a whir from the fan. Thus, he completed all the problems, methodically tackling functions with functions and geometry with geometry. When he finally glanced at the clock hanging in the classroom, he was astonished to find that only 1 hour had passed, meaning he had finished the paper an hour early to in the past. He would have found such efficiency unimaginable. This led him to a bittersweet sense of joy, as the exam regulations only allowed for submission half an hour in advance. Having finished an hour early, he had no choice but to wait patiently for half an hour. Looking around, he noticed his peers were still engrossed in their work. Shaking his head, he took up a piece of scratch paper and began writing about the Taylor mean value theorem, attempting to derive a proof for it. The Taylor mean value theorem is a fundamental theorem in differential calculus, holding considerable importance within the realm of mean value theorems. The best way to grasp a theorem is to learn how to prove it. Thus, Lin Xiao endeavored to prove it using whatever methods he could conceive. However, he found himself at an impasse, as his knowledge was limited to high school and junior high, and he had few proof techniques at his disposal. He was reluctant to rely on methods he already knew, such as the Cauchy mean value theorem or LH-Peidel's rule. For him, this was akin to a leisurely challenge, a quest to forge his own path, like walking on a sidewalk, avoiding the white tiles for the sake of enjoyment. Consequently, while the test did not immerse him, this new line of thought did. Before long, a light bulb went off in his mind as he discovered a promising approach: mathematical induction. One of the proof techniques he had mastered during high school. With clarity of thought, he began to write. Quickly flipping the scratch paper over to the blank side, he realized he had scarcely utilized the first side, as he had directly recorded his answers on the answer sheet. resorting to scratch paper only when necessary. Without further ado, he began to write from the top. Taylor mean value theorem. If the function f(x) possesses derivatives up to the nth order in an open interval a, b containing x, then for x in a, b, f(x) can be expressed as the sum of an n-degree polynomial of xx, and a remainder term r, x f x f x f x xx, lemma 1. If fx is differentiable on b in fx0, then fx fa for x in a. Proof. Since fx0, we have let gx construct function hx, proving for n using mathematical induction. If n0, it clearly holds. This was Lin Xiao's first attempt at proving such a theorem, a challenge that his agile mind embraced. Thus, he wrote swiftly, recalling the advanced mathematical concepts he had recently learned, as well as the applicable knowledge from high school mathematics. The system not only enhanced his learning efficiency, but also improved his memory. While he could not achieve perfect recall, he found that he was less prone to forgetting the knowledge he had acquired. Those mathematical concepts existed as abstract notions. He did not need to memorize intricate details, but rather the general ideas, allowing him to readily associate relevant knowledge when needed. As time passed, Lin Xiao appeared much like his fellow students, deeply absorbed in the mathematics paper. Suddenly, a proctor descended from the podium and began to circulate the room. The proctor, Ding Ping, a mathematics teacher, also trained students like Jiang Jie who participated in math competitions. A nationally recognized teacher, his expertise in mathematics was remarkable, particularly in the realm of high school mathematics, which he thoroughly understood. Chapter 6. System Reward. Brain Development. Given that this was a mathematics examination, Ding Ping, in his capacity as a mathematics teacher, was naturally curious to observe how the students were faring. After spending about 60 minutes reviewing all the questions, he assessed the difficulty level as moderate for a senior year, not overly challenging, intended to alleviate the pressure these students faced at the start of the academic year. However, he was curious whether these top students in the first examination room would make any avoidable mistakes. Occasionally, some errors could be amusing, adding a touch of enjoyment to the proctoring experience. As he arrived at the first row, where the top 6 students sat, Ding Ping clasped his hands behind his back and observed the girl who had ranked first in the previous examination. As expected, she performed well in mathematics, though not at the level of Lin Xiao or Jiang Jie, as her strengths lay primarily in English and Chinese. After watching her for a moment, he noted she had made an error on the last, most difficult multiple-choice question and another in the fill-in-the-blank section. Consequently, she could score a maximum of 140 points, and if she encountered further problems in the subsequent major questions, her score might drop to the low 130s. Maintaining a neutral expression, Ding Ping shifted his attention away from her. He then glanced toward the back row and spotted Jiang Jie seated in the 4th row. Ding Ping recognized him, having previously taught him in his competition training class. Jiang Jie had performed well in the training class, displaying a certain level of arrogance, but his capabilities were commendable, particularly compared to the students in the second year. Ding Ping approached Jiang Jie and observed his progress. Jiang Jie is doing quite well, writing swiftly. It's only been 80 minutes, and he is already tackling the second question on ellipses, with another function question and an elective question remaining. The function question seems relatively simple, so it shouldn't pose a challenge for him. The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions should also be correctly answered, and he appears to have excelled in the earlier major questions as well. After reviewing Jiang Jie's answer sheet, he nodded in satisfaction. Although Jiang Jie had expressed a desire to achieve a provincial first-place ranking, Ding Ping held little hope for that, given the significant investment made by Xijing universities in their competition classes, far surpassing what students in remote areas received. Achieving a top rank in competitions required ample talent and dedication, which was often lacking compared to the students from Xijing. Nonetheless, Ding Ping was confident that Jiang Jie had a solid chance for a provincial second-place ranking. Afterward, Ding Ping continued his rounds, moving on to observe other students. Eventually, he reached the last ROW. At this point, he was disinclined to examine each student individually, but as he briskly walked past the second row, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xiao's scratch paper in the 5th column. What is this student writing? He squinted, intrigued, The neatly organized equations and some complex functions on the scratch paper captured his attention. Upon reading the first line, he was taken aback. Taylor mean value theorem? Proof? He felt momentarily bewildered. Was this question even on the test? Yet he quickly realized that perhaps the student had completed the exam and was now attempting to prove the Taylor mean value theorem as a side endeavor. Thus, he glanced at Lin Xiao's answer sheet and couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. The back of the answer sheet was filled with various equations, including conic sections and functions, as well as the elective questions that he found it hard to believe that, after only 80 minutes, this student had completed everything. Unable to resist, he examined Lin Xiao's solution process. The ellipse question was the most difficult on the paper, and upon seeing Lin Xiao's method of solving it, he was even more astounded. This method is quite remarkable. The concept of transforming it into a polar coordinate equation and subsequently constructing a polar equation for a circle with the focal length as its diameter has effortlessly simplified the entire problem. He couldn't help but mentally commend this approach, finding it exceptionally brilliant. After glancing at the other questions, he noted that Lin Xiao's methods were equally praiseworthy. However, he was curious about how well the earlier questions had been answered, as he could not see the front page of the answer sheet. He could see this moment. He realized that this student had likely begun writing the proof regarding the Taylor mean value theorem out of boredom after completing the problems. He then examined Lin Xiao's proof process and felt a profound admiration. This student had self-studied the Taylor mean value theorem, suggesting he had studied advanced mathematics. The use of mathematical induction for the proof was sound, indicating a high level of comprehension. For a high school student, this was evidently no small feat, although Lin Xiao's proof was not groundbreaking. Many had tackled it before. Most individuals who had done so were undergraduates. Yet here it was, produced by a mere senior high school student. It's worth noting that this proof, once completed, could suffice as an undergraduate thesis for some mathematics majors. Let me see. What is this student's name? He is in class 1 of the science stream, named Lin Xiao. I recall that there's a student named Lin Xiao in class 1 who could participate in the competition, but he didn't attend the training. It must be this student. Ding Ping couldn't help but wonder why such a talented student in mathematics chose not to participate in the training. Surely even a brief exposure to the competition format would be beneficial for future contests. Additionally, Lin Xiao's talent appeared to be exceptional. He had likely spent around 10 minutes composing this proof of the Taylor mean value theorem. This implies that he had completed all examination questions in merely over 70, or even 60 minutes. The earlier participant, Jiang Jia, was not as capable. These thoughts crossed his mind. He noticed Lin Xiao lift his head, elegantly inscribing the final 2 characters on his draft paper. Proof complete. It seemed he had successfully concluded his proof. Ding Ping shook his head and returned to the podium, having noted Lin Xiao's name. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had just emerged from his state of immersion, failing to notice the invigilator standing behind him. Even as Ding Ping walked by, he considered it a mere routine passage of a teacher. He tossed his pen aside, picked up the draft paper, blew on it, and wore a satisfied expression. It's basically done. Quite simple indeed. That I'm truly a genius. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly rang out. The host has independently completed the proof of the Taylor mean value theorem. Considering the host's capabilities, rewards, mathematics experience 2, truth points 1.as, this is the first achievement. To aid the host in better exploring the truth, the host's brain development has increased by 0.5. The next moment, Lin Xiao felt a sudden heaviness in his head, followed by a wave of dizziness enveloping his mind. Chapter 7. Submitting the paper early. The dizziness was not overwhelming, but akin to the feeling of having been deprived of rest the previous night. Coupled with prolonged exposure to a phone or computer screen, accompanied by a slight headache, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling particularly uncomfortable. However, approximately a minute later, the dizziness and headache gradually subsided, replaced by a clarity far superior to before. He even sensed a deeper understanding of the knowledge he had previously acquired. Looking down at the proof of the Taylor mean value theorem he had just completed, he felt that if he were to prove it again now, he would likely require even less time to transition from having an idea to completing the proof. He couldn't help but be astonished. Is this the effect of enhanced brain development? It is remarkably magical. He inwardly inquired. System, What was my previous brain development percentage? 2.2 dot what? 2.2. So I now only have 2.7. WAST had said that humans utilize 10 of their brain capacity. Host, you must learn to think dialectically. This is the most crucial aspect of the truth-seeking process. The system explained that the brain development percentage refers to the frequency of connections between neurons in the human cerebral cortex. The faster the connection frequency, the higher the level of brain development. However, limited by the constraints of human brain capacity, there exists an upper limit to the frequency of neural connections, and the host has now reached this upper limit of 2. 7. Lin Xiao was taken aback, immediately smacking his forehead, as though those claims were merely the fabrications of marketing hype. Indeed, much of what circulates online is untrustworthy. I understand now, Lin Xiao replied inwardly. The system, however, remained silent. He rubbed his nose, realizing that the system, as an auxiliary tool, had merely provided him with guidance. Nonetheless, he resolved not to fall prey to such unfounded online claims again. IT was akin to how parents might stumble upon pseudoscientific articles on WeChat, believing them wholeheartedly. Any widely circulated statement has its audience, and such claims regarding brain development at 10% appeared scientifically plausible, making educated individuals like Lin Xiao susceptible to them. This notion had even evolved into the absurd assertion that Einstein's brain development was at 15. When had anyone ever tested Einstein's brain? Thus, all such statements were nonsense. Lin Xiao shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and opened the system panel IT now displayed. Host, Lin Xiao, Truth Points, 0-1. Universal Truth Branch Level. Mathematics, Level 0, 0-10. Chemistry, Level 0, 0-10. Physics, Level 0, 0-10. Biology, Level 0, 0-10. Materials Science, Level 0, 0-10. Informatics, Level 0, 0-10. Mathematics had granted him 2 experience points, with 8 more needed for an upgrade. Of course, since truth points could be exchanged for 10 experience points, he could now freely select a subject for advancement. However, Lin Xiao recalled the system's previous warning about the importance of truth points, so he decided not to use his experience for an upgrade just yet. Moreover, it appeared that upgrading was relatively straightforward. Merely proving a theorem could yield 2 experience points if he would employ his methods to prove the Lagrange mean value theorem, the Cauchy mean value theorem, the Rahl mean value theorem, and a plethora of other theorems and formulas in the future. Wouldn't he easily achieve upgrades? Thus, he resolved to attempt this whenever he had the opportunity. While lost in thought, he suddenly heard the invigilator, Ding Ping, speaking again. There is still half an hour remaining that if you have completed your work and checked it thoroughly, you may submit your papers early. Lin Xiao pondered. Staying here served little purpose. Submitting his paper early would grant him an additional half hour for study. He began to gather his exam paper and pens, ensuring that the draft paper containing his proof was neatly folded. After all, it was his first time proving a theorem from advanced mathematics, deserving of a keepsake. Moreover, he had heard that the manuscripts of former scientists are quite valuable today, and he couldn't help but fantasize about a day, decades hence, when his manuscript might be worth millions. However, as he organized his desk, his classmates around him couldn't help but murmur their discontent regarding the invigilator's announcement. Although rules permitted early submission half an hour prior, when had any teacher allowed students to submit early? Their subject teachers always insisted that even if one finished early, they should meticulously review all questions until the final bell rang before submitting. Furthermore, completing the exam early seemed implausible. Although the paper was of moderate difficulty, it remained quite challenging for those just beginning their second round of revision. Thus, most students kept their heads down, continuing to work on their problems. There were, however, exceptions in the first row. Upon hearing about early submission, Jiang Jie assumed Ding Ping was referring to him, as he was the only one present who had joined the competition training class. Moreover, he had noticed Ding Ping watching him for quite some time, indicating that the teacher was indeed paying attention to him. Nevertheless, he had not yet finished, having encountered some difficulties with the second question regarding ellipses, thus delaying his progress. He was only just beginning the optional questions. Of course, the optional questions were not difficult and would take less than 10 minutes. Therefore, Jiang Jie hurriedly calculated. Just then, he heard the sound of a chair being pushed back in the classroom, and his peripheral vision caught sight of someone submitting their paper. He was taken aback. Someone had finished even earlier than him. Looking over, he saw Lin Xiao approaching the front to hand his paper to Ding Ping before leaving the examination room with his backpack. The majority of students in the room couldn't help but lift their heads to watch Lin Xiao, feeling astonished. Someone truly finished half an hour early? Was this a joke? This paper was undeniably quite challenging. Could it be that he was simply giving up and couldn't complete it? However, upon realizing that the early submitter was Lin Xiao, the renowned math prodigy, they dismissed such conjectures. Could a mathematical prodigy possibly succumb to mediocrity? Clearly, that is out of the question. Consequently, the top students in the examination hall experienced a sensation akin to a dimensionality reduction blow. Jiang Jie gritted his teeth, convinced that Lin Xiao's success stemmed merely from luck, as he had simply arrived at his ideas more swiftly. After all, he too was laboring over the final question. He had always regarded himself as the foremost mathematician in the class. Dismissing the matter from his mind, he redirected his focus to the paper. Picking up his pen, he too intended to submit his answers early. He was confident that he could secure a score of 150, and ultimately, if everyone achieved the same, the timing of submission would be rendered moot. Naturally, the others lacked Jiang Jie's competitive spirit, and after the initial shock and admiration, returned to diligently working on their problems. For them, the goal was not rapidity, but rather securing a high score. Thus, tranquility once again enveloped the examination room. However, seated at the podium, Ding Ping, after Lin Xiao had submitted his paper, resumed his scrutiny of the answer sheet. His earlier comment about submitting early had been directed at Lin Xiao, who had obviously completed his work ahead of time, making an early departure all the more appealing. Of course, in his previous invigilation experiences, he would never have uttered such a statement, but now he had a vested interest in observing Lin Xiao's answers. He was eager to ascertain how well Lin Xiao had performed on the earlier questions, and whether he had answered them all correctly. Had Lin Xiao waited until the 2 hours elapsed to submit, he would have been left to wait until the grading phase to review his work. Soon, he finished comparing Lin Xiao's answer sheet, and as anticipated, every answer was correct. The student's mathematical aptitude was indeed impressive. He could not help but ponder. After today, he would inquire with their homeroom teacher about this remarkable talent, questioning why he had not participated in competition training. The odds of achieving a provincial second prize were evidently greater than that of Jiang Jie. Chapter 8. Top of the grade, unbeknownst to Lin Xiao. He had caught the attention of the invigilating teacher, and even if he had known, he would have remained indifferent. The following day, the exams continued. During the morning's comprehensive science test, Lin Xiao once again performed admirably. This marked their first encounter with a comprehensive science paper since they had only just completed their first round of revision in the previous semester. Having previously tackled subjects individually, for students accustomed to separate examinations, this inaugural comprehensive test posed a challenge. Given its extensive content and the limited duration of 2.5 hours, significantly less than the 100 minutes allocated for single-subject assessments. Most students initially felt out of sorts, often unable to complete the questions, leading to disappointing scores compared to their separate exams. Thus, Lin Xiao did not finish as expeditiously as he had in mathematics. He completed the last biology question only within the final 10 minutes. Nevertheless, compared to his peers, many of whom had yet to finish, his ability to complete the test underscored his superior knowledge and application skills. He felt confident he could achieve a score above 251, a testament to his increasingly solid grasp of physics, chemistry, and biology, despite the extensive knowledge required across these three subjects, which exceeded that of mathematics and involved a significant amount of memorization. Lin Xiao believed that in approximately 2 months he would complete his first round of revision, followed by a second round, all while keeping pace with the teacher's lessons on subsequent revisions. He had no doubt that he could achieve scores of 280, 290, or even a perfect score once he had fully mastered the high school curriculum in these subjects as the comprehensive science examination concluded. It was time for the afternoon English test, which brought Lin Xiao a delightful surprise. The system indicated that the capacity of his brain had increased by 0.5, meaning the frequency of connections between his neurons had reached an impressive 2.7. This enhancement led to a reciprocal improvement in both memory and cognitive function. Previously, his capacity had been merely 2.2, thus this 0.5 increase represented a nearly 23 improvement. The significance of this enhancement was palpable for Lin Xiao during the English exam. For instance, during the listening section, upon hearing the English dialogue broadcast, he could swiftly recall the vocabulary he had studied, and his retention of those words had notably deepened. While composing his essay, he effortlessly connected various sentence structures and even recalled some striking sentences from his textbooks. Upon completing his composition, he brimmed with confidence, convinced that he would achieve a high score. Historically, he had often struggled with the writing portion. Now, however, he felt assured of obtaining a score exceeding 20. Thus, on Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock, as the bell signaling the end of the examination rang, the first mock exam for the senior year at Jincheng High School came to a close. Following the exams, the senior teachers would toil diligently over the next day to grade all the papers and assign scores. Indeed, the workload for the senior teachers was considerable, as they bore a burden not unlike that of the students. In contrast, the students enjoyed a day's respite, some returning home while others remained at school. Naturally, some would engage in leisure activities. However, Lin Xiao showed no signs of halting his studies. The auxiliary system had imbued him with a profound sense of joy in learning. After all, the mathematical problems that had once eluded him now presented no challenge. A source of undeniable happiness. It was akin to a game. If the game levels are moderately challenging yet stimulating, players are drawn to it. However, overly difficult games tend to repel potential players. During this day of rest, Lin Xiao endeavored to validate his earlier thoughts by attempting to independently prove the theorems he had learned, whether from high school or higher mathematics. Yet, the outcome left him somewhat disheartened. After successfully employing the integral method to prove the Lagrange mean value theorem, he earned a mere 1 point of mathematical experience and 0.5 truth points. Subsequently, when attempting to prove other fundamental theorems and formulas, he could no longer gain any experience. This led him to speculate that the system would not provide substantial rewards for similarly challenging problems. Thus, the 3 experience points and 1.5 truth points he had received were likely the upper limit. While this was somewhat disappointing, it was also within the realm of expectation. As Sunday evening arrived, Lin Xiao had to return to school for evening self-study. Upon his arrival, he found his classmates gathered around the podium, seemingly engrossed in something. Lin Xiao deduced they were reviewing the exam results. Given the crowd, he felt no inclination to push through, opting instead to proceed directly to his seat. However, he soon sensed peculiar glances directed toward him, leaving him perplexed at that moment. Chunong spotted him and exclaimed, "Wow, Lin is here." Lin Xiao, bewildered, inquired, "What did you say?" "Lin who? Dude, do you realize you topped the grade?" Lin Xiao's face registered astonishment. He had not anticipated achieving first place in the grade. He had merely thought a top 5 finish would suffice. "Indeed, you scored a total of 677, while that Jiang fellow only managed 641, Chunong remarked. "Also, how did you perform so splendidly in the comprehensive science exam?" 258. There were so many questions, I felt I could barely finish, and many I rushed through. Lin Xiao shrugged. "I just completed it as needed that I used a score above 270 or 280 when taking subjects separately. So 250-something seems reasonable that I used a score above 270 as well. Yet this time I bombed with only 223, that you surpassed me by 35 points. Plus, you submitted your math paper half an hour early and still secured full marks. And your English score was 142. Chunong exclaimed dramatically, "Dude, you've changed. We agreed to sit at the back, yet you stealthily ascended to the front row of the divine throne." Chapter 9. The teacher's invitation to the mathematics competition. After chatting a bit longer with Chunong, Lin Xiao could no longer resist the urge to check his own results. After all, this was his first time achieving the top spot in the grade, and he felt a surge of excitement. Soon he approached the podium, squeezing in among the classmates reviewing their scores. After some time, he finally located his results. Chinese 127, Mathematics 150, Comprehensive Science 258, English 142, with a total score of 677, securing first place in both the class and the grade. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations, host, on achieving first place with ease. Considering your situation, you are awarded 2 points in mathematics experience, 2 in physics experience, 2 in chemistry experience, 2 in biology experience, and 0.2 truth points." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Xiao paused, and then his joy multiplied. The system's rewards were tangible, a total of 8 points of experience and 0.2 truth points. Truly delightful. Elated, he returned to his seat, feeling a sense of satisfaction and eager to share the news with his parents, who would surely be pleasantly surprised. This achievement also served to validate the efficacy of his recent studies, which had evidently been far more productive than those of his peers, propelling him from a previous rank of over 20 to the very top. Observing the astonished expressions of his classmates as they occasionally glanced his way, Lin Xiao resolutely chose to continue his studies. "Not again. Are you starting up once more?" Chenong remarked, bemused, as he watched Lin Xiao immediately pull out his study materials. "Learning knows no bounds," Lin Xiao retorted without turning back. Chenong, with a sudden flash of inspiration, decided to pull out his books and commence his studies, determined to inspire his peers to join him in this academic endeavor. This illustrates the profound impact of having a studious deskmate, akin to the camaraderie found in university dormitories where one's surroundings can significantly influence one's own performance. However, while they embarked on their academic pursuits, there was one individual who found himself unable to concentrate. Jiang Jie sat in his seat, his face a mask of disbelief. How could he have scored merely 148 in mathematics? Where had he lost those 2 precious points? Moreover, he had secured the second position, which was not particularly alarming. Yet the first place was claimed by Lin Xiao, the student who had previously languished at the bottom of the first examination room. He had never imagined that one day he would be surpassed by Lin Xiao, who had outscored him by over 30 points. A 30-point difference in the context of the college entrance examination signified a considerable gap among thousands of candidates. Particularly disheartening was his combined science score of only 238, which fell short of Lin Xiao's by 20 points. He could not accept this outcome. Of course, it was unthinkable for him to confront Lin Xiao out of jealousy. In their elite class, it was unheard of to trouble others simply because of their superior grades. Unless Lin Xiao had cheated, but such suspicions were thoughts he could only entertain in silence. Thus, he wrestled with his emotions for quite some time before he slammed his fist on the table in an outburst of frustration. Though the sound drew the attention of his classmates, no one seemed concerned about his inner turmoil. Eventually, he resumed his studies, unwilling to believe he could be inferior to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, unaware of Jiang Jie's internal struggle, had barely begun to delve into his books when the class monitor called out to him. "Lin Xiao, the head teacher, wants to see you." "I understand," Lin Xiao replied, puzzled as to why the teacher would summon him simply for achieving the top score. Surely, a mere acknowledgement in class would suffice. Nonetheless, when the teacher called upon him, he had no choice but to set aside his book and head to the office. Upon entering, the homeroom teacher, Wang Anyo, greeted him with a smile. "Lin Xiao, you performed exceptionally well this time, securing the first place in the grade. It seems that your state of mind has shifted now that you've entered your final year." Good luck, Lin Xiao said with a modest chuckle. "Let us not attribute it to luck. Your talent is undeniable. As for mathematics, you are the only one in the entire grade to achieve a perfect score. Additionally, considering this was your first attempt at the combined science exam, which typically presents a challenge for students, your score of 258 is quite remarkable, surpassing the second place by around 20 points. Moving forward, focus on enhancing your combined science results. I've noted that your scores in physics and chemistry have consistently hovered around 270. Your goal now should be to practice more combined science papers and simulate exam conditions to elevate your scores back to your usual standard and then strive for even higher marks. As for English, you scored 142 this time. If you can maintain a steady score above 140, even with a deduction of 3 or 4 points from your combined science and Chinese scores, you will still have a chance to aim for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I understand." Wang Anyo nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that Lin Xiao's remarkable progress was indeed surprising. However, his purpose for calling Lin Xiao was not solely to commend him. He continued, "The reason I called you in is that Teacher Ding from the competition training class asked me to inquire whether you would be interested in participating in the mathematics competition training. He believes you possess considerable talent in mathematics, and with specialized training, you might have a chance at winning a provincial first prize." Lin Xiao was taken aback. "Teacher Ding? Which Teacher Ding? Why was he being targeted by the mathematics competition training class?" Wang Anyo smiled and explained he was the teacher supervising your examination in the first room. That I'm not sure if you remember him, but after reviewing your paper, he remarked on your evident talent. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, but still could not recall who it was. He had seen two supervising teachers and could not distinguish which was Ding Ping. I merely achieved a perfect score. I have done so before. Isn't it rather normal? He remarked. Wang Anyo shook his head, admitting he was unaware. In truth, Ding Ping had not conveyed to Wang Anyo that Lin Xiao had completed the mathematics paper in approximately 70 minutes. Furthermore, his proof of the Taylor mean value theorem had solidified Ding Ping's belief in Lin Xiao's exceptional aptitude. Nonetheless, since teacher Ding has expressed such interest, it would not hurt to attend. After all, the competition was only half a month away. Moreover, a provincial first prize carries significant prestige. If the opportunity arises, it would be wise to pursue it. Ultimately, the decision is yours. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before agreeing. Then I shall go and take a look. All right, head to the third floor of the office building and ask for teacher Ding Ping. Lin Xiao inquired, but isn't it almost time for evening self-study? You have physics self-study. It's no issue. Go ahead. Wang Anyo waved him off, as he could certainly allow Lin Xiao to skip his class. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded and left the office, making his way to the academic building. Before long, he located the research office, a spacious room filled with many people. After inquiring about teacher Ding Ping's whereabouts, he was quickly directed to a slender, middle-aged teacher. Teacher Ding, I'm Lin Xiao from the third year. Class 1. Teacher Wang sent me to find you. Ding Ping looked up at Lin Xiao, a smile breaking across his face. Lin, welcome. Please have a seat. He stood up, fetched a chair from nearby, and placed it next to Lin Xiao. His demeanor friendly. Oh, you remember me? I was the supervising teacher during your exam. Lin Xiao replied affirmatively, finally recognizing Ding Ping as the proctor from that day. I recall, he said. Ding Ping smiled. Haha, I noticed you were working on proving the Taylor mean value theorem. Your use of mathematical induction was impressive, indicating a solid grasp of differential calculus. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had only attempted the proof out of boredom, and Ding Ping had witnessed it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he explained, yes, I've studied some advanced mathematics. I had finished the exam early and had nothing else to do, so I just decided to give it a try. Ding Ping inquired. By the way, how long did it take you to complete the paper? About an hour, Lin Xiao responded. Ding Ping was even more astonished, having thought Lin Xiao completed it in 70 minutes, only to find out it was actually just 60. Such talent left him even more impressed with Lin Xiao. Well, let's not dwell on that. You're here because you're willing to join the competition training class, correct? Lin Xiao nodded. Have you been working on any competition-style problems recently? Yes, I have, he replied. How did you find them? They were manageable. Ding Ping pondered for a moment before casually pulling out a paper and handing it to Lin Xiao. It's rather noisy here. Let us move to the adjacent conference room, and you can try solving this set of problems. You have 2 hours. Chapter 10. Terrifyingly impressive. Soon, Lin Xiao was escorted to the conference room next door. It was evident that no meetings were scheduled for the day, so Ding Ping arranged for Lin Xiao to work there as a nationally recognized exceptional teacher. Ding Ping held considerable influence within the school and had the authority to make such arrangements. You can begin now. Your classes end at 10:05, correct? You can work until 10:00, and then I'll see how you did. There's no need to rush. Take your time. This paper is designed to be completed in 230 minutes, which is the time required for both the first and second rounds of the competition. All right, Lin Xiao nodded, lowering his gaze to the paper. He mused. Is this a little extra help for me? Without further delay, he accepted the pen and scratch paper from Ding Ping and began to read through the problems. Ding Ping stood behind him, not leaving just yet, observing how Lin Xiao approached the initial questions. If this had been the old Lin Xiao, having someone watch him closely would have hindered his ability to think. However, bolstered by the support of the system and the genuine challenge of the problems, he quickly found his focus and forgot that he was being watched. The paper comprised a total of 15 questions, with a maximum score of 300 points, and it was indeed comparable to the competition standards. The first round included 8 fill-in-the-blank questions and 3 problem-solving questions. Lin Xiao, upon receiving the paper, did not flip through the remaining questions. He directly began working on the first fill-in-the-blank question. The first question was a sequence problem. And as soon as Lin Xiao glanced at it, the answer sprang to his mind that in high school mathematics competitions, the first round tends to be less challenging than the second. The first round primarily assesses a student's flexibility in applying various knowledge points, as well as their retention of high school material. For instance, the first question Lin Xiao faced involved a geometric progression and specifically asking for the logarithm to the base A1 of a 913 and a 131. This required students to demonstrate observation skills and a firm grasp of the relationships within geometric sequences. Lin Xiao quickly identified the key elements, leading him to the answer of 1-3. Following this, he moved on to the second question, which involved vectors and incorporated knowledge of ellipses for the majority of students. Such problems present a certain degree of difficulty, involving both ellipses and vectors. However, Lin Xiao remains undeterred, swiftly navigating through them. Behind him, Ding Ping observes Lin Xiao's rapid problem-solving speed, and for the first time, he genuinely experiences astonishment that in just 3 minutes, this young man has managed to complete the first 2 questions. In Ding Ping's eyes, Lin Xiao grasped the first question in less than 5 seconds, and the second in no more than 10, that he realizes he has truly stumbled upon a gem. While the difficulty of the problems may not be exceedingly profound, any other individual could likely solve them as well. Yet, the speed at which Lin Xiao finds his solutions is undeniably a gift. He even begins to ponder whether he should seek out Lin Xiao's math teacher to have him replaced, envisioning the joy of teaching such a prodigious student. However, he dismisses the thought as a mere fancy, recognizing the impropriety of such an ACT that moment. As Ding Ping refocuses his attention on Lin Xiao, he discovers that Lin Xiao has already progressed to the 4th question, and glancing at the clock, he notes that less than 6 minutes have elapsed. He marvels silently at the impressive speed. Turning to leave, he muses that perhaps when he returns in 2 hours, he will be met with a delightful surprise that, of course, there exists the possibility of an unexpected turn of events. What if Lin Xiao encounters difficulties with the subsequent questions? Nevertheless, Ding Ping retains his faith in Lin Xiao's innate talent. Ding Ping's departure does not disrupt Lin Xiao, who remains engrossed in the exam questions. The earlier problems serve as mere appetizers, while the challenges increase in complexity as he progresses. Yet, with each escalating challenge, the gratification he derives from solving them intensifies. Thus, as time slips away quietly, marked by the movement of the clock's 3 hands, 10 o'clock arrives punctually. The door to the conference room swings open, and Ding Ping steps in. Lin Xiao, it's 10 o'clock. His voice falters as he's taken aback to see that Lin Xiao has already tackled the 3rd question of the second test, seemingly having completed nearly half of it. He cannot help but be astonished. The speed at which Lin Xiao works is truly remarkable, with a total of 120 minutes available and the first test requiring only 80 minutes. That leaves an extra 40 minutes. Yet, it is important to note that the second test has a duration of 150 minutes, with only 4 questions, meaning an average of 37.5 minutes per question. Now, Lin Xiao has not only finished the first test, which was supposed to take 80 minutes, but has also made significant progress on the second test, which typically would require nearly 100 minutes to complete. This reminds him of the previous math exam, where Lin Xiao finished a 2-hour test in just 1 hour. His understanding of Lin Xiao's talent deepens with each revelation. If he had begun training in the first year of high school, he might indeed have had a chance at provincial first place, or even to join the provincial team for the CMO. That he feels a twinge of regret, lamenting the limited educational resources at their school, which prevents the establishment of a specialized competition class. Seeing that Lin Xiao seems oblivious to his presence, Ding Ping calls out again, "Lin Xiao, that's enough for now. It's already 10 o'clock at last." Lin Xiao snaps back to reality, turning to Ding Ping with a puzzled expression. "Teacher Ding, what's the matter?" Ding Ping, caught between laughter and exasperation, replies, "It's already 10 o'clock. You've really immersed yourself in this." Lin Xiao pauses, surprised. Has it passed so quickly? He stands up to stretch, while Ding Ping takes a look at the papers Lin Xiao has completed. As expected, the first test questions are all answered, and the first 2 questions of the second test are also fully resolved. However, since Ding Ping had randomly selected this paper without prior knowledge of the answers, he needs to verify Lin Xiao's work. He leads Lin Xiao back to the office to find the answers and compare them. "Well, The fill-in-the-blank questions for the first test, all correct, and the answers to the 3 problem-solving questions are also accurate. This implies that if this were a formal examination, Lin Xiao would have achieved a perfect score on the first test. Ding Ping is genuinely astonished, yet his focus is solely on the final results, not the process, as time is of the essence, and the process marks are significant as well. Nevertheless, he estimates that Lin Xiao's methodology must be sound. The next focus is the second test questions. The answers to the first and second questions are correct, while the third question, a geometric proof, will require a careful examination of the process, after a brief glance at Lin Xiao's approach. Ding Ping recognizes that his reasoning is fundamentally correct, albeit only half of the proof is written. However, it is unlikely that this will pose a significant challenge for Lin Xiao. This indicates that Lin Xiao is poised to score approximately 250 out of 300 points. What does this signify? It suggests that Lin Xiao is almost certain to rank among the top 100 nationwide, perhaps even within the top 50, allowing him to participate in the CMO Winter Camp and subsequently the National Mathematical Olympiad. Thereafter, there may even be an opportunity for him to compete in the IMO, the International Mathematical Olympiad. This is truly astonishing. In light of this situation, Ding Ping finds himself at a loss for words. Grappling with an overwhelming sense of surrealism, that it seems improbable that a randomly selected gifted student could possess the potential to enter the world's most prestigious mathematical competitions. That, of course, this is merely a possibility. After all, Lin Xiao has only achieved 250 points thus far. There's still 50 points at stake. Perhaps he might struggle with the final question. Yet, even if he encounters difficulty, he could still manage to outline some steps, possibly scoring an additional 20 or 30 points, which would elevate his score to 270 or 280. In reality, even securing 200 points would provide a substantial chance of entering the provincial team. Ding Ping hesitates to contemplate further, feeling increasingly incredulous. It is remarkable that such a talented student has emerged from Jin City. Typically, students of this caliber are recruited by schools in Xijing during their first year of high school. He has no doubts about Lin Xiao's integrity or whether he had previously encountered these problems. His impressive performance on the earlier questions has dispelled any skepticism regarding his capabilities. Turning back to Lin Xiao, Ding Ping does not hold back his praise. You are exceptional, truly gifted. You're the most talented student I have encountered in my years at Jin City Middle School. That I believe you are entirely capable of achieving first place in the provincial competition, which would allow you to participate in the National Mathematical Olympiad. If you also pursue some independent admissions at prestigious universities, your academic performance, combined with your CMO participation, will undoubtedly facilitate your entry into renowned institutions. Peking University and Tsinghua University will be well within your reach. Thank you, Teacher Ding. Lin Xiao responds shyly, touched by the accolades. That I assure you, my words are sincere and not mere flattery. Ding Ping replies, patting his shoulder with a smile. Now I understand why you were reluctant to attend the training classes. You felt they were unnecessary, didn't you? A little, Lin Xiao admits candidly. Ding Ping chuckles, shaking his head at the straightforwardness of the young man, not at all displeased. After all, good students deserve some privileges. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rings, indicating that the last evening study session has concluded. All right, you may head home now. Take this paper with you. If you have time tonight, try to tackle the remaining questions as well. We have class in the training program tomorrow afternoon, so bring the paper back for me to review. Ding Ping instructs, you should still attend the training program. It consists of only 4 classes each week. And the classroom is in lab, building 303. Make sure to come. Okay. Lin Xiao nods. With the teacher personally inviting him, he finds it difficult to decline, especially as he perceives Ding Ping's genuine admiration. He does not want to disappoint him. After all, if he performs well, it will reflect positively on Ding Ping as well. Afterward, he takes the paper and leaves the office. He first returns to the classroom to pack his bag. As classes have ended, and most students have gone home, leaving only a few boarding students studying in the classroom, he lingers not a moment longer and heads straight home. Upon returning, he cannot resist sharing the good news with his parents. Upon learning that their son has achieved the top rank in his grade, Lin's father and mother are overjoyed, showering him with praise. That Lin's father, Lin Guan, even rewards Lin Xiao with 200 yuan. Afterward, Lin Xiao retrieves the exam paper once more and begins to write. According to his calculations, he has 110 minutes remaining to solve the remaining questions, including the half-completed third question and the final question. In terms of difficulty, the last two questions are indeed more challenging. As in the second test, the first two questions are worth 40 points, while the latter two are worth 50 points. Each question tests different areas, categorized as AGNC, algebra, geometry, number theory, and combinatorics. Thus, in competitions, the latter two questions demand significant attention in the current paper. The first three questions of the second test cover algebra, combinatorics, and geometry, while the fourth question pertains to number theory. Regarding the geometric proof of the third question, Lin Xiao has already formulated a strategy at school, and now, armed with his pen, he swiftly continues along his initial line of thought. Admittedly, the task is complex, becoming increasingly intricate as he progresses. Yet after dedicating 10 minutes, he finally completes the proof for this question. Upon turning back, he swiftly conducted another thorough check. His speed was commendable, as the previous thought processes lingered in his mind. Now he merely needed to scan for any potential bugs. Before long, he nodded in satisfaction. Essentially, there are no issues. Thus, he resolved to tackle the final problem. This last challenge was a number theory question. Number theory, a branch of pure mathematics, primarily focuses on the study of integers, delving into topics such as prime numbers and conjectures like Goldbach's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture, among others. The complexity of number theory is well known. Even the two conjectures mentioned earlier are not trivial, and the infamous Riemann Hypothesis, which has perplexed mathematicians for over a century, falls within this domain. Naturally, the number theory problem presented on this paper could not possibly rival those renowned conjectures in difficulty. Yet it still caused Lin Xiao to furrow his brow. The question read, for positive integers a and b such that ob1 divides ab, prove that ab, ob1, is the square of some positive integer. Upon receiving this problem, Lin Xiao sensed something amiss. Its difficulty was markedly different from the previous questions. First and foremost, he grappled with where to begin. The earlier problems had presented clearer starting points. But this one was distinct. The prompt was concise, yet its brevity rendered it more challenging. Intrigued, he muttered to himself and then plunged into contemplation. Meanwhile, teacher Ding Ping returned to his faculty dormitory, picking up the exam paper he had given to Lin Xiao earlier. Regardless of the circumstances, he was to tutor Lin Xiao the following day, and if he approached the lesson without reviewing the material, merely relying on the answer key, it would be a disservice to the students. Thus, he intended to work through the exam himself. However, considering the late hour, he opted to simply examine the questions first, seeking to formulate some strategies. After an hour, he arrived at the final problem, while he had already developed a vague understanding of the earlier ones. As a nationally recognized mathematics expert, he possessed considerable aptitude at The last problem pertains to number theory, he noted. Upon reading the prompt, his brow suddenly knitted in confusion. Wait, this problem seems familiar. He quickly glanced at the back of the problem number. If it was a real question, there would typically be a source indicated. Soon, he discovered that this problem originated from the 1988 IMO 6 problem, but he was momentarily stunned. The 1988 IMO 6 problem was infamous for being the legendary sixth problem of extraordinary difficulty. Indeed, Chapter 12, An Unexpected System reward just how difficult was the IMO legendary sixth problem. In 1988, there were a total of 268 contestants participating in the IMO, yet only 11 achieved full marks on this particular problem. Among these 11 was a future Fields medalist, Wu Baizhu. Conversely, among those perplexed by this problem were several notable mathematicians, including Terence Tao, who scored a perfect 7 on other problems but only managed to secure 1 point here. Furthermore, even the problem committee and 4 number theory experts failed to solve it within the 6-hour time limit. This exemplifies the immense difficulty of the problem, leading the committee to classify it as extremely challenging, thereby designating it as the legendary sixth problem in IMO history. However, Ding Ping found himself puzzled as to why this mock exam would include such a problem. Was it meant to undermine the students' confidence? Thankfully, he had not yet distributed the paper to his students in the training class. Yet soon, he thought of Lin Xiao.by now. Lin Xiao had likely completed the third problem and had begun working on the fourth. Would he be able to solve it? Despite having witnessed Lin Xiao's talent today, Ding Ping harbored little hope that he could tackle such a renowned and somewhat legendary challenge. Generally, IMO would not feature problems of such high difficulty. The inception of this problem stemmed from a moment of whimsy by the creators, resulting in a meticulously crafted question specifically designed to challenge contestants globally. Moreover, the creation of such a difficult problem necessitates a high level of expertise from the problem setters. Shaking his head, Ding Ping decided to ponder no further, resolving to discuss it with Lin Xiao during the training session the next day to prevent any negative impact on his mindset. In Lin Xiao's abode, based on 1, a 2 must be an integer. According to 2, a 2 cannot be 0. Since a 1 be 1, it follows that a 2 must be less than a 1. However, as a 1 is already the minimal solution to the equation, a 2 should not be less than a 1, which contradicts our assertion that a 1b1 is the minimum value among the solutions. Therefore, we can ultimately prove that a b of 1 is the square of some positive integer. Proof complete. With a sense of ceremonial finality, he penned the last 2 characters and wiped the sweat from his brow. He nearly succumbed to the challenge posed by this problem. But fortunately, his skills prevailed. Letting out a sigh of relief, he realized that he had initially struggled with it. But in the end, he devised a more elegant logical approach, employing proof by contradiction to demonstrate that there is no minimum, only smaller values, thereby completing the proof. He felt a great admiration for his own method of proof, that I truly am remarkable. Contentedly placing the paper down, he glanced at the time. There was still half an hour remaining. He had spent nearly 60 minutes unraveling this problem, far exceeding the time allocated for the others. Observing the duration he had taken, Lin Xiao frowned. I took this long. If the competition features such questions, I shall surely run out of time. Indeed, it seemed he needed to study with even greater diligence. Other mathematical prodigies might resolve this problem in under 30 minutes. Nonetheless, it appeared that attending this training class was worthwhile. Otherwise, he would have been unaware that such challenging problems could be on the exam, that he entirely overlooked the source notation accompanying the problem, as it was normal to disregard such annotations after extensive practice. Had he known that this problem originated from the IMO, he likely would not have fretted so much. Just then, the system's voice resounded once more. The host has successfully solved a particularly challenging problem with an exceptionally brilliant method. Reward: 6 mathematics experience points, save state for 5 hours, 1 truth point. Note: the host's mathematics level has successfully advanced from level 0 to level 1. Current status: level 1, 150. Sage state. Upon activation, the host's brain development capacity will experience a significant enhancement. Lin Xiao was taken aback. What was this? 6 experience points? This problem actually garnered such recognition from the system. He felt quite astonished, as he had believed this problem to be merely an ordinary competition question, albeit of considerable difficulty. Yet, having solved it, he was rewarded with 6 experience points, a truth point, and even 5 hours of, sage status. Though he wanted to scoff at the name, he soon forgot about its absurdity upon witnessing its effects. This reward was rather impressive. When activated, it would significantly enhance his brain development capacity, meaning that if he entered this sage state when faced with difficult problems, he would have a greater chance of solving them. Just how much could this sage state improve my brain development capacity? He curiously inquired. It is determined by the host body's capacity. It can amplify by 50. Lin Xiao pondered. A 50 increase? Currently, his development capacity stood at 2.7, so upon activation, it would be equivalent to an additional 1.35. This prospect filled him with anticipation. He had previously felt a remarkable leap with a mere 0.5 increase. If he were to gain a direct boost of 1.35, how formidable would that be? Einstein or Newton level? Of course, it was possible that the brain development capacities of those 2 giants were even higher. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. He still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching their level. At this moment, he redirected his focus to his newly upgraded mathematics level. Although he had leveled up, he did not sense any immediate changes within himself that he couldn't help but ask the system again. What benefits come with my mathematics upgrade? The system replied, each subject that reaches level 1 will see an increase of 0.05 in brain development capacity. The current capacity of the host brain is 2.75. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. then felt a surge of delight. An upgrade resulted in an improvement in brain development capacity. He was acutely aware of the benefits of such an increase, as for why he did not experience the headaches and dizziness associated with the previous 0.5 increase. It was likely due to the minuscule 0.05 boost, which did not impose any burden on him. Calculating it out, if all 5 of my other subjects also level up, it would amount to a total increase of 0.3 in development capacity. That would elevate my brain development capacity to 3. Considering this, Lin Xiao felt a wave of exhilaration. Compared to the temporary boost from the sage state, this permanent enhancement was undeniably more thrilling. He quickly inquired, "Does raising a single subject to level 2 result in an even greater increase in development capacity?" The system responded, "Please elevate a single subject to level 2 first." The system's silence left Lin Xiao feeling somewhat exasperated. However, the thought of becoming stronger through his studies invigorated his motivation to learn. He promptly retrieved the mathematics competition problem set from his backpack, along with a pen and some scratch paper. Tonight, he resolved to study until 1 o'clock before retiring for the night. Chapter 13. Ding Ping Surprise on Monday. The curriculum for the 3rd year of high school continued as usual. As the top student in his grade, Lin Xiao enjoyed the privileges of an academic elite, with even female classmates in the back asking him for help with math problems. Moreover, he possessed a somewhat handsome appearance. And given that all the students in their elite class were diligent scholars focused on their studies, it was likely that, if he were to attend a regular class, several girls might pursue him. Thus, amidst the chorus of Lin the academic ace, he gradually lost sight of himself. Of course, that was impossible. He merely became increasingly convinced that studying was indeed the most important thing. Consequently, he dedicated himself to studying throughout the day, only pausing when the mathematics competition training session began in the afternoon. Afterward, he brought along the test paper from the previous night, along with some paper, a pen, and his textbooks, and made his way to the training class. Zhang Jie was also headed there, so they ended up walking together. As they approached the experimental building, Zhang Jie glanced at Lin Xiao and asked, "Lin Xiao, are you coming to the experimental building too?" Lin Xiao nodded and replied, "Yes, Teacher Ding asked me to attend the mathematics competition training session, so here I am." Zhang Jie blinked in surprise, his expression reflecting disbelief. "Teacher Ding asked you to attend the training session?" "Yes," Lin Xiao affirmed. Seeing him nod, Zhang Jie grew even more puzzled. "But what about Su Lin? Isn't he coming?" "He's not coming. Teacher Ding specifically invited me that I spent the night with Teacher Ding, who tutored me and then asked me to join the training session." Zhang Jie felt increasingly bewildered. Why was Teacher Ding giving Lin Xiao individual tutoring? What was it about Lin Xiao that captivated Teacher Ding? Was Lin Xiao exceptionally gifted in mathematics? After all, he had merely scored full marks on this exam. And Zhang Jie could have achieved full marks too, had he not rushed to finish the last problem after seeing Lin Xiao submit his paper. A minor mistake had cost him 2 points. Otherwise, he certainly could have scored full marks as well. Moreover, there had been times when Lin Xiao had not achieved full marks, yet Zhang Jie had managed to. Thus, throughout their walk, Zhang Jie was consumed by his confusion. Soon, they arrived at the training classroom, where about a dozen students were already present, mostly second-year students, as they participated more frequently in competitions. Teacher Ding was already seated at the podium. Upon seeing Lin Xiao arrive, he waved him over and said, "Lin Xiao, come here." "Hello, Teacher Ding," Lin Xiao greeted as he approached. Seeing Teacher Ding call Lin Xiao over with a smile, appearing quite friendly, Zhang Jie felt even more perplexed. What had caused Teacher Ding to suddenly favor Lin Xiao so much? Pretending to be Lin Xiao's friend, he edged closer in an attempt to overhear what Teacher Ding had to say. "Did you complete that paper from last night?" Teacher Ding inquired with a smile. "That I did," Lin Xiao replied. "That wasn't the last problem quite challenging?" "Yes, it was indeed quite difficult. It took me over 60 minutes to solve it." "Well, don't lose heart. That problem actually—" Teacher Ding began, but suddenly realized something mid-sentence. "You mean you actually solved it?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, I solved it. Could you show it to me?" Teacher Ding, already astonished by Lin Xiao's talent the previous night, was now even more surprised to learn that he had completed the legendary 6th problem. He stumbled over his words. Lin Xiao, noticing Teacher Ding's reaction, began to wonder if that problem had some significance. He had been puzzled as to why he received a reward from the system after solving it. Although he had indeed employed a rather clever method, the system had indicated that the problem was quite challenging for his current level. Perhaps it was primarily because that problem was exceedingly difficult. Quickly, he took out the paper and handed it to Teacher Ding. Teacher Ding immediately flipped to the last page to examine it. Meanwhile, Jiang Jie, curious about the problem that had elicited such a reaction from Teacher Ding, soon glanced at the question and noticed the notation next to the problem number. It's actually an IMO problem? The sixth problem from 1988. Hey, I remember this is that particularly difficult question, isn't it? Lin Xiao, alerted by Jiang Jie's comment, finally noticed the source of the problem at S. Oh, it's an IMO problem. No wonder it was so difficult. I almost thought the league competition consisted solely of such problems. He felt somewhat astonished, but also relieved. This meant that the league competition seemed relatively manageable. However, upon hearing this, Teacher Ding asked curiously, "You didn't know this problem was from the IMO?" Lin Xiao replied, "No, I didn't notice the notation." Seeing that Lin Xiao appeared genuine and not feigning ignorance, Teacher Ding began to ponder. Could it be that Lin Xiao had genuinely devised the solution on his own? If that were the case, it would be remarkable. Had Lin Xiao participated in that competition, he might have been awarded that special prize as well. But could it really be true, reflecting on Lin Xiao's impressive talent displayed last night? Teacher Ding ultimately chose to trust him. After all, believing in a student was part of his duty as a teacher. On the other hand, Jiang Jie remained skeptical. He had studied this problem before and was well aware of its difficulty. Yet, now Lin Xiao claimed he had no knowledge of it and had solved it using this method. Such a coincidence made him doubt Lin Xiao's sincerity. Chapter 14. The day before the league competition, although he harbored doubts, Jiang Jie, of course, kept them to himself. Meanwhile, Teacher Ding was lavish in his praise. That's impressive. If you had used this method to solve the problem during the 1988 IMO competition, you likely would have received the special award, just like the contestant who first solved it that way. Moreover, don't worry about taking over 60 minutes to complete it. In Olympiads, the average time per problem is an hour and a half. Completing it in just over 60 minutes is already quite commendable. Therefore, continue to work hard. Given your ability to solve this problem, I believe you can achieve a provincial first prize and earn a spot in a national Olympiad. I even look forward to seeing you compete in the IMO, bringing glory to our country. Lin Xiao's expression grew serious. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best. The IMO, living a life without ever stepping into such an arena and wearing a gold medal would surely be a regret, especially since he now possessed the capability to do so. Teacher Ding nodded appreciatively. As a teacher, he cherished witnessing the emergence of outstanding students from his tutelage, which brought him immense satisfaction. He then turned to Jiang Jie and said with a smile, "Of course, Jiang Jie, you also have the opportunity to achieve a provincial first prize. That if you have any questions, feel free to ask Lin Xiao and learn from him. He has considerable talent in mathematics." Unexpectedly called out, Jiang Jie felt his face fall, and he reluctantly replied, "I understand, teacher." Regarding whether he would truly learn from Lin Xiao in the future, Jiang Jie had no intention of doing so. In his eyes, Lin Xiao was merely a deceiver in front of the teacher, employing his cunning in morally questionable ways. That moment, Ding Ping exclaimed in surprise. "So, Lin Xiao, by this calculation, doesn't that mean you scored full marks on this paper?" Achieving full marks in the league, you'd not only be first in the province, but also a strong contender for the national title. First place in the national math competition could even afford you a chance to join a national team and represent the country at the IMO. Especially since Lin Xiao managed to solve a notoriously difficult problem from IMO history in just over 60 minutes. His full score is undeniably of exceptional quality. Hearing this, Jiang Jie could hardly keep his mouth shut. What? Lin Xiao scored full marks on this league paper? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That he has completed numerous league papers and has never scored above 200. The highest he ever achieved was around 180, which made him believe he had a shot at provincial first place. Of course, the difficulty of league papers varies each year. Sometimes there are several full scores, while at other times they are exceedingly rare. That on occasions of high difficulty, scoring 160 or 170 could suffice for the provincial team. So Jiang Jie was acutely aware of how slim the chances of achieving full marks were. This only further convinced him that Lin Xiao had cheated. How could one not only score full marks, but also solve an IMO problem? That could only be cheating, or perhaps a case of hacking the system. He nearly shouted this accusation, but quickly suppressed a smirk, anticipating how disappointed and angry Teacher Ding would be when the league results were released. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained oblivious to Jiang Jie's internal turmoil, that he scratched his head and chuckled. Well, it seems perhaps I can't rule out the possibility of losing some process points, right? Teacher Ding, aren't you going to help me check? Ding Ping nodded with a smile. All right, I'll help you take a look shortly. But even if some process points were lost, it would hardly prevent him from scoring around 280 or 290. Ding Ping had grown increasingly confident in Lin Xiao's abilities. All right, you can all leave now. Lin Xiao, feel free to sit anywhere here today as training problems. Tackle them on your own, and come to me with any questions. Lin Xiao nodded, accepting the paper Ding Ping handed him, then returned to the seating area and began to work on the problems. Jiang Jie settled into a seat not too far from Lin Xiao. He preferred not to sit too close, wishing to avoid giving the impression that he was intentionally distancing himself. After all, they were still classmates on the surface. However, Lin Xiao paid no mind to Jiang Jie's discomfort regarding their seating distance. In fact, he was entirely indifferent to Jiang Jie. For once he discovered how enjoyable studying could be, he became increasingly unconcerned with interpersonal relationships, much like the exceptional individuals within Qingbei. Having received the paper from the teacher, he began to write. Soon enough, as his thoughts flowed seamlessly, he concluded that it was exceedingly simple. This what they call a league question. Shaking his head, though simple, he decided to complete it nonetheless, treating it as a form of leisure. And so, time swiftly passed. Ding Ping spent nearly half an hour reviewing Lin Xiao's answers, ultimately astonished to find that Lin Xiao had indeed not lost a single process point, achieving a flawless result. However, after being awed by Lin Xiao too many times since last night, Ding Ping had begun to feel numb to the surprises. Thus, after praising Lin Xiao a few more times and watching him with increasing satisfaction, today's training session concluded rapidly. Time evidently possesses the qualities of quantum mechanics. The time you have experienced collapses into an instant, as it has been observed by you, while the time you have yet to experience remains in a wave function state, uncollapsed. The reason for this phenomenon is closely tied to the existence of consciousness, which bears subjective initiative that Laplace's demon might predict the motions of celestial bodies, yet would never anticipate the presence of a conscious civilization on the other side, sending forth a particle of light that transforms the three-body problem into a binary one. That the marvel of consciousness was also evident on this day, September 9th, as students boarded chartered buses heading to the examination venue. None knew how many points they would score in the upcoming national high school math competition, for that depended entirely on how their consciousness would operate the following day. Everyone was to spend the night here, rest well, and prepare their spirits for the examination in the morning. The teachers accompanying Jin Cheng High School included two individuals, one of whom was Ding Ping. They were lodged in a hotel near the examination site, funded by the students' families, each contributing 180 for one night's stay, including dinner for tonight and breakfast and lunch for tomorrow. After the exam, they would return with the bus fare covered by the school. Jincheng High School was not affluent. Being able to provide a chartered bus was already commendable, reflecting the imbalances in educational resources, after a dinner shared by a dozen or so teachers and students. Ding Ping called Lin Xiao aside for a few words. Get a good night's rest tonight. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just take the exam normally. Lin Xiao nodded. I understand. Teacher, I inquired about your seating arrangement. It's south relatively close to the air conditioning, so you needn't worry about it being too hot. Additionally, the examination venue will provide cardboard for support. They have it at Shijing School. Remember to check your work after finishing. Previously, you could skip this, but tomorrow, you must check. You write quickly. Any extra time can be used for that. And during the second trial, don't submit your paper early. We will all be waiting for you outside. Lin Xiao felt even more touched to hear Ding Ping had specifically inquired about his seating. Thank you. Teacher, I have complete faith in you. Ding Ping nodded, contemplating that there was little else to remind Lin Xiao about, and thus said, all right, head back to your room and get to bed early. Just focus on the exam tomorrow. All right, Chapter 15. The competition begins the next day, September 10th, at 7:30 in the morning. Groups of examinees entered the school in an orderly fashion under the guidance of their teachers, each heading towards their respective examination rooms. Lin Xiao quickly located his examination venue, settled into his seat, and awaited the start in silence. The exam was set to commence at 8 o'clock, which was relatively early compared to usual exam times. Many students around him were still dozing off, perhaps having spent the previous night tossing and turning due to anxiety. However, Lin Xiao had slept quite soundly. Soon it was 7:55, 5 minutes before the first exam was to begin. The invigilating teacher began distributing the exam papers and answer sheets. After receiving his paper, Lin Xiao briefly skimmed through it and concluded that it was slightly easier than the one he had completed the previous morning, which had ranked around the mid-level of difficulty among all the papers he had attempted. He couldn't help but marvel to himself. So this is how simple the national competition is. Had the students around him, who were already furrowing their brows in distress, heard him, they would likely have jumped up to give him a good beating. This really simple. As the clock struck 8, the bell rang, signaling the start of the exam. Lin Xiao began to write. After 3 minutes of reviewing the paper, he had already mentally calculated the answers to the first 2 multiple-choice questions. Filling in his responses, he moved on to the 3rd question, followed by the 4th, and then the 5th. Time passed unnoticed, and after about 50 minutes, Lin Xiao straightened up and, as if sheathing a sword, kept his pen. He then double-checked to ensure he hadn't overlooked his name or school details. Confirming everything was in order, he laid his head down on the desk, intending to catch a quick nap. However, recalling teacher Ding's advice from the previous evening, he reluctantly lifted his head and began to check his answers. I'll write a solution at the beginning of my steps, to mark it as checked. After writing a few characters, he returned to resting his head on the desk, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Naturally, the surrounding students found it hard to believe anyone could complete the paper so quickly, assuming Lin Xiao had simply given up on attempting any further answers. Another 20 minutes passed, and the bell rang, signaling the end of the first exam. After handing his paper to the invigilator, Lin Xiao did not leave the examination room, but remained to await the start of the second trial. As there was only a 20-minute interval between the two, this was intended to allow students who chose not to participate in the second trial to exit, as well as to provide a brief restroom break for those continuing on. The difficulty of the first trial was considerably lower than that of the second, so those who did not perform well in the first trial could opt out of the second. Indeed, some students directly picked up their bags and left the room. Lin Xiao paid no mind to their departures, patiently awaiting the bell that would signal the commencement of the second trial. Before long, at 9:40, the bell rang for the second trial, and the invigilating teacher distributed the second set of papers. Upon receiving his, Lin Xiao glanced through it. He had the A paper, which consisted of 4 major problems: geometry, algebra, combinatorics, and number theory. As for the difficulty, he would have to wait and see after attempting it. The first 2 questions were relatively simple, and Lin Xiao completed them in approximately 40 minutes. Naturally, they were easy for him. If he had glanced at the other candidates around him, he would have noticed that most were still grappling with the first question. It was evident that none of the individuals nearby were advanced competitors. At this moment, he turned his attention to the subsequent 2 questions, each worth 50 points, categorized as difficult problems in the second paper. Based on Lin Xiao's previous experience with problem solving, he assessed that the third question, a combinatorial problem, fell into the higher difficulty range. The answer could be easily guessed. However, without the accompanying process, it was clear that full marks were unattainable. Intrigued, he pondered briefly and swiftly identified a method to approach the problem. With a strategy in mind, writing became a breeze, and he devoted approximately another 30 minutes to unraveling the solution. Most of the time was spent on analysis and diagramming. Yes, a diagram was necessary to depict the situation more intuitively. Next, he arrived at the final question, a proof problem. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao recognized that this question was still quite challenging, perhaps even more so than the third. Among all the questions he had encountered, it ranked high in difficulty, likely exceeding the syllabus for the competition. However, what was beyond the syllabus for the competition was not for him. He quickly recalled the Peirce theorem as a potential solution, only to remember that teacher Ding had previously emphasized that the theorem was not included in the syllabus. Since it was not part of the syllabus, it could not be employed during the examination. which explained why no one resorted to university-level knowledge to solve these problems. That it was akin to the situation in college entrance examination mathematics, where L'Hopital's rule was extremely useful but could not be utilized. Should one apply it, they would first need to prove L'Hopital's rule, after which they would have to raise their hand to request an additional answer sheet from the teacher, as there would be no space left to write the remaining answers. Although this may seem pointless, it was, in fact, a form of fairness. Otherwise, the competition would merely become a contest of knowledge retention rather than a test of mathematical talent. Thus, the inability to use the Peirce theorem did not concern Lin Xiao, as problem-solving strategies were not confined to a single theorem. Employing the Peirce theorem would merely simplify and expedite the process. Soon, he began to write, thinking and composing simultaneously, and after more than 30 minutes, he completed the proof for this question. Looking up, he observed that those around him were still deep in thought, evidently struggling with the problems. He shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, to ascend to the summit. One must behold all mountains as mere hills. That he then called out, "System, I finished so quickly. Shouldn't there be some reward for me?" The system replied, "Oh, I understand. You must be waiting for the results before receiving any reward." Lin Xiao ceased his calling, glancing at the clock at the front of the examination hall. There were still about 40 minutes remaining. What could he possibly do? Although he could have left the room. Teacher Ding had advised him to stay and check his work carefully. But 40 minutes for checking. Ding Ping likely did not anticipate that Lin Xiao would finish so quickly, while Lin Xiao enjoyed solving problems. He did not relish the act of checking, so he decided to take a nap instead. After all, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to the bed in the hotel from the previous night, and it was a perfect opportunity to catch up on sleep.as for searching for a second method to solve the problems. That was a joke. The answer sheet was only so large, and even if he thought of something, he wouldn't be able to write it down, which would only frustrate him. Thus, time passed, and at 12:30, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang. At that moment, only 5 individuals remained in the examination hall. After submitting his paper to the teacher, Lin Xiao gathered his belongings and made his way to the designated meeting point. Upon arriving, he could easily spot around 10 students from his school, along with 2 accompanying teachers, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. That he quickly approached them, but Jiang Jie remarked upon seeing him, "Why are you only coming out now?" The tone carried a hint of reproach, nearly implying, "Everyone has been waiting for you for ages." However, at that moment, Ding Ping approached with a smile, offering an explanation for Lin Xiao. "I instructed Lin Xiao to wait until the time was up before leaving the examination room." Jiang Jie's expression stiffened. "What? Teacher Ding actually made Lin Xiao stay until the end? Why didn't anyone inform me? How did you fare? Was it difficult?" Ding Ping then looked towards Lin Xiao, awaiting his response. The other students also turned their attention to him, eager to hear what he had to say. Those who attended the training class were aware that Ding Ping had a particular fondness for Lin Xiao, praising his mathematical talent and excellent grades. However, since the training class did not conduct examinations, and they merely worked on problems in a shared classroom without much interaction, they were entirely unaware of the nature of Lin Xiao's mathematical prowess, which bred a degree of jealousy among some. Although they did not express it openly, Lin Xiao was the last to emerge. Albeit at the teacher's request, it caused some discontent among his peers, especially since many of them had not even participated in the second exam and had been waiting outside for nearly 3 hours, while Jiang Jie had returned an hour prior. This meant that over a dozen students had waited for Lin Xiao for anywhere from 1 to nearly 3 hours. Therefore, if Lin Xiao performed well, it would be acceptable. But if he did poorly after making them wait for so long, they would certainly not be inclined to offer him any goodwill at that moment. Lin Xiao replied, "It was quite good. In terms of difficulty, it was on the higher side compared to the papers I've done before. The last 2 questions in the second exam were particularly challenging, more so than the usual ones." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's response, Jiang Jie assumed he had struggled, immediately interjecting, "I also found those 2 questions difficult. Did you manage to write them down?" Of course, Lin Xiao smiled. The penultimate question was 56, which you should have noticed as well. The subsequent calculations were rather tedious, requiring consideration of 2 scenarios. However, it wasn't too problematic. The final question was even more challenging than the penultimate one. especially since it prohibits the use of the Peirce theorem. However, breaking it down into cases of adjacent integers and non-adjacent integers made it manageable. The problem itself was poorly constructed, lacking mathematical symmetry and elegance. And aside from its difficulty, there wasn't much to commend. And so it went. There is little more to say about the other questions, as they all bore some level of difficulty. After all, they were competition questions. The group responded with silence. What you meant to say was, as long as one has hands, that's sufficient, right? You were definitely going to say, as long as one has hands, that's sufficient. Jiang Jie's expression became rigid. He had been stumped by the first question of the second exam, a geometric proof, and had found himself unable to complete it halfway through, ultimately resorting to a haphazard attempt at proving it. He would be fortunate to earn even 10 points. The second question, however, had restored his confidence. It was slightly easier than the first, yet he still lacked certainty in achieving full marks, considering 30 points a good outcome. As for the last two questions, he preferred not to mention them, that he estimated he might earn 5 points for the third question since the answer could be guessed, leaving him with a total of 95 points for which he would score nothing. Did you actually complete it? Jiang Jie inquired again, though Lin Xiao's vague responses left him skeptical, wondering if he were simply boasting. Lin Xiao replied, "Of course I solved it." Jiang Jie was rendered speechless. Lin Xiao had actually completed it. Was that for real? Meanwhile, Ding Ping, upon hearing Lin Xiao's claim, brightened up. "What score do you think you'll achieve?" 300, ahem, over 200, perhaps 230 or 240. In any case, I should have no trouble making it to the provincial team. Lin Xiao felt it best to maintain a low profile and not appear overly boastful. Unfortunately, his earlier mention of 300 had been overheard by others. The other students, including Jiang Jie, looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Could he not think before speaking, claiming 300, then saying 230 or 240? Was he trying to fool them? Ding Ping, too, found himself at a loss for words. While being low-key was commendable, Lin Xiao's effort to downplay his achievements seemed overly contrived. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao's mention of 300 indicated that he was quite confident in his performance during the examination, prompting Ding Ping, as a teacher, to commend him. "Well done. I believe you will perform excellently." Patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder, Ding Ping then cheerfully addressed everyone. "I see you all have been anxiously waiting. So let us head out now. Today, the teacher is treating you to lamb soup." Hooray! The students cheered, eager to sample the local delicacies in Xijing, ensuring their trip was worthwhile, momentarily setting aside their curiosity about Lin Xiao's actual performance. After enjoying the lamb soup, they boarded the bus back to Jincheng. The trip to Xijing concluded successfully, and the results of the competition would not be released until mid to late October, leaving another 40 to 50 days to wait. Consequently, life returned to the rigorous study routine of the third year of high school. For Lin Xiao, this also meant he could finally allocate some energy to the three sciences. However, his passion for mathematics remained profound. The pure challenge of logical reasoning kept him thoroughly captivated. Additionally, they undertook several more examinations in the following days. With Lin Xiao's extended study sessions, his proficiency in the sciences had undeniably improved, making top scores feel exceedingly effortless. Moreover, each examination yielded progressive results. By October 15th, the scores for the mock exams from earlier that month were released. Thanks to enhanced cognitive development, Lin Xiao made considerable strides in his language courses, achieving a score of 134 in Chinese and an impressive 143 in English, while maintaining a consistent 150 in mathematics. His performance in the sciences reached an astonishing 293 points, astonishing everyone around him. The total score reached an astonishing 720 points, leaving both teachers and students across the entire grade in sheer disbelief. A score of 720 is truly indicative of a top scholar. In 2017, the science top scorer from Qin province achieved 719 points, just a fraction behind Lin Xiao's remarkable 720 course. One was a mock exam, and the other the actual college entrance examination, making direct comparisons somewhat unfair. Nevertheless, this accomplishment was sufficient to astound all the teachers and leave the students in utter amazement. But the news did not end there. The following day, October 16th, a delightful announcement arrived. In the National High School Mathematics Competition, Lin Xiao achieved a perfect score of 300, securing the title of national champion while also earning a provincial first-class award and gaining entry into the provincial team. In a month's time, he would represent Qin province in this year's National Olympiad Mathematics Competition. Chapter 17. Commendation at the flag-raising ceremony that on the morning of Monday, October 16th at 9:30. The flag-raising ceremony at Jincheng High School commenced. Once the ceremony concluded, the school leaders typically delivered a summary of the previous week's events and addressed the students. Generally, the principal would not attend. However, today he made an exception, stepping up to the podium to announce a piece of news that left everyone astounded. Congratulations to Lin Xiao from the third-year science class for winning the first-class award in the 33rd National High School Mathematics Competition in the Qin Province Division. He is the sole student in the province to attain a perfect score of 300. Furthermore, Lin Xiao has qualified for the provincial team and will represent Jincheng High School and Qin Province in the National Student Mathematics Winter Camp and the Chinese Mathematics Olympiad. Commencing on November 13th. I hope every student can learn from Lin Xiao. Now, may Lin Xiao please come to the podium to receive his award. After a brief moment of silence, the teachers and students erupted into astonished chatter. A first-class award in the National High School Mathematics Competition. A perfect score of 300, and he would be participating in the Olympiad. The teachers could hardly believe the news. How long had it been since their school had produced such a remarkable student? Perhaps had they ever produced such a student? Aside from their astonishment, they marveled at Lin Xiao's extraordinary talent in mathematics. Achieving over 200 points on competition problems might be feasible with effort, but attaining 260 or 270 definitely required innate talent. Without sufficient natural ability, it would be impossible to score 300 without a single error is indeed a testament to unparalleled genius. This world can be quite real. Some individuals seem to possess extraordinary gifts far surpassing those of the average person. And this was the unspoken thought among the teachers. The other students who had participated in the competition were equally astonished. They never imagined Lin Xiao would actually score 300. Was he some kind of monster? After finishing the exam, Lin Xiao had confidently claimed he could score 300, though he later downplayed it to 230 or 240 at the time. They had thought he was boasting. Yet here they were, witnessing the truth of his claim. The principal had announced it publicly. These participants suddenly understood why teacher Ding Ping had such a fondness for Lin Xiao, for those students who had not participated. The only thing they could express was, wow, what an impressive individual. Achieving a perfect score in a mathematics competition was something that ordinary students could hardly even dream of. Initially, few students had chosen to compete. Most believed that signing up was akin to throwing money away, thus they were reluctant to participate. Generally, receiving a third-class award would suffice to be considered impressive, let alone someone who not only received a first-class award, but also achieved a perfect score. In an instant, all eyes turned to the direction of Class 1, Year 3 Science, eager to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary talent. Within the ranks of Class 1, Year 3 Science, all the students were equally stunned by the news. They all turned their gazes toward Lin Xiao, their eyes reflecting admiration. Incredible, Lin Xiao. This is truly remarkable. I would call you the strongest. Beside Lin Xiao, Chun Ong enthusiastically patted him on the back, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Wow, Lin, you quietly made headlines." Lin Xiao chuckled, clasping his hands together in gratitude. "Thank you, everyone, but please allow me to receive my award first." Amidst laughter, the students parted to give Lin Xiao space to ascend the stage. Among his classmates, Jiang Jie and Su Lin had different reactions. Jiang Jie stared rigidly at Lin Xiao walking up to the podium, still grappling with disbelief. Lin Xiao truly scored a perfect score. He had even won a first-class award and entered the provincial team. Just yesterday, Jiang Jie had vividly recalled Lin Xiao's mock exam score of 720, and now, the next day, he learned that Lin Xiao had achieved such remarkable results in the competition. Jiang Jie found himself at a loss for words. Last semester, Lin Xiao had consistently ranked in the 20s. He simply could not comprehend it that Su Lin, on the other hand, recalled Lin Xiao's earlier remark about wanting to win a first-class award. Initially, he had thought Lin Xiao was merely joking, but now he realized it was no ordinary first-class award. All he felt was admiration. Then he noticed Jiang Jia's stiff expression and, with a smirk, leaned in, expressing, Jiang Jia, I never expected Lin Xiao would truly win a first-class award and even enter the provincial team. By the way, what award did you receive? Didn't you claim you could win a first-class award? Jiang Jia looked as though he had swallowed a bitter pill, muttering, how would I know? The results were just announced today, and the teacher hasn't informed me yet. Su Lin chuckled, pleased to see Jiang Jia's discomfiture. Finally avenging the disdain he had felt from Jiang Jia previously, he decided not to provoke Jiang Jia further and returned to his position, gazing up at the podium. Lin Xiao soon reached the stage. And the students below, gazing up at their idol, noticed that the female students were captivated by Lin Xiao's slight handsomeness, while the male students fantasized about how wonderful it would be if they stood on that stage. With his back to the audience, Lin Xiao was oblivious to the adoring glances as he approached the principal, Hu Shibao, nearly 60 years old and nearing retirement. His hair was graying, and he wore spectacles, appearing rather frail but exuding a scholarly aura. With a warm smile, he looked at Lin Xiao and encouragingly said, Congratulations, Lin! Jincheng High School is proud of you, we hope you will continue to strive for excellence. Thank you, Principal Hu, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Subsequently, Hu Shibao stepped aside, gesturing to teacher Ding Ping, who handed Lin Xiao a plaque displaying 2000. Ding Ping also smiled, saying, Lin Xiao, this is a reward from the school. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. This essentially meant he was being rewarded with 2,000 yuan. Hu Shibao added with a smile, the certificate and award will be sent from Shijing once they are prepared. For now, we will provide you with your prize money. Upon seeing the money, Lin Xiao, of course, expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you to the school. It is all due to the school's excellent nurturing and teacher Ding's guidance. Both Hu Shibao and Ding Ping laughed heartily, the former patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder, then suggesting, Shall we take a group photo? Lin Xiao nodded, holding the plaque on one side, while Ding Ping stood beside him. Facing the camera for a commemorative picture, Chapter 18. Issues of educational inequality with the photo taken. It would be featured on the school's official website and various promotional videos, marking Lin Xiao's name in the school's records. Surely, being the top scorer in the mathematics competition would secure his place in the school's history. After the photo session, Principal Hu stated, the scholarship will be transferred to your bank account. Holding cash is not secure. If you do not have a bank account, you may arrange to open one in advance. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded, appreciating the school's thoughtful consideration. Moreover, the expenses for the Olympiad competition will also be covered by the school. You only need to focus on representing Jincheng High School well. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt an even greater sense of gratitude towards the school. The cost for participating in the Olympiad would amount to 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, exceeding the 2,000 yuan reward, considering the round-trip travel and accommodation expenses. Knowing he wouldn't have to pay any of this was a tremendous relief. Thank you, school. Well, if you're grateful, then bring more honor to the school. We at Jincheng High School eagerly anticipate your outstanding performance in the Olympiad. Yes, I will. Principal Hu nodded with satisfaction, choosing not to elaborate further. Ding Ping interjected, All right, you may step down now, after the flag-raising ceremony concludes. Come to my office. I'll discuss the prize money with you. Sure, Lin Xiao nodded, then returned to his class. Naturally, he was soon surrounded by classmates, many clamoring to seek his guidance or express their admiration. The students in Class 1, Year 3 Science had come to realize they now had a true academic prodigy among them. The prospect of attending prestigious universities such as Tsinghua or Peking University was entirely within reach. And perhaps with some financial backing, studying abroad could also become a reality. Achieving a score of 720 in mock examinations and 300 in the mathematics competition certainly sets a precedent for students in the esteemed youth class of the university. Does it not? Naturally, Lin Xiao remained grounded in light of his peers' reactions. He had anticipated this moment long ago. Moreover, with a brain development rate of 2.75, his ability to manage his emotions had notably improved, allowing him to simply express his willingness to assist them when time permitted. Simultaneously, he pondered why the system had yet to reward him. Securing first place in the competition should surely warrant some form of acknowledgement. especially considering that he had received a reward for achieving first in his grade previously. Alas, the system remained silent, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Was the National League not worthy of recognition? Did this imply that only the National Olympiad, or even the International Olympiad, would suffice? He felt a sense of resignation, ultimately conceding to abandon his pursuit of compensation from the system. Before long, the flag-raising ceremony concluded, and Lin Xiao made his way to Ding Ping's office. His previous visit to this office had been a while ago when the other teachers were unfamiliar with him. However, upon his arrival this time, they immediately inquired if he was the student who had achieved full marks in the competition, showering him with compliments that left him feeling somewhat bashful until Ding Ping finally led him over. Seating Lin Xiao before him, Ding Ping smiled and asked, "How does it feel? Do you think all your past efforts have paid off?" Lin Xiao scratched his nose and replied, "I wouldn't say I worked that hard." While others toiled diligently, he relished the joy of learning and did not perceive his actions as laborious. Ding Ping, somewhat exasperated by his response, mused that perhaps Lin Xiao truly was a prodigious talent, and thus refrained from pressing the matter further. He then shifted the conversation to the recent competition, saying, "All right, let's discuss your performance this time. Can you guess what the provincial cutoff score was?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao ventured, 200 points? Ding Ping chuckled softly. "Try again." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and suggested, 220. "That seems a bit high." Ding Ping shook his head. "Certainly not that high. You are well aware of the difficulty of this paper. Enough with the teasing. The cutoff score is 108. Lin Xiao's jaw dropped in disbelief. "What? Just 108? It can't be that difficult. I scored full marks." Ding Ping responded, "Can everyone be the same? This year, our provincial team as cutoff was only 167, meaning anyone scoring above that qualifies for the CMO. We only had 12 students in the province who scored 300, with you being the only one. The second place only managed 267 of the national full scores. It remains uncertain, and many scores from other provinces are still pending. If there are 10 students nationwide who achieve full marks, that would already be quite remarkable." At this point, Lin Xiao understood the significance of a score of 300. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. The low cutoff score indicated the paper's difficulty. And his 300 points were indeed extraordinary. As he pondered, his thoughts drifted back to the system. How could it fail to reward him for such a challenging achievement? Ding Ping continued, "Now, regarding the upcoming events. You are scheduled to attend the Olympiad Winter Camp in Hangzhou on November 13, that you can depart for Xijing on November 12. The Xijing Mathematics Society will send representatives to accompany your provincial team. Your expenses will be covered by the school, so you need not worry about that. However, if your family intends to join, they will have to cover their own costs." Lin Xiao acknowledged, "I understand." Thus, with roughly 20 days remaining, you should maintain a rigorous practice regimen that I have gathered past CMO examination papers and printed them out, including some problems from the national training team and selected classic IMO questions. You should take these home and work on them. As Ding Ping spoke, he retrieved a box filled with mathematics papers. Lin Xiao felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Ding Ping had devoted considerable time and effort to collect these resources. "Thank you, Teacher Ding," he said earnestly. "I will definitely complete them all." Ding Ping chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "No need to overdo it. Just select the problems you find meaningful. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to consult me." "Understood," Lin Xiao replied with a firm nod. "Well then, this concludes our discussion. This is all I can offer you. You are aware of our school's circumstances. Our ability to assist is limited. In contrast, schools in Xijing fiercely compete each year for their students to rank among the top 10, 50, or 100 in the province, striving to send students to prestigious institutions like Qingbei. Our school is still focused on maintaining our first-tier rate. With your accomplishments, had you been at one of those schools, your scholarship might have been in the range of 10 to 20,000. Some private schools might even offer 100,000. We, however, could only provide 2,000. This morning, during a meeting, we debated whether to give you 1,000 or 2,000. And ultimately, the principal decided on 2,000. Lin Xiao nodded, aware that Jinsheng, located in the southern region of Qin, was a designated impoverished city, resulting in a scarcity of educational resources. Had he achieved such results upon graduating from middle school, he likely would not have attended Jinsheng High School, but rather a school in Xijing. In summary, Educational disparities exist nationwide and across provinces, and these students must simply endure such inequities that as time passed, enthusiasm waned. Just a week later, discussions about Lin Xiao's perfect score in the mathematics competition had dissipated within the school. Nevertheless, while walking through the hallways, he would occasionally be recognized by peers, and some attractive female students even sought his contact information. Although Lin Xiao enjoyed the admiration from the beautiful girls, he declined all requests for his contact details. After all, engaging in conversations on messaging apps seemed tedious. He would much prefer to dedicate that time to tackling the Olympiad problems assigned by Teacher Ding. Moreover, these girls seemed to expect him to provide free tutoring. Recently, one classmate even approached him for assistance with math problems and suggested they find a place to study together on Saturday night. He thought to himself, why would I abandon my own Olympiad preparations to serve as her tutor? Would she be paying me? Consequently, he firmly rejected all such requests. If approached again, he would simply present the solution steps to them without uttering a word and return to his own studies. Gradually, he noticed that fewer female classmates sought his help, which relieved him greatly. Meanwhile, his family had also learned of his remarkable achievement in the mathematics competition, where he not only secured first place in the province, but was also the sole student to attain a score of 300. Naturally, his father boasted about this accomplishment to everyone at work, while his mother couldn't stop smiling for days, even sharing the news in their family WeChat group. Now, every relative seemed eager for Lin Xiao to tutor their children. Leaving him speechless as the end of October approached and the midterm examinations concluded, Lin Xiao maintained his position as the top student in his grade with an impressive score of 738, full marks in mathematics and comprehensive science, 146 in English, with all lost points in Chinese. This 738 represented his highest score to date. Since his initial score of 720, he had not dipped below 700, leading his teachers to speculate not only on his potential admission to Qingbei, but also on his chances of becoming next year's top scorer. This midterm exam was a joint examination across 5 provinces, including Qin, Chuan, Yu, Gan, and Yi, and Lin Xiao's score of 738 remained the highest among all 5 provinces. In an instant, Lin Xiao's name appeared on the scoreboards of nearly every high school in the 5 provinces. Each institution could see Lin Xiao ranked first in their score inquiry systems. The second-place student from a prestigious high school in Chuan province had scored 732, 6 points behind Lin Xiao. Consequently, the news spread through the 5 provinces. And when they discovered Lin Xiao hailed from Jinsheng High School, disbelief ensued. What sort of place was Jinsheng High School? A district school in Xijing. Upon further investigation, they realized it was a city, leaving many to wonder about the nature of Jinsheng. When they discovered it was a prefecture-level city in southern Qin, they marveled, how could such a talent emerge from such a place? Ultimately, when news broke that this student had also achieved a perfect score of 300 in this year's national mathematics competition, which had only 5 full scorers, the teachers across the 5 provinces couldn't help but marvel at his brilliance. Meanwhile, schools in Xijing began to strategize on how to recruit such a prodigious student who had eluded their grasp during his first year of high school. Such achievements undoubtedly position him as a potential top scorer in the 2018 college entrance examination. The competition for the title of top scorer among schools in Xijing is exceptionally fierce, a fact well known to the students of Xijing. After all, if a top scorer emerges from their institution, it not only benefits their future recruitment, but also garners some degree of resource support from the provincial education department. Consequently, these prestigious schools convened meetings to deliberate on the feasibility of such an endeavor. Xigong University Affiliated High School has long been regarded as the most formidable secondary school in Xijing and is nationally recognized as a premier high school. Each year, a significant portion of the top 10 scores in the Qin Province College entrance examination can be attributed to Xigong University Affiliated High School, the AT this moment, within the principal's office. A teacher responsible for scouting talent approached the principal. Principal, we have deliberated, and we can certainly strive to recruit this student. Go ahead, speak. The principal gestured. Well, I shall present 2 points. This student, Lin Xiao, achieved a perfect score in the previous league competition. As you are aware, only 5 individuals nationwide attained full marks this time, and he is the sole candidate who scored perfectly on the A paper. Furthermore, we reviewed the monitoring of his examination performance and discovered that he completed all questions in the first exam over 20 minutes early. And in the second exam, he finished a remarkable 40 minutes ahead of schedule. Considering this, he studies in Jincheng, where the high school invests little in competitive examinations. This indicates that this student achieved such results entirely through his own efforts, showcasing his exceptional mathematical talent and significant potential to represent Huagua in the International Mathematical Olympiad. Our school has never produced a candidate for the International Mathematical Olympiad, and the last time a student from Qin Province participated was in 2002, from Tie High School. Moreover, if this student does not make it to the national team, he will undoubtedly secure a stable recommendation to Tsinghua or Peking University. Ultimately, even if he were to falter in the National Olympiad, he still stands a considerable chance of being the top scorer in next year's college entrance examination. Therefore, we should endeavor to bring him here. According to our information, he received only 2,000 yuan as a reward from his school for his perfect score. And it seems the school leadership even debated whether it should be 2,000 or 1,000. I am confident that Lin Xiao would be very willing to attend our school. The principal was momentarily taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "Only 2,000 yuan? Indeed." With a sigh, the principal lamented, this exemplifies the imbalance in education that he then stated. "Let us proceed as you suggest. Such a student deserves to study in a better environment." Understood, principal. What? Shigong University Affiliated High School is willing to offer me 50,000 yuan to attend their institution. There are numerous schools in Shijing that are ready to extend similar offers. Upon returning home from school, Lin Xiao was taken aback by this news. Moreover, it was not merely the monetary sum. The offer included full tuition waiver, a monthly living allowance of 1,500 yuan, and various other resources, such as guidance from esteemed teachers and even opportunities for free support, for a student who had yet to turn 18. This was undeniably a rare opportunity. Indeed, you have made a name for yourself now. The teachers from those schools are speaking highly of you, suggesting that you have the potential to participate in the International Olympiad. And even if you do not succeed, you could still secure a recommendation to Tsinghua or Peking University, or perhaps become a top scorer, Lin Guan said with pride, glancing at his son, while Yang Rong shared a similar sentiment. Seeing his son excel brought immense satisfaction to the couple. However, Lin Xiao fell silent, contemplating his friends and classmates at Jincheng High School, as well as Ding Ping, his teacher who had shown him kindness despite their brief acquaintance of just over 2 months. Did he truly want to leave for Shijing? After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke, "But I do not wish to go." Chapter 20. Ideals and money. Upon hearing their son's response, Lin Guan and Yang Rong were momentarily stunned. An income of 50,000 yuan in 2017 would be considered a mark of a modestly affluent household, especially for a family where Lin Guan was merely a division-level official in the city, while Yang Rong was a teacher at a primary school in Jincheng, resulting in a combined salary that was not particularly high. For Lin Xiao, this would represent the largest sum he had ever earned through his own abilities in nearly 18 years. The fact that he could resist such a temptation, especially with the promise of a monthly allowance of 1,500 yuan upon relocating, was indeed remarkable. After all, he had been elated when his school previously rewarded him with 2,000 yuan, particularly when Lin Guan mentioned that he could utilize the money as he wished. This further puzzled the couple. Naturally, their son had his own perspective, and Lin Guan was eager to understand Lin Xiao's reasoning. Xiao, are you certain? Your mother and I will not claim that 50,000 yuan. It will be entirely yours, Lin Guan asserted. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up momentarily, but he soon became conflicted. 50,000 yuan, he had never seen his bank balance exceed 5 digits. Yet he ultimately replied, "I want to go. I believe I can earn more money in the future to Very good, quite ambitious," Lin Guan praised. Before continuing, however, I would like to know why you are unwilling to go. Lin Xiao hesitated before saying, "I am accustomed to life in Jincheng. Being accustomed to Jincheng does not guarantee that you will easily earn 50,000 yuan in the future. Can you truly remain here simply out of habit? As a man, you must have ambitions to cultivate yourself, manage your family, govern the nation, and bring peace to the world. Moreover, you are exceptionally intelligent. Do you really wish to confine yourself to Jincheng?" Lin Guan shook his head. "The world is vast." With a smile, Lin Guan added, "So this cannot be your true reason, can it?" Lin Xiao scratched his head and replied, "Well, Actually, I don't want to leave you both, and I have so many friends and classmates here. That reasoning would not suffice either. When you go to university, you'll have to leave your mother and me regardless. If you attend school in Xijing, it would provide you with an excellent opportunity to experience living independently and learn how to communicate with your roommates. Moreover, while you have friends here, moving to a new place will allow you to meet even more friends and classmates. Shouldn't you strive to expand your social circle? You've heard that saying, haven't you? Observing Lin Xiao's expression, Lin Guan sighed. Very well, you have your own considerations, and I support your choice. Yang Rong also gently ruffled her son's hair, speaking softly. Your mother supports you too. Hearing his parents' words, Lin Xiao hesitated before finally stating, okay, the truth is I want to stay here, but I feel that the education system in our province is unjust, preventing schools like ours, which are relatively ordinary, from receiving better resources. Therefore, I can at least help draw some attention to our school. If possible, as a student of Jincheng High School, I aim to become the top scorer in the province next year, which could potentially improve the situation for our school and ensure better future enrollment. In his interactions with Ding Ping, he had always sensed Ding Ping's frustration with the imbalances in education. For example, despite making the provincial team in the league competition, he was rewarded with a mere 2,000 yuan, while other schools freely offered rewards exceeding 10,000 yuan. Schools in Xijing could directly extend such generous conditions. Hence, he chose to remain at Jincheng High School, believing that by doing so, he would not contribute further to the inequities in education that he hoped, or rather believed, that such circumstances would eventually dissipate. Upon hearing his son's words, Lin Guan was deeply moved. He had not anticipated that his son would possess such ideals and convictions. Such aspirations could indeed be deemed noble, and this was precisely the ethos that Lin Guan, as a party member, had endeavored to instill in Lin Xiao throughout his upbringing. One may pursue wealth, but one's heart must harbor something greater, be it faith or ideals. Certainly, it must not be mere money. When materialism clashes with these values, money should be relinquished. He burst into hearty laughter, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder, exclaiming, well, a true man must know what to pursue and what to forego. Xiao Xiao, I am proud of you. Yang Rong's eyes glistened with emotion as she covered her mouth with one hand while gently caressing her son's face with the other, saying, no doubt, you are my son, destined for greatness. Lin Xiao chuckled, leaning into his parents' embrace, and then remarked, so, I seem to have missed out on 50,000 yuan. Dad, could you possibly compensate me a bit? Lin Guan was taken aback. Playfully scolding, you little rascal, trying to swindle your father. In the aftermath, Lin Xiao did receive a reward of 2,000 yuan from his father. Lin Guan also formally responded to the schools in Xijing, indicating that Lin Xiao was unwilling to attend. 4 schools had contacted Lin Guan: Xigong University Affiliated High School, Xijing High School, Gaoxin High School, and Tie High School. Among these, Xigong University Affiliated High School had presented the most favorable conditions. However, the other schools also offered substantial sums, with benefits that were largely similar. Upon learning that Lin Xiao had declined their invitations, these schools instinctively presumed that another institution had offered better terms, leading some to inquire about the offers from other schools, expressing their willingness to provide even more. Ultimately, they learned from Lin Guan that Lin Xiao had turned down all their offers, leaving them in disbelief. Why did Lin Xiao reject them? They were all well acquainted with Lin Xiao's family background and the circumstances surrounding Jincheng High School. It was utterly implausible for all of them to be turned away. However, they found themselves powerless in this situation, as Lin Guan could hardly disclose the reasons for Lin Xiao's refusal, lest it invite ridicule from those hailing from grander cities. After all, how could an ordinary student with no notable background stand against the broader societal dynamics? Naturally, upon realizing that no other schools had succeeded in securing Lin Xiao, the representatives from those institutions felt a sense of relief. As long as their rivals had also failed, they were content. Thus, this matter drew to a close. Time marched on to the first Saturday following the midterm examinations, November 4th, with merely a week remaining until Lin Xiao was to assemble in Xijing. On this day, Jincheng High School senior class held a parent-teacher conference. Each conference typically featured a parent of a student invited to share insights on how they nurture their child. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xiao's parent was invited this time. and Yang Rong happened to be available, so she attended the meeting. In the classroom of the first science class for seniors, the parent-teacher meeting was in full swing. The homeroom teacher, Wang Anyo, addressed the audience of over 50 parents, summarizing the work accomplished in the first half of the semester before commencing to commend some of the outstanding students. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xiao was among those highlighted. Additionally, it is worth noting the remarkable progress made by our classmate Lin Xiao this semester. In the previous 2 years, Lin Xiao consistently ranked within the top 50 of his grade, achieving his highest score at 13th place. Yet at the start of the semester, Lin Xiao soared to the top of our grade. From the first mock exam to the midterm, he has taken a total of 6 tests, emerging victorious with the highest score each time, and in 5 of those examinations, his total score exceeded 700 points. Furthermore, in the recent midterm examination, which was a joint assessment across 5 provinces, Lin Xiao secured first place with an impressive score of 738, achieving full marks in mathematics and comprehensive science, along with scores of 142 in Chinese and 146 in English. It is noteworthy that the combined number of candidates from the 5 provinces amounted to approximately 2.6 million, and Lin Xiao triumphed over this vast pool of students, surpassing the second-place score of 732 by 6 points. Thus, we anticipate that Lin Xiao is likely to emerge as the top scorer in next year's college entrance examinations. Upon hearing Wang Anyo's words, the parents below were taken aback. This student named Lin Xiao performed extraordinarily well in his studies. It seemed they ought to encourage their own children to learn from him. Additionally, Lin Xiao participated in this year's National High School Mathematics Competition, achieving a perfect score of 300, thus earning the title of National Champion in the mathematics competition. He not only received a provincial first prize, but also secured a position in the provincial team, representing our school and Qin province in the upcoming National Mathematics Olympiad competition next week. Regarding Lin Xiao's progress this semester, we teachers are quite astonished, and I believe many of you are curious about how Lin Xiao's parents fostered his success. Therefore, let us now invite Lin Xiao's parent to share her experiences with everyone. The parents all applauded, looking around to discover which fortunate parent was blessed with such an exceptional child. Soon, Yang Rong stood up, her face beaming with pride, as she walked to the podium amid the envious glances of other parents. As an elementary school teacher, she was well-versed in public speaking, having attended countless parent-teacher meetings, particularly during such commendable moments. I rarely intervene in Lin Xiao's studies. His father works at the city's Industrial and Commercial Bureau and is often very busy. Lin Xiao truly relies on his own initiative and perhaps possesses a modicum of talent as well. His transformation can also be attributed to self-discipline. As parents, we merely provide him with an environment conducive to independent study, without excessive reminders. As for his remarkable improvement this semester, it is also related to his diligent efforts. He studies late into the night, typically until around midnight, and sometimes even until 1 o'clock. Alas, he is so absorbed in his studies that he resists going to bed. Listening to Yang Rong's words, the parents below were left speechless. While she claimed to share her experiences, 80% of it seemed to be humble bragging. Resisting sleep for his studies? A modicum of talent? Would any child be able to achieve the top rank without parental pressure, solely relying on self-discipline? The media often highlights that many top scorers in the college entrance examinations have achieved such results under the stringent management of their parents, leading to significant mental health issues. However, there was little they could do. Yang Rong's experience was her own, and she had indeed raised an outstanding student, leaving the parents unable to accuse her of boasting. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stood outside the classroom, having been retained by the teacher to assist in setting up for the parent-teacher meeting. Hearing his mother speak, he couldn't help but facepalm. Yet he realized that there was some truth in her words. After all, he genuinely was diligent in his studies. I love learning, and learning loves me. Oh, Lin Xiao, have you suddenly become so passionate about studying? Suddenly, standing at the door, Teacher Wang, having overheard Yang Rong's words, teased Lin Xiao. Instinctively, Lin Xiao recited the thought that had crossed his mind. The joy of learning is beyond your imagination. Wang Anyo. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, realizing he had inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. He quickly waved his hands, saying, Teacher, I wasn't referring to you. Well, it's excellent that you have such thoughts. Wang Anyo was unfazed. If every student recognized that learning was a joy, how much easier life would be for teachers. He recalled how, in his own youth, he had perceived learning as a burden. At that moment, Yang Rong added, "Moreover, I believe Lin Xiao's values are worth mentioning." Last week, several prestigious high schools in Xijing called, hoping Lin Xiao would attend their institutions. Xigong University affiliated high school even offered a scholarship of 50,000 yuan, along with a monthly living allowance of 1,500 yuan, plus full coverage of tuition and miscellaneous fees. Upon hearing Yang Rong's announcement, the parents were left stunned, many displaying expressions of envy. 50,000 yuan was a significant sum for most families. Meanwhile, teacher Wang Anyo was alarmed to learn that schools in Xijing had contacted Lin Xiao's family. Goodness, those schools from Xijing are utterly unscrupulous, resorting to underhanded tactics. We received no information whatsoever. He swiftly turned to Lin Xiao, inquiring, "Lin Xiao, is this true?" Lin Xiao nodded, "It is true, but I declined. That's good." Wang Anyo breathed a sigh of relief, but soon found himself puzzled. 50,000 yuan was an exceptionally generous offer. Why would Lin Xiao refuse? Why didn't you accept? Yang Rong promptly answered, because he believed that the educational imbalance in our Qin province is quite severe, and he wishes to enable Jincheng High School to produce a provincial top scorer, allowing our school to shine amidst such inequity. Hearing Yang Rong's words, the parents were moved that a high school student possessed such awareness. He could turn down 50,000 yuan and a monthly stipend of over 1,000, all in order to confront such inequitable circumstances. Most of these parents hailed from Jincheng City and could empathize with this phenomenon. Consequently, they found themselves applauding spontaneously, their gazes filled with encouragement and even a hint of admiration for the boy standing outside the classroom. Wang Anyo also heard Yang Rong's words, turning to Lin Xiao. His eyes, now slightly wrinkled, revealed a sense of excitement. Having a student of such caliber was a true blessing for him as a teacher and homeroom instructor. Lin Xiao, "Thank you." He patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, using his other hand to wipe away a tear of emotion. Chapter 22. I want all the reward from the Education Bureau. For Lin Xiao, openly sharing his innermost thoughts was somewhat embarrassing. Thus, he felt a sense of helplessness at his mother's candidness. However, it wasn't entirely a bad thing. Witnessing the encouraging gazes from the parents and Wang Anyo's words filled him with a sense of fulfillment, affirming that his beliefs were indeed valid. In fact, at times, good deeds do yield rewards. After the parent-teacher meeting concluded, Teacher Wang relayed this incident to the school leadership. Upon learning of the matter, the school leadership promptly reached out to the schools in Xijing to verify the information. After confirming its authenticity, they reprimanded the schools in Xijing for their lack of ethical conduct. They were genuinely pleased and gratified by Lin Xiao's reasoning for declining the offer. Having such a student in their school was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Consequently, the discussion regarding whether to grant Lin Xiao additional rewards, and to what extent, made its way into the conference room. Principal Hu, occupying the foremost seat, asserted, "We must provide a reward. It is imperative that if we do not. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? This individual turned down a reward of 70 or 80,000 yuan to remain at our school. If you unashamedly accept this situation as a given, how do you suppose others will perceive us? What future exceptional students would wish to stay? Principal, we certainly support the notion of rewarding him. However, the question remains, how much should we award Lin Xiao? Given the school's budget and the current balance, it is quite challenging to offer him a scholarship exceeding 5 digits. Previously, we allocated 2,000 yuan as a reward, and when he participates in the mathematical Olympiad, the school will also cover those expenses, which will likely surpass the 2,000 yuan reward. Some voice concerns about the school as present difficulties. All school affairs are meticulously planned. Any excess beyond that leaves little room for discretion. After all, we must reserve a portion for unforeseen emergencies, such as sudden government mandates for disaster drills or updates to fire safety and environmental facilities. Thus, we truly cannot spare tens of thousands to reward Lin Xiao, especially with the year drawing to a close and our funds dwindling. Consequently, our rewards will hardly compare to those offered by schools in Xijing. Upon hearing of the school's hardships, Principal Hu fell into deep contemplation, understanding that a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. In this situation, it was indeed impossible to allocate more funds. Ultimately, he rose and declared, "Very well. I shall approach the director of the Municipal Education Bureau shortly, to seek his support. The attendees were momentarily taken aback by Principal Hu's intention to seek out the Education Bureau director, as they were aware of the somewhat strained relationship between him and the director. Having had past disagreements over educational matters, the fact that he was willing to humble himself for the sake of this student astonished them. If the Education Bureau were to acquiesce, Lin Xiao's reward would undoubtedly be substantial. Perhaps the city's key high school had a chance of producing a provincial champion or an international mathematical Olympiad contender, which would merit additional attention. They could not help but admire Principal who, nearing retirement, remained so devoted to his students. Thus, the burden fell upon him. Principal Hu nodded slightly, surveying the room before stating, "All right, let us adjourn. Additionally, I hope you remember this. Those who gather wood for others must not let them freeze in the wilderness." He then slowly rose from his seat, preparing to seek the director. The assembled individuals gazed at his gaunt figure, reflecting upon his words, each lost in their own thoughts, perhaps each harboring a personal epiphany. Time swiftly passed to November 11th. For most, this day marked Singles Day or Double 11, a time for rampant shopping. However, for Lin Xiao, it signified his departure to Xijing, as he was set to travel to Hangzhou the following day for the CMO competition. Since this Saturday was a scheduled school day, he naturally requested a leave of absence. Nevertheless, the teachers informed him that they would like him to come to school that morning for a farewell. With such warmth from the school, Lin Xiao felt compelled to comply and arrived at the school at 9 o'clock. Upon arrival, he sought out Teacher Wang. "Teacher Wang, I have arrived." Wang Anyo lifted his gaze to Lin Xiao, then smiled and rose, saying, "You're here. Let us proceed to the administrative building. Both Principal Hu and Director Chao from the Education Bureau are here to see you off." Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. While he expected Principal Hu, the presence of the Education Bureau director was surprising that he frequently interacted with Principal Hu, who they found to be quite amiable, but the City Bureau director was a figure he felt somewhat unfamiliar with. Internally, he lamented, "Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Had I known, I would have gone directly to Xijing, avoiding this bureaucratic encounter altogether." Wang Anyo continued, "Additionally, Director Chao has decided to establish a personal special reward plan for you in recognition of your previous outstanding achievements. Specifically, for your commendable performance in the mathematics competitions and the 5-province joint examination, you will receive 30,000 yuan. Lin Xiao's expression immediately turned serious. "Teacher, let us hurry. We cannot keep Director Chao waiting." Wang Anyo chuckled, "You rascal. Just a moment ago, your expression suggested reluctance, and now 30,000 yuan has you eager." Lin Xiao vehemently denied, "It's not about the money. It's about respecting leadership. Principal Hu is waiting too." Wang Anyo retorted, "You seem quite enamored with money. Why didn't you rush when offered 50,000? He refrained from pressing further and continued, "Moreover, if you secure a gold medal at the CMO, there's an additional 10,000 yuan. And should you enter the national training team, that's another 10,000 if you ultimately make it to the national team for the International Olympiad. Regardless of whether or not you earn a gold medal, there will be a reward of 50,000 yuan. Should you unfortunately miss out on the national team, do not fret. If you achieve provincial champion status in next year's college entrance examination, you will receive a direct reward of 100,000 yuan. Considering that once you join the national training team, you will likely be directly admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University. You probably won't sit for the college entrance exam, but you would receive an additional 2,000 yuan then." Hearing all these amounts exceeding 5 digits, with the prospect of a 6-digit sum looming, Lin Xiao's eyes seemed to ignite with fervor. He had regretted previously declining the 50,000 yuan offer along with the subsequent 2,000 or 3,000. But after all, he was merely a 17-year-old boy. Now, it seemed, this turn of events was fortuitous. In retrospect, this offer far surpassed the previous 50,000. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Teacher, can I claim all of these rewards?" Wang Anyo was taken aback. "What? Only children make choices. I want all of these rewards." Lin Xiao extended a hand, gripping tightly as he declared, "If I achieve both the top rank in the college entrance exam and enter the national team, and ultimately gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, can I claim everything?" This amounted to a staggering 220,000. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of determination. The rewards from those Xijing schools paled in comparison. The generosity of the city's education bureau was undeniable, and he was resolute in securing these funds. Wang Anyo was momentarily stunned by Lin Xiao's palpable enthusiasm, finally responding, "Well, I'm not sure. You can inquire with Director Xiao later." Chapter 23, an additional 100,000. Under Lin Xiao's relentless enthusiasm, he and teacher Wang swiftly arrived at the principal's office. The office was neither large nor small, conforming to relevant regulations. Upon their entrance, they found a man of similar age to principal who engaged in a heated debate with him. "Old Hu, you know I would have agreed to this matter had you approached me sooner. Why disagreements with you in the past stem from our mutual desire to secure more resources for education in Jincheng. You mentioned a student with such lofty ideals. How could I not assist? If only you had sought me out earlier, your school wouldn't be in such dire straits." Principal Hu replied, "I concede. I should have reached out to you, but at that time, wasn't it you who hesitated? If you had agreed, wouldn't Jincheng High School be in a better position?" Clearly, the individual disputing with Principal Hu was Director Xiao from the Education Bureau. Hearing Principal Hu's words, Director Xiao retorted, "What do you mean by hesitated? Do you think approaching provincial leaders is as simple as it sounds? If every high school sought resources from the leaders, where would they find a means? Stop spouting nonsense. I have no desire to continue this discussion." Principal Hu interjected, noting Lin Xiao and Wang Anyo's entrance and bringing the argument to a halt. Despite their differences, they had grown up in the same village, and even after years of conflict, Director Xiao had not deliberately targeted him. Principal Hu rose from his seat, a broad smile on his face as he approached Lin Xiao. "Student Lin, you've arrived." Principal Hu, "Thank you very much," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Wang Anyo had previously informed him that the establishment of this special plan by Director Xiao was due to Principal Hu personally seeking his assistance. Without Principal Hu, such rewards would not have materialized at all. "It's all you deserve." Principal Hu waved his hand dismissively, then gestured toward Director Xiao, who was walking in from behind, introducing him to Lin Xiao. "This is Director Xiao from our Education Bureau." "Hello, Student Lin." Director Xiao greeted with a smile, clearly appreciating such a commendable student. However, as he finished speaking, he was taken aback as Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a treasure. Grabbing his unextended hand and shaking it vigorously, "Director Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you." Director Xiao was momentarily taken aback, completely unaware that Lin Xiao had set his sights on financial gain. He mistakenly believed that Lin Xiao was quite adept at interpersonal relations, unlike Principal Hu, who was merely a teacher focused solely on academics. This only further satisfied him, and with a smile, he remarked, "Haha, I am equally delighted to meet you that I have heard about your achievements from Principal Hu. Your results are commendable, indeed exceptional, as you have the potential to be the top scholar. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What is most important is to have your own ideals and aspirations. Your ideals and aspirations are far more worthy of commendation than your academic results." "Thank you, Director Xiao." Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. After all, he was being praised, and he certainly wanted to appear more receptive, especially in front of someone who was about to award him a scholarship of 220,000, of course, with ideals and aspirations in place. "Let us discuss your academic performance further." Director Xiao nodded. "Based on your academic achievements, our municipal bureau has specifically formulated a special reward plan for you." He turned and retrieved a piece of paper from the side, handing it to Lin Xiao. "Here, take a look." Upon receiving it, Lin Xiao discovered it was precisely the rewards that Wang Anyo had previously mentioned to him. He confirmed the details, finding them mostly consistent. Once he finished reading, Director Xiao stated, "You have already received a reward of 30,000 yuan, which will be transferred to your bank account by the end of the year to AS for the remaining rewards. We look forward to your continued excellence. You will be participating in the National Mathematics Olympiad in Hangzhou the day after tomorrow, correct? I wish you the best of luck in achieving outstanding results." "Thank you, Director Xiao, but I have a question." Upon hearing this, Wang Anyo felt a sense of resignation, wondering if Lin Xiao would truly ask something. "What question?" Director Xiao inquired. "Well, can I claim all these rewards?" Director Xiao was instantly taken aback. "Claim all of them?" Lin Xiao nodded, rubbing his hands together, and shyly replied, "If I make it into the national team next year, become the top scholar in our province." and ultimately gain admission to Qingbei. Does that mean I could claim all these rewards? Both Director Xiao and Principal, who were momentarily stunned by his words that to enter the national team and achieve top scholar status was exceedingly challenging. First, one must pass the CMO to enter the national training team, which consists of 60 members, those who rank in the top 60 at the CMO. Subsequently, these 60 will undergo 2 stages of selection, ultimately selecting 6 individuals for the national team by late March of the following year, after which they must prepare for the IMO. Clearly, this would require a significant amount of time devoted to mathematics. Would Lin Xiao have time to prepare for the college entrance examination? Nevertheless, Director Xiao burst into hearty laughter and said, "Excellent. Such confidence, as I mentioned today, if you manage to accomplish all of that. The 220,000 yuan will indeed be yours. Furthermore, you should know that our city has a reward plan for students with outstanding college entrance examination results. Did you not hear about the policy from last year's examination? Any student who becomes the top scholar in the province is rewarded with 100,000 yuan. The upcoming college entrance examination will surely yield remarkable results, and this reward does not conflict with the special plan prepared for you. In essence, you could potentially claim up to 320,000 yuan in rewards, as long as you possess the capability that IT will all be yours, upon learning that there was an additional 100,000 yuan to be claimed." Lin Xiao felt as though he had suddenly equipped himself with a V16 engine, ready to unleash his full potential. Simultaneously, he was quite pleasantly surprised. Having declined the 50,000 yuan, he had stumbled upon the prospect of 320,000 yuan awaiting him at that moment. He felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. "I understand now. I will certainly strive to secure all these rewards," Lin Xiao declared, clenching his fist. "Great. I wish you swift success." Director Xiao responded cheerfully. Principal, who added, "I too look forward to seeing you achieve remarkable results in the CMO. Lin Xiao, you're the pride of our school." "Thank you, Principal who, Director Xiao." Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. "I will not let you down." Chapter 24. What more is there to say when you score full marks on November 11? Lin Xiao, accompanied by his parents, arrived in Xijing. The following day, they headed to the affiliated school of Xigong University to meet with the other 11 contestants. After a brief congratulatory gathering and a farewell banquet, they boarded the high-speed train to Hangzhou at 8 o'clock the next morning. After more than 7 hours of travel, they arrived in Hangzhou and took a bus for several more minutes until they reached the designated hotel for the 33rd National Mathematics Olympiad. Since both his parents had taken leave from work to accompany him, they shared a room in the designated hotel, while other students who had come independently had to share accommodations after settling their luggage. The 2 team coaches gathered the 12 students in the hotel lobby for a group photo, which would be used for promotional purposes by the relevant official bodies in Qin province, thus immortalizing Lin Xiao's image in their archives. Following the photo, the coaches held a brief meeting with the 12 students in one of the rooms, serving as a motivational pep talk before the exam. The 2 team coaches were members of the Qin Province Mathematics Association and were professors from 2 prominent 985 universities in Xijing. The coach from Shijiao University, named Huang Xian, looked at the 12 students present and said, "Dear students, you have been selected as the most outstanding mathematics student from across our province. I have no doubt that even as you enter university, your mathematical talent will allow you to thrive in this discipline, should you choose to pursue a mathematics major. Therefore, there is no need to reiterate your knowledge base. I hope you can all perform exceptionally and achieve your best results in the next couple of days. Please take the time to relax and recharge. In the past, I have seen students unable to sleep the night before an exam due to excitement or anxiety, and the subsequent exam performance is often less than ideal. Thus, there is no need for you to cram for knowledge in these 2 days. It is crucial that you rest well. That understood?" "Understood," the 12 students responded in unison. "Good. Now let's allow Professor Zhang to share a few words with you." Professor Huang indicated towards the other lead coach, who then took a seat beside him. Professor Zhang addressed the group. "What Professor Huang just mentioned is indeed crucial for all of you. While he advised against cramming in these 2 days, there are still certain topics you need to review. Next, I will briefly address each of you, highlighting your areas of focus based on your performance in the league. This evaluation may be somewhat one-sided, but it can reflect certain issues, so I encourage you to review relevant content and past exam questions over the next couple of days. Now, let's start. Professor Zhang pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and began. Chun Jian. He scanned the room until a male student raised his hand. This was indeed Chun Jian. Let me see. Professor Zhang flipped through his notebook and continued. I have reviewed your exam papers. In the first exam, you scored 87, which is quite high. However, your shortcomings are rather evident. You left question 11 completely blank, which tested algebra. While this question had a certain level of difficulty, it shouldn't have been insurmountable. Come here and take a look. Here's where you lost points. And on the second paper, you also didn't attempt the algebra questions at all. Therefore, over the next 2 days, you should focus on reviewing algebra. Do not underestimate it. Otherwise, you'll have no chance whatsoever. Now, looking at the second paper, aside from the algebra issue we just discussed, your performance also had. Professor Zhang was blunt in his criticism. The student, Chun Jian, who was somewhat introverted, felt his face flush as he bowed his head, embodying a demeanor of contrition. Of course, Chun Jian was not the only one to receive such unvarnished feedback. Nearly every student following him faced similar scrutiny from Professor Zhang. Thus, time passed, and he arrived at the evaluation of the 11th student. Wang Yang, although you scored 267 points and undoubtedly possess adequate knowledge, your thinking needs to be swifter. Solving mathematics problems can be considered a form of logical gaming. The more you think, the easier it becomes to deduce the appropriate approach. Consider those who have received special awards at the International Olympiad. Why were they able to achieve such honors? It is precisely because they engaged in deeper thinking while solving problems, enabling them to discover more ingenious methods in tackling these logical challenges. Do you understand, Wang? The student named Wang Yang nodded, albeit with a hint of defiance. His score of 267 placed him second in the Qin Province League and among the top 50 nationally. So he was confident in his chances of winning a gold medal and entering the national training team. Thus, he remained somewhat unconvinced by Professor Zhang's words. However, it was likely that Professor Zhang would soon evaluate the top student. Lin Xiao, the individual hailing from Jincheng, astonished everyone with his superior performance, surpassing even his own academic achievements. When he first beheld the provincial team roster and noticed that Lin Xiao was ranked above him, he was taken aback. Was it truly possible for someone to score over 267 points? However, what left Wang Yang perplexed was that after mentioning him, Professor Zhang promptly closed his notebook and declared, "All right, all 11 of you have spoken to as I mentioned earlier. Please take the next few days to thoroughly review the relevant material and attempt the associated problems. I have also shared some practice questions in the WeChat group prior to your arrival. You should all be able to tackle them in the coming days." He continued. "Well then, that will be all. You may return to your rooms. Professor Huang and I must attend a team leader meeting at Shuejuan Middle School, and we must leave shortly." The students momentarily froze. Weren't there 12 participants? Had they miscounted? They recounted and confirmed that indeed 12 individuals were present. Yet, the most bewildered of all was Lin Xiao. "What about me? I haven't even gotten on the bus yet." "Oh, I haven't been mentioned." With a timid hand raised, he addressed Professor Zhang. "You haven't spoken about me yet, Professor." Professor Zhang glanced over and waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, you must be Lin Xiao? There's nothing to discuss regarding your perfect score in the league. Just heed Professor Huang's advice and ensure you rest well. That if you perform normally, you will undoubtedly qualify for the national training team. There are virtually no students who have previously scored full marks in the league and failed to enter the training squad, so do not tell me you cannot make it. Many have gone on to join the national team as well." All right, Lao Huang. "Let's be on our way," Professor Zhang said, exhibiting a lack of desire to elaborate further, leaving Lin Xiao in a state of amused confusion. Was he being dismissed or overly trusted? Meanwhile, the other 11 competitors stood in stunned silence. What? This Lin Xiao actually ranked first in the province with a perfect score. Chapter 25. The CMO examination commences due to national regulations prohibiting the public disclosure of scores. Although this policy was not strictly enforced across all schools, it was nonetheless adhered to during national competitions. Thus, the students viewed their results categorized by awards. Naturally, the order of names on the award list implicitly represented their rankings, a tacit understanding among those present. Consequently, the competitors from Qin Province were well aware that Lin Xiao was the provincial champion. They simply remained oblivious to his exact score. Therefore, when Professor Zhang revealed that he had achieved a perfect score, The 11 boys turned their gazes toward Lin Xiao, some recognizing their own status as mere participants, their eyes betraying admiration, while others, driven by natural competitive spirit, believed they could rival him. Wang Yang, for instance, initially astonished by Lin Xiao's perfect score, soon filled with determination. What if Lin Xiao scored perfectly? There are still several months before the national training team selections that he felt he had every opportunity to qualify for the national training squad and, perhaps, even contend for one of the 6 positions on the national team. As for Lin Xiao, it was uncertain whether he would secure a place in the final 6. Lin Xiao, however, was not preoccupied with the thoughts of his peers. Among the 11, 5 were from XJEU affiliated high school, 3 from Taiyi High School, 2 from GODLIKE No. 1 High School, and 1 from Jiaoda affiliated high school. All were students from Xijing, and thus there existed an inherent distance between them and Lin Xiao, who studied in Jincheng, leaving him little energy to foster relationships. Hence, he exchanged no further pleasantries and, after bidding farewell, returned directly to the room he shared with his parents. Upon his return, he found his parents dressed neatly, preparing to go out. He paused and inquired, "Are you going out?" "Oh, your mother and I are going for a stroll in Hangzhou, perhaps visiting Westlake." "Your mother has long expressed a desire to explore Hangzhou," his father replied. Lin Xiao responded, "Oh, please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom, and no need for you to join us. Stay in the hotel and focus on your studies. We can discuss other outings after your exams," his mother insisted. Lin Xiao thought, "You're not taking me with you. Who was it that just days ago said they were proud to have me as a son?" Yet his parents left without further ado, with his mother cheerfully advising him, "Study hard." Lin Xiao sighed. "Are you sure I'm your biological child?" With no other option, he resigned himself to studying. He approached his backpack, retrieving his advanced mathematics books along with some practice papers, pens, and paper, and settled down at a desk in the room to begin his studies. Yes, with only 2 days until the CMO exam commenced. He found himself not reviewing CMO league questions, but rather delving into advanced mathematics. Were Professor Zhang to learn of this, he would likely have a few words to say. The CMO would not test calculus or similar topics. It would focus on the 4 main categories: algebra, combinatorics, geometry, and number theory. However, for Lin Xiao, there was truly no need to solve these problems extensively. Occasional practice sufficed in the 20 days since the league results were announced. He had diligently tackled the 200 questions prepared by Ding Ping, averaging merely half an hour per problem, despite encountering a few challenging ones. Overall, he had yet to find any that truly stumped him. Indeed, the only difficulties arose from the national team selection examination. As for IMO problems, they were not necessarily more difficult than those in CMO. Sometimes, CMO questions could prove even more challenging. Of course, difficulty is a relative concept, as different individuals have varied focuses, and luck plays a role too. In IMO competitions, some participants might score full marks yet end up with a mere 3 points, illustrating that one cannot simply assume success based on previous experience. In summary, Lin Xiao felt entirely confident about his chances of entering the national training team, with the IMO national team selection occurring in March of the following year, allowing ample time for preparation. Thus, he felt no urgency and chose to engage with advanced mathematics instead, preparing himself for university studies, albeit nearly a year in advance. Additionally, diving into the complexities of university-level mathematics brought him a sense of satisfaction. As he tackled problems of a competitive nature, such as those found in university mathematics competitions, ordinary advanced mathematics problems seemed trivial in comparison to the Olympiad challenges he was undertaking. Time passed steadily. This winter camp bore little resemblance to a typical camp. The first day was for registration. The second day began with an opening ceremony in the morning, followed by familiarization with the examination venue in the afternoon. And then the day concluded. The third day, November 15th, marked the official beginning of the competition. The night before the exam, at 9 o'clock, the two coaches convened another meeting to alleviate their stress and wish them good fortune in their endeavors. Afterward, they returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Xiao received encouragement and support from his parents, despite their prior discussion revolving around plans to visit Lingyin Temple or Wuzhen. A night passed without incident. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Over 300 competitors from across the nation had breakfast before boarding shuttle buses to the examination venue, T740. Lin Xiao entered his examination room and took his seat. At 8 o'clock, the first day of the 33rd National Mathematical Olympiad commenced. The CMO spanned 2 days, with 3 problems each day, lasting 4.5 hours, mirroring the format of the IMO. Over 300 students would engage in a battle of wits, a true intellectual tempest. Chapter 26. Why are all the questions so generous? 4.5 hours can neither be deemed excessively long nor particularly short. However, for the participating students, this duration often felt insufficient. The reason was simple. The CMO's difficulty was not trivial. 3 problems with 4.5 hours appeared ample, yet for the majority of candidates, the time seemed alarmingly scarce. Furthermore, given that this was an odd-numbered year, historical precedent indicated that the questions typically posed greater challenges than those in even-numbered years. Hence, this year's exam was exceptionally demanding, and it was conceivable that some participants might not score a single point. Typically, one would expect to secure at least a bronze medal simply by participating in the CMO, yet every year, a handful of candidates fail to earn even that, often due to subpar performance during the examination. After all, if one could achieve a bronze with 0 points, it would be far too easy to obtain. Thus, within the examination hall, each student was deeply engrossed in solving problems. And this year, the over 300 contestants found themselves immersed in profound contemplation, except for a select few, such as Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao received the examination paper and, without bothering to glance at the subsequent questions, promptly began to tackle the first one. The first question comprised 2 parts. The first part was dispatched with remarkable speed, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao swiftly conquered the second part as well, a straightforward task. Having drawn this conclusion, Lin Xiao estimated the time taken and surmised that he had completed it in merely 30 minutes. Confident that for the majority of participants, it would pose little challenge. Soon, it was time for the second question, which proved to be rather intriguing, significantly more challenging than the first, as it intricately combined algebra, 3-dimensional coordinate systems, and geometry. However, at its core, Lin Xiao quickly discerned the underlying approach to the problem, merely requiring him to think sequentially through 1-dimensional, 2-dimensional, and 3-dimensional perspectives, thus resolving it with ease, another straightforward task. Next came the third question, which was a commendable problem, as Lin Xiao devised a remarkably elegant solution that was concise and straightforward, though the thought process was complex and riddled with potential pitfalls. Nevertheless, he managed to navigate it with relative ease. It seemed all too simple. Was this Olympiad truly not difficult? He shook his head, reflecting inwardly. Surely, I have now ascended to the ranks of formidable mathematical prodigies. Haven't I? Thus, having completed all 3 problems on the first day, he glanced at the clock and was astonished to find that he still had 2.5 hours remaining. This meant he had only spent 2 hours solving what should have taken 4.5 hours to complete. In contrast, the surrounding students were still buried in their papers, scribbling away on their scratch sheets. Some were even still grappling with the first question, while others were struggling with the second, and only a few had managed to tackle the third question. It was evident that the third question posed a significant challenge. With most of those who had reached it yet to find their way through. It is worth noting that these students were regarded as mathematical elites in their respective schools, all of whom were ranked among the top 300 mathematical geniuses at the secondary school level nationwide this year. Yet at this moment, they seemed to have transformed into ordinary candidates, tormented by the examination. Only Lin Xiao, regardless of the examination level, was anything but an ordinary candidate, now accustomed to tackling such competition problems. Approaching this examination felt almost trivial. He could easily envision himself as part of the question-setting team, accurately guessing the intentions behind the problems posed. In the end, he took the rare opportunity to spend half an hour meticulously reviewing his answers. And after confirming everything was in order, he stood up and submitted his paper. Here, there was no teacher ding to scrutinize whether he might submit prematurely. Upon hearing the sound, all the other candidates couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao, their expressions a mixture of surprise and confusion. Why had this individual submitted his paper? Had he finished? Or had he given up? Some candidates were momentarily distracted but quickly returned to their work, while others grew increasingly anxious. However, such matters were of no concern to Lin Xiao. The invigilators, upon noticing Lin Xiao submit his paper so early, were equally astonished upon seeing the neatness of his answers. Their shock deepened. This student had completed all the problems in merely 2.5 hours. One of the invigilators examined Lin Xiao's answers and quickly averted his gaze, striving to shield himself from an intellectual inferiority complex. For he could not comprehend the content. These invigilators were teachers at this institution, not necessarily mathematics instructors, and thus they struggled to grasp the complexities of such mathematical competition questions. All he could do was marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of such mathematically gifted individuals. After submitting his paper, Lin Xiao returned to the gathering point, which was sparsely populated. After a brief search, he finally located his two team coaches. To his surprise, the two mathematics professors were engaged in a game of chess, the origin of which was unknown to him. However, it was evident that Professor Zhang's skills were inferior to those of Professor Huang. Upon Lin Xiao's arrival, he observed Professor Zhang capturing one of Professor Huang's pawns, but failing to notice that Professor Huang's knight was nearby, resulting in a swift counter with a knight move, leading to his defeat. "Oh dear, I made a mistake," Professor Zhang exclaimed, eager to retract his move. Professor Huang, with a sly grin, retorted, "A move made cannot be undone." Professor Zhang, flustered, scratched his head. This was his last rook, and now it was gone, leaving him with only a knight and two cannons. While Professor Huang still had a considerable advantage at that moment, he looked up and spotted Lin Xiao approaching. His face brightening as he stood up and said, "Ah, Lin Xiao, you've finished the exam." He then pushed the chessboard aside, declaring, "Since Lin Xiao is here, we'll consider this a draw." Professor Huang immediately bristled. "Hey, you old coot, I have two more rooks than you, and you call that a draw?" Observing this exchange, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He had expected Professor Zhang to exhibit such a cheeky side. Aware that Lin Xiao had witnessed his antics, Professor Zhang quickly shifted the conversation away from chess and inquired, "How did the exam go? Were the questions difficult?" Lin Xiao replied, "It was all right." "And how did you fare? What score do you anticipate receiving?" Professor Zhang pressed. Lin Xiao responded, "I should be able to achieve full marks. The questions were relatively simple." Simple. The two professors exchanged glances, puzzled. This was an odd-numbered year, and the questions were expected to be more challenging. How could Lin Xiao claim they were simple? At that moment, Professor Huang glanced at the time and exclaimed, "Wait, ISNT, there's still 2 hours left in the exam. How did you finish so soon?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "I just finished it, so I came out." "You completed it in 2.5 hours. Did you check your answers?" "I spent about half an hour checking," Lin Xiao replied. The two professors exchanged incredulous looks. He even took half an hour to review. No wonder he was a student who scored full marks in the league. Impressive. Chapter 27. Both inexperienced and playful. Initially thinking that Lin Xiao had simply finished in 2.5 hours. They were astonished to learn that he had even spent an additional half hour checking, completing 3 questions in just 2 hours, a feat unheard of in their experience that could be said that since the inception of the National Mathematics Olympiad. Such a student had never before been seen. Perhaps this indicated that no student had ever possessed a talent surpassing Lin Xiao's out of course. It was also possible that, as Lin Xiao suggested, the questions this year were indeed simpler. However, this would be confirmed only after the other team members returned to share their experiences. With 2 hours remaining until the exam's conclusion, time felt ample. So they resumed their chess game, starting anew since the previous game was nullified by Professor Zhang's antics. Although Professor Zhang struggled against Professor Huang, who was clearly more skilled, Lin Xiao intervened, assisting Professor Zhang with a few strategic moves that turned the tide of the game. Professor Zhang then insisted that Lin Xiao continue to assist him. In reality, chess and mathematics share a connection. Professor Zhang's willingness to challenge Professor Huang at chess indicated his confidence in his abilities. Yet unfortunately, chess skills do not correlate linearly with mathematical talent, rendering Professor Zhang somewhat of a novice in Professor Huang's presence. With Lin Xiao's cognitive capabilities enhanced by the system, he naturally outperformed the average individual. The system's improvement in brain development was all-encompassing, not merely focused on a single subject, resulting in enhanced memory and comprehension, which others clearly lacked. Thus, Lin Xiao's chess skills were remarkably proficient, allowing him to hold his own against Professor Huang, prompting Professor Zhang to eventually concede his position, letting Lin Xiao take the lead. And so, time passed at T12:30, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the first day of examinations. The once quiet corridors echoed with the sound of footsteps as candidates poured out of the exam rooms, eagerly seeking their respective gathering points. When the first participant from Qin province found Lin Xiao, he noticed Professor Zhang standing nearby, enthusiastically instructing Lin Xiao, move here, attack his knight." However, Lin Xiao disregarded Professor Zhang's misguided commands, deftly positioning a cannon to threaten Professor Huang's knight while simultaneously executing a check and capturing a rook. Professor Zhang quickly recognized Lin Xiao's superior move, while Professor Huang, exasperated, remarked, "All right, old Zhang, just stop. You're," as the youth would say, both inexperienced and playful. Professor Zhang retorted, "Well, let us see if you can beat Lin Xiao first." "You'll see," Professor Huang replied, but as he assessed Lin Xiao's position, he felt a pang of anxiety. Should he lose his rook, he would be at a severe disadvantage. When had Lin Xiao maneuvered his cannon there? Just then, he glanced around and noticed the other team members approaching, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. "All right, now that the others are here, Lin Xiao, let us call this a draw." Lin Xiao was about to respond, but Professor Zhang interjected, expressing his disdain for Professor Huang's suggestion. "Oh, you have the audacity to say that?" Observing the professors bickering, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Just days ago, they had been so serious. How had a game of chess revealed their true natures? Yet, being a young man, what could he say? Naturally, this round ended in a draw. As he began to tidy up the chessboard, the two professors inquired about the candidates' impressions of the exam. Most of the participants expressed that the first question was manageable, the second somewhat challenging, and the third left them utterly perplexed. Upon hearing their responses, the two professors felt that this was indeed a reasonable perspective. How could Lin Xiao claim it was simple? Yet, Lin Xiao was, after all, a contestant who had achieved a perfect score in the league, so he might genuinely perceive it as easy. Did this not imply that he could potentially solve all three problems correctly today? The professors pondered this notion and found it somewhat astounding. Each problem in the CMO carried a weight of 21 points, which meant Lin Xiao had already amassed 63 points. Historically, the cutoff score for the national team in odd-numbered years hovered around the 60s. Thus, Lin Xiao appeared to be in a secure position. This revelation deepened the professor's appreciation for the exceptional talent of this mathematical prodigy who had achieved a perfect score in the league. They even speculated that Lin Xiao might one day ascend to the ranks of mathematicians like Hua Luogang or Chen Shengxin. Regarding this matter, they could only maintain a hopeful outlook for the future. Oh, and by the way, this mathematical genius was also quite adept at chess. Thus, the first day of examinations concluded, leaving the afternoon free for leisure activities. Naturally, Lin Xiao had no pressing engagements and continued to immerse himself in the study of advanced mathematics within the confines of his hotel. The following morning, the examination commenced as usual, and today's second question, fifth in this competition, finally presented Lin Xiao with a challenge. This problem, exceptionally difficult, ranked among the most challenging he had encountered, was likely designed this year to sift through geniuses, or perhaps even those with extraordinary capabilities. Unfortunately for others, Lin Xiao was indeed one of those extraordinary individuals. After approximately an hour of contemplation, he successfully unraveled the problem. Following this, he faced the final question, which, in stark contrast, was remarkably straightforward and nowhere near the complexity of the fifth question. In retrospect, it seemed more fitting for the fifth question to occupy the sixth position. This arrangement likely stemmed from the test creator's intent to challenge the student's mental fortitude. After all, some may have struggled with the fifth question and perceived the sixth as even more daunting, leading them to abandon it altogether. This, of course, served as a psychological test for the candidates. Such scenarios often arise in the IMO examinations, where a poor mindset evidently disqualifies one from competing on an international stage. However, for Lin Xiao, such psychological nuances mattered little, as he could produce the answers regardless. Thus, after dedicating approximately 2.5 hours to writing and an additional half hour to reviewing, he completed his exam within 3 hours and, much to the astonishment of his peers, submitted his paper an hour and a half early before departing the examination hall. Upon witnessing his exit, the two professors refrained from further inquiries. They recognized from his confident demeanor that this year, at the very least, one candidate from Qin province would secure a place in the national training team. If not the national team itself, it had been 15 years since a student from their province had entered the national team. With the majority of spots monopolized by more prominent regions such as Beijing, Shanghai, Jiangsu, Guangdong, and Hunan, areas renowned for their educational prowess. Thus, they eagerly anticipated Lin Xiao's potential to deliver an unexpected triumph. They even lamented not being professors at Tsinghua or Beida, wishing they could mentor Lin Xiao themselves. In light of this regret, the two professors engaged Lin Xiao in another game of chess, with the ringing of the bell signaling the end of the examinations. The 2 sessions of the CMO concluded as the candidates submitted their papers. They were left with expressions of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth was that 5th question? When the other 11 members of the Qin province team faced the professor's inquiries, they lamented in unison that the 5th question was insurmountably difficult. They then exchanged glances, realizing that none had managed to solve it, which brought them a sense of relief. Evidently, the problem was indeed excessively challenging. At that moment, a student named Wang Yang glanced at Lin Xiao, who was tidying up the chessboard, inwardly pondering when he had emerged and why he was playing chess with the professors again. Thus, he asked Lin Xiao, "Did you solve the 5th question?" Lin Xiao looked up at him, confirming the inquiry was directed at himself, and replied, "Yes, I did." Wang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you manage that? You start like this, then proceed like this, and finally conclude like this, understand?" Lin Xiao elucidated his method, yet Wang Yang remained utterly perplexed. What on earth? What does that even mean? Ultimately, he abandoned his struggle, fearing that asking again would make him appear foolish. Nevertheless, he silently acknowledged Lin Xiao's prowess. He conceded defeat. Lin Xiao could solve such a challenging problem while he struggled to grasp even the slightest hint, resorting merely to writing solution and staring blankly. The disparity was undeniable. Previously, he had been skeptical of Lin Xiao's perfect score in the league, attributing it to mere luck. After all, competitions do entail a degree of fortune alongside skill. However, it was now apparent that Lin Xiao's perfect score of 300 was likely due to the total score being merely 300, while his own score of 267 reflected his true capabilities. This was a stark and tangible difference. With the competition concluded, the candidates felt a sense of liberation as they awaited the results. The majority were anxious about their performance, though a select few felt confident about their chances of entering the national team. As for Lin Xiao, he treated the exam as if it had never occurred, even finding time to engage in a game of chess with the two professors. Meanwhile, his parents, upon learning he had finished, took him for a delightful tour around Hangzhou. The members of the Qin province team looked upon him with envy. Was this the mindset of a genius? Indeed, it was admirable. Even Wang Yang felt apprehensive, believing he had not performed well and had perhaps faltered during the exam, leaving him uncertain about his chances of joining the national team. Regardless, time swiftly passed. On November 17, they returned to Qin province, each returning to their respective schools or homes, resuming classes while quietly awaiting the announcement of the results. The grading committee for the mathematical Olympiad comprised numerous teachers responsible for assessing the papers, with each student's responses scrutinized by several educators before final scores were determined. Fortunately, with only a little over 300 participants, the grading process would not take long, wrapping up within a few days. By November 21, the evaluation of all papers was complete. All right, let us begin compiling the scores that I will announce the candidate numbers, and you will report the scores for each problem, the head of the grading committee stated. Candidate number 1. First question, 15 points. Second question, 6 points. Third question, 0 points. Fourth question, 18 points. Fifth question, 0 points. Sixth question, 0 points. Total score, 39 points. Candidate number 2. First question, 21 points. Second question, 18 points. Third question, 6 points. Fourth question, 21 points. Fifth question, 0 points. Sixth question, 21 points. Total score, 87 points. Upon hearing this score, the teachers and the grading committee remarked, "This score is quite impressive. He is likely among the top 10 this year." It is safe to say that scoring 89 points indicates remarkable talent. The head interrupted their chatter. "Enough idle talk. We need to announce the results by dawn tomorrow. There are over 300 candidates. So let us keep moving. Now, let us proceed with candidate number 3. First question. As the scores of each candidate were announced, it became increasingly clear who would receive automatic admission and who had run the race in vain. Candidate number 233. First question, 21 points. Second question, 21 points. Third question, 21 points. The teachers and the grading committee were taken aback at this revelation. This was the first paper in which all 3 initial questions had received full marks. With a score of 63 points already secured, obtaining a gold medal was practically guaranteed. Even a few points on the remaining 3 questions would likely secure a spot in the national training team. However, would a candidate who achieved full marks on the first 3 questions only score a few points on the latter 3? Clearly not. Fourth question, 21 points. The audience erupted in astonishment once more. Another full score. And the fifth question? The fifth question was deemed the most challenging in this examination, with previous candidates scoring dismally. 7 or 8 out of 10 students had scored 0, with only a handful achieving any points, let alone full marks. Would candidate number 233 also manage to score full marks on the fifth question? Fifth question, also 21 points. Sixth question, 21 points. The scorer, seemingly unable to contain their excitement, swiftly announced the result that followed the fifth question. Full marks once again, yet again. The teacher responsible for tallying the scores concluded the announcements with authority. Candidate number 233, total score, 126 points, full marks, unbelievable. Hard to fathom. Head, may we see this student's information? Someone inquired. Others eagerly echoed the request. In reality, these individuals were teachers dispatched from prestigious universities, such as Peking University and Tsinghua University. With candidate number 233's performance, it was unequivocally evident that he had claimed the title of the Olympiad champion, and he was destined for the national training team. Moreover, as the first-place candidate, he had a significant likelihood of progressing smoothly into the national team. Such students are highly coveted by prestigious universities, and therefore they are eager to ascertain the identity of candidate number 233 in advance. They intend to inform their respective institutions, enabling them to establish contact with this student and their family, thus facilitating an immediate outreach to persuade them to enroll next year for the necessity of examining the Gaokao scores. That is preposterous. As long as one is part of the national training squad, they can choose any major at Peking University or Tsinghua University without hesitation. Not to mention that this individual is the top student nationwide. What need is there to scrutinize Gaokao scores? The head of the grading team nodded. Although he had the right to refuse, the number of university representatives inquiring made it socially awkward to decline. Hence, he remarked, "All right, let us expedite the review process." Regardless, once the statistics are compiled, everyone will discern the identity of this student. Announcing it early won't pose any issues. Besides, I am quite curious myself. The teachers promptly began to investigate the details of candidate number 233. Engaging in a friendly wager. I bet this student hails from Shandong. I wager Zhejiang. I'm betting on Beijing. I'm going with Shanghai. Chapter 29. Peking University is deceiving you. The participants recalled the top-performing provinces from previous years, as these regions boast superior educational resources and substantial investments, often yielding students who excel in rankings that moment. They finally uncovered the information regarding candidate number 233. The name was Lin Xiao. From Xinjiang Province, Jincheng High School. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. How could a top Olympiad student suddenly emerge from Xinjiang Province? Historically, there had never been a student from Xinjiang Province who achieved the first place in the Olympiad, let alone made it to the top 10. Now, a student from Xinjiang had appeared. Furthermore, how was it that this student was not even from Xinjiang? However, it dawned upon some that this could only signify that this student possessed an astonishing talent for mathematics. Those quick on the uptake remained silent, discreetly messaging their respective institutions. Meanwhile, others hastily forwarded the student's information to their schools. Consequently, The directors of admissions from Peking University and Tsinghua University instructed their admission officers. Within 3 minutes, I want to know everything about this Lin Xiao. In Jincheng City, the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, a cadre at the departmental level, Lin Guan was a member of a small team within the city's Bureau of Industry and Commerce. At that moment, Lin Guan sat in his office, a smile gracing his face. He had been smiling for days, and his colleagues were well aware of the reason. After all, he had such an outstanding son participating in a national mathematics competition. And the university he would attend next year was practically a foregone conclusion, either Peking University or Tsinghua University. Consequently, the children of his colleagues had found themselves in unfortunate positions, often subjected to their parents' comparisons with Lin Guan's son. Even the director was aware of the situation, as Lin Guan had taken a 7-day leave of absence, which had been approved by the director, who had also inquired about the matter. Coincidentally, the director was acquainted with someone from the Education Bureau and knew that a special reward program had been tailored for a particular student, with the maximum reward amount reaching 220,000 yuan. Upon learning that the exceptional student was Lin Guan's son, the director had publicly praised Lin Guan for his contributions to education. Consequently, everyone in the bureau became aware of the 220,000 yuan reward, which only intensified their colleagues' envy towards Lin Guan. "Old Lin, you've been grinning for days. Are you still enjoying yourself?" "Of course, why wouldn't I be?" Lin Guan chuckled, continuing with his work. However, at that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was from Peking University. He furrowed his brow. What could someone from Peking want? A wrong number. As he was occupied, he answered the call on speakerphone. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Guan, the father of Lin Xiao?" Lin Guan was taken aback. "Lin Xiao? What has happened?" He quickly inquired. "This is May I ask who this is?" "Hello, Mr. Lin, I apologize for the intrusion. I am from the admissions office at Peking University, and we wish to—" "What? Did you say you are from Peking University's admissions office?" Upon hearing Peking University, Lin Guan ceased his work, raising the phone to his ear again. Repeating the question, his colleagues couldn't help but glance at him at a call from Peking University's admissions office. What could this signify? Even if they were to guess blindly, they could surmise its purpose. "Indeed, I am Lin Xiao from Peking University's admissions office. First and foremost, let me extend my congratulations. Your child, Lin Xiao, has achieved a perfect score in the 33rd National Mathematics Olympiad, which essentially confirms him as the first-place winner of this competition." Lin Guan was momentarily stunned. His son had secured the national first place again, and with a perfect score, but the results hadn't been released yet. Out of a sense of adult caution, he queried, "The results haven't been published. How do you know? You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" The voice on the other end chuckled. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we at Peking University have channels that allow us to be informed ahead of time. The results will be announced tonight at midnight, and they have essentially been finalized. So you needn't worry that if necessary, you can verify my name and phone number online." Lin Guan immediately searched for the phone number and confirmed it belonged to Peking University's admissions office. He relaxed, then smiled. "I confirmed it on my end. Please continue. Is there anything else? Due to your child's outstanding performance in this Olympiad, we would like to extend an invitation for Lin Xiao to attend Peking University next year. What are your thoughts on this?" Lin Guan replied cheerfully, "I certainly don't mind. However, it ultimately depends on Lin Xiao's personal choice." Hearing this, the other party sensed a glimmer of hope and quickly responded. "If Lin Xiao is willing to come to Peking University, we can assist in relocating his household registration to Beijing. Additionally, we can offer Lin Xiao a substantial scholarship, which will depend on his final results in the mathematics competition, such as whether he can enter the national team and continue to achieve excellent results in the International Mathematics Olympiad. We can guarantee a scholarship exceeding 500,000 yuan. 500,000. The surrounding colleagues were once again taken aback. What does this imply? This is genuine learning that pays off. Previously, the Education Bureau's reward program could only provide a maximum of 220,000 yuan. Now this school is offering a scholarship potentially exceeding 500,000 yuan. Wouldn't that bring the total close to 1 million? Such an amount could purchase a decent apartment in the best area of Jincheng City. Lin Guan's colleagues looked upon him with even greater envy, marveling at his ability to raise such a successful child. Lin Guan was swayed by the offer. 500,000 was an amount their family had never exceeded in savings. However, he quickly regained his composure. Recalling that the high scholarship amount was conditioned upon his son achieving good results in the International Mathematics Olympiad. While he believed in his son's capabilities, what if unforeseen circumstances arose? Just then, he noticed a new message had arrived on his phone. Mr. Lin, I am from Tsinghua University's admissions office. Do you not believe anything Peking University says? They are deceiving you. Chapter 30, We Are the Same. Upon reading this message, Lin Guan couldn't help but chuckle, then remarked to his phone, a representative from Tsinghua University just messaged me. The voice on the other end quickly said, Tsinghua, let me tell you, don't believe anything they say. It's all part of their old tricks. Lin Guan found it amusing. How uncanny that both parties urged him not to trust the other at the same time. He felt an immense sense of pride. Both Tsinghua University and Peking University were vying for his son. What more could he ask for? Furthermore, he felt quite confident. With both institutions competing, there was no rush. He could consult his son before making any decisions. You needn't rush. Personally, I prefer Peking University, but ultimately this matter rests on Lin Xiao's own wishes. Let us discuss this further later. Upon hearing Lin Guan's response, the admissions officer from Peking University felt a sense of satisfaction. As Lin Guan had expressed a preference for their institution, in truth, Lin Guan's statement was merely a tactic, akin to an interviewer indicating interest in a candidate, leaving the final outcome uncertain. The call was then concluded. Lin Guan's colleagues immediately surrounded him, exclaiming, Old Lin, impressive! You can just choose between universities now. Both Tsinghua and Peking have contacted you. Lin Guan waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. It's no big deal. I was rather annoyed they called at this hour while I was busy working. Colleagues, please refrain from being so humble. Can we swap sons for a moment? It was at that moment that I received a phone call that a colleague jokingly remarked, to which Lin Guan immediately retorted, Get lost. Don't even think about it. The entire office erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Tsinghua University was pursuing the First Lady route. Yang Rong was teaching mathematics at Jincheng Primary School, and Lin Xiao's proficiency in mathematics was undoubtedly linked to his mother's profession. At that juncture, Yang Rong received a call from Tsinghua University. Initially, they intended to contact Lin Guan, but due to his line being busy, they decided to reach out to the admissions office of Shangjing University as well, only to find that they too were unavailable. It was obvious to them that they had been preempted by their rival, hence the text message sent to Lin Guan. Unable to get through to him, they opted to call Yang Rong instead. As for how they obtained her contact information, it goes without saying that the admissions offices of these two prestigious universities wield considerable influence and connections. They could acquire Lin Xiao's contact details within 3 minutes and finalize everything within 2. Consequently, when Yang Rong hung up the phone, she was met with envious glances from her colleagues in the office. The fact that Tsinghua University had called directly was indeed a significant honor. Who wouldn't wish for such an exceptional child? Naturally, Yang Rong did not give an immediate affirmative. She expressed the desire to consider Lin Xiao's opinion first. If he was willing to attend, she would certainly support him. As for Lin Xiao, he was currently engaged in an English class at school when suddenly, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, entered and called out from the doorway, Lin Xiao, the admissions office of Shangjing University just called. And so did Tsinghua. Clearly, Mr. Wang's announcement was heard by the entire class. Instantly, all the students gasped in astonishment, turning to look at Lin Xiao. The notion that both Shangjing University and Tsinghua University had called the school was nothing short of extraordinary. What had Lin Xiao done to warrant such attention from these two esteemed institutions? The only plausible explanation that came to mind for everyone was the recent National Mathematics Olympiad. They all knew that Lin Xiao had taken a week off for it. Their math teacher had previously mentioned that anyone who ranked in the top 60 of the competition and became a member of the national training team would qualify for direct admission to these two universities. However, the results had yet to be announced, right? If the results were out, surely the school would be celebrating with banners at the entrance. Yet, pondering the validity of the situation seemed futile. After all, the homeroom teacher had made the announcement right there, leaving no room for doubt. Chunong immediately patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, gravely stating, in wealth and honor, do not forget your friends. Lin Xiao brushed his hand away, replying, "Let us maintain this pure camaraderie of classmates and refrain from any sordid transactions." Chenong. Subsequently, Lin Xiao stood up and, under the gaze of his classmates, approached the doorway. The English teacher had nothing to say, considering Lin Xiao's recent English exam scores consistently exceeded 140. Furthermore, given that both prestigious universities had reached out to him, the importance of grades seemed trivial. Soon after, Lin Xiao and Mr. Wang arrived at the office, where Mr. Wang pointed to a note and said, "These are the contact numbers for Shangjing University and Tsinghua University. You may choose one to call." Lin Xiao pondered which one to select. The dilemma he faced in primary school, whether to attend Shangjing or Tsinghua, had resurfaced in a new form. Should he respond to Shangjing first or Tsinghua? Would calling Shangjing first upset Tsinghua, and vice versa? Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why did they both have to show such interest in him? Was it merely due to his slightly improved academic performance? Now he was grappling with a decision-making dilemma. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, he suggested, "What if we called them both? Perhaps we could arrange a video conference." Mr. Wang was taken aback, amused by the suggestion. "Are you not concerned that the two universities might argue in front of you? They might even resort to a face-to-face confrontation. The shortest distance between Shangjing University and Tsinghua University is hardly 2 kilometers. The chances of that happening are quite considerable." Nevertheless, Mr. Wang nodded in agreement with Lin Xiao's proposal, finding it rather intriguing. After all his years of teaching, he had never witnessed both universities extend such invitations simultaneously, and now he could observe them vying for a student. How utterly fascinating. Thus, he directly called back to both institutions, proposing a joint meeting. The admissions offices of both agreed, and the online conference commenced. However, the meeting began to take a rather unusual turn. The representative from Shangjing University was a young and attractive female teacher, her voice pleasant. Upon seeing Lin Xiao in the virtual meeting, she beamed and said, "Congratulations, Lin Xiao, on achieving a perfect score in the recently concluded National Mathematics Olympiad. Students like you, who can score full marks in both mathematics competitions and Olympiads, are exceedingly rare. You may wonder how we know your results before their official announcement. Rest assured, the results will be released tonight at midnight, and yours is already in. Consequently, based on your outstanding performance, Shangjing University officially invites you to join us this September, though we look forward to welcoming you." Tsinghua University chimed in, "We extend the same invitation. Seeking recommendations, monthly tickets, and continued readership. Immense gratitude if the performance upon release is satisfactory. Expect an explosive update." Chapter 31. "You're talking nonsense," Shangjing University added. "Furthermore, in light of your perfect score and first-place achievement in the Olympiad, we are offering you an initial scholarship of 100,000 yuan, along with a monthly living stipend, should you continue to excel in future mathematics competitions. For instance, by making the national team and winning a gold medal at the IMO, the scholarship will increase substantially." Tsinghua University echoed, "We offer the same." Shangjing University continued, "We will also provide you with the best faculty support in the nation. You may select any professor to mentor you." Tsinghua University reiterated, "We offer the same." Shangjing University interjected, "Do not be swayed by Tsinghua. Their offerings cannot compare to ours." Tsinghua University countered, "You're talking nonsense. Lin Xiao, we are prepared to offer you an 11,000 yuan scholarship, and our subsequent offers will undoubtedly surpass theirs." Shangjing University retorted, "We have already contacted your father, who expressed a preference for our university. Your mother will surely agree." Tsinghua University shot back, "You're talking nonsense. We have spoken to your mother, who stated her fondness for Tsinghua and intends to discuss it with your father. Besides, do you not think the name Tsinghua sounds far more appealing than Shangjing?" Shangjing University responded, "You're talking nonsense. What makes our name any less appealing? People unfamiliar with Tsinghua might think it's some obscure institution. Moreover, Lin Xiao, our university has a history and cultural heritage that predates Tsinghua by over a decade." Tsinghua University retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Our campus is nearly 50% larger than yours." Shangjing University shot back, "You're talking nonsense. At most, it's 1/3 larger. How can you claim 50%? Lin Xiao and Wang Anyo. Lin Xiao had not anticipated that the two admissions representatives would genuinely begin to argue, and it appeared their contention was quite spirited. especially given that both were rather attractive female teachers. It was truly astonishing. Thus, he and Mr. Wang watched as the two representatives debated everything from the historical significance of their institutions to the quality of their faculty. And then onto alumni relations and various other benefits, of course. The reason these two universities were so eager to recruit Lin Xiao was not solely due to his academic achievements. They had discovered that he had completed the Olympiad exam in half the allotted time, and his process appeared remarkably effortless. This undoubtedly demonstrated that what posed a challenge for others was merely a walk in the park for him. Even the most difficult fifth problem had taken him only around 50 minutes to solve. Additionally, Lin Xiao excelled in other subjects. Both universities were well aware of his top score in the 5-province joint examination. Such a well-rounded talent, coupled with his exceptional mathematical aptitude, warranted their intense interest. Otherwise, there were typically 6 students participating in the IMO each year. They could not possibly extend lavish invitations to every single one to the team. Most, they might waive tuition fees as a form of preferential treatment. In previous years, their competition for top scores in the college entrance examination was not merely about the individuals themselves, but rather a struggle for prestige, as it was commonly known that these were the 2 most prestigious universities in the nation. If one institution failed to attract quality candidates while the other succeeded, it would inevitably be perceived as a sign of weakness. Clearly, Lin Xiao was unlike any of those candidates. Every year sees the emergence of top scholars. Yet students with extraordinary talents like Lin Xiao are a rarity. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, the 2 female teachers finally exhausted their spirited debate, calling for a pause. This moment. A teacher from Jing University turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, "What are your thoughts, Lin?" "I am merely observing." Lin Xiao quickly corrected himself, adding, "I believe both teachers have valid points. Currently, I find both Jing University and Tsinghua University to be quite appealing, leaving me somewhat conflicted. Perhaps it would be best to discuss it with my family upon my return." The teacher from Jing University remarked, "Your father has expressed a preference for our institution. As a son, you should heed his advice." The Tsinghua University teacher countered, "Your mother has shown a fondness for our university. As a son, you should also listen to her. After all, even Zhou Dong has sung about this." To which the Jing University teacher retorted, "Zhou Dong has also sung about listening to one's father." "You know," Lin Xiao interjected, "I shall deliberate further after returning home. In any case, I extend my gratitude to both teachers." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's response, the 2 teachers had no choice but to acquiesce. However, Lin Xiao added, "By the way, if I were to secure a gold medal at the IMO next year and also emerge as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, would there be additional monetary rewards, more incentives?" Teacher Wang silently scoffed, thinking this kid is at it again, trying to gain benefits from both sides. How much would that even amount to? The 2 teachers were momentarily taken aback. Is that feasible? Lin Xiao. They did not doubt that if Lin Xiao were to pursue either path individually, he stood a chance at both the IMO gold medal and the top score in the entrance exam. However, achieving both seemed quite a challenge. Nevertheless, since Lin Xiao had expressed such aspirations, the 2 teachers naturally replied, "Of course, that is entirely possible. We will petition the school for a higher reward. It certainly won't be less than what is currently offered." If Lin Xiao truly were to secure the top score in the entrance examination, the teachers could scarcely fathom the implications. Provided Lin Xiao enrolled in their institution, they had already envisioned the headlines. Mathematics national team competitor becomes science stream top scorer. Following the release of the IMO results, the title would read, "Science stream top scorer awarded gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad." The accompanying article would then highlight that this student had joined Jing University, Tsinghua University, rather than Tsinghua University, Jing University. Such a narrative would undoubtedly overshadow the rival institution. Yet, this was a mere fantasy for the 2 teachers, as they could not guarantee that Lin Xiao would accomplish such unprecedented feats. With little more to discuss, the video conference concluded, and Lin Xiao resumed his classes. In the evening, he engaged in discussions with his family about which university to attend. Of course, for Lin Xiao, this was not a pressing matter. He was prepared to embrace both the top score and the IMO gold medal, without any anxiety about his future education. Even if a decision were postponed until next year, it would not hinder him. Chapter 32. Without a bit of flattery, One remains unaware of their own greatness, however, considering that Jing University's mathematics program is nationally recognized as the best, slightly surpassing Tsinghua's. He leaned towards Jing University, having already decided on pursuing mathematics. Despite this, he did not feel compelled to immediately inform them. It was akin to keeping his negotiating counterpart in suspense. Thus, on the following day, November 22, the results of the 33rd National Mathematical Olympiad were officially announced. A total of 129 students received first-class gold medals, 142 earned second-class silver medals, and 86 were awarded third-class bronze medals. Notably, the top 60 first-class awardees automatically became members of the national training team. This year being an odd-numbered year, the score thresholds were relatively low, with the national training team score set at 69, the first-class score at 57, and the second-class score at 42. The third-class scores were not considered, as merely obtaining a score qualified one for a medal. Subsequently, renowned high schools scrutinized the results, eager to ascertain how their students fared. Naturally, the student who topped the list drew immediate attention, as prestigious schools took pride in having the highest achiever among their ranks. To their astonishment, they discovered the name of an unfamiliar school sitting atop the rankings, with the student identified as Lin Xiao. What on earth? Was a collective reaction among the schools. Had an unexpected dark horse emerged? They were taken aback, for such competitions typically reflected the investment and resources of schools. It was improbable for a dark horse to appear out of nowhere. Such exceptional students would have been courted by well-funded institutions long before entering high school or even middle school. While the published award list did not indicate scores, these schools had access to detailed score reports, and Lin Xiao's remarkable score of 126 left them utterly dazzled. Remarkably, he was the sole student to achieve a perfect score, with the second-place score at 121, merely 5 points shy of perfection. Although this gap may seem small, it represented a significant distinction that a perfect score does not measure a student's true capabilities, as it merely indicates the ceiling. For instance, if we define an unknown variable x within the range of 0–100, its maximum value could only be 100. But if it were within 0–1000, its potential could vastly exceed 100, reaching up to 1000. Ultimately, these schools could only lament the good fortune of this Jin Chung High School in acquiring such a remarkable student. Next, the allocation of quotas among provinces ensued. This year, 3 students from Qin province received gold medals, besides Lin Xiao. The others were Wang Yang and Sun Yu. Wang Yang did not secure a position among the top 60, effectively meaning he missed the national training team. His journey in mathematical competitions concluded here. With his gold medal, he could apply for independent admissions to any university except for Tsinghua and Peking University, significantly easing his path into these institutions. Meanwhile, Sun Yu from the Shigongda affiliated high school achieved an unexpected rise, moving from 8th place in the provincial league to 31st in the national Olympiad. This meant he would join Lin Xiao in the upcoming national team selection trials, should he continue to demonstrate such remarkable capabilities. He might also earn a spot on the national team. After all, advancing from 8th place in the provincial league to 31st nationally indicated a certain level of talent and potential. Perhaps his earlier performance in the league suffered due to a lack of preparation. And now he recognized the opportunity for direct admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, prompting him to exert himself to in summary. This year saw 2 students from Qin province enter the national training team, marking a significant breakthrough, as only one or even none had qualified for 5 years prior. Furthermore, it had been 15 years since any student had participated in the national team for the IMO. With Lin Xiao, a superlative mathematical prodigy, and the only student nationwide to achieve a perfect score, capturing the undisputed top position, the news invigorated all who were following developments in the province. Perhaps Lin Xiao could finally resolve the long-standing absence of students from Qin province in the national team. Consequently, the Qin Province Mathematics Society sent congratulations to Lin Xiao and Jin Chung High School, encouraging him to continue his efforts. Of course, such celebrations paled in comparison to those at Jin Chung High School, which orchestrated a comprehensive and exuberant celebration. That morning, upon Lin Xiao's arrival at school, he was greeted by a large red banner hung at the entrance, presumably prepared the previous night. The banner read, "Congratulations to our high school senior Lin Xiao for achieving first place nationally in the 33rd National Mathematical Olympiad. Upon seeing this display, Lin Xiao could hear the astonished and envious whispers of the surrounding students. Wait, isn't that the person who was praised during the flag-raising ceremony? He topped both the league and the Olympiad. This guy is incredibly impressive. Anyone who excels in mathematics is practically a genius. How enviable. He's almost guaranteed admission to Jing University or Tsinghua. Sigh, I can barely dream of getting into a 211 university. Ah, such is the world of scholarly prodigy. Unbelievably strong. I've heard that next he'll compete in the International Olympiad, representing our nation. Wow, he's fighting for our country. Hearing these remarks, Lin Xiao touched his face, thinking, no wonder I am so remarkable. Sighing, he mused that it was likely rare for someone to be both handsome and regarded as a scholarly deity. I must remain humble and continue to strive for excellence. With a grin, he hummed a tune as he walked onto campus. The sun shone brightly, flowers smiled at him, and the birds chirped greetings. He playfully corrected himself. Why am I carrying a bomb? I mean a small backpack. Upon entering the school, he arrived at the front of the main teaching building, where an electronic scrolling board was positioned. As the name suggests, the contents typically scroll, yet today it remains static, prominently displaying accolades for Lin Xiao and providing even more detailed information than the banner outside. Congratulations to Lin Xiao from Class 1 Science Stream for achieving a perfect score of 126 in the 33rd National Mathematical Olympiad, following his perfect score in the Nationwide High School Mathematics League 2 months prior. Now, Lin Xiao has successfully joined the National Mathematics Training Team and will soon participate in the National Team Selection Competition. Should he succeed, he will represent our country at the International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO. Therefore, let us all extend our heartfelt blessings to Lin Xiao, hoping he can advance even further, while also encouraging every student to learn from him. Lin Xiao gazed at the line of red text, feeling shy as he scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the attention. Keep the praise coming. Don't stop. People often remain unaware of their own brilliance without a little flattery. Chapter 33. The joy of your poison is another's preserved fruit. Upon returning to the classroom, the discussions among classmates were plentiful, and in summary, Lin Xiao received numerous congratulations from his peers. This was just the beginning. During the morning exercise break, the school leaders announced the joyful news over the intercom, employing every possible means of promotion, akin to a web novel receiving site-wide recommendations, sending it soaring to new heights. At that moment, Lin Xiao was once again summoned to the principal's office, where Principal Hu and the school leaders extended their congratulations. Lin Xiao, you have done exceptionally well. Jincheng High School is proud of you. Principal Hu smiled and gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, kindly stating, moreover, I represent Jincheng High School in expressing gratitude for the honor you have brought to our institution. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. I'm doing this for myself as well, and with the kindness shown by my teachers, classmates, and you, Principal Hu, I hope to contribute something to the school. You are quite articulate, Principal Hu said, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. His smile unwavering. Indeed, being articulate is a valuable skill in today's society. Well, no need to dwell on that. Our Provincial Mathematics Association also sent their congratulations this morning, applauding your achievements. The Provincial Education Department has also sent their best wishes, marking our school's name among the leaders of the province. All thanks to your efforts. Furthermore, Director Chow just called to inform me that with your gold medal, you have also entered the international training team, which means you will receive an additional reward of 20,000 yuan to be disbursed alongside the previous 30,000 yuan. Lin Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. 50,000 yuan, all his. Next, entering the national team would double that. Thank you, Principal Hu. Thank you, Director Chow. My admiration for you is as boundless as the rivers, he exclaimed, bursting with enthusiasm. Enough, Principal Hu chuckled, interrupting Lin Xiao. Just thank me. Don't thank him. This is my achievement for you. Laughter erupted among those present, as Principal Hu and Director Chow playfully vied for recognition. After that, there was little more to say. There were no further awards to be given to Lin Xiao. However, the school does present various scholarships annually, all part of a planned initiative, so Lin Xiao's eligibility for these awards was virtually guaranteed, and he certainly deserved them. Altogether, These awards would amount to approximately 6 or 7,000 yuan. At Lin Xiao's level of excellence, earning scholarships had become a relatively effortless endeavor. Subsequently, the stream of congratulations continued unabated, from a school to the Municipal Education Bureau, and eventually, even a deputy mayor responsible for education met with him for a photo opportunity. The city's television station even appeared at his doorstep for an interview. The two coaches who had initially led the team, Professor Huang, known for his chess-playing antics, and Professor Zhang, also called Lin Xiao to celebrate. While wishing him success in next year's national team selection, aspiring to see him among the top 6, representing the country in the upcoming International Mathematical Olympiad, everyone firmly believed Lin Xiao would secure a place in the national team. Would Lin Xiao disappoint them? Clearly not. Not to mention, he held unwavering confidence in himself that, on another note, regarding the invitation from the prestigious universities of Shangjing and Tsinghua, Lin Xiao ultimately chose Shangjing University. Both institutions offered similar conditions, with comparable status and resources within the country, making the material aspects less of a concern. However, Shangjing University's mathematics department is unparalleled nationally. For instance, in the 2012 National Third Round Discipline Evaluation results, Shangjing University ranked first, while Tsinghua University placed 5th. Though the results of the ongoing 4th round evaluation in 2017 have yet to be released, it is anticipated that Shangjing University will continue to excel. Additionally, Shangjing University's physics department is also ranked first nationally. If Lin Xiao were to pursue a second degree, physics would undoubtedly be his first choice, as he holds a profound interest in the subject. Inspired by the stories of renowned physicists such as Newton and Edison found in textbooks, regrettably, Tsinghua University could only express disappointment, as it is evidently weaker in this discipline, excelling more in other fields. Conversely, Shangjing University was elated, promptly sending representatives to Jincheng to finalize an agreement with Lin Xiao, which included various scholarship plans. One particularly enticing aspect for Lin Xiao was the substantial reward he would receive if he became the top scorer in the college entrance examination while also securing an IMO gold medal. This would entail a direct scholarship of 1 million yuan, alongside a monthly stipend of 10,000 yuan during his university years, and preferential consideration for scholarship selections and research opportunities. Moreover, he would enjoy special privileges within the university, one of which allows him to select 3 mentors for one-on-one guidance. Should he later decide to pursue a minor or a second degree, he would receive similar benefits. What is Shangjing University's greatest strength? Undoubtedly, its faculty, as the quality of teaching staff is a crucial determinant of a university's standing. Just as Lin Xiao University, once among the most formidable, has fallen to the lower ranks of the 985 institutions due to the loss of many high-caliber talents. Only a robust faculty can attract students. Thus, the conditions offered to Lin Xiao by Shangjing University are exceedingly generous, allowing him to select 3 mentors for personalized instruction, an unprecedented privilege in the university's history. Should Lin Xiao wish to work with a specific professor who initially declines, the university will endeavor to persuade that professor to accept him. This is only fitting, as it has been decades since a student has simultaneously held the titles of IMO gold medalist and college entrance examination top scorer. This scenario is historic, warranting a corresponding historic welcome from Shangjing University. Of course, this is contingent upon Lin Xiao's ability to achieve both accolades. His first trial lies ahead, to triumph once more in the national team selection competition. Time swiftly passed. The fervor generated by his outstanding results in the Olympiad gradually settled, and Lin Xiao's life resumed its rhythm of eating, studying, and sleeping, despite the perception of his life as ascetic. He found immense joy in the pursuit of knowledge, akin to an unyielding journey forward. Perhaps this exemplifies the adage, one man's poison is another's preserved fruit. As for his current studies, they remain predominantly focused on mathematics. However, he has largely moved beyond high school mathematics, fully immersing himself in the realm of university-level mathematics. Having completed advanced calculus, he procured textbooks on advanced algebra and mathematical analysis, embarking on a more profound exploration of these subjects. Chapter 34. The opening of the national training team. As Lin Xiao's studies delved deeper, he increasingly felt a sense of boundless freedom, akin to a fish leaping in vast oceans or a bird soaring in the sky. Engaging with such challenging knowledge brought him comfort, akin to the disparity between a shark in an aquarium and one in the open sea. For the shark, confined to the aquarium, its swimming prowess remains unfulfilled, while the ocean's vastness offers endless exploration. Upon reaching level 1 in mathematics, Lin Xiao experienced not only a minor enhancement of 0.05 in brain development, but also a subtle increase in his understanding of mathematics, an effect seemingly unacknowledged by the system. With this enhancement and a total brain development of 2.75, only the most challenging problems could satiate Lin Xiao's thirst for new knowledge. Naturally, he did not neglect his studies in other subjects. He still allocated time each day to reinforce that knowledge. After all, securing the title of top science student next year would yield him 1,000,000 yuan, inching him closer to his modest goal. Consequently, in subsequent school examinations, he maintained his position at the top of his grade, consistently scoring above 700 points, occasionally surpassing 740. Time continued to fly by the end of 2017. On December 28, for most individuals, a few days would usher in another year of life. Yet for the third-year students, less than 6 months remained before they faced a pivotal examination that would determine their futures. Certainly, within the cohort of senior high school students, there are always a few who stand out as unconventional. For instance, among the 60 mathematical prodigies who have already secured direct admission to Tsinghua and Peking University, there exists no necessity for them to partake in the upcoming examination in 6 months' time. However, they're confronted with their own challenge, commencing with the first phase of the national team selection training, which begins on December 30th. This initial stage will eliminate 45 individuals, leaving only 15 to advance to the second phase of selection scheduled for late March of the following year, for which 6 will ultimately be chosen to represent the national team. The 10-to-1 ratio is indeed harsh, especially considering that the 54 who are eliminated will be among the top-tier mathematical talents. Yet there is no alternative. Only the most exceptional among the exceptional can aspire to represent the nation in competition. To attain honor, one must possess the requisite strength as support. The first phase of training will be conducted at the first affiliated high school of East China Normal University, where the 60 students will report on the 29th and officially commence activities on the 30th. This phase will include 2 examinations, each mirroring the format of the Olympiad, spanning 2 days with 3 problems each day, after which candidates will be selected for the second phase based on these results. In addition to the examinations, 10 lectures will be arranged during this period, featuring various mathematical luminaries who will elucidate diverse problems and provide insights into the examination papers. Furthermore, some candidates who have secured second prizes or above in the CMO but have not made it into the national training team may opt to pay a substantial fee to audit the sessions, allowing them to take exams and attend classes alongside the training team members, thus enhancing their foundational knowledge, essentially enrolling in a training course. Consequently, approximately 20 additional students have chosen to audit. Altogether, this amounts to over 80 students. Among them is Lin Xiao, who has arrived alone, as his parents, preoccupied with their work, were unable to accompany him. For Lin Xiao, this marks his first venture away from home. Nevertheless, he feels quite positive about it. Akin to many boys leaving for university, relishing the newfound freedom from parental oversight, having long anticipated the day when they would no longer be under family constraints. Yet, after spending 10 days to 2 weeks at university, such thoughts often fade, replaced by a longing for home, with countless students shedding secret tears of nostalgia during the night. Of course, Lin Xiao is merely participating in a competition for approximately 13 days, which, while considerable, is manageable. Moreover, safety during travel is not a concern, as the Mathematics Society of Qin Province has arranged for their transportation, given that they represent the entire province in this competition, with all expenses covered by the provincial government. This initiative aims to prevent situations where exceptionally talented students from financially disadvantaged backgrounds cannot participate due to an inability to afford the necessary fees, an unfortunate reality that should not occur in a nation that has implemented 9 years of compulsory education, let alone in Qin Province, which has enforced 12 years of compulsory education since 2016. Thus, amidst well wishes, Lin Xiao and his teammate, Sun Yu, arrive at their destination, the first affiliated high school of East China Normal University. Their first task is to check into the designated hotel nearby and settle their belongings. Lin Xiao, here is your room key, 718. Sun Yu. Yours is 705. If you wish to room together, just communicate with your roommate. States the team leader sent by the Mathematics Society of Qin Province, who assists them with the check-in process. The room assignments are largely random, not strictly by province, as some provinces have only one student, while others have an odd number. Consequently, Lin Xiao does not share a room with Sun Yu. That's unnecessary. It would be too troublesome. Lin Xiao and Sun Yu agree, as they are not well acquainted. All right, let's head up now. The team leader nods in acknowledgement and leads them to the 7th floor. Soon, with the leader's assistance, they place their belongings in their respective rooms, and it is time to part ways with him. I wish you both great success, Lin Xiao. And you, Sun Yu, are quite talented as well. Your achievement from the League to the CMO attest to that. We at the Qin Province Mathematics Society look forward to your news. Thank you, leader. The two students respond with nods. Well then, I shall take my leave. That if you need anything, just give me a call. With that, the leader departs. After bidding farewell to Sun Yu, Lin Xiao returns to his room. The accommodation is a standard double room with 2 single beds. Given the limited hotel capacity, it is impractical to assign single rooms to all 90 students. Inside, another boy is already present, likely his roommate for the next 12 days. They did not converse while unpacking, but Lin Xiao thinks it prudent to exchange a few words since they will be sharing the room for an extended period. Hello, I'm Lin Xiao. What is your name? He greets. The boy, who is studying at a desk, glances up briefly at Lin Xiao and replies softly, Kong Huan. After that, he returns to his studies at O. By the way, which province are you from? Lin Xiao inquires. Shangjing, comes the response. What? Lin Xiao struggles to hear. Shangjing, Kong Huan repeats, slightly louder, yet still subdued. That's nice that I'm from Qin Province at O. The conversation feels awkward and uninspired, particularly as Lin Xiao perceives Kong Huan to be somewhat excessively introverted. Hardly acknowledging him and speaking in a whisper, is he shy? Lin Xiao refrains from commenting further. Everyone has their own personality, and his attempt at small talk was merely a courtesy. Deciding not to pursue the conversation, he tidies up and begins his own studies. Chapter 35. You think I'm quite handsome, don't you? Lin Xiao retrieves his textbook on Mathematical Analysis 3 from his backpack and begins to read. This version of mathematical analysis is authored by Zhou Minxiang. Although Lin Xiao possesses internal materials from Shangjing University, the Zhou version is superior, so he primarily focuses on this textbook for his studies. The textbooks were provided by Shangjing University. After choosing to attend, he requested the necessary materials from their mathematics department, to which the admissions office was more than willing to comply. The more Lin Xiao demonstrates his enthusiasm for learning, the more it validates their efforts, leading them to send him a complete set of materials, including a plethora of online courses and more advanced textbooks. These resources, if offered externally, would easily cost over 10,000 yuan. And some internal materials are not available to the public. After studying for a while, he finishes reading as the textbook only has about 10 pages left. Subsequently, he hears the system's voice in his mind. The host has essentially mastered the foundational concepts of mathematical analysis. Reward: 5 mathematics experience, 0.5 truth points. Lin Xiao smiles slightly upon hearing the system's announcement. Each time he completes a university mathematics subject and grasps its key points, the system rewards him. Now, having finished the textbooks for advanced mathematics, advanced algebra, and mathematical analysis, all of which comprise several volumes, he receives 5 experience points and 0.5 truth points for each completed subject. However, the prerequisite is mastering all knowledge, so he can only earn rewards after diligent study. He opens his personal panel, mentally commanding it to appear. The panel quickly materializes before him. Host: Lin Xiao. Truth points: 4. 2. Cosmic Truth Branch Levels. Mathematics. Level 1, 1650. Chemistry. Level 0, 210. Physics. Level 0, 210. Biology. Level 0, 210. Materials Science. Level 0, 010. Informatics. Level 0, 010. Observing the levels. He shakes his head in resignation. Why is leveling up so challenging? He contemplates using truth points to exchange for 34 experience points to boost his mathematics level. He wonders how much his brain's development and comprehension of mathematics would enhance upon reaching level 2. Not dwelling on it further, he He retrieves his textbook on abstract algebra and resumes his studies. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. He immerses himself in study, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Eventually, he takes a break for dinner and heads to the hotel restaurant. Following that, he attends the opening ceremony at the school auditorium. The ceremony is straightforward, merely encouraging the students and wishing them success. After the meeting, they proceed to familiarize themselves with the examination venue in preparation for the morning's test. Time passes quietly, and soon enough, the two-day examination arrives. The difficulty of the national team selection test is exceedingly high, surpassing even that of the CMO, as there are no easy questions to be found. Consequently, after the 2 days of testing, Lin Xiao can sense the despondency among the other participants. His roommate, Kong Huan, appears to have grown even more withdrawn, as Lin Xiao finds himself calling out to him multiple times just to elicit a response when inviting him to dinner. Of course, Lin Xiao's situation remains splendid. He enjoys his meals and sleeps soundly. Even without practicing, he delves into his abstract algebra studies. Thus, the first day after the examination has arrived. Today marks the commencement of the training course. The initial instructor is Professor Chen Song from East China Normal University's Mathematics Department. Greetings, mathematical prodigies from across the nation. I am delighted to conduct this lesson for you. After 2 days of examinations. How do you all feel? Was it exhilarating? Professor Chen, facing over 80 students, said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, most students visibly frowned. Exhilarating? What a joke! It was indeed exhilarating, in a chilling way. Professor Chen was well aware of the students' sentiments, as he held their score reports in hand. Haha, I understand your feelings. Perhaps the results weren't ideal. However, there's no need for concern. Our national team selections are indeed more stringent, hence the questions were notably challenging. It is only natural for you to find them difficult. Fear not, as there are still 8 days until the next examination. Pay close attention in class, delve deeper, and you shall overcome these challenges. Without further ado, he continued, let us first announce the result from the past 2 days. Where's Lin Xiao? Let us acknowledge him. Startled, Lin Xiao, who was seated, stood up and looked towards Professor Chen. The professor glanced at him, nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. Ah, quite the handsome young man, indeed, and your results are commendable, which is even better. Congratulations on achieving a perfect score once again, following your success in the Olympiad. As you remain the sole student to achieve a perfect score in this examination. Upon hearing Professor Chen's words, astonishment spread across the faces of the other students as they turned to gaze at the standing young man. This is Lin Xiao, the one who topped the CMO. He actually scored full marks in the recent examination. Is he even human? These mathematical prodigies were incredulous, grappling with the notion that Lin Xiao could attain a perfect score on questions that had vexed them. Moreover, what did Professor Chen mean by achieving full marks again after the Olympiad? Did he secure first place in the Olympiad due to a perfect score? A palpable aura of a super scholar radiated from the standing student, leaving the other gifted individuals who were also regarded as geniuses in their own right, feeling somewhat suffocated. What a powerhouse! Meanwhile, Professor Chen, standing at the front, was beaming, applauding. He understood that Lin Xiao had consistently scored full marks throughout the league, never losing a single point. To his surprise, despite the recent examination's difficulty, Lin Xiao still managed to achieve perfection. The purpose of designing such a challenging first examination was to temper the spirits of the 60 candidates, who had all secured spots in prestigious universities, potentially leading to inflated egos. Participants in the IMO must not harbor such a mindset, otherwise they risk failure. However, what was intended to be a test of their mettle unexpectedly yielded a perfect score, particularly one who had also excelled in the CMO. This astonished the training team of instructors. After their initial shock, they were filled with joy at Lin Xiao's performance. Such a vigorous student had never before emerged. If he could continue to excel, their prospects for a full score at the IMO would be secured. While the IMO is a competition of individual prowess, as a national representative team, the scores of participants are aggregated to determine the highest total. Thus, identifying a full score is undoubtedly advantageous. Consequently, Professor Chen looked at Lin Xiao with great satisfaction at that moment. Lin Xiao shyly remarked, "So you think I'm quite handsome, too?" Chen, all students, Chapter 36. What are you writing about? Big shot? Is this the main point? isn't the highlight your perfect score. To this, Lin Xiao could only assert that, evidently, being handsome was the focal point. Joking aside, achieving a perfect score is merely a transient accomplishment. Handsomeness, on the other hand, lasts a lifetime. Moreover, attaining a perfect score in competitions is a basic skill for Lin Xiao, and he hardly cares for accolades. He only pays attention when complimented on his looks. Ahem, indeed handsome. However, perhaps you should discuss this matter more thoroughly with your girlfriend later. Now, please take your seat. Professor Chen hadn't anticipated that this young man with thick brows and bright eyes would be so self-absorbed. But he was too indifferent to dwell on it, that he waved his hand, allowing Lin Xiao to sit, and proceeded to announce the scores of the other students. While reading the scores of the other students, he did not ask any of them to stand, clearly indicating that he only wished to acknowledge Lin Xiao, showing no interest in the others in this examination, apart from Lin Xiao, who achieved a perfect score. The second-place score barely exceeded 100, while the third-place score languished in the 90s. As he reported scores down to 30, Professor Chen ceased, evidently avoiding mentioning those scoring below 30 for the sake of their dignity. All right, having concluded the results, both the training team members and the auditing students who feel dissatisfied with their scores should strive for improvement. Now, for today's lesson, I will specifically explain the examination paper. Professor Chen then began discussing the paper. However, there was little to say about it. Lin Xiao hadn't even brought the paper with him, rendering him unable to listen. Moreover, it was rather dull, as Professor Chen's method for solving problems were standard approaches Lin Xiao had already considered. These methods were too basic, requiring extensive writing and multiple steps, which he had effortlessly bypassed. Preferring a more efficient approach, he chose to abandon the lecture and instead opened the abstract algebra book he had brought along, immersing himself in it. Having completed advanced algebra, he possessed a solid foundation to comprehend abstract algebra, which is typically studied after advanced algebra. Nevertheless, the two subjects are not inherently linked. Abstract algebra, also referred to as modern algebra, is closely tied to group theory, with the former serving as foundational knowledge for the latter, which is a significant branch of abstract algebra. Thus, entering the realm of abstract algebra signifies a deeper engagement with algebra. And naturally, the difficulty escalates. After all, merely glancing at the term abstract indicates its complexity. Who among the masses can truly comprehend the masterpieces of abstract artists? Certainly, abstract algebra is challenging, and it plays a vital role in all of modern mathematics and various other scientific fields. Affirming its esteemed status, A.S. Lin Xiao continued reading. He gradually became engrossed, entering a state of focused study. Meanwhile, surrounding students, upon witnessing him pull out an incomprehensible textbook, stole quick glances but were soon left bewildered. What on earth are those equations? I can't make sense of any of it. They quickly averted their eyes and returned their attention to the blackboard, only to be further astonished by how full it had become. Wait, why is the teacher erasing the board? The unfortunate student could only lament in despair. While all present were mathematical prodigies, it was evident that distinctions existed even among geniuses. Thus, Professor Chen continued until he reached the final problem. He paused, turning to Lin Xiao's direction, and called out, "Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao did not respond. "Lin Xiao?" Professor Chen called again. At that moment, a student seated beside Lin Xiao nudged him, bringing him back to reality. He looked confused and asked, "What is up? The teacher is calling you." Lin Xiao quickly stood up and replied, "Sir?" Professor Chen shook his head in exasperation, but chose not to dwell on Lin Xiao's inattentiveness, as this class was primarily an analysis of the exam paper. Given that Lin Xiao had achieved a perfect score, he naturally had the unqualified right to abstain from listening, but he then addressed the class. The final problem of our examination was the most challenging, and only Lin Xiao succeeded in scoring full marks. The second place, Ouyang, scored only 11 points, while 5 other students received less than 10 points. The remaining students did not score at all. Lin Xiao employed an excellent method for this problem, so I hope everyone can learn from it. Let us listen to how Lin Xiao conceived this approach. Lin Xiao scratched his nose. He and T brought the exam paper, as his working process was recorded on it. Furthermore, was that problem truly so difficult? He thought it was quite manageable. However, since the teacher had summoned him, he had no choice but to comply. After all, he still had a recollection of the solution and could recalculate it without issue. Thus, he stood from his seat and walked to the front. Professor Chun handed Lin Xiao the blackboard pen, but, noticing he and T brought the exam paper, inquired, "Where is your exam paper?" "I left it at the hotel, Professor Chun." "But didn't T bring the exam paper to class?" Could it be that Lin Xiao was so confident of his perfect score that he felt no need for it? Yet, without the paper, Lin Xiao would likely struggle to reproduce his solution, as the process was rather lengthy and involved numerous calculations, which he might not remember entirely. Thus, Professor Chen asked, "Can you still write it down? If it truly cannot be helped, you may share your thoughts." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing, it won't matter. It's merely a matter of recalculating, and I can do it quite swiftly besides. I have some recollection of it." The crowd fell silent, bemused. "Merely recalculating? Very well, esteemed expert, please commence your performance." Chen Song, however, remained silent. Some mathematical prodigies are like that. If they forget a theorem or formula, they simply rederive it in voile. It comes back to them. Although Lin Xiao's recreation of such a complex calculation was indeed challenging, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, he vacated his spot, eager to witness Lin Xiao's display. Lin Xiao took the pen, gazing at the problem Chen Song had inscribed on the blackboard. Given a positive integer n, which is divisible by exactly 36 distinct prime numbers, 4k1 to 5, let Cn denote the count of integers coprime to n in the set, k1, n5, kn5. It is known that c1, c2, c5 are not identical. Prove that 5g1, ci, cj, 2, 36. Got it. After a brief glance at the problem, augmented by his prior knowledge, he promptly stated, "Everyone, what comes to mind regarding this 5g1? Quite simple, isn't it? The principle of inclusion-exclusion. Henceforth, we shall express it using the principle of inclusion-exclusion that he then began to write on the blackboard. Proof, without loss of generality. Let n p101, p2, a2, p36, and e36 define f as he diligently inscribed his thoughts upon the board. More than half of the mathematical prodigies below remained utterly perplexed. Esteemed expert, what are you writing now? Chapter 37. The Roommate with Psychological Issues. Lin Xiao, of course, paid little heed to the audience's confusion. He was focused on his explanation, and whether they comprehended it depended on their own capabilities. Nevertheless, a few individuals' eyes began to sparkle with understanding. Yes, the principle of inclusion-exclusion. Wow, the expert truly deserves his title. His observational skills are remarkably keen. However, their excitement was premature. The subsequent steps Lin Xiao employed in applying the principle of inclusion-exclusion left them all astounded due to their complexity. Had they attempted it themselves, they would have likely found it quite challenging to execute. Naturally, a few individuals did think to use the principle of inclusion-exclusion, yet they found themselves at a loss for what to do next. Becoming stuck, thus, as they observed Lin Xiao's subsequent steps, admiration gradually filled their gazes. Soon, Lin Xiao reached a similar juncture and remarked, "According to the expression, we can further employ generating functions to tackle this recursion." Upon hearing the mention of generating functions, the few who had grasped it felt a renewed sense of clarity. Indeed, generating functions. How had they not thought of it while writing? Their astonishment only deepened, and they felt a genuine respect for Lin Xiao. Thus, Lin Xiao continued to write and articulate his thought process, while those students who could keep up reveled in the guidance of a learning deity. While those who could not fell into a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What arcane script is being inscribed upon the blackboard? This is rather peculiar, as it necessitates the use of cyclotomic polynomials. I wonder if everyone is familiar with them. They refer to the minimal degree monic polynomial with integer coefficients satisfied by a certain nth primitive root of unity. That in simpler terms, it pertains to a particular polynomial f, x, within the factorization of xn, 1, such that all the roots of fx are not solutions to equations of the form x in 1 of lower degree. This is a rather esoteric topic, so it is understandable if not everyone can fathom it. Next, we shall utilize cyclotomic polynomials to refine our approach. We are nearly there, just a bit more, and we will continue to apply the principle of inclusion-exclusion, dissecting it modulo 5. then multiplying by this matrix, and transforming the powers of 2 into generating functions, and we should be close to the result. Lastly, we must not forget to add the specified conditions. Upon completing his work, Lin Xiao had nearly filled the entire blackboard. After reviewing the process and finding it satisfactory, he pinned down "Kitty" with meticulous strokes that, completed, Lin Xiao remarked, setting aside his pen, feeling a sense of nostalgia for the convenience of blackboard markers, as chalk would leave him covered in dust. The students who had not comprehended his explanation erupted into applause. Incredible! 666! Although they understood nothing, they could still cheer. Conversely, a select few who grasped the material immersed themselves in Lin Xiao's elucidation, absorbing knowledge they had yet to master. Some even took out their notebooks, beginning to jot down notes. Irrespective of comprehension, Lin Xiao's explanatory process was undoubtedly worthy of their earnest study, for they might encounter similar problems in the future. Particularly, the second-place student, Yang, who had scored 11 points, felt thoroughly awed. He realized the vast chasm between their abilities and even entertained the thought of seeking Lin Xiao's guidance to improve himself. Meanwhile, Chen Song, who had been observing Lin Xiao, was not surprised by his thought process, having already been astonished by Lin Xiao's performance on the exam. Yet he remained stunned by the speed at which Lin Xiao handled the generating functions, a level of computational prowess he himself could not attain. This aspect was the most intricate part of the problem, evoking thoughts of Ramanujan's formulas. Generating functions are inherently complex, and this problem was no exception. Even knowing how to use generating functions does not guarantee one can solve it from start to finish. Yet Lin Xiao not only solved it, but did so with remarkable swiftness, leading Chen Song to describe his method as fast, precise, and ruthless. What is the most crucial element in mathematics? Beyond the so-called mathematical intuition, the second most vital aspect is computation. Arithmetic is the oldest, most fundamental, and foundational element of mathematics. It is, as its name suggests, a technique. The deeper one masters this technique, the more profound their mathematical understanding becomes. Just as Euler's proof that the sum of all natural numbers equals 1 may 12th be incorrect. The creation of such a seemingly rational proof requires exceptional computational ability. Ultimately, Chen Song could only reflect that perhaps some geniuses indeed defy common understanding. Consequently, he joined in the applause and gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, expressing genuine admiration. "Well done, Lin, truly impressive." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, replying, "Thank you, teacher. Yes, you earned it. Now you may step down." Chen Song nodded and gestured, acknowledging that such a student needed no further praise. Lin Xiao did not linger. Descending from the platform to return to his seat, as he walked back, he could feel many eyes following his progress until he sat down. He sighed inwardly. While he was pleased that everyone was impressed by his talent, he couldn't help but wonder. Why not because of his looks? After all, Professor Chen Song had an eye for talent and could directly call him a handsome lad. The ensuing lecture, led by Professor Chen Song, began with an explanation of Lin Xiao's written process from the beginning. It was evident that many students present still struggled to comprehend, as Lin Xiao was not a teacher and could not convey the material in an understandable manner. That was Professor Chen Song's task, of course. Even with his guidance, there would still be a few students unable to grasp the concepts. And even for those who did understand, the complexity of handling generating functions would leave them utterly bewildered. One misstep could lead to errors, necessitating a return to self-study as for Lin Xiao. He humbly concealed his achievements and resumed his studies in abstract algebra. Time swiftly passed. The morning class concluded in this manner. And after having lunch at the school cafeteria, Lin Xiao returned to his hotel room. Just as he entered, Kong Huan stepped in as well. Upon seeing him, Lin Xiao greeted him with a smile. "Have you eaten?" This time, Kong Huan regarded him earnestly, finally nodding yes. "What do you think of the cafeteria here? Is the food good?" "Averaged it. I recommend the grilled rice on the second floor. It's quite nice, and it's all reimbursable." Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback by this rare exchange with Kong Huan, but soon fell silent. He was merely being polite, as they would be seeing each other often. Although Kong Huan was excessively introverted, he felt he could not ignore him entirely. After all, if Kong Huan perceived his silence as disregard, It might exacerbate his introversion, and a significant portion of today's youth exhibits this passive personality trait. However, many among them also yearn for attention. Yet their passive demeanor often prevents them from receiving it, creating a vicious cycle that leads to increased passivity and even feelings of inferiority. Thus, occasionally engaging them in conversation may signal that one has not overlooked them, possibly providing some psychological benefit. Of course, this would only apply during their 12 days of cohabitation. However, if Kong Huan were indeed destined for Jing University and had also chosen the mathematics department, could it not mean they might have the chance to become roommates in the future? With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Kong Huan a few more times. At that moment, however, Kong Huan took the initiative to speak. Actually, I am here to audit. I can't get reimbursement for my meals. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Kong Huan is an auditing student. This comes as quite a surprise. I hadn't anticipated encountering one among the more than 20 auditing students. He then chuckled and said, "Oh, I see. That's rather good." However, at that moment, Kong Huan inquired, "Do you look down upon me because of this?" Lin Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. "Young man, it seems your psychological issues are rather unusual." Chapter 38. One should not fear to change oneself, brother. Have you misunderstood something? Being able to attend as an auditing student is actually quite commendable, isn't it? At the very least, it indicates that your family is willing to invest in your education. I recall it costs around 6,000 yuan, right? My father is quite affluent. We reside in the second ring of Beijing. Owning 2 buildings, over a dozen apartments, and even a courtyard. 6,000 yuan is insignificant for him. Lin Xiao. He was somewhat reluctant to engage further. Why don't you just go and be a reclusive child by yourself? No, wait. It should be a reclusive rich kid. Yet, after a brief pause, he continued, "So it stands to reason that given your family's considerable wealth, I should be envious rather than dismissive of you. Why would you think otherwise?" Kong Huan fell silent for a moment, and then, as if seeking to open his heart, he exhaled deeply, returned to his bed, leaned against the headboard, and began to reminisce. His voice remained as soft as ever. "My family has always told me that if I do not perform as well as others, I will be looked down upon. They insist that I must study diligently." Lin Xiao could not help but feel speechless. Do even the rich kids have to compete so fiercely? How are children from less privileged backgrounds supposed to cope with this? Someone like me can only rely on sheer willpower. That he couldn't resist asking. "Your family is that strict with you?" Kong Huan nodded. "Yes. I'm the only child in my family, and I have never had much time to myself. That I am either at school or at home with my tutors. I also attend various extracurricular classes. Eventually, some of my tutors found it difficult to communicate with me due to my reticence, so they stopped teaching me. Nevertheless, my family continued to expect me to excel in my studies, leaving me to study independently." "You really don't talk much," Lin Xiao remarked, shaking his head. After pondering for a moment, he added, "Perhaps it's because your family has such high expectations for you to succeed. But their methods seem a bit excessive." Kong Huan silently nodded. "I suppose so." The room fell into silence for a while. Kong Huan spoke again. "Thus I feel I resemble what people describe as depression, that I do not dare to take my own life. But I sense that my existence might just continue in this manner indefinitely. Perhaps one day I will come to terms with it. Then why not come to terms with it now? Wouldn't that be better? I do not wish to take my own life. So your idea of coming to terms with things equates to contemplating suicide. Is this what depression entails?" Lin Xiao stated. "But at least your grades are commendable. The fact that you are here indicates your proficiency in mathematics. Indeed, besides mathematics, my scores in the other 4 subjects could secure me a place at Jingda or Tsinghua. I am quite passionate about mathematics, which led me to participate in competitions, and unexpectedly, I excelled, ultimately joining the Beijing City mathematics team. Upon learning this, my family assigned me numerous mathematics-related tasks, and even engaged several former CMO gold medalists and national math team coaches to tutor me. Yet, I always feel a sense of discomfort when forced to study. That I prefer to explore subjects on my own. Being compelled to learn leaves me feeling stifled, which has caused my math skills to decline. In the recent exam, I only scored a total of 10 points. Lin Xiao contemplated and then remarked, "I understand now. You actually value freedom and do not wish to be controlled, correct? Just endure a little longer. You'll soon be in college, and then you can distance yourself from your family." Kong Huan shook his head and replied, "My family is in Beijing, so I can only choose Jingda or Tsinghua. They will not accept any other institutions. What about studying abroad? Your family is wealthy enough to afford it that I dislike foreign countries. The environment feels too alien, and the culture is different. Moreover, I have heard that individuals like me may be bullied abroad." Lin Xiao. He scratched his head, wondering if he was expected to provide psychological counseling to this seemingly depressed rich kid. Yet what did he know about psychological counseling? At that moment, Kong Huan suddenly turned to him and asked, "Do your family control you?" "Well, not really to him. My family used to think just getting into a good university would suffice. Then my grades improved, allowing me to enter a 985 university, and they became even less involved. So, you're now not only capable of attending Qingbei, but you also have a chance to participate in international mathematics competitions? Perhaps." Lin Xiao reflected that it might be precisely because Kong Huan's family did not impose strict control over him that he was able to take his studies seriously. After all, even before acquiring the system, he had approached his studies with diligence, which enabled him to consistently rank within the top 30 in his school. This realization stirred sympathy and understanding for Kong Huan within Lin Xiao. It was akin to the relationship between passion and work. When passion morphs into work, it often loses its allure. Lin Xiao had genuinely transformed his studies into a profound interest, thus experiencing no sense of oppression. Unlike Kong Huan, who even exhibited counterproductive reactions at that moment, Kong Huan sighed and said, "I envy you. If I possess your talent, my family would likely not impose such restrictions on me. By the way, what is it like to excel in your studies? The experience is merely being envied by others. Beyond that, the greatest advantage is that I am not easily stumped when tackling problems," Lin Xiao replied. "Moreover, there is nothing to envy. While you admire my academic success, I am envious of your affluent upbringing. Everyone has aspects that others regard with envy." Perhaps another silence ensued. Lin Xiao suddenly inquired, "By the way, do you have any beliefs?" "Beliefs?" Kong Huan blinked in surprise before shaking his head. "I do not believe in anything that IT could also refer goals, perhaps. I have no goals either. I simply do whatever my family arranges for me." "Then you should establish a goal for yourself." "That I do not know what goals to set." "What interests you, me?" Kong Huan hesitated, lost in thought before finally stating, "I have an interest in computers." "Computers? Why not mention this to your family? Surely this hobby is commendable. They think I am only interested in gaming, but what I truly want to learn is..." Kong Huan glanced at Lin Xiao before concluding, "Actually hacking." Lin Xiao regarded him with newfound respect. "Impressive. I once aspired to be a hacker as well, but I gave up when I couldn't find any tutorials." He then added, "So why not pursue hacking? However, my family does not permit me to spend much time on the computer, and I do not want them to discover that I am learning hacking skills that I fear they would disapprove. Not to worry. When you reach university, you can choose your major, and your family cannot possibly prevent you from doing so. Right? I fear they may refuse." Hearing Kong Huan's words, Lin Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. This fear of familial authority in Kong Huan warranted correction. Thus, he suddenly exclaimed, "Brother!" The unexpected exclamation startled Kong Huan. Lin Xiao sat up on the bed, looked at Kong Huan earnestly, and declared, "In life, one must strive for oneself at least once, especially since what you seek now is the right to choose freely. Therefore, in pursuit of your goal, you must not be hindered by your fears. You should change your attitude. Point one may fear death, but one must never fear to change oneself." Chapter 39. Friends, some individuals, such as our soldiers, police officers, firefighters, and others, live for the sake of others. Similarly, we should live for our loved ones. However, for you, it is imperative to live for yourself first. Your family may be highly successful individuals who can influence your growth by providing you with excellent prospects, but they cannot control you or strip you of your right to make choices. At the very least, your right to choose your life path should never be forfeited. Your aspiration to become a hacker is your goal, and I firmly believe you can achieve it, given your prowess in mathematics. You undoubtedly possess the opportunity to realize it. Therefore, to attain this aim, you must first embark on that path, striving to secure this opportunity from your family. If your family agrees, then consider it as if I never spoke. However, if they oppose you, then you must confront them, argue with them. Do not be afraid. Just think about it. You are their only child. Can your father truly harm you? He cannot harm you, so just pursue it. When I was young, I once had a confrontation with my father to go out and play oh, what if he hit me? I still got my way, not to mention that you're doing this to study computer science. What a splendid field computer science is, one of the hottest majors. Surely your father would not want you, a potential candidate for the CMO competition, to study business management instead. Moreover, your family is already wealthy, living in the second ring with properties in several buildings, and, at this point, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of envy. He even has a courtyard to live in. Such a situation is utterly exasperating. Lying in bed day after day. Sigh, never mind, I can't be bothered to discuss it with you. Ponder it yourself. With that, Lin Xiao collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to a sense of despair, reflecting on what he was even worrying about. After all, the individual he was fretting over was a second-generation rich heir with a family fortune of at least 1 billion. Such matters were hardly worthy of consideration for someone like him, who earned a meager monthly salary of 0.0. But he should now be making over 1 million a year, thanks to the rewards from Jincheng City and Peking University combined. However, that sum was only for this year, and he had yet to receive any of it. Observing Lin Xiao's demeanor, which bore no reaction, Kong Huan suddenly broke into a smile. He had come to a realization, not one of despair, but rather an understanding of what Lin Xiao had conveyed to him. For him, aside from the fear of death, he ought not to fear the transformation of oneself any longer. He needed to overcome the ingrained habit of merely obeying his parents' commands. He must strive for himself. Just this once, he then turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Lin Xiao, thank you." Without lifting his head, Lin Xiao extended his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement, signaling that he had heard him. Kong Huan hesitated for a moment before continuing. In the past, very few people were willing to engage in conversation with me, as I never initiated dialogue. After they attempted to converse with me a couple of times, they likely found me dull and ceased to speak with me. Yet you, every time you see me, offer a few words that is only natural, Lin Xiao replied, raising his arm to wave dismissively. But why did you choose to speak to me today? Because you scored full marks on your exam. And I greatly admire that. I wanted to understand how you achieved it. You know about it? Indeed, that is the goal. When Lin Xiao encouraged him to adopt becoming a hacker as his objective, he suddenly comprehended why he had previously drifted through life without purpose. At that moment, he inquired, "By the way, what is your goal?" "Me." Lin Xiao still did not rise, merely tilting his head slightly to glance at Kong Huan before replying. "It should be to uncover the truth of our universe." This was indeed the mission bestowed upon him by the system. To discover the truth of the world. Kong Huan felt a surge of admiration. Though he pondered its difficulty it should be quite challenging. Lin Xiao mused, regardless, one can set any goal. In my heart, I have 3 goals of varying magnitudes. What are they? The grand goal is to realize communism. The international shall surely come to fruition. The medium goal is to serve my country and topple imperialism. The small goal is to earn 100 million. That seems rather mundane. Perhaps it would be better to aim at becoming a scientist, or starting as a mathematician, which is smaller and more easily attainable. Of course, I also hope that in the future, our education system in Huagua can become fairer, unlike in your capital, where educational resources are abundant. I wish for my hometown to reach at least half, maybe 1/5 of that level. After hearing Lin Xiao's ambitions, Kong Huan calmly declared, "You will undoubtedly achieve it." Finally sitting up, Lin Xiao regarded Kong Huan's earnest expression and remarked, "I was merely speaking casually. Perhaps it means you will succeed?" Lin Xiao scratched his head and replied, "Don't say that. I might get overly confident. You also believe I can achieve my goals." Lin Xiao paused, then smiled. "That might be true. Then let us wish for our mutual success. You shall become a world-class hacker, and I will be the foremost scientist globally." "Indeed," Kong Huan nodded. The formation of friendship is a curious phenomenon, often requiring a catalyst. Thus, Lin Xiao and Kong Huan became friends. Although Kong Huan maintained an aloof demeanor around others during class, he found himself able to converse freely with Lin Xiao. This indicated that Kong Huan genuinely yearned for companionship. Although they had only known each other for 3 days, the depth of their conversation allowed even strangers to forge a bond of friendship. Lin Xiao's initial intent was merely to ensure this individual felt acknowledged, reflecting his approach to others. However, Upon recognizing Kong Huan's character, he imparted words akin to enlightenment, hoping to awaken him. Little did he expect to gain such a sincere friend, one who was particularly affluent as well. Subsequently, Lin Xiao witnessed just how wealthy Kong Huan truly was. For instance, Kong Huan treated him to a meal at an upscale Western restaurant outside the school, casually spending hundreds of dollars. They also wandered through a mall, where Kong Huan insisted on gifting Lin Xiao a pair of shoes worth over 1,000. This left Lin Xiao somewhat speechless, prompting him to impart a lesson. True friendships are not maintained through monetary means. You must have heard the saying that money cannot buy genuine emotions, and friendship is among them. Fortunately, Kong Huan heeded his advice and abandoned such notions. As their training sessions continued, whenever Kong Huan encountered a challenging math problem, he would approach Lin Xiao for assistance, who would gladly tutor him. Within just a few days, their relationship deepened significantly, almost reaching the level where they could exchange crude jokes and share esoteric codes. However, Lin Xiao harbored doubts about whether this well-behaved individual could truly comprehend such matters. Chapter 40. I shall pose a few questions to you. The intensive training course following the exam spanned 8 days. Initially, Lin Xiao attended classes diligently, though the level of his attentiveness remained questionable. However, he soon noticed that many participants in the training program chose not to attend, with only those who had paid for the privilege of auditing attending lectures. After 3 days, he too ceased attending classes. Naturally, the training program also provided a self-study room open for study every day, with math teachers present to assist with any questions. However, Lin Xiao merely occupied himself with reading, having little to inquire about, thus relishing the tranquil atmosphere of study. Ironically, while he did not seek out the teacher eventually roamed the self-study room and found his way to Lin Xiao. The teacher in charge of the self-study room, Su Hongbing, was a mathematics professor. He approached Lin Xiao and glanced at the boy hailed as a genius among geniuses in mathematics. This student's reputation within the training program was quite significant, making it only natural for Su Hongbing to recognize him. However, he was taken aback to find this student engrossed in abstract algebra. The difficulty of abstract algebra is considerable, although it was not part of the curriculum he taught. He was aware of its notoriously high failure rates, as many students who struggled in higher algebra also faltered in abstract algebra. Can you comprehend it? Ah! Lin Xiao snapped out of his reverie upon noticing the professor beside him and called out, "Professor Su." He then replied, "I understand it well enough. Have you completed the higher algebra?" "Yes, I have." Impressive. Su Hongbing nodded approvingly. A true mathematical genius should not squander their talent. If Lin Xiao were to forget the importance of progress due to his current prowess in mathematics competitions, his future success would undoubtedly be limited. Only through continuous learning and advancement can a genius's potential be fully realized. Otherwise, they risk suffering a fate akin to that of the tragic figure Shirzan Yong. Su Hongbing pondered for a moment before stating, "Let me pose a problem for you to solve." Lin Xiao nodded. "I humbly accept the challenge." "You still speak so eloquently," Su Hongbing chuckled. Amused by his formality, he then took Lin Xiao's pen and began writing a problem on his scratch paper. Although he did not teach abstract algebra, he had instructed higher algebra, making it relatively simple for him to devise a problem. Let F be an n-dimensional matrix that is a companion matrix of a polynomial. Prove that a matrix that commutes with F must be a polynomial in F. Here you go. Once finished, Su Hongbing handed the pen back to Lin Xiao. The problem he posed was of a higher difficulty level. He sought to assess Lin Xiao's grasp of higher algebra and whether he could replicate the outstanding performance he exhibited in Olympiad exams. Additionally, the problem involved a somewhat obscure concept, and he was curious to see how well Lin Xiao understood it and how broad his knowledge base was. However, to his surprise, Lin Xiao began writing after merely pondering for a minute without asking him what a companion matrix was. Proof: let V be an n-dimensional linear space, and 1, 2, n be a basis. Let be a linear transformation on V, such that the matrix of the basis 1, 2, n is F, that is 1, 2, and 1, 2, in F. Since F is a companion matrix, it follows that 2, 1, 3, 1, 1. That is, upon witnessing the initial steps Lin Xiao took, Su Hongbing gasped in awe. He was astonished by Lin Xiao's adeptness in applying concepts of linear space and linear transformation. Even in higher algebra, this knowledge is considered challenging, and he had always approached such problems with caution, fearing he might overwhelm his students. Moreover, he had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would arrive at such a solution so swiftly. As most students typically utilize standard unit column vectors to solve these types of problems, that he could not help but feel a sense of wonder in his heart. This student was truly remarkable. No wonder he could exhibit such momentum in the Olympiad. It was as if he was born for mathematics. Waves of thought stirred within him. He continued to observe Lin Xiao as he wrote. Before long, Lin Xiao reached the final step. Thus, C in I1, CI1 Fi1, E1, Fe1, Fe1, Fn1 and I1 C1 Phi1. Hence, C is a polynomial in FQED. With meticulous strokes, Lin Xiao completed the last two characters and set down his pen. Upon noticing that Lin Xiao had finished, Su Hongbing remarked, "Excellent work, quite impressive." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Actually, it wasn't too difficult, was it? Not much at all." Su Hongbing, "You find it not too difficult?" Lin Xiao nodded and candidly stated, "It was indeed manageable. I only completed my study of advanced algebra a few days ago, that if I could accomplish it, then it shouldn't be overly challenging, right?" Su Hongbing, he sensed a hint of disdain emanating from this student regarding the problems he had posed. Moreover, Lin Xiao casually mentioned that he had just finished studying advanced algebra a few days prior. "You just completed your studies in advanced calculus?" "Yes, that's self-taught." "Indeed, that no teacher to guide you?" "None," Lin Xiao replied, "that I am my hometown. There are no such university-level mathematics tutorials. Before participating in the Olympiad, I hadn't attended any intensive training, except for a month-long training course our school held prior to the mathematics competition." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Hongbing felt an even greater sense of disbelief. Lin Xiao had self-studied everything. Initially, he had assumed that Lin Xiao had received instruction from a teacher, coupled with his innate talent. Perhaps the teachers of mathematical prodigies contributed little to their achievements. Yet it was undeniable that a guiding figure was essential. Newton, for instance, had an extraordinary mentor in Professor Lucas of Cambridge University, a title reserved for esteemed scholars, held by only one individual at a time, underscoring the prowess of Newton's instructor. Similarly, Einstein's mentor was Minkowski, whose renowned contributions to space-time hold immense significance in mathematics and physics, closely intertwined with Einstein's later theories on relativity. Thus, Su Hongbing found it astonishing that Lin Xiao thrived in such a deprived educational environment, while still showcasing such formidable mathematical talent. Truly, gold will always shine, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for Lin Xiao. Had he had a competent teacher guiding him, he might have already soared to great heights, perhaps even joining the IMO team during his middle school years. However, he quickly reminded himself that Lin Xiao would be entering university soon. Presumably, he would choose one of those two institutions. With that, he need not worry about Lin Xiao's future. Such a talent would undoubtedly not go unnoticed in college, of course. This was merely a reflection of the hopes he harbored for any student as a teacher. Setting aside these thoughts, he could not tolerate the belittlement of the problems he had crafted. Could he endure such an affront as a professional mathematics problem setter? He had been invited to participate in the problem-setting group for the CMO and collegiate mathematics competitions, which was precisely why he had been invited to mentor these students. Thus, he declared, "So, you are a self-taught prodigy, quite impressive indeed. I believe you will thrive even more when you enter university. How about this? I will prepare a few more challenging problems for you. When you plan to leave later, come up to the podium to collect them." "All right," Lin Xiao nodded. Chapter 41. Accidentally posed a world-class problem. As Su teacher prepared his set problems, he required some time. So Lin Xiao continued to read his book. Time swiftly passed, and around 9 in the evening, Lin Xiao glanced at the clock. It was time to return to the hotel. He stretched and began to tidy his desk in preparation for departure. As he reached the door, he recalled Su teacher mentioning he would set a few difficult questions for him. However, it seems Su teacher had left the study room for some matter and had yet to return. Nevertheless, he must have prepared the questions by now, thought Lin Xiao. Approaching the podium, he discovered several sheets of paper, all inscribed with problems. In addition, there was a pile of scrap paper filled with various equations, many of which bore large crosses. Had Su teacher encountered difficulties? Lin Xiao pondered momentarily, but soon dismissed the thought and picked up the sheets containing the problems. That he quickly skimmed the first sheet. Both sides were filled with questions totaling 4, mostly concerning advanced algebra, including determinants, matrices, and various other categories. He then glanced at the next 2 sheets. The second sheet also had 4 problems, while the third contained only 1, which he did not bother to examine further. As it was not scrap paper, he then found a blank sheet nearby and wrote, Teacher, I have taken the problems you set. I will return tomorrow evening to find you. Lin Xiao. Afterward, he exited the classroom. Not long after, Su Hongbing returned to the podium and noticed the note Lin Xiao had left behind. He smiled faintly. Those problems had indeed been conceived through much effort, some of which he had previously set for math competitions. He was eager to see whether Lin Xiao could solve them. He even anticipated the moment the following evening when this student might come to him. Lamenting the difficulty of the problems, shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and resumed his work at the desk. His time spent there was not idle. As a mathematics professor, he was also engaged in researching certain issues. Recently, he had been investigating a world-class problem: whether the Fibonacci sequence contains infinitely many prime numbers. The prime number problem has long been a topic of discussion in the mathematical community, with famous conjectures such as the Riemann Hypothesis, the GODLIKE conjecture, the twin prime conjecture, and the distribution of Mersenne primes, all pertaining to primes. Despite appearing to be a mere numerical game, it continually captivates pure mathematicians. The question of whether the Fibonacci sequence contains infinitely many primes, though not as renowned as the Mersenne primes, would certainly cause a significant stir in the mathematical world if proven, greatly benefiting him personally. Just as the student Liu, who proved the Zidipan conjecture, graduated and was appointed a full professor at Nanjing University at the tender age of 22, Su Hongbing wondered what rewards might await him should he complete the proof. Especially in the realm of number theory, a field of keen interest to many mathematicians. Yet, it was evident that he had been grappling with this for many days without any breakthroughs, as evidenced by the multitude of wasted scrap paper strewn across his desk. However, Su Hongbing's current dilemma was not how to prove this problem, but rather, where had his questions gone? Searching through the papers on his desk, he discovered that the sheet containing his question about the Fibonacci sequence and the existence of infinitely many primes was missing. Where could his problems have gone? Perhaps, Su Hongbing found the thought amusing. Could Lin Xiao have mistakenly taken them, believing them to be his own questions? It was indeed a possibility. He shook his head, dismissing it as a surprise for Lin Xiao. Oh no, rather a shock. Of course, this was predicated on whether Lin Xiao could even reach that point that he had crafted 8 challenging problems that he was quite satisfied with. The first 4 could undoubtedly serve as the culminating questions in a university-level advanced algebra examination, while the latter 4 were unquestionably competition-grade challenges, particularly for mathematics majors. Should Lin Xiao manage to solve them all before his study session tomorrow evening, he would eat his desk, along with all that scrap paper. When Lin Xiao failed to solve them and came seeking his assistance, he would have the perfect opportunity to comfort him, reassuring him that this merely illustrated the importance of having a teacher, and would encourage him to study diligently with his instructors in university, warning him against reinventing the wheel. He believed that Lin Xiao would heed his guidance, and his future would undoubtedly be boundless. Reflecting on his plans, Su Hongbing nodded in satisfaction. He certainly considered himself a good teacher. With that thought, he resumed his work, grabbing another sheet of scrap paper to write down the expression for the Fibonacci sequence. Adding at the end, does it contain infinitely many primes? He then began attempting to solve this problem once more in the hotel within Lin Xiao's room. These problems set by the teacher are quite something. They truly present a challenge. Lin Xiao stared at the questions Su Hongbing had given him. Lost in thought, he had completed the 4 problems on the first sheet and was now working on the second. But the sudden increase in difficulty left him momentarily stumped. Had he known that these questions could be classified as university-level mathematics competition problems, he would not have felt so conflicted, for tackling such challenges would naturally require time to ponder. Considering the depth, breadth, and knowledge required at the university level, after about 5 minutes, he finally conceived a line of reasoning. 5 minutes to arrive at a solution. Ridiculous. Shaking his head, he began to write based on the approach he had devised. Indeed, for him, 5 minutes posed a considerable challenge. Otherwise, during his recent study session, Su Hongbing had presented him with a problem that he resolved in merely a minute. Anything beyond 3 minutes would be deemed quite difficult. "What are you doing?" inquired Kong Huan, who was also studying nearby. However, Lin Xiao, having entered a state of deep concentration, paid no heed to his words. Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, Kong Huan, filled with curiosity, approached him and took a glance. After observing, he silently retreated. It seemed that he was destined to remain a hacker. Mathematics was not a domain he should concern himself with. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 11:30. Lin Xiao, who had been engrossed in solving problems, finally exhaled and set aside the second sheet of paper. Glancing at the clock, he couldn't help but admire Su Hongbing's prowess in problem-setting. It took him an hour and a half to complete these 8 questions. He had only spent 20 minutes on the first 4, yet the last 4 consumed a staggering 70 minutes. Particularly, these problems appear to be spontaneously devised by Su Hongbing. To be able to generate such a multitude of challenging questions is not a feat every teacher can achieve. Nevertheless, he had managed to finish. Indeed, he was impressive. With a sense of pride, Lin Xiao picked up the third sheet of paper, which contained but a single question that it read. Given the Fibonacci sequence Fn, where the first 2 terms are both 1, and Fn 3, Fn 1, Fn 2, does the sequence Fn contain infinitely many prime numbers? Chapter 42. Difficulty upon reading the problem statement. Lin Xiao's expression grew grave. This question was indeed challenging. Furthermore, it was not merely difficult. It required him to prove the existence of infinitely many prime numbers within such a sequence. Proving that there are infinitely many primes within the natural numbers is one matter, but demonstrating the same for this specific sequence was far more complex. As determining whether a sequence contains infinitely many primes could almost be likened to a random event, rendering it quite arduous to accomplish. Lin Xiao found himself deep in thought. Surely, this was a question from higher algebra. Was it not? Yet upon closer inspection, it bore little resemblance to a problem from that field. It was evidently a number theory question, although number theory could indeed be approached with algebraic knowledge. Was it polynomial? Matrix-related? Or perhaps spatial or linear functions? The problems assigned by his teacher could not possibly be unsolvable mathematical conundrums. Could they? They must be resolvable, albeit challenging. Thus, he pondered for 5 minutes, engaging in some preliminary calculations on his scratch paper. To begin with, he needed to establish the pattern of the sequence. Lin Xiao wrote down the first few terms, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. As he observed these numbers, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. This sequence seemed familiar. It dawned on him that this was none other than the Fibonacci sequence. No wonder he found the general term formula somewhat recognizable. The Fibonacci sequence is named after the Italian mathematician Leonardo Fibonacci, who lived in the 12th century, and is defined recursively. After establishing the zeroth and first terms as 0 and 1 respectively, each subsequent term equals the sum of the 2 preceding ones, with the zeroth term being a special case that is not counted within the sequence. While some may perceive this sequence as unremarkable, its simplicity belies its complexity. Point 1 could easily concoct their own sequence, perhaps naming it the Zhang-San outlaw sequence, defining the first 3 terms as 1, with each following term equal to the sum of the previous 3, or stipulating certain conditions for the initial 4 terms. However, the Fibonacci sequence is noteworthy not merely for its simplicity. It also possesses unique qualities that it is known as the golden ratio sequence, as the ratio of consecutive terms converges toward the golden ratio. Approximately 0.618. Furthermore, this sequence manifests in numerous natural phenomena, with about 99 of sunflower seeds arranged in spirals adhering to the Fibonacci sequence, as do the growth patterns of tree branches. Hence, many mathematicians have devoted their studies to the Fibonacci sequence. However, the question concerning Fibonacci primes. Lin Xiao found himself in a quandary. Was this not an unsolved mathematical problem? Yet, this was a question posed by his teacher. Surely, Su Hongbing would not intentionally lead him astray? Or perhaps he had mistakenly selected the wrong problem. Should he search for it on his phone? Yet, he hesitated. What if this problem had already been resolved? That would mean he would inadvertently acquire the answer ahead of time. For him, even catching a glimpse of an approach would significantly assist in solving the problem. Lin Xiao remained unaware that this was indeed an unsolved problem, as he had little familiarity with the Fibonacci sequence. And merely recognizing its general term formula was already a feat. He had no knowledge of its intricacies. Moreover, this question was not widely known. The unsolved mathematical problems familiar to high school students in Huagua predominantly revolved around the GODLIKE conjecture, largely due to the efforts of a mathematician named Qian, who had addressed one of its components. For promotional purposes, this problem was included in mathematics textbooks, disseminating knowledge to middle and high school students in Huagua. As for more renowned mathematical problems, such as the Riemann Hypothesis, BSD conjecture, or Hodge conjecture, few middle and high school students were aware of them. Thus, Lin Xiao found himself at an impasse, uncertain how to approach this problem. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. This question was inscribed on the third sheet. The problem on the first sheet was evidently simpler than that on the second. Therefore, it followed logically that the question on the third sheet must be more challenging than the second. Given that the problem on the second sheet was already quite difficult, it was only reasonable that the sole question on the third sheet would be even more formidable. This line of reasoning was rather straightforward. Instantly, Lin Xiao ceased to be troubled and felt a renewed respect for Professor Su Hongbing. His ability to gauge the varying levels of difficulty among the problems was remarkable, truly a mathematics professor. With that, he resumed his contemplation of possible solutions. Minutes turned into 10, and soon his mind was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts, neurotransmitters firing at high frequency at the synapses of his nervous system, propelling his brain into a profound state of operation. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. If it were a polynomial, he immediately began jotting down equations on his scratch paper. First, he expressed the general term formula as in 1 and 2 0. Then, employing the method for solving second-order linear homogeneous recurrence relations, he determined that its characteristic polynomial was characteristic polynomial 1 0, thus 1 5. This leads to C1 1 and C2 2n, where C1 and C2 are constants. Knowing A0 and A1, we find, ultimately, we derive C1 15, C2 minus 1 5. Here, we invoke the prime number theorem, tell x, x log x, where the x. At this juncture, Lin Xiao once again found himself in contemplation. Next, he needed to attempt to integrate the two concepts, as long as he could establish a connection. He would have completed the proof. After all, the prime number theorem is evidently derived from the conclusion of the existence of infinitely many primes. As long as the two could coexist and both pertain to infinity, the conclusion would naturally follow. Thus, proving the larger assertion would inherently validate the smaller one. However, it was clear that establishing a connection and finding the points of relation between the two was no simple task. It would require a considerable amount of additional manipulation. He needed to reformulate them, as the current relationship was too distant. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, pondering how to effect an equivalence transformation. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. He snapped back to reality and turned to see Kong Huan beside him. What's the matter? Lin Xiao inquired. It's almost midnight. Aren't you going to take a break? Ah, is it already midnight? Lin Xiao realized it was quite late. Even if he didn't need to rest, Kong Huan certainly did. Thus, he reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon his thoughts, nodding in agreement. Yes, I'm about to rest. He then closed his scratch paper and proceeded to freshen up. After returning to bed, his mind continued to churn with thoughts of how to proceed with the proof. Gradually, however, he succumbed to sleep. There was little he could do. He fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. Chapter 43. The sage state the process of resolving unsolved problems is akin to developing new mathematical methodologies. Employing existing methods to tackle mathematical conjectures is merely coincidental, while utilizing novel approaches to prove mathematical challenges invigorates the mathematical community. This is a pursuit to which every mathematician aspires. Do you understand? To be frank, it is indeed so. Therefore, Lin Xiao, I hope you could traverse further along this path. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt his consciousness returning to the darkness. Strictly speaking, it was not darkness. He was simply closing his eyes. He attempted to open them, but his eyelids felt heavy and somewhat adhered together, making it difficult to lift them. However, with a bit of effort, it was manageable. Rubbing his eyes, he felt a slight improvement before rising from his bed. He yawned and recalled that he seemed to have had a dream that IT appeared to involve teacher Ding Ping imparting wisdom. Yet it also felt like the mathematics teacher from class 1 of the science department. Or perhaps Professors Chun Song and Su Hongbing, among others. His recollections were vague. Nevertheless, the essence of the lesson lingered in his mind, suggesting that resolving mathematical challenges necessitates an attempt to create new mathematical methods. Employing existing mathematical methods to tackle unresolved conundrums does not inherently confer value upon these enigmas. Rather, it merely indicates that a previously undiscovered niche has fortuitously come to your attention over the course of time. This niche will inevitably be uncovered by future minds in the realm of mathematics. While addressing such a regret may offer a sense of closure, it does not enhance the discipline as a whole, for it remains unchanged, devoid of innovative contributions. In fact, it may even hinder the progress of certain individuals within the mathematical community, as some students may have devoted considerable time to their research, perhaps even culminating in their theses, only to find their efforts rendered futile by your resolution of the very problem they were grappling with. Lin Xiao found this perspective to be quite cogent. Mathematics, as the foundational subject underpinning all scientific inquiry, necessitates continual evolution to yield greater practical applications for the world. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao chose not to dwell on this matter. He had yet to prove that the Fibonacci sequence contains an infinite number of prime numbers, which is not an unresolved dilemma. As for the issue of solving unsolved problems, it was not something a mere student, still months away from adulthood, ought to ponder. Before long, having completed his morning routine, Kong Huanan awoke that he needed to attend a training class. After all, having paid for it, missing the session would be a waste. For Lin Xiao, attending class was unnecessary as he lacked interest in the curriculum, which revolved around Olympiad mathematics, an area he had long since transcended. Subsequently, he and Kong Huanan ventured downstairs to partake in breakfast. Upon returning to the hotel and glancing at the time, he noted it was barely 8:30, still early. However, Lin Xiao did not squander the time. He sat at the table and resumed his contemplation of the problem he had pondered the previous night, drawing upon the insights he had formulated before sleep. He once again entered a state of deep concentration. Yet, despite his efforts to explore various methods, he encountered insurmountable difficulties, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between him and the synthesis of the two equations he had delineated the night prior. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of disorientation. This was the first time since acquiring his system that he had encountered such a vexing problem, especially one posed by his instructor. His thoughts began to spiral into chaos, leading him to consider whether he should consult Baidu for guidance. But he quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing that it would amount to dishonesty, leaving him embarrassed to report back to Teacher Su. Yet, the challenge was formidable. He had already ruminated for 3 hours. Even the CMO's daily examination had been completed, yet here he was, devoid of any semblance of direction. I recall that truth points can also be employed to resolve such issues. Can't they? Lin Xiao suddenly remembered this and inquired within his mind. System, how many truth points are required to solve this problem? System, based on the host's current mathematical level, level 1. Resolving this issue necessitates 3 truth points. 3 truth points? I currently possess 4.2 truth points. How fortuitous! But then Lin Xiao had a sudden epiphany. Utilizing truth points to derive answers was no different from copying answers outright. He promptly slapped his forehead, admonishing himself, Lin Xiao, stop dreaming of unearned rewards. How will you discover truth in the future? He decided not to dwell on this too much. At worst, he could straightforwardly admit to his teacher that he lacked the answers. Nevertheless, it was astonishing that such a problem would require 3 truth points. They certainly seemed to be in short supply. Muttering to himself, Lin Xiao rallied his spirits and resumed contemplating potential solutions to the problem. Ultimately, however, he found himself writing a series of meaningless equations on scrap paper, still unable to devise a satisfactory method. Lin Xiao tugged at his hair, feeling a surge of frustration. If only his brain's development could be enhanced further. Wait, brain development? Lin Xiao suddenly recalled that the system had previously rewarded him with an ability called Sage State, which enhances his brain development by 50%. How could he have forgotten this? He smacked his forehead. Until now, he had not encountered any problems requiring more than 10 minutes of contemplation to grasp, leading him to overlook this option. His current brain development stood at 275, and activating Sage State would elevate it by 1.375, bringing it to an impressive 4.125, a significant increase. If he couldn't resolve the problem with 4.125 brain development, he might as well give up on mathematics altogether. After all, this was merely a question posed by his teacher. Lin Xiao steeled himself and silently chanted, "Activate sage state." The system's voice echoed, "Sage state, activated. Remaining time, 5 hours. Once initiated, it cannot be paused." It can't be paused? Lin Xiao frowned at this revelation, yet almost immediately he sensed a clarity enveloping his mind. This sensation was indescribably pleasant, as if he were grasping the expansive nature of the universe itself. Is this what it feels like to exist in a realm beyond 4%? Truly marvelous. Feeling inspired, he turned his gaze back to the scrap paper, and suddenly ideas began to flow like a mighty spring. Of course, he could explore the proof originally established by Euclid regarding the infinite alternation of primes and odd and even numbers. And then, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination, a fierce resolve igniting within him. He would not be deterred by this challenge. Chapter 44. The completion of the proof, as time slipped away, marked by the emergence of formulas and numerical symbols beneath his pen, Lin Xiao, now fully immersed in sage state, transformed into a true sage. Fleeting inspirations flitted through his mind as he revisited all the knowledge he had acquired, persistently seeking the key to solving this dilemma. Yet even at this juncture, the problem remained stubbornly elusive. He had arrived at the final step, but something essential was still missing. Lin Xiao sensed he had reached a bottleneck in his reasoning. The distribution of primes within the Fibonacci sequence surely held a deeper connection. Aha! The golden ratio, 0.618. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in sudden realization, but he quickly furrowed his brow. No, my knowledge is insufficient. I require more understanding. Or perhaps alternative methods. Lin Xiao slapped his forehead, recognizing that he could not rely solely on familiar knowledge. He needed to incorporate new insights. He pulled another sheet of scrap paper closer, his mind racing with possibilities. New methods. What innovative approach could yield a solution? Analytic continuation. He suddenly recalled this concept he had previously encountered, though his grasp of it was limited. As it belonged to the realm of complex function theory, he had only skimmed the table of contents of a book on complex functions and had yet to delve into the material. However, he did possess a basic understanding of analytic continuation, particularly from Euler's demonstration that the sum of all natural numbers equals 112. His comprehension was robust enough that even a cursory glance at that proof had granted him some insight into the technique. Furthermore, analytic continuation was intimately linked to the Riemann zeta function, which is instrumental in discerning the distribution of primes and is closely associated with the Riemann hypothesis. Yet, Lin Xiao did not dwell on these complexities. Upon recognizing the potential, he set to work. Once more, time slipped away, and lines of equations materialized on the paper as his pen danced across the surface. With 4.125 brain development, he found it increasingly effortless to connect the dots in ways previously elusive. Sheets of scrap paper were cast aside, while others were retained for further consideration. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Kong Huanan returned. Having spent the entire morning attending classes and studying, he was now quite late for lunch. However, upon noticing Lin Xiao still seated at the table, surrounded by a multitude of scrap paper strewn about, a look of admiration and reflection crossed his face. This was undeniably the undisputed champion of competitions. Facing such an academic prodigy, even conceding defeat felt gratifying. Silently, he approached Lin Xiao from behind, glanced at the notes on the scrap paper, and then quietly retreated. His resolve to pursue a career as a hacker solidified further. The mathematical community needed Lin Xiao, not him. In comparison, he felt as though he had squandered his mathematical education. Moreover, he realized that Lin Xiao could effortlessly enter a state of focused learning for every time he observed Lin Xiao begin to study. It was as if he completely forgot the world around him, that he envied this state immensely, regretting that he could not replicate it. Thereafter, he refrained from interrupting Lin Xiao and embarked on his own studies. Time passed once more, and as Lin Xiao had activated sage state at 11 o'clock, by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the state was nearing its conclusion. The system's voice resonated. The duration of sage state has ended. Lin Xiao instantly felt the clarity of thought dissipate. his associative thinking slowing perceptibly. However, the problem no longer felt insurmountable. As Lin Xiao grasped the draft paper before him, his gaze fell upon a brand new function inscribed upon it, a look of satisfaction blossoming on his face. This function was the result of his application of analytic continuation, followed by a series of intricate transformations, incorporating knowledge gleaned from his studies in mathematical analysis. It bore a close relationship with the Fibonacci sequence while also aligning with the prime number theorem. In other words, the bridge had finally been constructed, but a glimmer of contentment sparkled in Lin Xiao's eyes. The next step was to build the bridge.It is well known that a bridge must be constructed before it can be placed atop its peers. Naturally, in engineering, the process of bridging is the most troublesome. While in mathematics, building a bridge is arduous, and crossing it is relatively simple. Thus, he continued to scribble on the draft paper, linking his previously derived equivalent expressions to this novel function. From lemmas 3 and 4, and equations 5, 7, and 8, it can be deduced that it is evident that fx and x are entirely equal within their domain. Based on the infinitude of primes, it follows that the sequence fn contains infinitely many primes. With each stroke, he pinned the final two characters and exhaled deeply that it was done. Finally, it was completed. This problem had proven to be exceedingly challenging, that he sighed in reflection, and at that moment, the system's melodious voice resonated. Congratulations, host, for proving the existence of infinitely many primes within the Fibonacci sequence. In recognition of your performance in the proof, rewards are as follows: 100 points of mathematical experience, 4 truth points, and a health capsule. The tangible reward, health capsule, can be claimed at any time. It eradicates all external forces within the body while also providing a degree of enhancement. A gentle reminder from the system: learning requires a healthy body. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Congratulations, host. Your mathematical level has been elevated to level 2, 66,250. Upon hearing the series of announcements from the system, Lin Xiao momentarily froze. Completing this problem earned him a staggering 100 experience points. The truth points had increased by 4 as well. This was quite a windfall. Even using truth points to solve this problem would only require 3. Moreover, what exactly was this health capsule? Was it a tangible item? The system could actually bestow physical rewards. However, he decided to ponder that later. Seeing his mathematical level rise to level 2 prompted him to inquire internally. System, how much has my brain development increased? Each subject raised a level 2 results in a 0.2 increase in brain development. 0.2. Lin Xiao nodded. This indicated that his brain development had now reached 295. However, upon reflection, considering that he had taken quite some time to solve this problem, even with a brain development rate of 4.125 while in a sage state, this 2.95 seemed less than adequate. Shaking his head in resignation, he realized he still had a significant distance to cover before becoming a true mathematician. If it took him this long to solve this problem, one could only imagine the brain development rates of luminaries like Yang Zhuning or Einstein. Not wishing to dwell on such thoughts, he checked the time. It was 4:30. Wait. It was already 4:30. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a strong protest from his stomach, an unprecedented sensation of hunger that made him acutely aware of his need for sustenance. He recalled that aside from breakfast at the hotel around 7 in the morning, he had been so engrossed in his studies that he had neglected to eat. He quickly tidied up his desk and dashed off to grab a meal. Chapter 45. The unbelievable Su Hongbing. At 6 in the evening, he found himself back in the same study room. Having enjoyed a hearty meal, Lin Xiao arrived with over 20 sheets of draft paper filled with his proof. The instructor, Su Hongbing, had yet to arrive. It was still early, and he likely went to have dinner. Upon entering, Lin Xiao noticed a sparse number of students present. Remembering the health capsule awarded by the system, he silently intoned, "Extract health capsule." Almost immediately, he felt something materialize in his hand. Startled, he opened his palm to find a blue capsule resting there, that a sense of astonishment washed over him. This object had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Where had it come from? Did this not violate the law of conservation of energy? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. However, given the existence of the system, mulling over this question seemed futile. Could this truly be the health capsule? Observing the capsule, which purportedly eradicates all external forces within the body, did it imply the elimination of all diseases? After all, it was called a health capsule. Moreover, it claimed to provide some degree of enhancement to the body. Could it render him stronger? Contemplating this, he retrieved his cup from his backpack, placed the capsule in his mouth, took a sip of water, and swallowed it. He carefully assessed his body for any changes but sensed nothing amiss. Perhaps the capsule's shell had yet to dissolve, or the effects of the medication would take some time to manifest. He sighed in relief. That seemed reasonable. What medication in the world acts immediately upon ingestion? Even anesthetics require some time to take effect. He had half expected it to behave like the potions in fantasy novels that work instantly upon consumption. He decided not to dwell on it further, opting instead to wait for its effects to unfold. Subsequently, he pulled out the draft paper detailing his proof and reviewed it meticulously from beginning to end, ensuring there were no errors, lest he find himself in an awkward situation when the instructor scrutinized his work. After a thorough review, he found no mistakes. Bolstered by the state of immersion, his thought processes had been remarkably rigorous, rendering logical or computational errors highly unlikely. Most importantly, the system had validated his results, which assured him of their correctness. That he also checked the previous 8 algebra problems. Upon completion of his review, he found no issues, and it was at this moment that Su Hongbing finally returned to the study room. Lin Xiao looked up and made eye contact with the instructor. Su Hongbing smiled at the student, contemplating how Lin Xiao had fared with the problems, that he suspected that Lin Xiao had encountered difficulties given his absence throughout the day. Su Hongbing nodded with satisfaction, pleased that his skill in crafting challenging problems had not waned to this point. He noticed Lin Xiao rising from his seat, carrying a stack of papers. That a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. Why was Lin Xiao bringing a pile of papers? However, he dismissed this question as Lin Xiao approached the podium. Su Hongbing, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, asked, "So, how did you find the problems I assigned yesterday?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "They were incredibly difficult." Su Hongbing chuckled heartily, replying, "Difficulties are expected. You should have no issue with the first 4 problems. However, the latter ones are indeed of a university-level math competition standard, particularly for math majors, given that you're self-taught and have only recently begun. It's understandable to find them challenging." Lin Xiao paused, then added, "Indeed, they were quite challenging, especially the 9th problem, but I had no issue with the first 8. I completed the first 4 in about 20 minutes. Though the 5th through 8th posed some difficulty, I spent nearly 70 minutes finishing them." After this revelation, he relaxed. So that's why the latter problems were so tough. They were competition problems. Su Hongbing, however, was left bewildered by Lin Xiao's remarks regarding a 9th problem. What was this 9th problem he mentioned? Had he mistakenly assigned it? Moreover, Lin Xiao claimed to have completed the first 4 problems in 20 minutes, yet took 70 minutes for the subsequent 4 competition problems. This implied he had finished them all in an hour and a half. Su Hongbing was taken aback. 20 minutes for the first 4 seemed reasonable, but 70 minutes for the competition problems? Was he joking? Shouldn't he have stumbled on one of the problems? Unable to contain his astonishment, he inquired again, "You finished all the problems?" Seeing Su Hongbing's incredulous expression, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Yes, all of them." He thought Su Hongbing's surprise was warranted. After all, they were competition problems, and it was indeed remarkable for a senior high school student to solve such challenges. Su Hongbing nodded in acknowledgement, feeling as though he had encountered something extraordinary. He quickly beckoned, saying, "Let me see your work for those 8 problems. 8 problems. At Su Hongbing's request, Lin Xiao retrieved the first 2 sheets from his stack and handed them to the instructor. These 2 sheets contained the solutions to the first 8 problems. Su Hongbing picked up the first sheet, which featured 4 relatively simple problems. After a cursory glance, he confirmed that Lin Xiao had indeed answered them all correctly. This was no small feat, yet he quickly flipped to the second sheet. As he continued reading, he retrieved his glasses from his pocket, donning them to scrutinize the work more closely. The problems on the second sheet were rather challenging. He spent an entire hour contemplating them before arriving at solutions. Notably, 2 of the questions were merely variations of ones he had previously devised, necessitating a thorough examination of Lin Xiao's methodology. After a while, once he confirmed that the final problem was indeed correct, he finally set down the paper, his astonishment unrelenting. Simultaneously, he recalled what he had said the previous night. If Lin Xiao completed everything, he would devour those scrap papers. And what about the table before him? His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had discarded that pile of scrap papers. And as for the table, forget it, he thought. Only he was privy to this little secret, known to heaven and earth, effectively making it a matter of no concern. Thus, he consciously shifted the topic to evade his own awkwardness. He complimented, "Impressive, truly remarkable. Your talent, I dare say, is unmatched by any student in the past decade." Although unsure of what Su Laosher was contemplating, upon hearing such praise, Lin Xiao scratched his head and modestly replied, "Well, it's not that extraordinary. I still encountered difficulties. You finished all the problems in an hour and a half. How can you claim to have faced difficulties? Spare the modesty for today. Even I, as a professor, feel somewhat overshadowed." Lin Xiao touched his nose and clarified, "Teacher, I didn't complete all the problems in an hour and a half. I started working on them after returning home last night and finished around 4 o'clock this afternoon after a night's sleep." Su Hongbing was taken aback. "So you mean to say you completed it in 90 minutes? Lin Xiao, puzzled, wondered if the teacher had misheard him that he explained the first 8 problems took 90 minutes to solve. The remainder of the time was primarily spent on the 9th problem, which probably took about 9 hours to resolve. Upon hearing Lin Xiao mention the 9th problem again, Su Hongbing found himself bewildered. "The 9th problem? Right." Lin Xiao nodded again, showcasing the 20-plus pages of draft paper in his hand to Su Hongbing. It was this 9th problem that required all these pages of work. Su Hongbing looked utterly bemused, "But I didn't assign a 9th problem. I only gave you the first 8. Lin Xiao was equally perplexed, responding, "Did you not leave me 3 sheets of paper? The third one contained that one problem." As he spoke, Su Hongbing suddenly recalled that he indeed had left an additional sheet of paper, which Lin Xiao had taken. They both simultaneously exclaimed, "Prove that there are infinitely many prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence." "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded again, observing Su Hongbing's expression of confusion. "That wasn't that problem left for me by you." Su Hongbing waved his hands dismissively. "What are you talking about? That's a currently unsolved problem in the mathematical community. How could I possibly assign it to you?" "Wait a minute." Upon uttering that phrase, Su Hongbing was struck with realization. Yes, this was indeed an unsolved problem. What had Lin Xiao said before? That he had solved it. He stared at Lin Xiao, incredulously asking, "You mean to say you actually wrote it out?" Lin Xiao, hearing Su Hongbing's words, stood frozen in disbelief. "Huh, I accidentally solved an unsolved problem in mathematics. What a joke." He looked at Su Hongbing's wide eyes and cautiously inquired, "You didn't leave this problem for me, did you? But I saw it on the lectern." Su Hongbing retorted impatiently, "What do you mean I left it for you? That was for myself. I often ponder this question in my spare time. It's been several years." Thus, he had only left you 2 sheets with 8 problems, not a 9th. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and scratched his head, finding this quite unexpected. No wonder, he thought. It was precisely because that problem was so difficult that it took me 9 hours to solve. Su Hongbing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You took 9 hours. Do you know how long I spent? 3 years. Do you have any idea how much time I wasted during that period? At least 90 hours. You took only 9 hours, and you talk about it so lightly. Of course." Su Hongbing did not immediately believe that Lin Xiao had truly completed the proof. Each year, countless amateur mathematicians claim to have proven Goldbach's conjecture. Some even attempted to seek validation from professors at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, leading the academy to have gatekeepers hold math problems for these amateurs to solve before granting entry. However, this was not to say that Su Hongbing regarded Lin Xiao as an amateur. The previous 8 problems had already demonstrated Lin Xiao's capabilities, and no student he had mentored could solve those competition problems in 70 minutes. How many amateurs could achieve that? If they could, they would not be called amateurs. Su Hongbing merely suspected that there might be some flaws in Lin Xiao's proof that he had not yet identified. After all, looking at the thickness of the stack of draft papers in Lin Xiao's possession, it was likely that there were overlooked errors within, which had a high probability of occurrence. Thus, he extended his hand toward Lin Xiao, saying, "Let me see how you proved it." Lin Xiao handed over his draft papers. Su Hongbing did not rush to examine them, but instead looked up at Lin Xiao, offering a cautionary reminder. "However, before we proceed, are you certain you want to give this to me directly?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Huh? Is that not permissible, teacher?" Su Hongbing replied, "If you truly have completed the proof, then your method is now visible to me. Should I publish a paper based on your approach, the honor of proving that there are infinitely many primes in the Fibonacci sequence would belong to me. Even if you later claimed it was your work, few would believe you, given that you are a student, and I am a mathematics professor with many acquaintances who can attest to my long-standing research on this problem." Lin Xiao paused, then smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Teacher, now that you've said that, I certainly believe you wouldn't do such a thing." Su Hongbing chuckled softly, shaking his head. "That's a fair point. Very well, I appreciate your trust. But I must reiterate, regardless of whether your proof succeeds, I would never engage in such actions. Furthermore, you must understand that if you truly succeed in proving this, the honor you would receive would far surpass that of winning an IMO gold medal." Lin Xiao nodded. "I understand. Thank you, teacher." He was certainly not naive. He comprehended the significance of resolving an unsolved mathematical problem. After all, these enduring unsolved problems had withstood the scrutiny of countless mathematicians over the years, attesting to their difficulty. Perhaps the issue he was tackling would not rank highly among the unsolved problems in the mathematical community, nor would it possess great fame, but that did not diminish its importance. Solving any unsolved problem would undoubtedly attract significant attention and elicit a plethora of subsequent honors. As for the IMO gold medal, it was awarded to dozens of individuals worldwide each year. A considerable honor for an individual, yet trivial when compared to the annual yield of just a few dozen. Su Hongbing nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and then turned his gaze to the stack of draft papers. He began to flip through them casually. Browsing Lin Xiao's proof process. It was extensive and complex. As for the knowledge employed within, Su Hongbing had yet to ascertain, but he could not help but admire Lin Xiao's ability to achieve such a level purely through self-study. What amateur could reach such heights? Just days prior, he had seen an old classmate share a bizarre claim from an amateur suggesting that since individuals only die from falling from high places to low ones, this indicated that gravity is greater at lower altitudes, hence closer to the Earth's core. It left him in fits of laughter. Setting aside thoughts of amateurs, Su Hongbing flipped to the final page, spotting Lin Xiao's words "proof completed" before returning to the first page and inquiring, "What were you thinking at that moment?" 9 hours. How did you manage to prove it?" Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and replied, "I considered it a task you left for me, so I gave it ATRY.by the time I reached the middle. I had nearly formulated a thought process and inadvertently succeeded that I was initially worried that you assigned a higher algebra problem. Yet I used different knowledge, fearing you might criticize me." Su Hongbing interjected, "You should be the one criticizing me. I was mistaken." Lin Xiao chuckled. "How could I dare to do that?" Su Hongbing, uninterested in further discussion, began to examine the papers with utmost seriousness. Initially, upon seeing Lin Xiao connect the prime number theorem with the characteristic polynomial of the Fibonacci sequence, he nodded in approval. This was an excellent line of thought. However, clarifying the relationship between the two was an even more intricate endeavor. Indeed, the following 20 pages were dedicated to exploring how to link these two expressions. The deeper Su Hongbing delved, the more astonished he became, and he placed the draft papers on the table, retrieving a new sheet to follow Lin Xiao's calculations. Thus, page by page, he turned, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. He could find no errors in computation or logic whatsoever. Until half an hour later, Su Hongbing gently set down the pen in his hand, as if recalling that he was indeed capable of breathing, but he took a deep breath and then addressed Lin Xiao. Chapter 47. Su Hongbing's advice. He uttered the word "you" and paused again, ultimately shaking his head and sighing, before placing Lin Xiao's draft paper back on the table. To be honest, he felt a sense of despair, almost to the point of tears and a tinge of bitterness. Just last night, he had devised problems to challenge Lin Xiao, and now, a mere day later, it felt as though Lin Xiao had turned the tables on him. He had dedicated 3 years to this endeavor. 3 years! Did Lin Xiao have any idea of the trials he had endured during that time? Countless strands of hair had fallen away in the process. Had no one managed to complete the proof until now, it might have been more understandable. However, Lin Xiao had seemingly completed it with ease. Did this not imply that his 3 years of effort had been in vain? Yet, what could he do? Faced with such an unreasonable genius, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly in awe of Lin Xiao's abilities. Not only had he self-studied university-level knowledge, but he had also applied that knowledge to solve an unresolved conundrum. While it may not be a world-renowned conjecture, it nonetheless commanded the respect of this mathematics professor. Lin Xiao's methods were still confined to the knowledge he had previously acquired, which Su Hongbing was also well-versed in. However, Lin Xiao's aptitude for applying mathematical knowledge and his innate mathematical talent were beyond Su Hongbing's reach. Otherwise, he would not still be working on problem sets, but would have long since become a celebrated mathematician like Qiu Chengtong or Chen Shengxin. Such a mathematical genius. No, rather, a prodigy was a figure that other contemporaneous mathematical talents could only aspire to, a tragic reality. But for Huagua, such a mathematical genius was a source of national pride. Much like the student Liu from years past, who had achieved what others could only dream of at a young age, garnering nationwide recognition. For Huagua, the need for such a remarkable student who could command international and domestic attention was paramount, especially considering that Lin Xiao was only 17 this year. Not yet of age, Su Hongbing could not help but recall his thoughts from last night. He had actually contemplated how to stump this student and impart the importance of having a guiding teacher. In hindsight, his thoughts seemed utterly foolish. Who knows, once Lin Xiao reached university, professors might well treat him like royalty, especially if he made any groundbreaking achievements, hoping to attach their names to his work. Or perhaps even usurp his accomplishments. That, of course, Su Hongbing would never stoop to such tactics. He still held his principles. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao looked on, perplexed, as Su Lauscher's gaze shifted after he placed the proof process down. Even sighing, what was going on? Was there something wrong with the proof? He quietly inquired. Teacher, is something the matter? Su Hongbing replied. It's nothing, just a moment of reflection. So, is there a problem with my proof? No problem at all. At least I haven't found any. Su Hongbing stated. You might want to consider publishing your paper directly, or perhaps consulting with other mathematics professors specializing in number theory. Publish a paper. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Su Hongbing's words that he had never anticipated that he had already reached the level of being able to publish a paper. After all, as a high school senior, he had never engaged with academic matters. He merely understood that university required publishing papers. Indeed, your achievement is entirely worthy of submission to a top-tier mathematics journal. Top tier? Lin Xiao asked, intrigued. Yes, do you know what that means? It refers to journals ranked in the top 5 by impact factor in the SCI index, which stand for Science Citation Index. The top-tier SCI journals are internationally renowned. Wouldn't that be quite troublesome? Lin Xiao questioned. It can be cumbersome. The review process usually takes a while, and you'll need to translate it into English, Su Hongbing replied with a smile. Nonetheless, while it may be tedious, you must understand that for an undergraduate, publishing an SCI paper puts you ahead of over 99% of your peers. You would have a significant advantage for graduate school applications. And remember, you are still just a high school senior. Imagine the benefits of publishing a paper at this stage. By the way, which university are you planning to attend? Tsinghua or Jingda? Jingda, Lin Xiao answered, while simultaneously becoming captivated by Su Hongbing's words. If he published such a paper now, wouldn't Jingda reward him handsomely? Suddenly, he felt a surge of motivation. Su Hongbing continued. In that case, you should make contact with them. Mention that you've submitted a paper and hope they can leverage their connections to expedite the review process. After all, the review times for top-tier journals can be quite lengthy. Who knows, they might expedite your submission upon realizing your age. Additionally, you could seek assistance from professors at Jingda to review your paper, as I am not a number theory specialist and may not discern any issues with it. Lin Xiao nodded. Got it. Thank you. Teacher, no need for thanks. Encountering a student like you is fortunate for me. I also hope you maintain this thirst for knowledge in the future and continue to strive for breakthroughs without becoming complacent due to past achievements, Su Hongbing advised. This accomplishment is sufficient to sustain you for life. But that would squander your talent. You are exceptionally gifted, so you must commit to your studies. Right now, you are merely a high school senior. Once you reach university, you'll have much more time for yourself. And that period will be the fastest phase of your growth. I hope that by then, you won't be idle. Talent must be utilized to its fullest potential. Consider whether it is better to be a fleeting pride for Huagua or a lasting one. akin to Mr. Hua Luogong. Thus, I hope to hear of your successive accomplishments in the future, rather than falling silent. Do you understand? Upon hearing Su Hongbing's earnest counsel, Lin Xiao felt a wave of emotion and nodded emphatically. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Su Hongbing smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing. I merely wanted to remind you. Ultimately, how you choose to proceed lies in your hands. Lin Xiao responded, and then added with a smile. Actually, I have a great interest in mathematics, and, if possible, I aspire to become a mathematician, and no need to wait. You already qualify as a mathematician now, and one of considerable achievement at that. Chapter 48, Conclusion of the First Stage Selection. Although he had already planned to publish a paper, for Lin Xiao, who had no experience whatsoever, the task of writing one remained a challenge. He was unfamiliar with concepts like abstracts and keywords, let alone matters such as citations, and he was unsure which mathematics journal to submit to. Thus, he needed to research relevant information to familiarize himself. Naturally, Su Hongbing took this seriously. After adding Lin Xiao on WeChat, he promptly sent him an article on how to write a paper from scratch, along with recommendations for journals. Given the achievement of proving that the Fibonacci sequence contains infinitely many prime numbers, it was clear that only the most prestigious journals in mathematics would be worthy of publishing such a groundbreaking result. After all, countless mathematicians had grappled with this problem, and who could claim that even Fields medalists had not dedicated 9 hours of their leisure time to ponder this issue? To this day, no one had completed the proof. The Fibonacci sequence had existed for how many years? Since 1202, which means there had been a gap of 816 years until today, in 2018. That signifies that this problem has lingered for 816 years, far surpassing the duration of the Riemann hypothesis. While the mathematical community did not recognize the problem for that long, the significance of this achievement dwarfed the combined accomplishments of numerous ordinary mathematicians. Thus, Su Hongbing recommended the 4 leading journals in mathematics: the Annals of Mathematics, Advances in Mathematics, Acta Mathematica, and the American Mathematical Society Journal. These 4 journals hold a pivotal position in the global mathematics community. Any paper published in them would yield immense honor. In Huagua, only a few dozen articles have been published independently in these 4 top-tier journals, authored by some of the nation's most esteemed mathematicians. This illustrates just how challenging it is to publish a paper in such prestigious journals. In the beginning, the student Liu resolved the Citipan conjecture. Although it too is a conjecture, it leans more towards mathematical logic or combinatorial applications rather than pure mathematical theory. Furthermore, the notoriety of the Citipan conjecture is considerably lesser, and its difficulty is not particularly profound, hence it has not graced the pages of the 4 prestigious journals. However, it is worth noting that his paper has been cited by those journals, indicating that this achievement has garnered recognition. As for Lin Xiao's findings, the prospect of them appearing in the top 4 journals seems quite promising. His work pertains to number theory, specifically the study of prime numbers, a subject that captivates many leading mathematicians, thereby making it a strong candidate for publication in a top-tier journal. It is even conceivable that it could spark the interest of numerous mathematicians engaged in prime number research, possibly even providing insights for those investigating the Riemann conjecture, considering that these problems revolve around the distribution of primes. Moreover, Su Hongbing, after reviewing Lin Xiao's proof, found his approach to be exceptionally creative, particularly the intricate methodology employed in constructing that function during the final step. When other mathematicians eventually examine it, they are bound to find inspiration, as Su Hongbing himself has experienced a moment of enlightenment. Su Hongbing envisions that once Lin Xiao's paper is published, it will undoubtedly ignite fervent discussions nationwide, and similarly, within the mathematical community. For Lin Xiao, he is undoubtedly grateful to Su Hongbing for his assistance. Without the resources Su provided, it would have taken him significantly longer to complete his paper. Now, the process has become much more manageable. He intends to finalize the Chinese version of his paper first, subsequently translating it into English, and then seek Su Hongbing's help for revisions and to ensure the formatting is correct. Su Hongbing also suggested that Lin Xiao consult a professor from Kyoto University for further review, as he humbly acknowledges that his mathematical prowess does not quite match that of the professors there. Should Lin Xiao's proof contain any oversights, he would prefer them to be caught by someone more adept. Naturally, Lin Xiao heeds Su Hongbing's guidance and has also come to understand the distinctions between the first author, second author, and corresponding author. He expressed his willingness to allow Su Hongbing to take the second author position, but Su Hongbing declined outright. He considers himself a good teacher and thus cannot accept a role in which he contributed nothing. Lin Xiao did not press the matter further, merely committing Su Hongbing, whom he had known for only a few days, to memory with gratitude that he feels fortunate to have encountered such excellent mentors. Otherwise, who knows what his circumstances might have been in the ensuing days. Lin Xiao continued his studies in abstract algebra, diligently working on his paper while also preparing for the selection competition. Time swiftly elapsed, and on January 9, 2018, the final 2 rounds of the selection exams concluded. The closing ceremony for the first phase of the national team's training selection commenced on the morning of January 10. The ceremony took place in the Grand Auditorium of East China Normal University's first affiliated high school, attended by a substantial number of participants. Not only the 60 training team members and over 20 auditors, but also school officials and representatives from the Chinese Mathematical Society, totaling around 120 individuals. The first item on the agenda, drawing considerable attention, was the announcement of the candidates advancing to the second phase of the training selection, along with their average scores from the previous 2 exams. Almost everyone present held their breath in anticipation, particularly the training team members, most of whom were exceedingly anxious to learn if they would progress at last. The vice president of the Chinese Mathematical Society announced the first name. First place, Lin Xiao, with an average score of 126. Upon hearing this name, applause erupted, quickly spreading throughout the assembly. Traditionally, such announcements are made without applause, but Lin Xiao's remarkable achievement evoked genuine admiration from both teachers and students alike. His first-place finish was undoubtedly deserved, devoid of any element of luck, prompting heartfelt applause. Moreover, Lin Xiao's average score astonished everyone present. With the maximum score being 126, his average of 126 implied that he had indeed scored 126 in both examinations. Truly, he is a prodigious talent, unmatched in recent years. Consequently, the applause grew even more thunderous. Chapter 49. Why is Lin Xiao a god? Observing the situation and the gazes directed his way, Lin Xiao felt compelled to acknowledge the applause. He stood up and bowed to express his gratitude. The surrounding students began to chant, Lin God, forever God. Among these enthusiastic students were several who had previously sought Lin Xiao's assistance with questions. Regardless of the competitive nature of their standings, they found him approachable and were eager to refer to him as Lin God. The teachers present were amused by the antics, while Lin Xiao, somewhat helplessly, gestured to those few individuals to refrain from such exuberance in such a solemn setting. Nonetheless, in this serious atmosphere, no one chastised him. The vice president on stage smiled, having heard of Lin Xiao's commendable reputation. Such students are a boon for the nation, and it is hoped that they do not seek opportunities abroad. Soon, Lin Xiao took his seat again, and the vice president continued with the announcement of the second name. Second place, Ouyang Sheng, with an average score of 115. The applause that followed was somewhat subdued. However, Ouyang did not feel any discontent, as he had previously asked Lin Xiao questions. Despite their ranking positions, Lin Xiao's willingness to assist had left a positive impression on him, and he too was inclined to call him Lin God. The vice president proceeded to announce the names of the remaining participants, and at this point, no further applause was offered. Only Lin Xiao was afforded the honor of a thunderous ovation. The names of the 15 candidates were soon read, and Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised to learn that Sun Yu, also from Qin province, had advanced to the second phase as well. Indeed, Sun's talent was not to be underestimated. Lin Xiao took out his phone and sent him congratulations via QQ. After all, they both hailed from Qin province, and if Sun were to join the national team, it would mean 2 representatives from their home province, a historic milestone for Qin province. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's message, Sun Yu replied with thanks and added, Lin God, now we look forward to your performance. Lin Xiao smiled slightly at Sun Yu's message and responded, just wait and see. As for what performance he was to deliver next, the vice president announced, next, we invite our student representative, Lin Xiao, to the stage to share his learning experiences and offer encouragement to everyone. Let us welcome him with applause. Upon concluding his statement, the vice president clapped and looked toward Lin Xiao, prompting the audience to join in the applause as Lin Xiao made his way to the podium. Just 2 days prior, he had been informed that he was expected to deliver a speech at the closing ceremony and was asked to prepare a speech draft. Upon receiving this task, he felt overwhelmed. Why must he speak in front of everyone? However, there was no choice. The organization had made its decision, and he had to rise to the occasion. Nonetheless, he had prepared for what to say. Approaching the front, the vice president flashed a thumbs up and then stepped aside to hand over the microphone. Lin Xiao stood at the podium, gazing at the audience of over 100 individuals from this new vantage point, marking his first experience addressing such a gathering, though likely not his last. He retrieved his speech draft from his pocket. Memorizing it was not feasible, as he was already preoccupied with studies and paper writing. Just producing a draft was a commendable feat, and he had no intention of pretending otherwise. Glancing at the paper, he began, "Esteemed teachers and dear fellow students, it is a great honor to stand here and deliver this address. The teacher who invited me to speak asked that I first share my learning experiences. In terms of study techniques, I believe everyone has their own methods. My experience may not be suitable for all that. Yes, we are all here to participate in a mathematics competition. The essence of mathematics lies in practice and writing, as well as cultivating mathematical logical thinking. What needs to be learned will eventually be learned out of course. You have likely heard similar sentiment from your teachers, that if you insist on hearing my experience. I can only say this." As the audience held their breath in anticipation of how this academic prodigy had honed his skills, Lin Xiao continued, "I simply read some books to grasp the foundational knowledge. Thereafter, solving problems to familiarize myself with various methods of resolution. Pretty much that's it. Then, I expanded my knowledge base, such as the use of the polynomial of multiple variables required for the last question in the first exam, which is also a relevant knowledge point." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's experience, an eerie silence fell over the room. "Lin Shun, are you genuinely serious, or merely showing off?" "I am sincere," Lin Xiao replied. "I could see this." The crowd could only remain silent. Who among them hadn't first perused their books before tackling the problems? Yet, what set them apart, allowing them to excel so remarkably? Nevertheless, well, this seemed to be the essence of Lin Xiao's experience. Skim through a book, casually attempt some questions, and suddenly, he grasped it all. Why is Lin Xiao regarded as a genius? This peculiar learning experience elucidates the answer well. Despite everyone undertaking the same endeavors, the genius consistently maintains a significant lead. Su Hongbing, seated in the audience, resonated with this sentiment. Otherwise, how could Lin Xiao effortlessly solve all the problems he posed, even addressing the unsolved conundrum regarding whether there are infinitely many prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence? No one else could manage this. Only Lin Xiao could. After sharing his insights, Lin Xiao continued with a few words of encouragement, which in this context felt rather formulaic. He had merely relied on a quick search online before taking the stage. As he had stated, he was disinclined to invest time in extensive preparation. Following the conclusion of his speech, he returned to his seat, and after several more items on the agenda, the closing ceremony came to an end. It was time to head home. Upon returning to the hotel, the team leader from Qin province began assisting Lin Xiao and Sun Yu in packing their luggage, all the while grinning broadly as he remarked, "You two are astonishing. Our Provincial Math Association has heard about your advancement to the second stage of the selection process, and they're already pondering how to honor you tomorrow." Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, "It won't take too long, will it?" Unlike Sun Yu, who could head straight back to Xijing, Lin Xiao had to spend the night in Xijing before transferring to Jincheng the next day, involving several hours of travel. "No worries, it won't take long. Your travel expenses will be reimbursed, and if need be, we can arrange a private vehicle to take you back," the leader assured, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "You're the most exceptional among us. Whether our province makes it to the national team, you're our greatest hope." Lin Xiao smiled, not forgetting to give Sun Yu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, adding, "Old Sun is impressive too. I believe both of us will make it." The leader glanced at Sun Yu and smiled. "Absolutely. You both have a chance. You are the pride of our math association in recent years." With that, he urged, "All right, you've packed everything. Let's head out, but it's just the right time to reach the train station." Chapter 50. Returning to Qin province, just as they were about to leave, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that he had left a book in his room. "Wait a moment, I still need to grab a book." He quickly dashed upstairs, returning to his room where he found a middle-aged couple conversing with Kong Huan. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's return, Kong Huan inquired, "Hey, you haven't left yet?" "I forgot my book," Lin Xiao replied, rushing to his bedside. After rummaging beneath his pillow, he successfully retrieved his abstract algebra textbook. Make tea that moment. Kong Huan introduced him to his parents, saying, "Mom, Dad, this is Lin Xiao, who always scores first in every exam." So, these were Kong Huan's parents? They had taken the time to come pick him up? Then again, considering they were in the magical city, if their family had a substantial business, they might frequently visit. Lin Xiao observed that Kong's father exuded an air of authority, perhaps a sign of owning a courtyard in the second ring. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Lin Xiao greeted. Kong's parents responded warmly, nodding and smiling as they said, "Hello, Lin." However, their cordiality seemed limited to a mere greeting. For affluent individuals, encountering someone like Lin Xiao, a mere high-achieving student, was akin to meeting a capable employee who could predict what he might become in the future. Observing Kong Huan's demeanor, which was almost deferential in front of his parents, Lin Xiao resolved to assist him. He addressed Kong's parents, saying, "Uncle and aunt, Kong Huan is a remarkably talented individual and a dutiful son. However, it's also essential for you to consider his thoughts and opinions sometimes. That's truly in his best interest." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Kong Huan lifted his gaze, gratitude evident in his eyes, as if something within him had been awakened. Kong's parents were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Xiao to voice such sentiments. They were about to inquire further when Lin Xiao swiftly added, "Well, I must take my leave now. Perhaps we'll meet again in the future." With that, he departed. After all, they were his elders, and, as a junior, it was unwise to criticize their parenting style. Lest they take offense, he returned downstairs, joining the leader and Sun Yu as they embarked on their journey back to Qin province. Time passed swiftly, and news of the conclusion of the first stage of the selection process reached the relevant individuals and schools. Naturally, those students advancing to the second stage celebrated, while others who learned of the news engaged in discussions. For instance, on a certain forum, a question arose. How would you evaluate this year's first stage selection for the national math team? Responses followed, with one noting, the exams from the past 2 days were incredibly challenging. While the latter 2 days were of moderate difficulty, still somewhat harder than CMO questions. This commentary addressed the difficulty of the exam, as the papers were later disclosed to the public, allowing interested parties to attempt them. I can only say, Lin Shun is eternally divine. This individual was likely among the contestants, for they could not possibly know of Lin Shun had they not been involved. Following this comment, many engaged in a spirited discussion. Who is Lin Shun? The Lin Shun who scored first nationally in both the recent league and CMO. How formidable is he? It's not just about being formidable. He's the kind of anomaly who learns at an accelerated pace and tackles problems as if using a cheat code, possessing mathematical reasoning 10 times more robust than after taking a stimulant. This Lin Xiao is simply extraordinary. I've never encountered anyone like him. Could someone clarify just how impressive he is? I, a struggling student, would like to understand. Oh goodness, how impressive. He is the god of math competitions. Scoring full marks in every exam, from the league to the first stage of selection, he has never lost a single point. Really? Wow, that's astounding. Could I possibly be deceived? Honestly, he is merely quite impressive. It is not worth boasting about. Not worth boasting. You can score full marks from the league all the way to the national team selection. There is really nothing to boast about. It was rather effortless, Lin Xiao mused, being the very person who had commented that it was not worth boasting. These netizens likely never anticipated that the actual person was among them. He had stumbled upon this discussion by chance and was momentarily struck by the power of big data algorithms. After glancing through the comments, he decided to refrain from dwelling on it, putting his phone down. Looking out the window, he realized they had entered the urban area of Jincheng and were soon approaching his home. Last night, he had only arrived in Shijing around 9 and spent the night at the hotel arranged by the Math Association. This morning, he attended a small award ceremony where many leaders from the Qin Province Math Association had gathered to commend both him and Sun Yu, delivering a slew of accolades. However, Lin Xiao found the proceedings somewhat lackluster, as no monetary rewards were offered, Just verbal commendations and encouragement to continue their efforts. It seemed they would only receive rewards once they truly entered the national team. Considering the second stage of selection in March would determine the final 6 from the remaining 15 candidates. Following the meeting, the Qin Province Math Association arranged for a private vehicle to take him back to Jincheng, which, due to the speed of travel, allowed them to arrive in just over 3 hours. Lin Xiao was quite pleased with this arrangement. Had he taken a bus, he would have found it stifling and prone to motion sickness. Before long, they arrived at his doorstep. "Thank you." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude to the driver, shouldering his backpack and collecting his luggage as he returned home. His parents were still at work, leaving the house empty, while school was in session. However, as a triumphant scholar, he enjoyed the privilege of not attending classes. Even though he had technically taken a leave of absence, he decided to tackle the research paper first. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao entered his study, powered on the computer, and resumed his translation of the paper. Proof of the existence of infinitely many primes in the Fibonacci sequence. Abstract. This paper primarily investigates the distribution of prime numbers within the Fibonacci sequence and proves the existence of infinitely many primes therein. The abstract seems brief, but it should suffice, Lin Xiao pondered. He shrugged it off and continued with the subsequent steps. Chapter 51. The interests of a mathematics professor at Shanghai University before long. Following the standard format provided by Professor Su, Lin Xiao finally completed his paper. The process was quite taxing, as he struggled with a plethora of special symbols that could not be typed using conventional input methods, requiring him to utilize the formula insertion tool in Word, which proved to be cumbersome. Nevertheless, he managed to resolve all of it in the end. The next step was to translate the entire text. For this portion, he naturally employed a certain translation tool before meticulously reviewing the work himself from the beginning. Thus, after returning from noon until late evening, he finally finished the entire paper. This is one of the advantages of a mathematics paper. A multitude of mathematical formulas do not require translation, as they are universally recognized, and only the textual components need to be translated. Subsequently, he sent the translated paper to Su Hongbing, who would assist him in verifying the accuracy of the translation. Given Su Hongbing's experience as a mathematics professor who had previously published in international journals, there was no doubt he would be competent in this regard. Lin Xiao also intended to reach out to the faculty at Kyoto University to have them review the paper and facilitate the submission process. As for concerns about whether the professors at Kyoto University might attempt to claim his paper, there was no need for worry. Setting aside the ethical standards expected of Kyoto professors, even if they were inclined to seize his work, he could easily inform Tsinghua University, which would undoubtedly offer him assistance, that if Tsinghua were to decline help, he could always turn to Su Hongbing, who had assured him that in the event of such an unfortunate scenario, they would take legal action, and he would be willing to testify. Lin Xiao's conversation records could serve as evidence. Having sent the paper to Su Hongbing, he dialed the number left by the admissions office at Kyoto University. They had mentioned that calls could be made from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. After a while, the call connected. "Hello, is this Lin Xiao?" A female voice responded, belonging to Ms. Lu Qiuwen from the admissions office. "Miss Lu, it's me. Lin Xiao, is there something you need?" "All right, I must first congratulate you on qualifying for the second stage of the IMO selection with the top score. Given your performance, joining the national team should be a certainty." "Aha! Thank you, Ms. Lu." Lin Xiao smiled in gratitude before addressing the matter at hand. "I apologize for bothering you at this hour, but I have written a mathematics paper and would like to submit it to the Mathematics Annual. I hope Kyoto University can assist me in reviewing the paper for any issues and expedite the review process." MS. Lu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiao's words. "What did you say? You have written a mathematics paper. Is this the same super math genius who scored full marks in every mathematics competition? And he's just 17? Just 17. He hasn't even graduated from high school and is already writing mathematics papers and aiming for publication. Is this the standard expected of students admitted to Kyoto University nowadays?" In her own time, she had been a top student at Modern University, and the only paper she had diligently worked on was her graduation thesis. Had she not been later recommended to Kyoto University for graduate studies, she would have never dreamed of becoming a professor there. Moreover, due to her lack of familiarity with mathematics journals, she did not realize the significance of the Mathematics Annual Lin Xiao mentioned. Otherwise, she would have been even more astonished. MS. Lu, not receiving an immediate response, Lin Xiao inquired. Lu Qiuan snapped back to reality and quickly replied, I apologize, Lin Xiao, that I was just taken aback by your news that it's incredibly impressive that you're considering publishing a mathematics paper before even graduating high school. Lin Xiao humbly responded, It's nothing extraordinary that I didn't plan for this. During a training session, I happened to solve a problem, and a teacher I met there encouraged me to publish the paper. IT was never something I had considered. I see, well, that is still quite impressive. Ms. Liu remarked with a smile that I'll contact the professors in the mathematics department right away, and they should get in touch with you by tomorrow. You can discuss the details with them then. I'm not a mathematics expert, so I wouldn't be of much help. Thank you so much, Ms. Liu. No problem at all. That I believe the mathematics department will be very pleased to hear this news. After hanging up, Lin Xiao received a response from Su Hongbing, who indicated he would review the translation's accuracy that night and provide feedback by the next morning. Lin Xiao felt immensely grateful for Su Hongbing's dedication, expressing his thanks, while thoughts of repayment could only be considered at a later opportunity. Feeling somewhat fatigued after a full day of travel and an entire afternoon and evening spent on his paper, he washed up and went straight to bed, confident that he would have a restful night. Meanwhile, at Kyoto University, after receiving Lin Xiao's call, Lu Qiuan immediately contacted Professor Zhou Wu, the deputy head of the mathematics department. Is this Professor Zhou? This is Lu Qiuan from the admissions office. What can I do for you, Ms. Liu? I was wondering if you remember a student named Lin Xiao. He was recommended through the CMO and has expressed a desire to join the mathematics department. Zhou Wu recalled the name and remembered that the student had performed exceptionally well in high school mathematics competitions. However, he typically did not pay much attention to such matters, as his research focused on geometric analysis and partial differential equations, areas not covered in high school competitions. Every year, Kyoto University admitted dozens of such recommended students. With about 10 assigned to their mathematics department, he had little inclination to remember names. The only reason he recalled Lin Xiao was due to the student's potential to become a top scorer and possibly win a gold medal in the IMO competition. Both remarkable achievements. I remember him. What is the matter? Well, the student mentioned he has written a paper and is hoping that you and the mathematics department could assist in reviewing it and perhaps expedite the review process. Zhou Wu's interest peaked at hearing this. He has written a mathematics paper before even entering university? That's quite a talent. However, he was curious about the quality of the paper. He maintained a realistic expectation. Simply writing a paper was commendable, but if it contained groundbreaking achievements, perhaps they professors should consider resigning. He then inquired, what is the focus of his paper? I didn't ask, but he mentioned wanting to submit it to the mathematics annual. Lu Qiuan apologized. Chapter 52. Is an SEI Zone 1 journal a core journal? Upon hearing the name of the journal, Zhou Wu was momentarily stunned. His first thought was of the renowned mathematics annual published by AMS, but he quickly recalled that there was also a domestic mathematics annual, leading him to assume she meant the latter. However, the Chinese mathematics annual is also a core journal, and the difficulty of getting published in such a journal made him even more curious about what Lin Xiao's paper entailed to aspire for publication in a core journal. Please give him my WeChat contact, so he can add me. I'll speak with him tomorrow when I have time, he instructed. Thank you very much, Lu Qiuan replied. After hanging up, she sent Lin Xiao Professor Zhou Wu's WeChat information and phone number. But since he was already asleep, he would have to wait until the next day. The night passed swiftly. The following day, Lin Xiao did not attend school, planning to return the next day while continuing to rest today, primarily to address matters related to his paper. Su Hongbing had reviewed the English version of the paper overnight and quickly pointed out several translation issues, such as inaccuracies in wording and formatting problems. As different journals have varying requirements for paper formats, fortunately, there were not many issues, and after his review, the paper was essentially ready. All right, it should be all set now. Has Shangjing University contacted you? Su Hongbing messaged Lin Xiao on WeChat. Lin Xiao replied, Thank you, Professor. I contacted them yesterday and added Professor Zhou Wu from the mathematics department this morning. Su Hongbing responded, Zhou Wu. That should be fine. He is quite a decent person. Just then, Lin Xiao received a notification that his friend request had been accepted, confirming it was indeed Professor Zhou Wu. Professor Zhou Wu has accepted my friend request. Good. Just send him both the Chinese and English versions. All right. Lin Xiao then switched to the chat with Professor Zhou Wu, who promptly messaged him. Is this Lin Xiao? Hello, Professor Zhou. It's me. I see the admissions office teacher Lu mentioned you have written a mathematics paper. Yes, I've completed it and hope you can assist in reviewing it. When it comes time for publication, I also hope Kyoto University can help expedite the journal's review process. Haha, let's not rush into that. I hear you want to submit to the Mathematics Annual. That's a core journal, and the quality requirements for papers are quite high. Regardless of how Zhou Wu perceived the situation, he could not fathom that Lin Xiao would be capable of publishing in a core journal. If one had spent 2 or 3 years at university, immersed in an academic atmosphere and possessing a certain foundation, it might not be entirely impossible. Indeed, some prodigies can achieve such feats. However, considering Lin Xiao, a student who had not yet graduated from high school and was preoccupied with preparations for college entrance exams, managing to peruse a few university-level mathematics texts would be commendable enough, let alone producing something of substantial creativity. What a far-fetched notion. Zhou had anticipated various responses from Lin Xiao, such as "I want to give it a try," "I am confident," or "I will think it over." But he was utterly taken aback when Lin Xiao exclaimed, "A core journal. ISNT the Mathematics Annual SCI, Zone 1 journal. R&T, they two different things?" Zhou Wu was left speechless. Where on earth did this prodigy come from? The Mathematics Annual being a SCI, Zone 1 journal. Surely, only the AMS, Analsoft Mathematics, fits that description. Have high school students become this audacious? Or perhaps has his outstanding academic performance inflated his confidence? Zhou Wu found it hard to believe that Lin Xiao could publish a paper in AMS, given that he himself had never managed to publish in any of the top 4 journals. The youth of today seemed excessively impetuous. They must learn to temper their arrogance and impatience. Nevertheless, he refrained from overtly expressing his disbelief and instead stated, "Please send me the paper now. Do you have the English version? You should be aware that submitting to AMS requires an English version. Of course, I know. Professor Su Hongbing from East China Normal University has already reviewed it for me, and it's basically ready for submission." It was also Professor Su who recommended submitting to the Mathematics Annual. Upon hearing the name Su Hongbing, Zhou Wu recognized it. He had likely encountered him at some mathematics conference in the past. However, this was utterly absurd. A professor recommending an unschooled high school student to submit to the Mathematics Annual? This was a blatant disservice to the youth. The thought that Lin Xiao would soon be a student at his own institution, and thus his future disciple, stirred a sense of aversion towards Su Hongbing within him. He resolved to confront that individual later. That moment, Lin Xiao sent over the documents. Thesis in Chinese. PDF, click to download, and thesis in English.pdf, click to download. Zhou Wu temporarily set aside his intention to confront Su Hongbing and downloaded Lin Xiao's thesis, first opening the Chinese version. The enormous title in a 2-point font nearly blinded him. A proof of the existence of infinitely many prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence. Zhou Wu was taken aback for a moment. He recalled an instance when a self-styled scholar had intruded into the campus, barging into his office to claim he had proven the GODLIKE conjecture. Yet considering that Lin Xiao would eventually be his own student, he sighed and thought, well, I might as well take a look at if I don't point out where he might be mistaken, he likely won't relent. Thus, he began to read. Initially, it seemed promising. This approach is quite good. Linking the prime number theorem with characteristic polynomials. Then, as he continued reading, Zhou Wu, who had initially intended to critique, found himself frowning in concentration. The more he delved into it, the more he realized that this number theory paper, crafted by a high school student, concealed an astonishingly unique thought process that he discovered. He could not identify a single error that in fact, some of the concepts Lin Xiao employed were even beyond his recollection. Given that Lin Xiao's work pertained to number theory, a field divergent from his own pursuits, and notoriously intricate. Thus, he took out pen and paper and began to compute. Time passed slowly. Lin Xiao did not rush to inquire. After all, it was over 20 pages long, and reviewing it would naturally take some time. After roughly 30 minutes, Zhou Wu finally responded, "Lin Xiao, please bear with me a moment longer. I need to examine this further. I'm not a number theorist, so I need to consult some other professors regarding certain steps. I hope you don't mind. No problem," Lin Xiao replied. Chapter 53. Do you want to be my student? A monumental event had transpired. This was the singular thought racing through Zhou Wu's mind. After reviewing the paper, he found no issues with any calculations. It was so flawless that he was nearly compelled to applaud. Particularly impressive was the function constructed via analytic continuation, which evoked memories of his own studies on Riemann's derivation of the Riemann zeta function through analytic continuation. Truly remarkable. The only drawback was his limited understanding of this area, preventing him from assuring Lin Xiao that the paper was without fault, necessitating consultation with other professors in the field of number theory. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao's astonishing talent, as evidenced by the paper, had firmly etched his name into Zhou Wu's memory. Moreover, once it was definitively confirmed that Lin Xiao's paper was indeed impeccable, the prospect of submitting to the Mathematics Annual would pose no issue at all. Such a significant achievement, combined with its relation to an unresolved problem in number theory, inherently generated substantial intrigue. He believed that the top 4 mathematical journals would be eager to embrace this paper with great enthusiasm. However, he needed to consult a professor to further review Lin Xiao's work. Who should he approach? Perhaps Professor Su Ji was available today. Zhou Wu recalled a name, Su Ji, a pillar sustaining the mathematics department of Shangjing University, renowned for consistently ranking first nationally. As a professor in the Algebra and Number Theory Research Institute. He also served as the vice president of the Chinese Mathematical Society and had previously been the dean of the Mathematics College at Shangjing University, though he stepped down due to academic reasons. His scholarly achievements were extensive, enjoying significant international standing, and he had published papers in top 4 journals, as well as numerous others in elite journals. In summary, this esteemed figure was undoubtedly their representative and would likely achieve academician status within a few years. Most importantly, Su Ji specialized in pure mathematics and possessed considerable experience in number theory, making him an excellent candidate to evaluate Lin Xiao's paper. Zhou Wu was confident that Su Ji would find the paper intriguing. Thus, he copied Lin Xiao's thesis onto a USB drive and proceeded to seek out Professor Su Ji. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Professor Su Ji's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice called from within. Zhou Wu entered to find the venerable Professor Su seated at his desk. "Professor Su," Zhou Wu greeted respectfully. Su Ji looked up, smiled, and responded, "Director Zhou, Xiaoyang, please pour a glass of water for Director Zhou." One of Su Ji's graduate students complied and went to fetch a glass of water. "Thank you." Zhou Wu accepted the water and, feeling a bit awkward, said to Su Ji, "Please refrain from calling me Director Zhou in the future. Just my name will suffice. If that is too formal, you can call me Xiao Zhou. In the presence of such an esteemed individual, Zhou Wu felt it necessary to exhibit proper respect. Despite holding the title of deputy director, Su Ji was still merely an associate professor. Shangjing University was not lacking in directors or deputy directors. A random tile thrown from a teaching building could hit a distinguished figure. Su Ji chuckled. Gesturing to another graduate student also named Xiao Zhou, it might get confusing. Zhou Wu rubbed his nose, conceding that calling him by name was indeed preferable. "All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. What brings you here?" Zhou Wu set aside the pleasantries, producing the USB drive and stating, "I have a paper here. I hope you can take a look." Su Ji accepted the USB drive, inserted it into the computer, and smiled as he inquired, "Oh, did you write this recently?" "No, it was written by a student. I'm somewhat uncertain about it, and would like your opinion." Zhou Wu chose not to reveal initially that the paper was authored by a high school student, as he was curious to see Su Ji's reaction upon discovering this detail. "A student wrote this? And you're uncertain?" Su Ji's interest was piqued. Though Zhou Wu was still an associate professor, being appointed as deputy director indicated a certain level of academic competence. However, since Zhou Wu was not a graduate advisor, it was probable that this paper was not authored by a graduate student, but rather by an undergraduate. "IT pertains to number theory. I'm not specialized in that area. And, well, you'll see once you read it." "Very well. I shall take a look," Su Ji replied with a smile, proceeding to open Zhou Wu's USB drive and quickly locating Lin Xiao's paper. Upon seeing the title, Su Ji recognized that this paper was indeed extraordinary, a proof of the existence of infinitely many prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence. Currently, aside from proving the existence of infinitely many prime numbers in the natural number sequence and a few other straightforward sequences, demonstrating this for more complex sequences remained largely unresolved. The Fibonacci sequence was certainly among those. Although proving this might hold little practical significance for pure mathematicians, many were indifferent to practical applications, with some even taking pride in their discoveries that bore no real-world utility, while looking down upon those who pursued applied mathematics. However, Su Ji was not so extreme. He had a fair understanding of both mathematics and physics. He cast a glance at the page count of the paper, over 20 pages, suggesting a serious endeavor. However, it bore only the name Lin Xiao. Without any indication of which class he belonged to, he rummaged through nearby scrap paper and a pen while simultaneously inquiring, "Have you read it? Did you find any critical flaws?" Not only did I not find any critical flaws, but I couldn't even identify any minor issues, Zhou Wu replied, shaking his head. In fact, there are parts that I need to consult books about. This student's foundation is remarkably solid, leaving me feeling somewhat inferior. That is why I came to seek your opinion. Su Ji nodded, choosing to remain silent as he delved into the paper, jotting down calculations on the scrap paper as thoughts flowed. Time passed incrementally, and Zhou Wu occasionally noticed Su Ji nodding or furrowing his brow, followed by scribbling a few equations, only to relax his expression and continue reading. In short, Su Ji remained silent throughout. His silence indicated that there were no issues. Eventually, as they approached the third-to-last page, Zhou Wu observed Su Ji deriving the innovative function constructed by Lin Xiao based on the paper's logic. Su Ji then expressed his admiration with a simple, "Beautiful." Clearly, Professor Su was also impressed by this novel function. No further words were necessary. Su Ji swiftly completed the last few steps and, upon reaching the conclusion, laid down his pen and turned to Zhou Wu, asking, "Which class is this Lin Xiao from?" "Ask him if he would like to be my student." Chapter 54. The shock of Professor Su Ji upon hearing Su Ji's question. Zhou Wu felt a wave of emotion. Given the circumstances, it was evident that this paper was indeed flawless. Otherwise, Su Ji would not have so readily expressed a desire to take this student under his wing, which clearly indicated his high regard for him. Considering Su Ji's credentials and the likelihood of him soon being elected as an academician, becoming his student would undoubtedly be highly beneficial. However, it seemed that Su Ji might be disappointed, as the student responsible for this paper had yet to enroll in their university. He still had 4 years of undergraduate studies ahead before reaching the postgraduate stage. Of course, there remained the possibility that Lin Xiao might directly skip grades. Nevertheless, regardless of how things unfolded, it would still be several years before he could become Su Ji's student, unless Su Ji decided to take this undergraduate student under his wing directly. With this thought, Zhou Wu couldn't help but chuckled. Su Ji, observing his silence, inquired with curiosity, "What are you laughing about?" Zhou Wu replied, "Professor Su, can you guess which year he is in?" Su Ji, intrigued by Zhou Wu's teasing, leaned back in his chair and said, "Fourth year? Third year? Or perhaps second?" Zhou Wu shook his head at this point. Su Ji was genuinely astonished. Not even in the second year. First year, but Haven T, they only completed 1 semester? Such a remarkable talent has emerged from this cohort. Hearing Su Ji's disbelief, Zhou Wu laughed heartily, deciding not to prolong the suspense any further. This student is a prospective first year, meaning he is about to become our freshman. He is currently still in his 3rd year of high school. What? Su Ji was no longer merely surprised, but incredulous that a 3rd-year student, and he has resolved such a problem. You must be joking. Professor Su, how could I possibly deceive you? I only came across this paper this morning, and I was just as skeptical at first. Receiving the anticipated response, Zhou Wu smiled and continued. This Lin Xiao was the first-place winner in last year's National High School Mathematics Olympiad and is expected to compete in the IMO this year. His innate talent is indeed exceptional. The fact that he is capable of producing such a paper indicates that he is far beyond what is typically showcased in competitions that I speculate that our mathematics department at Beijing University, as well as our nation, may soon witness the emergence of a great mathematician whose name will be etched in history. Su Ji did not dispute Zhou Wu's assertion. Achieving such astonishing accomplishments while still in high school clearly illustrated that this student's talent surpassed that of ordinary prodigies. Only with such extraordinary ability could he have a chance at becoming a great mathematician. However, it would still depend on his future development. If this student could dedicate himself to mathematical research, the possibility of him becoming a renowned mathematician was certainly not out of the question. The younger generation is indeed formidable, Su Ji remarked, reflecting on this realization. But how do you know he intends to come to our university? Oh, because he topped the CMO, he is guaranteed admission. I see. Su Ji nodded. When he comes to school in the latter half of this year, please remember to inform me. Zhou nodded, then recalled Lin Xiao's inquiry, saying, "Oh, by the way, Professor Su, this Lin Xiao wishes to submit his paper to the AMS Mathematical Yearbook and is hoping for a fast-track review to avoid waiting several months. Do you have any connections in this regard?" "A fast-track review, you say?" Su Ji pondered for a moment before replying, "I have a friend at Princeton who is well acquainted with the AMS. I can reach out to him." "Thank you very much. I will respond to Lin Xiao right away." Zhou Wu expressed his gratitude, marveling at the extensive networks that these esteemed individuals possessed, allowing them to effortlessly seek assistance for friends that go ahead. Su Ji nodded. Though he was eager to accept Lin Xiao as a student, the young man was still a high schooler and would have to wait until he arrived at university. Zhou Wu soon exited. While Su Ji took out his phone, preparing to call his friend at Princeton at IT that moment, he noticed his graduate students gazing at him with expressions of curiosity and astonishment. He couldn't help but chuckle, asking, "What are you all staring at? Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" One of the students, Xiao Zhou, could not contain himself and asked, "Professor, is it true he is still in high school?" Didn't Director Zhou already confirm? Could there be any doubt? The graduate students at Beijing University collectively gasped in disbelief. A high school student publishing in a mathematical yearbook? Were they not supposed to be the ones struggling for recognition? They could only hope to publish in a second-tier journal upon graduation, and here was a high schooler getting published in a top journal. No less. Xiao Liang then chimed in. How difficult was the problem he solved? Difficult? Do you think the Goldbach conjecture is easy? Xiao Liang gulped and nodded. Difficult. Exactly. While this problem may not be as complex as the Goldbach conjecture, it is still an unresolved challenge in number theory. Just think of your own struggles when studying number theory, and you will understand. Several graduate students reflected on their past endeavors in number theory and felt even more disheartened. They had initially thought number theory was simple, as it dealt with integers, but after encountering a few challenging exercises posed by their professor, they abandoned further exploration. The deeper one delved, the more daunting it became. Observing his students' expressions, Su Ji shook his head in amusement, unwilling to elaborate further, and dialed his friend's number. Meanwhile, Zhou returned to his office and first checked Lin Xiao's English paper, comparing it against the submission requirements of the mathematical yearbook to ensure everything was in order before calling Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, your paper is confirmed to be flawless. You can submit it to the mathematical yearbook now. Do you know how to submit it? Thank you, Professor Zhou. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude, then added, I know. I just need to send the electronic version directly to their email, right? Yes, that is correct. You should have no issues there today. As for the review process, you can rest assured. Professor Su Ji will be in touch with them. And given the excellence of your paper, the mathematical yearbook will certainly be eager to publish it. Thank you, Professor Zhou. Not at all. By the way, do you know what Professor Su Ji just said? Zhou Wu, intrigued by Lin Xiao's evident talent, found himself wanting to engage in some light conversation. Lin Xiao paused for a moment. What did he say? He thought you were an undergraduate in our department and expressed a desire to take you on as a student. Chapter 55. Submitting to the journal. This Professor Su Ji, hearing Zhou Wu's words, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Wu smiled. This Professor Su Ji is a distinguished figure in our mathematics department. If he is willing to mentor you, it would be a tremendous opportunity. However, you need not concern yourself with such matters at present. Focus on completing your high school studies, and think about it when you arrive at university. Understood, Lin Xiao replied. After chatting for a while longer, he hung up the phone. Feeling a sense of curiosity about the professor named Su Ji, he decided to search for more information online and soon found an extensive list of honors and positions associated with him. The title of Yangtze River Scholar, distinguished young scholar, was just the tip of the iceberg, as numerous accolades were laid out in several tables. A true giant in the field. He marveled internally, considering that such an esteemed figure had expressed a desire to take him as a student. Perhaps a small sense of pride was warranted? Well, it seemed like a good occasion to treat himself to a nice meal today. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Lin Xiao could not help but feel a sense of anticipation regarding what he would indulge in for his meal shortly. However, prior to that, he needed to submit his paper. After logging into his QQ email, he promptly sent both the Chinese and English versions of his manuscript to annalsmath.princeton.edu, the submission email for the Annals of Mathematics. For those interested, this is an opportunity worth exploring. Since the initial review pertains only to the content of the article, there are not stringent requirements for the text. He submitted a PDF file rather than the source document. It is only after the editorial office accepts the submission that they will proceed with further processing. Lin Xiao had gleaned all this information from the official website. Once he dispatched his paper, excitement began to swell within him. Upon the publication of his work, would Peking University not be inclined to grant him a more substantial scholarship? Surely, it ought to be at least $1 million, considering that a certain Liu had received $1 million in rewards. Yet, there remained an element of uncertainty, especially since he had yet to gain admission to Peking University. Nonetheless, contemplating his potential entry as a student who had independently published in one of the 4 leading mathematics journals, he had heard that individuals of his caliber could generally secure professorships at any university nationwide. Perhaps the reward would exceed a mere $1 million. Lin Xiao found himself indulging in delightful daydreams about the future. After all, there is nothing disgraceful about earning money. While he harbored ideals and beliefs, he recognized that, without compromising them, humans are inherently economic beings. Thus, opportunities to generate income should not be overlooked. After indulging in this small fantasy, he did not forget to share the good news with Su Hongbing. Regardless of previous concerns about the integrity of Peking University and the possibility of academic dishonesty, it appeared they had underestimated the nobility of character. Of course, the adage one must always be cautious still held true. Vigilance was necessary, especially given the immense value of his paper, which could easily confer great honor upon someone. In retrospect, the outcome seemed favorable. Soon, Su Hongbing responded with joyful tidings, and now it was merely a matter of awaiting the review process and subsequent publication. Well then, it was time to eat. Lin Xiao glanced at the clock. It was noon. His parents were still at work, leaving him to fend for himself. Although he could certainly prepare a meal, perhaps fried rice or noodles, the absence of leftovers rendered the prospect unappealing. And plain noodles offered little sustenance. Over the past few days, Lin Xiao had noticed a significant increase in his appetite. He attributed this to the physical enhancement conferred by the health capsule. With a stronger body came greater energy expenditure, naturally leading to an increase in food intake. Additionally, given Lin Xiao's high level of cognitive engagement, his frequent contemplation of complex problems also consumed considerable energy. In summary, his appetite had markedly grown compared to before. Fortunately, he did not worry about gaining weight. He was the sort who could eat without ever putting on pounds. Thus, without further ado, he departed from his home. Time passed swiftly. Princeton University in the United States, within the mathematics department building, Fine Hall, a renowned institution known worldwide, had nurtured over 60 Nobel laureates, 15 Fields medalists, and 14 Turing Award winners. Although there is no Nobel Prize for mathematics, the Fields Medal is often referred to as the Nobel Prize of the mathematical realm. Awarded every 4 years, it imposes an age limit, granting the medal solely to mathematicians under 40 who have made exceptionally significant contributions in a particular mathematical field, thus making the achievement of the Fields Medal as challenging as that of the Nobel Prize. This underscores the formidable strength of Princeton University in mathematics, having produced 15 Fields medalists beyond its educational prowess. This institution also houses the headquarters of one of the 4 premier mathematics journals, the Annals of Mathematics, where the editorial team is employed. At that moment, an editor named David was sifting through their submissions inbox, searching for a particular manuscript. After rummaging for quite some time, he expressed his frustration aloud. "My goodness, these people must be out of their minds. Can't they at least check whether their papers are worthy of submission to the Annals of Mathematics?" Each day, they received dozens of submissions, yet filtering out the nonsensical ones to find a couple of genuinely valuable papers was considered a good outcome, even when they did find a couple of decent submissions. Acceptance was not guaranteed, as they only published around 60 to 70 papers a year. For instance, in the January issue of this year, a paper titled the GODLIKE formula for symplectic manifolds had been submitted in 2013. undergoing revisions for a year or two before finally being published after a lengthy queue. However, that was the nature of the annals of mathematics. No matter how brilliant a paper was, if it did not astonish the editors or reviewers, it would simply have to wait its turn. Currently, David was on the lookout for a paper that Professor Peter Sarnak from their department had entrusted him to review in advance, which supposedly contained impressive findings. Claiming to prove the existence of infinitely many prime numbers within the Fibonacci sequence, as an editor of the Annals of Mathematics and a researcher in Princeton's mathematics department, he held a keen interest in number theory papers. It was well known that every mathematician worldwide had ventured into the realm of prime numbers, as these problems, despite their apparent simplicity and aesthetic appeal akin to the Goldbach conjecture, had confounded countless mathematicians, leading many to ultimately abandon their pursuits. Even exploring Lie groups, symplectic geometry, or Hilbert spaces seemed more fruitful than grappling with these issues. Nevertheless, those who achieved breakthroughs in prime number theory were held in high regard. Thus, David was curious to uncover the identity of the luminary who had successfully proven this theorem. Chapter 56. A grand introduction to a 17-year-old mathematical prodigy. Finally, he found it. The proof regarding the existence of infinitely many primes in the Fibonacci sequence. Upon encountering the term Fibonacci sequence, David's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the email to download the PDF file .hm. The author's name is Lin Xiao, a Chinese national. He paused momentarily, pondering that perhaps this was an ABC, American-born Chinese. After all, this was a paper commissioned by Professor Sarnak, who likely referred to an American.ABC is a term used to denote American-born Chinese individuals. Typically, when David encountered individuals of Chinese descent, they often held green cards and spoke English more fluently than he did, as he was of Irish descent. Irish speakers of English often faced light-hearted mockery for their accents. The crux of David's disbelief lay in the notion that this paper could have been authored by a Chinese national. As the achievements of Chinese individuals in mathematics were globally recognized, yet those from mainland China seemed less prominent. Despite Chinese high school students frequently securing first place in the International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO, the majority of the US IMO team members were also of Chinese descent, leading to the annual competition being humorously dubbed Civil War by the Chinese. Nevertheless, David instinctively assumed that this was undoubtedly the work of an American-born Chinese individual, or at the very least, someone of Chinese heritage from another country. He then continued to investigate the details of this Lin Xiao. Age 17. What on earth 17? What a staggering joke, 17. Shouldn't he be in some high school? Participating in a baseball club? And yet, he had resolved the conundrum that had perplexed the global mathematical community for years. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. David even began to question whether this Lin Xiao had made an error in his application. But then he glanced at the individual's address and institutional affiliation. Located in Huaguo, Qinshi Province, Jincheng City, Sunshine Community, Unit 2, affiliated with Huaguo, Qinshi Province, Jincheng City, Jincheng High School, a senior student. Excuse me, David's face contorted in disbelief. His expression almost visibly adorned with a question mark. This was genuinely a Chinese national, and a mere high school student at that. When had Huaguo produced such an extraordinarily young genius? He found it hard to believe. Even suspecting that he had mistakenly reviewed a different paper or that this individual was merely one of those who indiscriminately submitted papers, hoping that the editors of the Annals of Mathematics might overlook their inexperience. Regardless, after scouring countless submissions, he had found no other paper relating to the Fibonacci sequence, and the title of this one was a perfect match. Taking a deep breath, he finally decided, I should take a closer look. Subsequently, he opened the PDF file and began reading the paper from the beginning to as he delved deeper. He became engrossed, even pulling out scratch paper to work through the calculations. By the end, he raised his head. A look of bewilderment etched across his face. There were no issues whatsoever, or rather, he simply could not identify any problems. But could it be that a high school student from Huaguo had reached such a level of accomplishment? Soon, he stood up, contemplating. I must inform Professor Sarnak of this news. As the editor of a mathematical journal, he did not possess the authority to determine whether a paper could be published. As this decision relied on expert peer review, requiring scrutiny from esteemed figures within the mathematical community. Professor Peter Sarnak, the recipient of the Wolf Prize in Mathematics in 2014 and the editor-in-chief of their journal, was well qualified to assess this manuscript. Soon, David sought out Professor Sarnak, who, despite being preoccupied with his own commitments, momentarily set aside his work upon learning that David had come to request a review of the paper. "So, you have reviewed the paper that proves the existence of infinitely many prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence, and you found it satisfactory?" Professor Sarnak expressed a hint of surprise at this revelation. "Indeed," David replied, perplexed. "Why are you so astonished? This paper was submitted by you." Professor Sarnak, momentarily at a loss for words, queried, "Have you not seen the author of this paper?" "A 17-year-old high school student from China." "Yes, just a 17-year-old high school student. Initially, I could hardly believe that this paper could indeed provide a valid proof. If it weren't for Professor Su Ji from China urging me to assist, I would have refrained from doing so." David remarked, "That's so? You thought it impossible before, yet you still wanted me to take another look? Regardless, you'll see for yourself that this paper is truly remarkable." With David's assertion, Sarnak naturally ceased to resist, opened the manuscript, and began to read. The outcome, as one might expect, was nothing short of astonishing. "Unbelievable," Sarnak exclaimed, his primary area of research being number theory, which equipped him with an understanding of the methods employed in this paper far beyond David's grasp. He immediately discerned the innovative thinking and mathematical techniques displayed by Lin Xiao at each step. The method of constructing functions was exceptionally intricate. This represents an entirely new perspective. "David, I believe I have identified my next research direction." Sarnak's continuous remarks left David in a state of astonishment. Could it be that Professor Sarnak had discerned a new research avenue from this paper? This seemed rather implausible. How could he not perceive so much? It appeared that this manuscript warranted further study. So, by your implication, this paper is fit for publication. No. The peer review process must still be followed." Sarnak shook his head. "Such a significant achievement requires the necessary rigor. Moreover, at their mathematical journal, every paper must undergo initial review and scrutiny by multiple experts before it can be officially published. This is a matter of respect for mathematics and all mathematicians." "Understood. I will promptly reach out to the other reviewers," David replied. "That, of course, from my perspective, this paper is already polished that I believe there shouldn't be many issues elsewhere. If the peer review goes smoothly, let us expedite its publication. It will be beneficial to cite this work before I complete my research project." Sarnak jested, and both shared a laugh that I will contact them as soon as possible. "However, the papers for the March issue have already been finalized, so we will have to wait until the May issue." "Yes, go ahead. And I must add a comment on this paper." David was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Please do go on. This paper employs groundbreaking innovative methods." Further prying opened the door to the prime number problem. So, let us formally introduce to the world a 17-year-old mathematical prodigy. Chapter 57. The publication process is not so daunting after all. It has been accepted. On a day in early February, Lin Xiao suddenly found himself the recipient of an entirely English email. Upon glancing at it, he realized it was a response from the mathematical journal regarding his submission. "Dear Mr. Lin, your manuscript has successfully passed the review process and will be included in our publication. We plan to feature your manuscript in Volume 3, Issue 187. Please send the signed copyright agreement to the editorial office by March 15th. At 311 Fine Hall, Washington Street, Princeton University, NJ 08544, USA. Additionally, please send the source materials of your manuscript and check the formatting. We recommend using latex." Reading through the lengthy email, Lin Xiao comprehended most of it, aside from a few specialized terms. Nevertheless, his paper had passed the review, and it was set to be published in the mathematical journal. Such an achievement, rare even in China, had been accomplished by him. It seemed not too difficult after all, Lin Xiao mused. However, he soon felt a renewed sense of excitement, for it was all due to his independent efforts and diligent study. "System, grant me some experience." No response. Lin Xiao pouted. This assistant was hardly diligent, causing his motivation to continue striving to wane. "System, warning issued." Lin Xiao quickly yielded. "I was merely jesting. Please don't be upset, dear system." Subsequently, he ceased his playful antics and conveyed the news to his teacher, Su Hongbing, and Professor Zhou Wu from Peking University. The journal's swift response within a month was remarkably quick compared to the usual 2 to 3 month review period, undoubtedly influenced by the esteemed mathematics department at Peking University, for which Lin Xiao was immensely grateful once more. The two professors also sent their congratulations. Naturally, they couldn't help but express their astonishment that Lin Xiao's paper had indeed passed review, although they had anticipated this outcome. The news of a 17-year-old high school student's paper being accepted for publication still left them in awe. What extraordinary talent! With this paper, Lin Xiao could easily secure a teaching position at Peking University after graduation, and it wouldn't be long before he attained a full professorship. The potential to sustain oneself for a lifetime with a single paper was no exaggeration. He had ample opportunity to apply for grants like Qianqing, which started with funding of $3 million. This young man would never have to worry about his future. They sincerely hoped Lin Xiao would continue to harness his talent and become a pillar of the mathematical community in China. Time swiftly passed. The Spring Festival of 2018 fell on February 16, with New Year's Eve on the 15th. Jincheng High School senior class began their vacation on February 13, enjoying a 10-day break. Returning to school afterwards, Jincheng High School was considerate, avoiding any premature commencement of classes, a practice previously reported by students, which had since been abandoned. Thus, the high school seniors, facing the impending Gaokao, finally welcomed their first long holiday after relentless studying. However, for Lin Xiao, this felt rather inconsequential, as the school believed he should prepare for the second phase election at the end of March, allowing him to attend school at his discretion. Lin Xiao did not mind. With 6 days of classes a week, he opted to attend for 2 days and spent the remaining 5 at home. During this time, he continued to delve into the mathematics books sent by Peking University. A month had elapsed, and he had completed his readings on abstract algebra, as well as thoroughly explored textbooks on geometry, ordinary differential equations, and mathematical modeling that he was now embarking on Alford's complex analysis. Also known as the theory of complex functions, reading could not be rushed. Consuming an entire book in a day while fully comprehending its content was nearly impossible, especially with all the new knowledge. For Lin Xiao, it usually took at least 7 days to absorb a book entirely. The more challenging texts, such as the complex analysis textbook, had taken him 8 days, with still some content remaining, necessitating another 2 days for completion. Yet, with ample time at his disposal, he felt no urgency. Of course, after reading so many books, he had accrued experience and truth points. His personal panel now appeared as follows. Host: Lin Xiao. Truth points: 10. 7. Branch level of cosmic truth, mathematics. Level 2, 91-250. Chemistry. Level 0, 210. Physics. Level 0, 210. Biology. Level 0, 210. Materials science. Level 0, 010. Informatics. Level 0, 010. Having yet to commence studies in other disciplines. His levels in those fields remained at 0. However, Lin Xiao resolved to expand into other subjects following his return from the IMO, starting with physics, while primarily reviewing books for the others, as simply reading could yield 5 experience points. This endeavor, of course, would have to wait until after July of this year the long holiday commenced, and on the evening of February 15, New Year's Eve, it quietly arrived in Jin City in 2018. Fireworks had yet to be prohibited. Listening to the continuous crackling of firecrackers outside, along with the distant explosions of fireworks in the sky, even Lin Xiao, immersed in his studies, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his focus. He set down his pen, drew back the curtains, and gazed out at the sky, which had darkened somewhat, occasionally illuminated by the bursts of fireworks. Lin Xiao quietly observed, his mind transcending the dark horizon to construct an image of the cosmos. But what, indeed, is the truth of the universe? Lin Xiao, it's time for dinner, called his mother. He responded and joined his family for the New Year's Eve meal. Naturally, after the first day of the new year, visiting relatives to pay New Year's greetings was inevitable. On the second day, he and his family visited a relative's house. Upon arrival, it was unnecessary to mention the praises he received from the elders. Subsequently, he was called upon by a relative to tutor a younger cousin. This younger cousin, having recently turned 12, was at the cusp of adolescence. Despite performing well academically, consistently ranking within the top 5 of his class. However, being at this rebellious stage, he was somewhat resistant. Lin Xiao, sitting beside him, cheerfully asked, "Your mother sent me to teach you. Is there anything you don't understand?" "No, I don't need your help," the younger cousin pouted, displaying a hint of defiance. Since last October, he had often heard his parents remark, "You should learn from your cousin, look at your cousin, and make sure to keep in touch with your cousin." Previously, as one of the top 5 in his class and among the top 20 in his grade, he had always been regarded as the other child in the eyes of others. And now, being bombarded with comparisons to that other child, it was only natural for him to feel disgruntled. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and continued to smile. "All right then." Chapter 58. The younger cousin overwhelmed by showmanship. The younger cousin rejected the offer, and Lin Xiao didn't press further. Instead, he retrieved from his bag the book he had brought along. Real Analysis and Functional Analysis. Real analysis and functional analysis present formidable challenges akin to complex analysis, and Lin Xiao needed to maintain a sufficient level of seriousness in his studies. Having completed the real analysis portion, he now delved into functional analysis, a weighty subject that dealt with analytic issues in infinite-dimensional vector spaces, the complexity of which requires no elaboration. Before long, he became immersed in his studies. However, noticing that the older cousin had taken out a book, the younger cousin grew curious. What book was he reading? Stealing a glance, he saw the title, Real Analysis and Functional Analysis, and felt an inexplicable sense of a WIT seemed impressive. Functions? Was this a math book? Observing that Lin Xiao was oblivious to his gaze, he turned his head slightly for a better look and was immediately dazzled by the sight. Was this even considered mathematics? There were so many peculiar symbols, but after a moment of surprise, the younger cousin thought that perhaps he simply hadn't learned those concepts yet. If he reached Lin Xiao's level, he would surely understand the book, just as he believed that once he entered high school and studied mathematics, he would grasp the material. Thus, he returned to his own work, tackling problems one after another. When faced with a particularly challenging geometry problem, he finally encountered a concept he couldn't figure out. This question was quite difficult. He furrowed his brow, pondering, but could not ascertain how to prove that the triangle was isosceles. At that moment, he remembered that a revered figure, often praised by his parents, was sitting beside him. He turned to Lin Xiao, who was still engrossed in his book, and thought to test him. "Hey, can you help me figure out how to solve this problem?" However, Lin Xiao did not respond. The younger cousin began to doubt whether Lin Xiao was too absorbed in his reading. Hey. He waved his hand in front of Lin Xiao, who finally snapped back to reality, looking at him with curiosity. "What is up?" Although he was conversing with his younger cousin, Lin Xiao's mind was still occupied with the Banach theorem. "I have a problem I need help with. Can you take a look?" He pointed to the question he was working on. "Oh, you've encountered a problem? Let me see." Lin Xiao leaned over to glance at the problem, a triangle with a circumscribed circle, accompanied by certain line segments and corresponding conditions, which asked whether triangle AHD was isosceles. Yet with his mind still enveloped in the Banach theorem, Lin Xiao inadvertently began to approach the problem from that perspective. Meanwhile, the younger cousin added, "If you can write it out in 3 minutes, I'll consider you impressive." He was curious to see just how skilled this cousin, constantly lauded by his parents, really was. If he couldn't solve this middle school problem in 3 minutes, he certainly wouldn't acknowledge it. However, Lin Xiao didn't register the younger cousin's challenge. He had fully transformed the problem into one concerning vector spaces and functional analysis. He took out a piece of scratch paper and began to write. Simultaneously, he narrated his thought process, remembering that he was supposed to be tutoring. First, let us transform the Euclidean space of the plane into a Banach space, denoted as X, since a Banach space is a complete normed vector space, which implies the existence of a length. The younger cousin listened, utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about? What is Euclidean space? What is Banach space? What on earth is a complete normed vector space?" But didn't he stop there? Lin Xiao continued. "According to the Banach theorem, let us denote x0 as a subspace of X, and f0 as a bounded linear functional defined on x0. Then, there exists a bounded linear functional f on X that satisfies the following conditions." He wrote on the paper. 1 fx, f0x, for any x in x0 wink with a frown 2, F0, subscript A. The notation F0, subscript 0, represents the norm of F0 on X0. Next, we transform points A, B, C into points in that space. And based on the circle, we construct the function f, x, watching Lin Xiao's writing. The younger cousin felt increasingly overwhelmed. Are you joking? What is all this nonsense? This is just a middle school problem. For goodness sake. He observed Lin Xiao's increasingly terrifying output. He could understand each individual character. But when they were strung together, all he felt was confusion to make matters worse. Lin Xiao seemed to think he could keep up, continuously speaking and writing without regard for his cousin's feelings. Finally, Lin Xiao concluded, "Thus, we can determine that the linear functional corresponding to the function x associated with the triangle must be equal for all operators, leading us to infer that the norms t1 and t2 are equal. Given that this is a linear operator, we revert to the Euclidean space, which means that triangle AHD is indeed isosceles. Proof complete." Writing the final two characters with satisfaction, Lin Xiao nodded, proud of his ability to apply his newly acquired knowledge to solve a problem. Did you understand? At that moment, he remembered he was supposed to be tutoring. So he glanced at the younger cousin. To his surprise, he found the younger cousin staring blankly at him, as if contemplating the ultimate philosophical questions of existence. Suddenly, Lin Xiao realized he had mistakenly approached a middle school geometry problem through the lens of functional analysis. Sorry about that, I got it wrong. Let us start over. He quickly reviewed the problem again and said, "This problem is quite simple. First, draw auxiliary lines connecting BH, BD, and DC. Then connect points A, B, C, and D with point O, and then you'll see once the auxiliary lines were drawn, solving the problem became much easier. See, we've just proven that the two sides are equal. Problem solved. It's quite straightforward." After completing his explanation, Lin Xiao turned to the younger cousin again, only to find him still gazing blankly. He waved a hand in front of the younger cousin's face, calling out, "Zhou Mingyu." Oh! In the next moment, the younger cousin, overwhelmed by Lin Xiao's display, burst into tears, startling Lin Xiao. "Hey, why are you crying? Was this 12-year-old truly so fragile?" The door opened, and several elders entered upon hearing the commotion, finding the two boys seemingly at peace. Lin Xiao's mother, Yang Rong, initially feared that Lin Xiao had bullied the younger cousin. But recalling Lin Xiao's typical behavior, she doubted he would act thusly. "What is going on?" Lin Xiao shrugged innocently. "How would I know? I was just helping him with a problem." Sighing, he thought, kids these days are truly hard to understand. Chapter 59. The national team roster is announced. As for why the younger cousin suddenly cried, Lin Xiao was utterly perplexed. He could hardly fathom that it was due to the younger cousin's confidence being shattered by his own overwhelming display of knowledge. Nevertheless, none of the relatives blamed Lin Xiao. Rather, they scolded the younger cousin, essentially conveying, "Why are you crying? You scared your brother Lin Xiao." There was no way around it, with Lin Xiao achieving such success. The relatives tended to rally behind him. Of course, the primary reason was that the younger cousin was unwilling to admit the true cause of his tears. After all, he couldn't possibly confess that Lin Xiao's approach to problem-solving had left him feeling inadequate. That would be far too embarrassing. Afterwards, Lin Xiao noticed that his younger companion dared not even look at him and would go out of his way to avoid him. This only deepened his confusion. Was it not merely a case of accidentally solving a middle school problem using functional analysis? Why was he regarded with such trepidation? With this perplexity weighing on his mind, Lin Xiao finished his meal and ultimately departed from his relative's home. Continuing to spend the remainder of the spring festival holiday, time passed swiftly and the 10-day New Year holiday came to an end. However, for Lin Xiao, the notion of ending held little significance, as he still enjoyed the privilege of not attending classes. Of course, for the majority of students who had already secured direct admission to universities, attending classes had become largely unnecessary. Many of these academically gifted students had even begun to relish an early summer vacation. Thus, the calendar turned to mid to late March. The second phase of the National Mathematics Team Selection Competition commenced on March 18, where Lin Xiao teamed up with Sun Yu once more. Under the guidance of prominent figures from the Qin Province Mathematical Society, they arrived at the reporting venue, East China Normal University's second affiliated high school. As expected, The opening ceremony took place on the 19th, with examinations scheduled for the 20th and 21 SD, followed by a series of lectures. Lin Xiao had lost interest in the competitive examinations and lectures, focusing instead on his undergraduate mathematics textbooks that a month passed. And his reading list of mathematics books grew considerably. He had even begun delving into the study of topology. Topology is a fascinating branch of mathematics. Many may have seen a video where a power cord is tangled around a table leg. For an average person, disentangling it would involve lifting the table, but in the realm of knot theory within topology, this is unnecessary. The cord exists in a space where two knots, A and B, are considered equivalent if they can be transformed into one another through a finite number of Riedmeister moves. Once equivalence is proven, one can employ a method to revert it into a simple, untangled line. Of course, topology is quite challenging and demands a high degree of innate ability, particularly strong spatial imagination. For instance, some individuals may grasp how the cord is untangled after watching the video once or twice, while others may still feel utterly bewildered after watching it 9 or 10 times. As for Lin Xiao, his talent is multifaceted, allowing him to learn topology at a swift pace. However, alongside his pursuit of university-level mathematics, he still needed to dedicate some energy to the selection competition, spending at least an hour or two each day to maintain a semblance of respect for the national team. Consequently, he begrudgingly completed a few problems daily as a gesture of deference. As for the examinations, they were straightforward and uncomplicated. Thus, on the morning of March 28th at 10:00, the closing ceremony of the second phase selection began. The final results were based on the average scores of 4 examinations from the first and second phases. I will now announce the 6 students who have emerged from the 60 training squad members, stated an honorary director from the National Mathematical Society, AT. That moment, the 15 mathematical prodigies who had advanced to the second phase held their breath, with only Lin Xiao and a couple of others feeling entirely confident. First place, Lin Xiao, with a score of 126 in all 4 examinations, an average of 126. Congratulations. You are the first student in the history of our training team to achieve full marks in every selection examination. We believe you can aim for a gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad. The audience erupted into applause, and many couldn't help but express their admiration. The difficulty of the second selection examination surpassed that of the first. Yet Lin Xiao managed to secure full marks once again. It was hard to fathom just how remarkable this student would be upon entering university. Perhaps the time would soon come when these esteemed figures in mathematics could only refer to themselves as seniors in Lin Xiao's presence for a few short years. Nonetheless, they all shared a common sentiment. Such talent in Huagua is a rare treasure, and the more, the better. May the heavens bestow their blessings, and may they not confine their talents to a single mold. Following this, the honorary director continued to announce the other 5 candidates. Second place went to Ouyang Sheng, who achieved an average score of 121, including one examination where he also scored 126. His talent is commendable, and he is fully capable of claiming a gold medal. However, while securing a gold medal is feasible, attaining full marks is not guaranteed. In the IMO, some years present simpler problems, resulting in many full scores, while other years yield far fewer. For instance, in the 2017 IMO competition, the Huagua team earned 5 golds and 1 silver, yet the highest score was only 32. Nevertheless, most people were quite confident in Lin Xiao's potential for a perfect score. If anyone from the Huagua team were to achieve it, it would undoubtedly be him. Subsequently, the names of the other 4 candidates were announced, with Sun Yu from Qin province also making it into the top 6. Placing 5th, this meant that the Huagua national mathematics team had achieved an unprecedented milestone, with 2 candidates from Qin province representing Huagua in the 59th IMO competition. Upon receiving this news, Lin Xiao congratulated Sun Yu, wondering how elated the Qin province mathematical society must be. Surely, they would be rewarded generously. Chapter 60. Training at Huaca Institute. With the closing ceremony concluded, everything settled into place. The 6 candidates for the IMO included Lin Xiao, Ouyang Sheng, Sun Yu, Li Bin, Hu Zichao, and Zhou Zi. These students were to depart for Cluj-Napoca, Romania, before July 3 to participate in the 59th International Mathematical Olympiad. As representatives of the nation, the Huagua Mathematical Society would provide them with training, which would occur in 2 phases over a total of 45 days, from April 16th to May 15, and again from June 16th to June 30. They would then fly to Romania on July 1st, with the training location set at the Mathematical Institute of Huaca in Beijing. Lin Xiao had little interest in the training sessions, finding the frequent commutes exhausting. Yet, there was no choice. He had to attend. Fortunately, the training period did not coincide with his college entrance examination preparation, or else he would have lost a significant opportunity. Time flew by, and after spending 2 weeks at home, the Qin Province Mathematical Society awarded both him and Sun Yu a scholarship of 20,000 each, significantly enhancing Lin Xiao's finances. On April 15, he boarded a train to Beijing, arriving at the Huaca Institute's Mathematical Institute for check-in. "Are you Lin Xiao?" the reception teacher inquired. "Yes," he replied. The reception teacher glanced at Lin Xiao and smiled. "You've finally arrived. Many teachers have been eager to meet you. Am I really that captivating?" Lin Xiao touched his face in surprise. The reception teacher chuckled. "Of course, with such outstanding results, which teacher wouldn't want to meet you?" "Well then," Lin Xiao sighed, realizing that it was indeed his talent that drew attention. His looks seemed to go unnoticed. Observing his sigh, the reception teacher felt puzzled but chose not to comment further. "You'll be staying in our dormitory for the month. Here is your key. It's a double room shared with another candidate. Let me see. It's Sun Yu. You two are from the same province, right? Is Sun Yu here?" Lin Xiao asked. "Not yet," the reception teacher replied. "All right, let me show you to your dormitory." "Thank you, teacher. I appreciate your help," Lin Xiao said as he gathered his belongings and followed the teacher to the dormitory building. Although referred to as a dormitory, it resembled a residential building rather than a typical school dormitory, complete with an elevator and comfortable decor. After all, it was intended for researchers at Huaca. Poor conditions would be unacceptable. Lin Xiao's room was on the 2nd floor, featuring 2 spacious bedrooms equipped with beds and a study desk for their studies. After helping Lin Xiao settle his luggage, the reception teacher retrieved a prepared set of bedding from the adjacent wardrobe. The single bed, measuring 1.2 meters, already had a mattress, so he could simply lay down the sheets and sleep. "All right, the schedule has been sent to your group. Just follow it. Don't forget the meeting tomorrow morning," the reception teacher said, placing a set of keys and a card on the bed. "This is your key and your meal card. IT will be topped up with 300 yuan daily for your meals here. If you dine outside, keep the receipts and we will reimburse you later." "Understood," Lin Xiao replied. The expenses for their stay were entirely covered by the Huaguo Mathematical Society, and they wouldn't need to spend a dime unless their meals were exorbitantly priced. The reception teacher then left the room. Upon seeing the teacher depart, Lin Xiao promptly reclined on his bed, the coolness of the new sheets proving somewhat unfamiliar. After a while, he sat up and gazed out the window. This was indeed Guangzhong Village, situated within the 3rd ring road of the capital, effectively implying that he possessed an apartment within the city's confines. Yet he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. He was merely residing here temporarily for a month. Rising to his feet, he wandered around the room, which spanned approximately 60 square meters. For a dormitory, this space was undeniably spacious, featuring an independent bathroom, a balcony, and a washing machine. Quite commendable, as it alleviated any concerns about his living conditions for the month. After a brief inspection, Lin Xiao returned to his room and retrieved his book on partial differential equations. This volume was the last textbook he would engage with during his undergraduate mathematics studies. Should he wish to delve deeper into the subject, he would soon transition into the realm of graduate-level material, which encompassed a more intricate and profound array of topics, such as second-order elliptic equations, Lie groups and algebras, and Riemann surface theory. Unfortunately, the institution had not provided him with textbooks on these advanced subjects, as they never anticipated that he would complete all undergraduate mathematics courses independently before entering university. It was likely that few would believe Lin Xiao could learn at such a rapid pace. Moreover, not only did he learn quickly, but his retention of knowledge was exceptionally robust. Once he had diligently studied a topic, it became quite difficult for him to forget it, a benefit he owed to the support of the system. After several hours of study, feeling a pang of hunger, he instinctively exited his state of immersion. As long as he was not preoccupied with problem-solving, hunger could still rouse him. Otherwise, like last time, he could remain immersed for half a day without realizing he was starving, with hunger prompting him to seek sustenance. Lin Xiao left his room, only to be astonished to discover Sun Yu already present, lounging on the living room sofa, engrossed in his phone. Hey Lao Sun, when did you arrive? Sun Yu looked equally bewildered. What are you doing in your room? The two simultaneously responded, I've been here for ages. After a brief silence, Lin Xiao scratched his nose and said, I arrived this morning and have been studying in my room. All right, I got here an hour ago. Sun Yu replied with a hint of exasperation, but he had nearly jumped when he heard the door open, almost conjuring the image of a murderer lurking in the room. However, Lin Xiao's dedication, studying for so long after arriving that morning, earned Sun Yu's admiration. Shall we go for a meal? I wonder how good the cafeteria at Huaka University is. Sounds good? I'm hungry too. With that, the two departed the dormitory together. The following day marked the official commencement of their training. The 16 members arrived at their training venue, a modest auditorium. Though small, it was still a proper venue, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. Unlike a school, Huaka University lacked classrooms for their sessions. With the instructor yet to arrive, they engaged in light conversation. Lin Shun, how long do you plan to take to complete the IMO paper? Ouyang Sheng grinned at Lin Xiao, initiating some banter. Much like when a distinguished figure appeared in an author group, the lesser-known members would pay homage, showering the big shot with praise that I bet 3 hours. Sun Yu chimed in. Only 3 hours? You underestimate Lin Shun. He'll have it done in no more than 2. Li Buyan interjected immediately. 0.2 hours. Are you kidding? Lin Shun doesn't need to go through such trouble. Half an hour is more than sufficient. Hu Zichao retorted. Zhou Zi expressed her disdain. What are you all speculating about? 2 hours, half an hour. Do you think Lin Shun is merely that incredible? I reckon he'll just chase down a problem set. Proclaiming, I'll create the questions, and then casually pose a question that only he can solve, which will thereafter be known as the goddess question, solvable only by the divine. Enough, all of you. Hearing their nonsensical chatter, Lin Xiao, exasperated, put down his book on partial differential equations and pointed at them with annoyance. Upon noticing the book in his hand, Ouyang Sheng gasped, Wow, Lin Shun, that book is beyond our reach. Partial differential equations. My goodness, close your eyes and don't look, lest your resolve falters, Sun Yu quipped, covering his eyes. Who stands atop the mathematical summit? Upon seeing Lin Shun, all else becomes void, Li Buyan mused that on that day. Lin Tiandi and Huang Tiandi tackled mathematical problems until the universe's edge, shattering the stars, erasing the great path. Damn it, you lot are asking for it. Lin Xiao picked up his textbook, intending to impart a taste of knowledge's power to this group of jesters. Just as the 5 of them were laughing and preparing to flee, a middle-aged man in his 50s entered the classroom, exuding an air of erudition. Undoubtedly a professor. Upon observing the scene, he paused momentarily, while the 6 students recognized the newcomer as their instructor and ceased their chatter. The professorial figure smiled and remarked, Having fun, I see. You all seem quite close. Approaching the podium, he inscribed 3 characters on the blackboard. Li Huaimin. He then turned to face the 6 students, stating, I am your head coach, Li Huaimin, a professor in the mathematics department at Shangjing University. I have previously led 5 national teams, so I possess a fair amount of insight into IMO problems. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me. The 6 students nodded in acknowledgement. The titles he bore certainly sounded impressive. I will accompany you to the competition in July, which will last approximately half a month, that we will be spending the next 2 months together. So I hope everyone can study earnestly and help Huagua reclaim the group championship title that has eluded us for 3 years. Is that clear? Absolutely. The 6 chorused with robust voices. Good, Li Huaimin replied with a smile. Of course, a few of you have expressed interest in attending Shangjing University's mathematics department, so we may very well meet again. Among the 6 students, several possessed exceptional mathematical talent and had already decided to pursue mathematics at the university level. Thus, many had chosen Shangjing University, which meant they were likely to attend Li Huaimin's classes in the future. Now it's time for me to get acquainted with you. Please stand and introduce yourselves, he instructed, looking expectantly at the group. However, after a prolonged silence, no one stood. Huaimin quipped, Are you shy? The other 5 immediately chimed in. We wouldn't dare go first without Lin Shun. Lin Xiao, exasperated, raised a finger in their direction before finally standing up to say, Professor Li, I am Lin Xiao, Upon hearing Lin Xiao's self-introduction, Li Huaimin's eyes brightened, and he understood the meaning of Lin Shandada. So you are Lin Xiao. Quite the handsome lad, I must say, he responded. Lin Xiao felt a renewed sense of hope. Another discerning teacher had recognized his potential. Li Huaimin continued, furthermore, your name has already circulated within our mathematics department at Shangjing University. You've accomplished quite remarkable feats, resolving problems of such caliber. Lin Xiao speculated that the esteemed professor referred to his proof regarding the infinitude of prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence. It was merely luck, he humbly replied. How could that be luck? Li Huaimin shook his head. That I have to commend you. The other 5 students exchanged bewildered glances, curious about what Lin Xiao had done to become renowned within the mathematics department at Shangjing University. Ouyang Sheng raised his hand. Professor, what has Lin Xiao accomplished? Li Huaimin chuckled. In a fortnight, you'll find out. All right, let us have the rest of you introduce yourselves as well, and then we shall commence our first lesson. With that, he left them in suspense, and Ouyang Sheng, unable to pry further, decided to inquire later. Following their individual introductions, the training session officially began. It must be said that Li Huaimin's expertise was undeniably impressive. Even Lin Xiao had to concede that his lectures were engaging and enlightening. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao opted to focus on his own studies, as the material Li Huaimin taught was largely familiar to him days past in this manner. Despite Ouyang Sheng and the others persistently questioning Lin Xiao about his notable achievements that had garnered him fame within Shangjing University's mathematics department, Lin Xiao refrained from divulging any details, wishing to curtail their idle speculation in the future. This led Ouyang Sheng and his companions to humorously label the situation as divine punishment bestowed by the god, further piquing their curiosity about Lin Xiao's accomplishments. Thus, May arrived, and the Mathematics Annual Volume 187, Issue 3 was officially published at the beginning of the month. When the mathematicians of the realm beheld the title of the aforementioned paper, a proof of the existence of infinitely many primes in the Fibonacci sequence, they could not help but marvel. Has anyone truly resolved the conundrum within the domain of prime numbers? Unbelievable. Chapter 62. Let's meet him at once. School of Mathematical Sciences, Beijing University. Professor Su Ji's office. Professor, regarding this problem I have here, is this residue class mapping a homomorphism from the ring Z to the ring ZNZ? Xiao Zhou inquired, presenting his dilemma to Professor Su. Yet before Su Ji could respond, a knock resounded at the door. De Zhou had arrived. Zhou Wu entered with a smile and addressed Professor Su. Professor Su, have you seen the latest issue of the Mathematical Annual? Su Ji gestured for Xiao Zhou to hold his question for the moment, responding with a smile while indicating the article displayed on his computer screen. I am indeed reading it. Undoubtedly, he was engrossed in Lin Xiao's paper. He exclaimed, it has been published in this issue remarkably soon, and it occupies the very first position. Nevertheless, I must say, this student is truly exceptional. The editorial team of the Mathematical Annual certainly recognizes the significance of this work. The fact that Lin Xiao's paper was published within mere months of passing review and was placed at the forefront attests to its remarkable value. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhou stepped aside to make room for Zhou Wu, bringing him a chair, and could not help but gaze at Su Ji's computer screen, feeling a surge of emotion. This is the Mathematical Annual. If he could publish a paper here, it would be worth a lifetime of effort. Zhou Wu expressed his gratitude and sat down, smiling as he remarked, they must surely recognize the importance of this paper. It is a boon for researchers in the field of prime number studies. Furthermore, the analysis of nonlinear problems concerning polynomial functions is an unequivocal stroke of genius. The reviewer is Peter Sarnak, a previous recipient of the Wolf Prize in Mathematics, and he has left a commendable remark that, let me see. Upon hearing that a Wolf Prize laureate had penned a favorable comment, Su Ji promptly scrolled to the final page. Soon enough, he reached the bottom and beheld the remarks left by Professor Sarnak. This paper employs groundbreaking innovative methods, further opening the door to the realm of prime number theory. Therefore, let us grandly introduce to the world a 17-year-old mathematical prodigy, groundbreaking innovation. Such an esteemed accolade indeed, Su Ji mused aloud. Within the remarks, certain significant phrases are seldom used, such as groundbreaking innovation, which implies that the knowledge applied in this paper is a methodology that no one in the academic community has ventured to attempt. Clearly, Lin Xiao's work has garnered immense recognition from this Wolf Prize laureate. The Wolf Prize in Mathematics is similarly a prestigious accolade within the mathematical community, regarded alongside the Fields Medal as one of the highest honors. After all, the Fields Medal can only be awarded to mathematicians under the age of 40, leaving those over 40 without opportunity. Thus, the Wolf Prize, which imposes no age restrictions, undoubtedly becomes a coveted goal for many, making it highly sought after. Among Chinese mathematicians, akin to the Fields Medal, the number of individuals who have attained the Wolf Prize while holding Chinese nationality remains zero. Therefore, for professors like Su Ji, receiving such high praise from a mathematician of this caliber, particularly as Sarnak specifically acknowledged Lin Xiao's age and referred to him as a mathematical genius, serves as a testament to Lin Xiao's recognition on a global scale. Truly, the youth is formidable, Su Ji remarked once more. When he comes to class in September, I must meet him in person. In fact, you can meet him in just a few days, Zhou Wu replied with a smile. Su Ji paused. Why is that? He has joined the IMO national team, so he is currently in Beijing for training, right at the Huazhong University of Science and Technology School of Mathematics. Su Ji immediately rose. Let us go meet him now. Such a student must be cultivated. Otherwise, I fear the other old-timers in the department will try to claim him for themselves. Indeed, Zhou Wu chuckled, feeling a twinge of envy. Only the eminent can vie for such exceptional students, while he, a mere associate professor, would likely only have the opportunity to teach Lin Xiao when he comes to class, assuming he even attends. Are you coming? Su Ji asked as he gathered his belongings. Well, let us go together. I happen to have no classes today. Very well. Su Ji said no more, swiftly collecting his items before addressing Xiao Zhou. You may inquire about your question with Professor Yu next door. If you still do not comprehend, wait for my return. Xiao Zhou nodded, realizing that the professor was off to meet another eminent figure. As a graduate student at Beijing University, he might be regarded as an impressive individual in the eyes of the average person. But having spent time at the university, he understood that many others surpassed him in brilliance. The one who has not yet graduated high school, and is merely 17, yet can publish in a mathematical annual, undoubtedly belongs to that echelon of brilliance. Meanwhile, at the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, in the School of Mathematics at this moment, Lin Xiao was not engaged in study, but was attending a lecture. The speaker was Sun Xiong, a researcher at the School of Mathematics in terms of hierarchical standing among researchers at Huazhong University. The title of researcher is the highest rank, equivalent to that of a full professor at a university. Thus, the speaker's stature within the School of Mathematics is undoubtedly significant. The theme of this lecture was the recent research achievements of researcher Sun Xiong, focusing on issues within the representation theory of typical groups. Over the years, my collaborators and I have achieved remarkable results on the Langlands program, of which I can proudly speak that we have precisely resolved the conjecture regarding the multiplicity of typical groups, as well as the three fundamental problems within the corresponding theory of typical group theta: the multiplicity conservation conjecture, the conservation law conjecture, and the duality conjecture. These accomplishments lay the groundwork for the relevant theory of L functions. Furthermore, last year, I completed the proof of the famous non-vanishing hypothesis for L functions proposed by scholars in the 1970s. Today, I wish to share with you yet another significant breakthrough in the representation theory of typical groups. As is well known, Lie groups mathematically depict spatial symmetries. Typical Lie groups frequently appear in both mathematics and physics, including the general linear group, orthogonal group, symplectic group, unitary group, and others that I will now introduce typical Lie groups and their finite-dimensional and infinite-dimensional representation theories. Now, everyone, please turn to the first page of the paper. In the seats below, Lin Xiao opened the paper distributed prior to the lecture and turned to the first page, having completed all the knowledge from his undergraduate studies. He had embarked on his graduate studies, selecting Lie groups within the realm of group theory. Why? Merely because the name piqued his interest, sounding akin to a person's name. After half a month of study, he heard of a lecture concerning the representation theory of Lie groups, and thus came with the intention of listening. However, after a while, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, on publishing your first paper. Given the value of the journal in which it was published, you are awarded 50 mathematical experience points and 2.5 truth points. Chapter 63. Electrum. Is there a reward for this? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected that publishing a paper would also yield rewards. He thought that the previous reward he received for solving a problem would suffice. The system's voice echoed once more. The journey to uncovering truth is also a continual process of earning honors. And acquiring honors can assist the host in the pursuit of further truths. The system encourages the host to seek more accolades. Oh, splendid. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the system's voice. Now, this is a good system. However, he suddenly pondered a question. Wait, if I am already a member of the national team, why have I not received a reward for that? The system fell silent. Lin Xiao pouted, muttering about the system's inconsistency in communication. Bah, what is system? Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled the previous warning from the system. Bah, what an extraordinary system. You truly are adorable. The system. Lin Xiao did not dwell on it further and continued to listen to the lecture, which was now approaching its conclusion. The lecture delved into deeply theoretical concepts, which were not particularly friendly to him as a novice. Nevertheless, he managed to keep up with his formidable comprehension skills, aided by the speaker's detailed explanations. Although certain processes were glossed over as easily obtainable, such processes were indeed easily obtainable for him. Thus, he considered this lecture to be a fruitful experience. Having concluded the principal portion of my report, I would now like to briefly share my reflections on the Langlands program. It is widely acknowledged that physicists pursue a grand unification in physics, while mathematics as the foundational discipline that underpins physics. At this juncture, Sun Xiong and those present shared a knowing smile. From the hierarchy of academic disciplines, mathematics indeed occupies the pinnacle. Of course, this was merely a jest. Sun Xiong continued. Our unified theory in mathematics is encapsulated in the Langlands program. In 1967, Robert Langlands proposed his correspondence that two seemingly disparate branches of mathematics, number theory and harmonic analysis, could be interconnected. In his letter, Langlands extended the quadratic reciprocity law discovered by Gauss, which applies to quadratic equations of degree 2, suggesting that primes arising from cubic, quartic, and higher degree equations might exhibit a reciprocal relationship with harmonic analysis. Subsequently, in 1979, he cultivated this nascent idea, thereby establishing the Langlands program. The foundational lemma within this framework consumed 3 decades of our efforts before it was finally proven. Prior to this, we operated under the assumption that, much like the Riemann hypothesis, this foundational lemma held true, albeit with trepidation. Ultimately, the proof of this foundational lemma has enabled us to continue its development to this day. Allow me to optimistically assert that the edifice of the Langlands program will one day be fully realized, marking a monumental achievement for the mathematical community. And I believe that when that day arrives, our mathematics will illuminate the skies with even more resplendent fireworks. Thank you all. My report concludes here. Should anyone wish to engage in further discussion, feel free to reach out to me. The audience erupted in applause. Sun Yong, at the youthful age of 41, boasts remarkable accomplishments in mathematics, positioning him as a leading figure among the younger generation. Though he has indeed entered middle age. Nevertheless, there are whispers that he may be elected as an academician next year, which would result in the emergence of a 42-year-old academician, an exceptionally young age within that esteemed circle, further attesting to his outstanding achievements. Lin Xiao also applauded, having gained a deeper understanding of the Langlands program, the grand unification theory in mathematics. Beyond simply being impressed, he found himself intrigued by this concept, contemplating further study when time permits. However, at that moment, the door to the lecture hall swung open. The report had concluded, and it mattered little who entered from the outside. Yet when the attendees spotted 2 individuals stepping in, most were momentarily taken aback. One of them was none other than Professor Su Ji from Peking University, whose reputation is well established. He had delivered numerous lectures in this very hall. Upon seeing Su Ji, Sun Yong greeted him with a smile. Professor Su Ji, what brings you here? Su Ji was scanning the audience, seemingly searching for someone. In truth, he was looking for Lin Xiao. After arriving with Zhou Wu, Su Ji intended to call Lin Xiao directly, but after several unsuccessful attempts to reach him, they inquired and learned that Lin Xiao had come to attend the lecture. Thus, they made their way over. But as the lecture was in progress, They refrained from interrupting and sat in a nearby office until it concluded. Hearing Sun Yong's voice, Su Ji smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, engaging in conversation. Regardless of their differing credentials, Sun Yong's academic accomplishments were not to be underestimated, warranting due respect. Meanwhile, Zhou Wu naturally took on the task of locating Lin Xiao, A.S. for Lin Xiao. Unfamiliar with Zhou Wu and Su Ji, he did not recognize them. Coincidentally, a female postdoctoral researcher, also attending the lecture, approached him. Having missed a part of the presentation, she noticed Lin Xiao seemed to grasp the content well and sought his assistance. "Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption, but there was a part one didn't quite understand. Could you clarify it for me?" "Certainly. Please go ahead," Lin Xiao gestured. "Why does pros equal honk you? Okay, and also equal honks if ZK?" The female postdoc inquired. "Oh, we can directly apply the Poincare-Birkhoff-Witt theorem. You see, UG is equivalent to U, and from there follows," Lin Xiao explained. "Oh, I see now," the postdoc exclaimed, her face lighting up with understanding. "Thank you so much." Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "No problem at all." The postdoc looked at Lin Xiao, unable to resist asking, "Which research group are you from? I've never seen you before. And how come you look so young? We're all studying mathematics, yet you don't seem to age at all." "I'm not." Lin Xiao waved his hand, about to explain that he was there for the competition when someone called out his name. Lin Xiao. Startled, Lin Xiao turned to see a middle-aged man in his 40s smiling at him. "May I ask who you are?" "I'm Zhou Wu from the mathematics department at Peking University. You certainly haven't forgotten me." "Have you?" Lin Xiao was taken aback, realizing that this was the professor who had assisted him with his paper. He quickly stood up. "Professor Zhou, I didn't expect you to be here." Chapter 64. Surrounded by big shots. "But wanted to escape, haha. I specifically came to find you." Zhou Wu chuckled, pointing toward Su Ji, who was conversing with Sun Yong. "That gentleman is Professor Su Ji from our university, the very person who reviewed your paper. He came here today, specifically to see you today." "That's quite an honor," Lin Xiao replied, somewhat overwhelmed by the attention of both professors. "You could have just called me haha. Check your phone for any missed calls," Zhou Wu suggested. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retrieved his phone to discover that Professor Zhou had called him 3 times. "Oh dear. I apologize, my phone was on silent." "It's quite all right. You were attending a lecture, so being on silent is entirely reasonable." Thankfully, it was Zhou Wu waved his hand dismissively. "Now, go meet Professor Su Ji. He was eager to see you as soon as he learned you were here for the IMO training." Lin Xiao nodded. "All right." He gathered his belongings and, accompanied by Zhou Wu, made his way towards the podium. The female postdoctoral researcher who had just asked Lin Xiao a question stood there, her expression one of shock. And then her face flushed red. Attending IMO training implies that Lin Xiao was still in high school, and she had heard that a select group of 6 high school students was participating in the training session. To her astonishment, the very person she had just approached for clarification was one of them, and no wonder he appeared so youthful. He could very well call her Annie. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that she had just asked a question of a high school student who was 10 years her junior. Goodness, she couldn't help but wonder what Lin Xiao must have been thinking. Perhaps thoughts like, is this woman really that clueless? Just imagining it made her feel as though she could dig a hole to hide in. Yet this was not the most shocking part. What truly astounded her was that Lin Xiao, a high school student, could answer her question. He not only attended a lecture on representation theory, but also seemed to engage with it more attentively than she, a postdoctoral researcher. She felt as though she had been dealt a heavy blow, realizing that she was outperformed by a high school student. Consequently, the postdoctoral researcher rushed out of the lecture hall, likely destined to spend her life recovering from this psychological trauma. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, had no inkling that he had inadvertently inflicted psychological damage on a postdoctoral researcher. Following Professor Zhou, he approached the podium and met Professor Su Ji at that moment. He recalled that it was Professor Su Ji who had reviewed his work back in January, and he had even looked him up online. This was indeed a prominent figure. "Professor Su, this is Lin Xiao," Zhou Wu introduced. Su Ji paused his conversation with Sun Yong and turned to Lin Xiao, a smile breaking across his face. "Lin Xiao, I'm delighted to finally meet you." "Hello, Professor Su." Lin Xiao respectfully greeted. Su Ji extended his hand, shaking Lin Xiao's firmly while offering words of praise. Your paper is exceptional, and I hope you continue to excel. Of course, first, bring home a gold medal in July to bring glory to our nation. Thank you, Professor Su. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. That moment, Sun Yung glanced curiously at Lin Xiao, asking, and who might this be? It seems Professor Su came here specifically to find this young M.A.N.I.S. He also a postdoctoral researcher in the Mathematics Institute. What remarkable paper did he write to warrant such attention from Professor Su? This young man is Lin Xiao, attending the training for the national IMO team, and he's a member of the national team. Zhou clarified that a member of the national team. Sun Yung was immediately taken aback. Isn't it the case that members of the IMO national team are merely high school or even middle school students to think they would come to listen to their own report? He turned to Lin Xiao and asked, "Are you Lin? Were you listening to my presentation just now?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, it's so. Did you comprehend it?" Sun Yung couldn't help but inquire, as the content he presented was relatively intricate within Li Kun's domain. Could Lin Xiao truly grasp it? He heard and understood, albeit with some difficulty. Lin Xiao responded candidly. "I took notes on the parts one didn't understand, planning to delve deeper into them later." This, Sun Yung found it hard to believe. Professor Sun, do not underestimate this student Lin Xiao. Have you seen the latest issue of the Mathematics Annual? Su Ji remarked with a smile. Sun Yung shook his head. "I haven't had the chance yet." The latest issue was just released a few days ago, right? In the latest issue of the Mathematics Annual, the first paper spans pages 639 to 665, titled A Proof of the Existence of Infinitely Many Primes in the Fibonacci Sequence. This paper was authored by none other than this Lin Xiao. Su Ji elaborated, "Aren't you studying the Langlands program? The innovative method employed by Lin Xiao in this work might even contribute to your research." Sun Yung was instantly taken aback, gazing at Lin Xiao. A high school student, so young and already participating in the IMO competition, had published in the Mathematics Annual? Of course, he himself had published 3 or 4 papers in the top 4 journals, including the Mathematics Annual, having done so 6 years ago. But he was already 35 at that time, whereas this young individual was merely half his age. Truly, heroes emerged from the youth that he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at that moment. Another voice chimed in. "Professor Su, are you referring to that paper proving the existence of infinitely many primes?" Su Ji turned to see Director Chao, the head of the Mathematics Research Institute at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. "Of course I'm here. I had to attend Xiao Sun's presentation." Chao Anghua waved his hand dismissively before turning to Lin Xiao. "So you're the Lin Xiao? I thought I had never heard of such a mathematical prodigy in our country before. Yet it turns out you are a young talent." "That's me," Lin Xiao replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the presence of these esteemed figures. You have done exceptionally well, bringing honor to our country," Director Chao praised repeatedly. "Thank you, Director Chao." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude, though he genuinely wished to escape the spotlight. "I want to flee, yet I cannot." However, it was evident that such an achievement, now recognized by others, would bring more than just accolades from these dignitaries. Online, a tempest was brewing. Chapter 65. Trending topic: Lin Shun, you've become famous. After finally being released by those dignitaries and returning to his dormitory, Lin Xiao found himself encircled by Sun Yu and the others. "How did you all find out?" Lin Xiao was perplexed. Those dignitaries knew because they had seen the Mathematics Annual, but how did these 5 know? "It's trending on Weibo." "What? Weibo?" Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. "Here, take a look," Sun Yu said, handing his phone to Lin Xiao. Upon seeing it, Lin Xiao felt even more dazed. The 5th trending topic on the list read, 17-year-old math genius from our country solves world-class problem. Lin Xiao, he could already envision what would unfold next. "Open it. Let me see," he said feebly. Sun Yu clicked on the trending topic, revealing that the post was made by a blogger in the mathematics field who likely subscribed to the Mathematics Annual. Naturally, he had come across the first paper and, consequently, Lin Xiao's name. In this day and age, seeing a name from their country in one of the 4 major journals was quite remarkable. The blogger, upon noticing the comments below, thought to himself, "Goodness, he's only 17. This definitely deserves a Weibo post." Thus, the article followed. In the latest issue of the premier mathematics journal Mathematics Annual, Annals of Mathematics, Volume 187, Issue 3, titled A Proof of the Existence of Infinitely Many Primes in the Fibonacci Sequence. The author, Lin Xiao, is from our country, adding yet another article to our nation's contributions in the top 4 mathematics journals. This paper represents a groundbreaking achievement in the field of number theory regarding prime numbers, providing an innovative method for proving the existence of infinitely many primes in certain sequences, particularly in sequences like the Fibonacci sequence. At the conclusion of this paper, 2014 Wolf Prize winner Peter Sarnak commented on the work. This paper employs a groundbreaking innovative method that pushes the door of prime number problems a little further open. Now, let us grandly introduce to the world a 17-year-old mathematical genius. Yes, you heard it right. This is a 17-year-old mathematical prodigy from our country, but if I'm not mistaken, this genius is likely still in high school. Though it is not impossible that he may have already begun his university studies. Solving such a significant world problem at such a young age is indeed a rarity in the annals of mathematics. This illustrates just how extraordinary Lin Xiao's talent is. Surely everyone has heard of the story of the mathematical Prince Gauss, who at the age of 19 solved the problem of constructing a regular 17-sided polygon using only a ruler and compass. Now, here is Lin Xiao, only 17, having solved such a major world problem. I dare say his talent can rival that of Gauss. Lin Xiao is undoubtedly a genius among our younger generation that a strong youth leads to a strong nation. The 21st century is the century for our country to soar, and I sincerely hope that our nation will witness more such talents emerging in the future in all fields. Our dreams need to be forged by these young individuals. And of course, it also requires the collective efforts and struggles of millions of our nation's youth, that I firmly believe that such a bright future is already on the horizon. This Weibo post was imbued with positive energy. And of course, the title was eye-catching. Keywords like our country, 17, and solving world problems naturally drew in a vast audience. The post had garnered over 30,000 likes, with comments exceeding 10,000, and the number of shares was beyond mention. As Lin Xiao absorbed this information, he rubbed his nose, feeling as if he bore the heavy responsibility of his country's revival. Lin Shun, may I interview you? You're so impressive. How did you manage it? Sun Yu pretended to hold a microphone, thrusting it toward Lin Xiao. Ouyang Sheng interjected, how can you speak to Lin Shun like that? Your tone is utterly disrespectful. It should be like this. Ouyang Sheng bent down and assumed a fawning demeanor behind Lin Xiao, massaging his back while saying, Lin Shun, please allow your humble servant to express the utmost admiration for your greatness, and may your esteemed self impart a bit of wisdom to me, so that I may aspire to reach even a fraction of your brilliance. Oh no, just 1%. The others looked at Ouyang Sheng with newfound respect. Goodness, there must be a plethora of sycophants in the world, and you seem to be hoarding all of them. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and replied, you must first be 1/10 as handsome as I am, but alas, you currently only possess 1% of my charm. Alas, only someone as dashing as I could possibly match my own talent. The others, the group collectively scoffed. While they might concede that they were not as intelligent as Lin Xiao, every male would fiercely defend their attractiveness. Only those reading the book, such as Yen Zhu, Tian Lu, and Yu Yin, would regard this with disdain. Lin Xiao, tired of the banter, took out his phone, revisited the trending topic, and scrolled through the comments. The most liked comment read, my goodness, 17 years old and solving a math problem. That's terrifying. This comment attracted hundreds of replies, most of which expressed astonishment at such an age. While he solved a world-class math problem at 17, I was up all night gaming at an internet CAF. I'm dumbfounded. At 17, I was still in my second year of high school, memorizing Pipa Xing. For goodness sake. I remember a few years ago, a university student solved a problem and was awarded 1 million, right? What? A direct reward of 1 million. I'm in awe. In addition to these comments, some netizens speculated about Lin Xiao's identity, expressing, I recall that this year's IMO national team included a math whiz named Lin Xiao. Could they be the same person? Others discussed the significance of the problem Lin Xiao had solved. However, as always, there were those who voiced their skepticism. Comparing him to Gauss, can just anyone be compared to him, given the domestic environment and educational standards? This Lin Xiao will either fade into obscurity, much like that Lu student, or he will go abroad for recognition. Enough of the boasting. Be careful not to be slapped in the face later. In response to such disheartening comments, it is only natural that the replies below would be rife with disputes. However, these are merely trivial remarks, as the majority express heartfelt admiration for Lin Xiao's accomplishment. The more he reads, the more Lin Xiao feels a sense of embarrassment, prompting him to quietly post, "Honestly, there's nothing to praise." Just then his phone rang. Upon glancing at it, he saw it was once again Professor Zhou Wu calling. "Lin Xiao, prepare yourself. Shortly, Huaqing Daily will be interviewing you." Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. "Huaqing Daily wants to interview me." Chapter 66. The interview with Huaqing Daily Peking University, with its illustrious history as the former imperial university, has weathered many storms over the past century. Yet, the beauty of its campus remains unchanged to this very moment. A small gathering of nearly a dozen individuals has assembled on a lawn near the International Mathematical Research Institute. Among them are several mathematics professors from the School of Mathematical Sciences, including Su Ji and Zhou Wu. Additionally, a few notable figures, including the dean, are present, causing students passing by to feel compelled to greet these distinguished individuals. However, when they attempt to do so, Zhou Wu gestures for them to refrain, as he, being the least senior among them, has taken on the responsibility of preventing any disruptions during the ongoing interview. A photographer from Huaqing Daily is setting up a camera, focusing on a young student, Lin Xiao. Facing him is a young and attractive reporter from Huaqing Daily, named Zhou Xiaoling. "Hello, Lin Xiao." "Hello, Reporter Zhou." Lin Xiao replies, wearing a sincere smile that it is impossible for him to feign insincerity in the presence of Peking University, which has offered him 1.5 million yuan, although he is not yet enrolled at Peking University. He finds himself here, being interviewed, with the iconic Boya Tower peeking out behind him and a few ducks swimming in the Weiming Lake. The soft advertisement placement is exquisite. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao, the one who solved a world-class problem, is so young? Are you truly only 17 this year? Lin Xiao chuckled and replied, "Actually, I must correct you. I'm 18 years old, born in the year 2000. With my birthday in February. Of course, if we consider the date I submitted my paper to the Mathematical Annual, I was indeed not yet 18 at that time, as it was in January." "Ah, I see, but regardless of whether you're 17 or 18, achieving such accomplishments is impressive," Zhou Xiaoling remarked with a smile. "So, what are your thoughts on this achievement?" "Well, it's quite gratifying, as it affirms that what I've been learning is meaningful." Lin Xiao responded with a smile, "As for receiving such recognition, I suppose that's an added significance that it seems that you are quite the diligent learner. I've heard you're still in your third year of high school. And you've already begun self-studying university-level mathematics?" The reporter inquired, nodding. "Yes, I've essentially finished all the undergraduate mathematics books, and I've now begun studying graduate-level material," Lin Xiao confirmed with a nod. "Wow, that's truly impressive," the reporter exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Each time she interviews such young yet extraordinarily talented individuals, she feels a profound sense of humility in the face of the vast differences between people. "So you utilize your university knowledge to solve such a monumental problem. How would you describe the difficulty of the process? Was it particularly challenging, given that it is a world-class problem?" "The difficulty was certainly significant." Lin Xiao nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing, as he recalled the 9 hours he had spent grappling with the problem. A truly excruciating 9 hours. The reporter paused. 9 hours? "Yes," Lin Xiao replied. "That it took me 9 hours to arrive at a solution. It was my first encounter with such a challenging problem. Previously, I would typically spend no more than an hour on other competition questions that in reality, managing to solve a problem in 9 hours was also greatly influenced by the so-called sage time. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken him to finish." However, as he spoke, those around him fell silent, their thoughts mirroring those of Su Hongbing from earlier. 9 hours. Are you kidding me? If he could produce a paper worthy of the top 4 journals in under 90 hours, that would be impressive enough, and yet you completed it in just 9 hours. Is this even human? To compare that with your previous competition problems is utterly absurd. Even the reporter, who might not fully grasp the intricacies of mathematics, found it a bit outrageous, finally managing to chuckle awkwardly. "You truly are a mathematical genius. By the way, I'm also curious. What motivated you to tackle this problem in the first place?" Lin Xiao rubbed his nose. now feeling somewhat embarrassed at what's wrong. The reporter pressed, noticing his expression. Well, the truth is, Lin Xiao finally relayed the situation honestly. Upon hearing his account, those present experienced a sense of déjà vu, how reminiscent of the legendary mathematician Gauss. They thought that a classic case being replicated. Gauss took a night to solve the problem of constructing a regular 17-gon with a compass and straight edge, while Lin Xiao took 9 hours to prove a prime number problem. Was this mere coincidence among geniuses? Everyone present realized that, regardless of the outcome, once this story spreads, as long as Lin Xiao achieves any level of success in mathematics in the future, no matter how inferior it might be to Gauss, there's a strong possibility that the space in textbooks dedicated to commemorating Gauss's achievements may eventually be repurposed to honor Lin Xiao. The interview continued, but the professors from Peking University, standing nearby, could only sigh in awe. Each question posed during the interview and Lin Xiao's responses left them in disbelief. For instance, the fact that Lin Xiao had already read all the undergraduate mathematics texts showcased a level of diligence that they, as educators, could only dream of in their students. Su Ji recalled the moment he first discovered Lin Xiao, who was engrossed in a report on representation theory by Li Kun, and even managed to comprehend it. Zhou Wu later mentioned that when he found Lin Xiao, he was explaining a problem from the report to a female postdoctoral researcher who had not understood it herself. Su Ji could only conclude that this student was destined for greatness. Not even Jesus could impede his progress. Of course, one of the conditions for Lin Xiao's admission to Peking University is that he can select 3 professors as his mentors upon enrollment. At this point, it seems that it wouldn't matter if he chose 10. There likely wouldn't be a single professor in the entire department willing to decline. Among this group of professors, there was also one from Tsinghua University's mathematics department, who had come to scout the competition. Watching Lin Xiao's interview, he couldn't help but feel envious, muttering, "He's not even from your school, yet you let him be interviewed here. How shameless. What business is that of yours?" Su Ji retorted. The Tsinghua professor grew even more resentful, lamenting why they couldn't secure such a promising student. Chapter 67. The surge in popularity. The interview with Hua Qing daily concluded swiftly. And that very evening, the content was published across various official media platforms, such as Weibo and public accounts. Consequently, the recently waning excitement surged once more, and this time, with the power of an official media outlet. Lin Xiao's ranking shot back up to second place, nearly overshadowing a trending topic regarding a celebrity's rumored romantic involvement. Upon reading Lin Xiao's statements, netizens erupted in fervor. Good heavens, he solved it in just 9 hours and still claims it was difficult. How can a powerhouse be so humble? If I am guilty, let the law punish me, but do not subject me to the humiliation of being overshadowed by a genius. What the heck? The teacher assigned a 2-page problem, and he ended up with a sheet of paper detailing a world problem and solved it. Are you Gauss reincarnated? Damn, how can someone be this incredible? And he is a member of the national math team. Everyone, let us show some respect. This is our Lin God. Lin God, I am your loyal knight, Ouyang, a 5-dime character. That young man is quite handsome. Next time you publish in the mathematical annual, take me along. I can bear your children. How can a man give birth? I'll find a way. Ugh, what kind of people are these? Lin Xiao scrolled through the chat records, bemused by those claiming they could bear his children. And he couldn't help but chuckle. He discreetly replied, "You're overthinking it. I won't agree to that." Then he spotted another comment praising his looks and nodded in agreement, grateful for those with discerning eyes. Lastly, he noticed a message from the loyal knight Ouyang. Quickly opening QQ to find Ouyang Sheng, capturing a screenshot and sending it with the message. "Keep talking nonsense, and I'll deal with you." Ouyang Sheng replied, "It would be my honor." Lin Xiao. He couldn't be bothered with his GUID as their relationship deepened. These 5 individuals became increasingly outrageous. Why couldn't they learn from him and simply be a quiet, handsome scholar? Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was a call from his mother, indicating that she was already aware of the matter at hand. After answering, her voice resonated through the line. "Xiao Xiao. You actually managed to solve that kind of problem?" "Indeed," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "You're truly remarkable." "Haha, it's nothing much." His mother, a mathematics teacher at the elementary level, though only teaching young children. had a solid grasp of mathematical concepts, and was certainly aware of the complexities surrounding prime numbers. Why didn't you mention this before? You could have published in a top-tier journal. I wanted to surprise you. Initially, he simply hadn't thought to share this achievement with his family, but seeing his mother's concern sparked an eloquent response from Lin Xiao. As expected, his mother was delighted. You rascal. A surprise indeed, but you've done splendidly, truly worthy of being my son. Lin Xiao scratched his head and chuckled softly. All right then, let us leave it at that. Focus on your studies and aim to bring home a gold medal from the IMO. Yes, absolutely, Lin Xiao replied confidently. You can rest assured us so. Are you getting used to being there alone? Have you thought about your mother? I'm used to it. Of course I miss you. Every single day. Yet you don't even bother to call your mother? All right, I promise I'll call every day from now on. Well, as long as there is nothing urgent, just study hard and I want to keep you. Remember to stay safe over there. Don't stay up too late. Don't exhaust yourself, and make sure to eat something delicious. Got it. All right then, take care. Bye, dear. After hanging up, his father's call came through immediately. Xiao. What is the Fibonacci sequence? Lin Xiao found himself both amused and exasperated. Oh, so you know about it too? Why wouldn't I? I'm not out of touch. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and said, You should ask Mom when you get home. She teaches math and knows all about it. It's not convenient for me to explain over the phone. You little rascal, do you think your old man is ignorant of math? Lin Guan laughed, reminiscing about his own past. Back in the day, I scored full marks in history every time that I can recite modern Chinese history backwards. When I was in advanced studies, I scored over 90 in politics. I wouldn't dare. Lin Xiao chuckled, You're the best. Being an old party cadre and all, I can't compare to I won't waste time arguing with you to I initially thought of having you take the civil service exam, but it seems unnecessary now. Just focus on your studies and serve the country in the future, all right? Oh, don't worry, I definitely will. Our leaders all praise you as a future pillar of the nation, so just keep pushing forward. Lin Guan said with a smile, Be careful over there, I know. After exchanging a few more words with his father, he finally hung up. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao felt he had little to say about his family as concerns. Yet he found warmth in their care. While others were only interested in his achievements, it was only his family that truly cared about him as a person. Just then, he noticed a flurry of notifications popping up on his social media. Curiously, he opened them and exclaimed, Oh no! It turned out that his profile had somehow been unearthed. A multitude of people began tagging him or sending him private messages, and his follower count skyrocketed, increasing by dozens with a mere refresh, sometimes even by hundreds. The content of those messages was utterly outrageous. Requests to collaborate on papers, inquiries about romantic involvement, and even unsolicited private photos, and he felt a chill run down his spine and quickly disabled his private messaging feature. The internet was terrifying. He needed to return to reality. Even in reality, he felt helpless, as people at the Mathematics Institute of Huaka would whisper and point when they saw him. Over the next few days, this situation persisted, prompting him to walk around with a book shielding his face, reading as he strolled. Meanwhile, a swarm of non-central media outlets sought to interview him. But thankfully, being at the Mathematics Institute of Huaka, those journalists couldn't gain access. Otherwise, who knew how many circles he would have to navigate? Time passed swiftly in the following days, more familiar voices reached out to Lin Xiao, offering their congratulations, including teacher Ding Ping from Jincheng High School, teacher Su Hongbing, and the two professors from the Qin Province Mathematics Society who had previously played chess with him and resorted to underhanded tactics. Clearly, the interview with the Hucking Daily had garnered Lin Xiao considerable fame nationwide. Even Professor Peter Sanak, who had reviewed Lin Xiao's paper, sent him an email expressing his gratitude for his contributions to the field of mathematics. Dear Mr. Lin, thank you for your outstanding contributions to the prime number issue. The construction steps in your proof regarding the existence of infinitely many primes in the Fibonacci sequence provided me with great inspiration that I have attached my new paper for your review. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback upon reading the email. Was this the very professor who had left comments on his work? This Professor Sanak was indeed the culprit behind his newfound fame. Of course. Lin Xiao found himself in a bittersweet predicament. Although he was under intense scrutiny, the rewards were plentiful. The 1.5 million yuan from Peking University had doubled his previous earnings of over 100,000. He promptly replied with a note of thanks. After all, This was a distinguished figure who had received the Wolf Prize in mathematics, while he was merely an ordinary high school student who had solved a world mathematical problem. Lin Xiao, today is the last day of classes. Aren't you heading over? At that moment, Sun Yu called out to him, "Oh, I'm going right away. Just need to send an email first." Sending an email? Yes, Professor Sanak from Princeton sent me a thank you note, and I need to reply. Sun Yu, as expected of Lin Xiao, this seemingly mundane remark carried an air of subtle pride. Soon, Lin Xiao sent the email and headed off to class with Sun Yu. Today was May 15th, the final day of the first training session. After class, they would be heading home, and the next time they returned would be a month later for a competition.as for the last lesson. There was little to discuss. Teacher Li Huaimin briefly summarized their learning achievement from the past month and commended their performance. Although Lin Xiao had been immersed in graduate-level mathematical studies, he had not neglected the Olympiad practice. As he tackled more problems, he found he could consistently complete all tests 2 hours early. Sometimes even 3. His grasp of university mathematics had not only expanded his knowledge base, but also significantly enhanced his application skills, rendering the practice problems designed solely for testing purposes easily manageable. The other 5 students had also shown remarkable improvement after a month of training, evidenced by the noticeable decrease in their inquiries directed at Lin Xiao. With the conclusion of the class, Teacher Li Huaimin announced the end of the training. In the afternoon, they gathered for a meal together, and the next day, they boarded their respective transportation home. Time swiftly flew by. And more than half a month later, on June 4th, at Jincheng High School, with 3 days remaining until the college entrance examination, the tradition dictated that there would be no classes in the last 2 days. Thus, the graduating class had already tidied up their classrooms and backpacks, preparing for their graduation photos on the playground. The students of Class 1 in the science stream donned their graduation gowns and lined up on the steps for the group photo. The boys stood in the back 2 rows, while the girls occupied the front 2 rows, with teachers and school leaders seated in the front. However, there was one exception. Lin Xiao, as one of the most outstanding students of Jincheng High School in many years, was pushed by his classmates and teachers to the front row, sitting alongside Principal Hu. The principal smiled warmly and patted Lin Xiao's hand, saying, "Just relax and sit here. Who knows? This photograph might become a part of our school as history." Lin Xiao, being naturally humble, would have preferred to stand with the boys, but he had no choice. The principal had spoken. The photographer, seeing everyone ready, began to direct them. Soon, 3, 2, 1, cheese, was shouted in unison, capturing the moment on camera. Great! The photographer glanced at the results and clapped, prompting the entire class to break into smiles and applause. With this photograph taken, it marked the conclusion of their journey with classmates who had accompanied them for 3 years. Subsequently, everyone descended the steps in an orderly fashion. As for the photograph, they would retrieve it from the photo studio later. Each student sought out their best friends to chat, and some boys even approached girls they had once harbored secret crushes on to confess. As for Lin Xiao, Principal Hu held both of his hands and cheerfully remarked, "Lin Xiao, your high school journey has come to an end, but your life still stretches ahead. That I hope your future path will take you far." "Thank you, Principal." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. "Well, I won't say much more. You have already excelled. If it weren't for the fact that I'm over 40 years your senior, I doubt I could converse with you in such a manner." Principal Hu remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "So, I wish you a splendid future, and may you return. Still a youth." As Principal Hu spoke of remaining youthful, his words were imbued with the genuine hopes of a mentor for his protege. "Thank you, Principal. I also wish you good health and success in your endeavors. Ha. Thank you," Principal Hu replied, nodding. He then patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and said, "All right, go bid farewell to your classmates. The next time we meet. Who knows when that will be?" Lin Xiao nodded, watching Principal Hu's figure as he turned to leave. Although he and the old principal had exchanged only a few words, it was evident that the principal held aspirations for each student. This is the mark of a true educator. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao approached a group of male classmates with whom he had a good rapport. Chunong was among them, and upon seeing Lin Xiao approach, he cheerfully called out, "Old Lin, remember, if you find wealth and honor, do not forget us." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "No problem at all." The other boys joined in teasing Lin Xiao, and on this final day, everyone chatted freely. After all, Once they embarked on their university journeys, the opportunities to gather would dwindle, likely relegated to the annual spring festival reunions. Lin Xiao, when are you going to participate in the IMO? In July. I'll head to Beijing by mid-June. Impressive. Amazing. The classmates marveled that in the past. Some had claimed studying was futile. But now, looking at Lin Xiao's achievements, they realized just how remarkable he was, bringing glory to his family. At that moment, Jiang Jie approached. Once viewing Lin Xiao as a rival, his gaze now held a complex mix of emotions. He had come to understand that Lin Xiao was not someone he could compete with. The level Lin Xiao had reached was beyond his grasp. Thus, he had long since lost the drive to compete and no longer viewed Lin Xiao as a hypothetical opponent. Lin Xiao, I wish you a gold medal at the IMO competition. Lin Xiao turned to glance at Jiang Jie, momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Thank you. Just wait for the good news. Though Jiang Jie was not particularly likable, Lin Xiao harbored no ill feelings towards him, as they had never engaged in any substantial conflict. After all, everyone has their differences. Seeing Lin Xiao's demeanor, Jiang Jie felt a wave of relief. Clearly, Lin Xiao did not harbor animosity towards him. It was merely his own psychological struggles. Yet simultaneously, he felt a pang of loneliness. Perhaps Lin Xiao simply did not care about someone like him, who might not even gain admission to Qingbei. After all, Lin Xiao was preparing for an international competition and had already solved a global problem during high school, publishing in a top-tier mathematical journal, making even Beijing University and Tsinghua University eager to recruit him. The chasm between them was stark. He could only respond with a quiet, Chapter 69. The invitation from the International Mathematical Union time flew by. The Gaokao commenced as scheduled on June 7th and 8th. With millions of high school students across the nation flooding into their respective examination halls as the papers were distributed, they began their struggle for a brighter future. For Lin Xiao, however, the exams posed little challenge. Apart from Chinese, he left the examination room half an hour early for the other subjects, for how he felt post-exam. To be honest, he felt nothing, for he was confident of scoring full marks in the 3 subjects. And even in Chinese, only the essay posed a slight uncertainty. He deemed the other questions trivial for pressure. That was a non-issue. He participated in the Gaokao merely to secure the rewards from the city and Beijing University. After all, that amounted to a tidy sum of money. However, he would have to wait until late this month for the results to be announced, so whether he would achieve the top score remained to be seen. Thus, in the week following the exams, Lin Xiao seldom allowed himself a break, maintaining a routine of solving 3 math competition problems daily, while spending the rest of the time enjoying gatherings with friends, such as playing a few rounds of League of Legends at the internet CF to unwind. On June 11th, at 8:30 in the evening, he was battling alongside Chenong and a few classmates in Summoner's Rift. After one match, Lin Xiao, looking at his impressive score of 21,011 as the joyful win man, with 5 kills and a godlike streak, laughed heartily. I'm a number 1 Yasuo in Jin City. You're incredible. Amazing. His friends chorused, unable to contain their admiration for Lin Xiao's outstanding gameplay. However, just as they were about to start the next match, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed a notification in the bottom right corner of the screen indicating he had received an email. The email was entirely in English, and at first, he thought it might be spam, perhaps a notification about Steam's quarterly sale. Just as he was about to close it, he noticed the sender, AMU, International Mathematical Union. Isn't it the International Mathematical Union? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Chenong, noticing he hadn't entered the game room, called out, Old Lin, hurry up. Wait a moment, Lin Xiao replied. I'm reading an email. What email? Is it a love letter from a girl? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Cheneng's comment, but then, upon reading the email content, his tone became incredulous. That ITS from the International Mathematical Union, and it seems to be an invitation for me to give a report at the conference. As he delved deeper into the email, he noticed several key terms. Invite, report. They were inviting him to deliver a 45-minute presentation at the International Congress of Mathematicians to be held in Brazil this August. His friends, who were playing alongside him, could hardly believe their ears. What did you say? What union? League of Legends, International Mathematical Union, inviting me to attend the International Congress of Mathematicians in Brazil this August, and to give a presentation. Lin Xiao said, Exasperated, how did you mishear 6 words as 4? However, compared to Lin Xiao as complaint, his gaming companions felt as though they were akin to a hapless puppy passing by, suddenly crushed by a wheel named Incredible. More unfortunate than a single dog being force-fed dog food. Lin Shun, please tone down your divine powers, they lamented. How can we be just playing games, and you receive an invitation to such a prestigious international conference? Chen Ong even pretended to slap himself in disbelief. All right, let's get started. Lin Xiao decided not to dampen their spirits further, returning to the game interface to prepare for matchmaking, while also revisiting the email to continue reading. His English proficiency was quite strong, allowing him to easily comprehend the message. Dear Mr. Lin, we are the International Mathematical Union, the Committee of the International Congress of Mathematicians. Your work published in the 187th issue of the Mathematical Annual, titled Proof of the Existence of Infinitely Many Prime Numbers in the Fibonacci Sequence, has piqued the interest of many like-minded individuals. Due to a scheduling conflict, one of our invited speakers in number theory is unable to attend, creating an opportunity for you that we sincerely invite you to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, this August to attend the International Congress of Mathematicians, where we will arrange for you to give a 45-minute presentation in Hall 5 of the Rio Conference Center on August 2nd. It would be ideal if you could elaborate on your function transformation construction concepts during your presentation. Typically, we require submissions for the conference paper 2 months in advance for review and distribution to attendees. But due to the sudden nature of this invitation, you may submit your paper by July 15th at the latest. Below is the submission link. Before submitting, please reply to this email to confirm your attendance. Of course, if you have prior commitments and cannot attend, feel free to reply directly to this email, that we apologize for any disturbance and hope to hear from you within a week. Having finished reading the email, Lin Xiao fell into contemplation. Should he attend the International Congress of Mathematicians? It was indeed a dilemma. He had to go to Romania for the IMO on July 3 RD, which would conclude on July 14th. And then he would need to be in Brazil by August 1 SD, which felt exceedingly tight. Yet this was a quadrennial event, and it seemed fortuitous that he had been invited, that if he were to decline, it would be a missed opportunity. The International Congress of Mathematicians, held every 4 years, consistently invites over 100 distinguished mathematicians from 19 fields to present their work. Being invited as a speaker at this Congress is a significant academic honor, representing recognition of one's research impact on an international scale, highlighting the global mathematics community's acknowledgement of the speaker's recent achievements. Naturally, Lin Xiao felt quite confident about the paper he had written. The bridge he constructed to solve the problem indeed represents an entirely new approach, and it has certainly inspired numerous mathematicians, including Professor Sanak, who has already sent him a letter of gratitude. In fact, 3 mathematicians have reached out to express their appreciation. As noted in Professor Sanak's letter, he has also enclosed his new paper, which references Lin Xiao's work, and it is anticipated that it may soon be published in one of the 4 leading journals. Chapter 70. Professors arriving upon hearing the news, however, aside from its academic significance, Lin Xiao harbored suspicions that the reason for his invitation might also be linked to his age. After all, an 18-year-old who has only just reached adulthood has managed to tackle a global conundrum. Moreover, the circumstances that led him to attempt solving this problem coincidentally align with those of a certain mathematical prince. Perhaps, in a moment of whimsy, the committee chose to extend an invitation to him. Well, it would certainly be worthwhile to attend. He would undoubtedly encounter many distinguished figures, and there is also the ceremony for the Fields Medal, which would broaden his horizons though, and he should also inquire about whether any professor from Kyoto University have received invitations as well. Nonetheless, he must finalize his paper before July 15th. It appears he will be quite busy in the forthcoming days. Of course, he has long since developed a systematic approach to his method of function transformation, and drafting a paper should not take too long. Perhaps he could even name it the Lin transformation theorem? Lin Xiao mused, lightly touching his face, thinking to himself, I truly am remarkable. Lin Shun, it's time to select a hero. Chenong called out, "Dado." Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, responding, only to find that his teammates had already chosen Yasuo, leaving him with the support role. Ugh, support Yasuo. Cursing under his breath, he dutifully selected the remaining support position. The leisurely hours always seemed fleeting, that a few days swiftly passed, during which Lin Xiao did not forget to attend to the matter of applying for his passport. Without it, he would be unable to secure a visa for his trip abroad. Thus, on June 15th, he boarded a flight to the capital once more. Upon arriving at the dormitory of Huaka University, the door was soon knocked upon. He stood there, bewildered, as several individuals burst in, appearing to have rushed over. Professor Su and Professor Zhou, and you, how did you all come here? Professor Su, now in his 60s, caught his breath before saying, "We will discuss that later. Did you receive an invitation from the International Mathematical Union to present at the International Congress of Mathematicians?" Lin Xiao nodded. Yes. Su Ji, Zhou Wu, and a professor whose name Lin Xiao did not know exchanged glances, ultimately giving Lin Xiao a collective thumbs up. Impressive. They had initially thought the matter concerning his paper had reached a conclusion, yet it had unexpectedly led to such delightful news. Presenting at the International Congress of Mathematicians is an achievement that rivals publication in one of the 4 prestigious journals. Now, it would not be surprising if Beijing University offered Lin Xiao a lecturer position or even a full professorship. Even Professor Su Ji had never accomplished such a feat, and historically, fewer than 30 mathematicians from the mainland have been invited to deliver a 45-minute talk. Additionally, besides the 45-minute presentations, there are also 1-hour talks, which carry even greater weight. Only 6 Chinese mathematicians have received invitations for such. Thus, the faculty were truly in awe of Lin Xiao's accomplishment. Congratulations, Lin Xiao. That is wonderful. Even I must envy you, Professor Su Ji praised. Heh, it's merely luck, Lin Xiao humbly replied. Su Ji shook his head, then pointed to the unfamiliar professor beside him. This is Professor Su Chun. He has also been invited to this year's conference. Lin Xiao turned to the professor, who appeared to be around the same age as Professor Zhou Wu, likely still under 40, yet with evidently greater achievements. He smiled and greeted Professor Su. Hello. Hello, Lin Xiao. Su Chun responded with a smile, nodding. It seems we will be companions this year. I must take the opportunity to consult you. Professor Su. No, your paper is already quite impressive. I admire it. Let us regard our interactions as exchanges, not consultations. Su Chun smiled, waving his hand. Lin Xiao nodded, not wanting to appear pretentious. Then I shall certainly engage in discussions with Professor Su. Absolutely, Su Chun affirmed with an okay gesture. At this moment, Su Ji remarked with a smile, additionally, our Vice President, academician Zhang Ping, has also received an invitation and will accompany you. There will be quite a number of attendees. Other mathematicians from our country will be present. And I hear that 10 students from Modern University will also attend. Our university has 2 undergraduates going at their own expense, so you need not worry about being alone, upon learning that so many others would be attending. Lin Xiao felt somewhat relieved. After all, venturing into an unfamiliar place is less daunting with more companions. Having exhausted the topic, Su Ji suggested they all go out for lunch, which Lin Xiao gladly accepted, joining the professors for a meal and engaging in some academic discussions. Nearby tables were occasionally startled as the conversation would veer into topics like the Fibonacci sequence, singularity theory, and minimal model programs, leaving other diners bewildered. Consequently, their meal extended until 7 in the evening, and by the time Lin Xiao returned to his dormitory, it was nearly 8 o'clock. However, upon arriving, he found himself surrounded by Sun Yu and a few others. Lin Shun, do tell, what monumental achievement have you accomplished now? The 5 of them encircled Lin Xiao, shouting his name as if preparing for a trial. Are you jesting? Lin Xiao replied, somewhat exasperated. Ouyang Sheng, known for his sycophantic tendencies, immediately backed down. Lin Shun, just tell us that, it's nothing much. I simply received an invitation to present at the International Congress of Mathematicians. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor casual. I find it rather bothersome. Actually, I have to go to Romania in July and Brazil in August. Sigh, such a burdensome fate. The 5 of them were leaving, heading back to the dorm. What is the point of talking to a deity? Li Buyin waved his hand, declaring he was returning to the dorm, followed by Hu Zichao, who shared the same room. Ouyang Sheng and Zhou Zi, also roommates, decided to leave. Take me with you. I don't deserve to stay in this dorm. Sun Yu called out, Lin Xiao. Recommended votes, monthly votes, pear syrup. Chapter 71. Top scorer in the college entrance examination in the days that followed. life continued in a monotonous cycle of studying, eating, and sleeping, resembling that of a penitent monk, devoid of any recreational activities. While ordinary individuals might find this existence tedious, Lin Xiao alone understood the joy it brought him. Thus, June 24 arrived on this day. The fervor surrounding the college entrance examination surged once more, as most provinces had opened access to query examination results, meaning the scores had been released. Qin province was among them, with results becoming available at noon. As the clock struck 12 that day, the other 5 individuals in Lin Xiao's dormitory gathered around him as he prepared to check his scores online. The others had not taken the exam. So they had no scores to look up? Lin Shen, you actually took the exam? Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded. Good heavens, Lin Shen is on track for a Grand Slam. Next year if Lin Shen isn't awarded the Nobel Prize. I want to be watching. Why wait until next year? If Lin Shen isn't awarded the Fields Medal this year, I want to be watching. I suspect Lin Shen is preparing to accept the Fields Medal at the Mathematicians Conference in August. If Lin Shen isn't featured in this year's World Cup finals, I want to be watching. The World Cup just commenced yesterday. Just say you want to watch. Lin Xiao ignored their banter, entering his details and clicking to check his scores. Moments later, the results appeared before him. A total score of 746, with 146 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, 150 in English, and 300 in the comprehensive science section. Ranking first in the province. 1.0. The 5 others who had been chattering abruptly stopped, their faces drawn close in astonishment as they beheld Lin Xiao's scores. This is truly the top scorer of the college entrance examination, they exclaimed, and with a total score of 746, such a high mark seemed almost surreal. Not only was his mathematics score extraordinarily high, but he also had the time to achieve excellence in all other subjects. Was he even human? While they had all performed admirably in mathematics, their focus had diminished their scores in other subjects. Just last month, upon returning home, they had attempted some comprehensive science questions, scoring in the 260s or 270s previously, but now could only manage 240s or 250s. Their foundational knowledge was solid, but had they been slightly less prepared, achieving even 200 points would have been a challenge. In an instant, they erupted into cheers. Lin Shen, invincible, truly. Lin Shen effortlessly accomplished what mere mortals like us could not. Lin Shen has transcended the limits of human capability. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying with an air of indifference, Calm down, he is just a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Nothing extraordinary. Yet within, he was already overjoyed. Over 1 million, it would soon be his. Why did he participate in the college entrance examination? Was it not for the rewards? Now, having secured the title of top scorer, he would first receive a reward of 100,000 from the city's education bureau, followed by another 100,000 from the city government. That totals 200,000 AS for the 12,000 from participating in competitions and entering the prestigious Peking University. That goes without saying. Additionally, with Peking University offering a reward for being the top scorer in International Mathematics Olympiad IMO, he was already eyeing the 1 million mark, not to mention the 150,000 scholarship for his published paper at Peking University. The total prize money was nearing 3 million. Such a sum is beyond what many could earn in a lifetime. For Lin Xiao, this money would free him from financial worries for a significant time, allowing him to devote more energy to his studies. Moreover, it would afford his family a better quality of life. 1 million would be more than sufficient to purchase a home in Jincheng. He envisioned buying a house closer to where his parents worked, as their current commute was quite long, necessitating their absence during the day as they entered middle age, and due to work obligations, they rarely exercised, making ample rest even more crucial. Thus, acquiring a residence nearer to their workplace would greatly benefit them. In summary, this nearly 3 million would be immensely advantageous for Lin Xiao, suddenly instilling in him a sense of financial empowerment. Well, it seems he could indulge in soy milk to his heart's content in the future. Just as he was lost in this daydream, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Science Top Scorer. Considering your circumstances, rewards include all subject experience 5, truth points 2, brain development 0.05. Upon hearing this reward, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. He had received experience across all subjects. Additionally, With a 0.05 increase in brain development, his current brain development level had reached 3. A slight cool sensation washed over his mind. Though faint, Lin Xiao knew he had gained strength once more. Suddenly realizing, he hastily checked his hair, relieved to find it intact. With not a single strand dislodged, he had heard that intelligent individuals often had receding hairlines. He hoped he would not be one of them. However, recalling the health capsule he had taken, he thought, it should be avoidable, right? Putting his mind at ease, he aspired to be a striking man for eternity. With that thought, he silently urged, open the panel. Instantly, a personal interface appeared before him. Host, Lin Xiao, Truth Points, 16.7. Universe Truth Branch Level, Mathematics. Level 2, 181,186, 250. Having completed undergraduate materials in parts of the Lie Group's literature. His mathematics experience has reached 181 points. Chemistry, Level 0, 2710. Physics, Level 0, 2710. Biology, Level 0, 2710. Material Science, Level 0, 0510. Informatics, Level 0, 0510. Lin Xiao needed just 3 more points of experience in physics, chemistry, and biology, and he could easily achieve Level 1 in material science and informatics by casually reading a few books that asked for whether he should master all subjects. That would require an excessive amount of time. It took him 10 days to read a mathematics book, especially the Lie groups he was currently studying, which involved an extensive amount of reading. He had been delving into it for about a month and had only managed to grasp a few texts. Thus, pursuing mathematics remained his primary focus. In 01 could truly be a polymath. Even with the system granting him such opportunities, it demanded a significant time investment. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. One must take it step by step. Chapter 72. The cunning Peking University, just as Lin Xiao was basking in his joy, at the same time, in Jincheng at Lin Xiao's home. Due to the weekend, both his parents were at home. Although the college entrance examination results had been released, they paid little mind to it since Lin Xiao had already been granted direct admission. After all, when others boasted that their child had been accepted into Qingbei, how could they compare with saying that their child had been sought after by Qingbei since last year? Although Lin Xiao had participated in the examination, they assumed he merely wished to experience the atmosphere. So they did not inquire further to tea that moment. As they were enjoying a meal prepared by Lin's mother, their phones rang simultaneously, both displaying unfamiliar numbers. Who is calling? Lin's father wondered aloud. Lin's mother shook her head, indicating she did not know. They answered the calls, and just as they were about to speak, a voice on the other end chimed in. Hello, this is Jincheng Satellite TV, Jincheng Daily. May I speak with Lin Xiao's father-mother? Lin's father and mother exchanged puzzled glances. What has happened to Lin Xiao? They wondered. Moreover, Jincheng Satellite TV and Jincheng Daily were local media outlets. Were they not? Yes. May I ask what this is regarding? Congratulations. Your child has achieved the title of top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Qin Province. You have truly raised your child well. The caller promptly extended their congratulations. By the way, we would like to come to your home for an interview shortly. Would that be convenient? He is the top scorer. In an instant, Lin's parents were taken aback. Lin Xiao had mentioned before the exam that he would return with the title of top scorer. They had assumed he was joking. Not wanting to pressure him, they allowed him to perform freely. Yet, the boy had truly accomplished it. This was no mere miraculous event. Hearing their hesitation, the caller inquired, You didn't know? Lin Xiao is currently in Beijing, preparing to participate in next month's International Mathematics Olympiad and cannot return. He is participating in the International Mathematics Olympiad? The media representatives were astonished. Good heavens, not only had he secured the title of top scorer, but he was also going to compete in an international mathematics contest. What caliber of genius was this? At that moment, a reporter from Jincheng Satellite TV suddenly recalled a mathematics genius who had trended on social media last month, who was also named Lin Xiao. This realization left him in disbelief, and he cautiously asked, Is your child the one who solved a world-class mathematical problem and trended last month? The genius. The words stumbled out of his mouth. Lin Guan replied, Yes, Dada. Your child is truly. I cannot find words to express it. He's exceptionally talented. Lin Guan smiled and replied, Thank you. but it's really nothing extraordinary. Lin Xiao's achievements are the result of his diligent studies. Seeing him work so hard daily, we, as parents, feel a pang of heartache. The reporter. Could you perhaps send your son my way? I'd love to help alleviate some of that heartache, of course. That was a thought the reporter dared not voice. They continued their conversation and decided to visit for an interview. Although they could not interview Lin Xiao directly, speaking with his parents would suffice. After hanging up, the couple exchanged glances, both reflecting pride and helplessness. Their child had achieved so much that they were uncertain of his future direction. All they could do now was silently pray for Lin Xiao's safety in the days to come. Shortly after, Lin's phone rang again, that he glanced and saw another unfamiliar number, likely another media outlet. With a resigned shake of his head, he answered, ready to bask in more praise from others while casually boasting about his son's accomplishments. With Lin Xiao's success, he could brag for the rest of his life. On social media, trending topics regarding the college entrance examination results had dominated the scene. For instance, college entrance examination results, mother and daughter overjoyed at daughter's examination results. Student from impoverished area achieves 674 points, and so forth. In essence, this day was one of rewards for millions of students, or perhaps a day of regret. 12. Even 13 or 14 years of education had culminated in this very moment. The course of their future lives had been significantly influenced by this instant. Some wept while others laughed, yet the earth continued its relentless rotation. Beyond the heartwarming topics, another trending subject caught significant attention. International Mathematics Olympiad team member becomes science top scorer. This title exuded an undeniable aura of academic brilliance. International Mathematics Olympiad, national team, science top scorer. These keywords conjure an image of an extraordinary academic prodigy. Not only could he excel in mathematics, but he had also achieved the highest accolades in the college entrance examination. Who could possibly be so remarkable? Internet users flocked to this trending topic, only to be met with an overwhelming display of prowess from a super scholar. This trending subject had been strategically prepared by Peking University. The results for the Qin province have been released at noon. It is reported that the top scholar of this year's Qin province is Lin Xiao, a student from Jincheng High School in Jincheng City, who achieved an impressive total score of 746, ranking first in the province for science subjects. Among the 4 subjects, except for Chinese, where he scored 146, he obtained full marks in the other subjects, surpassing the second-place score of 712 by a remarkable 34 points. Additionally, Lin Xiao also secured the first place in last year's National Mathematics Olympiad, which has ensured his admission to Beijing University. Furthermore, he has successfully joined the national team for the 59th International Mathematics Olympiad, IMO, where he will represent his country along with 5 other team members in Romania this coming July. We warmly welcome Lin Xiao to our community in the latter half of the year and extend our best wishes to this exceptional scholar. Upon reading the news, netizens erupted with excitement. This talent is terrifying. I bow down to this academic deity, another member of the IMO national team and a top scorer in the college entrance examination. It seems he has transcended the realm of ordinary humans. I've heard that the IMO national team often has intensive training, leaving little time for revision in other subjects. I genuinely cannot fathom how this genius manages to excel so effortlessly. For us, the college entrance examination is a battle of utmost effort, while for him, it seems to be a mere formality, and yet he performs better than those of us who give our all. Is the gap between individuals truly this vast? As a humble disciple under the tutelage of Lin, I pay my respects. No wonder Beijing University is celebrating. Can I interpret this as them fawning over this student? However, after a moment of astonishment, some netizens suddenly realized that this prodigy had only recently gained media attention last month for solving a world-class mathematical problem. The moment this news broke, the shocked netizens multiplied. The brilliance of this scholar is blinding to my 24-karat gold eyes. It's confirmed, Beijing University is indeed enamored with this academic genius. I'm at a loss for words. I can only wish for the great one's triumphant return from the IMO. Chapter 73. A return to tranquility in research. The fervor of the netizens, of course, did not stop with this trending topic. Soon, they found Lin Xiao's social media account and began replying to an old post he had shared. If not for Lin Xiao having disabled his private messages, he would likely have received an overwhelming influx of 99 notifications. Meanwhile, the admissions office at Beijing University was overjoyed as the unfolding events mirrored their initial expectations perfectly. Even the trending topic title was identical, and the view count had soared to over 1 million. In this comparison with Tsinghua University, they emerged victorious once again. Moreover, it had become known among several leaders at Beijing University that Lin Xiao would be attending the International Congress of Mathematicians in August and had been invited to give a lecture, providing them with yet another opportunity to boast. On the other hand, those at Tsinghua University must be fuming with frustration. Naturally, the online excitement had an impact on Lin Xiao as well. His phone had been incessantly ringing throughout the day with messages of congratulations from various individuals. Given that more people were focused on the college entrance examination rather than the CMO or IMO, most were unaware of when these events took place. Consequently, the attention Lin Xiao received as the top scorer was significantly heightened. Among those reaching out were his parents, some relatives, teachers from his school, close friends, as well as a multitude of unfamiliar faces, including reporters from various outlets and individuals from the education sector. One such individual, a proprietor of an educational institution, even called him, offering 100,000 yuan in exchange for advertising that he had studied at their training program, and such offers were far from isolated. Yet, Lin Xiao clearly had no intention of accepting such transactions. He held a respectful distance from money acquired through deception. Ultimately, feeling somewhat exasperated, he set up call forwarding to his father, who was free that day, hoping he could handle the influx of messages. As for himself, he prioritized his studies, confident his father would agree. Finally, tranquility returned. With a sigh of relief, the incessant ringing of his phone ceased, granting Lin Xiao the time to attend to his own matters. Regarding the accolades he had received, he felt no sense of pride. After all, aside from his charm, his academic prowess was significantly aided by his truth-seeking apparatus. Yet, it was also true that he devoted himself entirely to his studies. Few could match his dedication, as his days revolved around studying, with only sleep and meals breaking the routine. In essence, as long as he had food, a place to sleep, a desk, and an abundance of mathematics books, he could persist until he had absorbed every text available. Furthermore, the health capsules previously rewarded by the system helped him avert physical issues, allowing him to engage in his studies without being hindered by occasional ailments. Dismissing further thoughts, Lin Xiao opened his laptop and logged into his messaging platform, only to find a message from Kong Huan. Kong Huan was the affluent student who had shared accommodations with Lin Xiao during the first phase of the national team selection. Due to the immense pressure from his family background, Kong Huan had been grappling with some psychological issues, prompting Lin Xiao to take on the role of a counselor, offering him psychological support. Lin Xiao recalled the words of encouragement he had shared with Kong Huan. It had been nearly 7 months since they last communicated. Upon opening the chat with Kong Huan, he saw the message that read, "Lin Xiao, thank you." Taken aback, Lin Xiao wondered what the gratitude was for. "What's the matter?" He replied, "I applied for the computer science program at Beijing University and will be attending the same school." Lin Xiao's realization dawned upon him, and he smiled as he typed, "Congratulations. Your wish has come true. Yes, if it weren't for your encouragement back then, I probably wouldn't have dared to discuss this with my family. Our scores were released yesterday, and I got 699, which allows me to choose the computer science program at Beijing University that I spoke with my family last night, and they ultimately supported my decision." Exactly, everything can be discussed, especially with your family. Yes, thank you once again, no problem. Let us grab a meal together when school starts. Sounds good. Well, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll end the conversation here. All right, by the way, I wish you success in winning a gold medal at the IMO. Lin God. Upon reading this, Lin Xiao chuckled. The person who once seemed humorless and reticent now offered blessings and even playfully referred to him as Lin God. He responded with a simple thank you, then shifted his focus away from the chat. He had an important task at hand, preparing his presentation paper. Having accepted the invitation from the International Mathematical Union, he needed to submit his report by July 15. His report would outline the thought process behind the function construction transformations discussed in his previous paper, delving deeper into the subject. In fact, while writing that paper, he had already had some inspiration regarding this matter. When he finally found time, he had made some preliminary notes, but had yet to organize them systematically. Now, with the upcoming international conference, it was time to consolidate his findings. For a kth-order homogeneous linear recurrence relation of the form Ank C1, Ank 1, C2, and Ank 2, CK, and 1, CK, and N, can, CK, 0, we can make the following transformations to implement polynomial distribution statistics for nonlinear sequences based on the relationship Y. Lin Xiao continued with his calculations, seeking to establish statistical methods for nonlinear polynomial functions, which was crucial for proving the existence of infinitely many prime numbers within the Fibonacci sequence, as the distribution of primes therein was evidently nonlinear. Of course, his previous paper had not provided such a systematic general method. He had merely introduced a hint of that idea, treating it as a special case. Now his task was to generalize this special case into a broader application. Thus, he proceeded step by step. After several hours of effort, he finally completed the preliminary organization of this method. Although it took considerable time, reflecting on his past achievements brought Lin Xiao a sense of fulfillment. Gazing at the newly constructed general formula he had created, he pondered whether he should include a few examples. Perhaps he should start with the proof of the Fibonacci sequence. Then, should he try the Mersenne primes? Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled the well-known Mersenne numbers and Mersenne primes. Chapter 74. Mersenne primes. Mersenne numbers refer to positive integers of the form 2p, 1, where p represents a prime number. Commonly denoted as MP. If a Mersenne number is also prime, it is termed a Mersenne prime. This nomenclature honors the renowned 17th century French mathematician Mersenne, who conducted research on primes of the form 2p. In reality, the study of numbers of the form 2p, 1 can be traced back over 2,300 years. After Euclid proved the infinitude of primes, he proposed that a few primes could be expressed in the form of 2p1. This is undoubtedly a most wondrous phenomenon, wherein p signifies a prime number, which when raised to the power of 2 and subsequently decreased by 1, may yield a new prime. This occurrence appears to be a remarkable coincidence. Yet it conceals the unique allure inherent in numbers. Consequently, research concerning Mersenne primes has garnered considerable renown within the mathematical community. At this juncture, Lin Xiao believes he might employ his own methodology to explore the distribution patterns of Mersenne primes. He contemplated this notion and commenced his calculations. Having thoroughly absorbed a plethora of undergraduate texts, his mind now brims with mathematical knowledge. He has also delved into various aspects of Mersenne primes, including the new Mersenne conjecture, which posits that among 3 specified conditions, if any 2 are satisfied, then the third must also hold true. Furthermore, there exists a conjecture known as Zhou's conjecture, proposed by the Chinese mathematician Zhou Haizhong in 1992, in which he made a relatively precise prediction regarding the distribution of Mersenne primes, articulated in his paper on the distribution of Mersenne primes. The content asserts that when 22 in 1, P22 in MP possesses 2 in 1 primes. Although Zhou's conjecture has not directly facilitated the discovery of Mersenne primes, it has nonetheless narrowed the search parameters, receiving significant acclaim internationally. Notably, it has been endorsed by distinguished figures such as Professor Adel Selberg, a dual recipient of the Fields Medal and the Wolf Prize, who has acknowledged the innovative nature of Zhou's conjecture, which has pioneered an enlightening new approach, further revealing novel patterns. However, proving Zhou's conjecture remains an arduous challenge, with no proof or counterproof established to date, thus categorizing it as a global mathematical conundrum. For Lin Xiao, while these conjectures may not hold immediate utility, they nonetheless provide a certain guiding significance for his research. If that is the case, could my method potentially lead to a proof of Zhou's conjecture? Pondering this question, Lin Xiao retrieved a pen and began to calculate on a sheet of draft paper. For mathematicians, employing the most rudimentary tools of paper and pen to resolve mathematical dilemmas is evidently the most convenient approach, and as formulas began to materialize beneath his pen, they afforded him a profound sense of psychological satisfaction. After all, this enabled him to internally proclaim, "Behold, I am engaged in the most intelligent endeavor in the world." 3, 7, 31, 127, 257, Lin Xiao's primary task was, of course, to enumerate the initial few terms of the Mersenne sequence. Given the exponential components, the numbers escalated rapidly. Yet for Lin Xiao, the magnitude of the numbers did not impair his judgment. Present him with any number under 10,000, and he could discern its primality within 2 seconds. As for numbers ranging from 10,000 to 100,000, he could similarly ascertain their nature in a relatively short span. This is what one might term numerical intuition. Throughout history, many prodigies have exhibited such instances. Notably Euler, who, after losing his sight, calculated that 2311 is a Mersenne prime, the largest known prime at that time, and Ramanujan, whose extraordinary numerical intuition is famously remarkable at times. Such numerical acuity proves immensely beneficial in problem solving. Were Lin Xiao to participate in some competition for the most formidable intellect, a mere demonstration of his skills would undoubtedly astound the attendees. After writing several steps, Lin Xiao discerned certain issues. Due to the lack of an exact expression for prime numbers, the relationship concerning p could not be recursively extended to infinity. Must I also assume the Riemann hypothesis to be valid? He scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Although the Riemann hypothesis pertains to complex functions and seemingly bears no relation to prime distribution, the analytic continuation of the Riemann zeta function in the complex plane is equivalent to a function that includes x, the prime counting function. Thus, should the Riemann hypothesis hold true, one could directly ascertain the distribution of primes, which would be of great utility. However, every supposition regarding the validity of the Riemann hypothesis, or its negation, has left its proposers in a state of trepidation. Despite the overwhelming consensus among mathematicians that the Riemann hypothesis is indeed true, given that computational verification has reached a staggering 1 trillion decimal places, Lin Xiao felt no compulsion to engage in such speculation. Moreover, he was scheduled to present at a mathematicians' conference. Would they accept a paper predicated on the assumption of the Riemann hypothesis? He harbored doubts. Thus, he reasoned it would be more prudent to present the findings he had meticulously compiled. Devoid of novel insights, but considering his age, he believed no one would raise objections. This approach will not suffice. I need to rediscover a relationship that connects with Mersenne primes, or I shall have to abandon my efforts. This realization implied he would have to once again expand upon his new methodology. He recalled some knowledge regarding primes. Suddenly, the Dirichlet theorem sprang to mind. If R and N are coprime, then lim x, x, in R, x. Through the prime number theorem in arithmetic progressions, it seemed feasible to uncover a relationship between the two. Lin Xiao mused, his formidable numerical intuition leading him to consider the form 4n3. Might it be that Mersenne primes are all of the form 4n3? For instance, 3 can be expressed as 403, while 7 equals 413. Furthermore, a larger number, such as the 2311 calculated by Euler, equates to 214748367, which can similarly be transformed into the 4n3 format. This was an insight Lin Xiao grasped immediately. His eyes brightened as he commenced his proof. With this relationship established, he could seamlessly apply Mersenne primes within his transformation construction function. Chapter 75. The July expedition. Naturally, Lin Xiao's ability to discern this relationship suggests that deriving this conclusion was not particularly challenging. As for proving this assertion, it also posed no significant difficulty for him. After some contemplation, he simply inscribed, observing 4n3 and MP, we readily ascertain that MP takes the form of 4n3. In academic papers, prominent figures often bypass less critical steps with phrases such as obviously or easily deduced, and although Lin Xiao did not consider himself among the elite, he felt no reluctance to employ such expressions. Well, this matter is settled. I can now substitute 4n3 into the previous relationship. Lin Xiao proceeded with the subsequent steps. However, despite having established 4n3, the ensuing steps remained fraught with challenges, and completing the task would still prove difficult as time passed. With Lin Xiao as current cognitive capacity at a mere 3, he found himself grappling with the complexities of this conundrum. Indeed, the difficulty of discussing the distribution of Mersenne primes far surpassed that of his prior study of the Fibonacci sequence. For positive integers a and b, we define a Mersenne prime polynomial regarding f2 as an irreducible polynomial of the form 1xa, x1, b. In this case, GCD a, b, 1 and either a or b is odd. For SF2x, it is represented as s, where s is the polynomial obtained by replacing x with x1. S, x, s, x1. Thus, he ventured into the realm of polynomials in Lin Xiao's transformation construction function. He needed to delve into polynomials to achieve his statistical analysis of nonlinear polynomials. However, Mersenne numbers, unlike Fibonacci numbers, are inherently limited by the quantity of the largest prime numbers we currently possess. While it is universally acknowledged that primes are infinite, the factorization of a large number's prime factors can be quite laborious, which is why prime-related concepts are widely utilized in cryptography. Just then, a knock echoed at Lin Xiao's door. It was Sun Yu. Receiving no response from within, Sun Yu sighed, realizing that Lin was likely engrossed in his studies once more. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao had previously instructed him that if there was no reply, he should feel free to enter. Thus, Sun Yu opened the door and stepped inside. Upon finding Lin Xiao seated at his desk amidst a mountain of draft papers, Sun Yu cautiously approached, taking a glance that nearly overwhelmed him. Recalling how such sights could unsettle his resolve, he quickly averted his gaze and gently tapped Lin Xiao's shoulder, saying, "Lin, it's time for a meal. Remember, we still need to head to the Romanian embassy for our visas later." Finally shaken from his reverie, Lin Xiao responded, "I understand," and he glanced at his current progress, shaking his head in mild discontent. Still not quite satisfactory, he had commenced his bridging work from the perspective of cutting polynomial functions. Yet it appeared there were still issues. For now, he could only wait to revisit the matter later, as the report was due by July 15. However, solving mathematical problems invariably requires patience and systematic effort. Encountering challenges is an inescapable part of the process, and even trial and error constitutes a valuable journey. Therefore, there is no need to feel disheartened. Moreover, Lin Xiao is delving into a globally significant problem within the realm of prime numbers. Should he succeed, who could possibly claim otherwise? That would be utterly preposterous. Observing Lin Xiao shake his head, Sun Yu could not help but inquire, "Lin Shun, have you encountered yet another conundrum?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Goodness, is there truly a problem capable of stumping you?" Sun Yu exclaimed, astonished. After all, Lin Xiao had already resolved world-class challenges. How could he possibly face something so daunting? "Let me take a look," he urged. Even if it were akin to deciphering an ancient scripture, he was determined to examine it today. "Here," Lin Xiao replied, placing his used draft paper before him, before gathering his belongings, passport, identification, and the like, since they were soon to visit the Romanian embassy in China to procure a visa. Unlike the lengthy process of obtaining a visa for the United States, a short-term Romanian visa could be processed within 2 days, and under urgent circumstances, even within a single day. Their purpose was to participate in the IMO competition, and it was practically assured that arrangements could be expedited upon their arrival, given the exceptional nature of their endeavor. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, gazing at Lin Xiao's draft paper, wore a bewildered expression, as though he had glimpsed something, yet comprehended nothing. "Lin Shun, what have you written here?" he asked. Lin Xiao glanced over and replied, "Mersenne primes, don't you know?" Sun Yu responded, "I think I might be familiar. I asked their conjecture related to them." The inquiries included whether there are infinitely many Mersenne primes and the distribution patterns thereof. With a conjecture proposed by Zhou regarding their distribution, in addition to a new conjecture on Mersenne primes. So, which problem do you intend to tackle? Sun Yu pressed, predicting the distribution pattern, of course. If that can be achieved, it would be tantamount to resolving the question of whether there are infinitely many Mersenne primes. Thus, it could be considered a single problem, Lin Xiao elucidated. Sun Yu, taken aback, murmured, "I apologize for the interruption." It appeared that only a world-class dilemma could challenge Lin Shun, and he had been contemplating trivialities. "Shall we depart then?" Lin Xiao suggested. "Very well," Sun Yu agreed, and together they exited the dormitory in the ensuing days. The fervor surrounding Lin Xiao's achievement as the top scorer in the college entrance examination showed no signs of waning. However, for him personally, the intensity of such attention had become imperceptible. After all, the last interview with Hu Qingbao had occurred only once. It seemed improbable that they would return for another AS for the ordinary media. Well, it was well known that Huazhong University of Science and Technology boasted sufficient security to deter any ordinary reporters from gaining access. Naturally, Lin Xiao had not been deprived of various accolades. For instance, a local real estate developer in Jincheng had offered him a choice of a house valued at no more than 1,500,000. As he was still in Beijing and would soon be heading to Romania for the IMO, he would have to wait until July to claim it upon his return to Jincheng. Additionally, several entrepreneurs from Jincheng had bestowed upon him various scholarships, totaling between 10,000 to 200,000, accumulating to approximately 500,000 in corporate rewards, alongside the prizes from his university and Peking University, which together exceeded 3 million. At this windfall had rendered his previously planned expenditure of 1 million on a house unnecessary. Of course, Lin Xiao shared this joy only with his family, adhering to the principle of not flaunting wealth. During his time in Beijing, he continued to focus on his research, attending training sessions whenever possible. Thus, time progressed to July, marking the imminent departure for Romania and the upcoming IMO competition. Chapter 76. Arrival in Romania. You are the mathematical prodigies who have emerged from a pool of tens of thousands across the nation. Your excellence requires no embellishment. Maintain a relaxed mindset, and I am confident you will constitute the finest team in the world. Our nation anticipates your remarkable performance, and we wish you a triumphant return. On July 6th, at Beijing International Airport, Secretary General Gong Zhou of the Chinese Mathematical Society bestowed his final blessings upon the 6 youths before their departure. For the Chinese Mathematical Society, securing a first-place team finish at the IMO would indeed be a notable achievement, meriting commendation from higher authorities, which is why they place considerable emphasis on this endeavor each year. Moreover, they felt a sense of assurance regarding this year's national team. The presence of Lin Xiao among the 6 participants had created a catalytic effect, inspiring the other 5 to exert themselves diligently over the past few days. Although Sun Yu, Ouyang Sheng, and their companions often refer to Lin Xiao as Lin Shun, they too were committed to their studies, averaging 7 to 8 hours of sleep while dedicating the remainder of their time to learning. Even if they could not achieve perfect scores with the ease Lin Xiao exhibited, nor could they directly tackle world-class problems, they were all striving towards the goal of bringing glory to their country, and no one would simply abandon their efforts upon witnessing another's remarkable prowess. Therefore, judging by past experiences, the probability of securing first place as a team appeared exceedingly high. "Thank you, teacher," the 6 of them chimed in unison. After all, they were students, and it was customary to address anyone as teacher. "All right, off you go. Professor Chun, I entrust the children to your care," Gong Zhou said with a smile. Nodding toward Deputy Leader Chun Xiuxing and another accompanying observer, the AS for Professor Li Huaimin, the team leader, he had departed for Romania several days earlier to fulfill other responsibilities. Professor Chun Xiuxing nodded, grinning as he replied, "Rest assured, I've been there twice and am quite familiar with the place. It will be a good opportunity to reconnect with some old friends." With that, they said no more, and Lin Xiao and his companions passed through security, arriving at the boarding gate. Soon, it was time to check in and board the plane. "It's my first time traveling abroad. I wonder what Romania is like." Sun Yu mused, seated beside Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao chuckled, "As long as the moon in the sky is as round as it is at home." Sun Yu rolled his eyes. "Of course I know that. I meant the people outside, that aren't they just 2 eyes and a nose?" "That would seem to be the case." Sun Yu nodded. "That if God said, 'Let there be light,' and thus light came into existence. And if God decreed that everyone should have 2 eyes and a nose, then indeed, everyone would have 2 eyes and a nose." Ouyang Sheng, sitting nearby, clasped his fist towards Sun Yu in matters of flattery. "I cannot compete with you." Sun Yu replied, "It is my honor." Lin Xiao shook his head in exasperation. It seemed that their conversation had veered off course yet again. He decided to put on his headphones, immersing himself in Rachmaninoff's music while pulling out a book on group representation theory. Since studying Mersenne primes was not feasible on the plane, he resolved to read instead. Group representation theory was the current focus of his studies, and having delved deeply into the realm of group theory and Lie groups, he found that this powerful tool in his research warranted further exploration. The book, authored by a master mathematician from abroad, was quite challenging and entirely in English. However, due to his prior studies in group theory and Lie groups, Lin Xiao possessed a solid foundation, making the current material relatively manageable, and he could comprehend the English text with ease. Observing Lin Xiao engrossed in his reading, the others were taken aback to find that the book was entirely in English, prompting them to exclaim, "We can't compete with that." They too retrieved their own problem sets, or any material they could study, commencing their own learning endeavors. The other passengers on the flight looked on in astonishment at the 6 youths who had begun studying even before the plane had taken off. That a curious individual inquired, and learned that these 6 were representing their nation at an international mathematics competition, which elicited respect and admiration from those around them, who offered their best wishes. The youths, embarking on their journey for their country, deserved such encouragement. Although this journey did not entail battles on the battlefield, any endeavor to earn honor for the motherland abroad warranted support. Notably, among the passengers were also some Romanians who, upon learning of the youth's purpose, offered their thumbs up and expressed admiration, often uttering a few phrases in Chinese, such as "impressive" and "wishing you a triumphant return." Overall, everyone was warm and welcoming, and Lin Xiao and his companions felt invigorated by the encouragement from these strangers, further fueling their determination. The IMO must be conquered. As the airplane soared through the sky, traversing from the ancient east to the expanse above the Black Sea, Romania, situated in southeastern Europe near the Black Sea, awaited them. The mathematical atmosphere in Romania was notably vibrant. While no Romanian mathematicians had yet won the Fields Medal, there remained a significant interest in mathematics among the populace. Moreover, the International Mathematical Olympiad had strong ties to Romania. In 1956, Romanian mathematician Professor Roman proposed the initiative, leading to the inaugural International Mathematical Olympiad held in Romania in July 1959, with participation from only 6 countries at that time. Now, we find ourselves at the 59th iteration of this esteemed event, harkening back to its inaugural edition held in Romania in 1959. Thus, returning to Romania for the current edition carries a certain commemorative significance. Unlike the circumstances of the first gathering, the International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO, has evolved into a grand celebration of mathematics, showcasing the finest young mind from around the globe, each eager to demonstrate their mathematical prowess. Among these bright individuals, one might very well discover a future Fields Medal laureate. Furthermore, in addition to the IMO, there exists a competition known as the Romanian Master in Mathematics, tailored for high school students and presenting an even greater challenge than the IMO, with only select countries invited to participate, ensuring that the competition remains accessible to nations with less mathematical prowess. However, there is no need to dwell on this, as Lin Xiao and his companions are here primarily for the IMO. After a lengthy 11.5-hour flight, Lin Xiao and his peers finally arrived in Cluj-Napoca, Romania's second-largest city, where the IMO is being held. Chapter 77. Professor Pompielli, "Oh, my back." Upon disembarking, Sun Yu stretched his body, massaging his aching waist. Sitting on a plane for over 11 hours is undoubtedly uncomfortable. Not only Sun Yu, but the others exhibited similar discomfort, feeling as though their bodies were no longer their own, with their legs nearly numb. Furthermore, sleep was elusive on the flight, with the roar of the engines drowning out any chance of rest, and lacking the foresight to bring earplugs or sleep masks only compounded their discomfort. Thus, the initial enthusiasm sparked by encouragement from fellow passengers had long since diminished. All they desired now was a good night's sleep. In contrast, Lin Xiao appeared unfazed, observing his companion's discomfort with a puzzled expression. "Are you all feeling unwell? Shouldn't we be asking you why you're not uncomfortable at all?" Ouyang Sheng retorted, hands on his hips. "Not too bad," Lin Xiao shrugged, "that I could sit like this for an entire day while studying." Ouyang Sheng had no response to that. Truly, the divine cannot be comprehended by mere mortals. It seems there is a significant difference between Lin and the rest of them. "Curse my back," Lin Xiao exclaimed, directing his frustration towards Zhou Zi for his earlier comment. Perhaps Lin's lack of discomfort was linked to that miraculous health capsule he had taken. Who would have thought such a thing could be so effective? It appears that to excel in one's studies, one must first possess a strong back. "All right, let us head to the hotel," Professor Qin Xiuxing, the deputy team leader, who was also rubbing his sore back, informed them. Thus, they fell silent and followed him out. Upon arriving at their designated hotel, The next day was to be dedicated to adjusting to the time difference, as Romania is 5 hours ahead of their homeland. A considerable gap that necessitated acclimatization to ensure they were well rested for the exam. The opening ceremony was scheduled for July 8th, which every participant was required to attend, followed by the first day of the exam the day after. However, they were not inclined to dwell on these matters just yet, as their primary desire was to enjoy a deep, restorative sleep. And so, time passed quietly, leading to July 8th, the day of the opening ceremony. Accompanied by deputy team leader Chen Xiaoxing, Lin Xiao and his companions arrived at the venue, where over 100 countries were represented, with more than 600 participants and 300 team leaders and observers present. Additionally, members of the organizing committee and invited mathematicians filled the space, bringing the total to over 1,000 individuals. The vibrant atmosphere, marked by the diverse faces and the smiles on everyone's lips, could only be found in such a scholarly gathering, where people from different nations temporarily set aside their differences to unite in a shared passion for mathematics. Lin Xiao, taking in the scene, remarked, "This place is truly wonderful." "What?" Sun Yu inquired, glancing at him. "Nothing," Lin Xiao shook his head. "If only the world of academic research could embody such a spirit." Without further ado, they entered, guided by the staff, to their designated seats. Whereupon other attendees quickly recognized the group of Chinese participants by their distinct features and language. As a formidable team in the IMO, China naturally attracted attention, of course. While others observed them, they too were keenly observing their peers. Looking amused, "I never realized there were so many talented female mathematicians." The others nodded in agreement, noting the presence of several female competitors, some of whom were quite striking. "Look over there, guys. I think I'm in love." Ouyang Sheng pointed discreetly at a particular seat but quickly diverted his gaze elsewhere. "Why not keep looking?" Lin Xiao teased. "She noticed me," Ouyang Sheng retorted. "How timid," Lin Xiao replied. Sun Yu added, "Take a page from Lin Xiao's book. A century from now, they'll all be mere memories. Besides, foreign women tend to age quickly. 17 or 18 is their prime." Ouyang Sheng countered, "As long as I prefer 18-year-olds, I'm fine." Sun Yu replied, "You a mathematics student, dreaming of being a heartthrob? What a fantasy." Ouyang Sheng conceded, "Fair point." The group of aspiring mathematicians sighed in unison, a look of wistfulness on their faces. Suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. "Professor Pompielli." Due to their limited English proficiency, Sun Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon turned to investigate the source of the commotion. An elderly gentleman was making his way down the aisle, greeted by enthusiastic shouts. Upon hearing that name, some in attendance suddenly recalled who it was. Professor Enrique Pompielli, an Italian mathematician, a researcher at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, and a recipient of the Fields Medal in 1974. Given that this was quite some time ago, Professor Pompielli had aged significantly, appearing to be in his 70s or even 80s. This raised questions among those present about why a person of such advanced years would still be gracing the IMO with his presence. As the commotion subsided, Professor Pompielli, with a warm smile, continued towards the Chinese team section. Curiosity piqued. The members of the Chinese team observed as Professor Chen Xiaoxing regarded the approaching field medalist with a mix of surprise and intrigue. Had it not been for the commotion, he might not have recognized the once-renowned figure, whose fame had waned in recent years due to age and health concerns. But what could this esteemed individual want with him? At that moment, Professor Pompielli spoke. "Excuse me, are you the Chinese team?" "Yes, Professor Pompielli," Chen Xiaoxing nodded. Professor Pompielli's eyes lit up as he inquired further, "Is Mr. Lin Xiao one of your competitors?" Chapter 78. Inspiration in conversation, hearing Professor Pompielli's question. Chen Xiaoxing was momentarily taken aback, repeating, "Are you looking for Lin Xiao?" "Yes, Lin Xiao," Professor Pompielli affirmed, nodding while attempting to pronounce the name in slightly accented Mandarin, then apologizing with a smile. "I'm afraid I'm not very adept at your names." "No, you pronounced it quite well." Chen Xiaoxing waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Lin Xiao, saying, "Lin Xiao." Having already heard his name called, Lin Xiao was perplexed as to why the field's medalist sought him out. He stood up and said, "Professor Pompielli, I am Lin Xiao." It was his first time conversing in English with a foreigner, and while he felt somewhat out of place, he managed to introduce himself without difficulty. Professor Pompielli looked at him, his youthful face eliciting a smile. May I have a few moments of your time? Lin Xiao contemplated briefly before nodding. It would be my honor. Then I shall not impose. Professor Pompielli acknowledged. Subsequently, Lin Xiao navigated past Sun Yu and the others, who watched in awe as he approached the esteemed professor. Extending his hand, Professor Pompielli addressed Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please just call me by my name. Lin Xiao replied. Such formalities are unnecessary. The reason I sought you out is not to dwell on trivialities. Professor Pompielli waved his hand, signaling the start of an intriguing conversation. In May of this year, I have perused the latest issue of the Mathematics Annual, wherein you addressed a question that I had dedicated several months of meticulous research to, specifically in your proof regarding the existence of infinitely many prime numbers within the Fibonacci sequence. I am here solely to express my gratitude for resolving this lingering concern of mine. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly in regard to that paper? After all, it was merely one edition of the Mathematics Annual, which publishes dozens of papers each year. Ahem, perhaps I have overstated that, he chuckled modestly, replying. It was merely a stroke of luck. Compared to your accomplishments, this achievement remains insignificant. No, that cannot be deemed insignificant. How many aspire to achieve what you have and fail? Professor Pompey chuckled, shaking his head. Certainly, had you merely solved the problem, I would have offered my gratitude in silence. However, the crux lies in the methodology you employed. I too had contemplated and researched it for some time. Firmly believing in its potential for success, I even wagered $1 with Professor Adel Selberg, asserting that I would prevail. Yet after several months of attempts, I still fell short. You must be acquainted with Professor Selberg? Lin Xiao nodded. He had authored that very paper and was undoubtedly familiar with Professor Selberg. Adel Selberg, a master of analytic number theory, was also a recipient of the Fields Medal in 1950. He accomplished the elementary proof of the prime number theorem, which Lin Xiao had incorporated into his own work. Professor Pompey smiled, stating, Now that you have succeeded, it serves to remedy my regret and affirms that I chose the right path. Upon realizing this deeper layer of significance, Lin Xiao smiled and remarked, It seems you can reclaim that $1 now. Professor Pompey waved his hand dismissively. That might not be feasible. In a month's time, it will mark the 11th anniversary of his passing. This bet was made over 30 years ago. Additionally, I intend to print your paper and burn it for him on that day, as this seems to be a tradition of your homeland, although it has recently been adopted in America as well. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, contemplating Professor Pompey's words, nearly believing that Professor Selberg was still among the living. My apologies, he said. Professor Pompey shook his head. No need for apologies. If my burning of your paper reaches him in heaven, I'm certain he would be pleased, for he too had investigated this issue, albeit without success, ultimately losing that $1 to me. We owe each other nothing. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding, finding their wager quite fascinating. As Professor Pompey reminisced about his late friend, he seemed to grow more animated, then inquired, Do you know which method he intended to employ? What? Lin Xiao asked with curiosity, as he had no knowledge of this. Modular forms, he exclaimed. He aimed to represent each prime in the Fibonacci sequence and subsequently utilized lattices to depict these partially ordered sets, then sought to discover functions corresponding to these lattices. And then Professor Pompey continued, as if recounting cherished memories. However, he failed to notice that Lin Xiao, absorbed in contemplation, was reflecting on his words. Modular forms? Functions of lattices? If he could represent the Mersenne primes using lattices as well, would that not? He had delved into this area of knowledge previously and felt a surge of inspiration, yet when he sought to grasp this epiphany, it eluded him once again. This was a result of his insufficient depth of understanding regarding modular forms, a subset of analytic number theory. He had encountered it in his studies, but the literature offered scant insights, indicating that he needed to explore further. That moment, he harbored a vague suspicion that a crucial key lay within this realm. Lin, what are you pondering? Professor Pompey observed Lin Xiao's demeanor and ceased his narration. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality and replied, The mention of modular forms has ignited inspiration for my recent research. You are participating in the IMO competition, yet yet still have time to explore new avenues? Professor Pompey inquired with interest. I have summarized the methods for my paper and am now seeking to apply them to address the distribution of Mersenne primes, though I have encountered some difficulties. I need to further develop this approach, and your insights on modular forms have illuminated a potential direction. Mersenne primes, you say? Professor Pompey exclaimed in surprise, then smiled. I look forward to your ability to once again surprise the mathematical community. By the way, if you require it, I can send you a scanned copy of Selberg's manuscript. His other manuscripts are housed in the Firestone Library at Princeton University, but he entrusted me with this portion as it yielded no results prior to his passing. Chapter 79. A glimpse of the divine upon hearing Professor Pompey's words. Lin Xiao was elated. Such a fortuitous opportunity. If he could access the manuscripts of such a master, it would surely provide immense assistance to his research. However, he quickly recalled that he had only 1 week remaining before his submission deadline. Would Professor Pompey be able to send the materials in time? He did not hold high hopes, but expressed sincerely. Thank you for your kind offer. However, the matter I am currently investigating is intended for presentation at the International Mathematical Congress next month, and the deadline for submission is July 15. This means I must submit my paper by next Sunday. If I cannot finalize it before July 15, I will have to omit that section and present directly. Upon hearing this, Professor Pompey was astonished. You receive an invitation to present at the International Mathematical Congress? Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded. Due to a speaker in the field of number theory being unable to attend, the International Mathematical Union contacted me, hoping I could fill the gap. Given the urgency, they allowed me to submit my report by July 15th. Ah, I see. Professor Pompey raised his thumb in admiration. To present at the International Mathematical Congress at such a young age. Truly a genius. He continued, let us do this. Provide me with your email, and I will ask my colleagues at the Research Institute to assist in sending you the images of Professor Selberg's manuscripts. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. I cannot thank you enough. Assisting a young mathematician in overcoming challenges is the least I can do in my twilight years. Professor Pompey waved his hand, reflecting. Mersenne primes. I have spent more time researching them than the primes in the Fibonacci sequence. Yet alas, I have achieved nothing. In the end, I was only able to make a contribution to the Bernstein problem. The Bernstein problem? Lin Xiao paused. Are you the Enrique who solved that problem? Enrique Pompey chuckled at Lin Xiao's expression. Did you not recognize me earlier? Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his nose. During his studies in differential geometry, he had encountered the Bernstein problem and learned that its solution was attributed to Enrique Pompey. However, he had only remembered the first 3 letters, Enrique, and had forgotten the rest. Now, hearing Professor Pompey mention it, he finally recalled that, my apologies, I truly did not recognize you. No worries. I do not presume that having received a Fields Medal necessitates universal recognition. That in fact, when I learned that you're on the Chinese team for the IMO, I specifically looked at your photo, yet standing before you just now, I still did not recognize you. Thus, even if you'd seen my photo previously, it is quite understandable that you would struggle to identify me. Professor Pompey said, waving his hand with a smile, dismissing the trivial matter. It is common for individuals of different ethnicities to experience face blindness when recognizing one another. Indeed, Lin Xiao chuckled in agreement. Well then, let us not dwell on trivialities. The opening ceremony is about to commence. Please provide me with your email, Professor Pompey urged. Certainly. Lin Xiao shared his email address with Professor Pompey, who noted it on his phone. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Inu. I see the shadow of a youthful mathematical master. I hope you will always maintain this passion for mathematics, and, if possible, I would be delighted to see you at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. That is where I work. Although I have been retired for 10 years, I still frequent the premises, which serve as a splendid place for retirement. Recently, I have been traveling in Europe and fortuitously received an invitation to the IMO, prompting my visit. Princeton, Lin Xiao inquired. It is renowned as a global hub for mathematics and theoretical physics. The Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton was where Einstein worked after relocating to the United States. And he passed away there. For instance, the illustrious Yang Jining, Chen Shengxin, and Li Jingdao, all born in Huagua, are esteemed professors at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. Even today, the Institute remains one of the institutions with the highest number of directors who have received the Fields Medal. As for the nearby Princeton University, while it is not the same entity as the Institute, the proximity renders any claims of their disconnection utterly absurd. Their relationship is indeed quite intimate, and Princeton University stands as one of the most renowned universities in the world. Lin Xiao remarked, "If given the opportunity, I shall certainly visit there." But merely to pay a visit? Professor Pompidou chuckled, then chose not to elaborate further as he turned to depart. Lin Xiao felt inexplicably puzzled by Pompidou's final comment. Is it wrong to just go see? Should I be expected to stay there? He shook his head, still uncertain about whether he should pursue studying abroad in the future, watching Professor Pompidou gradually recede into the distance. He dismissed further thoughts and turned to return to his seat. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual scrutiny from those around him. Turning his head, he noticed a group of individuals gazing at him, whether they were members of the Huagua team or representatives from other nations. Their expressions evoked memories of the interns he had encountered during his time at the Huaca Institute, who had regarded him with similar awe. Perhaps it was the gaze of someone beholding a celestial being. Did I perhaps speak a bit too loudly while conversing with Professor Pompidou? This thought crossed his mind that in reality, while their dialogue was not particularly loud, those nearby could certainly overhear, especially given that a Fields Medal laureate was standing before them. It was impossible not to take note. Particularly remarkable was the fact that this Fields medalist had taken the initiative to converse with a young competitor from the Huagua team. Among the surrounding national teams, there were undoubtedly some from English-speaking regions, including the American team. Thus, it was only natural that they would catch snippets of the conversation between Pompidou and Lin Xiao. They also learned that the young Huagua contestant, likely around 18, had already published a paper in the Journal of Mathematics. This revelation left the members of the other national teams astounded that a mathematical genius had emerged from Huagua. It was almost unbelievable. Setting aside the students, even the team leaders had not published in the Journal of Mathematics. Otherwise, why would they have come to serve as team leaders? They would have long since pursued their research in mathematics as professors. Chapter 8. Preparing for the examination, the foreign competitors could not help but cast envious and admiring glances at Lin Xiao, who had conversed with the Fields Medal laureate and even received praise from him. Moreover, in an unexpected turn, Professor Pompidou had invited Lin Xiao to the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, a gesture that seemed an extraordinary honor in the eyes of these foreign students, especially for those passionate about mathematics. Nearby, the American team leader glanced back at his 6 team members. 4 of them bore Asian features, and they all looked at Lin Xiao with expressions filled with envy. The leader remarked, "You need not envy him, that if you perform well in the upcoming competitions and secure gold medals, you too can attend Princeton University and will certainly meet various Fields Medal laureates. Once you have your master's or doctoral degrees, with your IMO gold medals, you will stand a good chance of applying to become a student of a Fields medalist." Hearing their leader's words, the 6 students nodded in acknowledgement, yet regardless, they remained envious. Acquiring an IMO gold medal required an application, and it would ultimately depend on the approval of the Fields Medal laureates. Meanwhile, observing the Huagua student, it was clear that Professor Pompidou had approached him voluntarily. The International Congress of Mathematicians even wanted to invite him to give a presentation. What an illustrious event that is, a gathering of esteemed figures. How glorious it would be to present there. One contestant could not resist asking, "Professor Dees, have you ever given a presentation at the International Congress of Mathematicians?" Their leader, Professor Dees, froze momentarily, then replied, "Let's not dwell on that. Just enjoy the opening ceremony." The contestant rolled his eyes, realizing that their leader lacked such accomplishments that, of course, it was not only the American team members who envied Lin Xiao. Competitors from other nations also felt admiration, and their leaders encouraged their teams to remember that securing an IMO gold medal would grant them the privilege to choose any university in the world. However, while the leaders urged their students to maintain a level head, they secretly envied Lin Xiao's opportunity to present at the International Congress of Mathematicians. Alas, such envy was futile. Amidst the surrounding scrutiny, Lin Xiao returned to his seat. "Lin Shun, would you like some water?" "You must be thirsty after speaking so much," Sun Yu offered, handing him a bottle with great courtesy. "Wow, Lin Shun, how is your English so impressive? What did you discuss with that esteemed individual?" "Lin Shen, how did you learn English?" Their faces were filled with astonishment. Lin Xiao had just conversed with a foreigner in English and apparently about mathematical topics, which left them in a WAS for the specifics of their conversation. They were unaware, otherwise they would not have asked, as that would be akin to seeking a blow to their pride. Upon hearing their questions, Lin Xiao reflected and realized they were correct. When he spoke with Professor Pompidou, communicating in English felt entirely natural, and he could fully comprehend Pompidou's words. Even the specialized mathematical terminology he understood was a result of his recent studies. After all, when reading foreign papers, the PDFs could be cumbersome to translate into Chinese. So he typically read the original English versions directly. This exposure to English literature had undoubtedly improved his language skills, and coupled with his cognitive development, conversing in English posed no challenge, of course. Being able to speak English was merely a skill. It was not particularly remarkable. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. It's just a tool. Chinese is my mother tongue. Even if I were proficient in 8 languages, I'd still converse with my family in our dialect. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Sun Yu and the others exchanged incredulous glances. While he may claim it so, their own English skills did not reach such heights. Given that this year's IMO was an international competition, the examination papers would actually be in Chinese, including the questions, which would later be translated into English for the grading committee. After all, as an Olympic competition, it adhered to the Olympic spirit. It would be unjust if competitors from certain nations could not even comprehend the questions due to language barriers. What did you discuss with that esteemed individual? Sun Yu inquired, shifting the topic away from English. I just looked it up, and this individual is a Fields medalist from 1974. The Fields medal, truly impressive. He mentioned that I had helped him resolve a lingering regret, which is why he sought me out to express his gratitude. What? You don't even know him. How could you have helped him resolve a regret? Lin Xiao succinctly explained, it's regarding my paper. He had previously researched that issue, but could not solve it. Now that I have in my method, Sun Yu and the others were left speechless. So, you're saying a direction that a Fields medalist could not resolve? You managed to tackle. Lin Shun, let me be honest. Are they going to award you the Fields Medal at this year's International Congress of Mathematicians? Lin Xiao chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting? My problem is hardly worthy of a Fields Medal. Lin Shun is being modest. One of them interjected. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. All right, enough of that. Let's focus on the opening ceremony. It has already begun. Seeing this, the others ceased their inquiries and turned their attention to the ceremony. The opening ceremony proceeded as expected, with speeches from the IMO chair and guests, followed by various performances. Lin Xiao found himself disinterested in these proceedings and began contemplating how to proceed with his next steps in the context of modular form theory. I need to alter the form. Otherwise, I cannot represent those lattices. Recollecting the inspirations that had arisen during his conversation with Professor Pompidou, Lin Xiao realized he needed to seize these fleeting ideas, as they could vanish in an instant. Thus, time slowly passed, with Lin Xiao fully immersed in his intellectual storm, oblivious to the unfolding ceremony, though his understanding of modular form theory was not profound. He could still reinterpret some of its theories based on the impressions in his mind, thereby continuing to broaden his thinking. Eventually, he lost track of time until the opening ceremony concluded, and he was nudged by Sun Yu beside him, snapping him back to reality. Together, they returned to their hotel. The official examination would commence at 9:30 the following morning, and by the time they arrived at the hotel, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, nearing bedtime. However, Lin Xiao exhibited no concern for the competition schedule for the following morning. Upon returning to his room, he immersed himself in scholarly papers pertaining to modal logic, seeking to expand his knowledge and explore possible applications to his own research. Thus, he continued this endeavor until the clock struck midnight, at which point he finally retired to bed. Chapter 81. The challenge from the American team on the morning of July 9th at 8:30. The first day of the 59th International Mathematical Olympiad commenced as anticipated, with candidates beginning to enter the examination hall. The venue, the multifunctional stadium in Cluj-Napoca, would also host both the opening and closing ceremonies. Originally a standard football field, the grass had been replaced with a smooth floor adorned with over 600 desks and chairs, each displaying candidate information to assist them in identifying their assigned seating. At this juncture, the team leaders from various countries, including the Chinese team, had gathered at the entrance at AS. The deputy leader, Chen Xiaoxing began to emphasize final reminders to the 6 members of Lin Xiao's team. All right, the competition is about to begin. Just perform as you usually do. I want to elaborate further. Remember to check your work carefully, and do not make any numerical errors. Zhou Zi, I'm speaking to you. Don't lose focus. Ensure that when you write the number 8, it is properly enclosed at the top. If you mistakenly write it as 6, you will forfeit your own points. Moreover, during our domestic exams, each question carries 21 points, which aligns with our customary practices. However, in the IMO, each question is worth only 7 points. With 6 questions totaling 42 points, a minor error could cost you 1 point, equating to 1/42 of your overall score. Do you understand? Understood. The other 5 members replied in unison, except for Lin Xiao, who appeared to be lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to Chen Xiaoxing's words. Noticing this, Chen Xiaoxing inquired, Lin Xiao, what are you contemplating? Huh? Oh, got it. Lin Xiao finally responded, as if just realizing the situation. Chen Xiaoxing shook his head, choosing not to press further but still reminded him, please don't get distracted during the exam. Whether we achieve a perfect score this year largely depends on you. Rest assured, Lin Xiao signaled an okay with his hand. Chen Xiaoxing opted not to say more, concluding, all right, no further reminders are necessary. You 6 are the most outstanding students representing our nation, and I hope you continue to excel in this competition. Off you go. With that, he gestured towards the candidates' entrance. The 6 of them nodded and proceeded towards the entrance, while Chen Xiaoxing made his way to the deputy leader's entrance nearby. Once the competition commenced, he would observe from the audience, accompanied by another deputy leader equipped with binoculars, as if watching a football match. Before long, Lin Xiao and his team arrived at the entrance, where they first submitted the required documents to the staff to confirm their identities. They then underwent checks to ensure they were not carrying any electronic devices before being granted entry. Since the exam was set to begin at 9:30 and it was only around 8:40, they had some time to spare, and the staff did not require them to take their seats immediately. Inside the examination hall, most candidates were still engaged in idle chatter, with some even resting their heads on their desks to catch a few moments of sleep. However, the conversation Lin Xiao had with Professor Poincare during the previous night's opening ceremony had left a significant impression on many students present, especially those who had been close enough to overhear their dialogue. Consequently, several candidates directed their gazes towards Lin Xiao, perceiving him as a formidable rival akin to facing a boss. Yet Lin Xiao remained oblivious to the attention, focusing instead on locating his assigned seat, while simultaneously pondering the problems occupying his mind. His thoughts revolved around the distribution of Mersenne primes. After the previous night's reflections, he had begun to form some preliminary ideas, although he still felt a considerable gap remained between him and his ultimate objective. He could only continue to peruse related papers while hoping for the incomplete ancestral secrets that Professor Poincare might provide later. Lin Shun, what were you just thinking about? Did you catch a glimpse of some pretty girl? At that moment, Sun Yu inquired from beside him. Upon hearing Sun Yu's remark, Lin Xiao shot him an irritated glare and retorted, you talk too much. Nevertheless, he paused his contemplation, realizing that merely calculating in his mind was somewhat inconvenient, as not all problems could be solved through mental arithmetic alone. Ouyang Sheng then patted Sun Yu on the shoulder and said, you really think our Lin Shun is the type to be distracted by such trivial pursuits? Li Buyan chimed in. Lin Shun has long surpassed the limits of humanity. He has transcended mere existence, that Hu Zichao asked. So, Lin Shun, how long do you plan to take to complete the exam? 2 hours or an hour and a half? Lin Xiao replied, 1 hour. You're being modest, Lin Shun. What? 1 hour. Initially, Hu Zichao had expected Lin Xiao to evade a direct answer, but to his surprise, Lin Xiao had indeed responded straightforwardly and with such confidence. The group swallowed hard, acknowledging, no wonder he asked Lin Xiao tea that moment. A voice interjected, what is that supposed to mean? Are you suggesting 1 hour? The first 4 words were awkwardly articulated in Chinese, while the latter part was expressed in fluent English. Turning to face the source of the voice, Lin Xiao and his companions saw 6 candidates clad in matching blue uniforms approaching them. Among them were 4 individuals of Asian descent, alongside 2 of Indian descent and 1 of mixed race. Lin Xiao and his team quickly recognized that these 6 were members of the American team. The one who had spoken was one of the Asian members. Lin Xiao, perplexed, responded, I'm sorry, what did you say? please speak in English, otherwise I cannot comprehend your meaning. Thank you, the Asian candidate continued, but after finishing, he shook his head and said, forget it. Perhaps you are unwilling to converse with me, but please do not assume I approach you with ill intent. As you can see, I am a member of the American team. James Lin, Chinese. My surname is Lin. I overheard your conversation with Professor Poincare yesterday and learned that you have even published a paper in the Mathematical Annual. Thus, I am curious to ascertain the extent of the gap between us. You mentioned that you intend to complete today's problems within an hour. I must admit, I cannot guarantee finishing within that time frame. However, I can assure you that I will complete them within 2 hours. Therefore, let us make 2 hours our final time limit. I will submit my answers precisely at that mark, and we can compare our results. Would you agree? Chapter 82. A different realm. Lin Xiao certainly understood the implications of the individual words. Having engaged in fluent mathematical discussions with Professor Poincare, he was well-versed in everyday language as well. Initially responding in Chinese was merely a precaution, as he had assumed this individual might be seeking trouble. Having watched numerous American films, he was aware of the penchant for school bullying among American students, who knew whether they would resort to such antics here. Nevertheless, if it came down to confrontation, they were not intimidated. Ouyang Sheng, for instance, while dedicated to mathematics, was also a basketball enthusiast, standing over 6 feet tall. As for Lin Xiao, at approximately 178 centimeters, with a slightly elevated shoe sole, he too stood tall. The others were no pushovers either. However, upon realizing that this person was not there to provoke, but rather to propose a challenge, Lin Xiao found himself smiling. If they were not there to cause trouble, then the matter could be easily addressed. As for the competition, he waved his hand dismissively and stated, no need for 2 hours. I will finish in 1 hour. You may take your time. Do not put too much pressure on yourself. After all, you are representing your American team. By the way, for both today and tomorrow, I will only require 1 hour. This. Lin Xiao spoke in English, and James Lin understood him perfectly. Momentarily a loss for words. James was unsure whether to regard Lin Xiao as arrogant or merely boasting. Yet, considering that Lin Xiao was someone invited to present at the International Congress of Mathematicians, he found it difficult to voice any skepticism. It was akin to standing before a luminary. Whatever they said warranted an awe, indeed, and questioning their authority required a level of boldness and confidence that he did not possess. However, it was evident that his teammates were not quite as accommodating. Completing 3 problems in 1 hour. Even Terence Tao had not achieved such prowess, and he had never secured a perfect score. Of course, Tao had participated in 3 Olympiads between the ages of 10 and 12. So comparisons were not entirely valid. Regardless, Lin Xiao's audacious claim incited irritation among those with shorter tempers, who perceived it as a provocation. Naturally, given that this was the IMO venue, any verbal altercations could lead to expulsion from the examination hall. Thus, they refrained from raising their voices, but questioned, what if you cannot finish within 1 hour? Lin Xiao glanced at the individual who had posed the question and replied, if I cannot complete it in 1 hour, perhaps I will finish in 50 minutes, or maybe even 40. Enough. James Lin restrained his teammates' impulsiveness, then cast a lingering glance at Lin Xiao and remarked, let us make it clear then, I hope to see you rise and leave within an hour of the match starting. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, affirming, you will see. James Lin nodded in return and led his teammates away from the scene. One of his teammates, a tall individual of mixed heritage, could not help but interject. Lin, why did you stop me from speaking? Let there be no quarrels here. Do not forget what Emily advised us. Adhere to the rules, James Lin replied. But he claimed he would finish within an hour. Do you really believe that? What if someone had told you that there was an 18-year-old high school student from Huagua who not only received an invitation to the International Mathematical Olympiad, but also had to present on stage? Would you believe it? The mixed-race teammate was left speechless. Previously, he would have found it hard to believe such an extraordinary existence could even exist, so let us not overthink it. Let us see if he can indeed leave the examination hall within an hour. Understood. Meanwhile, observing the American team depart, Sun Yu and his companions could not help but inquire of Lin Xiao. What did they just say? They had noticed the dark-skinned individual beside them seemed ready to confront Lin Xiao, and they were all prepared to protect him. Lin Xiao replied, somewhat exasperated. "You guys really need to practice your English more." He briefly explained that the individual had come to challenge him, prompting laughter from Sun Yu and the others. "So that guy was looking for trouble? I wonder how significant his psychological shadow will be once the results are announced." I could see that moment. "Oh Yang," Sheng interjected. "By the way, Lin Xiao, you mentioned an hour. Do you really intend to complete in that time?" "Yes, didn't you ask me earlier?" The group fell silent, genuinely taken aback that Lin Xiao was serious. Completing 3 problems from the IMO in an hour was a pace and confidence they could scarcely fathom. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "All right, let us find our seats. It's almost 9 o'clock. Hearing this, they ceased their inquiries and dispersed to locate their respective seats. Soon, Lin Xiao found his designated seat based on his candidate information. Upon arrival, he discovered several items placed atop it: a bottle of water, a banana, and a chocolate bar. Given that the exam spanned from 9:30 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, it was prudent to provide sustenance for candidates who might feel hunger pangs during the test. The questions were also present, though they were not permitted to be unsealed until 9 o'clock. As the hour approached, the chairman of the current IMO announced that all candidates should take their seats and cease communication, after which they could unseal the examination papers to confirm their comprehension. While the questions were undoubtedly sound, translation issues could arise. Thus, candidates from non-English-speaking countries could raise a help card from their desk if they encountered any confusion, prompting a response from their team leaders. This effectively meant they had half an hour to contemplate the problems. However, Lin Xiao chose not to utilize this time, that he briefly glanced at the questions, confirming that there were no issues with the translation or printing, and set them aside to continue pondering the concept of Mersenne primes. At this point, he felt somewhat weary of such competitions, even facing inexplicable challenges as he had just experienced. With so much energy, wouldn't it be better to delve into more challenging problems? For him, whether the IMO or CMO, the questions were simply too elementary. His claim of finishing in an hour stemmed from his routine of dedicating time daily to solving practice sets, progressively reducing his average time from 2.5 hours to eventually about 40 to 50 minutes over the last month. His assertion of 1 hour was merely a gesture of respect towards the IMO. Shaking his head slightly, he decided not to dwell on it. He had no intention of participating in such competitions in the future. His perspective had evolved. Thus, in the half hour leading up to the exam, Lin Xiao became, perhaps, the only individual in the venue not contemplating the problems at hand. The bell signaling the commencement of the exam rang punctually at 9:30, and all candidates who had devised a strategy for the first problem immediately began writing on their answer sheets, while those without direction resorted to scratch paper for calculations. Lin Xiao, having also paused his mental deliberation, reopened the card displaying the problems before him. The first question was a geometric proof, not particularly challenging, with ample conditions provided. After about a minute of contemplation, he formulated a complete proof strategy. He then proceeded to write on his answer sheet, completing the task in approximately 6 minutes. In essence, he finished the first problem in under 8 minutes. This was largely due to the brevity of the steps involved. With the auxiliary lines drawn, he completed the proof in less than 7 lines. Lin Xiao offered a brief evaluation before turning his attention to the second problem, which was similarly straightforward, albeit requiring a more extensive process and additional writing compared to the first. Thus, he spent a total of 15 minutes before managing to resolve it. Finally, he arrived at the third problem. Typically, the IMO exams spanning 2 days feature 2 relatively simpler problems alongside a final challenging problem, making this third question the day's climax. Lin Xiao took the paper in hand, nodding in acknowledgement. This problem finally seemed worthy of his attention. The reverse Pascal triangle is a triangular arrangement composed of elements such that, apart from the bottom row, each number is the absolute difference of its 2 adjacent numbers below. The question asks whether a reverse Pascal triangle with 2018 rows can contain all integers from 1 to 123, 2018. After briefly reviewing the prompt, he recognized it as a combinatorial problem leaning towards algebra. He pondered briefly, first identifying the recursive equation per the problem stipulations, then continuing with transformations. After about 5 minutes, he ultimately derived a function. Observing this function, Lin Xiao stroked his chin as a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. I could transform this function into a trigonometric function and then apply Euler's formula. With this thought, he swiftly executed the transformation, subsequently applying Euler's formula. After a few simple manipulations, a remarkable scene unfolded before him. This entirely new function nearly simplified the entire problem. Now, he merely needed to slightly adjust the initial recursive formula and employ a straightforward application of the pigeonhole principle to derive the final result. Thus, we readily conclude that there does not exist a reverse Pascal triangle with 2018 rows composed of 1, 2, n, n1, 2, With satisfaction, he penned the final 2 characters, nodding in approval. This problem was rather intriguing. Blowing gently on his answer sheet, he noted that the third problem had required a total of 11 lines. Even shorter than the second, .as for checking his work. That seemed unnecessary. Should the organizing committee challenge his solutions, he would directly question their competence. However, it was evident that the committee possessed a certain level of expertise, eliminating the need for concern. All right, time to head back. I wonder if Professor Poincare has sent me an email. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao raised a red help car beside him, prompting a staff member to notice his gesture and approach him. As he awaited assistance, Lin Xiao peeled the banana from its skin and began to eat. How may I assist you? I would like to submit my paper. Very well. You wish to submit your paper? The staff member was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiao's request. Hadn't the exam only just begun less than 50 minutes ago? Did he really wish to submit it already? It was not unheard of for candidates to turn in their papers early. But those who did so within merely 50 minutes were exceedingly rare. Even candidates from less affluent nations, who received less mathematical training than those from educational powerhouses, typically wouldn't abandon their efforts before an hour had elapsed. At the very least, they would sit for an hour or two to demonstrate their commitment. Moreover, upon seeing that Lin Xiao hailed from Huagua, the staff member found it even harder to believe. After all, Huagua had consistently ranked among the top 3 teams in the IMO and frequently claimed first place. Surely their candidates would not so readily concede. Lin Xiao reassured him, "Yes, I want to submit. There is no time limit for submission, correct?" No limit. You can submit at any time. Well then, aside from the exam paper, answer sheet, and these cards, you may take everything else with you. All right, Lin Xiao nodded, gathering his stationery bag along with a chocolate bar and water before rising, banana in hand, and making his way towards the exit. Unsurprisingly, with over 600 other candidates still engrossed in their work, his departure would undoubtedly attract attention. Seated around Lin Xiao were the fellow competitors, each unable to suppress a glance in his direction, their hearts brimming with disbelief. This individual, had he truly submitted his paper? Those who witnessed Lin Xiao's exchange with Professor Poincare the previous evening could hardly accept that he had left the examination hall due to an inability to solve the problems. Thus, only one possibility remained. He had completed his work that a profound sense of despair, born from the vast disparity in capability, washed over them. The majority were still grappling with the second problem, while a few competitors from less developed nations were ensnared by the first. And yet here was Lin Xiao. Having finished even the third problem, was this the same individual who could converse amicably with a Fields Medal laureate and had received an invitation to present at the International Congress of Mathematicians? Such prowess left them utterly awestruck. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the American team also observed this spectacle. Although they did not hear Lin Xiao declare his intent to submit, it was evident that he might be heading to the restroom. Yet, seeing him casually munching on a banana with one hand while clutching a pencil case in the other, it unmistakably resembled the demeanor of a contestant leaving after submission. Their astonishment grew. Lin Xiao had indeed managed to complete his work in merely an hour, or rather, strictly speaking, in under 50 minutes. Even James Lin, the most recognized contender from the American team, was still several steps away from finishing the second problem and had yet to even begin the third. He felt a sense of complete resignation. Why should he compete against someone of such caliber? Knowing full well the extraordinary nature of their abilities, with a sigh, he refocused and calmly returned to his own work. Chapter 84. The chairman's attention clearly. Lin Xiao's actions did not merely astonish the competitors present at tea that moment. Deputy Leader Chen Xiuxing sat in the audience beside the arena, closely observing the 6 students, particularly Lin Xiao. Upon seeing Lin Xiao raise his hand, he had anticipated a problem. only to witness him exchanging a few words with the staff before striding confidently across the examination hall, casually eating a banana. After discarding the peel into a nearby trash can, he pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket and began to eat as he exited the examination room. Chen Xiaoxing was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Lin Xiao had submitted his paper. He had completed it. Looking again, he noticed the staff had begun to collect Lin Xiao's answer sheet and test paper, clearly indicating the exam was over. Chen Xiaoxing instinctively cradled his head in his hands. This student, was he defying the laws of nature? He glanced at his watch. When Lin Xiao raised his hand, it was only 10:14, meaning he had finished all the problems in just 44 minutes. Such speed was truly unbelievable for a mere contestant. One might ascribe him to the problem-setting team. The other deputy leaders, upon witnessing Lin Xiao's departure, were equally shocked, recognizing him as a competitor from Huagua. They turned their gazes toward Chen Xiaoxing. What kind of student do you have? One could not help but inquire. Chen Xiaoxing shrugged. I have no idea, realizing that the dialect he spoke was incomprehensible to these foreigners. He finally muttered in exasperation. Perhaps he is a student who could become a professor at the world's finest mathematics universities. The other deputy leaders exchanged glances, eventually shaking their heads in silence. Meanwhile, on the podium, the members of the current IMO organizing committee remained seated, observing the hall or attending to their own matters. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao rise to leave, one member remarked, "That student has submitted his paper." The others turned to look. Indeed, he had submitted that moment. The chairman of the IMO organizing committee, George IGG, suddenly spoke to a nearby staff member. Go retrieve his answer sheet. I need to examine his responses. Upon hearing the chairman's request, the staff member promptly complied, while other committee members expressed their curiosity. Mr. IGG, do you wish to personally review his paper? Yes, George IGG nodded. I wish to see just how exceptional the young man favored by a Fields Medal laureate truly is. Hearing this, the members recalled. Is he the Lin Xiao? Yes, George IGG affirmed. He had certainly noticed the conversation between Professor Poincare and Lin Xiao during the opening ceremony, having invited Poincare himself. Following the event, Poincare recounted Lin Xiao's exploits, revealing the presence of such a formidable talent in the competition. Perhaps, in the future, Lin Xiao's name would grace the ranks of mathematical masters. Before long, Lin Xiao's answer sheet was presented. Typically, once contestants complete their exams, the answer sheets cannot be opened. However, no one dared to object to George IGG's request, and the other committee members, curious about Lin Xiao's responses, gathered around. Quickly, George IGG began reviewing Lin Xiao's solutions. Progressing from the first problem to the third, as the chairman of the IMO, he found these problems quite familiar, easily comprehending the competitors' problem-solving methods. Lin Xiao's responses to the first two questions were particularly impressive, employing techniques that caught his eye. However, it was upon reaching the third problem, where Lin Xiao introduced Euler's formula, that he could not restrain his applause. Truly remarkable. This was a problem of his own design, and he had never anticipated that such a combinatorial question could be approached via Euler's formula, simplifying the entire problem so elegantly that it was simply ineffable. The beauty of mathematics was exemplified here. Akin to the elegance of Euler's formula, EI10, succinct yet astonishing, connecting three distinct dimensions in a manner that has led to its designation as the God's formula that moment. George IGG felt an inexplicable joy welling within him, likely stemming from the satisfaction of witnessing a solution to his own problem that delighted him, as well as an appreciation for the marvels of mathematics. Chairman, is everything all right? At that point, the others, unable to see the answer sheet, grew curious about the chairman's demeanor. Yet George IGG merely smiled, folded the answer sheet, and handed it to the staff member beside him, instructing him to return it and store it with the other students' answer sheets, that he then turned to the others and said, You might as well wait until the grading session 2 days from now to review them. The others were left speechless. Was it truly necessary for him to be so secretive? George IGG chuckled, offering no explanation. Such joy, he decided, was his to savor alone for the next 2 days. Furthermore, he intended to surprise Lin Xiao in due course. Time passed swiftly. The first day of examinations concluded, and the contestants returned to their hotel, where they began discussing the problems they had encountered, expressing various degrees of regret over their mistakes, while those who had answered correctly rejoiced. The Huawei team was no exception. Aside from their genuine admiration for Lin Xiao's remarkable feat of submitting his paper in just over 40 minutes, they also compared their solutions with his. Upon review, they found their performance satisfactory on the first two problems, but they all encountered difficulties with the third. Only Ouyang Sheng and Sun Yu felt somewhat confident. Chen Xiaoxing approached Lin Xiao, directly inquiring about his early submission. Lin Xiao simply explained, "I had completed everything, so why linger? If you maintain this pace tomorrow, I shall wager with the other deputy leaders that you can finish all the problems within an hour again." We split the winnings. The following day in the examination hall, Lin Xiao recalled Chen Xiaoxing's words at that moment. He had just completed the last geometry problem in under 50 minutes. Shaking his head with a smile, uncertain whether the deputy leader had won any money. Once more, he raised his hand, and upon the staff's arrival, indicated his intention to submit. Subsequently, he left the examination hall once again under the watchful eyes of all, signifying the complete conclusion of the IMO for him. Chapter 85. Emails from IMU and Poinkar. As Lin Xiao exited the examination hall, he unexpectedly encountered Professor Li Huaimin, whom he had not seen for several days. UV emerged early once again. He remarked with a teasing tone, pointing at Lin Xiao. "Coach, have you been released?" Lin Xiao greeted Li Huaimin and playfully responded, "Released?" Li Huaimin retorted with mock annoyance, as the team leader. He had arrived on July 3rd and participated in the preliminary meetings leading up to the IMO. These leaders were responsible for selecting examination problems and translating them. In essence, he had prior knowledge of the questions. Consequently, during the days of the competition, he had not communicated with the other team members, which led to Lin Xiao and the others jesting that Li Huaimin had been confined by the IMO organizing committee. Now, with the final exam concluded, he could finally meet them. "Yesterday, while you were taking your exams, we, the leaders from various countries, were arranged by the Romanian officials for a tour. Would you like to see some photos?" "Is it really that good?" Li Huaimin inquired. "Never mind that for now. How do you feel? Are you confident about scoring full marks?" Lin Xiao responded with an okay gesture, saying, "If I don't achieve full marks, feel free to scold me." "Haha, I wouldn't dare to scold you now." Li Huaimin waved his hand dismissively. "Professor Enrique Poinkar is keen to have a conversation with you. Who knows, you might bring a Fields Medal back to our homeland, and I could bask in your glory." Although he couldn't meet Lin Xiao and the others directly, he was present at the opening ceremony, just not seated with them. Thus, he was aware of Lin Xiao's recent remarkable achievements, such as engaging in amiable conversations with the luminaries of the Fields Medal and leaving the examination room in less than an hour during yesterday's test. In light of this, he could only reflect that as an old man, he ought not to compare himself with such youthful talents. When he learned that Lin Xiao had received an invitation to the International Congress of Mathematicians, he felt a twinge of envy. However, he realized that maintaining a calm mindset was paramount when dealing with individuals who defied conventional understanding. Ultimately, it would depend on whether fortune would smile upon him in the future. Regarding the Fields Medal, Lin Xiao refrained from making grandiose claims. Achieving the Fields Medal typically required proving renowned conjectures or inventing significant mathematical tools, qualifications he had yet to attain. Even mastering the distribution of Mersenne primes would not suffice. As long as you have confidence in yourself, that's what matters, Li Huaimin smiled and continued. "So, are you heading back to the hotel now, or will you wait for them a bit longer?" "I'll head back to the hotel," Lin Xiao replied. "All right, go ahead," Li Huaimin said. Not pressing him to stay, he understood that Lin Xiao was engrossed in some profound research, seemingly of world-class difficulty. He had no interest in delving into such matters or vying for a share of the glory. Moreover, if any professor attempted to usurp Lin Xiao's accomplishments due to their status, Li Huaimin would simply label them a fool. There are two types of students one should never offend: those with influential backgrounds and those with genuine talent. Lin Xiao clearly belonged to the latter category, and his abilities overshadowed those with privileged connections. Who could predict how Lin Xiao's future would unfold? Should he indeed become a Fields Medal laureate and return to his homeland? Even if he didn't achieve academician status like Professor Tu Yu, the recognition he would receive at the national level would be undeniably significant. Before long, Lin Xiao returned to the hotel and promptly opened his computer to continue working on his paper. With less than a week left before the submission deadline, if he couldn't produce results, he would have to submit what he had achieved thus far, which would feel like a setback. Just then, he noticed an email in his inbox. Could it be from Professor Poincare? His heart raced with anticipation. However, upon opening the email, disappointment washed over him. It was from the International Mathematical Union, urging him to submit his manuscript promptly. Although the deadline was set for July 15, it was evident they hadn't considered Lin Xiao's intention to tackle the distribution of Mersenne primes. They simply wanted him to organize the methods from his previous paper, a task that shouldn't be too challenging. Hence, they did not believe he had spent a month without making progress. Frustrated, Lin Xiao ran his fingers through his hair, pondering how to proceed next. Suddenly, another email arrived. The sender's address was ebmate.is.edu. Recognizing the email address, Lin Xiao realized it belonged to Enrique Poincare, affiliated with the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. Professor Poincare had written to him. Elated, he swiftly closed the email from the International Mathematical Union and opened this lifeline email. While he couldn't guarantee that the manuscript from Professor Selberg would lead him to a definitive outcome, they would certainly provide him with inspiration. After all, they were the research works of a Fields medalist. Even if he didn't succeed, grasping some of the ideas presented in the manuscripts would be immensely valuable. If inspiration struck, solving the problem would become feasible. As he delved into the email, he found not only the attachment, but also a message from Professor Poincare. Dear Mr. Lin, greetings. Attached is a scanned version of Professor Selberg's manuscript, which includes his research on the distribution of primes in the Fibonacci sequence and Mersenne numbers that I hope it offers you some inspiration. Additionally, I have included my own manuscript, as I too have previously researched Mersenne primes. Many esteemed mathematicians I know have explored this issue, though they have encountered various difficulties. Thus, I hope you can carry the torch for us, infusing our mathematical community with more youthful and vibrant energy. Best regards, Enrique Poincare. Attachment, click to download. After reading the email, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for such a pure-hearted scholar. He eagerly downloaded the attachment and began to read. After about 2 hours had passed, Lin Xiao finally regained his focus, a sense of relief washing over him. He then composed a heartfelt thank you email to Professor Poincare and also replied to the International Mathematical Union. I will submit my report by July 15. Please grant me some time, and I will bring a small surprise to this year's International Congress of Mathematicians. Author's note. Tomorrow, April 1st, at midnight. The first VIP chapter will be released, marking the official launch. I won't say much, but I kindly ask for your initial support, a full subscription, and at the very least, an automatic subscription. I am genuinely astonished by the number of readers this book has garnered. Initially, I thought it would be a success if I could write 1,000 words. However, after hearing from the editor that there have been over 4,000 follow-ups, I now feel a bit anxious. My concern is whether I can continue to satisfy so many readers as the story progresses. Nevertheless, having reached this point, I can only keep writing, and I will strive to showcase how a top student gradually becomes a world-class chief scientist. Furthermore, starting from the launch, I will aim for a daily word count of 10,000. As previously promised, that I will do my utmost to achieve this. Though my typing speed is relatively slow, taking an hour to produce 1,000 words. In other words, to reach 10,000, I would need 10 hours. Additionally, writing about a top student often involves extensive research, which would be time-consuming. Of course, during free time, I can manage to write for 10 hours. But as a fourth-year student nearing graduation with an unfinished thesis, if pressed by my advisor, I may need to allocate some energy to complete my thesis. However, once the thesis is done, I can ensure a stable output of 10,000 words. Quality is clearly more important than quantity, and I will strive to balance both. Moreover, I have created a reader group. Interested readers can join a chat, share suggestions, raise questions, or vent frustrations. The group number is 786-143-287. That is all for now. I mustn't forget to promote a fellow author's work in the group before the launch. From the heavens, starting from the theft, Chunyulo, my brother Yuuchi is no ordinary person. He is a celestial being cast down from the heavens. Zhigu Xiao. Without Yuuchi, the curse on my Zagalama clan cannot be broken. Wang Yuan, I know that if it weren't for him, I would never have reached this state of harmony between heaven and man, sitting at the helm of the realm of extraordinary beings. I admit, he is stronger than I am. From the heavens, a sword spectrum to ward off evil. This is the story of an ordinary youth gradually transcending into the extraordinary across the realms. Practicing martial arts, establishing a resolute heart, and seeking the path. Witness Chun Dao wielding an ancient mirror, discovering his true self amidst the boundless heavens, transcending the river of time and space, achieving unity amongst all selves. However, before that, he must consider the matter of the sword spectrum. Should he indeed castrate himself? I mimic mythical legends in the beast master world. Ding! Successful imitation. Imitation target. The victorious fighting Buddha. Beneath the dark, oppressive clouds, countless mythical beasts roar from the abyss. Amidst the storm, a pair of golden eyes open in the night. That it is an ordinary monkey, wielding an iron rod to pierce the heavens. Its gaze shining like brilliant stars, causing all realms to avert their gaze. Mythical beasts, elemental spirits, ghosts, machinery, and divine artifacts. This is a bizarre and extraordinary world of beast mastery. Tang Xian, with his extraordinary talent for imitation, has forged a legend in such a world. Forbidden Land Farmer, dear guest, please stay a moment. Would you care to sample our latest delicacy, the farewell, my concubine? We utilize the exquisite black tortoise. Oh no, I meant the Xuanwu Baxia as our main ingredient. And consuming it will surely invigorate your vitality. What? I hear you've been feeling unwell lately, training to the point of obsession. Then you simply must try our Crystal Phoenix shaved ice. It will undoubtedly restore your spirits and fortify your soul. What? You claim my ingredients are inferior, asking how anyone could capture the divine beasts of the Forbidden Land for cooking. Allow me to enlighten you. In today's world, as spiritual energy resurges and forbidden lands abound, the monsters and spiritual herbs within are merely my farm-raised ingredients. Fellow Taoists, welcome to my farm, where real-life chicken dinners and wilderness survival await, along with a thrilling experience. The warring states, beginning with King Yong of Zhao, horseback archery, and the adoption of who clothing defend the northern borders. A hero worthy of the title martial spirit king. The songs and dances of Handan have finally ceased, and the once lush scenery of Heku is now overgrown. Gazing into the clouds reveals no swans, only the soaring eagles from beyond the heavens. Event from over 2,000 years ago now lie accompanied only by wild grass against earthen walls. As the wars of conquest among the states intensified during the late Warring States period. A king destined for disgrace and starvation, alongside a destitute republican, found himself cornered, and without means he resolutely embarked on a path defying fate. Love, hatred, grievances, and merits, all will be judged by posterity. A general success often comes at the cost of countless lives. And the crimson robe is stained with blood. When the world reunifies, the one standing at the pinnacle will bask in all the glory. Your Majesty, your achievements surpass those of the 3 sovereigns, and your virtues are akin to those of the 5 emperors. I propose we refer to your Majesty as Emperor. Excellent. My eerie life simulator. Welcome to the perfect life simulator. You may choose to simulate your own life or that of others. Seeking solutions to numerous life dilemmas. A watch passed down from my late parents has enabled Su Wu to activate the future life simulator. He believed he could indeed achieve a flawless life through this simulator. Yet unexpected developments took a different turn in the future. Malevolent apparitions emerge to kill whenever there is light. A city is shrouded under a celestial dome, leaving it devoid of living souls, marked only by red lanterns. And a crimson eye enables one to spy on others' precise locations. Will such a future truly arrive? You have died. This simulation has concluded. Tokyo deification begins in the bathroom. Having traversed to become a deity and encountered a beautiful maiden. How could such wonderful events turn so disastrous? Hey, who are you? What should I do? Awaiting an urgent response. My high-tech store. This book is also titled, The Technological Empire Begins with Industrial Manufacturing. The Technological Empire Begins with Assembled Toys Competitors. Our newly developed color screen smartphone will surely dominate the Huaxia market. Chun Fan, we will launch our fully interactive touchscreen smartphone tomorrow. Competitors. Our 3-axis CNC machining setter will undoubtedly lead the Huaxiao industrial sector, Chunfan. How well are our 6-axis coordinated CNC machining centers selling? Competitors. Our automobiles must establish a high-end brand image in Huaxia. Thus, we must price them higher than anyone else, Chunfan. Holographic intelligent autonomous driving systems have successfully passed initial trials. We will launch them globally starting tomorrow, dominating the Huaxiao market. The latest technological products? Chunfan. You should first comprehend the technology one released 10 years ago. Based on industry and manufacturing, we shall gradually conquer the realm of global technology. The author's system promises. All technological products launched must be coherent and at least free from criticism by readers. I invite everyone to take a look. Well, that will be all for now. See you all in the group. Chapter 86. Within Reach. Mathematician Eichler once stated that there are only 5 fundamental operations in mathematics: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modular forms. This may be a rather personal assertion. Yet it indeed illustrates that modular forms are ubiquitous in contemporary profound mathematics. Modular forms are a type of analytic function that transforms into a certain type of functional equation under the group operations of a model group. And the values computed through these functions exhibit a particular growth trend. In summary, this is a mathematical tool with extensive applications, including its use in proving the Taniyama-Shimura conjecture during the proof of Fermat's last theorem. The research linking modular forms and group theory is also prevalent in the mathematical community. At this moment, Lin Xiao, engrossed in the proofs from Professor Selberg, recognizes such applications. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? As he absorbs the knowledge from the manuscripts as if receiving divine enlightenment, he marvels at the inspiration it brings. Truly, Professor Adolf Selberg, who once proved the prime number theorem, demonstrates a masterful application of knowledge. After studying group theory and Lie groups for so long, I had not considered such a transformation. Now, if I incorporate my previous steps, Lin Xiao's eyes brighten. He swiftly grasps a pen and draft paper, embarking on the next phase of his derivation. These manuscripts do not provide him with the answers. After all, even Professor Selberg did not succeed initially, so he must follow the thoughts conveyed in the manuscripts to complete his subsequent work. The task ahead is monumental. He needs to integrate group theory with his previous research and then weave in the theory of modular forms to develop a new mathematical method with greater applicability. He has a premonition that through this new method, he'll be able to achieve his ultimate goal. However, he must test it to know for certain. After all, inspiration can sometimes prove to be an illusion. Even Professor Selberg only employed such methods and ultimately did not succeed, of course. Having a direction is paramount in mathematical research. Thus, Lin Xiao continues his work. F2K, 2K, 1G2K, H, log P, 1, 2, 3, T4, log T, 24. The more Lin Xiao writes, the more he feels his thoughts flowing like a spring. Although this does not bring him back to the state of enlightenment where his brain function exceeded 4, this continuous surge of inspiration is equally precious. Even when he encounters certain problems, he can swiftly resolve them. Thus, with each line of formulas and an array of combinations of English letters, Arabic numerals, and Greek letters, he utilizes countless sheets of draft paper. Some discarded while others are set aside for reference. Time passes swiftly. He can already sense that he is nearing an unprecedented proximity to his final outcome. After an indeterminate period, Sun Yu, Ouyang Sheng, and others who also completed their exams returned with their 2 team leaders. Seeing Lin Xiao's tightly shut door, they shook their heads, opting not to disturb him. Who knows if Lin Shun can solve that problem? Since we refer to him as Lin Shun, all we need to do is believe in the divine. I should craft an altar for Lin Shun and pray daily at home, hoping to possess even half of his brilliance. Half as brilliant. You must be aiming for the heavens. The group laughed heartily, continuing to recount their examination experiences and comparing answers. Nonetheless, they generally felt quite satisfied with their performance, confident in all but the 3rd and 6th questions, which they found particularly challenging. Engaged in conversation, they continued until the afternoon, even taking a break for a meal. As for Lin Xiao, although he did not join them for dinner, they brought food back for him. as they had always done whenever he became so immersed in his research that he neglected to eat. By evening, they began planning to venture out for a late-night snack to compensate for the days spent dining solely at the hotel, and to experience the local culture. Just as they were about to leave, the door creaked open, and Lin Xiao emerged from within. "Oh, Lin Shun, your timing is quite fortuitous. We were just about to head out." "Going out to eat?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Indeed." "Then let us go." Lin Xiao patted his stomach, awkwardly admitting, "I'm a bit hungry." "Good heavens, Lin Shun actually feels hunger," they exclaimed, immediately urging him to hurry, so he wouldn't go hungry. Lin Xiao looked at their enthusiasm, shaking his head in resignation. Since 10:30 that morning until around 3 in the afternoon, he had only consumed the Romanian specialty cabbage rolls and a small plate of grilled minced meat they had brought back. Now, nearly 10 o'clock, he was indeed quite hungry. It was a rare occasion where he had been so engrossed in research that he literally forgot to eat. Of course, after such an extensive period of study, he had made considerable progress. Although he had not yet succeeded, he could now ascertain that his direction was correct. As long as he continued onward, success was increasingly within reach. However, one must remember that man is like iron and food is like steel. It is wise to first satisfy one's hunger before attending to other matters. Subsequently, Lin Xiao departed the hotel with his companions to indulge in a late-night feast while appreciating. The following 2 days were devoted to the grading of IMO examination papers, during which each participant was also organized for a hiking activity. Nonetheless, consumed by his own inquiries, Lin Xiao chose to remain ensconced in the hotel, immersed in his research. Finally, on July 12, his study reached its conclusion. Gazing at the lengthy equation before him, he reflected on the arduous journey he had undertaken, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thus, it is completed. Should I refer to it as Lin's group transformation theory or Lin's modulus transformation method? Never mind. Let us not dwell on that. I must first resolve the final issue at hand. The concluding problem pertains to the distribution of Mersenne primes. At this moment, what once seemed an insurmountable chasm of uncertainty was now within his grasp. Chapter 87. Proof completed thus, substituting an equation. 2. In proceeding with the transformation, Lin Xiao executed his final steps. Eventually, his brow lifted slightly as he beheld the ultimate result he had derived. When Gx, Fx, Tx, Xn, the Fx, Pnth Mersenne number is prime. At this juncture, Lin Xiao's final achievement was realized. He successfully predicted the distribution of the Mersenne sequence, pinpointing each term with precision. Moreover, he proved the existence of infinitely many Mersenne primes. As X belongs to the set of all positive integers, and evidently, there are an infinite number of positive integers, thus implying the infinite existence of Mersenne primes. Through the relationship he ultimately established, contemporary scholars need only substitute all known prime numbers to effortlessly ascertain whether a number is a Mersenne prime. Of course, this assertion may seem devoid of significance, as we remain constrained by the largest known prime, which also happens to be the largest discovered Mersenne prime, identified on December 26, 2017, as 27723291171, boasting nearly 23 million digits in decimal form. However, the reality is more nuanced, for we cannot ascertain whether there exists a missing link, perhaps one or even two, between the largest and second largest Mersenne primes, nor can we guarantee that the same holds true for the second and third largest. Indeed, in the past, mathematicians frequently encountered such elusive gaps. In the ongoing project, known as the Great Internet Mersenne Prime Search, GMPS, among the 51 Mersenne primes discovered to date, many intermediate primes were identified only after a larger Mersenne prime was found. Now, Lin Xiao has definitively resolved this quandary. Given sufficient time, all such gaps will be effortlessly uncovered, and we will be able to discover primes larger than the current known ones. After all, the largest Mersenne prime is based on the prime 77232917 as its exponent, and humanity has evidently discovered many primes larger than 77232917, such as the prime 825899933, which, if utilized for calculations, could potentially lead to the discovery of even greater primes. 28258993331 was identified as the largest Mersenne prime in December 2018. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xiao set down his pen, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had finally accomplished it. Was now July 12, with 3 days remaining until the submission deadline. During this time, he needed to organize his findings on the computer and then translate them into English for submission to the National Mathematicians Conference. Although time was somewhat tight, it involved relatively simple tasks compared to resolving the problem he had just tackled, having spent almost a month on it. Stretching and taking a sip of water, Lin Xiao was greeted by the system's melodious notification. Congratulations, host, for determining the distribution of Mersenne primes. Considering your various performances during the research, you are awarded 300 mathematics experience, 10 truth points, and a sage state for 15 hours. Congratulations, host. Your mathematics level has reached level 3. Current experience, 246 1000. But upon hearing this notification, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. He had gained a remarkable 300 experience points, along with an additional 10 truth points. The 15 hours of sage state was even more delightful, as it could directly enhance his brain development by 50%. After experiencing it once, he had already savored the sensation akin to grasping the essence of the universe. And now, with his higher brain development, the enhancement would surely be even more significant. I've reached mathematics level 3. Shouldn't there be an enhancement for brain development as well? Lin Xiao suddenly recalled this. The system promptly responded, mathematics raised to level 3. Awarded 0.4 brain development point 0.4. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. 0.4 translates to approximately 13 of his current brain development. Truly, level 3 is remarkable. Just as he was reveling in this, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a heaviness in his head, a dizzy sensation washing over him. This was a side effect of significant brain development enhancement, while a lower increase, such as the previous 0.05, had left him feeling a bit cool-headed. However, these were mere trifles. After a brief moment, he felt his mind beginning to clear, as if entering a true sage state. Of course, the thoughts racing through his mind were not philosophical quandaries, but rather various mathematical problems. At this moment, his understanding of mathematics had significantly deepened. If he were to revisit his previous work with his current level of comprehension, he estimated he could resolve it in less than 10 days, rather than the 20-plus days it had previously taken. Reflecting on his current state, Lin Xiao commenced organizing his results, inputting them into the computer. He had utilized over 50 sheets of draft paper for his calculations, and the unused ones likely numbered even more, close to 100. If he were to compile everything into a Word document, it would likely span 70 to 80 pages. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. It appeared he would need to work diligently over the next 3 days. Time passed swiftly. The following day, July 13th, the IMO closing ceremony was set to commence today. Lin Xiao yawned as he departed the hotel with his teammates, making their way to the stadium where the earlier exams had taken place. The closing ceremony set to commence here as well. Lin Shun, did you work hard last night? Sun Yu asked mischievously upon seeing Lin Xiao, revealing a knowing expression that men often share. Get lost, Lin Xiao retorted, pushing him away in annoyance. With a closing ceremony scheduled for today and an 11-hour flight back to Beijing awaiting him the following day, his time was decidedly limited. He had stayed up until 4 in the morning, only succumbing to sleep at his desk due to overwhelming fatigue. That he awoke at 8 that morning, had a quick meal, and resumed his work until 6 o'clock, when he finally paused to attend the closing ceremony. Unable to stave off sleep any longer, it was evident that he would have to continue working late into the night, with the prospect of sleep postponed until he boarded the plane the next day. Fortunately, he had nearly finished organizing the Chinese version, leaving only the translation into English and a final review. Having learned from previous experiences, he felt little concern regarding translation issues, especially with the International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO, committee ready to assist with revisions. Such matters were not worth worrying about for now, as he was certain he could submit everything before the 15th. Thus, Lin Xiao occasionally dozed off as they arrived at the venue for the closing ceremony. Unable to endure his drowsiness, he purchased a can of coffee from a nearby vending machine to rejuvenate his spirits. Upon arrival, they were guided by the staff to their designated seats. The ceremony commenced promptly once everyone was present. Chairman George at IGG addressed the audience from the podium, summarizing the IMO conference with a series of platitudes that lulled Lin Xiao into a slumber against his seat. However, after approximately 10 minutes, George at IGG concluded his speech and announced, "Now, I shall begin announcing the names of the competitors who excelled in this year's IMO." The first name he called out was that of a contestant who achieved a perfect score of 42 points. Huagua. Lin Xiao. Thunderous applause erupted, with all eyes turning toward the Huagua team. This name would surely be etched in the memory of all participants at this year's IMO. Submitting his papers within an hour on both examination days was enough to ensure his recognition. And the news he had shared with Professor Pompey during their conversation had circulated among competitors in the preceding days. Therefore, no one was surprised by Lin Xiao's perfect score. In fact, they regarded it as a given. Had he not scored perfectly, they would have found it peculiar. However, when they spotted Lin Xiao from the Huagua team, slumbering in his seat, they were taken aback. Was that indeed Lin Xiao, the prodigy? It seemed even the great ones indulged in sleep and cherished their freedom. Meanwhile, on the Huagua team, upon hearing the chairman announce Lin Xiao's name and seeing him asleep, Li Huaimin quickly shook him awake, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, you scored full marks? Wake up! It's just full marks. Let me sleep a bit longer." Lin Xiao mumbled, shifting slightly without opening his eyes. Sun Yu and the others exchanged glances, bemused. "Goodness, are you deliberately trying to undermine us who understand Chinese?" The surrounding individuals, oblivious to Lin Xiao's mutterings, failed to comprehend his words. While those who could understand felt genuinely affronted, it was akin to Lin Xiao casting a spell of indiscriminate magical attack, only for the surroundings to be imbued with magic immunity, leaving only his teammates vulnerable. At that moment, George.IGG continued announcing the next name, that of James Lin from the American team. All attention shifted to the American side, leaving Li Huaimin resignedly shaking his head, opting not to rouse Lin Xiao further until it was time for them to take the stage. Meanwhile, George.IGG continued to read out the names of other participants. 3 individuals achieved perfect scores, including Lin Xiao and James Lin, along with another contestant from the British team, all sharing the honor of being tied for first place. Yet this was merely a matter of scores. The true measure of strength became evident when considering how early Lin Xiao had submitted his papers, a fact well understood by all present. Subsequently, the 41-point category remained vacant, as no contestant attained that score, which was not unusual. The 40-point category featured 2 competitors, one being Ouyang Sheng and the other from the American team. AS names continue to be called for scores below 40. George.IGG finally announced, a score of 31 marks the gold medal threshold for this competition. Upon hearing this, disappointed murmurs filled the air, predominantly from those who had yet to hear their scores, clearly having missed the mark for gold. However, those who had secured gold medals erupted in cheers, and the Huagua team was engulfed in a frenzy of celebration. Their lowest score was 31, achieved by Zhou Zi, meaning all 6 members had struck gold. With a collective score of 217, they were destined to claim the title of top team. Chapter 89. IMO Special Award. Incredible. 66-66. We are first. We are champions. Sun Yu and the others leapt in exuberance, embracing one another in a display of their excitement. Lin Shun, Ouyang Sheng, upon noticing Lin Xiao still dozing in his seat, impulsively yanked him upright. Shouting, "Lin Shun, wake up!" Lin Xiao, bewildered, was pulled from his slumber, wearing an expression that suggested he had not yet fully grasped the situation. "What happened?" he inquired. "That we 6 have all won gold medals. First place is secured," Ouyang Sheng exclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao finally understood Ouyang Sheng's words. Turning to see Sun Yu and the others in a state of elation, a smile crept across his face. "Congratulations to you all." "Oh, don't just congratulate us. Congratulate yourself." Ouyang Sheng clapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder, chuckling, then glanced at him, asking, "Aren't you excited?" "Excited?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "I feel okay, just neutral." His drowsiness left him with little energy for exuberance. Ouyang Sheng replied, "My apologies, I keep forgetting to treat a god as a mere mortal." Lin Xiao shrugged once more, yawning, then took a sip from the coffee he had purchased earlier, remarking, "This coffee is utterly useless." He turned to look at Li Huaimin and Chen Xiuxing, who were equally animated, with Li Huaimin already on the phone with contacts back home. Once the call connected, he exclaimed, "We are first, 6 golds. Our 6 children are the finest." After 3 years without a first-place finish, this victory was monumental for Huagua's mathematics education, revitalizing the emphasis on nurturing mathematical talent. Meanwhile, on stage, George E.IGG continued to announce the recipients of the silver and bronze medals. The silver medal threshold was set at 25 points, while the bronze was at 16, with an honorary award serving as a consolation for those who did not receive any accolades. The names of those individuals went unspoken. As the medal recipients celebrated their achievements, those who fell short of expectations were engulfed in disappointment, with some even shedding tears, including several female participants. Yet amidst the joy and sorrow, it was clear that merely participating in such an international competition was a testament to one's abilities, placing them among the elite in their country. After all, participation mattered. Even the 20 or so contestants who did not score a single point still clapped for those who excelled, observing the audience's diverse reactions. George E.IGG smiled and continued, "Now, we will present medals to the competitors from each national team. First, let us invite the team from Huagua, who secured the title of overall champions, to the stage." Upon hearing this, Li Huaimin said to Lin Xiao and the others, "Let us go up." They rose from their seats, with Li Huaimin seizing the prepared flagpole, proudly displaying the red flag adorned with 5 yellow stars. Shimmering with glory as a testament to the honor belonging to the youth of Huajiu, in addition to the flagpole, Li Huaimin produced 2 pieces of red cloth from his pocket, handing them to Lin Xiao and the others, instructing, "Remember to unfold these when you take the stage." Recognizing the significance of the red cloth, symbols of their nation adorned with 5 stars, they felt a profound sense of pride welling within them. When they arrived, the Secretary General of the Mathematical Society of Huagua addressed them, expressing the nation's anticipation for their triumphant return. They, in turn, did not disappoint their homeland's expectations, successfully bringing honor to their country and preparing for their glorious homecoming. Subsequently, they ascended the podium together, facing the thronging media and the envious gazes of other national teams. Present points 6 youths, each adorned with smiles. Even Lin Xiao, who had been dozing moments ago and seemed indifferent to the proceedings, now appeared invigorated and filled with renewed spirit. At the very least, they had brought some glory to their nation. Following this, the president of the IMO, George IGG, began to award them their gold medals. As the top scorer, Lin Xiao was naturally the first to receive his medal. After approaching him, George IGG took the gold medal from a tray held by a nearby staff member and personally draped it around Lin Xiao's neck. Smiling as he said, "Congratulations, contestant Lin Xiao." "Thank you, Mr. IGG," Lin Xiao replied. With a chuckle, George IGG remarked, "I believe you will have many more opportunities to ascend to even grander podiums in the future to claim your rewards. Perhaps the Fields Medal?" Taken aback by the president's high regard, Lin Xiao smiled and responded, "While I am grateful for your trust, let us leave the Fields Medal to fate. Trust my vision. Do you know the Fields medalist of 2014? Arthur Avila? He too participated in the International Olympiad and secured a gold medal. I once told him the same." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "Then I shall thank you for your faith." "Believe in me and believe in yourself," George IGG said, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder before recalling something and adding, "Oh, by the way, there is a surprise awaiting you shortly. You may look forward to it." After this, he approached Ouyang Sheng, adorned him with a gold medal, and offered a word of encouragement, albeit only a brief one. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao found himself pondering what this surprise could be. What kind of surprise could it be? Suddenly, he began to piece it together. After the medal presentations, it was time for a group photo. Lin Xiao and his teammates unfurled the 5-starred red flag, while Li Huaimin waved the flagpole in jubilation. As the moment was captured, this photograph, once transmitted back home, would undoubtedly incite a wave of celebration. They then descended from the stage and returned to their seats, followed by the American team receiving their medals for second place. With an impressive tally of 5 golds and 1 silver, totaling 212 points, only 5 points shy of Huagua's team, marking a narrow victory for them. Nonetheless, a victory is a victory, although termed a narrow win. A 5-point margin still signifies a considerable gap, especially since all but one member of the American team scored gold, with each point on a gold medal representing an invisible chasm in deeper mathematical prowess. Thus, Huagua's triumph was not a matter of mere chance, but a testament to absolute strength. Once back in their seats, they erupted in celebration once more. Meanwhile, the ceremony continued, with national teams taking the stage one after another. The process was lengthy, yet everyone patiently awaited their turn. Finally, after all the medals had been awarded, George IgG returned to the podium. By this point, his fatigue was palpable, yet his expression remained spirited as he solemnly declared, "Next, we shall present the special award for this year's IMO." The announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the audience. Aside from the gold, silver, and bronze medals, as well as honorary awards, the IMO also bestows a special award, granted to participants who have employed ingenious solutions or successfully generalized a problem. The last recipient of a special award was in 2005, a staggering 13 years ago. Such awards were common prior to the 1990s, with some contestants even receiving multiple special awards in the 1980s. However, since the 1990s, the occurrence of such awards has dwindled, with only 2 instances in 1995 and 2005. That the reason for this scarcity lies in the exhaustive nature of mathematical problem-solving methods, coupled with the IMO's strict confines of subject matter, which, while broader than high school mathematics, remains significantly narrower than university-level mathematics. Consequently, even when arranging and combining knowledge within the official syllabus, the pool of possibilities is finite. And the problem-setting committee, being human, has its limitations. While they can formulate sufficiently challenging problems, the underlying patterns remain discernible. Moreover, the evolution of educational environments across nations has contributed to the absence of recipients for the special award in recent times. However, this time, George IgG's announcement of a special award left everyone incredulous, and soon nearly all eyes turned toward the Huagua team, particularly that young contestant. Among the competitors present, who was most likely to receive the special award? It seemed that only that youth stood a chance. As anticipated, George IgG formally announced, the recipient of this special award is contestant Lin Xiao from the Huagua team. He employed a remarkably unique method to solve the third problem of the first day's examination, culminating in a proof that was both concise and elegant. As he spoke, Lin Xiao's proof appeared on the large screen behind him, meticulously formatted for clarity. The audience scrutinized the presentation, and those who grasped it were soon struck with astonishment. Perfect! The method was nothing short of exquisite. They could not help but wonder how Lin Xiao had conceived the introduction of Euler's formula. Point 1 was a combinatorial problem, while the other was the former only tangentially related to algebra, yet the latter offered a solution. Even given ample time, they doubted they could have arrived at such a proof. Additionally, Lin Xiao's transformations during the calculation were equally breathtaking. Without those transformations, the application of Euler's formula would have been utterly impossible. Meanwhile, on the American team's side, James Lin, having reviewed Lin Xiao's proof, gently shook his head and exchanged glances with his teammates, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. The disparity was simply overwhelming. Could Huagua's education truly produce such formidable students? They found it hard to believe. On the other hand, the Huagua team was once again engulfed in delight. Li Huaimin gazed at Lin Xiao, embracing him with both arms, his face a mixture of disbelief and joy, reminiscent of Guardiola witnessing Lewandowski score 5 goals in 9 minutes. He truly had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would capture the special award, a distinction that had not been conferred in over a decade. For the Huagua team, it marked the first time one of their contestants had received the special award, signifying that Lin Xiao had created history for Huagua in the IMO. Li Huaimin gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, overcome with joy, and could only say, "Lin Xiao, you did exceptionally well. Go up and receive your award." Lin Xiao nodded, having already mentally prepared himself for the special award, as the previous president had hinted at a surprise awaiting him. What surprise could the IMO hold? Surely it was the special award. Reflecting on his previous sentiments, he had once thought that not standing on the IMO podium with a golden medal would be a regret in life. Now, not only had he donned that golden medal, but he had also attained a special award that had not been awarded in years. Yet he remained remarkably composed. He left his seat once more and ascended the stage alone, drawing the gaze of all present. "Congratulations, young man. This is the surprise I spoke of. How does it feel? George IGG smiled at Lin Xiao as he approached. IT feels quite good. Thank you, Mr. IGG. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Oh, there's no need to thank me. You earned this through your own efforts, which has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, the decision to grant you the special award was unanimous among our committee. So it is not solely my decision. Exceptional individuals deserve exceptional recognition and honor, George IGG said with a smile, as a staff member approached with a tray bearing the trophy. The special award was a transparent trophy. Its design distinctive and remarkable. George IGG cradled the trophy in his hands, then presented it to Lin Xiao. This trophy has awaited its owner for quite some time. After 13 years, it finally reemerges before the world. Yet, I am certain that it will take pride in you as its owner in the future. Lin Xiao solemnly accepted the trophy, a look of deep reflection gracing his face. The first trophy I obtained myself. Previously, I had only received medals, but this is the sole trophy. He then lifted his head to gaze at George Egan, offering a slight smile as he remarked, I shall not disappoint its expectations. George Egan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I too look forward to that day. Having served as the president of the IMO for many years, he had encountered countless mathematical prodigies, yet only Lin Xiao stood out as the student he deemed most gifted in mathematics. He also believed Lin Xiao had the greatest potential to secure the Fields Medal in the future. In fact, he frequently told the most exceptional competitors from various countries that they had the opportunity to win the Fields Medal. As a form of encouragement, hoping they would strive towards this goal in the future, for the 2014 Fields Medal laureate, he mentioned to Lin Xiao that was a fabrication. The gold medal won by Artur Avila at the IMO occurred over 20 years ago. And at that time, George Egan was not yet the president of the IMO, so he could not have presented a medal to Artur Avila and suggested the possibility of winning the Fields Medal. Of course, he believed Lin Xiao would not specifically research such matters. Therefore, as long as Lin Xiao believed him, his words would undoubtedly serve as a source of motivation. This was the contribution he, as the president of the IMO, could make to the future of mathematics and to this young individual. Chapter 91. How did you know my son won the gold medal? With the conclusion of the closing ceremony, the 59th International Mathematical Olympiad officially came to an end. Following this, there would be a day of rest, and the next day, they could board the flight back to their homeland, the biggest winners. The Huagua team felt the warmth from their country even before their return, receiving numerous phone calls and inquiries from various media outlets eager to interview them upon their return. However, Lin Xiao found it peculiar that he had not received a single call, while others were inundated with phone calls. Ouyang Sheng, Sun Yu, and the others were all receiving a constant barrage of calls. It was only when Lin Xiao received a call from his father, Lin Gun, that he realized the reason. After having been bombarded by the domestic media due to his top ranking, he had long set up call forwarding to his father. Don't set up call forwarding anymore. I am just answering calls at work. My boss said no one has received more calls than I have. Hearing his father's complaints, Lin Xiao chuckled. Don't say that. My mom just messaged me saying you were laughing so hard while answering calls that you couldn't close your mouth. Your mother is slandering me. That's pure slander. After a few exchanges, Lin Guan also began to laugh, for indeed, he had reason to be delighted, as who would not be pleased to hear kind words. Just then, a colleague asked him, Old Lin, are you going to have a drink after work today? He expressed a look of surprise and replied, How did you know my son won the gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad? His colleague looked utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Then, in astonishment, he added, Oh, you even know he not only won the gold medal but also received a special award. Following this, there were congratulations all around. Cheers, good luck. Thank you. Consequently, everyone in his department became aware of the news, prompting one of their supervisors to exclaim in annoyance, Stop boasting already. Lin Xiao smiled and said, You just bear with it a little longer. Help me answer calls for a few more days. I'm currently busy finishing my paper, which I need for the International Congress of Mathematicians. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lin Guan naturally did not refuse. All right, just be careful over there and give me a call when you return at him. Lin Xiao acknowledged before hanging up that IT was currently 8 a.m. in Romania, which meant it was 1 p.m. back in Huagua. As for the closing ceremony that had already taken place yesterday, however, he had not slept the previous night, as he had been busy organizing his paper. which was finally complete. With a deep yawn, Lin Xiao added the final citations and, recalling something, appended a few sentences at the end of the main text. I would like to express my gratitude to Professors Poincare and Selberg. Their manuscripts provided immense assistance in resolving this issue, allowing me to stand on the shoulders of giants. Furthermore, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Poincare, who graciously provided the manuscript from both himself and Professor Selberg. Professor Poincare has inspired me with the warmth of the mathematical community, and I will dedicate myself to mathematics with equal fervor, living up to expectations. With these additions, the entire report was finally complete. Regardless of the circumstances, Professor Poincare had indeed provided significant assistance, and it was only fitting to acknowledge this in the text. Finally, it was time to send the report. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. It was now July 14th, and tomorrow would be July 15th. Just in time, he then opened his email, located the message from the IMU, and entered the report submission website to upload his paper. Subsequently, he collapsed onto his bed, finding the most comfortable position. 3, 2, 1. He fell asleep. The fatigue from the past days of intense study had left him utterly exhausted, and he desperately needed a deep slumber to replenish his spirit. As for other matters, they could wait until he woke up. Meanwhile, in South America, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, although the International Congress of Mathematicians would commence in August, preparations for the event had already begun. Various departments of the International Mathematical Union were engaged in their respective preparations, and the group responsible for liaising with all the presenters was also busy with their tasks. However, as most matters concerning the presenters had been settled, they found themselves enjoying some leisure time to chat. Has Professor Lafarge's report been finalized? It was finalized long ago, but to be honest, Professor Lafarge plans to explore the Langlands program using sea snakes. I reviewed his report, and it is absolutely brilliant. One staff member remarked. Another staff member nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, it is remarkable, through the analysis of conformal field theory. He explored algebraic variations in dimension 1 and non-singular addition points, achieving global parameterization of the Langlands in the reduction group. It's quite impressive. I had to read it several times to understand it. Though I still have some questions and plan to attend the presentation, that I really can't comprehend how you researchers of the Langlands program manage your studies. I can't even grasp my meager Hilbert space. Come on, didn't you just publish a paper in Advances in Mathematics? I heard that São Paulo University has invited you to teach. Why don't you go? I'll go after this conference is over. Others cast envious glances at him. These staff members were mostly young, perhaps freshly graduated from their doctoral programs, and being able to teach at a university would be the ideal path for them. Especially since they were studying mathematics, becoming a teacher was the best outcome. Otherwise, they would have to delve into other fields of knowledge, as mathematics is a foundational discipline in applied areas. Mere foundational mathematics would not suffice. For instance, in finance or algorithms, one would have to acquire knowledge in other domains, which could also be a viable path. However, those who once occupied the pinnacle of the academic hierarchy might find it somewhat reluctant to pursue such studies. At that moment, someone turned to another colleague responsible for number theory reports and asked, by the way, Tom, have you heard back from that young mathematical genius from Huagua? Is he going to surprise us? Tom replied, don't mention it. He hasn't responded in the past couple of days. Tomorrow is July 15th. I wonder if he LL submit on time, that I hope Professor Viana doesn't come looking for trouble. Ha ha. The surrounding staff erupted in laughter. Chapter 92. Is this madness? Regarding the young mathematical genius from Huagua, they were all aware of the situation. Even they could not help but marvel at the young prodigy's extraordinary fortune. As the International Congress of Mathematicians, held every 4 years, coincidentally aligned with his opportunity. Originally, a professor who had received an invitation to this year's Congress earlier had suffered a car accident and required several months of recuperation at home, making him unable to attend. That professor was deeply regretful, as this was the International Congress of Mathematicians, an event where hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, of mathematical researchers worldwide aspired for an invitation, and to miss it would leave them utterly despondent for days. However, fortune seemed to play a zero-sum game. One professor was unfortunate, while a mathematical genius was fortunate. Typically, in such cases, substitutes are not made, but a professor in the field of number theory within the International Mathematical Union recalled a recent paper that proved the existence of infinitely many prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence. Due to his keen interest in prime number problems, he proposed inviting the paper's author to the International Congress of Mathematicians to discuss his methods. The other professors in the number theory field unanimously agreed, thus granting the author, an 18-year-old youth, the opportunity to present at the International Congress of Mathematicians, that he thus became the youngest presenter at the International Congress of Mathematicians. For the staff, upon hearing this news, there was nothing but envy. However, it now seems that the Chinese mathematical prodigy named Lin Xiao may miss this opportunity, as he has yet to submit his paper. Just a few days ago, he even mentioned wanting to surprise the International Congress of Mathematicians. While it must be acknowledged that the problem he resolved indeed brought astonishment to the mathematical community, that surprise occurred several months ago. Could he possibly produce another groundbreaking result? They all doubted his ability to do so, believing that this mathematical genius might be a tad overambitious. One of them, Tom, shook his head and said, "Well, let's wait and see. Perhaps he has sent it just now, although that seems unlikely." He then stood up, walked over to the nearby computer, opened their paper submission website, glanced at the back end, and was left in disbelief that, oh, he actually sent it. The title is, "Oh my goodness." His exclamation caught the attention of his colleagues. They instinctively turned to see what had astonished Tom and clamored, "What's the title? Don't leave us hanging." The title is a new group transformation method and the determination of Mersenne prime distribution. Upon hearing Tom utter the title, the staff exchanged puzzled glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. Mersenne primes? Aren't those the prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence? Indeed, did he not resolve the existence of infinitely many primes within the Fibonacci sequence? How did it transform into the distribution of Mersenne primes? Are you sure you didn't misread it? Or rather, are you certain it's that Lin Xiao? I'm certain it's him. I can't possibly be illiterate, Tom replied. He mentioned in the abstract that he combined group theory and modular forms to construct an entirely new homomorphic group transformation method, and then definitively established the distribution pattern of Mersenne primes among Mersenne numbers. In an instant, these mathematical PhDs from world-renowned universities could not help but rise to their feet. Are you joking? He resolved the distribution pattern of Mersenne primes. He combined group theory and modular forms to tackle a problem in number theory. My goodness, it feels as if you were discussing the Langlands program again, Tom, exasperated, said. Why would I joke about this? I'm quite certain. Then what are we waiting for? Let's take a look, quickly. Immediately, a crowd gathered around, eager to view this paper. If its contents matched the abstract, they would have to admit that this indeed constituted a remarkable surprise for the International Congress of Mathematicians, and a monumental one at that. To think that a young 18-year-old has provided answers to a problem studied by giants of Mersenne prime research is something they could scarcely believe. Seeing the throng of people, Tom irritably remarked, I must first send this to Chair Viana, and then seek the council members responsible for the review. We still don't know if they will approve it. Please stop crowding. Only upon hearing Tom's words did they remember the gravity of the situation. They were still considered novices in the mathematical community, naturally not authorized to review these submissions. Their maximum responsibility lay in correcting formatting and coordinating with the presenters. The reviewing duties fell to the esteemed professors within the Mathematical Alliance. Before anything, the paper must first be forwarded to the chair of this year's organizing committee, who would be responsible for contacting reviewers to assess the presentation. If any issues arose, they would reach out to the presenter, much like the process of publishing in academic journals. Hence, the submission deadline for conference papers typically precedes the conference's commencement by a significant margin. Lin Xiao's case was exceedingly rare. The assumption was that he would merely need to reformat existing results, which would not take long, and one anticipated he would take this so seriously and produce such a significant result. Thus, whether he would pass the review became uncertain if he failed to do so. It would indeed mean this mathematical genius would miss a remarkable opportunity. Subsequently, Tom forwarded the manuscript to Chair Marcelo Viana. Viana is a researcher at the National Institute of Pure and Applied Mathematics, IMPA, in Brazil, the country's premier mathematical research institution, that is the host of this International Congress of Mathematicians. Vianu was responsible for the administrative aspects of the event. Upon receiving the paper from the presenter liaison team, he immediately took notice. Upon reading the message, he furrowed his brow slightly. The young presenter from China has only just submitted his report. As a manager of the conference, he was not fond of such unexpected developments, as they implied uncertainty. Naturally, as the chair of the organizing committee, he desired the conference to proceed smoothly without any issues. Therefore, when the decision was made to invite this Chinese presenter, he had been somewhat reluctant. However, during the meeting, Professor Peter Sarnak from Princeton University had suggested it, and others had concurred, leaving no choice but to extend the invitation. Now, the paper had only just been submitted. He was curious what it was that took a month for submission. However, when he opened the paper and saw the title, his eyes widened in astonishment. The determination of the distribution of Mersenne primes? This is madness. Even Viana, who had little expertise in number theory, had heard of the illustrious Mersenne primes. Numerous historical figures renowned for their studies on Mersenne primes, such as Euclid and Mersenne himself, not to mention Fermat, Gauss, and Goldbach, had all attempted to tackle this problem, yet to no avail. Naturally, these mathematicians were from a bygone era, and the mathematical tools available to them paled in comparison to today's resources. Furthermore, their research lacked the conveniences of modern times. They had no internet or platforms like AR-14 to access global research papers. It was precisely because of this that such great mathematicians emerged, leading the advancement of mathematics through their individual efforts in their time. They were all polymaths. In contrast, today's mathematical disciplines have become increasingly specialized, with countless new fields emerging. Take the algebraic geometry pioneered by Grothendieck, for instance. It could occupy mathematicians for a lifetime, not to mention the concepts Lin Xiao employed. For example, group theory was only established by Galois years after Gauss's passing, while the theory of modular forms did not even emerge until the late 19th century and only matured in the 20th century. Thus, it would be misleading to assert that Lin Xiao's solution to this problem renders him superior to those masters. It merely indicates he possesses a broader array of mathematical tools, echoing Newton's famous assertion that he stood on the shoulders of giants. Although Newton's statement was originally a jab at a mathematician named Hooke. Initially surprised by the title, Viana's expression soon turned serious. However, I recall that his paper was supposed to relate to the Fibonacci sequence. So how did it shift to Mersenne primes? Such a significant result should not be presented at the International Congress of Mathematicians without meticulous and rigorous review. Moreover, there are still over 2 weeks left. My goodness, this is just complicating matters. Viana ran his fingers through his hair, and finally, after a moment of deliberation, he decided to send it to Professor Sarnak for review. However, that young man from China had better not present any major issues. If he intends to shine at the International Congress of Mathematicians, he must first ensure he does not make any mistakes. Otherwise, the conference would have no choice but to prevent him from becoming a laughingstock. Muttering this to himself, he sent the paper to Peter Sarnak, who, as a member of the International Mathematical Union, was also duty-bound to undertake the review work. At Princeton University, in Professor Peter Sarnak's office. Sarnak, the recipient of the Wolf Prize in Mathematics for his review of Lin Xiao's paper on the prime numbers of the Fibonacci sequence, was currently engaged in the review process, a responsibility he held as the editor of the Mathematical Annual. However, he suddenly noticed a message from the International Congress of Mathematicians. Is it from Chair Viana of this year's Congress? Upon recognizing the message from the organizing committee chair, he ceased his work and opened the message. Soon, he understood Viana's intent. Lin Xiao has only just submitted his report. Realizing this, Professor Sarnak was momentarily taken aback. With only a little over 2 weeks remaining until the Congress, it was astonishing that Lin Xiao had only just submitted his report. Initially, he had proactively suggested that Lin Xiao come to deliver a report, as it is indeed a rare occasion for a prime number problem to be resolved for those engaged in the realm of number theory. This was evidently a delightful development. Hence, the other professors did not decline the invitation. Naturally, he also harbored the intention of supporting a young mathematician and hoped to become acquainted with Lin Xiao. However, a month has now elapsed, and Lin Xiao has only just compiled the paper. This delay seems rather excessive. Nonetheless, he shook his head. In any case, what mattered was submission. Even if it was somewhat tardy, he then proceeded to download the document sent by Chairman Wiana. Yet, upon opening the file, he found himself momentarily stunned. Group transformation methods and the distribution of Mersenne primes. What is this? Did his original paper even utilize modular forms? Wasn't he employing polynomial transformations? Professor Sanak began to doubt whether this was indeed the Lin Xiao he knew. But a glance at the authorship confirmed it was Lin Xiao. He subsequently questioned whether he was experiencing a lapse in memory. Rubbing his temples, he retrieved a cup from nearby and took a sip of coffee to gather his thoughts. He then directed his gaze towards the abstract. After reading it, his eyes widened in astonishment, prompting him to take another sip of coffee to steady his nerves. Next, he glanced at the pagination. 78 pages in total. The coffee he had just swallowed nearly went down the wrong way. Coughing, he was met with concern from his graduate students. "Professor, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Sanak reassured, patting his chest, and once he felt comfortable, he furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the paper on his computer. Ultimately, he could only manage a wry smile. This Lin Xiao had truly presented him with a surprise. However, this surprise had been delivered in two parts. He was currently grappling with the shock and hoped to eventually receive the latter half, the delight. Yet, he would need to read through the paper to ascertain that. This indeed posed a challenging predicament. 78 pages. Would he be able to present it comprehensively in 45 minutes? Sighing, he refrained from hastily diving in. As the paper was quite lengthy and the conclusions astonishing, he needed to consult some mathematician friends for assistance. But who among his mathematician acquaintances could he reach out to? Perhaps Pierre Delin, a Fields Medal laureate and a permanent member of the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. What about Bergen? Yet he likely had no time. Another Fields Medal recipient, or perhaps Langlands. However, he was currently in Turkey, engaged in who knows what. The originator of the mathematical unification theory, the Langlands program. Pompidou was still traveling in Europe and probably wouldn't arrive until the mathematicians' conference commenced. Never mind, Delin would do. He should have some free time. Having settled on whom to contact, Sanak reached out to Professor Delin, sending him the paper, after which he began to read through it himself. Chapter 94. What kind of image is Lin Xiao? For Professor Sanak, reviewing papers was a frequent endeavor, especially as the editor of the Journal of Mathematics, where numerous submissions required his scrutiny, particularly those with the potential to grace the pages of the journal. Whether they aligned with his research interests or not, many had crossed his desk. Thus, it was only fitting that he review Lin Xiao's report, especially given its significance within the field of number theory. His receipt of the Wolf Prize in Mathematics was closely tied to his contributions in this domain. Just as Professor Pompidou remarked, no mathematician could remain indifferent to the allure of prime number problems. After all, they appear so straightforward, merely a series of positive integers. Although solving them often necessitates the use of various peculiar and complex mathematical symbols, and sometimes requires square roots to render them non-integers, they remain aesthetically simple. Otherwise, why would amateur mathematicians be so eager to tackle Goldbach's conjecture rather than the Riemann hypothesis? They can grasp Goldbach's conjecture with the knowledge gleaned from 9 years of compulsory education, emboldening them to venture forth. As for the Riemann hypothesis, they would likely need to inquire about the nature of the function, let alone the complexities involving the complex plane and complex analysis. Such topics would require them to first study real analysis, only to realize, after much effort, how naive their previous ambitions had been. In summary, prime number problems appear deceptively simple, and Mersenne primes are no exception, to the extent that Professor Sanak himself had once delved into these topics. However, in Lin Xiao's paper, the resolution of the Mersenne prime issue appears within the final 10 pages, while the preceding 60 pages primarily discuss the integration of modular form theory and group theory to achieve transformations of polynomials. Thus, Professor Sanak was currently focused on this section. The earlier transformation seems intriguing. It appears to mirror the methods in his own paper. Indeed, it has been well-organized at this juncture. He thought to himself that Lin Xiao could have presented this portion as a standalone report for the conference, which was what Professor Sanak had initially anticipated. Yet they were only on the 13th page, with a considerable amount still to come. What sort of audacious endeavor has this Lin Xiao undertaken? he finally understood why Professor Wyanna had sought his opinion on Lin Xiao's report. Presumably, Wyanna believed Lin Xiao was deviating from conventional approaches and thus turned to him, the instigator, for guidance. Shaking his head lightly, he resigned himself to continue reading. However, he still hoped to receive that final portion of delight. After all, this was a promising young talent he had taken an interest in. That he resumed his reading. Soon enough, he encountered an intriguing expression. Tar F, frop, PF, detf, frop, PK01. This step was quite fascinating. He continued his examination. F, mod GFGL, toof. The more he read, the closer he leaned toward the screen, striving for clarity. As he approached this segment of transformations, his thoughts began to align, as if two strings his mind had suddenly intertwined, producing a harmonious resonance. This step left him in awe. The audacity of employing such a method was simply astonishing, or rather, remarkably bold. He mused silently, shaking his head in wonder. The ideas of this young man were indeed refreshingly distinct from those of an old-timer like himself. Suddenly recalling something, he grabbed a sheet of scratch paper and began to perform calculations. Thus, time gradually passed. In the office, Sanak's other students observed his demeanor, perplexed by his evident astonishment. He had never exhibited such behavior during previous reviews. One graduate student, under the pretext of making coffee for the professor, approached to glance at Sanak's computer screen. After a moment of scrutiny, he too was bewildered. Whose paper was this? It seemed to pertain to number theory, yet it bore characteristics that did not quite align, incorporating some homomorphic group constructions and seemingly some aspects of modular form theory. Could be a work from a notable figure exploring the Langlands program. This doctoral student from Princeton, abandoning contemplation, opted instead to dutifully prepare coffee for the professor. As time continued to elapse, the lengthy 78-page paper, while initially comprehensible in the first several pages, became increasingly challenging in the subsequent 40-plus pages, necessitating a meticulous approach from Professor Sanak due to the introduction of a new mathematical methodology. The coastal winds blew from morning into evening, and as the sun dipped below the picturesque skyline of Princeton, Professor Sanak finally raised his head from the paper. Perhaps Gauss had also experienced such extraordinary brilliance in his youth. He mused softly, perceiving the thoughts of a great mathematician blossoming within the pages, as if the essence of truth was gestating therein. Historically, renowned scientists have often produced their most significant contributions between the ages of 20 and 40. Consider Einstein's theory of relativity or Newton's calculus and law of universal gravitation. Yet here was Lin Xiao, merely 18 years of age, already having devised such exceptional mathematical theories and resolved the issue of Mersenne prime distribution, since the time of Euclid, the father of geometry, who first investigated this problem over 2,300 years ago. Countless great mathematicians have tirelessly pursued breakthroughs on the deceptively simple form of 2p1, culminating in this remarkable achievement, now resting in the hands of this 18-year-old prodigy. If one were to suggest that this represents Lin Xiao's peak, Professor Sanak would be loath to agree if one were to visualize it through the lens of a normal distribution graph. He believed Lin Xiao's current state resided somewhere on the left side of the graph, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before reaching the pinnacle. However, this is merely his own perception. Whether Lin Xiao's findings truly depict a normal distribution or follow the pattern of Yx, x0, remains uncertain. Chapter 95. The astonishment of two recipients of the Fields Medal and one of the Wolf Prize. Fifth update. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Professor Peter Sarnak finally redirected his gaze to the conclusion of the paper. Did he also manage to prove the Zhou conjecture in passing, upon examining the final 2 pages of Lin Xiao's work? Sarnak raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. The Zhou conjecture is indeed a distinguished problem within the realm of Mersenne prime research. However, due to the extensive range of values it encompasses, it does not substantially aid in the study of the distribution of Mersenne primes. This is because the Zhou conjecture predicts the total count of prime numbers prior to a specific term in the Mersenne series. Consequently, in the grand search for Mersenne primes on the internet, the Zhou conjecture was not employed. Instead, the Lucas-Lemmer test was utilized, preceding which the fast Fourier transform was employed. Nevertheless, Both methods fundamentally exploit the computational capabilities of computers, particularly their ability to perform repetitive tasks, thereby allowing for continual calculations of larger numbers. However, due to the inherent randomness of these approaches, it is not uncommon for certain primes to be overlooked. Yet, it now appears that the grand search for Mersenne primes online is nearing its conclusion. Sarnak felt a sense of relief, and he believed that every mathematician who had ever delved into Mersenne primes would share this sentiment. As they had finally surmounted a monumental challenge in the field of mathematics, it was no wonder that Lin Xiao had only recently submitted his report. At this moment, Professor Sarnak began to ponder when Lin Xiao had embarked on this study. If it was only after learning he was to present at the mathematicians' conference, that would indeed be astonishing. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Professor Pierre Deline. Presumably, Deline had also finished reading the paper. Sarnak smiled slightly. Although Deline did not primarily focus on number theory like him, being a mathematician who had attained the Fields Medal, Abel Prize, Wolf Prize, and Crawford Prize, a veritable grand slam in the mathematical community, he would certainly have no qualms about reviewing it. Thus, considering the time, it was likely that Deline had just completed his reading. He was curious about Deline's thoughts on the matter. At least he had not discovered any issues upon his own review, as the entire argument was remarkably rigorous, leaving no room for criticism. He answered the call, saying, "Professor Deline, what do you think? Who authored this paper?" "Lin Xiao. Did you not notice the name?" "I did, but does Professor Poincar have such a student? Both he and I are retired now." "He surely has no students left, let alone a student from Huagua." Professor Sarnak was taken aback. "Professor Poincar, isn't he currently traveling in Europe? Why do you bring him up?" In the acknowledgments at the end of the paper, Lin Xiao expressed gratitude to Professor Poincar, who provided him with a manuscript of Professor Adel Selberg. That explains why parts of his paper seemed familiar. I recall Selberg mentioning it during our discussions. Sarnak was momentarily stunned. How had Lin Xiao come to know Professor Poincar? One was in Europe, the other in East Asia. Had Poincar been in contact with Lin Xiao? "I am unaware," he could only respond. After some deliberation, the two professors decided to directly inquire with Professor Poincar, so they set up a conference call. Upon realizing their intent, Poincar was not only surprised, but also genuinely delighted. "While traveling in Europe, I received an invitation from the IMO to visit Romania. Once there, I unexpectedly learned that Lin Xiao was among the participants from Huagua. Coincidentally, I had also read his paper on the Fibonacci sequence and found it quite intriguing. So I decided to get acquainted with him. He discussed some of his recent research questions, and I provided a bit of assistance to be, by the way, did you say he has successfully determined the distribution pattern of Mersenne primes?" Hearing Professor Poincar's remarks, both Sarnak and Deline felt it was an incredible coincidence. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, his new group transformation method is indeed capable of predicting the distribution of Mersenne primes. I can assure you that those working on a Langlands program will also be pleasantly surprised. The interplay of group theory, modular forms, and prime number problems. Oh, I sense that my previous research on L functions may also find application here. In summary, with this achievement, he could readily present a 1-hour lecture at the International Congress of Mathematicians in August, though it is regrettable that it is now too late, Deline remarked. Professor Sarnak added. He did not receive an invitation for a 1-hour presentation. However, he has been invited to deliver a 45-minute talk in the realm of number theory, and this paper will serve as the basis for that presentation. Deline was once again astonished. Finally, he sighed. If he were at IES, I would want him as my student. Sarnak replied, "No, you wouldn't. He must first complete his master's and doctoral studies with me. IES surely would not recruit a student who has not yet graduated. And besides, you are already retired. Retirement does not preclude reappointment. I am a lifelong researcher at IES. After all," Deline boasted. Hearing Deline's self-aggrandizing remarks, Sarnak felt at a loss. "You are indeed a heavyweight. I cannot afford to provoke you." The position of lifelong researcher at the Institute for Advanced Study is one of the most esteemed honors in academia, and very few professors obtain it. Deline is certainly one of them, and even Sarnak could not help but feel envious. "Well, let's leave it at that. Yes, there was little more to discuss," Professor Poincar remarked. "It seems I must also prepare to depart for Rio de Janeiro." Deline concurred. "I too look forward to that day." That moment, Professor Sarnak recalled Professor Whale. He still needed to inform him of the results. since even Professor Lin had endorsed the findings and he had detected no errors. It was safe to conclude that there were indeed no issues. Of course, he estimated he would need to review the paper several more times to reaffirm its integrity for such a significant achievement. Meticulousness was paramount. He also intended to consult with other professors in the number theory domain at the mathematicians' conference, as this would serve to promote Lin Xiao's work. Perhaps this seemingly simple 45-minute presentation could evoke a ripple effect comparable to that of a 1-hour lecture. Professor Sarnak mused. Thus, after bidding farewell to one another, the three esteemed mathematicians concluded the video conference. Thanks to Gu Winda for the generous support. Much appreciated. Chapter 96. Behold your trophy. A plane departing from Romania toward Huagua's capital soared across the boundless sky, finally entering Huagua's airspace and drawing ever closer to its destination. On board, all the passengers engaged in conversations about their respective matters, eagerly awaiting arrival. Lin Shun, may I see your trophy? Lin Xiao retorted, get lost. How many times have you asked? This group of individuals have been pestering him with this request ever since he received the special award trophy. Initially, he thought little of it, but eventually realized what they were implying. Can't you all maintain my pure and handsome image? The others rolled their eyes in unison. Oh yes, of course. Lin Xiao shook his head. These people were incorrigible. Indeed, such allure was something he could only appreciate in solitude. At that moment, Chun Xiaoxing suddenly produced several banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at the bills, none of which he recognized, save for $1 bill, which he could identify thanks to countless American films. Curiously, he inquired, what are these? Chun Xiaoxing chuckled. Did I not mention? I bet with the vice captains from other countries that you would emerge an hour early during the exam. Several captains took my wager. The stake was 2 $1 bills from their respective countries that I won, so we split the winnings. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. You actually placed a bet with them. However, the wager was minor, likely just a source of entertainment for the vice captains. He did not refuse, accepting the bills, which totaled 5, indicating that 5 vice captains had wagered against Chun Xiaoxing. Here, this is $1, this is £1, this is a ruble, and these are Singaporean and Romanian currencies. Lin Xiao nodded. He could now consider himself somewhat of a foreign currency holder. He tucked the 5 bills into his pocket and redirected his attention to the computer screen, which displayed his paper. Reviewing his own work served not only to check for any errors or discrepancies, but also to refresh his understanding. At this moment, he pondered the new method outlined in his paper. The confluence of group theory, modular forms, and number theory readily evokes a singular concept in his mind. The Langlands program, that a rudimentary understanding of the Langlands program reveals it to be a collection of conjectures that illuminate the intricate connections among 3 seemingly disparate branches of mathematics: number theory, algebraic geometry, and representation theory of groups, which in truth are deeply interwoven. More complexly articulated, it posits that all n-dimensional Gödel products are indeed self-dual L functions of GLN. Research into this grand unification theory within a mathematical realm is not uncommon. Once the entirety of the Langlands program is proven, it signifies that we can utilize these formerly independent theories as a cohesive whole. This bears immense significance for the mathematical community, akin to the grand unification theory in physics that reconciles quantum mechanics with general relativity. Both theories of grand unification suggest a deeper engagement with the truths of the universe. While the mathematical grand unification may remain inscrutable to the layperson, obscured by an array of Arabic numerals and peculiar symbols, including an assortment of ornate Greek letters, it is inevitable that such mathematics will eventually find application in practical domains. Who can say whether the unification of the Langlands program might influence the grand unification theory in physics? However, Lin Xiao remained unconcerned with such speculations. His acquaintance with algebraic geometry was limited to a textbook he had perused, and he had not delved deeper into the subject. He had merely resolved to name his own Lin group transformation theory as such, recognizing that the scope of groups encompasses a broader spectrum than modular forms. Unbeknownst to him, his theory inadvertently addressed a specific issue within the Langlands program's refined domains to be why representing this group matrix and processing it in a straightforward manner. Lin Xiao recalled a lecture he had attended at the Mathematics Institute of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. The quadratic reciprocity law? He briefly contemplated in his mind, but ultimately shook his head, concluding that he had derived no valuable insights. Just then, a flight attendant approached him, saying, "Sir, the plane is about to land. Please stow away your laptop and tray table to prevent any accidents." Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiao nodded, shut his laptop, stowed it in his bag, and tidied up, clearing his mind and preparing for landing. Approximately half an hour later, the plane landed smoothly, and Lin Xiao and his companions quickly disembarked. After retrieving their luggage, they made their way to the arrivals hall, only to be met with a surprising scene. A throng of people stood in the hall, brandishing red flags and unfurling banners emblazoned with messages such as congratulations to the Huagua team for winning first place in the IMO. And welcome home, champions of the IMO. Youngsters draped in red flags returned home in glory for their nation. Clearly, these individuals had come to welcome them. Wow, why are there so many people? Sun Yu exclaimed. There are so many reporters, too. Li Huaimin, walking alongside, chuckled. They're all here to welcome you. You are our heroes. Upon hearing Li Huaimin's words, the fatigue from the long flight dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. Could they truly be regarded as youthful heroes of their homeland? Perhaps they could. A smile graced Lin Xiao's face. After all, in the face of such recognition, it was hard for anyone not to feel elated. Together, they entered the arrivals hall, where the crowd quickly recognized them and surged forward. At the forefront was Gong Zhou, the Secretary-General of the Huagua Mathematical Society, who approached Lin Xiao and his companions with open arms. Exclaiming, "Welcome home!" Lin Xiao and his friends were soon enveloped by the crowd, who eagerly took their luggage and showered them with warm inquiries. Lin Xiao, as the recipient of a special award, garnered the most attention, with several charming young ladies flashing smiles in his direction. "Lin, you've worked hard. Would you like some water, Lin? Can I touch your trophy, Lin? You're truly remarkable, Lin." Lin Xiao found himself inundated with familiar questions, gradually losing himself amidst the flurry of attention. This was the treatment befitting a hero. Chapter 97. On CCTV. Returning with honor, Lin Xiao and his companions clearly had their hands full during this time. Despite their exhaustion, such formalities were unavoidable. After departing the airport, they enjoyed a meal at a 5-star hotel, where numerous leaders from the Huagua Mathematical Society and an official from the Ministry of Education were present, offering various congratulations. Following the meal, they were not subjected to further rigors. Instead, they were accommodated in the same hotel for a well-deserved day of rest, as there was more to attend to the next day. The following morning, a commendation ceremony was held at the Huagua Mathematical Society, where each participant received a reward of 10,000 yuan. Lin Xiao, having achieved a perfect score and being the first recipient of the special award in Huagua, was granted an additional 10,000 yuan. In the afternoon, they participated in an interview with the Huking News, where they were recognized as national youth role models. The interview took place in a conference hall at the Huagua Mathematical Society, conducted by a female journalist named Wang. She smiled and asked, "Hello, Lin Xiao. What are your thoughts on winning the IMO gold medal and special award?" Lin Xiao replied with a smile, "To be honest, I feel I have merely achieved my desired results. Of course, I must thank my parents. My mother is a primary school mathematics teacher, and it was her guidance that sparked my interest in mathematics. I also owe a debt of gratitude to the many teachers who have supported me, as it is through their assistance that I stand here today." The journalist nodded, smiling. "I believe your family and teachers will be immensely proud to hear you say that." She continued, "I understand that during the 2 IMO exams, you submitted your papers in less than an hour each time, which is quite astonishing, yet you still achieved a perfect score. What do you have to say about that?" Lin Xiao responded, "I don't have much to say. Compared to my usual research, the IMO problems are quite simple. Submitting my paper in under an hour is quite normal for me." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the journalist grasped the gravity of confronting a mathematical prodigy. Only 3 individuals ever achieved perfect scores in such an international competition. Yet for Lin Xiao, completing the exam in an hour was merely commonplace. Reflecting on her own struggles with mathematics in high school, she felt a pang of nostalgia, relieved that she had chosen broadcasting as her major in college, thus escaping the rigors of advanced mathematics. Moving on from those painful memories, she continued with the next topic. you truly are a mathematical genius. I sometimes envy those who excel in mathematics, especially at such a young age. You are only 18, correct? Indeed, I've heard that you receive an invitation to the International Congress of Mathematicians for having solved a global mathematical challenge. Yes, it will commence in August. It is said that receiving an invitation to the International Congress of Mathematicians is a remarkable honor. Historically, fewer than 30 mathematicians from Huagua have received such invitations. What are your thoughts on receiving this honor at such a young age? I must express my gratitude to the mathematical community for their recognition and support. I also want to thank the many esteemed predecessors I have encountered along the way. I strive to achieve further accomplishments in the future, not to disappoint their expectations of me. Haha, I wish you every success. Journalist Wang said with a smile. Lastly, I would like to ask, why did you choose mathematics as your career path? Is it due to your interest? Upon hearing this question, Lin Xiao hesitated, who said he had chosen mathematics as his career path. He was a man dedicated to truth. However, reflecting on his consistent achievements in mathematics while being a novice in other disciplines, he relinquished the urge to refute. Studying mathematics is indeed related to my interests. I find studying mathematics to be a fascinating endeavor, and it gives me the impression that I am engaged in the most intellectually stimulating work in the world. Moreover, mathematics is the language of the universe. Studying it allows me to feel that I am drawing closer to the cosmos and to truth, which is also my ultimate goal. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the journalist felt a profound sense of admiration, finally stating, "I believe you will achieve it. Thank you." The interview concluded swiftly, lasting no more than 4 or 5 minutes, as such segments seldom extend beyond that. Journalist Wang informed Lin Xiao that he could catch a glimpse of himself on the evening news. A testament to the efficiency of the media. Now nearing 5 o'clock, that he smiled and replied, "I will be sure to watch." After bidding farewell, journalist Wang and the cameraman hastily departed, likely to edit the footage. Meanwhile, Sun Yu and the others, who had been observing Lin Xiao's interview, gathered around him. "Lin, what does it feel like to be on television?" Lin Xiao quipped, "Who is this television?" Upon hearing the news, several individuals were rendered speechless. "Lin Shun, you've changed. You weren't like this before. I only learned from you all. You have led me astray," Lin Xiao retorted, insisting, "Do not slander me." Thus, they engaged in light banter for a while until Li Huaimin entered, informing them, "Prepare yourselves, we shall be dining shortly." Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, responding that in recent days, their social engagements have been numerous, and this afternoon, it appeared a retired official from the education sector wished to meet them. His exposure to higher echelons had evidently increased. In another dimension, the Jin City Bureau of Industry and Commerce. The clock struck 7 on a Monday. The bureau was relatively quiet, and Lin Guan had enjoyed a meal in the cafeteria, not in a rush to return home. Instead, he gathered with colleagues in front of the cafeteria's television to watch the news broadcast. While not all government workers are inclined to watch the news, those in Lin Guan's department had developed a liking for it, a trend fostered by their director. As they watched the news, they chatted casually, some even purchasing sunflower seeds to snack on. The joy for these men lay in political discourse, especially for civil servants like them. While watching the news, they would occasionally critique current events, indulging their desire for expression. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the next news segment. Recently, the 59th International Mathematical Olympiad held in Romania had concluded successfully, with 6 contestants from our nation achieving a remarkable total score of 217, securing first place, 5 points ahead of the second-place American team. Furthermore, these 6 contestants were the only team to earn gold medals across the board. Among them, Lin Xiao was one of only 3 participants to achieve a perfect score, also receiving a special award in the competition. It was reported that this special award is granted to those who solve problems in particularly ingenious ways, the last issuance of which occurred in 2005, 13 years ago. Next, our reporter's interview with Lin Xiao was presented. Upon seeing the details introduced by the news anchor, the sunflower seed munchers in front of the television were momentarily stunned. "Lin Xiao, this must be your son, right? Old Lin?" Several colleagues glanced at Lin Guan in astonishment. Just days prior, any mention of Lin Guan had been met with exuberant proclamations about his son winning gold medals and special awards, leaving them unprepared for such bombardment. Even their deputy director had been subjected to this enthusiastic sharing. Now, to see Lin Xiao on television, this was indeed remarkable. Did Lin Guan intend to repeat his exuberance with each of them yet again? At that moment, Lin Guan, poised to crack a sunflower seed between his front teeth, was utterly taken aback upon hearing the news anchor mention his son's name. His son was on television. He could hardly believe his ears. Yet it was unmistakable. The anchor, with the surname Kong, clearly spoke of the IMO team from our country, specifically mentioning Lin Xiao. The scene transitioned to Lin Xiao being interviewed, standing before the reporter. "Hello, Lin Xiao. What are your thoughts on winning the IMO gold medal and the special award?" "My thoughts? There's not much to say." As Lin Guan watched his son appear in the interview and listened to his responses, a wave of overwhelming joy rendered him momentarily speechless. "Oh, right. I need to take pictures. No, wait. I should record this." Suddenly recalling the importance of capturing the moment, he hurriedly fumbled in his pocket for his phone, only for it to slip from his grasp and tumble to the floor. Yet he paid no mind to its potential damage, urgently activating the camera and switching to video mode. Recording the broadcast, his colleagues, observing his flustered demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Here, a man in his 40s. Still so impulsive. However, considering the reason behind his excitement, they refrained from teasing him, wishing they too could experience such a delightful flurry. Upon returning home, they would undoubtedly share this joy with their own children. Even if they couldn't match Lin Xiao's brilliance, at the very least, they wanted to bask in reflected glory. Clearly, several children would soon find themselves the subject of fervent discussions. Minutes later, Lin Xiao's interview concluded, and the scene returned to the studio. The anchor, with a smile, stated, "Let us extend our congratulations to our national team and to Lin Xiao." Now, on to the next news item. Lin Guan finished recording and promptly sent the video to Yang Rong. Then stood up exuberantly, proclaiming, "Let us go out for a drink. It's on me." Hearing this, several colleagues sprang to their feet. "We must treat you well. Just go wild." Lin Guan chuckled. The news of Lin Xiao's television appearance certainly reached more than just Lin Guan. Countless others were also informed. Even those who were unaware at the moment, if they took the time to scroll through social media, would likely have learned of it by now. For at that very moment, a trending topic read, "Science top scholar wins gold medal and special award at World Mathematical Olympiad." Clicking on it revealed a video posted by the official news account. Scrolling further down, one could find celebratory posts from Beijing University, where several members of the national team had confirmed their enrollment in the mathematics department, including Lin Xiao, prompting a flurry of praise in the comments section. Netizens expressed their astonishment and admiration for Lin Xiao's achievements. "Honey, come see this genius. Lin Xiao is showcasing his prowess again. Is finishing in under an hour really impressive. I can complete the college entrance exam math paper in half an hour and score 150. Why compare the college entrance exam math paper with the IMO? What a perplexing behavior. The college entrance exam lasts 2 hours, while the IMO lasts 4.5 hours. The IS finishing in half an hour really that impressive. Moreover, the IMO and the college entrance exam are entirely different realms. Even participants from the IMO national training team could easily score full marks on your college entrance exam. Wow, I didn't realize the IMO lasted 4.5 hours. So he finished in under an hour. That's like finishing 3.5 hours early. My goodness, not 3.5 hours early. I'm an insider. Lin Xiao spent only 44 minutes on the first day's exam and 50 minutes on the second. Mom asks why I'm kneeling while watching my phone. Goodness, can't you all pay attention to the International Congress of Mathematicians? What is the big deal about the IMO? I checked, and only the most brilliant scholars receive invitations to the Congress. Why, Logging and Chun Jingrun have both been invited. Lin Xiao is only 18. Incredible. As a current PhD student in mathematics at MIT, I can only describe such a prodigy with a single word: astounding. Doesn't a math PhD from MIT know how to count? Mathematics is the most intelligent endeavor. I feel the weight of intellectual superiority. The reactions from netizens were fervent, filled with awe and envy toward Lin Xiao's accomplishments. Most were eager to learn about such exceptionally talented individuals, feeling a mix of admiration and a longing to envision themselves in his position. However, upon returning to reality, they could only sigh, acknowledging that such was the life of others. The working class would continue their diligent labor. High school seniors would focus on their studies, and those preparing for graduate school would stick to their books. For Lin Xiao, after experiencing the enthusiasm of various individuals, he finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. In the coming days, he needed to apply for a visa to Brazil, return home briefly to manage the rewards he had received from the city government and various enterprises for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and then head back to Beijing, awaiting the day of his departure to Brazil. For his thesis presentation, the International Congress of Mathematicians had already communicated that his report had passed review, allowing him to present directly upon his arrival. Lin Xiao could hardly fathom the astonishment of Professor Viana, the chairman of the organizing committee, upon learning that his report had indeed received unanimous approval from several professors. Professor Viana had even begun to ponder whether 45 minutes would suffice for such a significant achievement. In the following days, Lin Xiao adhered to his plans, securing his visa before preparing to return home. Naturally, he bid farewell to Ouyang Sheng and the others as they prepared to part ways. It was evident that their bonds had evolved since entering the national team, transitioning from interactions with high school classmates to a camaraderie shared among the six of them. In this moment of separation, there was an undeniable sense of reluctance. Yet, considering it was merely a month away, they would soon either enter Beijing University or Tsinghua University, and if they wished to meet, a simple phone call would suffice. Moreover, they were all grown men, so it was unlikely that they would embrace and weep openly. They shared a meal together, which served as a temporary farewell banquet, promising to reunite after a little more than a month. The next day, Lin Xiao boarded a plane home, accompanied by Sun Yu, being from Qin province as well, traveled back with him. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao resumed his social engagements and received various rewards, including a set of housing. Henceforth, he could be considered a property owner, although the matters concerning the house were naturally left to his family, as he had neither the time nor inclination to deal with such affairs. After spending 3 to 4 busy days at home, he finally returned to Beijing in the last week before his planned trip to Brazil, resuming his stay in the dormitory of Huaca Institute. Having lived there for over a month, he had grown accustomed to his bed. He stayed in Beijing for a few more days until July 28th, when a conference commenced. Attendees included everyone set to participate in the upcoming International Congress of Mathematicians, comprising not only representatives from the Chinese Mathematical Society and those invited to present reports, but also numerous domestic mathematicians and some self-funded students from Peking University and Modern University. Since the conference was held at the Mathematics Research Institute of Huaca, Lin Xiao arrived quite early. A few intern researchers were stationed at the entrance to assist with reception duties. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, they greeted him with cheerful remarks. "Oh, it's Lin Shun." Having spent considerable time there, many of these interns recognized Lin Xiao. His illustrious name had long since spread. Lin Xiao glanced over and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he recognized one of the female researchers, the one who had asked him a question during a previous lecture. "Hello, senior. It's good to see you again," he greeted her. The female postdoctoral researcher blushed at being recognized, awkwardly responding, hello." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at her strange reaction, but chose not to comment further as he entered the conference room. Meanwhile, the postdoctoral researcher couldn't help but recall the lecture by researcher Sun Yong that she had attended, during which she had asked Lin Xiao a question about a part she didn't understand. Lin Xiao had merely glanced at her and provided an answer. At that time, she had thought Lin Xiao was also an intern researcher, only later to discover he was there for the IMO training, still a high school student, which left her feeling rather embarrassed. Observing Lin Xiao and her colleague exchanging pleasantries, other interns gathered around, curiously inquiring, "You know Lin Xiao? Please, don't say anything. I'm too embarrassed." She waved her hand, feigning disinterest. However, her colleague's curiosity compelled her to divulge the incident. Consequently, the other interns regarded her with sympathetic expressions. This is what it feels like to face the pressure of a genius. Don't be embarrassed. For someone of that caliber, just speaking to him is an accomplishment. He might be a professor by now, while we're still just interns. Oh, how I wish I could be that impressive. They sighed, casting glances at Lin Xiao in the conference room, reflecting on their sentiments. The female postdoctoral researcher realized she had no reason to feel embarrassed. After all, She had merely asked a professor a question. Given Lin Xiao's situation, he was surely on his way to becoming a professor. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, who had entered the conference room, Professor Su Chun from Peking University was already seated inside. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, Su Chun waved and gestured for him to sit beside him. Lin Xiao approached and began conversing with Su Chun, while several mathematicians who had received invitations to present reports also gathered around to introduce themselves to Lin Xiao. Eager to connect with such a young prodigy. However, on the opposite side of the conference room sat a group of young individuals, students from Modern University, who watched Lin Xiao in astonishment. Who is that person? Why are so many professors talking to him? Initially, they had assumed Lin Xiao was like them, merely intending to observe and gain experience, but the current situation suggested otherwise. He seemed to be one of those formidable figures, akin to a hidden master in a fantasy novel, someone not to be trifled with. At that moment, two students from Peking University seated nearby remarked, "That's Lin Xiao, Lin Shun. You know, the one who recently trended online." While the Modern University students were unaware, the Peking University students, especially those from the mathematics department, certainly remembered. Instantly, the Modern University students were taken aback. That he really Lin Shun? Oh my gosh, my idol. You're a fake fan. You don't even know what he looks like, yet you call him your idol. Du Fu is also my idol, but I don't know what he looks like. That's not the same at all. I'm definitely going to ask him for his contact information later. Wow, I can't believe I'm meeting a living legend. This group of undergraduates from prestigious schools wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes toward Lin Xiao filled with admiration. Generally, it is challenging for peers to acknowledge each other's excellence, but when faced with such a vast disparity, all they could do was admire. In academia, even minor differences can lead to profound respect, especially when one achieves what the other has not. You are remarked about Mo Yan's works. Damn, that's impressive. After all, they were involved in research and understood the difficulty of each other's work, leaving them with no choice but to express admiration. Thus, many students from these esteemed institutions, including several graduate students, wished to make Lin Xiao's acquaintance. However, watching him engage in increasingly profound discussions with the professors, filled with terms they couldn't comprehend, they ultimately decided to forego their attempts. Never mind, let's not disturb him. What they're discussing is on a completely different level. After a while, a few individuals entered from outside. They were Academician Yuanya, the president of the Chinese Mathematical Society, along with Secretary General Gong Zhou and Deputy Secretary General Chen Fei. These three represented the official invitation from the Chinese mathematical community, while Lin Xiao and the others were attending as individuals. After entering, Academician Yuanya scanned the room, confirming everyone was present, and stated, "It seems everyone is here, so we won't waste time on unnecessary details. Our mainland group consists of 27 participants, and we'll all try to stay in the same hotel, where the conference has arranged discounted rates." He continued, of course, aside from the 6 professors who received report invitations. And one Lin Xiao. At this point, Academician Yuan turned to Lin Xiao and smiled at him. Having met with the 6 mathematical prodigies returning from Romania, Academician Yuan had kept a close eye on Lin Xiao, especially after he published a paper in a mathematical annual and received an invitation to present at the International Congress of Mathematicians. The only gaps remaining were age and experience. Academician Yuan then turned back and added, "The report presenters will have all their expenses covered by ICM, so there's no need to elaborate on that. We plan to depart at 2 p.m. today. So if anyone has questions, now is the time to ask." Naturally, no questions arose, and after discussing other matters, they prepared to depart, collecting their luggage and boarding a bus to the airport. The journey from Beijing to Rio de Janeiro would take 30 hours. Given the vast distance separating Asia from South America across the Pacific Ocean. Thus, this 30-hour journey proved to be quite arduous. After 30 hours, they arrived in Rio de Janeiro, where the local time was 9 a.m. on July 29th. Upon disembarking, reception personnel awaited them at the airport, guiding them onto a bus that took them directly to the hotel. After a long and tiring journey, everyone felt immensely fatigued and decided to rest for the day, with the conference not commencing until August 1, leaving them 2 days to recuperate. The next day, July 30, Lin Xiao, as an invited speaker in the field of number theory, received a notification from the conference organizers to attend a meeting for number theory presenters. So he made his way there. The meeting was held at the Rio Centro Convention Center, which would also serve as the venue for the upcoming mathematicians conference, although the event had not yet begun. The atmosphere was already lively, with various journalists and media capturing photographs outside, along with a throng of people gathered around. Some sought entry into the exhibition hall, but were required to present their conference passes or work IDs. Lin Xiao and his group had already obtained theirs from the staff upon arrival, which he now wore around his neck. Observing the crowd, Lin Xiao felt curious about their purpose as he approached. He overheard someone exclaim, "I have proven the Goldbach conjecture. Let me in. I have proven the twin prime conjecture. Oh, you know what you are doing. You are hindering a mathematical master." Upon hearing these voices, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Were they coming from a big shot, or more precisely, should I say, an amateur mathematician? There are those claiming to prove the Goldbach conjecture and others asserting the twin prime conjecture. The lectures at this year's International Congress of Mathematicians are probably not as outrageous. It seems that only enthusiasts would possess such vivid imaginations, right? While Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. He couldn't help but admire their tenacity. They're indeed relentless. Having come all the way to the International Congress of Mathematicians, he glanced around and noticed some prominent figures nearby. They were even bringing posters or blackboards to publicly display their findings. And the staff seemed to ignore them, probably overwhelmed by the crowd and too apathetic to intervene. Intrigued, Lin Xiao wanted to witness how these amateurs tackled their problems. To his surprise, he spotted someone not far away, showcasing a formula for determining Mersenne primes. Curious about how this individual had approached the problem, he thought that anyone capable of researching a Mersenne prime determination formula couldn't be too amateurish, right? With half an hour remaining before the conference began, he decided to take a stroll over. He approached the blackboard and began to observe. Next to the blackboard crouched a Brazilian man, its owner. Upon seeing Lin Xiao approach and noticing the badge around his neck indicating his attendance at the conference, the man immediately displayed a warm expression that a conference attendee implies a grasp of mathematics. So he stood up and said, "Hello, you are familiar with Mersenne primes, aren't you? Take a look at my determination formula. I can assure you, it is far superior to the Lucas-Lemmer test. The Lucas-Lemmer test has been the method employed for identifying Mersenne primes for decades. Yet here he was, claiming to have a better method." Lin Xiao remained non-committal, briefly glancing at the blackboard, which contained only a succinct line. "Let him be an integer, and let primes a and c be greater than 0, with c greater than a. If 2a2, 2c1, m, then 2c1 is a Mersenne prime." Lin Xiao. "So, this should be a conjecture, right? You have no proof. If it is to be called a conjecture, then according to my name, it should be referred to as the Ronald conjecture." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Brazilian man's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he had found a way to achieve eternal fame. However, he quickly added, "Of course, although it is a conjecture, we can initially assume it to be valid. And then using this method, we can precisely identify Mersenne primes." As he spoke, he grabbed a marker and began writing on the blackboard. "Look, we can let it equal 7 and c equal 19. Both 7 and 19 are primes, and substituting them into the formula, the numerator is divisible by the denominator. Thus, when the exponent is 19, m19 is a Mersenne prime. Let's take another example. Let it equal 3 and c equal 13. And it still holds true, with m13 also being a Mersenne prime. Furthermore, let it be 5 and c be 31, and it be 13 and c be 61. We can observe that it all works." This Brazilian, presumably named Ronald, listed 7 pairs of numbers, all of which were valid at this moment. A few people nearby were drawn to their discussion, and many gathered, surprised by Ronald's demonstration that it seemed to possess some merit. Could it really work? But just then, after Lin Xiao scrutinized the formula, he suddenly remarked, "Try letting it equal 29 and c equal 67. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's suggestion, Ronald paused, fetched a calculator, and began testing. The result left everyone in silence. When substituting Lin Xiao's values, the original expression could indeed be divisible, but it did not yield a Mersenne prime. Those around them stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment. How did he discern that? Chapter 101. Directly discerned for any conjecture. The existence of a single counterexample suffices to demonstrate its invalidity. What previously seemed valid was merely a mathematical coincidence. Without rigorous proof, the correctness of any proposition is merely coincidental. Take the Riemann hypothesis, for instance. Although people have identified trillions of points supporting its validity, they continue to search for more, for a single counterexample would invalidate it. Thus, the counterexample Lin Xiao provided effectively declared the Ronald conjecture, born less than 10 minutes ago, successfully refuted, with only two individuals aware of its name. The proposer and the refuter. Ronald felt utterly defeated. This formula was one he had discovered days prior, and, after testing a dozen number pairs successfully, he became convinced of its validity, leading him to this venue to make a remarkable impression, only to end up in obscurity. The onlookers, initially anticipating witnessing a new mathematical achievement, instead found themselves witnessing a blunder. Ronald, still harboring some emotions, couldn't he help but ask the question on everyone's mind. How did you figure that out? Lin Xiao shrugged. It was evident. First, I knew that when C equals 67, 671 is certainly not a Mersenne prime. Then I just needed to find an equal to 29, that having studied Mersenne primes for so long. He had memorized the first 20 or 30 Mersenne primes, naturally aware that when C equals 67, it would not hold. However, people still struggled to comprehend. But how did you know that setting A to 29 would allow them to be divisible? Lin Xiao shrugged again. Perhaps it was just a feeling. He had indeed discerned it at a glance. This came from his number sense, with his brain development at 3.4 and his mathematical proficiency at level 3. His numerical intuition was further enhanced, making the seemingly incomprehensible task effortless for him. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's response, the surrounding crowd fell into disbelief, once again, a feeling. What kind of genius is this? Looking at this young man from Huagua, they found it hard to believe he was not yet 20 years old. Meanwhile, Ronald was preparing to drag his small blackboard away. He had driven here, and his car was parked nearby. At that moment, Ronald glanced at Lin Xiao's badge, which had flipped to reveal detailed information due to Lin Xiao's earlier movement. Ronald froze upon seeing it. You are a speaker, Lin Xiao. Noticing his gaze, looked down at his badge, which indeed bore the word speaker, signifying his distinction from ordinary attendees. He nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, I plan to give a talk on Mersenne primes. If you are interested, feel free to attend." The crowd was now even more astonished. If Lin Xiao's earlier display of ability had already impressed them, learning that he had been invited to present at the International Congress of Mathematicians left them genuinely incredulous. So young, yet already able to present at such a prestigious conference. It was simply hard to fathom that it was no wonder he could identify the counterexample in the previous formulas so effortlessly. Ronald felt even more embarrassed upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. Was this a case of a false prophet meeting a true hero? He was merely at a mediocre level himself, let alone understanding those presentations. He wasn't even sure if he could gain entry to the conference, as he lacked the attendee badge hanging around Lin Xiao's neck. He waved his hand, saying, "Thank you, but I'll pass." He then hurriedly pulled away his blackboard. Lin Xiao felt helpless. Was it really necessary to run off so quickly? Slow down. Thud. Just as he thought that, Ronald's blackboard toppled over due to the uneven ground. Lin Xiao shook his head, deciding it was best to stop wandering around. He prepared to enter the conference hall. However, at that moment, a voice called out nearby. "Are you Mr. Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao was taken aback and turned to see an elderly gentleman in a suit approaching him. Upon recognizing the individual, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. "Professor Poincare." "Ah, it is a pleasure to see you once more." Professor Poincare approached. During their last meeting at the IMO, he had been in casual attire. But now, dressed in a suit, he exuded an air of academic authority. However, while he appeared formidable, his smiling face made him seem quite amiable. "What brings you here?" I was just observing the Mersenne prime determination formula created by that gentleman." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Professor Poincare couldn't help but chuckle. "Haven't you already derived the distribution law of Mersenne primes? Why do you need to look at others' work?" "I just wanted to take a look." Lin Xiao was about to explain when he suddenly realized, "Wait, I derived it?" Indeed, it was by coincidence that I became aware. Professor Pompieri, with a smile, recounted to Lin Xiao the incident involving Professors Sanak and Deline who had sought his assistance. He then remarked, "You, having resolved this issue, didn't he think to send me an email to inform me?" Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, I apologize, Professor, that I was so busy with the IMO matters at that time that it slipped my mind. Haha, no worries. For me, it's at least a delightful surprise. Professor Pompieri waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not bothered by it, and continued, Are you attending the meeting for group presenters? I happen to be heading to another meeting myself. Yes, Lin Xiao nodded, glancing at the time, suddenly exclaiming, Oh no, my meeting starts in just a few minutes. He realized he had been standing there for quite a while without noticing. Professor Pompieri chuckled and reassured him, Don't fret, there's still a few minutes left. Let us head over now. Lin Xiao nodded and prepared to walk alongside Professor Pompieri. However, someone nearby suddenly inquired, Excuse me, are you Professor Enrique Pompieri from the IS? Professor Pompieri smiled and nodded. That's me. The individual's face lit up with excitement, exclaiming, It's an honor to meet you. You are a recipient of the field's medal. I'm glad to meet you as well. Professor Pompieri replied politely, then continued on his way with Lin Xiao. Others watched the pair, an older figure and a young man, walking away and could not help but feel a twinge of envy. It seemed that only such youthful prodigies could engage with a field's medalist in such a manner. Lin Xiao and Professor Pompieri entered the convention center, where the staff naturally did not impede their passage. Soon, they reached a point of parting, and Professor Pompieri patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, saying, I look forward to your presentation that day. I will be there on time. All right, I will await your arrival. Lin Xiao nodded, smiling that in any case, I am immensely grateful for the manuscripts you provided me. Without them, I wouldn't have achieved such results, but it is you who has brought those manuscripts to life. Otherwise, they would merely gather dust in my bookshelf until they decay, as I have no means to preserve them, Professor Pompieri replied with a smile. After the conference, I will share your paper on the Fibonacci sequence and your work on Mersenne primes with Selberg. Sharing the Fibonacci paper will convey that my theory is correct, while Mersenne prime's paper will affirm his theory that if that old chap were to learn of it in heaven, he would surely be pleased. The old professor mused, shaking his head with a smile, perhaps feeling joy for his departed friend. He then clapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder, saying, Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Lin Xiao nodded, Goodbye. He then proceeded to the meeting room. Upon arriving, he found a dozen individuals present. There were 13 speakers in total for the number theory segment, along with a few staff members. One staff member, noticing Lin Xiao's youth, assumed he had come to the wrong place and said, Excuse me, sir, this meeting is about to commence. Are you sure you're in the right place? Lin Xiao replied, I am Lin Xiao, here to participate in the meeting. The staff member paused, recalling that there was indeed a speaker named Lin Xiao. Glanced at Lin Xiao's name badge to confirm his identity, and felt embarrassed, quickly stepping aside. Please, come I in. As Lin Xiao entered, the staff member quietly marveled, thinking he looks so young. Is he even 20? Especially since individuals from Hua typically do not appear as mature as those from foreign countries. Lin Xiao still resembled a youth. Upon entering the conference room, many professors turned to glance at him, astonished by the youthfulness of this presenter. Like tea that moment, one of the speakers suddenly waved, calling out, Lin Xiao, in Mandarin. Lin Xiao was taken aback and turned to see a slender figure with Asian features approaching. Who are you? He inquired. I'm Chun Wei. The individual replied with a smile. Lin Xiao recalled hearing this name. Professor Chun Wei was from the mathematics department at MIT and was also from Hua. He had heard that this mathematician was invited to present at the conference, but hadn't anticipated they would both be in the realm of number theory. As for why the individual had not returned to Hua but remained in the United States, Lin Xiao chose not to comment. Such matters are personal choices. At least, Professor Chun Wei still held Hua nationality and had not changed it to American. I've long heard of your name. We have a genius emerging from our country, Chun Wei remarked with a smile. Lin Xiao chuckled. There's no genius here, just hard work. As Edison said, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Chun Wei shook his head. While that may be true, we all recognize the importance of talent. Although Edison's original quote did not contain the oft-misquoted phrase about talent being more important, it is widely acknowledged in the scientific community just how significant innate ability can be. Let us not dwell on that. When will you be presenting? I didn't find your name on the official website. My name isn't listed? Lin Xiao was taken aback, The email he received had indicated he was scheduled for August 2 ND. Seeing Lin Xiao's confusion, Chen Wei suggested, "Let us wait until the meeting starts. They might provide some clarification." Lin Xiao set aside his concern for the moment and refrained from further inquiries. Just then, a person entered the room, approached the front, and cheerfully announced, "Esteemed presenters, good day. I am Emmanuel Carnero, responsible for the organization of this academic conference. That I apologize for the wait. Today's gathering is primarily to address any questions you may have and to outline our arrangements. However, before we begin, may I ask if Lin Xiao is present?" Lin Xiao raised his hand. "I'm here, Mr. Lin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Due to the unique nature of your presentation, the organizing committee and several directors from the International Mathematical Union have decided to arrange a special one-hour session for you, allowing you more time to elaborate on your paper," Emmanuel Carnero said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others were instantly struck with disbelief. What? A one-hour presentation? The upgrade from 45 minutes to 1 hour was astonishing. Did this Lin Xiao have some kind of VIP pass? Emmanuel Carnero continued, "Of course, as you might expect, all other one-hour presentations have already been allocated, so your session will be scheduled for August 3rd from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Immediately following the Emmy Noto lecture. If this timing conflicts with any other commitments, please let us know, and we will do our utmost to accommodate. Furthermore, the venue will be in Hall 3, the same location as the plenary sessions, ensuring that all attendees can participate." Upon hearing this, the other presenters were even more incredulous. Not only had Lin Xiao's presentation been upgraded to 1 hour, but it was also set to take place in Hall 3. Although the timing differed slightly, it was essentially equivalent to other one-hour presentations. An hour-long presentation is, by definition, a plenary lecture at the International Congress of Mathematicians, conducted in front of all conference attendees without any concurrent events. In contrast, 45-minute presentations could occur simultaneously with up to 5 other lectures, divided across the 19 fields of mathematics, and were held in smaller meeting rooms with far less capacity than Hall 3. This clearly illustrated the significance of a one-hour presentation. Each Congress typically only features 21 speakers, held every 4 years, averaging only 5 or 6 per year, making an hour-long presentation a tremendous honor for any mathematician. Just consider how few mathematicians from Huagua have received such an invitation. Only 7, and among those working full-time on the mainland, only the venerable Mr. Peng Shige. Thus, while Lin Xiao's one-hour presentation differed from the standard format, it was formally indistinguishable. Observing Lin Xiao's youthful visage, the older mathematicians, all in their 30s or older, could only feel envy and jealousy. Lin Xiao himself was also surprised by this unexpected adjustment to his presentation. He felt a bit overwhelmed. He had prepared to condense his content for the original 45 minutes, planning to skip some steps. However, with the extension of time, he now had ample opportunity. That he smiled and said, "I have no further requests. Let us proceed as planned. I appreciate the arrangements made by the organizing committee and the International Mathematical Union." "Thank you for your understanding," Emmanuel Carnero replied. Emmanuel Carnero nodded and then turned his gaze towards the other presenters, who still bore expressions of confusion. With a smile, Emmanuel explained, "The reason for arranging Mr. Lin Xiao's presentation may perplex some of you. In truth, it addresses a renowned conundrum in the mathematical realm: the distribution of Mersenne primes." Upon hearing Emmanuel's elucidation, the previously bewildered presenters were momentarily taken aback. The distribution of Mersenne primes? Could this issue truly be resolved? The manuscript had received the endorsement of 5 esteemed professors, including Peter Sarnak, Pierre Deline, and Enrique Poincaré. As someone who has also delved into number theory, I must concede that this represents an immensely significant achievement for the mathematical community. That if any of you are intrigued, I encourage you to take a look. And we have uploaded Mr. Lin Xiao's report onto the official website. It is now available for download in the special lecture section for everyone to peruse. At this point, the expressions of the presenters shifted from astonishment to disbelief. Could it be that so many prominent figures in the mathematical world had already acknowledged this accomplishment? They couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao. Observing his youthful visage, typically someone of such tender age, if they had achieved something of this magnitude, would likely be insufferably proud. Yet, on Lin Xiao's face, they discerned no trace of arrogance, in fact, when he noticed their gaze. He offered them a polite smile, exuding a demeanor of humility that left no hint of self-satisfaction. This elicited their admiration. True masters perpetually maintain an apprentice's heart, while Lin Xiao may not yet be deemed a master. If he continues to uphold such an attitude, it is likely that his name will one day be etched upon the pantheon of mathematics, admired by future generations. It is precisely individuals of such youth and humility who inspire genuine respect among their peers. "I shall certainly take a look when I return," one professor declared, giving Lin Xiao a thumbs up. The other presenters nodded in agreement, and some even contemplated inquiring whether Lin Xiao was an undergraduate or a graduate student, or if he had already graduated. If he were still an undergraduate, they might have suggested he consider becoming their graduate student after completing his degree. However, upon further reflection, they realized that a student of Lin Xiao's caliber would likely be beyond the reach of their modest institution. The mentors capable of guiding Lin Xiao would need to be of the caliber of a Fields Medal recipient. Specifically, those particularly distinguished individuals who continue to produce groundbreaking work post-award. Otherwise, they would likely be at a loss as to what to teach him. Emmanuel Carnero, witnessing the presenters' reactions, felt a swell of emotion. Strictly speaking, the individuals present held a higher status within a mathematical community than he did. He was merely present due to his role as the host. When he reviewed Lin Xiao's paper, he found himself unable to grasp it fully after just one reading. Needing to revisit it several times to comprehend its intricacies, he sighed, genuinely perplexed by the workings of these mathematical prodigies' minds, which seemed as if they were equipped with extraterrestrial intellects. Shaking his head slightly, he decided not to dwell on it further and continued to announce the other matters of the conference. Time swiftly passed, and the meeting concluded after approximately 20 minutes. However, the 13 presenters were in no rush to depart. Instead, they began to engage in conversation and get to know one another. The Mathematicians' Conference served such a purpose, facilitating not only academic exchange, but also opportunities for each mathematician to forge new friendships and reconnect with old ones from distant locales, given that they all specialized in number theory. There was an abundance of topics to discuss. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xiao became the focal point of their interest, as he had already emerged as a promising new star in the mathematical world. Establishing a rapport with him could yield bragging rights should he achieve greatness in the future. After all, who doesn't enjoy proclaiming, "I have a friend who—" Naturally, Lin Xiao took the time to engage with the professors, who inquired about his social media accounts, such as Facebook or Twitter. Regrettably, he had not registered for any such platforms, so he could only provide his email as a means of contact. Following a brief yet fruitful exchange, they glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, and thus bid each other farewell. However, as Lin Xiao exited the conference room, the staff member who had previously stopped him suddenly called out, "Mr. Lin Xiao." Surprised, Lin Xiao turned to look back, asking, "Is there something you need?" The staff member replied, "Professor Carnero asked me to convey that you need not worry about whether the other attendees will be informed of your presentation due to the last-minute arrangements. Rest assured, we will communicate this information to all participants to ensure everyone is aware." "I understand. Thank you for your efforts," Lin Xiao said, appreciating their arrangements. Earlier, upon learning from Chun Wei that his report details had not been posted on the official website prior to the conference, he had silently expressed his discontent. "It's our duty," the staff member replied with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded and chose not to elaborate further, turning away and leaving. The staff member watched his retreating figure, reflecting on how he had inadvertently intercepted a distinguished individual equivalent to an hour-long presentation. Thankfully, nothing untoward had occurred. The ensuing time was spent in anticipation of the conference's official commencement on August 1st. The International Congress of Mathematicians officially began at 9 o'clock in the morning. All attendees took their seats, and the committee chair, Professor Marcelo Viano, delivered a welcoming address. Following this, the president of the International Mathematical Union and Fields Medal laureate, Shigeki Morita, also spoke. Once the speeches concluded, the conference soared to its climax with the presentation of the 5 prestigious awards. The first 3 awards were the Gauss Prize, the Chen Shengshun Prize, and the Lilavdi Prize. The 4th award, the Fields Medal, garnered the most attention from the audience. 8's names were announced. The audience erupted in applause, particularly for Peter Schultz, who, at merely 30 years of age, stood out among the predominantly older Fields Medal recipients, most of whom were over 36. He was the mathematician with the highest acclaim prior to this Congress, thereby earning the title of a genius within the mathematical community after the Fields Medal was awarded. The conference proceeded with other agenda items until after 11 o'clock, marking the conclusion of the session. However, at that moment, an incident occurred that left everyone both amused and sympathetic. A Fields Medal winner's medal had been stolen from within his briefcase, which itself had not been taken. This amusing turn of events elicited laughter, yet also sympathy for the unfortunate recipient, whose medal had barely been warmed in hand before disappearing. The Congress took the matter seriously, promptly contacting the police, though it was unlikely the medal would be recovered anytime soon. Upon learning of the situation, Professor Viana acted swiftly, as he was particularly averse to such unexpected occurrences. Why did mishaps always seem to arise? Nevertheless, this could be regarded as a minor episode. Should the medal remain lost, the Congress would issue a replacement to the recipient. With the opening ceremony concluded, the International Congress of Mathematicians transitioned into its substantive proceedings. Reports and lectures commenced in earnest, and on August 2nd alone, over 40 presentations and lectures were scheduled, with 34 being the standard duration of 45 minutes. According to the initial plan, Lin Xiao's report was among these 34, which, in terms of attention, was evidently overshadowed by the hour-long presentations. On August 3 RD, numerous additional presentations were scheduled, and attendees did not necessarily attend every session. This included the plenary sessions, if the topics did not pique their interest or align with their research areas. They were unlikely to attract significant attendance. However, following the conclusion of the Emmy Nota lecture at 7 o'clock that evening, mathematicians, whether resting at their hotels or having just attended the lecture, almost unanimously began making their way to Pavilion 3 at the Rio Centro Convention Center. There, a special presentation was set to commence, focusing on the precise prediction of the distribution of Mersenne primes. Upon receiving emails from the organizing committee regarding this last-minute arrangement for a one-hour presentation, many attendees were taken aback, as such occurrences were rare, even unprecedented in past Congresses. The email further clarified that this had originally been slated as a 45-minute presentation, making the extension to an hour even more remarkable. Yet, upon seeing the subject of the presentation, they understood the committee's rationale behind such an arrangement. Such a significant achievement, indeed, can only be aptly highlighted by the temporary arrangement of a one-hour presentation, which serves to underscore its monumental status within the realm of mathematics. The study of Mersenne primes is exceedingly vast in the mathematical community, and the enigmatic nature of prime numbers evokes both admiration and frustration among mathematicians, each of whom is compelled to delve into their mysteries. What is the utility of researching prime numbers? Many may ponder this question, for the exploration of these figures does not directly nourish the hungry nor significantly alter the course of life. Moreover, Euclid has already demonstrated in his Elements that there exists an infinite quantity of primes. Thus, what merit lies in examining something that is boundless? Perhaps the most one can claim is a connection to RSA encryption, which exploits the principle of the difficulty in factorizing a large number into its prime constituents. For instance, by multiplying a 6-digit prime by an 8-digit prime, one obtains a product that is evidently substantial. This product can then serve as a password, verifiable only by inputting the two prime factors, an endeavor that is decidedly challenging for outsiders. However, for mathematicians, their pursuit of prime numbers transcends the mere development of RSA encryption. It is a quest to challenge the zenith of human intellect. Each prime stands before them as if a siren, enticing mathematicians with its alluring form, beckoning them closer with promises of revelation. Yet, whenever they reach out to grasp these secrets, the primes recede, presenting tantalizing conjectures such as the Goldbach conjecture, the Polignac conjecture, and the Riemann hypothesis, compelling mathematicians to relinquish their pursuit, relegating them to a state of distant admiration rather than intimate exploration. Only by conquering these formidable challenges may one savor the fruits of victory, simultaneously demonstrating to mathematics, the cosmos, and even the ineffable creator that human intellect is perpetually on the cusp of breakthrough. Striving to touch the essence of truth And now, a young man named Lin Xiao stands ready to announce to all that he has unraveled one of these science enigmas, the distribution of Mersenne primes. Yet to indulge in this triumph, he must first earn the acknowledgement of his peers. Thus, they gather, eager to witness whether human intellect has indeed transcended yet another barrier within the pyramid of primes. Chapter 105. The report begins. I shall conclude it myself at the Rio Centero Conference Center, Hall 3, which accommodates 9,000 individuals. It is evident that this venue is more than sufficient for the over 3,000 attendees of the International Congress of Mathematicians. On this particular evening, Hall 3 welcomes more than 2,000 individuals, all anticipating the moment of 7:30. Such a large crowd. Previously, during other presentations, it hardly felt as crowded. A group from Huagua sits in the central section, where over a dozen students marvel at their surroundings. One student exclaims, "Is Lin Xiao's topic truly this captivating? Who knows? I suspect I might doze off again. Coming here feels like a form of torture," another replies. Upon hearing this, several students nod in agreement. Those who dare to register for the International Congress had already demonstrated exceptional academic prowess, with many undergraduates having published SCI papers, while the graduate students had undoubtedly contributed to core SCI journals. Their English proficiency is commendable, with most boasting an IELTS score of 7.5, enabling seamless communication with foreigners. Yet upon arriving here, they quickly realized that their once-cherished accomplishments seemed trivial. Each time they entered a presentation with eager anticipation, they emerged bewildered, reminiscent of their school days spent in a stupor during lectures. Just this afternoon, during the Fields Medalist lecture, it took only 5 minutes for some to succumb to slumber as if transported back to their drowsy high school days. Well, today's topic is about prime numbers. Surely you have some familiarity with it, right? Just wait until you see the results of your junior. Lin Xiao, a nearby Mass Society president, academician Yuanya, remarked with a smile. "Junior, we dare not call him that, academician Yuan." The students hurriedly wave their hands. The name of the divine is not for us mere mortals to utter, let alone refer to him as junior. Yuanya chuckled in response, and then turned his gaze back to the podium, pondering the surprises this report might unveil for the mathematical community. That moment, the host of the presentation took the stage. Calling for silence as the report was about to commence, as the room gradually quieted, the host stated, "Thank you all for taking the time to attend this conference. Now, let us welcome Mr. Lin Xiao, who will unveil the mysteries of Mersenne primes." That he then led the applause, with the audience of over 2,000 joining in the backstage area. Lin Xiao, clad in a black suit, adjusted his tie. It was his first time wearing formal attire, and he felt somewhat out of place. "Mr. Lin, you may take the stage now," a staff member informed him. Lin Xiao nodded but ultimately removed his tie, setting it aside for comfort. He glanced out at the audience of over 2,000 attendees. Indeed, a sea of faces. For him, delivering his inaugural academic report at such a prestigious event was undeniably a challenge. However, with 3.4 brain development, he quickly mastered his emotions. Nervousness is a psychological construct. When one's mind is sufficiently robust, overcoming anxiety becomes a trivial affair. Taking a deep breath, he slowly ascended the stage. As he appeared, a murmur rippled through the crowd. He had been described as young, but none anticipated he would be this youthful. Yet before they could fully absorb this revelation, Lin Xiao began to speak. "I am Lin Xiao, the presenter for this session, hailing from Huagua. It is an honor to be invited by the International Mathematical Union to deliver this report, and I extend my gratitude to the organizing committee for affording me ample time to share my findings. Thus, my presentation commences now." As he spoke, the large screen behind him displayed his PowerPoint presentation. The first slide bore the title, "A New Group Transformation Method and the Determination of the Distribution of Mersenne Primes." Upon seeing this title, the audience focused intently, eagerly anticipating what was to come. Was this problem truly on the verge of resolution? Mersenne numbers take the form of 2p, 1, and when they are prime, they are referred to as Mersenne primes. The inquiry into how Mersenne primes are distributed has persisted since Euclid's time, over 2 millennia ago. Today, I shall personally draw a conclusion on this matter. Lin Xiao's tone was calm, yet it conveyed an invigorating spirit to those present. when he proclaimed his intent to resolve this global conundrum. Even the most placid of voices bore an air of significance. The audience, feeling a mix of awe and anticipation, began perusing their papers, awaiting Lin Xiao's elucidation. Without delay, he continued, in January of this year, I resolve a question regarding the existence of infinitely many primes within the Fibonacci sequence. Therefore, the first part of my report will be a compilation of the methods I employed in this inquiry. We shall begin with KTH-order homogeneous linear recurrence relations. As Lin Xiao elaborated, the content gradually delved deeper. The initial sections were not overly complex, allowing most attendees, including some curious students from various nations, to follow along. However, as the discussion progressed, some began to struggle with the pace. Among the Huawei students, one female stared blankly at the PowerPoint, realizing that aside from snapping photos of each slide, she comprehended none of Lin Xiao's words. Turning to her neighboring companion, who appeared engrossed, she wondered if she had perhaps grasped the material. She gently nudged her friend and whispered, Did you understand? To her astonishment, upon nudging, her friend slumped against her seat, eyes closed. After a moment of silence, she surveyed the others. Aside from a few senior graduate students still straining to listen, the rest had essentially conceded. With a resigned sigh, she too gave up the struggle, opting instead to play on her phone. Chapter 106. The resounding applause. Meanwhile, Yuanya conversed with Su Chun beside him. That you've read his paper, haven't you? Yuanya inquired. That I have. Su Chun nodded. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Yuanya sighed in contemplation. Su Chun chuckled softly, saying, In relation to you, I can be considered a junior, and Lin Xiao is also a junior to me. Thus, you should refer to him as a post-junior. Oh, why is that? I am certainly not daunting. Yuanya was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. You possess quite the sense of humor. He turned his gaze back to Lin Xiao on the stage and remarked, Once he completes his doctoral studies, I shall have to write him a letter of recommendation. What kind of recommendation? Su Chun inquired. Whatever can be written, I shall write. 1,000 Talents Program, Qianren Scholars, and so forth. If his results truly succeed, obtaining a natural science award should pose no challenge, correct? Moreover, isn't there also the upcoming mathematics conference for the Chinese community next year? Securing a Chinching award for him should also be feasible. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is true. He then began to ponder aloud. Considering this, Lin Xiao might surpass even me in prowess. The Chinching Award is a distinction presented at the World Chinese Mathematicians Conference, often regarded as the Chinese equivalent of the Fields Medal. Su Chun, however, had never received such accolades, having only been recognized as a Chongjiang scholar in his home country, in the front rows of the audience. Professors Pompielli, Delin, and Sarnak sat together, engaged in hushed conversation. Quite remarkable, Sarnak remarked, observing the formulas displayed on Lin Xiao's PowerPoint presentation. Despite having seen them previously, he could not help but express his astonishment once more. I can already envision the expressions of those old-timers after they hear the report, Pompielli added with a smile. When I return, I shall boast to them that Lin Xiao has benefited from my assistance. That would be Selberg. Delin interjected from beside him. My apologies. I've already finished reviewing, so you probably won't guess my expression after the presentation. Just then, an elderly head popped up from behind their seats. The three professors turned to look and could not help but chide. Andrew, you old rascal, you've come too? Of course I had to come. After all, I did win a Fields Medal, he replied. That was a Fields Special Prize. Not a Fields Medal. It's all quite similar. After all, there are over 50 recipients of the Fields Medal in the world, but only one recipient of the Fields Special Prize. The old professor chuckled cheerfully, appearing quite laid back. In reality, he was Andrew Wiles, the prover of Fermat's last theorem. After proving it and gaining recognition in the mathematical community, he was awarded a Fields Special Prize by the International Mathematical Union, as he was already 45 years old, exceeding the age limit for the Fields Medal. However, the significance of his achievement in solving Fermat's last theorem warranted this exceptional award. He was also known for his penchant for stirring things up in mathematics, having presented his proof in a dramatic fashion through 3 lectures without revealing their topics in advance. When people realized his ultimate goal was to prove Fermat's last theorem, the auditorium for the 3rd lecture became overwhelmingly crowded. By the way, you should indeed listen to this report. Deline remarked with a grin. Have you discovered aspects reminiscent of your own proof process? Certainly, Wiles nodded. His utilization of modular forms has inspired me. If I were to prove Fermat's last theorem again, I believe it would be far easier, as I have conceived a rather clever method to prove the Shimura-Taniyama conjecture. The other professors shook their heads in disbelief. At that moment, Pompielli suddenly declared, "We've arrived at the crucial point." Hearing this, the others raised their heads to refocus on Lin Xiao, who was now at a pivotal moment in his presentation, the key step to his success. Next, we shall construct an auxiliary function. Let L be a sufficiently large even number, and let Fc Lk1, Ll1, Klck. As Lin Xiao continued to elucidate, those who were bewildered could only internally exclaim 666, while the renowned mathematicians in the front rows could no longer suppress their admiration. Reaching this juncture had made it evident to all that success was now inevitable. In the span of over 70 pages of his paper, these few steps represented the essence of his work, serving as the core pillars supporting the entire thesis, effectively linking the seemingly unrelated segments of the content. Andrew, what do you think? ISNT at this step that feels familiar to you. Deline turned to Wiles with a teasing tone. Wiles nodded, then smiled as he responded. However, I shall not let him off so easily Do you intend to challenge him? Deline was taken aback. Have you spotted an issue then? Wiles shook his head with a smile. This issue just so happens to be one I encountered previously. Where? You will know once his presentation concludes. Deline, surprised that Wiles was being so coy, shook his head and turned back to the paper, eager to discern what Wiles had identified as problematic, as he had failed to notice it during his own review. However, after a cursory search, he ultimately gave up, realizing that with so little time left, he could not possibly find it. He would have to wait for Wiles to reveal it during the Q&A session following the presentation. This also underscored the significance of academic presentations. For as more individuals review a paper, the greater the likelihood of detecting minor discrepancies, which is indispensable for any substantial achievement. Only through rigorous scrutiny by a multitude can such accomplishments be deemed genuinely successful. Time swiftly passed, and, as Lin Xiao successfully unveiled the most critical step, the ensuing process unfolded with unrelenting momentum. He quickened his pace until, at the 40th minute, he concluded the exposition of his entire theory. Thus, we have successfully achieved the homomorphic transformation of group G.M. Y method of group transformation is now complete at this juncture. Allow me to bestow a title upon it, Lin Xiao said bashfully. As you can see, it is a form of homomorphic group transformation, so I shall name it the Lin group transformation method. The audience erupted in laughter. Naming one's own theory, what is there to feel shy about? Of course, one could opt for a longer title, such as the Lin homomorphic group module formalization transformation method, but that would be rather lengthy. This was merely a minor interlude. The time had come to derive the final conclusion. After presenting the formula for Mersenne numbers, Lin Xiao ultimately arrived at the Mersenne prime distribution formula, successfully proving the infinitude of Mersenne primes, while also reaffirming the Zygmunt-D's conjecture. Thus concluded the discourse on the paper. The entire audience spontaneously erupted into applause. This youth was deserving of their resounding acclaim. Awesome. Amidst the applause, the audience's praises mingled on the Chinese side. Several students, though unable to comprehend the details, nonetheless felt compelled to cheer for the young prodigy. One PhD student from Modern University, clapping enthusiastically, turned to his professor and asked, did he succeed in proving it? Essentially, yes, he has succeeded, the professor replied, joining in the applause, though he silently chuckled to himself, as he specialized in topology and had not delved deeply into number theory, making the latter part of the presentation difficult for him to grasp. Yet he felt hesitant to admit his lack of understanding to the student. After all, everyone else was applauding, including the prominent figures seated in the front row. Not far away, Professor Yuanya also clapped, having comprehended the content, as he had reviewed Lin Xiao's paper beforehand. Had he been hearing it for the first time, he likely would have struggled to keep up. It seems I can write that letter of recommendation when I return to the hotel. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Regarding this young man, he had previously perceived him as an equal conversational partner. But now he was thoroughly convinced of his extraordinary talent, which made the disparity abundantly clear. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, smiling, awaited the moment when the applause gradually subsided before stating, "Now, if any friends have questions, feel free to ask." Soon, someone raised their hand, a young individual, appearing to be in their 20s. "Hello, Professor Lin. I would like to inquire about line 3 on page 34. Why is J a modular form of weight 0? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "I am neither a professor nor a doctor at present. You may simply call me Mr. Lin." He then flipped through his paper and answered, "J remains invariant under the full modular group SL to the." That is, see, hence we can arrive at this conclusion. The inquirer pondered for a moment, and soon enlightenment dawned upon him as he expressed his gratitude. "I understand now. Thank you, Professor Lin." "Ah, Mr. Lin." Lin Xiao responded with a gentle smile, then turned to the others and announced, "Next." Before long, another hand was raised, and yet another question was posed, to which Lin Xiao responded in kind that he had, of course, reviewed his paper numerous times and had anticipated the possible inquiries they might have, thus making the responses quite straightforward. After addressing the questions of approximately 5 individuals, the audience fell silent with no further hands raised. He politely inquired once more, "Are there any additional questions?" At that moment, he noticed an elderly gentleman in the 3rd row raising his hand. Lin Xiao turned to the elder, smiled slightly, and awaited the staff to bring the microphone to him. However, he sensed a hush fall over the crowd as the elder raised his hand, with many gazes shifting toward him, and some began to murmur. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the elder was seated in front of Professor Poincare. Was he a prominent figure? Just then, the elder took the microphone and cheerfully remarked, "Future Professor Lin, greetings." This elicited laughter from the audience. Just moments prior, Lin Xiao had asserted he was not a professor. And yet here was the elder calling him the future Professor Lin, a statement laced with humor, yet also indicative of high regard for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, somewhat flustered, acknowledged it with a wry smile, replying, "Greetings to the current professor." Uncertain of the elder's identity, he opted for a respectful title, recognizing him as a fellow academic. The elder chuckled, "Ah, your presentation was remarkable. It reminded me of how I demonstrated that all elliptic curves possess modular forms while proving Fermat's last theorem." At this revelation, the audience erupted in astonishment, those who had not recognized the elder now grasping his significance. Have proven Fermat's last theorem? Was he not Andrew Wiles? The crowd buzzed with surprise, questioning if Professor Wiles found fault in Lin Xiao's theory. This brought a heightened sense of urgency to the proceedings. The previous questioners were not particularly renowned in the academic world and were mostly young, likely struggling to comprehend certain sections of the report. However, the presence of such a distinguished figure raising concerns could pose a critical challenge to the entire argument that a collective sigh of apprehension swept through the audience for Lin Xiao. At that moment, Andrew Wiles finally articulated his question. "However, I have contemplated a particular issue, which has resurfaced in your report in a different guise that I would like to inquire how you intend to resolve this matter," which is located on page 41, line 10, that everyone froze. Page 41. Wasn't that the crux of the entire report? They hastily flipped to page 41 and located line 10. Wiles then posed his inquiry. "Have you considered CLM12 being less than 0? How does your inequality 12 hold?" Upon hearing Wiles' question, all eyes darted towards the indicated section. After a moment of contemplation, those who understood the question gasped in disbelief. Yet, only a small fraction grasped the query. While the majority remained perplexed, still trying to comprehend Wiles' words, Professors Poincare and Deline frowned in concentration. Indeed, this was a significant issue that IT was subtle yet deeply embedded, posing a lethal threat to the entire proof. Wiles' ability to identify the problem stemmed from his prior research and an instinctive numerical intuition. As everyone turned their gaze back to Lin Xiao, they observed him intently studying the paper, his expression inscrutable. Although he did not appear anxious, the audience perceived that he was grappling with a challenge. Previously, when addressing the other inquiries, Lin Xiao had merely glanced at the relevant passages before responding directly. Yet now he had been scrutinizing the document for a good 10 seconds that a profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to disrupt Lin Xiao's thought process, eager to witness the emergence of what could be deemed an extraordinary new theory. However, every theory must confront challenges, And had Wiles not raised the issue today, it would inevitably have been posed by someone else in due time. If Lin Xiao could not provide an answer, the elegant method of group transformation he had proudly named moments ago would dissolve into oblivion. In the midst of this tension, a female student from the Chinese delegation could not contain her curiosity. Asking, "Can he answer it?" "I don't know," another girl replied, shaking her head. "After all, that is Professor Wiles, who proved Fermat's last theorem," a nearby male student remarked, unable to suppress his concern over the complexity of the question posed. They were all apprehensive for Lin Xiao, uncertain if he could rise to the occasion. Faced with such a distinguished professor, they imagined themselves in a similar predicament, back in university during their thesis defense, when the examining professor pointed out flaws in their work, leaving them with nothing but apologies and promises for future diligence. Moreover, Lin Xiao was under the scrutiny of various luminaries in the mathematical community. Along with an audience of over 2,000, the mere thought was daunting. "Silence. Let us await the brilliance of our Lin," a nearby professor interjected, his demeanor serious, effectively halting their chatter. Upon hearing the professor, they fell silent, their hopes resting on Lin Xiao's success. After all, if Lin Xiao's achievements were acknowledged, it would undeniably be a source of immense pride for their nation, that a compatriot, and such a young one at that, shining on the global stage. How could they not feel elated? Thus, they all settled down, their eyes fixed on the stage. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained absorbed in his paper, time slipping by nearly a minute in tense anticipation. The atmosphere was so still that a pin drop would have echoed. Yet at that moment, a subtle smile crept onto Lin Xiao's lips, revealing that he had found his answer. To a smile, the audience collectively held their breath, wondering if he had indeed discerned something significant. Lin Xiao then set the paper aside and glanced around. Soon, he spotted a small blackboard in the corner and requested the staff, "Please bring the blackboard over." "Thank you." The staff nodded and promptly fetched the blackboard, while Lin Xiao took the opportunity to bow slightly to Professor Wiles. "You must be Professor Andrew Wiles, correct? First, I wish to express my gratitude for your question, as it has further enriched my presentation." Addressing the inquiry, Lin Xiao continued, "I had also identified this issue while composing my work. However, I previously considered a different approach, concluding that C(1,2) is indeed greater than or equal to 0, thereby resolving the matter at hand. That I apologize for taking a moment to recall my steps." Wiles responded with a slight smile, "No worries. As long as you could demonstrate it, I believe everyone is willing to wait." Lin Xiao nodded. "I must also thank you for your insightful observation. It is my duty as an audience member to point out issues." Wiles waved his hand dismissively, adding, "I look forward to seeing how you will address this challenge." Very well. At that juncture, the blackboard was positioned on stage, and the staff handed Lin Xiao a marker. "Thank you." He nodded slightly, took the marker, and began to articulate the equations on the blackboard, from equations 10 and 11. "We have C10 S0M less than or equal to C9 S0, due to PS0. 11P less than or equal to S0K1, 1K. Observing Lin Xiao's calculations, Wiles wore a satisfied expression. It was evident that as Lin Xiao progressed through these initial steps, Wiles had already concluded that Lin Xiao had effectively addressed the problem. The audience, witnessing Lin Xiao's confident computations, marveled at his ability to respond. Moreover, from Lin Xiao's previous exchange with Professor Wiles, it seemed he had long been aware of the issue. Those who initially struggled to comprehend the question were now left speechless, at a loss for words except to express their admiration. Meanwhile, Professors Poincare and Deline, witnessing Lin Xiao's fluid approach to the proof, shared in the astonishment. This young man defied conventional understanding. "Wiles, it appears your question has been resolved by him," remarked Andrew Wiles, shaking his head. "In truth, I already knew how to tackle this issue. I can only say that we have collectively addressed it. Additionally, I had considered this problem in relation to layers." Layers? As a master in the realm of algebraic geometry, Deline was undeniably familiar with this term. "Indeed," Andrew Wiles nodded. "During my proof of Fermat's last theorem." He was abruptly interrupted. "Please refrain from constantly mentioning your proof of Fermat's last theorem when you speak." Deline could no longer endure it. It seemed every remark from Wiles had to reference that particular achievement. "But I did prove Fermat's last theorem," Wiles replied, spreading his hands in resignation, that I also proved the wild conjectures. Lin countered, I didn't stop you from mentioning it. Fine then, go ahead, Lin conceded. Wiles, now satisfied, nodded and continued. In the course of proving Fermat's last theorem, I conducted some research on this matter. Later, upon encountering another form of the problem that this young man was currently addressing, I had a conjecture that every function could be transformed into a sheaf. Every function can be converted into a sheaf? Lin furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before his expression brightened with realization. It seems plausible. Yes, but that is merely an intuition, Andrew Wiles stated. I wouldn't even go so far as to call it conjecture. Lin shook his head. It appears worth investigating upon my return. Now, let us observe our presenter. His results are in, Wiles remarked with a smile. The group turned to see Lin Xiao had already inscribed the final steps on the blackboard. Thus, S0 is less than or equal to 1 log S0, S0. In conclusion, we have shown that S0 is less than or equal to C, lm 1, 2. Having reached this point, Lin Xiao deemed it appropriate to pause. The audience, now enlightened, erupted into applause, some unable to contain their admiration for such a brilliant proof. For Lin Xiao had deftly employed knowledge from algebraic geometry to transform the problem into a geometric solution. Although Lin Xiao's study of algebraic geometry was not extensive, he had perused relevant texts and grasped the fundamental concepts. Thus, applying this mathematical dimension to solve the problem was not beyond his capabilities. However, as everyone anticipated he would turn to face them, they were perplexed to find Lin Xiao seemingly lost in thought, gazing at the blackboard. Chapter 109. A New Conjecture. The Lin conjecture observing Lin Xiao's halted pen and contemplative demeanor. The audience grew curious about his thoughts. Applause quickly faded, as no one wished to disturb Lin Xiao, just as they had refrained from interrupting him while he pondered Wiles' question. Yet this time, they sensed Lin Xiao's contemplation extended longer than before. What was happening? A minute passed, then to this juncture, the report had already reached the 1-hour mark. Nevertheless, the nearby staff refrained from intervening, for not far away, Professor Vienna, the committee chair, had halted any attempts to disrupt. Any moment of genius is birthed in an instant. As observers, we can only grant these prodigies more time and trust in their process. For Professor Vienna, his initial skepticism towards Lin Xiao had transformed. Having listened to the presentation, he realized such a genius should never be judged by ordinary standards. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed in silence, as the audience patiently awaited. Finally, Lin Xiao resumed his activity, retrieving his pen and beginning to write on the blackboard. With the emergence of several equations, both Wiles and Lin narrowed their gazes. Lin Xiao, had he discovered something? What is he doing? Professor Sanak inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. This is a sheaf. Lin intently observed Lin Xiao's steps. Yes. Just like that, my heavens. How could he conceive such a transformation? It's a modular form. Unbelievable. Even Andrew Wiles murmured, how did I not think of this while proving Fermat's last theorem? Lin, too absorbed in following Lin Xiao's calculations, paid no mind to Wiles' recurring reference to his own triumph that in truth, Lin Xiao's writing on the board was concise, merely 6 lines. Upon reaching this point, he set down his pen and quietly regarded the last few lines. O top, BT. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face the audience once more. The spectators were either furrowing their brows in contemplation of his equations or gazing vacantly, bewildered by the proceedings. Some appeared to be drifting into slumber. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao simply smiled and addressed Professor Wiles. Professor Wiles, I believe I have resolved your inquiry. However, after listening to Professor Lahore's presentation on the geometry of modular curves yesterday, I found myself contemplating this issue anew and arrived at a surprisingly remarkable conclusion that, as you can see, I have transformed S0 into this function sheaf via modular forms. Yet this is evidently a special case. Therefore, I now conjecture that if we can generalize this special case, meaning we can deduce its validity under the form of K1, then any function can be expressed in the form of a sheaf. While long to uncover the Rosetta Stone between algebra and geometry, now his Rosetta Stone has become our geometric Langlands program, and in studying it, sheaves represent a magnificent pathway if we can convert any function into a sheaf. I believe the chasm within the geometric Langlands program will be bridged, albeit modestly, yet sufficiently robust. This is my vision for the future. Now, I digress somewhat. Are there any further questions? He smiled as he surveyed the audience. But recalling Professor Wiles, he turned back. Oh, pardon me, Professor Wiles. Do you have any questions regarding my proof? At that moment, Professor Wiles remained silent, quietly contemplating the last 6 lines on the blackboard while reflecting on Lin Xiao's earlier remarks. Finally, he spoke. No, I have no further questions. I am quite satisfied with your response. Thank you, Lin Xiao nodded. Yet just then, Wiles added, however, future Professor Lin, the conjecture you have proposed seems even more alluring than this problem. I initially proved Fermat. Stop. Deline could no longer tolerate Wiles' incessant references to his moment of glory. It felt akin to a novelist dragging out the narrative before a pivotal moment. He interrupted Wiles, standing up without a microphone, and declared, your new conjecture has illuminated a fresh direction for our algebraic geometry. Previously, we believed we could not naturally transform all functions into sheaves. Only certain functions permitted such a conversion. We all know that when functions are transformed into sheaves, they carry a wealth of information that these function forms cannot express, which will provide us with considerable assistance. While many functions within the Langlands program can be transformed into sheaf form, some still resist such transformation. Your conjecture could enable us to overcome this limitation. This is undeniably a crucial proposal for modern algebraic geometry, one that will broaden our understanding and contribute significantly to the unification of mathematics. Thus, I would like to inquire if you have any further thoughts on this matter. Lin Xiao regarded the professor, unsure of his identity, yet sensing his significance, he shook his head and replied, I apologize. As you can see, I have only just derived this conjecture. It remains merely a hypothesis. Moreover, my studies in algebraic geometry are limited. If you were to ask me to resolve it, I might be unable to do so. Even if I had an ingenious method to prove it, the space left on this blackboard is quite limited. So perhaps it is best left at that. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the audience erupted in laughter. Was this a nod to Fermat? When Fermat first proposed his last theorem, he inscribed that he believed he had discovered a marvelous proof, but alas, the space was too small to contain it, thus leaving the mathematical community perplexed for over 350 years until Wiles completed the proof. Deline smiled, feeling no regret, and said, Congratulations, young man. Today, you have not only resolved a problem that has perplexed the mathematical community for over 2 millennia, but have also proposed a new objective for algebraic geometry, which will likely come to be known as the Lin conjecture. On behalf of my teachers, Grothin Deek and Anderweil, I extend my gratitude to you. When Deline spoke, the staff handed him a microphone, allowing his voice to be heard by everyone present. Instantly, the audience was once again enveloped in astonishment. Conjecture. Lin Xiao had proposed a conjecture that could potentially pave a new direction for the Langlands program in geometry. Even those who had previously struggled to comprehend the discussion were now engulfed in profound shock. What constitutes a contribution to the mathematical community? This is what we call a contribution. The resolution of the Mersenne primes and the introduction of the Lin group transformation method by Lin Xiao stand as significant contributions to the field of mathematics. The Lin group transformation method, in particular, offers a pathway to address numerous related problems, and who knows how many new discoveries will emerge in the future, all thanks to this method. Many professors in the audience were inspired and were eager to return and examine Lin Xiao's papers to seek direction for their own research. Now, with Lin Xiao's novel conjecture, the contribution to the mathematical realm is even more monumental. The emergence of any conjecture injects new vitality into the field, akin to the Riemann hypothesis, which has propelled the advancement of mathematics, generating countless propositions even in the absence of proof. Should the Riemann hypothesis be validated, these propositions would ascend to the status of theorems. While Lin Xiao's conjecture may not hold the same level of significance as the Riemann hypothesis, drawing researchers from various fields into fervent study, it still ignited excitement among mathematics professors focused on geometry. If all functions could be represented as layers, the implications for their research would be immeasurable, particularly for those delving into the Langlands program in geometry. Many scholars hastily grabbed their phones to photograph the notes Lin Xiao had written on the small blackboard, eager to analyze them later. Should they demonstrate that the K1 form holds true, it could become an achievement that resonates through the ages, leaving a vivid mark in the field of geometry. In the future, all who study this topic will inevitably encounter this conclusion, and their names, along with Lin Xiao's, will be forever etched in memory. After all, once this conjecture is proven, it will be deemed the Lin theorem. Of course, whether it can be proven remains an open question. But what if the proof is not as daunting as it seems? They had come this far. It would be unthinkable not to at least attempt it. Meanwhile, upon hearing Delin's words, Lin Xiao paused momentarily. A conjecture. Indeed, it is a conjecture, and one named after himself. That a smile crept across his face. It sounded rather impressive, didn't it? He then humbly remarked, "You flatter me. I merely proposed a conjecture. If anyone deserves gratitude, it should be the future prover. Ha. Without anyone posing questions, how could there be anyone to resolve them?" Delin shook his head and stated, if Copernicus had not suggested that the world revolves around the sun, how would subsequent generations have been motivated to prove this fact? Mathematics has advanced through the discovery of problems and their subsequent resolution. Contemplating the old professor's words, Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, replying, "I understand now." Seeing Lin Xiao acknowledge his words, Delin smiled faintly and resumed his applause. Encouraged by his applause, others joined in, and gradually, the entire hall erupted into a chorus of clapping that lasted for nearly half a minute. Professor Viana then summoned a staff member, instructing, "Keep an eye on this blackboard. No one is to erase IT. IT should be taken directly to IMPA as an exhibit." The staff member understood the chairman's intent. The significance of this conjecture was evidently immense, as it served as a bridge conjecture rather than merely solving a singular problem, like proving Goldbach's conjecture, which merely established that all even numbers can be expressed as the sum of two primes. The essential aspect lies in the new theories developed throughout the proof process. Thus, the importance of the Lin conjecture is clear, and the blackboard on which Lin Xiao inscribed this problem may very well become a relic in a mathematical community for future generations to admire. The staff member nodded and fixed his gaze on the blackboard, prepared to prevent anyone from touching it without his permission, including Lin Xiao himself, who might inadvertently erase it. However, Lin Xiao had no intention of doing so. With no further questions arising, his presentation reached its conclusion. He then respectfully bowed to everyone once more, stating, "Thank you all for attending my report. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Pompier for his invaluable assistance in resolving this problem." After nodding towards Professor Pompier, who returned a subtle smile, applause erupted anew, growing louder as the audience refrained from leaving immediately, instead expressing their admiration for what could be deemed a flawless presentation. This report would likely linger in the memories of all present, ranking as one of the most impactful presentations at the International Congress of Mathematicians. In the future, when anyone inquires about the history of the Lin conjecture, they will discover that it was proposed during the 2018 International Congress of Mathematicians. Lin Xiao also made a point to thank Professor Pompier once more before turning to the professor who had previously questioned him, asking, "Are you Professor Delin?" Delin nodded with a smile. "Yes, Pierre Delin. I'm a colleague of Professor Pompier. I see," Lin Xiao replied with a nod. It was no wonder he had mentioned his teacher, Grothendieck, and why he had been so animated earlier. Grothendieck is a foundational figure in modern algebraic geometry. A world-class mathematician in his own right, Delin, as Grothendieck's esteemed disciple, has made significant contributions to algebraic geometry. For instance, his proof of the Weil conjecture is a pivotal issue in algebraic geometry, as it verifies the Riemann hypothesis for elliptic curves, providing substantial contributions to the development of the frameworks of algebraic geometry and number theory. Lin Xiao's conjecture is crucial for theoretical research in algebraic geometry, which explains Delin's excitement. It signifies a weighty new research direction within the field pioneered by his mentor. "Young man, keep up the good work. I hope to see more of you in the future," Delin encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. "Thank you, Professor," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Xiao continued to engage with several other eminent professors, including Professor Sarnak and Professor Wiles. It was his first encounter with Professor Sarnak, and he expressed his gratitude for the feedback on his paper. Professor Wiles, on the other hand, grumbled a bit about Delin interrupting his speech earlier. Lin Xiao learned from the other professors that Wiles had a habitual phrase, "When I proved Fermat's last theorem." This elicited both amusement and understanding from Lin Xiao. After all, Wiles is the only recipient of the field's Medal Special Prize. And it is understandable that he frequently brings up this achievement, that Wiles' pride in his accomplishment is also tied to his long-standing fascination with Fermat's last theorem, as he had been captivated by it since the age of 10 and aspired to prove it one day. He finally fulfilled that childhood dream at the age of 41, a feat that anyone would cherish for a lifetime. As they conversed, a few more individuals approached, eager to engage Lin Xiao in conversation, among whom were two recent Fields Medal recipients from this year's International Congress of Mathematicians. Clearly, Lin Xiao's performance in today's presentation had piqued their interest. Others in the vicinity watched with envy as Lin Xiao conversed closely with such prominent figures. Typically, this level of interaction would only be afforded to another eminent mathematician. However, whether Lin Xiao is currently regarded as such remains to be seen. Nonetheless, his youth assures that his future standing in the academic world will undoubtedly be significant. As Professor Wiles had earlier remarked, Professor Lin of the future. Perhaps he would even become a future Fields Medal laureate. In the audience, a dozen students gazed at Lin Xiao, conversing with renowned mathematicians as though witnessing a celestial being. Did Lin Xiao propose a conjecture? One undergraduate inquired, bewildered. Yes, indeed, a conjecture, and a remarkably important one, came the reply. Another doctoral student nodded, his tone filled with incredulity. Algebraic geometry bridges the chasm between algebra and geometry. And the modern algebraic geometry established by Grothendieck has, in a certain sense, unified mathematics. Lin Xiao's conjecture promises to deepen this unity even further. This is indeed a profound connection between functions and geometry. Listening to this senior's words, the others appeared to grasp the significance without fully understanding. Clearly, not everyone among them was studying algebraic geometry. One could only express admiration, saying impressive that a new conjecture. Lin Xiao had just resolved the Zhou conjecture and the distribution of Mersenne primes. And now he proposed yet another conjecture, garnering gratitude even from Professor Lin for raising this question. If only I could possess even a fraction of Lin Xiao's brilliance. Not even a tenth. A mere 1% would suffice. Sigh. Is the gap between people really this vast? They all sighed, especially when considering Lin Xiao's age. He and T even started university, yet, if he were to attend university, it would be akin to a max-level expert entering a novice village. One could only wonder how immense the pressure would be on the students who would later be Lin Xiao's classmates. The disparity between individuals is slight, but the divide between mortals and divinities is monumental. Someone attempted to offer comfort, which was indeed true to that moment. Dean Yuan called out, "All right, everyone, it's time to head out." The students responded in unison, gathering their belongings to demonstrate their attentiveness. Nearly everyone had brought a notebook, yet it was evident they hadn't jotted down anything particularly useful. Secretary General Gong Zhou then inquired, "Should we wait for Lin Xiao?" "No need to wait. Given his current situation, he will likely be busy toasting with those professors for a while." Yuan gestured towards the front, waving his hand, as those foreigners tended to appreciate such gestures. Oh, Gong Zhou nodded, but still glanced ahead and remarked, "It's quite worrisome." Yuan was taken aback and asked, "Worrisome about what? What if Lin Xiao gets lured abroad? That would be a substantial loss for our domestic mathematical community. It is not often we produce such a talent." Yuan fell silent for a moment, shaking his head. "Such matters are beyond our control." Upon hearing this, Gong Zhou sighed. Indeed, each of them was well aware of the prevailing circumstances in the country. Yet due to the very nature of the environment, no one could alter it. After all, individuals are free. During the era of the former Soviet Union, scientists had received Nobel Prizes but were prohibited by the authorities from claiming them. Of course, that could also be seen as a protective measure to prevent them from being harmed after going abroad. However, to outsiders, the government's obstruction of individuals from receiving honors appeared to be a foolish practice, especially in modern times. Thus, it was unreasonable to expect individuals to return home. One could only trust him for the time being. Yuan shook his head. Even if he goes abroad for a while, as long as he remembers to come back, that is sufficient. Perhaps he might go abroad again after returning. At that moment, Su Chan interjected. Yuan chuckled. If he wishes to return, it signifies that his heart still resides domestically. Yet, that depended on whether the domestic environment could satisfy those returning. Upon hearing Su Chan's words, Yuan Yu shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Discussing too much could lead to eavesdropping. Time swiftly passed. The news regarding this report circulated quickly. The final determination of the distribution of Mersenne primes evoked a sense of nostalgia among those who had previously researched related topics. When they had tackled this issue, each of them had been vexed by the deceptively simple yet maddening 2p1, and now, with this question finally resolved, it signified the closure of a mental knot for many. For GMPS, the Great Internet Mersenne Prime Search Project, the emergence of this paper heralded the conclusion of their project, as they could now input the theoretical framework from Lin Xiao's paper into their computers. Allowing them to ascertain numbers without relying on sheer luck, as before, they would have ample time to discover larger Mersenne primes, including those previously overlooked. Merely a week later, a previously overlooked prime was discovered, along with a larger Mersenne prime, specifically 28258999331, which comprised over 24 million digits, surpassing the previously identified one by over 160,000 digits. The discovery of these two new Mersenne primes by GMPS served as the most compelling validation of Lin Xiao's work. After all, two primes have been identified within such a brief period using his theory, without encountering any issues, which was sufficient to affirm the correctness of his theory. Naturally, Lin Xiao's Lin's group transformation method received unanimous acclaim from the attending mathematicians, who asserted that this method provided significant support for the Langlands program, particularly in its application to modular forms, which left many mathematicians in awe. The most significant highlight of the conference was undoubtedly Lin Xiao's conjecture, which proposed the ability to transform all functions into the form of layers in geometry. This revelation spread like wildfire through the mathematical community immediately following the conclusion of the report, causing quite a stir. The status of algebraic geometry in contemporary mathematics is exceedingly high, especially after Grothendieck established modern algebraic geometry. Point 1 need only glance at the reasons behind each field's Medal Recipients Award to observe that nearly every year, at least one laureate has made breakthroughs in the field of algebraic geometry, as exemplified by this year's recipient, Schultz. There are also numerous mathematicians dedicated to the study of algebraic geometry. Thus, Lin Xiao's conjecture ignited excitement among them all, as if they could glimpse the direction of the future. Consequently, the prominent figures in algebraic geometry who did not attend the International Congress of Mathematicians promptly downloaded Lin Xiao's paper, along with a photo of his small blackboard, to comprehend how he formulated this problem, the essence of which lay upon that blackboard. Subsequently, these scholars commenced their investigations into this problem, with many even setting aside their ongoing research. However, after several days of intensive study, they found this problem was not as easily solvable as they had hoped. They racked their brains, striving to prove its validity under the K1 condition, yet none succeeded. Nonetheless, while unable to prove it, they could directly utilize the K1 form to substitute the outcome into the functions they wished to transform, converting them into the layer format. The results were as Lin Xiao predicted. They successfully transformed the functions into layers. The issue remained that, since they could not prove the theory's validity, even if they managed the transformation, they could not guarantee that the converted function layers were indeed identical to the original functions. Who could ascertain whether their essence had undergone any alteration? It was akin to Doryman's shrinking tunnel. Who could assure that after passing through the tunnel, the now smaller Nobita was still the same as the original? This would necessitate proof. Regardless, people opted to treat it as if it were valid and proceeded to utilize the transformed functions. Much like the Riemann hypothesis, one initially assumes its validity, leading to the development of other theories, resulting in over 1,000 theorems. Yet only upon the successful proof of the Riemann hypothesis can these pseudo-theorems be elevated to true theorems. Consequently, mathematicians render high praise for Lin's conjecture, including Professor Lin, who, a few days after the conclusion of the report, participated in an interview with a media outlet. Lord Lin, how do you evaluate Lin's conjecture? I must admit, Lin's conjecture opens up greater possibilities for our algebraic geometry, and I believe that in the coming decade, researching this issue will become mainstream in our algebraic geometry community. Chapter 112. Professor Delin's interview. Oh, are you suggesting that no one will solve this problem within the next decade? Not quite. Delin chuckled, proposing an even larger time frame. 25 years. I believe it will require at least that long. That I recently studied this problem, and its difficulty is quite substantial. Why 25 years? Because the Weil conjecture was proposed in 1949, and I completed its proof in 1974. Precisely 25 years. So, you believe Lin's conjecture is of comparable difficulty to your proof of the Weil conjecture. Haha, no one could definitively measure the difficulty of a conjecture. However, in terms of the significance of the conclusions, Lin's conjecture is unlikely to be less important than the Weil conjecture. I see. Let me ask you one more question. How do you assess Lin Xiao? To evaluate Lin Xiao, borrowing a phrase from Professor Poincare, his mathematical talent deserves to be inscribed in the annals of mathematical history. Every time I contemplate the fact that he is merely 18 years old, I cannot help but be astounded. Perhaps the only mathematical geniuses from history that come to mind are the likes of Gauss, Euler, and Riemann. Thus, I firmly believe that as long as Lin Xiao continues to delve deeper into the realm of mathematics, he will reach an astonishing level, one that is currently beyond my imagination. It seems your praise for him is indeed lofty. However, do you think that if he had remained in Hua country for his studies, he could have developed to the extent you mentioned? Upon hearing this question, Delin furrowed his brow and glanced at the interviewer, retorting, "Why not?" Noticing Delin's irritation, the interviewer prudently decided to abandon such insidious inquiries. Nonetheless, the interview was published, bearing the title A Mathematical Genius Comparable to Gauss and Euler. This media outlet is quite renowned across Europe and America, and many who encountered this headline were filled with curiosity. After reading the article, they found themselves admiring Lin Xiao. Achieving such remarkable feats in what is arguably the world's most challenging discipline of mathematics at the tender age of 18 is commendable indeed. Major domestic media outlets also responded promptly, providing extensive coverage of the International Congress of Mathematicians and prominently featuring Lin Xiao, the young prodigy celebrated as a recipient of the Fields Medal, Abel Prize, and Wolf Prize. Outlets such as Observation Network, People's Daily, and Huaqing Daily dedicated special reports to him. Furthermore, the trending topics on Weibo once again featured a top 5 search. Hua country's 18-year-old mathematical prodigy proposes significant mathematical conjecture. Upon clicking, the article primarily detailed Lin Xiao's hour-long presentation at the International Congress of Mathematicians, briefly introducing the Lin conjecture and quoting evaluations from several mathematical masters, including Delin. The high praise and the impressive titles of these evaluators left every reader astonished. Consequently, the comment section erupted once more that I knew it was Lin Shun even before clicking. Once in May, once in June, once in July, and now in August again, that I declare Lin Shun the only person who is not a celebrity, yet frequently trends. This conjecture appears incredibly impressive. Stop boasting. I can't even comprehend it. Everything Lin Shun does is remarkable. Every achievement he attains is beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Goodness, you really set the bar high. Enough of this. I need to download Lin Shun's paper from the International Congress of Mathematicians official website. A strong youth means a strong nation. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thus, under such overwhelming promotion, both domestically and internationally, Lin Xiao's name became known to many around the world. Although his name may eventually fade from memory, he undeniably gained substantial recognition. However, for Lin Xiao, notoriety held little significance to him. Fame was a trivial pursuit. The thrill of unraveling complex problems and inching closer to the truth was what truly mattered. Besides, there was also the enjoyment of appreciating his own charm. Ah, I looked so handsome while presenting. At that moment, in his hotel room, Lin Xiao gazed at a news article released by a media outlet, featuring a photograph of him standing on stage, introducing the Lin conjecture to the world for the first time. The image, enhanced with filters, exuded an air of mystery surrounding unsolved mathematical conundrums. Dressed in a tailored suit, his poised stature and gentle smile were accentuated. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became, prompting him to download the image. After a moment's thought, he opened his QQ Moments and Weibo, posting the picture with the caption, "Only handsomeness must not be neglected." Shortly after posting, he was inundated with notifications. The response on QQ was manageable, as he had only a few friends, all of whom were acquaintances, However, the reaction on Weibo was overwhelming. With over 500,000 genuine followers, not mere bots, his post attracted countless shares and comments. Especially since his trending topic was still active. Lin Xiao skimmed through the responses, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. Why is everyone praising me? Can't anyone read my caption? These netizens lack spirit. Disenchanted, he closed Weibo, feeling rather bored. After a moment, he opened his personal panel to review his recent achievements. His flawless performance during the presentation had garnered him substantial rewards from the system. First, for delivering an academic report and perfectly addressing all inquiries. He received 100 points of mathematical experience and 2 truth points. Additionally, because he proposed a new conjecture of significant importance in the mathematical community, he earned 200 points of mathematical experience and 3 truth points. In total, he accumulated 300 experience points and 5 truth points, thus altering the status of his personal panel. Host, Lin Xiao. Truth points, 32.2. Cosmic Truth Branch Level, Mathematics. Level 3, 5461000. Chemistry. Level 0, 710. Physics. Level 0, 710. Biology. Level 0, 710. Materials Science. Level 0, 510. Informatics. Level 0, 510. I still need over 400 more points to level up. I wonder how much brain development will be provided at level 4. However, all other subjects remain at level 0. I should find a way to upgrade them. Initially, I had planned to begin studying other subjects during the 2-month break following the college entrance examination to gain some experience. But unexpectedly, I was preoccupied throughout that time. Yet now, having completed the International Congress of Mathematicians, I'm essentially free to focus on my studies. Additionally, the start of the semester at Beijing University is approaching. New students are to report on August 30, and after the Congress concludes, I will return home in mid-August, leaving me with only half a month before classes begin. However, perhaps spending the last 2 months away from home has accustomed Lin Xiao to solitude. He actually preferred the environment of solitary research, as an increase in people around him meant more distractions and social obligations. For instance, after attending the IMO, upon returning home, he frequently encountered such situations where even distant relatives, whom he seldom contacted, would call to visit. He certainly disliked such scenarios. In fact, those who cherish academic pursuits generally share this sentiment. Even in conversations, they prefer engaging with like-minded individuals. As the saying goes, in a humble abode, conversations with great scholars abound. While the unlearned are absent, being surrounded by like-minded companions is undoubtedly the ideal situation. Lin Xiao shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. At that moment, he noticed he had amassed 32.2 truth points. Raising an eyebrow, he suddenly inquired, "System, how many truth points are required to resolve the Riemann hypothesis?" Based on the host's mathematics level, 3,000 truth points are required. Lin Xiao, I apologize for the interruption, that I had thought that 30-plus truth points were already considerable. But it appears otherwise. I must continue to work hard. With a sigh, he glanced at the time. An intriguing presentation was about to commence, prompting him to leave the hotel. Time swiftly passed to August 9th, marking the successful conclusion of the International Congress of Mathematicians. Although the event was not without its humorous incidents, such as the theft of the Fields Medal, it left every participant feeling fulfilled. The conference featured not only Lin Xiao's astonishing presentation, but also other speakers who introduced innovative perspectives, enriching the experience for all attendees. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao's presentation remained one of the most impactful, sparking extensive discussions about the Lin conjecture across numerous renowned international mathematical forums. Reports on the Lin conjecture could even be found on ARCS4. As time progressed, mathematicians who attended the conference began packing their belongings to depart Brazil and return to their respective countries. Lin Xiao and his companions did the same, boarding a flight back to Hua country. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao was once again met with various forms of adulation, even hearing insincere flattery upon his arrival. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, as long as one possesses a sufficiently strong heart, neither criticism nor flattery can alter one's true nature. Thus, as time passed, the end of August approached, heralding the start of the new semester. On August 30, he arrived at Beijing University. Regardless of its significance to Lin Xiao, he still had to report for university, whether he would complete his studies in 2 years or just 1. Obtaining that degree was essential, along with navigating the necessary procedures. Consequently, after disembarking from the plane, Lin Xiao wheeled his suitcase toward the entrance of Beijing University. Having visited this place previously, Lin Xiao felt no sense of unfamiliarity. However, upon witnessing the bustling atmosphere of the freshman enrollment office, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Although Beijing University is a dream institution for students nationwide, with every individual attending it being regarded as an academic powerhouse, the sight of so many others equally eager to enroll rendered the experience somewhat commonplace. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and walked straight inside. The senior volunteers warmly greeted every newcomer lugging their luggage, while various vendors, such as those promoting campus cards, were equally eager, offering assistance with bags. Yet upon learning that some had already acquired campus cards, their enthusiasm quickly waned. It is often said that university resembles a microcosm of society, and this indeed held true. Amused, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smiled at It that moment, as senior approached him, guiding him to the enrollment area for the Department of Mathematics. Please present your admission notice and identification card. The enrollment office was manned by a student council member, likely a senior, who, upon seeing Lin Xiao's rather handsome face, wore a sincere smile. Lin Xiao handed over his admission notice and ID. Upon glancing at the notice, the senior's expression transformed into one of surprise as she looked up at Lin Xiao, exclaiming, "Are you the Lin Xiao?" Her words drew the attention of those nearby. Despite having been absent from trending searches for over 20 days, many who had seen his picture still recognized him. Suddenly, a flurry of phones emerged to capture his image. "Wow, it's the Lin God. We've encountered the real Lin God." In an instant, a crowd had gathered around him, disrupting the enrollment process for other newcomers. "What's happening?" Someone inquired, bewildered. "Is a celebrity in our midst?" A voice, tinged with impatience, interjected, "I must see who this is that has caused such a commotion. What contributions have they made to society? Do they think they're the Lin God?" However, as he squeezed through the throng, his exclamations of "Ah, it's the Lin God!" echoed through the air. Lin Xiao was taken aback, never expecting to be recognized by so many. He was no celebrity. He was merely a student with slightly better academic standing and a touch of charm. Was it truly such a big deal? The senior responsible for his enrollment chuckled and said, "Lin God, welcome to Beijing University. You have long been famous here." Lin Xiao replied helplessly, "But I don't wish to be famous." The senior laughed softly before completing his registration. However, when she attempted to assign him a dormitory, she discovered that none had been arranged for him. "I don't see your dormitory information, no?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. Why was that? His class was a mathematics class 1. Surely, he should be assigned to the corresponding dormitory, right? Just then, a teacher from the enrollment office approached him with a smile, saying, "Hello, Lin Xiao. Welcome to Beijing University. Regarding your other arrangements, our department wishes to consult you, which is why some things have yet to be finalized. Please come with me. The department head would like to discuss matters with you." Nodding in agreement, Lin Xiao recalled that this had indeed been mentioned to him earlier, and they were waiting for his arrival to discuss it. "Shall we go now?" "Yes, let's proceed now." The teacher then led Lin Xiao away from the enrollment office. Those around them couldn't help but express their astonishment. The student was so impressive that even Beijing University sought his input before making arrangements. For those ordinary students who merely ranked within the top 50 in the province or were top scorers, all they could do was envy him. Feelings of jealousy had long been extinguished. The gap was too vast. They could no longer afford to harbor envy. Soon, Lin Xiao and the teacher arrived at the building housing the mathematics department, where they convened with other administrative faculty members, including Zhou Wu and the department head. Lu Cheng. Without any preamble, Lu Cheng began, "First and foremost, welcome to the mathematics department of Beijing University, Lin Xiao. While you may not need to follow a conventional path, it would be a regret not to experience the undergraduate journey." He continued, "Let us discuss your living arrangements, that if you prefer a lively atmosphere, you can reside with your classmates. Alternatively, we also offer 2-person rooms that if you desire solitude, we can provide a faculty apartment, typically reserved for senior professors. Which option do you prefer?" Although Lin Xiao was surprised that the faculty apartment was an option, he did not hesitate to respond, "I'll choose the faculty apartment. I prefer solitude when I study." Very well, Lu Cheng replied with a smile. Retrieving a key from his drawer, clearly having prepared in advance, he handed the key to Lin Xiao, saying, "Later, let Teacher Lu escort you there," located in Yanbei Garden. "We also hope that you will develop remarkable theories in this apartment, endowing it with a sense of significance." Lin Xiao smiled. "I will do my best," Lu Cheng nodded, then proceeded to discuss the training plan. "We have decided that you will complete your undergraduate degree within 2 years, which you previously agreed to. During this time, you may also consider whether you wish to pursue your graduate studies abroad or domestically. While it is somewhat reluctant to admit, foreign research in mathematics is indeed superior to that in our country, particularly for students like you. I will think it over," Lin Xiao replied. "That is fine. As long as you express interest, any foreign university will welcome you. If you choose to study domestically, we hope it will be at our university." "Understood," Lin Xiao nodded. "Let us conclude our discussion here. We can address your choice of undergraduate advisor later. What do you think?" "Sounds good." Lin Xiao had no objections. "Excellent," Lu Cheng smiled and stood, extending his hand to Lin Xiao. "I wish you a joyful 2 years of undergraduate life at Beijing University." "Thank you, Director Lu." Lin Xiao stood and shook Lu Cheng's hand in gratitude. "Oh, by the way, regarding the rewards promised to you, I recall it was 2.5 million, correct? This amount should be credited between October and November. And you will also receive a monthly stipend of 10,000 yuan, starting from the first of each month. You can check your account. It will commence on September 1 SD, which is the day after tomorrow." Hearing this crucial information from Lu Cheng, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. The reward from Beijing University constituted the bulk of all his accolades and was finally about to materialize. "I understand, thank you. University. Additionally, your presentation at the International Congress of Mathematicians also comes with a reward totaling 150,000. I will assist you in applying for this, and it should be credited alongside the 2.5 million. Just remember to check your balance at that time." "Haha, don't feel disheartened that the reward for presenting at the International Congress of Mathematicians is only 150,000. The earlier 2.5 million was an exceptional reward. Generally, our university only rewards 1 million for publications in top-tier journals like Nature or Science, while subjournals receive 500,000. For other prestigious journals, the reward varies. I understand." Lin Xiao nodded, not particularly concerned about this detail. The 2.5 million felt like an investment in him, naturally warranting a higher return. "All right, let us leave it at that. Teacher Lu, please escort Lin Xiao to Yanbei Garden," Lu Cheng called out, and the teacher who had previously accompanied Lin Xiao stepped forward to assist him with his luggage, leading him towards the faculty apartment. However, when Lin Xiao arrived at the parking lot and was instructed to get into the car, he was taken aback. "Teacher, what is this?" "This is to your residence, Yanbei Garden, which is located outside the school," Lin Xiao replied. "I thought it was on campus." Teacher Lu shook his head. "The dormitories on campus have been around for many years with inadequate public facilities. Even our graduate student dormitories lack water heaters. Yanbei Garden is the closest faculty apartment to Beijing University. Once you arrive, you'll see. Just walk a little over 100 meters to reach the bus stop. And a short bus ride will get you there. Routes 644, 686, and 688 will all suffice." "All right, it seems I will need to leave earlier for classes in the future." Lin Xiao sighed. He had initially presumed he would be staying on campus, only to find himself outside, needing to take a bus for over 10 minutes. Teacher Lu smiled and remarked, "Are you still worried about attending classes? Who knows, in just a few days, you might find yourself applying to skip them altogether. Just imagine, when you do attend, everyone will be watching you. I suspect you might find it unbearable. Moreover, the instructor teaching you might not even be as competent as you are. This is a sentiment you must not attribute to me." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and found some validity in this perspective. He had completed all the subjects required for his mathematics undergraduate degree, and if he were to attend classes now, he would likely find them rather tedious. Noticing that Lin Xiao seemed to be coming around to his way of thinking, Teacher Lu chuckled and continued, "Furthermore, do not perceive this as a burden. If we were to consider the students residing in the dormitories wishing to move into Yanbei Garden, they would likely be clamoring for the opportunity. The rental rates in Yanbei Garden are a staggering 88,000 per square meter, and the convenience of procuring goods in the vicinity surpasses that of the campus. If you find public transport cumbersome, you could always opt for an electric bike or even learn to drive and purchase a car." Upon hearing the exorbitant rental price of 88,000, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Goodness, that's extraordinarily high. Additionally, my dormitory is a two-bedroom apartment. It must be around 60 to 70 square meters at least. This means Peking University has essentially provided me with a residence worth over 5 million. Although I can only stay for 2 years, I am living here entirely free of charge, with all utilities included. Otherwise, the monthly rent would surely amount to several thousand yuan. With this realization, he furrowed his brow and said, "Teacher Liu, you are absolutely right. Let us proceed without delay." Observing Lin Xiao's expression, Teacher Liu smiled and, without further ado, led him directly to Yanbei Garden. Chapter 114. The existence of uniform attractor for the damped third-order wave equation with time delay before long. With Teacher Liu's assistance, Lin Xiao settled into his new residence. The two-bedroom apartment was undeniably spacious and comfortable for a single individual, even better than the conditions he experienced during his time in the Huazhong University dormitory while training for the IMO. The surrounding amenities of Yanbei Garden were also quite comprehensive, alleviating any concerns he might have had. Subsequently, with Teacher Liu's help, Lin Xiao procured various daily necessities from a nearby mall, such as bedding and toiletries. After expressing his gratitude to Teacher Liu, who provided him with a contact number for any future inquiries, he departed, leaving Lin Xiao alone in the apartment. Gazing at his new abode, Lin Xiao reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and took several deep breaths. For the next 2 years, he would reside here in peace and tranquility. He hoped for a brighter future. Soon, he rose, opened his suitcase, and retrieved the book Fundamentals of Material Science to begin reading. Since returning from the International Congress of Mathematicians, Lin Xiao had started to explore knowledge in other disciplines. Over the past few days, he had completed readings in classical mechanics, physical chemistry, biological sciences, and computational mathematics. Each book yielding him 5 experience points and half a truth point, while officially elevating his proficiency in each subject to level 1, along with an overall increase of 0.2 in brain development. After finishing the current book on material science, he would gain additional experience relevant to that field, along with a further 0.05 enhancement in brain development. Following that, he could focus entirely on his mathematics studies and delve into physics as well. However, those matters could be addressed later. As the new semester commenced, there were, of course, many activities to attend to, the first being a class meeting. The students of the 2018 Mathematics Department Class 1 gathered together for introductions. When Lin Xiao arrived, the students were mostly seated with their roommates, while some who had yet to become familiar with their companions were engrossed in their phones. At a glance around revealed a sea of male classmates, with not a single female in sight. Lin Xiao immediately recognized how fortunate he had been to encounter an upper-class woman during registration. Perhaps she was assigned to oversee the newcomers, serving as a shield for their mathematics department's reputation, a rather poignant reality. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao merely reflected on this without dwelling too much, as it bore no relevance to him. Women would only hinder his problem-solving speed. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that the students seemed oblivious to his presence. So he quietly took a seat in the back row. However, as soon as he settled in and turned around, he was startled to find that all eyes were suddenly on him. "Goodness, are you all SC Char, Dinger's gaze? You didn't notice me when I walked in, but now that I'm seated, you're all staring." The students then enthusiastically called out, "Lin Shun. Lin Shun is in our class." Wow. Lin Xiao could only wave back. "Hello." A few of them approached him to reminisce, as they were all members of the National Mathematics Training Squad and were familiar with Lin Xiao. Before long, a few more individuals entered the room, and Lin Xiao recognized them as familiar faces. Ouyang Sheng, Sun Yu, and Li Bun, all of whom had enrolled in Peking University's mathematics department. They had previously speculated about becoming classmates, and now it had indeed come to fruition. Excitedly, they rushed over, exclaiming, "Lin Shun, what a surprise to see you again. How was it flaunting your prowess at the International Congress of Mathematicians?" "Was that flaunting? That was academic exchange," Lin Xiao replied, slightly exasperated. "Truly, Lin Shun, you don't even consider that flaunting. It seems that for you, such feats are commonplace. By the way, Lin Shun, which dormitory are you in?" Sun Yu inquired. The others, hearing this, also grew curious. "Yes, where is Lin Xiao residing?" "I live off campus, as the school has arranged for me to stay in the faculty apartments at Yanbei Garden." The others were momentarily taken aback. Why apologies for intruding? This the treatment one receives as a genius. Living in faculty accommodation, while still a student, it seems you were enjoying free lodging. Some of them quickly researched Yanbei Garden and, upon discovering the 88,000 per square meter price tag, were left even more astounded. Here was Lin Xiao, residing in a multi-million yuan apartment, while they were relegated to ordinary dormitories. All they could feel was envy. As Lin Xiao and his classmates continued their conversation, a young man who appeared somewhat older but still youthful entered the room. He was their class advisor, Wang Wei, a PhD graduate in mathematics from Peking University, who chose to remain at the university as a lecturer. Being young himself, Wang Wei did not indulge in lengthy speeches, but instead simply introduced himself and prompted the students to introduce themselves. When it was Lin Xiao's turn, the students couldn't help but cheer once more. Afterward, they discussed important matters to note for the semester, including military training. Upon hearing about the military training, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Wait, I'm living in Yanbei Garden. If there's military training, I'll have to rise at 6 every morning. How am I supposed to manage that? By the end of the class meeting, he approached Wang Wei to inquire about it. You live in Yanbei Garden? Upon hearing this, Wang Wei couldn't help but envy Lin Xiao's situation, as even he, as an advisor, could not secure accommodation in Yanbei Garden and had to reside on campus. However, addressing Lin Xiao's concern, he suggested, for the duration of military training, you can stay with me. That I have a 2-bedroom, but I'm the only one occupying it. That I have spare bedding and linens. So just bring your toothbrush and other essentials. Upon hearing Wang Wei's proposal, Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Don't mention it. Assisting Lin Shun is my honor. You don't need to call me Teacher Wang. Just call me Lao Wang. Wang Wei waved his hand with a smile. Lao Wang. How about I call you Wei instead? With a place to stay arranged, Lin Xiao felt a sense of relaxation and even found himself in a joking mood. This is much better. Calling me by name is preferable. Why is that? I often sizzle in videos. You understand my sentiment, right? That makes sense. Afterward, Lin Xiao had a meal before returning to Yanbei Garden, where he unpacked some of his essentials and the book on material science in a Wang Wei's dormitory. However, since Wang Wei was the advisor and it was the beginning of the semester, he didn't have much time to linger in the dormitory and quickly returned to his duties after ensuring Lin Xiao was settled. Lin Xiao, now in the advisor's dormitory, took a brief look around. The conditions were average, but there was a water heater, which was a significant improvement over student accommodations. That he decided to take a shower and then read a bit more from Fundamentals of Material Science before resting. As military training would commence at 6 in the morning, requiring him to rise by 5:30. After his shower, Lin Xiao returned to his desk, where he noticed a stack of scratch paper filled with equations, presumably left by Wang Wei during his research. Given that it was a double room with 2 desks but only Wang Wei occupying it, Lin Xiao assumed he was free to use it. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao chose not to peruse those notes and continued reading his own book, as he was close to finishing it and believed he could complete it tonight, especially since it was still not yet 8 o'clock. Soon after it struck 10, he set aside the book he had been engrossed in. With the completion of this tome, he received a notification from the system. His cognitive development had reached 365, tantalizingly close to the initial 4. However, surpassing that threshold would likely pose some challenges. While reading could indeed enhance his experience and elevate other subjects to level 2, given the current circumstances, he would need to peruse dozens more books to elevate them all to that level. A venture that would consume an inordinate amount of time, but he had his own pursuits to attend to. Perhaps it would be best to take things one step at a time. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, he rose, stretched lazily, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon the stack of draft papers on the table. Should he take a look? He was quite curious about what his advisor, Wang Wei, was researching. Thus, he picked them up and skimmed through them. The existence of uniform attractors for the superlinear weak damping wave equation with time delay. Was this the title? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This pertained to a physical problem, yet if it was indeed Wang Wei's research, it belonged to the realm of mathematical physics, which seeks a mathematical description of physical phenomena, thereby integrating physical concepts into the domain of mathematics for resolution. Thus, strictly speaking, it should be categorized under physics rather than mathematics. Nonetheless, due to the high mathematical demands of mathematical physics, and considering the notion that the two fields are often intertwined, the distinction between them is not significant. Many mathematicians, upon reaching advanced stages, opt to delve into physics as well. However, it was evident that Lin Xiao's understanding of physics had not yet reached a level where he could comprehend such concepts. For instance, he had never encountered weak damping wave equations. Nevertheless, he maintained a flicker of interest in physics and began to read from the beginning. It seemed he could grasp a bit. First, there was the time delay differential equation, a topic Lin Xiao was familiar with being a part of mathematics. It is essentially a class of differential equations characterized by the fact that the derivative of the unknown function at a given moment is determined by its values at prior moments. He had already gained some understanding of this content during his studies. Additionally, although certain terms on the draft paper were unfamiliar to him, once these terms were translated into mathematical forms, he suddenly found himself comprehending the physical meanings they represented. Mathematics is the language of the universe. It can encapsulate everything. Of course, such representation may seem abstract to others, yet it was anything but abstract to Lin Xiao. Some physicists can directly perceive the intuitive imagery behind complex mathematical formulas and proofs. Edward Witten, who proposed M-theory, is one such individual, capable of predicting the outcomes of proofs that mathematicians have yet to fully understand, often with remarkable accuracy. As for Lin Xiao at that moment, he too comprehended the physical terminology through a similar method. And if uncertain, he could simply look it up online, but he often found that his conjectures were indeed correct. Chapter 115. Inferring physical meaning from mathematical formulas. Is this the end? As Lin Xiao continued to read and search, he gradually reached the final page of the draft. The last page was occupied by an equation, suggesting he had encountered a challenge and chosen not to proceed. The existence of weak uniform attractors and strong uniform attractors in C1H0. So, it is the existence of uniform attractors that must be established. Lin Xiao pondered, stroking his chin, that he suddenly realized that he might have a way to solve this equation. Although it was a physical problem, it had transformed into a mathematical one, requiring a mathematical approach for resolution. Partial differential equations, perhaps, indeed, the finite element method, should be applicable here. Before long, Lin Xiao devised a method to tackle this problem. He retrieved a pen, tore off a fresh sheet of draft paper, and began writing according to his train of thought. Let F satisfy equation 1.21.5. F meet assumptions, initial value, comma, thus there exists T0, such that there is a Schottestrui solution to the equation. This should suffice. After confirming there were no issues, Lin Xiao nodded. Though he still faced some questions regarding the subsequent sections, such partial differential equations often focus on the existence of solutions. The general solutions are seldom addressed and must be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. In physics, problems involving partial differential equations are particularly prevalent. For instance, the renowned Navier-Stokes equations are a type of partial differential equation. As are Maxwell's equations, delve deeper. A more profound understanding of the relevant physical knowledge is required, which Lin Xiao found himself at a loss to pursue further. Nevertheless, a cursory glance and a mathematical formulation posed no difficulty. Thus, he continued to conduct a straightforward derivation from the mathematical perspective, primarily proving the existence of solutions to the partial differential equations that in this manner. He occupied himself until nearly 11 o'clock when he heard the sound of keys turning in the lock outside. Wang Wei had returned. Wang Wei entered, visibly fatigued. The onset of the school year had proven exhausting, as he likely had to address various student issues or administrative matters within the college. However, upon seeing Lin Xiao still awake and poring over his studies, he could not help but feel astonished, and oh wonder this student could achieve such a level. Both talent and diligence were indispensable. Why are you still awake, Teacher Wang? Lin Xiao finally lifted his head to greet him, glancing at the time and exclaiming, it's already 11. Do you not keep track of time while studying? Wang Wei inquired. That I forgot to check. Lin Xiao replied, placing his pen down and preparing to head to bed. For he had to assemble at 6 o'clock the following morning. That, of course, he did not forget to add, oh, by the way, Teacher Wang, I took a look at the draft paper you left on the table. Wang Wei was taken aback, walking over to see the draft paper, then smiling as he said, oh, this is something I was researching earlier. Feel free to look at it. I encountered a few issues and could not proceed further. So I eventually abandoned it. You were seeking the existence of uniform attractors, right? I glanced over it and believe it can be approached using an approximation method. The results obtained satisfy the Lipschitz continuity. Hence, it should be feasible, and the subsequent processes should also work to this moment. Lin Xiao had already settled onto his bed and mentioned casually. Upon hearing his words, Wang Wei was momentarily stunned. What? Are you saying you know how to tackle it? You also study mathematical physics? Well, not exactly, Lin Xiao admitted. But you understand it. Initially, I didn't grasp it, but after reading, I understood a bit. Lin Xiao explained, I looked over the equations and some textual descriptions you wrote, and I roughly deciphered their meanings, essentially inferring the physical significance from the mathematical formulas. Wang Wei was bewildered. Inferring physical meaning from mathematical formulas? Are you cheating? But could one cheat in such a manner? Yet upon reflecting on Lin Xiao's accomplishments, he relinquished any thoughts of reasoning with someone of such caliber. Nonetheless, he was curious about how Lin Xiao had arrived at a solution. So he picked up the draft paper and glanced at the fundamentals of materials science Lin Xiao was studying. Astonished once more that he was still engaged in this subject. Are you also studying materials science? Just familiarizing myself. Lin Xiao chuckled from his bed. He couldn't very well explain that he was doing so to gain experience. Well, fine then, sleep well. I'll just take a look. Wang Wei thought no more of it. The endeavors of such a genius were likely beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. He returned to his own desk, turned off the main light to allow Lin Xiao to rest peacefully, and switched on the desk lamp instead. Although he, as an advisor, needed to rise early for military training on the first day, he didn't have to participate in it himself, granting him some time to relax. Soon, he flipped to the back of his draft paper and encountered the challenge he had previously faced. The very reason he had ultimately abandoned his research, .it, was this point that had caused him to give up, In fact, the issue had been one of the topics assigned by his doctoral advisor during his time as a PhD student. His advisor was academician Tang Qing from the Kyoto University School of Mathematical Sciences, who had expertise in both mathematics and mathematical physics, leading Wang Wei to venture into the realm of mathematical physics under his guidance. However, during the selection of topics, Tang had warned him that this problem was the most difficult among his assignments, allowing him to choose freely. Wang Wei, recognizing his own limitations, opted to abandon this topic in favor of a relatively simpler one. Now, even after graduating, he had recalled this problem and contemplated revisiting this most challenging topic. Little did he expect that he would encounter obstacles so early in his endeavor, ultimately forcing him to abandon it once more. Yet here was Lin Xiao, claiming he had no substantial research in mathematical physics, yet capable of articulating a solution to a problem that had stumped Wang Wei himself. He found it difficult to comprehend. However, when he perused Lin Xiao's draft paper and the subsequent steps, he found himself momentarily stunned. The Fedorov-Galerkin's approach. What manner of method was this? At that moment, he realized he was utterly unaware of what this method was called. Perhaps it was referenced in some related paper. In truth, this method was something Lin Xiao had come across while attending a presentation at the International Congress of Mathematicians, where he had absorbed the general theory. Upon reviewing the problem Wang Wei encountered, he had made the connection and derived it based on his prior impression, applying it accordingly. However, Wang Wei was naturally oblivious to all of this. He could only admire the breadth of Lin Xiao's knowledge in silence, while also feeling a desire to inquire about the original paper, wishing to delve deeper into it. Yet, seeing that Lin Xiao had already fallen asleep, he had to relinquish the thought. Subsequently, he turned his attention back to Lin Xiao's steps. This Fedorov-Galerkin's approach transformed the daunting difficulty into a more comprehensible form, illuminating his understanding. Following that, Lin Xiao employed the Lipschitz continuity, which Wang Wei recognized, as any doctoral student studying partial differential equations should be familiar with it. Thus, after 10 minutes of focused reading, he finished reviewing all of Lin Xiao's steps and set the draft paper aside. This moment, he could only marvel internally, for henceforth, as long as he followed Lin Xiao's steps up to this point, he could continue pursuing this topic. Although he could not guarantee that further complications would not arise, for now, Lin Xiao had resolved the most significant issue he faced. With a wry smile, he muttered to himself, "So it turns out that a student from my class has become my corresponding author. Typically, the corresponding author is either the supervisor of the first author of the paper or the project leader, responsible for the reliability of the article and guiding the research process. Clearly, Lin Xiao had provided Wang Wei with a form of guidance. Wang Wei found himself in a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Perhaps this could be seen as Lin Xiao's way of compensating for staying at his place. If they truly managed to publish something later, he would have to reserve a co-author position for Lin Xiao. With this thought in mind, he acknowledged that the role of corresponding author was not something to be given lightly, but based solely on the assistance Lin Xiao provided, there would certainly be no issue with a co-author position. Wang Wei stopped dwelling on it, turned off the desk lamp, and prepared to sleep. The following day, military training commenced as usual. Though arduous, it was an indispensable experience for every student. Lin Xiao found it quite manageable. After all, he had ingested a health capsule that significantly enhanced his physical condition, making the military training feel merely like a bit of exertion. The only discomfort shared by all the students was the sweltering heat of September in the capital, as the autumn sun bore down relentlessly, prompting many to lament. However, amidst the military training, some enjoyable activities provided a respite for the students, including a day when they were taken to a military training ground to practice shooting, which could be considered a perk of the military training at Jingda. Time flew by, and after 15 days, the military training came to an end. Amidst the students' cheers, the grueling ordeal was finally over, and it was time for Lin Xiao to depart from Wang Wei's dormitory. "Are you leaving?" "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded, packing his toothbrush and cup into his backpack in preparation to return to Yanbei Garden. Although he had grown somewhat accustomed to living there for half a month, it was still Wang Wei's dormitory. If he were to stay there permanently, even if Wang Wei didn't voice any complaints, he would undoubtedly harbor some grievances. Moreover, given that there was a house worth over 5 million that Lin Xiao was neglecting, he felt it would be a pity to miss out on it. Wang Wei stepped forward to assist Lin Xiao in tidying up, and then remarked, "By the way, about that problem from last time, I plan to write it up as a paper." "What problem?" Lin Xiao asked, taken aback. "The one I encountered the night before military training, the issue related to the weak damping wave equation." Lin Xiao finally recalled the matter and smiled. "That sounds great. Have you resolved it?" "Not yet." Wang Wei shook his head. "I merely have the intention to do so. I've been researching it lately, but I should be able to wrap it up in about half a month." "Which journal do you plan to submit it to?" "Mathematical Methods in the Applied Sciences, I suppose, in the second tier." "Sounds good." Lin Xiao nodded, acknowledging that being able to publish in a second-tier journal indicated significant value in the paper. "I'll include your name as a co-author. I hope you don't mind." Wang Wei then added with a smile. Chapter 116. Joining an academician's research group. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "A co-author, but I haven't contributed much." Wang Wei looked at him and said, "Are you sure you haven't contributed? I only wrote a few steps on that paper. It shouldn't count for much." Wang Wei regarded him silently, prompting Lin Xiao to call out, "Teacher Wang, old Wang Wei." All right, Wang Wei sighed. "Now I understand what that saying online about Lin Shun. Please tone down your divine prowess means. Please tone it down." He had struggled with that section for a month without success, and Lin Xiao had managed to resolve it overnight, all while claiming he had never studied mathematical physics before. Wasn't this a bit unfair to the honest folk? "Forget it, I won't argue with you. I definitely need to give you that co-author position, and no need to refuse. I consulted my previous advisor the other day, and he insisted I must credit you as a co-author." Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and conceded. "Well, fine." Wang Wei responded, "You don't honestly think you're above being a co-author on a second-tier mathematics journal, do you?" However, reflecting on it, Lin Xiao's first paper was published in a top-tier journal, the Annales de l'Institut Fourier, while his second paper was presented at the International Congress of Mathematicians, including a 1-hour presentation, where he even proposed a new conjecture, with related papers published as conference proceedings. Such achievements were certainly on par with those of top-tier journals, perhaps even rendering a mere second-tier article somewhat beneath his notice. The more he thought about it, the more it felt like a blow to his pride. Wang Wei stated decisively, "It's settled then. You should hurry and leave. Staying with you makes me feel less like a counselor." As he spoke, he quickened his pace, helping Lin Xiao continue packing his belongings. Noticing Lin Xiao's slow pace, he snatched the backpack from his hands and continued packing, asking, "Do you still need your military training uniform? If not, You can toss into the donation box later, but we'll need to find a student dormitory. They've been collecting donations there these days. Then let's donate it, Lin Xiao replied. Observing Wang Wei's speed in packing, he couldn't help but wonder if this was how one should go about giving away co-authorships. After all, he hadn't explicitly declined. Before long, everything was packed up. There wasn't too much to begin with. Just 2 sets of clothes and a book. Over the past 15 days, the packed schedule of military training had left Lin Xiao with little opportunity to learn anything. Wang Wei then mentioned he would accompany Lin Xiao to the school gate, hoping to find a donation box for the military training uniform and dispose of it there. Climbing onto Wang Wei's electric scooter, they set off. Wang Wei explained that he had bought it during his master's studies at Jingda and kept it after graduating and working at the university, so it had been around for several years. Soon they arrived at the school gate. As Wang Wei was about to bid farewell, he suddenly recalled something, saying, "By the way, you should be quite interested in mathematical physics, right?" Lin Xiao replied, "I do have some interests. I'm currently preparing to delve into physics, and I suppose I should also study mathematical physics." That's perfect. Wang Wei clapped his hands and continued, "Would you be interested in joining a research project in mathematical physics? With your mathematical prowess, joining a research group could help you acclimatize to mathematical physics ahead of time." Lin Xiao contemplated this and found it quite reasonable, prompting him to ask, "May I ask what the project is about?" "It's a project my former doctoral advisor applied for. His name is Tang Qing, and he is now an academician that I don't know if you've heard of him. He's currently working at the International Center for Mathematical Research here at Jingda. The project focuses on the Navier-Stokes equations. I study partial differential equations, and my advisor specializes in that area as well. The research-worthy problems in this field are primarily centered around that Navier-Stokes equations." Upon hearing this name, Lin Xiao immediately thought of it, as anyone in the mathematical community would recall it, as one of the Millennium Prize problems. Tentatively, Lin Xiao inquired, "It shouldn't be that problem, right?" Seeing Lin Xiao's reaction, Wang Wei couldn't help but chuckle that he was well aware of what Lin Xiao referred to as that problem: the existence and smoothness of solutions to the NS equations. One of the 2 mathematical physics problems among the Millennium Prize problems. This problem is renowned in the realm of mathematical physics, standing alongside another significant issue regarding the existence and mass gap hypothesis of Yang-Mills gauge fields, akin to 2 majestic crowns awaiting the scholars of mathematical physics to claim them. However, it is evident that treating these as mere crowns is not a task to be taken lightly. Thus far, the majority have approached these 2 conundrums with reverence and caution, with only a select few daring to engage. Unsurprisingly, Wang Wei's advisor would not venture into such challenging territory. He remarked, "What are you thinking?" "It is certainly not this it's probably related to issues concerning 2-dimensional incompressible fluids. Let me recall. The topic seems to be the global well-posedness of 2-dimensional incompressible elastic dynamics. In any case, it is quite impressive. If you manage to tackle it, it could easily lead to a publication in a top journal. My advisor has been delving into this area for quite some time, so you can rest assured." Upon hearing the title of this topic, Lin Xiao's face displayed a look of bewilderment. "What was that? What do you mean by incompressible?" "The global well-posedness of 2-dimensional incompressible elastic dynamics is indeed complex. However, you need not concern yourself with its intricacies. Once you are involved, at most you will be responsible for the mathematical computations, so you can be confident in that regard. Surely it can't be too difficult, right? If it is challenging, then it is indeed quite difficult. However, if you're interested in learning some mathematical physics, participating would be a worthwhile endeavor. Initially, my advisor intended to invite me to join, but as you know, I'm currently your counselor, and with the start of the semester being quite hectic, I had to decline. Seeing your interest in mathematical physics, I thought I would extend the invitation to you." "Well, all right." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. As Wang Wei suggested, since he harbored an interest in mathematical physics, it would be prudent to give it a try. It would serve as a challenge for himself. Yet at present, the difficulty seemed excessively daunting. "That's great." Wang Wei's face immediately brightened with a smile. "I will mention your name to my advisor and seek his approval. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly agree." "Sounds good." Lin Xiao nodded, and perhaps due to his decision to participate in this project, he became more invested and said, "Could you recommend some related books as well?" It wouldn't be appropriate to dive in without any reading, of course. That's no problem at all. That I will send you some recommendations shortly. Wang Wei gestured an okay and replied readily. Thank you. Lin Xiao nodded, then bid farewell to Wang Wei and hurried towards the bus station. The school entrance lacked any shaded area, and he had spoken with Wang Wei under the blazing sun, which was unbearably hot. Fortunately, upon arriving at the bus stop, the 688 bus arrived just in time, and he boarded it, heading straight back to his luxurious dormitory. Once inside, he collapsed onto the sofa and switched on the air conditioning. This weather was truly unbearable. After taking a moment to recuperate, he received a message from Wang Wei.M. My advisor has agreed that I will send you his WeChat ID shortly. You just need to add him. He was quite surprised by your interest in joining the project. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied, OK. 1234. Wang Wei then sent a string of numbers, presumably the WeChat ID of academician Tang Qing. By the way, the research focuses on the Navier-Stokes equations that I recommend starting with these books. First, for fluid mechanics, you can look at Fluid Mechanics in Chinese. After reading that, you should have a solid foundational understanding of what the Navier-Stokes equations entail, at least in terms of physical significance. As for the mathematical aspect, I suspect I may not comprehend it as thoroughly as you do. For the English version, Wang Wei continued, recommending several books. Lin Xiao glanced through them, realizing he had much ground to cover in his studies. However, the prospect of joining the project instilled a newfound motivation within him. Since returning from the International Congress of Mathematicians, he had not engaged with complex mathematical issues, having merely perused papers from leading mathematical journals or observed the discussions among those researching the Lin conjecture. His mind had been at rest for over a month, and now it was time to reawaken it and step out of his comfort zone. I understand. Thank you. Yes, all these books can be found in the library. Let us leave it at that for now. Reach out to me if you need anything else. Chapter 117. Meeting of the Mathematical Physics Research Group. Having obtained a list of recommended readings from Wang Wei, Lin Xiao did not rush to seek them out, but rather added academician Tang Qing on WeChat. Hello, academician Tang, I am Lin Xiao. Before long, he received a prompt response. Hello, Lin. I've heard much about you. Just the usual. I still have much to learn from the seniors. Let us not dwell on that. Learning has no hierarchy, and those who excel are always welcome. Now, let us get to the point. Wang Wei mentioned you are considering joining our research group. What prompted your interest in studying physics? Actually, it was Wang Wei who recommended me. He's our class counselor, and due to some circumstances, I was living with him for a while. He knew I was interested in physics and suggested I try joining your research group. Haha, I see that a few days ago, Wang Wei informed me about the weak damping wave equation problem you assisted him with. He mentioned that although you had not encountered those physical terms before, you were able to discern the underlying physical significance through mathematical formulas? Yes, that seems to be the case. That is excellent. This indicates you possess considerable talent in physics. Let us proceed with this. Next Friday at 3 in the afternoon, our research group will hold a meeting. You should come to the International Mathematical Research Center at our university. Room 511 on the 5th floor. You will have the chance to meet other members of the group. All right, having confirmed his intention to join the project, Lin Xiao began to immerse himself in the study of relevant knowledge. Starting with fluid mechanics to understand the Navier-Stokes equations. Fluid mechanics holds a significant position in physics, often regarded as the only unresolved issue within classical physics. Fluids, by definition, encompass anything that flows, from the vast oceans of Earth to the morning dew on a leaf. All fall within the domain of fluids. However, it is evident that fluids are not restricted to liquids like water. Even air and the exhaust plume from a rocket engine are considered fluids. Including the asphalt on highways, the classical mechanical properties of these substances have persistently captivated countless physicists, posing a challenge that remains elusive. For instance, improving the aerodynamic performance of flying objects or enhancing the stealth and speed of vessels traversing the seas are critical areas of research. Moreover, it is precisely due to this reason that numerous breakthroughs have been classified as state secrets and secured within laboratories, prohibited from public disclosure. After all, reinterpreting these principles could lead to advancements in how fighter jets fly faster, how missiles strike more accurately, how naval ships optimize their performance, and how submarines execute missions in the deep sea with greater speed and silence. Such sensitive technologies are, of course, closely guarded. However, Lin Xiao's involvement in this project is not directed toward military applications. Rather, it is an exploration of purely theoretical inquiries. Naturally, these foundational theories could potentially influence practical applications, but that is not something Lin Xiao need concern himself with at this stage, as he has yet to enter the applied domain. Thus, time passed swiftly. Following military training, the weekend arrived, and the newly arrived students, having just completed their training, enjoyed 2 brief days of rest before embarking on their first university week. For Lin Xiao, attending classes felt largely meaningless. Merely glancing at the curriculum was sufficient to gauge its content. The only source of frustration was the political series courses, which required an exasperating 18 credits, an unavoidable burden, as exemption requests were not permitted for foundational courses. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. For instance, on Tuesday, they had a political thought class, during which Lin Xiao experienced a profound sense of drowsiness for the first time in ages. Ultimately, he opted to read instead. As for the other specialized courses, he could apply for exemptions. Initially, Lin Xiao thought he should attend at least a few classes to fulfill his role as a student, but after attending a single session on mathematical analysis, he abandoned that notion. The material was already familiar to him, and the lectures proved to be unbearably tedious. IT was akin to a high-level character slaying low-level monsters in a beginner area. While he could defeat them effortlessly, it was inherently devoid of excitement. Consequently, he wasted no time and promptly applied for exemptions from all eligible courses. The instructors, upon seeing his application, readily approved it without hesitation. This meant he only needed to attend political and physical education classes moving forward. As a result, he found himself with ample free time, allowing him to establish a consistent routine. Every morning, he rises at 8, enjoys a modest breakfast, and arrives at school before 9. Classes commence, followed by meals. And the remainder of his day is devoted to the library. Although he has gained some recognition as a notable figure within the school, the library's atmosphere, coupled with the prestige of Peking University, allows him to go largely unnoticed. Most onlookers merely express surprise or discreetly capture a photograph, affording him the peace to immerse himself in his studies. As the clock strikes 10 in the evening, he departs promptly, catching the last bus back to Yanbuan. Once home, he occasionally indulges in further reading. If fatigue sets in, he simply attends to his nightly routine and retires to bed. This is the life Lin Xiao currently leads. Such a rhythm might seem intolerable to others, yet he has grown accustomed to it, and it will likely remain his routine in the future. Thus, time brings us to Friday, when the weekly group meeting for the topic of global well-posedness in two-dimensional incompressible elastic dynamics commences. Lin Xiao arrives punctually at the designated meeting place, the International Mathematical Research Center at Peking University, but he is well aware of this center, having been interviewed by Hucking Bound nearby, close to the picturesque Weiming Lake. With the Boya Tower standing majestically across the water, surrounded by various students lounging on the grass, engrossed in their books, and some couples sharing tender moments. Lin Xiao, however, has no time to admire the beauty of Weiming Lake as he enters the research center and locates room 511. Inside room 511, a considerable number of attendees have already gathered. Given the significance of this particular project, the turnout is substantial, primarily due to the presence of an academician leading the initiative who has secured a generous funding of 1,500,000 yuan for their research in fundamental mathematical theory. This amount represents a substantial budget, especially since such research typically requires minimal resources. Just a handful of individuals, some pens, and a few sheets of draft paper are sufficient. Some may wonder how this funding is allocated for theoretical research, in contrast to other scientific projects, where experimental costs can comprise a significant portion of the budget. Mathematical inquiries do not necessitate the purchase of chemical reagents or the performance of esoteric rituals to commune with the heavens for answers. Those overseeing the funding would find such notions preposterous. Thus, the bulk of their funding in fundamental mathematics is primarily allocated to salaries for the research personnel. It is evident that an applicant seeking to pocket the funds would find this impossible. Any discovery of such misconduct would lead to accusations of embezzlement. Nonetheless, this does not imply that the participants in the mathematical project receive substantial compensation, as the prerequisite remains that the project must be able to secure such funding. Generally, It is challenging for mathematical projects to acquire more than 600,000 yuan, while projects in other disciplines often average around 1 million. Lin Xiao's project, boasting a budget of 1,500,000 yuan, owes its success to the fact that the principal investigator is an academician. However, the ample funding means that even the interns can earn several thousand or even 10,000 yuan monthly. And with the inclusion of a few distinguished professors, the budget tends to be spent rather quickly over a few months. Lin Xiao, you've arrived, called out an elderly professor, spotting him as he entered. Lin Xiao quickly recognized him as academician Tang Qing, having previously researched his profile in anticipation of joining the project group. Academician Tang, he greeted with a smile, nodding respectfully before approaching. Observing Lin Xiao's arrival, Tang Qing turned to the others and announced, "Allow me to introduce our new member, Lin Xiao, who is also a rising star in the realm of mathematics, as I have previously mentioned." The others turned their attention to Lin Xiao, including several graduate students, postdoctoral researchers at the center, and a fellow professor in the project group, all of whom politely applauded and nodded in acknowledgement. They had learned from Tang Qing about Lin Xiao's impending participation, yet many harbored some reluctance. Although they could not help but admire Lin Xiao's accomplishments in mathematics, his hour-long presentation at the International Congress of Mathematicians far surpassing their own achievements, they remained skeptical. After all, his accolades primarily pertained to number theory, and the significant conjecture he proposed was rooted in algebraic geometry, while their research focused on the NS equations within the realm of partial differential equations, a domain of mathematical physics. They had not heard of any notable contributions Lin Xiao had made in this area, leading them to doubt his potential contributions to their research, for different fields can feel as distant as different mountains, even if their problems are not entirely dissimilar. Chapter 118. The surprise Lin Xiao brings. After introducing Lin Xiao, Tang Qing proceeded to introduce him to the other attendees, starting with a professor from the School of Physics named Chao Chengqing. The other younger attendees were Tang Qing's graduate students and postdoctoral researchers at the center. Once the introductions were complete, Tang Qing remarked, "All right, now that everyone is here, let us commence this group meeting." Lin Xiao, have you ever participated in a group meeting before? No. Lin Xiao shook his head. Ditto. So your previous accomplishments were all the result of independent research? Yes. Impressive. Tang Qing nodded, and the others expressed surprise. Achieving significant results through solitary research is indeed remarkable. Since this is your first group meeting, feel free to observe it. And here is a project collaboration agreement that requires your signature, primarily concerning confidentiality regarding the research content. You understand this, I presume? With that, Tang Qing retrieved a document from his briefcase and placed it before Lin Xiao, who signed it without hesitation. Subsequently, the meeting officially commenced. The group meeting involved sharing progress reports through PowerPoint presentations to inform fellow members of their findings and to deter any lack of effort. The younger researchers presented first, detailing their work from the previous week. As they were not as experienced as their mentors, their contributions primarily consisted of literature reviews, assisting the more knowledgeable members by providing relevant materials. Lin Xiao found their presentations engaging, occasionally encountering titles that seemed remarkably sophisticated, such as zero conditions for quasi-linear wave equations in two-dimensional space and global existence of nonlinear elastic waves. These papers could indeed benefit their project. As they shared their findings, Tang Qing and another professor engaged in discussions, noting any useful insights. Soon, the graduate students concluded their presentations, and Tang Qing, along with two professors, began delving into the deeper issues of the project. They stood before the blackboard, occasionally jotting down equations while the younger attendees gathered around, absorbing the knowledge imparted by their mentors. Tang Qing stroked his chin, examining an equation written on the board. Tr dy. We need to estimate a weighted L2 generalized energy norm, he stated. Indeed, Chao Chengqing nodded, adding several lines based on Tang Qing's equation. However, there is an evident issue. We must control the weighted generalized L2 energy X according to the generalized energy E. Tang Qing suddenly seized a marker and inscribed another equation on the board. R2y. Let us estimate the R-weighted zero form. Chao Chengqing's eyes lit up at this. We can certainly give it a try. Tang Qing replied, and they began working it out. Of course, their calculations were performed on draft paper, given the limited space on the blackboard, As the three professors engage in their work, the graduate students ponder how to estimate the R-weighted zero form as well. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao focused intently on the equations before him. Despite having not produced notable results in partial differential equations, his mathematical prowess remained formidable. The essence of mathematics is, after all, a game of numbers and logic. And with his cognitive capacity now an impressive 3.65, he was approaching the mental acuity he experienced in a state of heightened awareness, coupled with his level 3 proficiency in mathematics. He had developed an intuition for the subject that transcended ordinary understanding. After jotting down several equations, he furrowed his brow and murmured softly, "This won't work." While everyone was deep in thought, his voice, though quiet, was still quite discernible, prompting the attention of others. "It won't work?" Tang Qing inquired. Lin Xiao's statement evidently dismissed his proposal. However, he did not take offense. After all, in research, it is abnormal for no one to point out errors. Only by continuously identifying mistakes can they achieve success. Naturally, identifying errors requires an explanation. Thus, he awaited Lin Xiao's reasoning for why this approach was unfeasible. Tang Qing added, "Please share your thoughts. Because there is not within the class of zero-order Reese operators AP in two-dimensional space where P equals 2. Lin Xiao stated plainly. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Tang Qing and Chao Qingqing were momentarily taken aback. P equals 2. Tang Qing murmured, then scribbled something on a piece of draft paper, his gaze sharpening. Indeed. That is correct. Consequently, we cannot directly estimate the weighted zero form of our Chao Qingqing nodded in agreement. Thanks to Lin Xiao's insight, they immediately recognized the issue, while they might have discovered it eventually. Had Lin Xiao not pointed out, who knows how much time they would have wasted on it. The fact that Lin Xiao identified this flaw in under 5 minutes left them feeling impressed. Impressive, Tang Qing gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up. When Wang Wei introduced Lin Xiao, he had agreed to it primarily due to Lin Xiao's potential, intending to cultivate a relationship, never anticipating the extent of assistance Lin Xiao could provide. After all, to everyone, it seemed Lin Xiao was destined to pursue number theory, given his remarkable talent in that field. Most renowned mathematicians dedicate their entire lives to a single direction of study, and diversifying one's focus would squander such talent. Even Tang Qing had planned to let Lin Xiao linger in their research group for a while before advising him to concentrate on one area. However, it now appeared he had underestimated Lin Xiao. His mathematical aptitude seemed to greatly benefit their research in mathematical physics. Professor Chao Qingqing also praised, "Indeed, you truly are a mathematical genius," as for the other graduate students and postdocs. They could only express their admiration, regardless of their specialization in partial differential equations. Questioning Lin Xiao's abilities was not an option. However, in the face of their seniors' accolades, Lin Xiao humbly replied, "It's nothing special. It mainly pertains to mathematics, which I can comprehend. When it comes to physics, I find myself a lost aha." There's no need for false modesty. Tang Qing waved his hand and remarked, "It seems our previous direction was misguided. We need to rethink our approach." Indeed, Chao Qingqing nodded, once again lost in thought. Although their prior direction was incorrect, it was not a major issue. They could simply redirect their thinking. After all, in research, the greatest fear is not encountering problems, but rather the absence of them. To reach the ultimate goal, they must break down the intermediate steps into smaller issues, progressing until the final step. However, if they're unaware of what the problem even is, they are doomed, as it would leave them clueless about where to direct their efforts. Just as they lowered their heads, Lin Xiao spoke up again. "Let's estimate a different approach." The two professors, who had just bowed their heads, immediately raised them again, wondering if Lin Xiao had conceived yet another method. Lin Xiao stepped forward, asking, "May I use the board?" "Here you go." Tang Qing handed him a marker, eager to see what surprise Lin Xiao might unveil next. Taking the pen, Lin Xiao promptly wrote an expression on the board. That we do not need to estimate the previous entity, but rather this one. Observing what Lin Xiao had written, Tang Qing narrowed his eyes. "Please continue. We define this weighted L2 generalized energy as..." Lin Xiao began writing further equations on the board. X2. As Lin Xiao penned line after line of formulas, both professors became intensely focused, silently observing his calculations while also jotting down their own notes. Initially, Tang Qing's graduate students could follow along, but as the session progressed, they grew increasingly perplexed. What on earth were they discussing? Had their Kyoto University mathematics students studied in vain? They wished to inquire, but seeing the two professors attentively listening and a few senior postdocs deep in thought, they refrained, deciding to wait and ask later. Finally, after Lin Xiao completed the last few lines of equations, Tang Qing could no longer contain himself. Exclaiming, "Brilliant!" Chao Chengqing couldn't help but applaud. The mathematical method Lin Xiao employed had flawlessly addressed their issue. With this crucial step from Lin Xiao, they had successfully estimated the L2 generalized energy norm. Chapter 119. The divide between mathematics and physics is not so great. Consequently, they could now proceed with their research. Lin Xiao's contribution had directly resolved their primary challenge. Finally, we have completed this phase. Now we can officially consider the situation in two-dimensional nonlinear elastic dynamic systems, Chao Chengqing said with palpable excitement. Yes, Tang Qing nodded in agreement. Both professors felt a sense of relief. Each step in such research is exceedingly challenging. Any breakthrough ignites their enthusiasm, as it signifies they are one step closer to their goal. So, for the next week, let us delve into the subsequent direction, Tang Qing stated, outlining the upcoming tasks, which primarily involved establishing an incompressible elastic dynamic system in Lagrangian coordinates and elucidating its fundamental properties. Xiao Huang, Xiao Tang, you two will be responsible for guiding your junior colleagues in continuing the literature search. If any issues arise, feel free to consult me. Xiao Huang and Xiao Tang, the two postdocs, acknowledged their responsibilities. Tang Qing then turned to Lin Xiao, smiling. Since you have joined our research group today, let us celebrate with a meal together. It's a perfect opportunity to utilize our budget. Lin Xiao nodded. Then I shall graciously accept. Tang Qing chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. You still speak so formally. We study mathematics. No need for that at all. By the way, as part of our group, I cannot let you go shortchanged. You will receive a monthly salary of 30,000 until we solve our research problem. Furthermore, you need not scrimp when dining. Just keep the receipts and we'll reimburse you. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Lin Xiao was taken aback. 30,000 a month? That isn't necessary, is it? Oh, no need for such politeness. Just take it. I'm worried about how to spend our research funds. Just send me your bank account number later. Tang Qing firmly settled the matter and added, all right, let us head out now. We'll find a nearby roast duck restaurant. Have you ever had roast duck in Beijing? I have had it before. Then let us experience the roast duck near Kyoto University. I assure you it's just as good as anywhere else. With that, Tang Qing led Lin Xiao and the others to dinner. Initially, Tang Qing had not planned to treat Lin Xiao specifically. Even with the salary, he intended to offer around 8,000, the same as his graduate students, while postdocs would receive 10,000. But his reasoning was that he had not anticipated Lin Xiao would provide substantial assistance to the project. However, it now appeared that Lin Xiao had delivered a significant surprise in terms of mathematical methods, swiftly resolving their current dilemma. Even though Lin Xiao's solution was mathematical and not directly related to physics, their research in mathematical physics aimed precisely at employing mathematics to solve problems. Thus, if they could transform physical issues into mathematical forms and then enlist Lin Xiao's help, just imagine how much time they could save. Tang Qing felt as though he had unearthed a tremendous treasure. Spending 30,000 a month seemed trivial in comparison. Soon, they arrived at the roast duck restaurant, securing a private room, with a total of 9 people. Several platters of roast duck were served, along with a variety of other dishes. They chose not to order alcohol, as Lin Xiao did not drink. A few beverages would suffice, although the academic circles in Huagua are not devoid of the prevailing drinking culture. Such gatherings need not involve alcohol. Shortly after enjoying their meal, it was time to head back. By the way, Lin Xiao, where do you live? Let me give you a ride. After finishing their meal, Tang Qing's car arrived. As an academician, he was accompanied by a driver and a secretary. Hence, Lin Xiao had come in his vehicle. Lin Xiao did not feign reluctance as he remarked, that would be much appreciated. I reside at Yinbei Garden. Oh, not a bother at all. Yinbei Garden, you say? I used to live there before I became an academician. After receiving that title, I moved to a different place, but I do have a sense of nostalgia for those days, which were quite some time ago, Tang Qing replied, engaging in light conversation as they both entered the CARW. By the way, are you planning to develop your career in physics? Tang Qing inquired. Lin Xiao responded. Primarily, I'm focused on mathematics, but I could certainly explore physics as well. Well then, if I have any mathematics or physics-related projects in the future, I may seek your assistance, Tang Qing said with a half-joking tone. Lin Xiao readily agreed. That would certainly be no problem. It would be a good opportunity for me to learn from you. Ha, then it's settled, Tang Qing exclaimed, clapping his hands with a hearty laugh. To be frank, your mathematical talent is truly outstanding, that if you were to delve deeper into mathematics and physics, you might very well produce some remarkable work. I initially thought your research was focused on number theory, which might differ from our current project, but today you have indeed surprised me greatly. Lin Xiao chuckled and replied, I actually feel that the divide between mathematics and physics is not as vast as one might think. As long as it can be expressed mathematically, it seems to me that the difference is negligible. Tang Qing responded, not as vast. It does seem somewhat minor, but it shouldn't be negligible. Lin Xiao continued. However, from the current perspective, it seems that only certain problems in physics can be expressed mathematically. Tang Qing, feeling no need to dwell on the disparity between mathematics and physics, remarked, well, that is not necessarily the case. Nowadays, we have computational chemistry, computational biology, and computational material science, all of which are related to mathematics. Of course, I'm not suggesting that you should rush off to study those fields. And about what I mentioned regarding mathematical physics. If the others in our department were to find out that you abandoned pure mathematics to delve into applied mathematics, it would likely cause me some trouble. Surely not, Lin Xiao exclaimed, taken aback. Oh, very much so, Tang Qing shook his head. Those who study mathematics often look down upon other fields, and those who pursue pure mathematics tend to scorn applied mathematics. After all, pure mathematics is indeed more challenging than the others. Thus, they would likely think you should focus on mathematics, such as number theory or algebraic geometry. Recently, I have heard quite a bit about the Lin conjecture, which has gained considerable attention in the mathematics community. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. The hierarchy of academic disciplines was truly a source of both amusement and exasperation. For him personally, the application of knowledge was of paramount importance. The pursuit of more profound and abstract mathematical challenges was aimed at testing the limits of intellect, while applying mathematics to other fields served to demonstrate the practical significance of his research. As they continued their conversation, the car arrived at the entrance of Yanbei Garden. Academician Tang, I shall take my leave now. Yes, goodbye. Tang Qing waved, cheerfully adding, I wish you great success in your academic endeavors. Thank you. Chapter 120. Bourbaki Discussion Group. It is said that university life resembles a cup of plain water, bland and unremarkable. However, for Lin Xiao, he found that this seemingly insipid cup of water brought him a profound sense of fulfillment. Each day, free from interruptions, Lin Xiao immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, relishing the joy of his mind continually expanding. The weekly group meeting took place, as usual, on the Friday of the second week. But this time the focus shifted towards exploring physical significance. They were discussing the establishment of an incompressible elastic dynamic system. The two professors, after much deliberation, settled on a concept that Lin Xiao found perplexing. For instance, the incompressible isotropic Hookean elastic dynamic system. Lin Xiao was familiar with the term Hookean, named after the individual who proposed Hooke's law. He understood the other terminology as well, such as incompressible and isotropic. Yet the combination of these concepts eluded him due to his lack of relevant knowledge. Nevertheless, Tang Qing did not mind this, as his only requirement was for Lin Xiao to contribute mathematically. Moreover, the project had a long duration. They had only commenced a few months prior. The research cycle for any project is typically extensive, otherwise how could they possibly spend their funding? After the conclusion of that day's meeting, Lin Xiao exited the conference room and walked out of the research center, intending to head to the library when he suddenly received a phone call. Professor Su Ji is calling. Professor Su Ji, a mathematics professor at Beijing University, had not been seen by Lin Xiao for quite some time. He answered the call. Greeting, Professor Su. Xiaolin, you've already enrolled, I presume? Yes, I have been at the university for a while now, but haven't seen you. Have you been away? Haha, I attended a mathematics conference recently and just returned a few days ago. Where are you now? I'm currently at the Mathematics Research Center, just coming out and heading to the library. The International Mathematics Research Center, you say? Indeed. After a moment of silence, Professor Suji's tone turned serious as he instructed, "Please come to my office. I need to discuss a few matters with you." Taken aback by the gravity in Professor Su's voice, Lin Xiao felt a sense of unease, but the call ended abruptly, leaving him no choice but to head to Professor Su's office. Soon, he arrived at the science building and located the office he had visited before. Knocking on the door, which opened with an invitation to enter. Inside, he found Professor Suji and several of his graduate students. Professor Su. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Suji rose and gestured for him to take a seat on a nearby sofa. "What do you need to discuss?" Suji's demeanor remained serious as he asked, "Are you working on a project at the research center? You must answer honestly. If someone is asking you to be free labor, let me know who it is, and I will deal with them. Don't worry about their title. If they are from our university, I usually don't bother reprimanding them. But if someone has indeed asked you to do such work, I will certainly have a word with them. It would be unacceptable for them to exploit you in such a manner." Lin Xiao felt a warm sensation in his heart upon hearing Suji's words, while also finding the situation somewhat humorous. Initially, he thought there was some trouble brewing, but it turned out to be concern for his well-being. He smiled and explained, "Actually, there's nothing of the sort. I voluntarily joined academician Tang Qing's project that I have a bit of interest in physics." "Academician Tang? Oh, in that case, it's all good. I was worried you might have been called upon by those who lack ability but got in through connections." Upon learning that Lin Xiao was working with academician Tang, Professor Su felt relieved. Even if Tang Qing sought Lin Xiao's help, he would certainly not exploit him for free labor. After all, as an academician, he did not lack for resources, and he typically treated his colleagues well. As for Lin Xiao's interest in mathematics and physics, Suji did not find it problematic, given that he himself conducted research in that area and held no biases against interdisciplinary studies. He then chuckled and asked, "What has sparked your interest in mathematics and physics? Have you found mathematics to be too easy?" Lin Xiao could not help but laugh at Professor Su's question. "How could that be? There are still numerous mathematical problems I cannot solve. I have merely developed a slight interest in physics." "Haha, I would hope so. If mathematics were not so challenging, I would have ventured into studying mathematics and physics." Suji sighed, reflecting on the nature of mathematics. The deeper one delves into the subject, the more daunting it becomes. Mathematicians often find themselves hitting a wall and entering the inner world of pure mathematics, only to realize it is not a place for the faint-hearted. Many choose to depart from it and enter the realm of physics, where they also achieve significant accomplishments. After all, it is all academia. There isn't much difference. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, that he chuckled softly. "Look at you. You've already answered 2 questions in the realm of prime numbers. Are you not considering further exploration in this field? What about the twin prime conjecture or Goldbach's conjecture?" Upon hearing Goldbach's conjecture, Lin Xiao could not help but reminisce about the problem he had encountered in his mathematics textbook during childhood. At that time, he did not grasp the question at all. He merely recognized it as the 11 problem, yet he could not fathom why it was referred to as such. He thought, isn't 11 just equal to 2? Does that even need proving? However, he had since acquired a profound understanding of such matters. "If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly give it a try," he remarked. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Suji raised an eyebrow, sensing that perhaps Lin Xiao might indeed find success. Shifting the topic, Suji casually inquired, "By the way, aren't you all about to select your mentors?" Lin Xiao paused, suddenly recalling the discussions in their class group chat. Indeed, it seemed the time to choose mentors was approaching. "Yes," he nodded in affirmation. Suji smiled broadly. "Which mentor do you intend to choose?" "We have quite a few options in our department." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "By the way, has academician Tang mentioned anything about the mentor selection?" "Not at all," Lin Xiao replied. That's good." Suji exhaled, as if relieved. Then, to clarify and perhaps dispel any potential misunderstandings, he explained, "Academician Tang is primarily focusing on mathematical physics now. While I support your interest in that area, it will be prudent for you to continue your research in pure mathematics. Your talent should not go to waste, so you ought to select a mentor whose focus remains predominantly on mathematics. For instance, I plan to attend the Bourbaki seminar in France next January. Are you familiar with the Bourbaki seminar? If you wish to join, I could take you along, but you must learn French beforehand, as the discussions are conducted in that language." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at Suji's words. Why does it sound like self-recommendation? Nevertheless, compared to Su Ji's other remarks, Lin Xiao found himself more intrigued by the Bourbaki seminar. He was already somewhat acquainted with it. The seminar is closely associated with the renowned Bourbaki group, which holds a significant position in the mathematical community, greatly contributing to the advancement of mathematics. Furthermore, the establishment and growth of the Bourbaki group in Paris has significantly aided the city in becoming one of the world's mathematical centers. Even today, despite the allure of the United States attracting many mathematicians. Particularly to Princeton University, France remains a revered sanctuary for mathematicians. To this day, Paris is home to the largest concentration of mathematicians worldwide. The Bourbaki seminar, influenced by the Bourbaki group, has been held since 1948 and continues to this day. It is not a fixed class, but rather a gathering of distinguished mathematicians from the Bourbaki group and other notable figures, along with students who convene in Paris for discussions. This format has inspired the establishment of various discussion groups today, with many current seminars tracing their origins back to the Bourbaki seminar. Curiously, Lin Xiao asked, "Is the Bourbaki seminar taking place next January?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's interest, Su Ji replied with a smile, "Indeed, next January. However, it is typically held 4 times a year. There's actually one scheduled for next month, but I plan to attend the one in January. If you wish to participate, you just need to apply, and they will likely be amenable. However, as I mentioned, you must learn French, otherwise you may struggle to understand once you arrive." Lin Xiao nodded, acknowledging his interest in the seminar, yet he recognized the necessity of mastering French first. "I will consider it further." He decided that that's perfectly fine, but it would be best to confirm early so that you have time to study French. Learning some everyday phrases and mathematical terminology within 3 months would be quite a challenge. Su Ji remarked with a smile, before asking, "What are your thoughts on selecting a mentor?" Lin Xiao found it amusing that Su Ji had brought up the topic again, confirming his suspicion that the professor wished for him to be his student. He smiled and replied, "If you don't mind, I would hope to study under your guidance." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Ji burst into laughter. "That's what you said, and I certainly want to refuse." The other graduate students in the office looked on in bemusement at their advisor. "Goodness, your words leave little doubt, implying choose me, only to conclude with, that's what you said." Of course, Su Ji felt no embarrassment. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, grinning. "In that case, you are now officially my student. I want to impose any obligations on you. Just pursue your own research. I want to interfere if there are projects in the future that pique your interest. Feel free to participate. If not, you can simply have your name attached." For Su Ji, simply having Lin Xiao as a student was enough. As for any requirement from Lin Xiao, there were none. However, should Lin Xiao have any inquiries, he would be more than willing to assist, provided they did not pertain to world-class problems, as he could only offer suggestions in those cases. Some students require little oversight from their mentors, and Lin Xiao was evidently among them. Lin Xiao nodded, smiling. "Thank you, mentor." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's direct change in address, Su Ji chuckled heartily. "It is my fortune to be your mentor." Lin Xiao smiled, feeling no particular demands regarding the selection of mentors. Initially, the school had allowed him to choose 3, but now he believed that selecting just one mentor sufficed. It was best to focus on his own research. "What do you plan to research next?" Su Ji inquired with genuine interest. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "I suppose I should first tackle the project from academician Tang. In my spare time, I can delve into gold box conjecture. If I'm to attend the seminar you mentioned in January, I ought to have some results to present." "Well then, it is all up to you," Su Ji nodded. Although he was somewhat surprised by Lin Xiao's choice to pursue the challenging gold box conjecture, he recognized it was Lin Xiao's decision, and he possessed the capability to make such a choice. While it did not guarantee that Lin Xiao would resolve this world-class problem, even if he were to fail, it would bear little consequence given his youth. After chatting a bit longer, Lin Xiao took his leave. He returned to Yanbei Garden, stopping at a nearby shop to purchase some snacks for later. Should he grow hungry while studying? Upon arriving at his building, he suddenly noticed a white flash darting through the bushes of the nearby greenery. What was that? Lin Xiao wondered. Could it be a stray cat? He approached, parting the bushes to peer inside. And indeed, he discovered a cat that was a long-haired feline, predominantly white with patches of a reddish-brown hue resembling chocolate, though it appeared somewhat dirty, given its status as a stray. This was to be expected. However, the most striking feature was its face. Upon seeing it, Lin Xiao was taken aback. "Wow, this cat is quite beautiful," he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. The cat possessed a wedge-shaped face, adorned with a pair of crystalline blue eyes, separated by a patch of chocolate-colored fur resembling Ave's shape, with white fur below. Such a visage could undoubtedly be deemed one of the most adorable he had ever encountered. Yet, the cat crouched behind the bushes, warily observing him, as if ready to flee at any moment. In this day and age, how could such a stunning cat be a stray? Surely, it must belong to someone. Lin Xiao pondered, before deciding that since he had nothing else to do, he might as well engage the cat. He extended his hand, calling out, "Mimi, come here, Mimi." Initially, he held little hope, but after calling a few times, the cat indeed relaxed its guard and took a few steps toward him. Seeing this, Lin Xiao called out a few more times, and the cat emerged from the bushes, slowly approaching him. Lin Xiao crouched down to avoid startling the creature and cautiously extended his hand. Ultimately managing to pet as he stroked its fur, the cat let out a soft meow, a sound that evoked a sense of joy within him. It seemed this cat was not particularly shy. Lin Xiao gently stroked the cat, feeling a surge of emotions within. Wild cats that are unafraid of humans are a rarity, unless they have been tamed through regular feeding, at which point they lose their fear. This particular feline seemed to relish the attention, its eyes narrowing slightly in pleasure as it emitted a soft purring sound, an indication of comfort, as one might say. However, perhaps its lack of fear stemmed from being someone else's pet. He speculated silently, as he ran his hand along the cat's back. He could feel its emaciated frame, suggesting it likely went hungry each day. This realization prompted Lin Xiao to recall the few sausages he had purchased earlier. He wondered if the cat could consume them. A quick search on his phone revealed that while cats could eat sausages, they should not indulge excessively due to the high salt content, which is difficult for them to digest. Yet observing the cat's eager demeanor, he decided to extract one, using his keychain to pierce a small hole before peeling away the plastic wrap. Although sausages were not the ideal food for a cat, they were certainly preferable to nothing at all. As he unwrapped the sausage, the wildcat immediately detected the scent, rushing over with an urgent meow. Clearly famished. "Don't worry, it's all yours," Lin Xiao smiled, extending the sausage toward the feline. The cat sniffed cautiously before taking a hefty bite and began to eat slowly. Eating so slowly despite being hungry, Lin Xiao chuckled. It resembled a distressed little princess in need of rescue. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the cat lacked male genitalia, likely indicating it was a female. Thus, he continued to watch the cat devour the sausage while gently petting it. A short while later, a girl passed by, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Lin Xiao crouched down with the cat. "Wow, is that a ragdoll cat?" she exclaimed, rushing over to him. She crouched beside him and asked, "Brother, is this your cat? May I pet it?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, observing the girl in her school uniform, likely from a nearby high school or possibly even middle school. "That it's not mine. It's a stray. Feel free to pet it," he replied, shaking his head. "Oh, it's not yours?" The girl's face displayed surprise. "No," he confirmed. The girl responded with an "oh," then turned her attention back to the cat, extending her hand to gently stroke it. "It's all right to pet it. This cat isn't afraid of people," Lin Xiao reassured her. "Yes, I know. Ragdolls are very gentle," she nodded in agreement. "Ragdoll?" Lin Xiao echoed, slightly confused. "Yes, this cat is a ragdoll. One of the cutest breeds," she clarified. Lin Xiao nodded, realizing that this cat was indeed a breed, which explained its stunning appearance. Of course, there are beautiful cats in China as well, such as the lynching lion cat. But ragdolls are among the most renowned breeds. However, Lin Xiao was not particularly knowledgeable about cat breeds, as he had never taken an interest in them before. Soon, the cat finished the sausage, and Lin Xiao gave its head one last affectionate rub before standing up. Noticing the girl's continued fascination with the cat, he shook his head, pondering if all girls had such an affinity for felines. However, he could assert with confidence, having finished petting the cat, that he was not particularly interested in cats. "Feel free to pet it, but be careful not to get scratched. Otherwise, you might need a shot," he cautioned the girl before turning to leave for the stairwell, intending to head home. Yet, after taking a few steps, he heard the girl exclaim, Wow. Brother, the cat is following you. Lin Xiao turned in surprise to see the cat indeed trailing after him, its fluffy dark tail swishing with a lively spirit, the rag doll. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's gaze, meowed softly, rubbing against his leg. Amused, Lin Xiao thought, I could give you a sausage, and now you're sticking to me. He crouched down and pet the cat once more. Why are you following me? I am not interested in you, you know? Clearly, the little feline did not heed his words. As it nudged his hand again, its soft meows flooding Lin Xiao's brain with a rush of dopamine and oxytocin, sending a wave of comfort through his entire being. The little girl approached him again, asking, Brother, do you live here? I live here too. Why don't you take the cat home and keep it? Lin Xiao replied helplessly, Why don't you keep it your place? My grandparents wouldn't let me, the girl said, her expression deflated. Lin Xiao scratched his head. After all, he had to go to school every day. Where would he find the time to care for a cat? He glanced down at the rag doll, which had nestled against his leg, meandering around him, and found himself torn. Just then, the cat meowed again, shattering his indecision. Thus, he squatted down and cradled the cat in his arms. To his surprise, the cat did not resist. It seemed to genuinely want to be with him. All right then, I'll keep you for a few days, and afterward, I'll check if you belong to someone else. Yay! Thank you, brother. The girl beamed, Can I come visit at your house? That depends on your grandparents' approval. If we find the cat's owner, I'll have to return it, Lin Xiao replied. Okay. The girl nodded eagerly. Chapter 122. The Role of Cats in Academic Research. Lin Xiao carried the cat upstairs alongside the little girl, who lived on the 7th and top floor. Yanbei Garden was a low-rise building, not a skyscraper. Upon reaching his floor, Lin Xiao bid farewell to the girl, opened his door, and stepped inside. He set the cat down, and to his surprise, it seemed quite at ease in its new surroundings. Immediately starting to explore its territory within the house, Lin Xiao watched, shaking his head in disbelief. What a strange occurrence. He left home and returned with a new companion. Sometimes he marveled at the wonders of the world and pondered how such a vast array of creatures came to exist on Earth, and why humans developed an affinity for certain species based on their looks. He had to admit, this cat was rather charming. Yet he wondered, why did this creature feel entitled to roam freely in his home? Approaching the cat, Lin Xiao gently grasped its front paws and lifted it into his lap as he sat down on the nearby sofa. Rubbing its head, he spoke to it. I only felt sorry for you and decided to care for you for a few days. Once I locate your original owner, you must return. With that thought in mind, he pulled out his phone and contacted Teacher Liu, asking him to help check if anyone in Yanbei Garden had lost a cat. Remembering the little girl's mention of the cat being a rag doll, he searched online and was astonished to discover that such cats typically cost thousands. Surely, it must have an owner. He mused, the owner must be frantic over losing such an expensive cat. He could only hope to find its owner soon. However, for now, he needed to care for it for a few days. Should he buy some food for it? One sausage would suffice, but too many wouldn't be good. Additionally, he felt it necessary to take the cat to a veterinary clinic for a checkup and perhaps a bath, as the cat's fur was either matted or clumped together. As he contemplated this, Lin Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was indeed a bit of a hassle. Nevertheless, he had already taken it in, so he resolved to endure for a few days until he could find its owner. Having made up his mind, Lin Xiao lifted the cat once more and exited his apartment, heading to the nearest veterinary clinic. However, when registering at the clinic, he was required to provide a name for the cat. After some thought, he casually named it Mimi for ease of remembrance. After all, it seemed that all cats in Huagua were called Mimi. Following a thorough examination, the vet diagnosed the cat with ringworm, a common fungal infection for stray cats. Fortunately, the veterinarian assured him that it was not serious, providing simple treatment and prescribing some medication. Next came the bath. The cat clearly disliked bathing, meowing loudly throughout the process. But curiously, it did not thrash about, merely vocalized its displeasure, looking both pitiful and adorable. Before the bath, the cat appeared somewhat scruffy despite its beauty, but after the grooming, it radiated a different charm, leaving Lin Xiao astounded. So this is your true form? He mused, stroking Mimi's head. Observing its sleek fur and perfect color pattern, Lin Xiao couldn't help but leaning closer, inhaling the scent of the shampoo. It smells wonderful. At that moment, a staff member from the clinic approached, saying, Here is the cat food you requested. along with a food bowl, 2 bowls, one for food and one for water. Additionally, this is cat litter and a litter box. And here is your cat carrier.O. Thank you very much. Upon seeing the pile of items, Lin Xiao responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Including the treatment fee from earlier, the total cost for bathing and grooming amounted to 1563. 5 yuan. How would you like to proceed with the payment? We also offer a membership here. If you recharge 2,000 yuan, you will receive an additional 200 yuan. Currently, we have a promotion where, with a recharge, we can also provide you with a cat scratching board and 3 tubes of nutritional paste. Upon hearing this amount, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Wow, that's quite expensive. The last time he spent 4 figures. It was for a computer and a mobile phone. Now, he was spending over 1,000 just to prepare for this cat. However, seeing the smile on the veterinarian's face, he reluctantly took out his phone and made the payment. Of course, he refrained from recharging the membership for 2,000 yuan, as he was uncertain whether the cat would ever find its owner again if he were to recharge 2,000 yuan only to find it useless. That would indeed be a loss. Thus, he placed Mimi into the cat carrier and returned home with a multitude of items. Finally back home. Once at home, Lin Xiao released Mimi, set down the cat food bowl, and poured in a bit of cat food and water, calling the cat over. Upon seeing the food and water, Mimi quickly began to feast, apparently enjoying the meal. As Lin Xiao watched it eat. He petted its body and remarked, "When your owner comes looking for you, you better make sure they reimburse me for the over 1,000 yuan I spent. If they refuse, I won't be returning you." He vowed that his concern was purely financial, and certainly not due to any interest in the cat. To prove his sincerity, he stood up and walked into his bedroom, sitting down beside his desk. He then opened his computer and began reviewing papers related to their research topic, shifting all his attention from the cat to the documents before him. The initial deformation must be a small displacement relative to the equilibrium state. In this case, it refers to the pre-stressed uniform expansion of the reference configuration, where the nonlinear terms must represent a non-resonance or zero-energy condition. If we consider the incompressible elastic dynamic system, either of these assumptions could lead to a solution collapsing in finite time. As Lin Xiao's thoughts progressed, he gradually entered a state of immersion. The capability provided by the system made it remarkably easy for him to concentrate his full mental faculties. However, while diligently studying these papers, Lin Xiao encountered some existing issues. The zero-energy condition causes the cancellation of all nonlinear wave interactions along the characteristic cone to be first order, if I merely eliminate the nonlinear wave interactions between individual wave families. It seems feasible. With this thought, Lin Xiao promptly took out a pen and scribbled several equations on a piece of draft paper, although he realized he had not contributed significantly after the second group meeting. After days of focused study, he had come to understand what their research topic was about, and he had grasped the related knowledge that, in essence, he was now capable of providing some assistance in the field of physics for the research, unlike the previous week, where he was limited to mathematics alone. Thus, he continued, and after an undetermined amount of time, he suddenly encountered a problem. How should I decompose the elastic wave into longitudinal and transverse components? This seems to involve a non-local Helmholtz boundary value problem. This is a bit troublesome. Upon recognizing the current problem, Lin Xiao furrowed his brows in contemplation. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the cat had somehow come over, leaping onto the table and approaching his laptop. Instantly, Lin Xiao snapped out of his immersion, and upon seeing the little creature, he could only laugh in exasperation. "What do you think you're doing?" Mimi meowed and stood atop the keyboard of his laptop, causing the screen to wildly flicker as it inadvertently pressed keys. Lin Xiao saw that the paper he had been reviewing vanished, replaced by a flurry of new web pages, and he was taken aback. Quickly scooping Mimi up, "You little rascal, what mischief are you causing?" He gently patted the creature's head and turned back to the computer to clear the inadvertently opened web pages. However, at that moment, he was rendered speechless by what he saw on the screen. Non-resonance and overall existence of pre-stressed, non-linear elastic waves. Abstract. Only the resonant interactions along the characteristic cone will affect the calculations, thus allowing for approximate local estimates. The notion of approximate local estimates sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Lin Xiao's mind, prompting him to experiment on his draft paper. Meanwhile, Mimi seemed to sense the importance of what he was doing. Lying quietly beside the table, her two crystal blue eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiao. Ignoring me, Lin Xiao focused on the equation he had derived. The zero-energy condition imposes restrictions on the growth of the stored energy function for the maximum expansion strain. So, the resulting numerical values are slightly excessive. Therefore, it is necessary to amend the previous zero-energy condition. At that moment, Lin Xiao experienced a sudden realization. Had he not unraveled this problem, their research might have veered into an erroneous direction, only to realize their mistake after hitting a wall. Moreover, this issue was not only significant for their research topic, but also crucial for any research groups examining related content. He couldn't help but glance at the quietly resting Mimi. Had it not been for this mischievous cat inadvertently pressing keys, he might never have stumbled upon this vital conclusion. What a little savior! He leaned in closer, burying his nose in Mimi's little head and inhaling deeply. So fragrant. Chapter 123. The Shock of Academician Tang. Professor Chao remained silent. You mean the zero-energy condition restricts the growth of the stored energy function? What on earth does that entail? During an impromptu group meeting, Tang Qing and Chao Chengqing both regarded Lin Xiao with grave expressions. When they learned this news yesterday, they found it utterly astonishing, which prompted them to convene this meeting today. If what Lin Xiao said was indeed accurate, it would signify a major development. Do you understand what this implies? Lin Xiao nodded and replied, I do. It means that the dominant behavior of the stored energy function for any expansion strain is determined by the propagation speed of the medium. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's response, both Tang Qing and Chao Chengqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the case. If this finding could be verified as true, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir among all those researching the Navier-Stokes equations. It would likely illuminate a plethora of related topics, and it is worth noting that many individuals delve into such issues. Simultaneously, they were filled with astonishment, pondering how Lin Xiao had come to understand that this was connected to the propagation speed within the medium. Tang Qing inquired, weren't you previously unaware of any physics concepts? Lin Xiao candidly responded, I've been studying books and papers in this field for the past 2 weeks, so I've gained some understanding. This is truly incredible. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, both professors found themselves at a loss for words. Lin Xiao had actually taken the initiative to learn about this subject, and it had only been a short period of time. He had managed to discern the underlying physical significance behind it. Could it be that those who excel in mathematics can effortlessly master both mathematics and physics? Suddenly, Tang Qing recalled what Wang Wei had told him previously, that Lin Xiao possessed the ability to reverse engineer physical significance from mathematical formulas. A skill quite rare in the realms of mathematics and physics, one that even Tang Qing could not achieve. It appeared that Lin Xiao's demonstrated aptitude for physics was far more profound than Wang Wei had suggested. Of course, setting aside their astonishment, the primary focus now was to derive validation from Lin Xiao. Despite how astonishing this conclusion was, the realms of mathematics and physics strictly adhered to the age-old tradition of mathematics, which dictated that only through the most rigorous mathematical proofs could the veracity of a proposition be confirmed. Without proof, everything would remain speculative. Regardless, Lin Xiao, you must present a comprehensive proof to convince us. Certainly, no problem. Lin Xiao nodded and began inscribing equations on the blackboard. Academician Tang and Professor Chao seated themselves below, attentively observing, and no matter how shocking the conclusion might be, mathematics would not deceive them. Though mathematics sometimes reveals results that defy comprehension, it ultimately aligns with the laws governing the universe. Much like the parity violation theory jointly proposed by Yang Zhening and Li Jingdao, this new theory shattered the previously held understanding of the conservation of parity, asserting that the world does not conserve parity. In other words, when a particle is viewed in a mirror, the particle in a mirror does not possess identical properties to the original. This conclusion evidently contradicted everyone's understanding, leading even Pauli, who initially proposed the Pauli exclusion principle, to deem it impossible, despite the mathematical conclusions clearly indicating its validity. However, subsequently, a meticulously designed physical experiment substantiated this result, stunning the world at large. This indicated that they had delineated an absolute distinction between left and right. Should a day arise when we establish contact with an extraterrestrial civilization, as long as they too are cognizant of the law of parity violation, we could ascertain their orientation, left or right, through this very principle. Moreover, the theory of relativity is similarly founded upon the postulate of the invariance of the speed of light, which has been mathematically derived. The illustrious mass-energy equivalence equation is a prime example of this. Hence, it is often proclaimed that mathematics is the language of the universe, for as long as the methodology is sound, the outcomes tend to be accurate. As Lin Xiao meticulously enumerated a series of equations, the two professors, initially solemn in their demeanor, gradually transitioned to expressions of enlightenment. They began to grasp the profound implications behind each equation. Several other graduate students and postdoctoral researchers within the research group were present, observing Lin Xiao as he inscribed the formulas. Once again, these students found themselves engulfed in confusion. One graduate student discreetly inquired of a postdoctoral fellow, "Senior, do you understand what Lin is writing up there?" The postdoctoral fellow, appearing bewildered, replied, "I have no idea." Another postdoctoral fellow shook his head, clearly equally perplexed. The graduate students felt a sense of helplessness. Astonishingly, even the two postdoctoral fellows could not comprehend the material. It was worth noting that during the previous group meeting, when Lin Xiao had written on the board, the two postdoctoral fellows had managed to keep pace through diligent thought, yet now they found themselves at a loss. They felt a wave of despair wash over them. Why must it be so difficult? Finally, as Lin Xiao was nearing the end of his blackboard exposition, he arrived at the final equation that it became evident that through these intricate transformations, one could discern that our zero-energy condition imposes limitations on the energy storage function, further elucidating that the propagation speed of the medium serves as a primary variable, wielding a significant influence. Upon witnessing this conclusion, the two professors unequivocally acknowledged Lin Xiao's deduction. Undoubtedly, this achievement could stand as a notable success in its own right, providing substantial support for their research endeavors. However, a rather awkward predicament arose. They needed to wait for Lin Xiao's findings to be published before they could reference them, unless Lin Xiao incorporated this achievement into their paper. But could they voice such a request? Clearly not. Expressing it would imply a desire to exploit his findings without due credit. The significance of Lin Xiao's contribution, compared to the ultimate outcome of their research, was still a matter of debate, unless they permitted Lin Xiao to be the first author. Yet, should Lin Xiao assume that role, it would place the project as principal investigator. Academician Tang, in a rather uncomfortable position, of course, such matters could be discussed later. For now, they would simply express their admiration. Tang Qing applauded, exclaiming, "Excellent work, Lin Xiao. You have once again achieved an outstanding result." Chao Qing also clapped, albeit with a wry smile, saying, "Lin, is this truly the result of just 2 weeks of studying mathematical physics?" Lin Xiao bashfully replied, "It seems it should be 3 weeks. I spent about a week beforehand studying advanced physics." The assembly responded with disbelief. Can advanced physics even be considered mathematical physics? Undergraduates in the physics department do not study that book. It is primarily those in non-physics engineering disciplines who might. All right. Spare me the criticism. Do rein in your prowess," Chao Changqing retorted, dramatically reclining against his chair. "Good heavens! Those who excel in mathematics are truly exceptional." The other 6 young scholars, observing the reactions of Academician Tang and Professor Chao, realized that Lin Xiao had indeed achieved something extraordinary at this juncture. Tang Qing's words made them acutely aware of the significance of Lin Xiao's findings. Please organize your result for publication in AML. Your process and conclusions are extraordinarily well suited for this journal. Upon hearing Academician Tang's suggestion, the young scholars were taken aback. They were all engaged in applied mathematics, and thus were well aware of what AML was. Applied Mathematics Letters, as an esteemed journal in the field of applied mathematics, boasted an impressive impact factor of 3.5 in 2018, establishing it as one of the premier journals in the domain. The average impact factor for mathematics journals tends to be relatively low due to the influence of citation counts. While it may seem that numerous individuals are engaged in mathematical research worldwide, their numbers pale in comparison to those in other fields, resulting in lower citation rates, particularly in pure mathematics. For instance, the Annual of Mathematics, one of the 4 flagship journals in the mathematics community, had an impact factor just above 4 in 2018. In contrast, applied mathematics encompasses a broader range of practical applications, such as finance, and while mathematical physics falls within this category, it still pertains to foundational theory, leading to similarly modest citation counts. The fact that AML achieved an impact factor of 3.5 is commendable. Lin Xiao, surprised by Tang Qing's proposition, inquired, "Can it be published there?" "Absolutely, and it is quite fitting," Tang Qing assured him. The journal primarily provides a quick publication avenue for important yet concise papers. You see, while you have filled the blackboard with equations, it likely amounts to only a few pages in Word format. Additionally, their review process generally takes only 2 to 3 weeks, which is quite fast. That indeed seems quite suitable. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Regarding Tang Qing's suggestion, he understood the rationale behind publishing this paper independently. Although his familiarity with the mathematical physics domain was still growing, he recognized the significance of his findings and their potential for standalone publication. Moreover, it aligns perfectly with our project. Once you publish, we can reference it appropriately. If the review period is excessively long, like the average of 12 weeks for CPM, that would be quite cumbersome, Tang Qing remarked with a smile. All right, Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod. Let us conclude for today. Tang Qing turned to Changqing, expressing, "Changqing, it seems we have taken another step closer to success." Leaning against the back of his chair, Changqing nodded in agreement with Lin Xiao's contribution. They were indeed inching closer to their goal. Initially, they had braced themselves for a prolonged struggle. Research in mathematical subjects typically spans lengthy periods, often ranging from 6 to 9 months, and could extend to 1 to 3 years. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lin Xiao would emerge, bestowing upon them a cascade of delightful surprises? Perhaps it would not be long before they, too, could draw their project to a close. Chapter 124. The Mathematical Black Hole, once again departing from the International Mathematical Center. Lin Xiao found himself with some leisure time to stroll by Weiming Lake. Although October was approaching, the sun still hung high in the sky, reminding the world of its relentless heat. The lake shimmered with glistening reflections, occasionally dazzling his eyes, while the gentle ripples stirred by the breeze prompted Lin Xiao to ponder the mechanics of fluid motion. The Navier-Stokes equations, which describe the momentum conservation of viscous, incompressible fluids, can be employed to depict and predict the motion of both air and water flows. Clearly, they offer immense assistance in the study of fluid dynamics. However, despite their utility, humanity remains unable to truly unlock their secrets, namely the existence and smoothness of their solutions. The subject remains shrouded in mystery. Sighing, Lin Xiao lamented, "Mathematics and physics are indeed challenging." He was unaware that, had his previous comments reached the ears of Professor Changqing and the graduate students and postdoctoral researchers, they would likely have found ample opportunity for further jest. Redirecting his gaze towards the natural world before him, Lin Xiao realized that he could not ascertain all the data simply from appearances. Unless his mind were akin to a quantum computer, capable of encapsulating and simulating the motion of every particle within the expanse of the lake, he was limited. Yet, evidently, his mind housed nothing more than an ordinary system that remained silent. My auxiliary device, you have been of little assistance," he muttered in jest. Suddenly, he recalled the cat at home. I believe I forgot to check if there is still water before I left." He decided it was best to return and verify. Just as he prepared to depart, a girl clad in a light blue JK uniform approached him. The sight of her fair legs peeking from beneath her skirt undoubtedly captured the attention of many nearby boys. And her beauty was striking. Her skin appeared almost ethereal in the sunlight. She approached Lin Xiao with a smile, inquiring, "Hello, Lin. May I ask you a question?" Taken aback, Lin Xiao turned to regard the girl. She had come to pose a question. He did not dwell on being recognized. After all, there were countless individuals at Jingda who could identify him. "Go ahead," he replied without hesitation. "It's a problem from functional analysis. You should be able to solve it with ease, right?" The girl held out her notebook, upon which a neatly penned question awaited. "If T is an unbounded closed operator on the Banach space X, prove that the domain of T can at most be dense in X." Lin Xiao glanced at the girl briefly, then looked at her with an expression of bewilderment. "You aren't from the mathematics department?" Are you? Huh? I am. I'm a junior in the second class of the mathematics department. The girl responded, taken aback. Lin Xiao regarded her with pity and stated directly, by contradiction, if T is a closed operator defined on the entire space X. Since X is a closed set and a Banach space, by the closed graph theorem, T must be a bounded closed operator from X to X, which contradicts the premise that T is an unbounded closed operator. Thus, the original proposition holds. Upon hearing this, admiration instantly illuminated the girl's face, and she clapped. Wow. As expected of Lin Shun, you solved it so quickly. Lin Xiao shook his head. A typical mathematics student should be able to solve it just as swiftly. Right? Given that you claim to be from the mathematics department, you must have failed several courses before, haven't you? The girl replied, Is this how you converse? You just come out swinging. In truth, she had indeed failed several courses. Maintaining a forced smile, she added, Lin Shun, you could even deduce that. Truly impressive. There's no need for deduction. Anyone who studies this problem properly would be able to solve it. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Well, I wish you. Good luck. I hope you can graduate smoothly. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing Lin Xiao preparing to depart, the girl hurriedly called out, Lin Shun, since my math skills are so poor, could you help tutor me? Lin Xiao quickened his pace. No need. I have to go home to take care of my cat. If you have questions, you should ask your teachers more often. He thought it was absurd that she needed to ask for help on a problem that could be solved with a simple statement. If he were to tutor her, it would likely drive him to madness. Wasn't this a mathematical black hole? How could she even consider studying mathematics? He felt it was best to keep his distance. As he left without a shred of mercy, mentioning his cat, the girl momentarily found it hard to believe. Was taking care of a cat truly that significant? Or was it that she hadn't dressed up nicely enough today? But as she watched Lin Xiao's figure recede into the distance, doubts about her appearance began to creep in for the first time. Upon returning to Yanbei Garden, Lin Xiao stood at his door, holding the key to unlock it. The sound of the key seemed to attract a little creature from within, and soon he heard a meow emanating from inside. He hastened to open the door. Mimi was already crouched inside, lifting her beautiful crystal blue eyes to gaze at him, her lovely face inviting a gentle touch. Lin Xiao crouched down and scooped her up. He had now mastered the technique of holding a cat. One hand cradled her chest while the other supported her rear, lifting her comfortably. This way, the cat felt at ease, and he could enjoy the sensation of her fluffy body against his chest. Mimi, did you miss me? He lowered his head and inhaled her scent before carrying her into the bedroom. Her food bowl was located in the room, and upon checking, he discovered it was indeed empty of water. Though the cat food remained, he added some water for Mimi to drink, then sat down at his desk, opened his computer, and began organizing his paper titled The Relationship Between Energy Storage Functions and Medium Propagation Speeds. Abstract. This paper demonstrates that the dominant behavior of the energy storage function for any expansive strain is determined by the propagation speed of the medium. Through restrictions imposed by a class of zero energy conditions in the energy storage function. The paper was not lengthy. As Tang Qing had previously mentioned, it could be completed in just a few pages. Therefore, he worked swiftly and soon finished organizing it. He then logged onto the official website of AML, located the submission methods and formatting requirements, made the necessary format adjustments, and reviewed the submission guidelines. Can I submit it via AR14? Upon seeing the prompt, he pondered for a moment before navigating to AR14. AR14 is a preprint server primarily designed for authors whose papers have yet to be published, offering a venue for early sharing, which also serves as a placeholder WY posting their results there. If someone else happens to publish similar findings shortly after, they would naturally be unable to publish theirs. Thus, AR14 can also be seen as a means of claiming copyright. However, this has led to the presence of various low-quality papers on AR14. For instance, when a prominent figure predicts a particular field will become a future research hotspot, many will rush to publish numerous low-quality papers on AR14 in that direction, making it challenging for serious researchers to publish their work without referencing these papers, resulting in considerable criticism from scholars regarding this state of affairs. Lin Xiao, however, did not concern himself with such matters. After swiftly registering his account, he uploaded his paper and began to browse the site. The Goldbach conjecture? Suddenly, he noticed a paper titled Concerning the Distribution of Prime Numbers. After glancing at the abstract, he was taken aback. Thus, the twin prime conjecture is correct. Therefore, the Goldbach conjecture is correct. Good heavens, could this be another product of crackpot theories? He couldn't resist opening it. And indeed, it was riddled with errors that, there were indeed forgeries on AR-14. He shook his head and then began to contemplate the Goldbach conjecture once more. Previously, during discussions with Professor Suji, he had developed an interest in the conjecture, but as Professor Su had pointed out, the Goldbach conjecture is a problem in number theory, specifically concerning prime numbers, and as someone who had resolved two problems in number theory and prime numbers, he was indeed intrigued by this global conundrum that he took out a sheet of draft paper and a pen, jotting down the expression of the Goldbach conjecture. P1, P2, which states that any even integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of two primes. Goldbach proposed in a letter to Euler in 1742 that any integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of three primes. That he inquired about this problem with Euler, who could not comprehend it either. And in his reply, he presented what has become the conventionally recognized Goldbach conjecture, specifically pertaining to even numbers. Thus, this casually posed question once again became a lingering issue in the minds of every scholar in the mathematical community. Enduring through the ages, having perplexed Euler, Chen Jingrun, and now continuing to do so, that of course, several results emerged along the way, such as Chen Jingruan's proof concerning the number 12 and the complete proof of the weak Goldbach conjecture in 2013, which asserts that any odd number greater than 7 can be expressed as the sum of three odd primes. However, the strong Goldbach conjecture concerns even numbers, and this mere transformation between odd and even has caused mathematical research on it to come to a standstill, with no relevant results emerging to this day. Lin Xiao thought briefly before deciding to explore other papers in search of inspiration. He promptly located the paper that proved the weak Goldbach conjecture in 2013 and began to read it. As time passed slowly, in New York, USA, at the editorial office of Applied Mathematics Letters, another paper had been received. Let's see which country it's from. The editor, Albert, remarked upon noticing a notification from the website's backend. I bet $1 it's from Huagua. Another editor, Mike, responded with a smile. Bingo! Congratulations, you guessed right. You can reclaim your $1. Albert chuckled, as their journal ranked 8th among the 265 journals in the field of applied mathematics, frequently receiving various submissions, with those from Huagua being the most abundant, likely due to Huagua's emphasis on review speed. He then opened the paper. The relationship between energy storage functions and medium propagation speeds? Finally found someone with a similar research focus. Let's check the abstract. However, after a cursory glance at the abstract, Albert could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What? The propagation speed of a medium can actually determine the energy storage function. This, as someone who also researched the Navier-Stokes equations, he certainly understood the significance of this finding. While it might not shock the entire academic community, it would undoubtedly create a ripple effect. And no wonder the author chose to submit the paper here. Hearing Albert's voice, Mike inquired, "What's going on?" The conclusion of this paper is quite intriguing. It offers significant insights for our research on the Navier-Stokes equations, Albert replied, shifting his gaze to the author's name. This author is named Xiao. That name seems familiar. Xiao. Mike responded upon hearing the name. I recall there is a mathematician from Huagua who recently proved the distribution of Mersenne primes at the International Congress of Mathematicians in August. I heard he is quite young. In a way. Albert was taken aback, as he too recalled this event. Such monumental occurrences in the mathematical world were not something anyone could overlook. The resolution of the Mersenne prime distribution and the proposal of the Lin conjecture were enough to spark discussions throughout the mathematical community. Recently, Sir Michael Adia claimed to have proven the Riemann hypothesis, sparking considerable discussion within academic circles, both in pure mathematics and applied mathematics. This event has garnered widespread attention, yet it is evident that Sir Adia ultimately did not succeed. Reflecting on this, a young individual from Huagua, Albert, pondered aloud. Could these two individuals possibly be the same? Isn't Xiao a researcher in number theory? Perhaps a glance at his credentials would clarify matters. Mike chimed in, suggesting that he might have ventured into the realm of applied mathematics. Following this advice, Albert took action, noting that when submitting papers, one must also disclose their identity, and it is clear that past accomplishments serve as the most compelling proof of credibility. Before long, Albert exclaimed in astonishment, "It truly is him! I never anticipated that he would delve into applied mathematics as well." For a moment, he felt a twinge of envy. If only I possessed such talent. I would have long since published mathematical papers and made a name for myself, rather than languishing here as a mere editor. Mike, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Enough of that envy. I genuinely enjoy my work. However, if my graduate advisor were here, he would undoubtedly chastise him for neglecting pure mathematics in favor of applied mathematics." Albert laughed. "Your professor has likely severed ties with you, the wayward soul." "Best not to bring it up." Mike shrugged nonchalantly, suggesting they examine the paper, check the formatting, and prepare to present it to the editorial board. Albert ceased further commentary and began his work. The journal, renowned for its speed, did not disappoint. A week later, Lin Xiao received notification that his submission had been accepted and publication in AML was imminent at this juncture. He checked the paper status on AR-14 and was astonished to find it had already garnered over 80 downloads. Such an impressive figure, especially before formal publication, indicated that it had piqued considerable interest. Once published, it would likely attract even more researchers. Clearly, this conclusion is quite enticing. Lin Xiao felt a surge of surprise. Otherwise, such a download count would not be plausible. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from academician Tang Qing. Taken aback, he wondered what prompted this communication. Could it be regarding new developments in a project? He answered the call, inquiring, "Academician Tang, what can I do for you?" "Mr. Yang wishes to meet you," came Tang's voice, tinged with surprise and a hint of inevitability. Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless that Mr. Yang, which esteemed Yang could possibly warrant a visit from academician Tang as a messenger. Suddenly, he recalled the illustrious yet complexly regarded scientist in the global physics community, the former Nobel Prize laureate renowned for his contributions to non-abelian gauge field theory and parity violation, Yang Zhining. He was taken aback, even hesitant to believe it, and asked, "You mean the Yang Zhining?" "Indeed, it is the esteemed Yang Zhining," Tang affirmed, reflecting, "When I studied in the United States last century, I had the privilege of attending one of his lectures. He even engaged me in conversation. Now, many years later, he has reached his 90s and seldom appears in public. Yet he just called me, expressing a desire to meet you. You must seize this opportunity." Lin Xiao felt a rush of excitement and curiosity, unable to suppress his inquiry. "Why would Mr. Yang want to meet me?" "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps he has seen your paper on mathematical physics. You did submit it to AR-14. After all, I shared it with some of our domestic colleagues in physics a few days ago. Perhaps that piqued his interest," Tang speculated, realizing the connection between his download count and Tang's sharing. Lin Xiao expressed gratitude. "Thank you. When will Mr. Yang meet with me?" "1 week from now, he will be visiting our university and will give a lecture in the Grand Auditorium. You are welcome to attend. And afterward, he will meet with you personally." "Understood. But is he in good health at his advanced age?" Lin Xiao asked. "Do not worry on that front. He remains vigorous and occasionally attends lectures and similar events." Tang reassured him with a chuckle. "That's good to hear. Such a scientist is a treasure, not only for Huagua, but for all humanity. We all wish for his continued health." After confirming the time and place, Tang ended the call. Lin Xiao set down his phone, reflecting on the fact that even such a prominent figure sought to meet him. He hoped to achieve even greater accomplishments in the future, aspiring to become a distinguished figure in his own right. Indeed, many already regarded him as such. Turning his attention to Mimi, who was resting on the desk, he gently petted her. Whenever Lin Xiao engaged in research, she would invariably find a spot to nap. Mimi, seemingly displeased by the interruption, meowed to express her annoyance. "Mimi, grant me strength and guide me on how to prove the Goldbach conjecture. Would you?" Mimi lazily turned away, her posture indicating her disinterest. Lin Xiao chuckled and resumed his research, fully aware that the serendipitous incident from before, when Mimi randomly walked across the keyboard, leading him to a previously overlooked paper that sparked breakthrough inspiration, was unlikely to repeat. He did not believe such fortuitous occurrences could manifest twice. Thus, a week passed quietly. The news of Mr. Yang's forthcoming lecture at Beijing University had spread far and wide. The auditorium buzzed with excitement. Chapter 126. Questions in front of all the audience. The grand auditorium of Beijing University, one of the most venerable venues in Huagua academia, had hosted numerous significant figures over the years. It was here that the Guangxu Emperor had once spoken, and the university's most illustrious president, Kai Yuanpei, had also graced the stage. In more recent times, many international dignitaries had delivered speeches here. Today, the auditorium welcomed a heavyweight figure in both Huagua and global physics, the esteemed Yang Zhining. His stature in the field of physics is well known. Many have encountered his work in textbooks and online, drawing a vast audience of students and faculty eager to witness the Nobel laureate in person. At this moment, Lin Xiao arrived late, having barely made it on time after hurrying from Yanbei Garden, nearly missing the bus. Upon entering the auditorium, he discovered that it was already filled to capacity, with even the aisles crowded. Where am I supposed to sit? Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a call from academician Tang. Why are you only just arriving? Get over here. Taken aback, Lin Xiao looked ahead to see Tang Qing waving him over from the front row. He dashed forward and found an empty seat beside him, clearly reserved for him. Once seated, he sheepishly apologized. I'm sorry for being late. Just being here is enough. It's about to start, Tang replied, redirecting his focus to the stage. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the host took to the stage, welcomed Yang Zhining, and introduced him to the audience. Yang Zhining approached the podium, his face adorned with the marks of age, yet radiating warmth. Due to health considerations, he was seated rather than standing, and he began to speak. Greetings, friends of Beijing University. It has been over a decade since my last lecture here, and returning fills me with nostalgia. A decade is a long time. Despite the many years that have passed in my life, I still cherish the unforgettable moments of those days. Yang's speech was warm and reminiscent as he shared stories from his past, captivating the audience. However, as a physicist, he occasionally interspersed technical terminology into his discourse. While those from engineering backgrounds grasped some concepts, students from the humanities appeared somewhat bewildered. Yang, ever mindful, endeavored to ensure his remarks remained accessible to all. Time swiftly passed. I had little interaction with Qian Shuessen. He was 11 years my senior and a respected predecessor. His contributions to our nation are admirable. However, after returning to the mainland, I did have the opportunity to meet him once more, which turned out to be our final encounter before his passing. During that meeting, we discussed the educational challenges faced by our country. I wonder if you are aware of the question he posed. Why do our schools consistently fail to cultivate exceptional talent? The audience was momentarily taken aback, as many present were aware of the question at hand, which holds considerable renown within the educational realm of Huagua. At this juncture, Elder Yang continued, stating, I have indeed contemplated this issue, but it is one of macrocosmic nature, incapable of being succinctly addressed in merely a few sentences. However, it has dawned on me today that under our educational system, we have finally witnessed the emergence of a young talent who can be deemed extraordinary on a global scale. Upon hearing these words, all were rendered speechless. Who could this individual be, deserving of Elder Yang's specific mention? At that moment, Elder Yang added, this young talent should be present among us today. I would like to pose a few questions to him. Instantly, the audience began to glance around in curiosity. Who could this prodigy be, whom even Elder Yang would acknowledge? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, seated at the front, was in shock. Upon hearing Elder Yang's remarks, he couldn't help but mutter, no way. Beside him, academician Tang displayed a look of astonishment, realizing that the person Elder Yang was about to mention was indeed Lin Xiao. He thought to himself, was it not obvious? Sure enough, Elder Yang then scanned the audience and inquired, is Lin Xiao in the audience? Lin Xiao instinctively covered his face, realizing he was indeed being called out. What on earth was happening? Tang Qing, seated next to him, felt helpless. It appeared that Elder Yang's regard for Lin Xiao far exceeded his expectations. Stand up, this is your chance to shine, he encouraged with a pat on Lin Xiao's shoulder and a smile. Reluctantly, Lin Xiao raised his hand and stood up. I am here. Yes, he did. Over 2,000 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Murmurs swept through the audience, filled with a W-I-S that Lin Xiao. Yes, indeed, the illustrious Lin. So, it was he whom Elder Yang referred to? All was well then. Had Elder Yang mentioned someone else, there would have been dissent. Lin Xiao was indeed deserving of admiration. As the realization spread among the audience that the individual in question was Lin Xiao, their confusion dissipated. After all, if there existed any young scholar capable of impressing these brilliant minds from Jingda, it could only be Lin Xiao to that moment. Elder Yang noticed Lin Xiao standing and smiled as he said, "Could a staff member please hand a microphone to Lin Xiao?" Soon, a staff member approached, presenting Lin Xiao with a microphone. "Hello," Elder Yang, Lin Xiao greeted. "Greetings, quite an impressive young man you are," Elder Yang remarked with a nod. Lin Xiao, I have been following your work for quite some time. This year, your resolution of the Fibonacci sequence containing infinitely many prime numbers came to my attention. Although I'm not a mathematician, I could comprehend the methods you employed. Frankly, in all my years teaching in America during the last century, I have yet to encounter a young talent as remarkable as you. Thank you. Solving that problem was merely a fortunate happenstance," Lin Xiao humbly replied. "Though fortuitous, at times such occurrences are inevitable," Elder Yang countered, shaking his head before posing another question. "I would like to inquire about your current research topic." "Well, I am collaborating with academician Tang on the overall well-posedness of two-dimensional incompressible elastic dynamics. In addition to investigating the GODLIKE conjecture," Lin Xiao's response elicited yet another wave of astonishment from the audience. Had he not just enrolled less than 2 months ago to be undertaking research alongside an academician so soon after enrollment was nothing short of remarkable. Instantly, students ranging from freshers to upperclassmen and graduates felt an overwhelming sense of envy. How could the disparity be so vast? Those familiar with Lin Xiao's research area were taken aback by his breadth of knowledge. Not content with mathematics alone, he was now delving into physics as well. As for those unfamiliar with the specifics of his work, the mention of the GODLIKE conjecture resonated with many, and they marveled at the notion that Lin Xiao was tackling yet another world-class enigma. However, no one dared to question Lin Xiao's capability to succeed. Professors, lecturers, and students alike lacked the standing to do so. The only individual with that right was the esteemed elder presently seated on the podium. Evidently, Elder Yang held no doubts regarding Lin Xiao's abilities. Rather, he extended his support. "Excellent, very commendable. Academic research demands continuous engagement, a persistent challenge against difficulties, and a relentless pursuit of self-improvement. This is a sentiment I wish to impart to all present." Elder Yang remarked with a smile. He then inquired further, "Regarding the paper you intend to submit to the Applied Mathematics Letters, titled The Relationship Between Energy Storage Functions and Medium Propagation Speed, correct?" Academician Tang shared it previously. "And I have perused it. I hold high hopes for your development in physics. If you find yourself weary of mathematical research, consider venturing into the realm of physics, if only out of interest." "I indeed harbor such intentions. My joining academician Tang's research group stemmed from an interest in physics, but of course, achieving this result was also somewhat serendipitous." Lin Xiao replied with a smile. That serendipity of yours is rather extraordinary." Elder Yang chuckled, shaking his head. Meanwhile, the audience once again felt the formidable impact of Lin Xiao's prowess. Upon hearing Elder Yang mention the Applied Mathematics Letters, mathematicians and applied mathematicians alike were already astonished. Goodness, Lin Xiao has published in a top-tier journal of applied mathematics? Yet, when Lin Xiao added that his foray into physics was merely an interest and that achieving such results was a stroke of luck, the audience collectively felt the urge to exclaim, "Lin Xiao, please temper your brilliance. It's rather disheartening." "All right, our time is limited, so let's pose one final question. What is your ideal?" Elder Yang shifted focus, asking this question. Lin Xiao paused, finding the query somewhat familiar. It seemed he had once discussed this topic with a peer. Nonetheless, he could answer without hesitation, to explore the truths of the universe. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's answer, the audience nodded in agreement, acknowledging his aspiration. Such a vision is one that every researcher has harbored, yet most falter along the way. Breakthroughs in the pursuit of truth are often achieved by a select few geniuses, like Newton or Einstein, while the rest can only hope that this young individual before them might achieve a third miraculous year for humanity. Elder Yang similarly nodded, expressing his admiration. "To explore the truths of the universe. Splendid. My own research was motivated by the same purpose. Although we may not know if the truth of the universe has an endpoint, we must proceed along the path before us. As your senior on this journey. I can only wish you good fortune. Thank you, Lin Xiao said with a slight bow. Subsequently, Elder Yang had no further inquiries, and Lin Xiao returned the microphone to the staff before sitting down again. Elder Yang's lecture continued, yet each person in attendance would remember Lin Xiao's earlier responses and this exceptionally gifted young man. Many were eager to see how far Lin Xiao would venture down the path of his aspirations. Time swiftly passed, and Elder Yang's lecture concluded amidst applause as the audience began to rise. Elder Yang departed the podium, and Tang Qing patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Let us go. Elder Yang should be waiting for you in the nearby reception room. All right, Lin Xiao nodded, following Tang Qing as they made their way to the reception area. The room was quite spacious, with Elder Yang seated on a sofa, surrounded by several individuals, including the president of Jingda, various deans, and esteemed professors. Lin Xiao noticed Professor Su Ji among them. Lin Xiao, my student, has arrived, Professor Su exclaimed upon noticing Lin Xiao enter. As Lin Xiao stepped in, all eyes turned toward him. Elder Yang smiled and nodded, yet he did not engage Lin Xiao directly at that moment, instead conversing with the university leaders nearby. Lin Xiao took a seat nearby, listening to the discourse of these distinguished figures. Professor Su Ji approached him, still somewhat astonished, and said, "You have truly brought me a tremendous surprise." Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "What surprise?" "The paper you intend to submit to the applied mathematics letters. I had thought you joined Academician Tang merely for experience. Yet here you are, quietly achieving such a significant accomplishment." Lin Xiao chuckled. "It primarily pertains to applications in mathematics. If tasked with pure theoretical physics, I would be at a loss. Don't be so modest. I foresee the university rewarding you with a bonus soon," Professor Su remarked with a grin. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that publishing in such prestigious journals could indeed yield rewards. "This is splendid. It means more funds to buy cat food for Mimi.as for locating Mimi's owner." The matter had nearly slipped Lin Xiao's mind due to the lack of response from Teacher Liu. At that moment, Academician Tang, who was nearby, chuckled and remarked to Su Ji, "Old Su, do not underestimate young Lin here. With his mathematical prowess, he excels in any subject he ventures into." That was certainly true. Su Ji nodded with a smile. In the realm of mathematics and the sciences, mathematics reigns supreme. Given Lin Xiao's exceptional aptitude in mathematics, it was hardly astonishing that he could draw parallels in other fields. Just then, Yang Lao, having concluded his conversation with others, rose from the sofa and approached Lin Xiao, extending his right hand with a smile. "Lin Xiao, did you feel nervous during the presentation?" "Not at all," Lin Xiao replied. Surprised by Yang Lao's direct engagement, he quickly extended both hands to shake his. "Haha, that's good to hear." Yang Lao nodded and then addressed those around him, saying, "I would like to take Lin Xiao for a brief tour of the campus and have a few words." The others were momentarily taken aback, especially Yang Lao's secretary, who said, "I should accompany you." Yang Lao chuckled, patting Lin Xiao on the back. "No need for that. Young Lin is quite capable of looking after an old man like me." "Isn't that right, Lin Xiao?" "Of course, no problem at all," Lin Xiao affirmed with a smile. "That's the spirit." Yang Lao nodded, then reassured his secretary, "You needn't worry about me." "Well, all right then." Reluctantly, the secretary acquiesced, knowing he and several bodyguards would follow closely behind to ensure Yang Lao's safety and well-being in case of any health issues. Thus, Lin Xiao supported Yang Lao as they exited the reception room and departed from the venue. Inside the room, Yang Lao's secretary and bodyguards trailed behind at a respectful distance, while other school leaders followed, eager to engage Yang Lao in further discussions, especially since it was a rare occasion for him to visit Beijing University. Observing the elderly scholar and the young student ahead, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. President Li Baohua remarked, "It is indeed a stroke of luck for our university to have such a remarkable student." Others nodded in agreement, recognizing that once Lin Xiao's achievements were scrutinized, his affiliation with Beijing University would undoubtedly be highlighted. "By the way, Professor Su, how is Lin Xiao faring your department?" President Li inquired. "He is doing quite well," Su Ji replied with a smile. "He is collaborating on a project with Academician Tang. The one Yang Lao mentioned earlier. I see." Li Baohua nodded. "How is his living situation?" "What about his classes?" As for living arrangements, the school has accommodated him at Yinbei Garden. He has applied for exemptions from some mathematics courses. While he is likely still attending the foundational courses that cannot be exempted, Bao pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us make an exception for him. Those courses he cannot exempt should be waived as well. We ought to grant young scholars more freedom and fewer constraints. Especially for someone like Lin Xiao, we should not let him squander time on undergraduate courses. Su Ji smiled at Li Baohua's proposal. I imagine he would be quite pleased with that. Baohua chuckled, but said no more. As Lin Xiao and Yang Lao walked ahead, the throngs of students around them were left in awe. An elderly figure alongside a youthful student, trailed by a multitude of individuals, including their president and even the dean of their own department? Who were these two? Was that Mr. Yang? Yes, I've seen his photograph. One student exclaimed, wow, a Nobel laureate in physics. Those who excel in physics are truly remarkable. Yang Lao is not just remarkable. He has transcended the ordinary realm of academia. Indeed, another chimed in, but who is that young man beside him? It seems to be Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Who is he? The divine Lin. Oh, now, I remember. The name Lin had become so ingrained in their minds that they had nearly forgotten his full name. Wow, the proposer of the Lin conjecture. Those who excel in mathematics are extraordinary. Lin Xiao and Yang Lao strolled along the campus path. They were met with curious gazes, yet they remained engrossed in their conversation. Yang Lao reflected. You speak of exploring the truths of the universe. That is no simple endeavor. That it may not be easy, but we must strive to overcome the challenges. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. That is true. You are still young, while my time is limited. You are in good health. Do not doubt yourself. Lin Xiao encouraged. Such matters are unpredictable. Yang Lao replied, shaking his head and then smiling. If you wish to pursue truth. High-energy physics is a commendable direction. After all, many fundamental questions about the composition of our world remain unanswered. Moreover, high-energy physics requires adept mathematicians like you. I will certainly consider it if the opportunity arises. Lin Xiao stated. For now, I am still quite fascinated by pure mathematics. Although it may not directly connect to reality, it still embodies universal truths. That is indeed a valid point. Yang Lao smiled, adding, through the serendipitous encounters I have experienced in my past, I have come to feel that our world is profoundly unified by mathematics. Are you familiar with fiber bundle theory? It was proposed by Chen Shengshun in the 1940s, relating to differential manifolds. And decades later, I found it applicable in my research on gauge field theory. Such coincidences make me continually marvel at the wonders of this world. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded. Rather than mere coincidence, it seems a necessary outcome of the world's unity. The frequency of such occurrences has only deepened my interest in the truths of the universe. Thus, the two, an elder and a youth, ambled along the university path, engaging in discussions ranging from academic discourse to the practicalities of life. Lin Xiao supported Yang Lao, sensing the profound understanding of the world that lay hidden within the elder's aging frame. Eventually, they arrived at Weiming Lake, where Yang Lao patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said, This is where we shall conclude our conversation. You are the most outstanding young individual I have encountered, and I wish you success in achieving your aspirations. Believe in yourself. Thank you. I will, Lin Xiao nodded. I will keep an eye on you until the day I depart, Yang Lao added, waving to his secretary, who quickly approached. Yang Lao, he said, I have finished my conversation with Lin Xiao. Is there anything else on the agenda? President Li and the others have already booked a hotel and are eager to treat you to a meal, the secretary informed. Then let us proceed. Yang Lao nodded like a tea that moment. Another professor approached and said, Yang Lao, we just received news from the Academy of Sciences that the approval for the CPC has been fully granted. They're determined to proceed with its construction. Yes, I am aware. Let them build it. Yang Lao responded, his expression unchanged. However, Lin Xiao and others were momentarily taken aback. The CPC, a circular positron-electron collider planned by Huagua, was a particle collision experimental apparatus. Previously, Yang Lao had voiced opposition to the notion of investing over 1 trillion yuan in constructing a large particle collider. Why was he now so indifferent? Noticing the gazes fixed upon him, Yang Lao chuckled. Why are you all looking at me? He patted Lin Xiao on the back and remarked, if they wish to complete it. It will likely take nearly a decade. Yes, Lin Xiao has expressed his intent to delve into high-energy physics, and with him on board, we need not worry about sourcing top-tier talent. Upon hearing Yang Lao's words, everyone turned to Lin Xiao in disbelief. Chapter 128. Reactions on the Internet. China's Nobel Prize-winning physicist heralds the most outstanding talent. Lin Xiao, a beacon of hope for Huagua's education. Yang Jining. Lin Xiao could fill the talent gap for Huagua. As Yang Lao concluded his speech at Beijing University, major media outlets across Huagua began reporting on the content of his address, particularly his acclaim for Lin Xiao as the most remarkable young person of the moment, which quickly spread throughout the nation. Everyone was astonished by Yang Lao's high regard for Lin Xiao, as he had bestowed upon him such an esteemed evaluation, leaving each individual in a state of surprise. However, he is, after all, Yang Lao, a Nobel laureate in physics, whose stature among physicists can undoubtedly be placed in the second tier of history, trailing only behind the likes of Newton and Einstein, who are in the foremost echelon of physicists. The high praise he bestowed surely has its reasons at this very moment. Discussions among netizens have once again surged online. I was wondering why Lin Xiao had vanished in September. It turns out he was planning something grand for October. I wholeheartedly agree with Yang Lao's remarks. Lin Xiao is indeed exceptional, and now he is venturing into the field of applied mathematics. The Applied Mathematics Bulletin is simply divine. If I could publish a paper there, I would dash off to a 985 university to become a professor. So Lin Xiao was originally named Lin Xiao. I thought he was just called Lin Xiao. You fake fan don't even know Lin Xiao's real name. Yang Lao's assessment is spot on. Considering Lin Xiao's achievements at such a young age, I doubt there exists anyone comparable in the world that I hope he continues to strive. The majority of netizens expressed affirmative attitudes. After all, Lin Xiao's performance is compelling enough to win over most, and many believe he deserves Yang Lao's endorsement. Naturally, some individuals have expressed disdain that a mere 18-year-old can receive such lofty praise. Be careful not to be slapped in the face in a few years. I have no issue with everything else. But does Yang Lao really think Lin Xiao can make significant contributions to high-energy physics in the future? Come on, a person can only develop in one field at a time, let alone traverse so many disciplines, receiving so much acclaim at such a young age. Who knows if he might become arrogant in the future? While these responses, though occasionally visible, seem overshadowed by the overwhelming recognition from the majority, the online discussions surrounding these topics were evidently unexpected for Lin Xiao. He never anticipated that merely participating in a lecture would garner such attention, and he couldn't help but marvel at Yang Lao's influence. Subsequently, some media outlets sought to interview him, but he declined them all, as he preferred not to let these matters disrupt his life. Thus, in the days that followed, he continued his research diligently, and he also dedicated considerable time each day to learning French. Regarding his research topics, ever since he resolved that particular problem, his project entered a phase of rapid advancement, leaving him with little to do, which he found quite enjoyable. Additionally, after the lecture, Professor Su Ji inquired if he wanted to be exempted from certain mandatory courses, as the principal had granted special permission for him to do so, allowing him more time to focus on his research. Naturally, Lin Xiao was delighted to accept, as this would enable him to devote even more time to his studies. However, this situation felt akin to prematurely entering a graduate student status, as graduate students typically engage solely in research day in and day out. Thus, time gradually passed. Does the academic community generally believe that sieve methods have reached their limit? In his bedroom at Yanbei Yuan, Lin Xiao reclined on his bed, holding a tablet, while perusing a renowned international mathematics forum, Math Overflow, considered the most professional website in the field of mathematics. That IT is a platform where one might find Princeton University professors sharing knowledge, or even see a field's medalist becoming a regular contributor. If you publish something insightful, you might even have the chance to engage in friendly discourse with a field's medalist. At this moment, Lin Xiao was engrossed in discussions regarding the Goldbach conjecture. The sieve method is a technique used in prime number research. For instance, Chun Jingrun employed it while proving the case for 12. However, many discussants asserted that relying solely on the sieve method to solve the Goldbach conjecture was insufficient. As Chun Jingran had already pushed the method to its limits to achieve breakthroughs in the Goldbach conjecture, one must explore alternative avenues. The proof of the weak Goldbach conjecture, for example, employed a comprehensive approach utilizing circle methods, sieve methods, and exponential techniques. Just then, he noticed a user named Terence Tao. Upon seeing that name, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Terence Tao. This name seems to belong to Tao Zhishuan. Many in the mathematics community are familiar with Tao Zhishuan, a prodigy who participated in the IMO 3 times by the age of 12 and earned bronze, silver, and gold medals, making him the youngest recipient of each as he matured. He did not fade into obscurity, but rather continued to achieve remarkable breakthroughs, winning the Fields Medal at the age of 31, a testament to his formidable accomplishments. Similarly, Tao Zhishuan has made significant contributions to the Goldbach conjecture. In 2012, he proved that odd numbers could be expressed as the sum of 5 prime numbers. So it was not surprising to encounter his comments here. Intrigued, Lin Xiao thought that the insights of this mathematical giant must hold considerable value. Noting that the comment was posted a month ago, he began reading Tao Zhishuan's remarks that I believe the sieve method can still be utilized. Here is a simple idea. 1 mi, PMS, 0 art. Indeed, this seems intriguing with a quick glance. Lin Xiao became engrossed, rising from the bed to sit at the desk, where he took out paper and pen to begin calculations. However, just as he was about to immerse himself in the work, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Who could it be? Lin Xiao felt puzzled. He did not know many people in Beijing who would come looking for him. He set down his pen temporarily and went to the door. Standing outside was a young girl accompanied by an elderly man. The girl was the same one who had discovered me with him downstairs, living in the upper floor. Upon seeing Lin Xiao open the door, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother, I'm here to see me. This is my grandpa." She then peered into the room, evidently searching for me. Observing the girl's excitement, Lin Xiao welcomed them in, saying, "Come on in." However, the girl's grandfather suddenly interjected. "Are you Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao was taken aback and asked, "And you are?" "I am Professor Zheng Ren from the physics department of Jing University, teaching high-energy physics." The elderly man appeared somewhat surprised and smiled, saying, "I didn't expect we would be living in the same building that I saw you during Yang Lao's lecture yesterday. You are quite accomplished for your age." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "So it's Professor Zheng. Thank you for your kind words. Please come in." "All right, then I'll intrude," Zheng Ren said with a nod and a smile. Chapter 129. The Surprise of Terence Tao. Upon entering the house, Lin Xiao picked up Mimi, who was still napping on the bed, and placed her on the sofa. The girl, upon seeing the cat, exclaimed, "Wow, the cat is so beautiful. Did you give a bath, brother?" "Yes," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, retrieving a cat toy he had purchased a few days earlier from the pet hospital. A few days ago, Teacher Lu had called him, stating that 2 weeks had passed without finding the owner. So he had directly spent 2,000 yuan on a plethora of items for the cat, including scratching posts and climbing frames. Nevertheless, the cat preferred to lounge on the bed when he was on it, and on the desk when he was at the desk. Being a ragdoll cat, it was naturally the kind that enjoyed being close to people. Watching the girl play with the cat, Lin Xiao finally sat down beside Zheng Ren and began to chat. "The girl really likes cats," Zheng Ren remarked with a smile. "Yes, she wanted to raise a cat before, but her grandmother and I are usually at school. Her grandmother teaches at Guanghua School of Management, so we have no time to take care of a cat. Now she's in her first year of high school at number 101 middle school and only comes back on weekends. So it's impossible to raise a cat. She just returned from school today and wanted to come see her cat. So I followed along to make sure that I see." Lin Xiao nodded. "It would indeed be unwise to raise a cat under such circumstances. She can come over to visit any time." "Haha, I appreciate the trouble," Zheng Ren replied. "That be by the way, what is your sister's name?" Lin Xiao suddenly realized he did not even know the girl's name and inquired. Zheng Ren was momentarily taken aback and turned to the girl, saying, "Nana, why haven't you introduced yourself to Brother Lin?" The girl turned around, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Oh, I forgot. Brother Lin, my name is Zheng Ren. I'm 15 years old and in the first year of high school now. And please don't call me by my nickname anymore. I'm in high school." "You little rascal," Zheng Ren chuckled, shaking his head at his granddaughter. "I've called you by that nickname for so long, and now you don't like it?" "No way," the girl pouted, displaying a spoiled demeanor. "Then I'll just keep calling you Nana." "Nana, Nana, Zhongrun, unfazed by Lin Xiao's presence, continued to tease his granddaughter. Observing the banter between the grandfather and granddaughter, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. However, Zhongrun quickly shifted the conversation to other topics, leaving Lin Xiao to enjoy their light-hearted exchange. Although Yang did not express it directly, many now perceive him as regarding you as a potential leader in the realm of high-energy physics for our beloved Wagoa. Do you feel any pressure from this expectation? Not at all. I'm focused on my own research, and I typically do not concern myself with such matters. That is indeed a commendable mindset. However, it appears that you have an interest in high-energy physics, do you not? Certainly, I find it quite fascinating to explore the fundamental composition of a universe. As I mentioned, I aspire to uncover the truths of the cosmos. And I believe that within the basic structures of matter lie many answers I yearn to discover. Lin Xiao replied with a smile that high-energy physics, also known as particle physics, studies the physics of microscopic particles. As the name implies, the term high energy arises from the fact that this discipline predominantly relies on particle colliders for experimentation. Of course, theory plays an immense role as well, such as the Higgs field's prediction of the so-called God particle, a theoretical conjecture that was later confirmed in 2012 by the CERN organization. The CPC, which is planned for construction in Huawei, is also intended to facilitate the study of the God particle more effectively. The energy generated during each activation is tremendously powerful. Otherwise, there would be no basis for the speculation that particle colliders could potentially create black holes. It is indeed a captivating field of study. And if you ever find yourself interested, I would be delighted to take you to our High Energy Institute, where the Beijing Electron-Positron Collider is situated. Zheng Ren said with a smile that if the opportunity arises, I will certainly take you up on that. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled at the thought of witnessing the collider in operation. It would undoubtedly be a remarkable experience. Indeed, Zheng Ren nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon after, Lin Xiao joined Zheng Ronger in the delightful activity of petting cats, until half an hour later, when Zheng Ronger reluctantly departed. After bidding farewell to the two guests, Lin Xiao reflected on the discussion he had with Zheng Ren. High-energy physics, at this moment he was not prepared to venture into that domain recklessly. Regardless, high-energy physics is indeed a cutting-edge discipline in this world. For now, he should focus on refining his own exploration of the Goldbach conjecture. Recalling the Goldbach conjecture, he thought of the unfinished discussion regarding sieve methods by Terence Tao that he had yet to complete. Thus, he returned to his bedroom and resumed reading Tao's insights on the forum. It was not long before he completed the entire process. However, it was evident that Tao had not fully resolved the issue. He merely shared a conceptual approach. Left at the end was a question. For all K3, let A and B be arbitrary sets of integers. For any integer set R1, 2, 3, is it less than M, Pj, P? Ultimately, he encountered a challenging conundrum that, if resolved, could propel their progress in completing this novel sieve method and perhaps bring them closer to the ultimate mystery of the Goldbach conjecture. As Lin Xiao pondered the question posed by Terence Tao, he scrolled down to observe the comment section. Within the comments, alongside a plethora of admirers and ordinary students asking various questions, were discussions from some renowned mathematicians. However, they too seemed to be grappling with challenges. Could one prove that the preceding expression is less than the subsequent one? Lin Xiao found himself deep in thought. It was undoubtedly no easy feat to tackle a problem that had stumped so many mathematical luminaries. He picked up a sheet of paper and a pen, jotting down a few expressions while contemplating their implications. As time passed, numerous drafts were discarded into the paper bin he had purchased specifically for this purpose, allowing crumpled papers to be tossed in with ease. What should be done here? If I can make expression I greater than expression 2, then the task would be complete. Yet, the conditions for Pj. Gazing at his findings, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. After pausing for over 10 minutes, he decided to set the pen down, cradling Mimi in his arms, and resumed petting while contemplating. Perhaps it was the dopamine released while petting the cat that heightened his cognitive flow. As a sudden realization illuminated his thoughts, of course, I could attempt to construct a new sequence. With that, he hastily placed Mimi back on the table and began writing fervently on the draft paper, expressing the insights born from inspiration through the written word. Mimi, bewildered by her owner's sudden shift in focus, muting questioned but clearly, Her new master was too engrossed to respond. Thus, another 10 minutes slipped by as Lin Xiao examined the results he had derived. Exhaling deeply, it was indeed quite challenging. No wonder it had posed a problem for Terence Tao. Nevertheless, he had ultimately managed to resolve it. Having established this expression, he could now proceed to refine the sieve method further. Now, he could continue following Terence Tao's line of reasoning in investigating this mathematical tool. However, given that this was an outcome from a month prior, it was possible that Tao had already arrived at a solution. After some contemplation, Lin Xiao resolved to post his methodology in the comments beneath Terence Tao's response. Regardless of whether Tao had resolved the issue, it was only fair to acknowledge the inspiration he had drawn from Tao's ideas. Consequently, he shared his derivation process beneath Tao's reply and resumed his studies. He had not anticipated an immediate response from Tao, considering this matter was from a month ago, and it was uncertain whether Tao was still monitoring the discussion. Across the Pacific at UCLA, the University of California, Los Angeles. Recognized as a world-renowned institution, UCLA boasts an impressive standing in mathematics, ranking 7th globally. This status is, of course, bolstered by its esteemed faculty, which includes 3 Fields Medal recipients, among whom is Terence Tao. This moment. Within his office, Tao found himself immersed in the world of online exploration. Despite being a celebrated mathematician, he retained a keen interest in surfing the web, much like their president. For instance, in 2016, Tao had engaged in playful banter on Twitter with the newly inaugurated president, who similarly enjoyed online interactions. Naturally, Tao frequented platforms dedicated to mathematical discussions, and at this very moment, he was engaged in a discourse on Math Overflow. Someone has replied to me. It's regarding that GODLIKE conjecture post. That was a matter from a month ago. Tao had nearly forgotten about it. His approach to research was driven by curiosity, leading him to delve into topics of interest. Consequently, Charles Pfefferman from Princeton University would remark, if you encounter a challenging problem, seek out Terence Tao. As long as it piques his interest, he will explore it. Much like when he proved an alternative form of the weak GODLIKE conjecture, his fascination compelled him to investigate thoroughly, leading to an unintentional proof. Naturally, he had given serious thought to the new sieve method discussed in that post. However, due to the multitude of responses, he initially overlooked it, merely glancing at the comments before raising an eyebrow. Has someone indeed resolved the issue I encountered? Intrigued, he clicked into the post to examine the response. Before long, astonishment filled his gaze. It can be approached this way. How did I not realize this before? Chapter 130. A path to solve the GODLIKE conjecture, having accustomed himself to the brilliance of genius. Terence Tao felt a sense of admiration for those who could unravel problems he himself could not. For instance, during his first year as a doctoral student at Princeton University, when Professor Andrew Wiles announced his proof of Fermat's last theorem, it left a profound impact on him. His peers often engaged in lofty discussions surrounding the field of mathematics, and he found himself in awe of them, even though the tables would eventually turn, with his classmates admiring him. Now, this individual he encountered online had managed to solve a problem he struggled with, and he too felt a sense of respect. Of course, it was also possible that this was someone he knew in real life. Thus, he glanced at the name, Xiaolin. As a Chinese-Australian with proficiency in Cantonese, he immediately recognized this as a name of Chinese origin. Therefore, the name must be Lin Xiao. This name easily reminded him of yet another mathematical prodigy who had emerged this year. Could this be the Lin Xiao who resolved the distribution of Mersenne primes and proposed the Lin conjecture? The proposal of the Lin conjecture had indeed caused quite a stir, and Terence Tao had taken an interest in it, conducting some research. However, he ultimately abandoned it, as the conjecture that sent shockwaves through the realm of algebraic geometry proved to be exceedingly difficult. Yet, it was precisely this challenge that sparked his desire to meet Lin Xiao. Albeit he had never encountered the opportunity until now, it appears that brilliance attracts brilliance. Have they inadvertently forged a connection? He smiled faintly and then responded beneath Lin Xiao's message. Such a brilliant answer. Along with this ID, I trust you are indeed the one who has unraveled the distribution of Mersenne primes. Your derivation is impeccable. If you are interested, please add me on Instagram. We could delve deeper into this discussion. Of course, if you do not have Instagram, I can download the international version of QQ, and you may send me your contact details privately. Soon after sending his reply, he eagerly anticipated Lin Xiao's response. After all, Lin Xiao's reply had come 20 minutes earlier, and it was not long before he might receive a message. However, the wait dragged on without any indication of how long it would last. Lin Xiao, engrossed in his research, had fallen into a state of deep concentration. By the time Zheng Run had visited with his granddaughter, it was already around 7 in the evening, and darkness soon enveloped the surroundings. As Lin Xiao was responding to Tao Zhishuan's message, it was already past 9 o'clock at night, and by midnight he succumbed to sleep. The time in America lagged behind Huagua by 12 hours, meaning it was only noon for Tao Zhishuan, who also had his own commitments, and thus had to forego waiting in front of the computer. Time passed in this manner, until 2 weeks later. Lin Xiao gazed at the newly refined sieve method he had developed in the realm of prime numbers. Two methods frequently come into play, one known as the circle method and the other as the sieve method. The Hardy Littlewood circle method has been the most employed technique in analytic number theory for nearly a century, primarily aimed at addressing certain asymptotic problems within sequences, and it has found extensive applications in prime number problems. Conversely, the sieve method, originating over 200 years before Christ, is a classic approach that has endured through the ages, evolving into various analogous methods, especially in the study of prime numbers. Thus, it seemed that there was newfound hope in resolving the perennial issue of parity in sieve methods. Yet, as Lin Xiao contemplated his final results, he did not immediately feel a surge of excitement, but instead fell into brief reflection. It had taken him over 2 weeks to develop this theory, a considerable length of time that was partly attributed to his ongoing studies in French. Ultimately, the prolonged duration was also due to his shift in thinking direction. He had initially followed Tao Zhishuan's line of thought for 5 days, only to encounter an insurmountable problem, which he later realized was unsolvable, leading him to abandon that path. Nevertheless, those days of research had sparked an insight regarding how to completely overcome a significant drawback of the sieve method, the issue of parity. Most sieve methods struggle to distinguish whether a number possesses an odd or even count of prime factors, a conundrum that remains unresolved even today. Although there have been some advancements, such as a method termed the parity-sensitive sieve, limitations persist that, if this issue could truly be resolved, it would undoubtedly represent a significant breakthrough for the field of number theory, potentially aiding in the resolution of the Goldbach conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. However, despite having pondered this matter for quite some time, Lin Xiao had yet to discover a satisfactory solution. The theory he had constructed was a new method that facilitated the factorization of a number into its prime components more readily, while also providing a closer estimation of the counts of odd and even prime numbers. This was why he felt a glimmer of hope in finally addressing the parity issue. Should he revisit others' research? As Lin Xiao contemplated this, he suddenly recalled the message he had sent to Tao Zhishuan on that mathematics forum. It had been 2 weeks. He wondered if he had received a response. He swiftly logged into Math Overflow and, upon doing so, discovered that he had indeed received a reply. To his astonishment, he found that they had both responded on the same day. He had anticipated that Tao Zhishuan would take a few days to reply. Upon reading Tao Zhishuan's message, Lin Xiao promptly added him on Instagram, that he had previously registered accounts on various foreign social media platforms, as many mathematicians expressed interest in connecting with him following his participation in the International Congress of Mathematicians. It would be impractical to expect dozens of mathematicians to download QQ or WeChat. Before long, after adding him on Instagram, Lin Xiao received a notification that his friend request had been accepted, and shortly thereafter, Tao Zhishuan sent him a message. "Mr. Lin, it is truly not easy to get in touch with you." Lin Xiao replied, "Professor Tao, my apologies. I have not checked Math Overflow in the past 2 weeks and completely forgot." "No worries. Now we are friends," Tao Zhishuan responded cheerfully. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Actually, during this time, I've been researching the idea you shared. After addressing that issue, I wrote extensively, but ultimately found it unsuccessful." Tao Zhishuan: "Indeed, after seeing that you solved the problem I had encountered, I also continued down that line of thought, but discovered a similar issue. We ultimately cannot determine the range of K. And after that, I ceased my research." Lin Xiao: "Yes, however, I have conceived another method from the idea." He then shared his new approach, unperturbed by the thought of Tao Zhishuan appropriating his findings. Such a renowned mathematician would have no inclination to do so. Not to mention that considering his own reputation, he would refrain from such actions. "Let me take a look," came Tao Zhishuan's reply, and, after a brief pause, he sent back a message filled with astonishment. "Incredible. I never thought of this. Truly, you're the most celebrated mathematical prodigy of our time." Seeing his work elicit such a reaction from a Fields medalist, Lin Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he appreciated the compliments he received online, but he had grown accustomed to them and no longer placed much importance on such remarks. The praise from Elder Yang and the astonished response from this Mozart of the mathematical world provided him with a sense of validation. Perhaps it was the recognition from peers that was most gratifying that he chuckled and replied, "It is indeed an honor to astonish Professor Tao. Additionally, I believe there is further potential to extend one of the methods I employed to thoroughly resolve the parity issue." Tao Zhishuan. No, you need not address me as Professor Tao. Simply call me Tao. I am quite impressed by the two prime problems you have solved. However, I fear I may not be able to assist you with this new problem. As you can see, I have yet to resolve the issue I previously encountered, which indicates my interest in this matter has waned. Now that I know you, I find myself suddenly intrigued by the Lin conjecture. Despite having researched it for several weeks previously without success. Lin Xiao. Perhaps my cat has something to do with it. If you do not own a cat, I recommend getting one when faced with a problem. Petting it might just inspire a solution. Tao Zhishuan. Is that so? I will have to give a try, though I wonder if my wife will approve, having completed a round of recommendations. Lin Xiao felt a sense of fulfillment in sharing his thoughts and turned to pet Mimi beside him. However, at that moment, Tao Zhishuan replied again. "Of course, I once had a bold idea. Why not combine the circle and sieve methods? If successful, it could lead to astonishing discoveries." Lin Xiao was taken aback. Can these two be combined? In mathematics, the Langlands program has unified number theory and algebraic geometry. Who knows if these methods can be unified as well? I will recommend a few papers for you to consider. Doi 10.2307-196. After a while, Lin Xiao received a plethora of identifiers from Tao Zhishuan, encompassing papers from as far back as 70 or 80 years ago to more recent years. "Thank you. I will check them out now." "Sure, no problem at all. By the way, if possible, please publish your new sieve method on AR14. I would like to examine your steps in more detail. Of course, that is no issue." Lin Xiao had already organized his work, and what he had sent to Tao Zhishuan was merely a summary. He spent some time refining it further, and after a day or two, once the system completed its checks, it would be accessible. Subsequently, he began reviewing the papers Tao Zhishuan had sent him. After delving into the first paper, he found himself captivated. This paper, authored by a German mathematician named Radmacher in the last century, intriguingly explored the integration of the sieve method with the circle method. Though it yielded no significant results and merely touched upon the subject in one part of the paper, it provided Lin Xiao with a source of inspiration. Gradually, he became engrossed in the material. Chapter 131. Journey to Paris. Time swiftly passed. Academician Tang Qing's project is nearing its final stages, and the ultimate goal is now within close reach. The significance of Lin Xiao's contributions goes without saying. Academician Tang Qing has already decided to grant Lin Xiao a second authorship position, a decision that Professor Chao Chengqing has also endorsed. Throughout the research process, Professor Chao has humbly acknowledged that his contributions do not measure up to Lin Xiao's, and thus he feels it inappropriate to claim this second authorship. Although Lin Xiao initially attempted to decline the offer, he ultimately accepted it in light of the insistence from both professors. However, in comparison to this project, his research on the Goldbach conjecture remains stalled midway. He must concede that the difficulty of this conjecture surpasses his expectations. Indeed, as the British mathematician Hardy stated in 1921, the challenge posed by the Goldbach conjecture is comparable to any known mathematical problem. Hardy, one of the proponents of the circle method, regarded the Goldbach conjecture as exceedingly difficult, underscoring the formidable nature of this issue. When comparing the Goldbach conjecture to the Riemann hypothesis, it is true that the former does not hold the same level of significance as the latter. Nonetheless, it can still be regarded as a gem in the crown of mathematics. Furthermore, in discussing the relationship between the Goldbach conjecture and the twin prime conjecture, The renowned mathematician Terence Tao has remarked that the former is indeed somewhat more challenging than the latter. Thus, immersed in this intellectual quandary, Lin Xiao can only rely on his underutilized brain, which is less than 4 development, in an attempt to meet the demands of this exquisite enigma known as the GODLIKE conjecture. Only by fulfilling these requirements can he savor the joy of discovery before the mathematical community, for the allure of resolving these conjectures is no less captivating than that of a breathtaking beauty. He is aware that he has 15 hours of sage-like clarity at his disposal. However, he cannot guarantee that using this time now will lead to a breakthrough, so he prefers to reserve these hours for when inspiration strikes. Regrettably, 2 months have elapsed, and he remains unsuccessful. Nonetheless, he has no intention of giving up. After all, he dedicated nearly a month to studying Mersenne primes, and given the greater complexity of the GODLIKE conjecture, allocating additional time is not an issue. Moreover, on average, he has only devoted about half of his daily hours to researching the GODLIKE conjecture, while the rest of his time has been spent learning French and managing other responsibilities. As for his French studies, he has made significant progress. With his current cognitive abilities, his memory and comprehension have greatly improved, making the acquisition of a new language much simpler. He has mastered everyday phrases in French and is well-versed in mathematical terminology, allowing him to converse effortlessly with Professor Su Ji in French. Consequently, he is now prepared to travel to Paris, having received an invitation to participate in the Bourbaki seminar, and he has successfully obtained a visa from the French embassy using this invitation. Since he is currently unable to break through the GODLIKE conjecture, he decides to visit this hub of mathematicians to engage in discussions with his peers as December draws to a close. The impending January examinations loom. Although Lin Xiao is exempt from some assessments, he is still required to participate in the exams, which places him in a rather awkward situation since he will be in France in January. The Academy has made special arrangements for him to take the exam separately. Thus, on December 24, after an exhausting day of completing his ideological and political theory exam, he finally finishes all his assessments. I almost forgot about this dreadful exam, he mutters to himself. Upon exiting the examination room, Lin Xiao cannot help but wipe the sweat from his brow. It was only after the Academy arranged for him to take the exam that he realized he still had the ideological and political theory subject to contend with. Consequently, he crammed intensively for 3 days, leveraging his formidable memory to nearly memorize the entire textbook, and he is relieved to have passed. The results should be favorable, with a chance of scoring above 90. As for his other mathematics subjects, if he fails to achieve full marks, he would feel ashamed when others call him Lin Shen. After leaving the examination room, he heads directly to Su Ji's office, where the separate exam was conducted in the mathematics department building. Finished? How did it go? Su Ji inquires. Yes, it's done. I'm confident my GPA will exceed 3.9, Lin Xiao replies, taking a seat beside him and giving an okay sign. Having been there frequently, he is now quite familiar with the surroundings. Su Ji raises an eyebrow and smiles. Only 3.9. You ought to aim for a 4.0. Lin Xiao responds with a hint of resignation. This ideological and political theory subject is no easy feat. I almost forgot I had to take it. Su Ji chuckles. That's a fair point. Everyone in the Mathematics Institute of Beijing University is an exceptional scholar. Yet even they find these courses daunting, as they require rote memorization, something that those studying the sciences generally despise. Well then, let us fly to Paris on the 31SD. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Shi will join us. Su Ji adds with a smile. Lin Xiao nods in agreement. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Shi are Su Ji's graduate students, one a master student and the other a doctoral candidate, both of whom likely speak French. After all, to go there, one must not only have financial means, but also be proficient in the local language. The 2 graduate students also nod in acknowledgement, with Xiao Zhou rushing over to pour Lin Xiao a cup of tea and offering it to him. Lin Shen, please take care of us when we get there. Lin Xiao laughs. There's no need for that. Just ask me if you have any questions. Please drink up, Xiao Zhou insists, still handing the tea to Lin Xiao. After sipping the tea, Lin Xiao does not linger and promptly departs for Yangon as he prepares to travel to Paris. He cannot bring his cat Mimi along, so he decides to consult Professor Zheng, who resides upstairs. Over the past 2 months, Professor Zheng has frequently visited to chat with Lin Xiao, and through their interactions, the elderly gentleman who once disliked cats, has now warmed up to the idea of caring for Mimi for a while. Of course, that is not a problem, Professor Zheng replies, appearing pleasantly surprised. Lin Xiao is taken aback by how easily Professor Zheng agrees. I was worried you might not accept. Have you come to like cats? Not exactly. I simply can't leave the cat alone at home, and besides, my granddaughter likes it. Keeping it for a few days will make her happy, Professor Zheng deflects, not admitting to his newfound fondness for cats. Lin Xiao cannot help but chuckle, choosing not to challenge him. Regardless, the concern he had harbored has been resolved. Now, he can wait patiently for December 31 SD, the day he embarks for Paris. He is eager to discover whether he can find the final key to proving the GODLIKE conjecture there. He hopes he will. Chapter 132. Cocktail of Sprite and red wine on January 1 SD. Paris time. Lin Xiao arrived in Paris. This city, renowned as the capital of romance, is indeed as beautiful as the myriad descriptions suggest. Particularly the majestic Eiffel Tower standing by the banks of the Seine, a testament to architectural grandeur. Of course, for the locals residing in Paris, the Eiffel Tower might merely be seen as an eyesore. However, for Lin Xiao, the beauty of the scenery does not deeply resonate with him. Although he enjoys listening to Jay Chou, he harbors little interest in the CAF culture of the left bank. Instead, he perceives the Eiffel Tower through the lens of structural mechanics and the profound principles hidden within the fluid dynamics of the Seine, along with the pervasive mathematical atmosphere that envelopes the city. Upon arriving in Paris, he settled into a hotel near 11 Pierre and Marie Curie Street, where the Henri Poincaré Institute is located, the venue for the Bourbaki seminar, which commences on January 5th. With a few days to spare, Lin Xiao often visits the Poincaré Institute to attend the mathematicians' afternoon tea gatherings, engaging in discussions with them. Occasionally, some recognize him and approach him to converse about the Lin conjecture and other topics. On January 4th, a welcome dinner for the current Bourbaki seminar took place at the Poincaré Institute. The gathering attracted numerous mathematicians, as Paris is home to the largest population of mathematicians in the world. And attending the Bourbaki seminar is merely a short drive for them unless they reside outside the city. There's a distinction between Greater Paris and Central Paris. Central Paris refers to the main urban area, which spans just over 100 square kilometers, equivalent to a square with a side length of about 10 kilometers, less than 1% of the area of Greater Beijing, which exceeds 16,000 square kilometers. And even the area within the sixth ring of Beijing is over 2,000 square kilometers. During the gathering, Lin Xiao also encountered several mathematicians he had met at the International Congress of Mathematicians. Though they seemed to be enjoying the festivities, celebrating with gatherings is a European tradition, and this welcome dinner exemplified that tradition with wine, dancing, and the open atmosphere of Europe, infused with France's romantic heritage, suggesting that some intriguing stories may unfold between couples this evening. A mathematical prodigy who has sparked considerable discussion within the mathematical community, Lin Xiao is often referred to as the modern-day Gauss. Coupled with his youthful appearance and somewhat handsome Eastern features, he attracts a significant amount of attention from women. "May I sit here?" A French woman clad in a striking red evening gown inquired as she took a seat beside him. Although her questions seemed polite, it was evident she was not genuinely seeking Lin Xiao's consent. Her crossed legs, accentuated by the slit of her dress, revealed her smooth, rounded thigh. Lin Xiao glanced at her, fully aware of her intentions, and replied candidly, "I'm afraid I prefer women younger than myself." The woman's expression stiffened, yet she retorted, "How would you know unless you try? I'm only 23 and currently pursuing my master's at the École Normale Supérieure." She pursed her crimson lips, teasingly licking her lower lip before tossing her golden waves, exuding the allure of a Western woman. École Normale Supérieure. Lin Xiao paused, realizing that it is a prestigious institution in the realm of mathematics. Having produced 14 Fields Medal recipients, it was no wonder she was here. He then replied, "I'm merely 18. You are 5 years my senior. Let's leave it at that." The French woman muttered an exasperated murd and departed. Just then, Lin Xiao noticed another woman approaching him. "I'm 17 years old," she announced. "Why, dear, 17 is not yet of age. You are putting me in a difficult position, but in France, one can marry at 15. She countered. "Are you familiar with the concept of personal jurisdiction in law?" As a citizen of Huagua, I am subject to Huagua laws, which stipulate that one must be 22 to marry. The third woman chimed in. I am 18, but I prefer those younger than myself. Murd, successfully dismissing 3 eager women. Lin Xiao raised his wine glass and offered a mock toast to the astonished male compatriots observing him. He then took a sip of his red cocktail, which was actually a mixture of half red wine and half Sprite. Hiding one's talents and reputation, he chuckled, "Ditto, future Professor Lin, your performance just now will surely be included in the autobiography I plan to write about you." At that moment, a hearty laughter erupted nearby. Recognizing the reference to future Professor Lin, he turned to see a familiar mathematician approaching. Andrew Wiles, formerly a professor at Princeton, had returned to his alma mater, Oxford, 8 years ago. Given the proximity between England and France, he often attended the Bourbaki seminars when time allowed. Lin Xiao chuckled, "Professor Wiles, please, I still have my dignity at then you must explain why you rejected the invitations of 3 ladies. It's rather unbecoming to turn down women." Lin Xiao shrugged. In Huagua, we are more reserved that, if someone is too forward, I find it a bit overwhelming. Accepting an invitation does not imply a lifelong commitment. A single attempt can provide valuable experience. Wiles smiled as he clinked glasses with Lin Xiao, gesturing towards his drink. "The color of your beverage seems off." "It's a cocktail," Lin Xiao replied, shaking his glass. To attempt such a thing would be rather too casual. A cocktail? I thought only red wine was served here. Wiles expressed his confusion regarding the cocktail's origin, but soon shook his head in bemusement. "I truly cannot fathom your thought processes." Lin Xiao responded with a grin. "If your wife knew you were discussing this with me, she might not be pleased. Of course not. I'm merely guiding a young man and forming appropriate views on love and marriage. Akin to my own experiences with my wife, Nada," Wiles replied with a slight smile. "You know, when I first attempted to prove Fermat's last theorem, I failed. Without the support of Nada and my 2 daughters, I would have struggled immensely during that time. Proving Fermat's last theorem was a childhood dream of mine, and when I thought victory was near, I faced the crushing blow of defeat. It was unbearable. Nonetheless, I ultimately succeeded, and I must say, realizing a childhood dream possesses a remarkable enchantment. Very few are privileged to experience this, and I am fortunate to be among them. The strength drawn from family was the source of my eventual triumph. During those trying days, one evening, I was telling my daughter Claire a bedtime story to lull her to sleep. Instead, she recounted a tale about Prometheus, who, after stealing fire, faced great trials yet ultimately escaped and fulfilled his purpose. From that moment on, I ceased to fear or evade my challenges. Later, in May 1994, my 3rd daughter was born, further motivating me until, in September, I finally achieved my goal. Listening to Wiles' narrative, Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. "You have a happy family." "Indeed," Wiles replied, his eyes reflecting happiness, as if reminiscing had stirred emotions within him. He then drained his glass of red wine and called over a nearby waiter. "Do you still serve cocktails? Please bring me one like his." The waiter, looking perplexed, responded, "We only serve red wine. We do not have cocktails available." Wiles was taken aback, glancing at Lin Xiao. "This cocktail of yours?" "All right, I concede," Lin Xiao sighed, retrieving a bottle of Sprite from his pocket. He had purchased it earlier, unable to tolerate the dryness of the wine. At times, he even wondered why people enjoyed drinking. Upon seeing the Sprite, Wiles' eyes lit up. "Did you buy this outside?" "Yes," Lin Xiao affirmed. "Please wait a moment. I'll go get one as well." With that, Wiles set down his wine glass and dashed outside. Returning shortly with a bottle of Sprite of his own, he then requested a glass of red wine and mixed some Sprite into it. Taking a sip and immediately praised, "This cocktail is undoubtedly a stroke of genius." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Indeed." After a few sips, Wiles inquired, "By the way, a few months ago, you shared a sieve method on AR-14. Was it related to the Goldbach conjecture?" "Yes, What is the current status?" "It has yet to be resolved, which is why I am here, seeking inspiration." "Yes, that's so." "Well, I wish you success," Wiles offered with a gentle smile. "May your words prove true." As the welcome party concluded, the next day, the seminar officially commenced. The program featured 4 lectures daily, encompassing broad themes that, on the first day, topics included stable reduction theorems and cohomology over finite fields, among others. Lin Xiao found these theories to be merely a casual listen. However, on the following day, one lecture piqued his interest. It focused on his Lin group transformation method and the Lin conjecture. Presented by Laurent Laforgue, the 2002 Fields medalist. With a Fields medalist sharing his theories, Lin Xiao certainly could not miss it. Chapter 133. He is answering your questions on January 6 in the Circular Auditorium of the Poincaré Institute. A lecture centered on the Lin group transformation method and Lin conjecture was underway. I must commend Lin for the ingenious construction at this stage. He has successfully transformed this function into a modular form, an exceptionally brilliant method. Regarding this approach, I could write 4 or 5 papers that in fact, I previously checked on AR14 and found that 2 or 3 dozen papers have already been published on this topic. It was at this very step that Lin introduced his conjecture at last year's International Congress of Mathematicians, which I believe everyone is aware of, so I will reiterate the derivation here. With that, Laurent Laforgue began writing on the board. Quite straightforwardly, we arrive at the final expression. Now, as long as we can prove the form of K1, we will be able to guarantee the transformation of any function into a sheaf form. I believe the importance of this is self-evident. In fact, the proposer of the Lin conjecture is present today. If time permits later, I would be very interested to hear if he has any thoughts on the matter. As Laforgue spoke, the audience turned their gazes toward Lin Xiao, who was seated nearby. Suddenly called out, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded to those around him. However, he sensed several resentful glares. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be from the women he had previously rejected. He quickly shifted his gaze away. Men should not quarrel with women. Meanwhile, Laforgue continued, in Lin's line of thinking, I believe the most crucial aspect is the contemplation of bridges. The bridge in mathematics serves to connect 2 seemingly unrelated concepts. Indeed, throughout our past mathematical endeavors, the act of bridging has been essential. Whether it is the modern algebraic geometry established by Groth and Dieck or the Langlands program proposed by Monsieur Langlands, both have been achieved through continuous bridging. The art of bridging requires not only sufficient skill, akin to that of Lin, but also a keen ability to observe nuances. The more meticulously one observes, the more one can uncover details that often elude the ordinary eye. Among those present, aside from the renowned mathematicians, the majority are students. Upon hearing Professor Laforgue's words, the students engage in contemplative reflection, while the mathematicians nod slightly in agreement. The talent and skill exhibited by Lin Xiao are innate and rare, making it difficult for most to possess such attributes. Thus, the majority must focus on the subtleties. Yet, are these subtleties easily discernible? The act of bridging and the attention to detail. Lin Xiao too found himself lost in thought. Recalling all the knowledge he had acquired, he understood that to create a bridge between circular methods and sieve methods, it was essential to establish a connection between them. They are akin to the Suez Canal, which, despite its mere width of over 300 meters, serves as a vital link between the vast continents of Asia and Africa. This seemingly insignificant distance renders the 2 continents as mere distant neighbors. However, once the bridge is constructed, the continents of Eurasia and Africa can truly unite, forming the largest landmass on Earth. The circular methods and sieve methods are no different. Yet, to establish this bridge, one must pay attention to the details and ascertain the most suitable points for connection. Otherwise, the bridge may never be realized. What details have I overlooked? Or rather, what perspectives have I yet to explore? Suddenly, a light flickered in Lin Xiao's mind. The complex plane. Indeed, the complex plane. This refers to the plane of complex numbers. What are complex numbers? They are numbers that incorporate the imaginary unit I, defined by mathematicians as the square root of -1, typically expressed in the form z a by. This purely artificial construct has played an unimaginable role in subsequent mathematical research, including the Riemann zeta function and the Riemann hypothesis, which determines the count of prime numbers on the complex plane. This represents a remarkable coincidence in mathematics. For Lin Xiao, he suddenly realized that he too might uncover a coincidence, enabling him to construct the bridge he envisioned within the realm of the complex plane. That he promptly bowed his head, retrieving a notepad and pen from his pocket, and began to calculate. And one around took notice of his actions. As many attendees were jotting down notes during the lecture, ready to record any intriguing points raised by the speaker. However, what Lin Xiao was writing at that moment diverged entirely from Professor Laforgue's discourse. He was constructing a unit circle on the complex plane, hypothesizing that the primes could be represented as points on this plane. Here, the prime counting function could be employed. Gradually, Lin Xiao entered into a state of deep concentration, oblivious to the surrounding individuals and events. Meanwhile, time seemed to slip away, unheeded, as each person's actions unfolded. The lectures at the Bourbaki seminar typically last an hour and a half, and by the time Lin Xiao grasped a previously overlooked detail, more than half an hour had already elapsed. Thus, the lecture entered its final 20 minutes. Professor Laurent Laforgue concluded his presentation, signaling the time for questions. Hands were raised, and numerous inquiries were made, to which Professor Laforgue responded in turn. Just as 5 minutes remained, he smiled and asked, "Does anyone have further questions?" After a brief pause, a student, likely also a pupil, raised their hand. "Please go ahead." The student, with a smile, inquired, "I would like to know about Mr. Lin's research journey that led to the development of the Lin group transformation theory." Clearly, this question transcended academic boundaries. The student likely felt emboldened to ask, sensing a lull in other questions. Professor Laurent Laforgue chuckled, replying, "I cannot answer that, as it is best directed towards our in fact, I was just saying that I wanted to engage in a discussion with him." He then turned once more towards Lin Xiao, smiling as he asked, "I wonder if Mr. Lin would be interested in sharing his insights." The audience turned their gaze toward Lin Xiao, chuckling softly. However, to the confusion of many, Lin Xiao did not rise to respond. Those seated nearby, however, noticed what Lin Xiao was engrossed in. He was scribbling various formulas in his notepad, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. "What is he writing?" some whispered softly. "Who knows? Perhaps he's formulating a new theory that rivals the Lin group transformation method." Others shook their heads, expressing ignorance that IT looks so complex. But how can he be so focused? Has he really forgotten everything around him? I don't know. The only time I reach such a state is when I'm playing Call of Duty. It's truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Professor Laurent Laforgue, observing the scene, could only shrug helplessly towards the questioner, saying, "It seems our Mr. Lin is deeply engrossed in his mathematical pursuits and is unable to answer your question at this moment." He looked at Lin Xiao, who was intensely focused, and added, "Or perhaps Lin is, in fact, answering your question. He is demonstrating how he researches mathematics." Upon hearing Professor Laurent Laforgue's words, the audience suddenly grasped his meaning. The questioner had sought to understand Lin Xiao's research process that led to the Lin group transformation theory. And now, Lin Xiao's immersive study was precisely answering that query. The onlookers couldn't help but feel immense admiration for Lin Xiao, who, despite the surrounding distractions, had succumbed to such profound contemplation. Such ability, combined with unparalleled talent, had surely propelled Lin Xiao to his current achievements. Even the French female students who had been rebuffed by Lin Xiao the previous evening felt a newfound respect for him. They observed Lin Xiao deep in thought, his occasionally furrowed and relaxed brow evoking the saying that men in STEM fields are most attractive when pondering complex problems. Chapter 134. We are witnessing history, though all eyes were on Lin Xiao. His companions Su Ji, Xiao Zhou, and Xiao Shi also felt the peculiar sensation of being in the spotlight. Su Ji was relatively unbothered. He had grown accustomed to being observed. He was simply astonished by Lin Xiao's ability to focus so intently. Unaffected by external stimuli, he glanced at Lin Xiao's notepad, but could discern nothing, as its small size offered little content, leaving him unaware of Lin Xiao's writings. In contrast, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Shi, feeling the weight of the gazes upon them, experienced a twinge of anxiety. Although the attention was directed at Lin Xiao, being nearby also induced a psychological pressure, especially with the presence of several prominent figures, including 6 or 7 Fields medalists. To alleviate their stress, they pretended to observe Lin Xiao's process. Yet they faced a dilemma. They could not comprehend what Lin Xiao was writing, leaving them feeling utterly lost. Seeing Lin Xiao remain unaffected by the scrutiny, seemingly in his own world, they could only internally commend him. Thus, the Bourbaki seminar, which had been proceeding smoothly, now presented a curious tableau. Hundreds of attendees fixated on the young man seated in the 6th row on the left. Some whispered amongst themselves, others displayed expressions of awe, while the young man himself appeared lost in contemplation, as if ensconced in a realm of his own, oblivious to the surrounding chaos. A photographer present found the scene captivating and positioned himself at the rear right of the hall to capture the moment. The photograph evoked the essence of the Last Supper, albeit with a different connotation, serving as a tribute to mathematical genius. A perfect shot. Satisfied, the photographer nodded, planning to preserve the image upon returning home. Meanwhile, Professor Laurent Laforgue, observing the situation, felt no disrespect towards him. Instead, he smiled. Lin Xiao had been attentive to the lecture, having simply fallen into a state of deep thought, indicating that a remark from him had sparked Lin Xiao's inspiration. As the speaker, one would feel immensely honored if a mathematical breakthrough were to emerge as a result of their lecture. He then remarked, "Since everyone is intrigued by Lin's research, let us conclude this session and collectively wish for Lin to achieve a breakthrough." Upon hearing Laurent Laforgue's words, the audience realized that the lecture by the field's metal luminary had not yet reached its conclusion. Consequently, they prepared to express their gratitude through applause for Laurent Laforgue's presentation. However, he raised a hand to halt them, placing a finger to his lips with a shushing gesture, cautioning, "Let us not disturb Lin. We might just be witnessing history." Smiles adorned the faces of the attendees, and many leaned in closer, eager to discern the nature of Lin Xiao's research. Although it was already permissible to leave, no one departed, for the mathematicians were keen to uncover what could possibly warrant Lin Xiao's intense dedication. A sentiment echoed by the students, particularly given the commotion Lin Xiao had stirred. Among the students present, some had accompanied their mentors from abroad, while many others hailed from nearby university mathematics departments, such as the École Normale Supérieure or the University of Paris 7, renowned institutions in France. Notably, aside from a select few who had demonstrated exceptional talent by entering university before the age of 18. The majority were over 18 and primarily graduate students, thus confronted with Lin Xiao, a young individual of their own age, or even a few years their junior, who had already made a name for himself in the mathematical community. They felt an urge to connect with him and gain insight into his thoughts, much like the student who had just posed a question at this moment. Lin Xiao's distinctive actions further intensified their admiration. Conversations buzzed among the attendees, each striving to maintain a hushed tone so as not to disrupt Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, those seated in close proximity to him found themselves in a VIP section. For instance, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Shi felt their presence was too conspicuous and voluntarily vacated their seats to make room for others. The remaining audience members closely observed Lin Xiao's movements, eager to discern the focus of his research. "What is he doing?" Professor Laforgue descended from the stage to join Professor Wiles, who was seated nearby, along with several other distinguished figures in mathematics, including Field's medal recipients and laureates of the Abel Prize, Wolf Prize, and Crawford Prize. Professor Wiles chuckled, "I suspect he is tackling the GODLIKE conjecture." Several other eminent mathematicians echoed his sentiment, noticing their unanimous agreement. Laforgue inquired, "How did you all come to know this?" "Wiles mentioned it just now," replied a recipient of the Crawford Prize. Wiles shrugged, "Lin informed me at last night's dinner." The mention of the GODLIKE conjecture elicited immediate astonishment from Laurent Laforgue, who mused, "Is he really daring to confront such a formidable challenge? This is precisely why we regard him as a genius." Wiles chuckled in response. Laforgue couldn't help but glance back at Lin Xiao, who he had previously assumed was engaged in some other line of research. Even if Lin had formulated ideas regarding the Lin conjecture, he would have been unfazed. Yet now, the notion that Lin Xiao was investigating the GODLIKE conjecture was quite astonishing. Although it was indeed remarkable, the reality stood as such. Wiles smiled, "Let us hope for his success. If he triumphs, we will finally resolve a problem that has eluded us for centuries." The other professors nodded in agreement. The GODLIKE conjecture had confounded the mathematical community for hundreds of years, and solving it had become the aspiration of countless mathematicians. Should Lin succeed, it would represent a resolution to a long-standing regret for each of them. "If he accomplishes this, I must invite him to join the mathematics department at our École Normale Supérieure." One professor remarked that no, Lin come to Oxford University, Wiles countered, "Such a prodigy would be better suited at MIT." Chimed in another mathematician who had traveled from the United States. In an instant, the professors found themselves in a spirited debate, each vying for the opportunity to host the individual who could potentially prove the Goldbach conjecture. Recognizing the allure it would hold for aspiring young scholars at that moment, Lin Xiao, the center of attention, abruptly halted his writing. Chapter 135. Will he succeed? Lin Xiao seized his pen as the flow of inspiration that had previously surged within him came to an abrupt stop. He had finally encountered a formidable obstacle. Merely utilizing a notebook in this setting was evidently inadequate for the task at hand. Thus, he emerged from a state of deep concentration and lifted his gaze, only to find himself momentarily taken aback. What was this? Why were so many eyes fixed upon him? What had transpired? He quietly inquired of Suji, who sat nearby. Everyone is eager to witness your research. Suji replied with a smile. Eager to see my research? Lin Xiao was momentarily startled. What was there to anticipate in his work? Aren't you investigating the Goldbach conjecture? Surely you found a breakthrough. Suji pressed. Lin Xiao shook his head. I've encountered a challenge that necessitates a quieter environment and more time for contemplation. Then let us return to the hotel, Suji suggested. Has the lecture concluded? Lin Xiao asked, bewildered. It wrapped up over 10 minutes ago, Suji answered cheerfully. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. It had been over 10 minutes since the conclusion. At that juncture, Andrew Wiles approached with a smile. Inquiring, it seems you've found your inspiration? Upon hearing Wiles' question, Lin Xiao nodded. Indeed, I've grasped something for the moment, but I have yet to cultivate it into a tangible result. At least it's better than having nothing at all. Wiles remarked with a grin. Moreover, you've created history by having so many of us remain here to support you. Yes, so many. Lin Xiao paused in surprise before rising to his feet. Yes, he stood. He was truly astonished to find every gaze in the room directed toward him, a sea of inquisitive expressions of, this. He instinctively touched his face, bemused by the attention. Was it truly warranted merely for his pursuit of a singular problem? Observing his reaction, Wiles chuckled and addressed the crowd. All right, let's not crowd around any longer. Lin requires some time to concentrate. Let us encourage him so he can immerse himself fully in his research. Upon hearing Wiles' words, the audience erupted into applause, fervently chanting, Go Lin! Go Lin! Hearing the enthusiastic support from so many, especially from strangers, Lin Xiao experienced for the first time the fervor of mathematics. A smile broke across his face as he nodded to those around him and declared, Thank you all. I will bring good news. Excellent. Applause rang out from both the young attendees and the professors alike, each genuine in their hopes for Lin Xiao's success. Although not everyone was privy to his endeavor concerning the Goldbach conjecture, it did not diminish the enthusiasm that had been ignited within them. At this moment, they were all pure in their intent, much like mathematics itself. Amidst the cheers, the discussion session reached its true conclusion, and people began to disperse, while Lin Xiao swiftly returned to the hotel, and one sought to disturb him, as they understood that the period ahead would likely prove to be the most pivotal of his journey. Once seated at the hotel desk, he exhaled deeply. The encouragement he received from so many stirred within him a sense of fervor unique to academic pursuits, distinct from the exhilaration of scoring a goal in the World Cup, which stemmed from the physical, whereas the former belonged to the intellectual realm, both of which were rooted in the pursuit of a common goal. Nevertheless, this also imposed a degree of pressure upon Lin Xiao. Should he fail to deliver, the supporters might remain silent, yet he would undoubtedly feel the weight of their disappointment. Of course, for him, pressure served as motivation. After all, he had consistently succeeded. Fixing his gaze upon the notebook before him, he retrieved a larger sheet of drafting paper from nearby, entering into a state of scholarly enlightenment. The system's voice resonated. Sage mode, activated, remaining time, 15 hours with the option to pause every 5 hours. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He could pause every 5 hours. He recalled that during the previous Sage mode, he had not had that option, and its duration was only 5 hours. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. If he utilized only 10 hours, he could avoid wasting an additional 5. But before Lin Xiao could ponder further, he suddenly felt an extraordinary clarity envelop his mind. The truths of the universe seemed to be within his grasp. He felt as though he could perceive the stress concentration points of the table before him, and, glancing out the hotel window, even the geometric dimensions of the billboard across the street. This state, Lin Xiao found it somewhat incredible. The ability to derive precise proportions merely by observation surpassed his expectations. System, how much has my brain development improved now? According to the current capacity of the host body. This time, this sage state has enhanced brain development by 75, bringing the current level to 6.7375. Lin Xiao's face immediately expressed astonishment. Could it really elevate by 75? If it pertains to the body's capacity, does that imply that the health capsules he previously consumed have augmented his bodily acceptance? A surge of joy welled up within him. Perhaps he ought to reinforce his physical training in the future. Subsequently, he ceased his musings and redirected his gaze to the draft paper before him. In this state, could it be that you could still pose a challenge to me? The corners of his mouth curled slightly. And with newfound confidence, he grasped the pen and began to write. The draft paper transformed into his battleground, with symbols representing various mathematical meanings becoming his weapons. His objective now was to conquer the GODLIKE conjecture. Time passed swiftly. Lin Xiao's quiet study contrasted starkly with the external clamor of discussion for the hundreds of students participating in Professor Laurent Lafort's mathematics class. The events unfolding today in the Poincaré Institute's circular auditorium provided ample material to share with friends and classmates. Those aware that Lin Xiao aimed to solve the GODLIKE conjecture disseminated the news far and wide. Within a mere 5 hours, all those studying mathematics in Paris were informed. The mathematical atmosphere in Paris needs no elaboration. As mentioned in Gauss's autobiography, Parisians proudly declare, "Our finest minds study mathematics." Great mathematicians such as Lagrange, Fermat, Fourier, and Cauchy all hailed from France, so the locals hold those who can tackle mathematical quandaries in high esteem, particularly when it pertains to a well-known challenge like the GODLIKE conjecture. Consequently, many began to await news from Lin Xiao. While they could not guarantee his immediate success, he might well return to Huagua after the Bourbaki seminar to resolve the issue, or he might not solve it at all. Each person was filled with anticipation. Furthermore, the news did not remain confined to Paris. The European and American mathematics communities were also informed. Although the Huagua mathematics community could not receive updates promptly due to a barrier separating them from international news, platforms such as Twitter and YouTube eventually conveyed the information domestically. Meanwhile, Su Ji, Xiao Shi, and Xiao Zhou, who were present in Paris and witnessed the entire process, also confirmed the news back home in an instant. International attention turned Lin Xiao into a focal point for everyone. Simultaneously, a question arose in the minds of many. Would he succeed? At the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, Enrique Pompieri posed this question to his companion Pierre Deline as they indulged in afternoon tea, an essential ritual in their daily lives. Sipping a rich cup of coffee while engaging in academic discourse or sharing amusing anecdotes with a Fields Medal or Nobel Prize laureate was a cherished pastime for these scholars. Apart from their research, his intellect is remarkable. Perhaps he will indeed succeed? Deline shook his head and remarked, "The GODLIKE conjecture. If he truly resolves it, he would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle among the younger generation in mathematics." Indeed, Pompieri nodded that if he can solve it, the Fields Medal would be a mere formality. The Fields Medal? That's a narrow perspective. Deline chuckled and shook his head. The Abel Prize, the Wolf Prize, the Crawford Prize, those could all be lining up to honor him. Various mathematical organizations would vie to extend invitations for him to become a member. Moreover, every few decades, perhaps 50 years hence, they might even convene a special meeting to commemorate the proof of the GODLIKE theorem. Additionally, all universities worldwide would compete to invite him, hoping he would take up a professorship. Wait, isn't he just a freshman? He probably can't even become a professor yet. Good heavens, that's even more astonishing. At this point, Deline found himself at a loss for words. Such an age was indeed astonishing. Pompieri expressed his own amazement. Yes, he is only 18 years old, right? Oh, he must be 19 now. He turned 18 last year. The next Fields Medal will be awarded in 2022, and he would only be 22 then. The youngest recipient ever. Moreover, even if the next awarding is postponed to the 2026 International Congress of Mathematicians to accommodate other mathematicians, he would still be the youngest recipient, Deline emphasized once more. Indeed, Pompieri nodded. The youngest Fields medalist, no less. Yet perhaps only the Fields Medal would be worthy of the honor associated with proving the GODLIKE conjecture. Deline lifted his coffee cup, took a sip, and remarked pensively, Let us wish him success in Huagua, at the headquarters of China Central Television. Famously known as the Big Underpants Building, the director of the station was convening a meeting, issuing directives to the CCTV bureau in Paris. Make every effort to interview Lin Xiao if he is unavailable. Then speak with Professor Su Ji from Peking University, if possible. Also interview foreign mathematicians. Regardless, we cannot allow Lin Xiao to be preempted by other media. The achievements of our Huagua people must be the first to be reported. Understood? Yes. After hanging up, the director could not help but express astonishment. The Goldbach conjecture held immense fame in Huagua, and he was well aware of its significance. The widespread recognition of the Goldbach conjecture was largely attributed to Chen Jingruan's proof of its 1-2 form. During Chen Jingruan's era, New Huagua was just beginning to emerge, and the accomplishment of a domestic mathematician on such a global scale undeniably thrilled everyone. Thus, the populace came to know of the Goldbach conjecture, and figures like the director later became acquainted with it, with Chen Jingruan having proved the 1-2 form of the Goldbach conjecture. And now Lin Xiao poised to potentially provide a complete proof, it was natural for domestic attention to be piqued. Did this not signify that Huagua's scientific community was flourishing? The director recalled the recent commendations from Mr. Yang regarding Lin Xiao. He had initially perceived it as an elder's endorsement of an outstanding junior. Yet, at this moment, he could not refrain from extending his blessings to the young man still in Paris. Reflecting inwardly, what an impressive young talent. This was a role model worth their efforts to establish. Not just CCTV, but numerous media outlets were keenly following this event, especially given the potential proof of the Goldbach conjecture, particularly since the protagonist had previously sparked international discussion due to Professor Delin's remarks. Consequently, many renowned platforms globally began to deliberate on the matter, with prominent media outlets eager to interview Lin Xiao. However, in the end, these media discovered they could not reach Lin Xiao. All their calls went unanswered. This left them helpless. Perhaps Lin Xiao was preoccupied and had no time to answer their calls. In reality, that was precisely the case. Within his room, Lin Xiao remained seated at his desk, contemplating his achievements. At last, he had completed his work. Gazing at the stack of used draft paper, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of sentiment. Even the 15 hours spent in the sage state had dwindled to less than half an hour. Nevertheless, he had finally constructed his siege engine, a combination of the sieve method and the circular method. Although he had yet to conquer the fortress of the Goldbach conjecture, the siege engine was ready. What was there to fear regarding the stronghold? Onward. He lowered his head once more, inscribing the formula representing the Goldbach conjecture, then set his siege engine in motion, charging towards the conjecture. Clearly, faced with the threat of the siege engine, the Goldbach conjecture's previously impenetrable defenses crumbled, ultimately succumbing to Lin Xiao's relentless advance. 2 hours later, he finally exhaled in relief. Lin Xiao dropped his pen, leaned back in his chair, and stifled a deep yawn. Since returning to the hotel yesterday, he had spent a total of 17 hours seated in this chair. Of course, he had not neglected nourishment. A few chocolate bars, a bucket of instant noodles, and 2 bottles of water lay beside him, serving as sustenance during these hours. However, he now felt overwhelmingly fatigued. Such an extended mental exertion, even without physical strain, could still leave one utterly drained. At that moment, the system's voice temporarily roused his spirits. Congratulations, host, on proving the Goldbach conjecture, achieving another significant breakthrough in the realm of mathematics, taking into account your performance during the proof. The rewards are as follows: 800 points of mathematical experience, 30 truth points, and 1 answer valued at 30 truth points. Congratulations, host. Your mathematical level has risen to level 4, currently at level 4, 416-5000. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with uncontainable joy. 800 points of mathematical experience. Truly, it is fitting to refer to this as the Goldbach conjecture, and those 30 truth points have nearly doubled his total of truth points. However, the reward of an answer valued at 30 truth points took him by surprise. Does this imply a voucher equivalent to 30 truth points? The system's voice resonated once more. It is advised that the host utilize it primarily for practical problems that occasionally require luck, while for foundational theoretical matters, self-research is recommended. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Applying 30 truth points to issues requiring luck? What could that signify? Suddenly, he grasped the implication. Problems solvable by fortune could indeed pertain to the realms of chemistry, materials, and biology. Although breakthroughs in these three disciplines cannot be solely attributed to luck, it undeniably plays a significant role. After all, countless discoveries of new technologies throughout history have stemmed from serendipity and unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, he realized he still had a way to go in this domain. Thus, it was best to set these thoughts aside for the moment. With that resolved, Lin Xiao opened his personal panel to review his current status. Host, Lin Xiao. Truth points, 69.2. Cosmic Truth Branch Levels, Mathematics. Level 4, 416, 5000. Chemistry. Level 1, 250. Physics. Level 2, 7250. Biology. Level 1, 250. Materials Science. Level 1, 050. Informatics. Level 1, 050. His previous paper on the Navier-Stokes equations had granted him 50 points of physics experience and 70 points of mathematical experience. Elevating physics to level 2 and enhancing his brain development by 0.2. Now, mathematics had surged forward to level 4. Satisfied, he nodded in approval, but suddenly recalled his brain development progress. System, what about my brain development? In the next moment, he felt a sudden heaviness in his head. Already fatigued, this left him momentarily bewildered. Lin Xiao held his head and muttered, "Goodness, was that intentional?" The system's voice replied coldly, "Mathematics has advanced to level 4. Rewarding 0.5 brain development, 0.5. Lin Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. This means his brain development now stands at 4.35. This surpasses the 4.125 he achieved after using the Sage State. However, he did not experience the same clarity of perception he had previously, which was undoubtedly influenced by his current state. Since returning to the hotel yesterday, a total of 17 hours had elapsed, with nearly 21 or 22 hours without sleep. This fatigue certainly precluded him from feeling the earlier state of enlightenment. He desperately needed rest, that he must sleep. Otherwise, he would struggle to function. Naturally, he needed to inform Professor Su, who was next door. Rising, he exited his hotel room. Upon opening the door, he noticed that the door to Professor Su's room was also ajar. Several individuals emerged from within, and upon inspecting their faces, he realized they appeared to be fellow compatriots. Just as he was about to wave and greet them, these individuals approached him with expressions of excitement. "Mr. Lin, have you succeeded?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. "Who are you?" The group quickly realized they had yet to introduce themselves and proceeded to display their identification badges. "We are reporters from CCTV station in Paris. We have received instructions from the headquarters to interview you regarding the proof of the Goldbach conjecture." "Interview me? Prove the Goldbach conjecture?" Lin Xiao was once again stunned. He had just completed the proof mere minutes ago. And yet they were already aware. At that moment, Professor Su also stepped out of his room. "Lin Xiao, you're out?" Su inquired, somewhat surprised. Lin Xiao nodded. Observing Lin Xiao's weary demeanor, Su could not help but ask, Have you proven it?" "I have." Shock immediately filled Su's gaze. The Goldbach conjecture. Has it truly been proven? Despite previous conjectures, hearing it stated outright was still astonishing. "How did you accomplish this?" Lin Xiao explained, "By combining the circle method and the sieve method. Utilizing the property of the circle method that does not involve parity issues, and then thoroughly addressing the sieve method's shortcomings. Subsequently, I integrated methods from a previous paper I published on AR14. And that was essentially Is it truly possible to combine the circle method and the sieve method?" Su expressed his disbelief. "Initially, I thought the same, but after experimenting in the complex plane, I discovered my success." Lin Xiao smiled and then stifled a yawn. I can't take it any longer, Professor Su. I need to rest for a while. I haven't slept at all last night." Hearing this, although Su had many more questions, he nodded and said, "All right, go rest. Make sure to recuperate." Meanwhile, the three reporters, having just heard Lin Xiao declare his proof of the Goldbach conjecture, were suddenly filled with excitement. How fortuitous it was for them to be present, as this would grant them first-hand information. Yet upon hearing Lin Xiao's intention to sleep, they grew anxious. Naturally, they could not directly urge Lin Xiao to forego sleep. So one reporter said, "Mr. Lin, may we interview you once you've rested?" Recalling the three CCTV reporters, Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Of course, that's no problem. Let us do it tomorrow. I need to rest well today, as I haven tea, slept for nearly a day and night. With Lin Xiao's agreement, the reporters expressed their gratitude and refrained from further disturbing him as they watched him return to his room. They also arranged to interview Professor Andrew Wiles next. Chapter 137. He approached the truth. A day swiftly passed. Lin Xiao slept for a full 12 hours, and upon awakening the next day, he felt the world beneath his 4.35 brain development. It was as though he could sense nature gently caressing him at every moment. In this state, he felt capable of effortlessly resolving a multitude of problems he had previously encountered out of course. This was merely a subjective sensation and did not genuinely influence objective reality. The scenarios depicted in Lucy were essentially non-existent. As consciousness does not directly affect reality, and no scientific evidence supports such claims, at that moment, his stomach growled. Having consumed only a meager amount of food yesterday, he was clearly quite hungry now. Without further ado, he descended to the dining area to enjoy a meal. Fortunately, French cuisine, being one of the world's three great culinary traditions, was rather delightful, certainly a far cry from the culinary wasteland of England. After dining, he participated in interviews with the reporters, primarily addressing whether he had indeed proven the GODLIKE conjecture and related inquiries. As the interview concluded, Lin Xiao reminded them, "By the way, don't rush to announce that I've completed the proof. It still needs to undergo peer review." Although the system had recognized as proof of the GODLIKE conjecture, rendering it beyond question, as a young individual, he believed some matters were best approached gradually. You can rest assured about that. The three CCTV reporters nodded in agreement, content to be the first media outlet to interview Lin Xiao. Once his proof was verified, they would be poised to report the news. "That's good." Lin Xiao nodded, dismissing further thoughts. Suddenly, his phone rang. Checking the number, he saw it was Professor Wiles. Upon answering, he greeted, "Professor Wiles, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Indeed, it concerns the GODLIKE conjecture." Wiles responded, "I learned from several reporters from Huawei that you completed the proof yesterday. However, I thought it prudent to let you rest for a while before reaching out to verify this." "Is it true?" "It is true." Lin Xiao affirmed, "I will upload the paper to AR-14 tonight, and it should be visible by tomorrow. I'm already looking forward to it." "I wish you success," Wiles said. "By the way, what do you plan to present your findings?" "Present?" Lin Xiao paused. He had not previously considered this aspect. However, for such a significant achievement as proving the GODLIKE conjecture, a presentation to the mathematical community was inevitable. He then smiled and said, "I will be returning to my homeland tomorrow, so I choose to present it at my university." "Well, I should have guessed your choice. Whilst I would have preferred if you presented at Oxford University, or even in Paris, but considering the weight of the achievement, it is indeed more fitting to present it in your own community." "Indeed. Then I look forward to the day of your presentation." "Thank you," Lin Xiao replied. During his few days in France, he experienced the pure academic atmosphere that enveloped him, making his stay exceptionally comfortable on that day, in the circular auditorium of the Poincaré Institute. A multitude gathered to cheer him on as he endeavored to tackle a formidable problem. Yet, this place remained a foreign land. Although his homeland harbored numerous imperfections, it also possessed countless merits, and after all, it was his true home. He chose not to dwell further on these thoughts and ended the call. Subsequently, he began to organize all his theories and publish his paper on AR-14. The following day marked his return home. Together with Su Ji, Xiao Zhou, and Xiao Shi, he boarded a flight back to their motherland, a journey spanning approximately 11 hours. Upon landing, the mathematical community was likely already buzzing with excitement as time swiftly passed. It was now the next day in California, at UCLA.at this moment. Terrence Tao sat in his office, savoring a cup of coffee while engaging with the internet. Inside his office, his graduate students were engaged in animated discussions. "Wow, that photograph is simply stunning. Indeed, the angle of that candid shot is extraordinary." Hearing their chatter piqued Tao's curiosity. Although his passions were firmly rooted in mathematics, he shared the youthful interests of his students. After all, during his own Master S studies, he had once struggled in a course due to his obsession with the game Civilization. "What are you all discussing?" he inquired with a smile. The students, upon hearing their professor's question, responded with laughter, "Professor, it's about Lin from a couple of days ago. Someone shared a photo on Facebook, and it's truly remarkable." "Oh, Lin, This further intensified Tao's interest, but he was already aware of Lin Xiao's recent endeavors. Having learned that Lin seemed to have grasped an inspiration related to the GODLIKE conjecture. Consequently, he had been closely monitoring the relevant developments, such as AR-14, and would receive immediate notifications whenever Lin published a paper. "Professor, take a look." Seeing Tao's interest, several students eagerly approached him, showing him the photograph. Upon glancing at it, Tao couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite design. The image depicted a historically resonant conference hall, filled with hundreds of attendees engaged in fervent discussions, all eyes directed toward a single row at the front left. There, amidst the commotion, sat a solitary young man, head bowed, diligently writing, starkly contrasting the surrounding noise. The photograph was titled, "He is Approaching the Truth." "Wonderful," Tao exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, it was an exceptional photograph, amassing tens of thousands of likes and over 1,000 comments, with its posting time just an hour prior. Undoubtedly, many aspired to become the subject of this captivating image. At that moment, one of the graduate students asked, "Professor, do you think he can prove the GODLIKE conjecture?" "Let us wait and see. Perhaps we'll have news in a few days," Tao replied, glancing at his computer. Suddenly, he noticed a notification on AR-14. A user he followed had published an article. His eyebrows raised in intrigue as he quickly opened the notification. Indeed, it was Xiao Lin's publication. The title of Lin Xiao's paper boldly declared, "Every even integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of two prime numbers." This was precisely the statement of the modern GODLIKE conjecture. Tao felt a surge of astonishment within. The young man from Huagua with whom he had discussed this very problem just 2 months ago had seemingly succeeded in proving it. "Professor, what's the matter?" His graduate students, noticing Tao's sudden fixation on his computer, inquired. Lin may have actually proven it. Tao's response left his students in stunned silence. Without further elaboration, he downloaded the paper. Upon refreshing the page, he observed that the download count had already surpassed 10, indicating significant interest. However, Tao paid little heed to these numbers and immersed himself in the paper. Seeing their professor's earnestness, the students refrained from interrupting. Thus, time passed gradually. The extensive 60-page paper took Tao 4 full hours to review thoroughly. Yet he was compelled to acknowledge his astonishment. He found no errors. That it was rigorous, coherent. Just as Lin Xiao's previous work had been, he had indeed accomplished it, combining the sieve method with the circle method. Such an astonishing approach had led him to harbor no great expectations when he had previously mentioned it to Lin. Unable to contain his excitement, he swiftly opened his preferred social media platform and posted an update. Lin Xiao is approaching the truth. Chapter 138. Preparing to face the challenges of the mathematical world in Huagua. At Beijing International Airport, a colossal airplane descended gracefully from the sky, landing on the runway, its massive wheels producing a thunderous sound as they rolled. The aircraft's speed diminishing rapidly until it came to a halt. "Let us go, young men," Suji called out to the 3 youths as they disembarked and proceeded to the arrivals hall. Upon entering, they noticed several individuals holding signs at the exit, prominently displaying Lin Xiao's name. The group paused in surprise. "Lin Xiao? Are they looking for you?" "I don't know," Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head. No one had informed him beforehand, and perhaps it was merely a case of a namesake. Suji suddenly recalled something and remarked, "I suspect they are indeed looking for you." And no sooner had he spoken than the individuals with the signs approached them. Stopping in front of Lin Xiao, "Are you Mr. Lin Xiao?" one of them inquired. "That's me," Lin Xiao responded, realizing that this group had indeed come to seek him out. A smile spread across the face of the speaker as he continued. "I'm a secretary from the State Council's Secretariat, and our leadership wishes to meet with you for a brief discussion." Lin Xiao was taken aback. "What? The leadership of the State Council wants to see me?" Xiao Zhou and Xiao Shi beside him were equally astonished. Was this the treatment one received for proving the GODLIKE conjecture? Their gazes toward Lin Xiao were now filled with nothing but envy. A testament to his academic success, Suji, too, could not help but express his surprise. Upon seeing these individuals, he instinctively recognized them as officials from the State Council, having had frequent interactions with such figures. Reflecting on a recent incident where a reporter from CCTV had approached Lin Xiao for an interview, he began to piece things together. After all, The significance of the Goldbach conjecture in the country was immense. When Qin Jingrun proved it for the case of 12, his contribution during a tumultuous period became a celebrated event, later transformed into a report by a writer named Su Qi, published in People's Literature. In that era, People's Literature wielded considerable influence, and without the advent of mobile phones, computers, or modern networks, people found their entertainment in such articles. Consequently, the public became aware of the Goldbach conjecture, and although they could not comprehend it, they still regarded it with admiration, especially since it was labeled as a world-class conundrum solved by a Huagua national. During that time, people felt a sense of pride and shared glory in such achievements, thereby elevating the prominence of the Goldbach conjecture. This is why Huagua's amateur scientists are particularly fond of proving this problem. Now, with a young mathematical prodigy of notable repute in the international mathematical community proving this conjecture, the state would undoubtedly take notice, especially considering its significance. Perhaps Lin Xiao would once again be featured in a CCTV special. Once Lin Xiao's findings received peer review and garnered unanimous recognition within a mathematical community, the state would surely extend its utmost regard for this young scholar. The mathematical field in Huagua needed a representative figure, having previously missed out on talents like Qiu Qingdong and Zhang Yitong. Now a more outstanding young individual had emerged, and losing another opportunity would be truly regrettable. This was merely the domestic perspective. On an international scale, the attention was likely to be even greater. Time magazine might seek to interview him, and top-tier journals like Science and Nature would be inclined to accept his submissions, alongside various mathematics-related organizations extending invitations, not to mention the accompanying fame and fortune. Su Ji suddenly found himself pondering how Lin Xiao would navigate such temptations. Would he be able to withstand such a lure? Moreover, during their time in France, he had sensed that pure academic atmosphere, and he believed Lin Xiao had felt it too. It was precisely this environment that attracted mathematicians from around the world. Yet, where could one find such an ambience in Huagua? As a former dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences at Beijing University, Su Ji was uncertain that it was akin to last December when Su Chun, who had conversed extensively with Lin Xiao, departed Huagua for a professorship at MIT. Su Chun had initially returned from the United States, but now he was leaving again. What a poignant sense of regret. However, looking on the brighter side, Su Chen's admission to MIT is certainly a positive development for students from Huagua pursuing doctoral studies in mathematics. At the very least, the institution is able to enroll several students from our nation each year. In the end, Su Ji could only wish Lin Xiao a life filled with the pursuits he desires. Naturally, Lin Xiao would not decline such an opportunity. After bidding farewell to Professor Su Ji, Xiao Zhou, and Xiao Shi, he boarded the designated vehicle heading to the National Academy. After waiting for a while in a spacious reception room, the door opened, and an elderly gentleman, bespectacled and exuding a humble demeanor, entered. Upon recognizing this figure frequently seen on television and in the news, Lin Xiao promptly stood, approached him, and respectfully greeted, "Hello." The elder's face broke into a warm smile as he replied, "Lin Xiao, my apologies for the abrupt invitation." Taken aback by the elder's courteousness, Lin Xiao extended his hands for a handshake, stating, "It is no trouble at all. It is an honor to meet you. There is no need for such honorifics." The elder replied, shaking his head, "I am the company of three. There is always a teacher among us. Your achievements in mathematics are truly commendable." He gestured toward a nearby seat, saying, "Please, have a seat. There is no need to stand while we converse." Lin Xiao nodded and settled into the chair, while a secretary approached to pour tea. "Previously, during the interview with the television station, you mentioned that you have proven the Goldbach conjecture. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod. "Are you confident in your proof?" the elder inquired. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "While I cannot guarantee 100%, I am confident at least 99%. The elder paused momentarily, then chuckled. "It seems you are indeed quite confident," he reminisced. The Goldbach conjectured. I read about Mr. Chen's proof of 12 in a report published in People's Literature back in the 1970 AT that time. I was further in my studies at Beijing University and was in awe of mathematicians like you, who delve into complexities beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. I even followed its developments for a time. The chief designer had mentioned it specifically. The elder gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, adding, "Now, you have finally brought closure to it. Thank you for completing this long-standing regret." With a gentle pat on Lin Xiao's shoulder, his voice carried a tone of nostalgia. Lin Xiao responded with a smile. "You flatter me. For me, solving a challenging problem of interest is already a source of great satisfaction." "That is indeed true." The elder smiled slightly and suddenly asked, "Now that you have completed this proof, what are your plans moving forward?" Lin Xiao hesitated before responding. "Although I have proven it, I still need to present an academic report and undergo peer review to gain recognition in the mathematical community. Thus, I plan to conduct a presentation at my university first." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the elder quickly realized the potential benefits this could bring to Huagua. "Your presentation will certainly attract mathematicians from both domestic and international circles, won't it?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, many renowned mathematicians are likely to attend. It was not merely his belief in his own allure, but rather the significance of the Goldbach conjecture itself that drew attention. As a jewel in the crown of mathematics, its resolution is irresistibly enticing for every mathematician. Regardless of their understanding, the mere opportunity to partake in such a historic event in the mathematical realm is worth their presence. No one would wish to miss it. Even in Huagua, a land unfamiliar to many mathematicians, with language barriers in place, they would still be eager to attend." The elder nodded in acknowledgement that moment. The secretary approached and whispered something to the elder. After listening, the elder nodded slightly and turned to Lin Xiao, smiling as he said, "Lin Xiao, your proof of the Goldbach conjecture is your personal achievement. And for the nation, it is also a contribution, a source of pride. As long as you continue to bring glory to the country in the future, the nation will not disappoint your hopes." Hearing the elder's words, Lin Xiao nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, I will." The elder smiled in agreement, then stood, grasped Lin Xiao's hand, and affectionately patted him as a kind elder would, saying, "Let us leave it at that for now. Though we have only exchanged a few words, I sincerely hope to converse more with a young mind like yours. If the opportunity arises, let us engage in a deeper discussion. Do not refuse then." Lin Xiao quickly stood, responding with a smile, "I certainly will not refuse. It is a promise," the elder added, gazing at Lin Xiao with a smile. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded resolutely. "It is a promise." Accompanied by another secretary, Lin Xiao departed from the venue. Each of the elder's statements carried profound meaning, and with his 4.35 brain capacity, he certainly understood. Every response he gave stemmed from the heart. After boarding a rather impressive Audi, which was to transport him to Beijing University, Lin Xiao's phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, he noticed it was from the United States. Puzzled, he answered the call, and a voice on the other end inquired, "Is this Mr. Lin Xiao?" "It is," he confirmed. "Hello, I am Taranwire, the Secretary General of the American Mathematical Society. Regarding your proof of the Goldbach conjecture, we would like to sincerely invite you to present at our joint mathematical meeting on January 16th. We are willing to cover all your expenses and award you the honorary fellowship of the American Mathematical Society afterward. Would you be interested?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. The joint mathematical meeting of the American Mathematical Society? He had certainly heard of it, as it held a notable position within the mathematical community. The offer was quite appealing, especially the honorary fellowship. However, Lin Xiao simply replied, "I apologize, but I have already decided to present at my university, Beijing University. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in disseminating this news. Then I wish you success in your presentation," came the reply. "Thank you." After hanging up, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. Turning down their invitation while asking for publicity for his own event seemed somewhat inappropriate. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless, the news of his upcoming presentation at Beijing University should have circulated by now. He was prepared to face the scrutiny of the global mathematical community. Chapter 139. A gathering of thousands. Academic report at the People's Great Hall. Have you heard? It seems the Goldbach conjecture has been proven. Of course, I heard. It's that individual from Huagua. I heard he is only 18. However, I still can't believe he actually succeeded in proving such a problem. Didn't Professor Tao Zhishuan say he succeeded? Professor Tao said that. Absolutely. Professor Tao even mentioned Lin Xiao is close to the truth. Where? Show me. On foreign forums, numerous students interested in or studying mathematics had already learned about the recent news concerning the Goldbach conjecture. Almost everyone was aware of this astonishing development, which was even more impressive than the determination of the distribution of Mersenne primes. The first to recognize Lin Xiao's success was none other than Tao Zhishuan. His post had already attracted countless viewers. Evidently, the endorsement of a field's medalist equated to a declaration of Lin Xiao's success in the eyes of many. Not only Tao Zhishuan believed in Lin Xiao's success, prominent figures in the mathematical community, such as Sarnak, Pompieri, and Wiles, also expressed that they had not yet identified any issues in Lin Xiao's proof. With so many professors agreeing, it seemed to signal that Lin Xiao's proof was indeed correct, at least from the perspective of the general public. Consequently, Lin Xiao's name resurfaced in various news outlets and forums abroad, reminiscent of when he delivered his report at the International Congress of Mathematicians. The photograph titled "He is Approaching the Truth" once again gained traction as various media outlets used it to report this incident, both domestically and internationally. With the rapid dissemination of news via domestic media, the announcement of Lin Xiao's proof of the Goldbach conjecture spread like wildfire across Huawei, the pace of which was almost frightening. Anyone who caught wind of this news would instantly recall the Goldbach conjecture, which, although some may not fully grasp, is universally recognized as a world-class problem. Consequently, these ordinary individuals eagerly shared the news with friends or group chats. And in an instant, the number of those aware of the news skyrocketed from the hundreds to the millions, even billions. Anyone surfing the internet during this period would be likely to come across this news. Even a player engaged in a high-stakes match in the Summoner's Rift might share it. Thus, news regarding this development swiftly ascended to the top of various trending charts. The first trending topic on Weibo was swiftly taken over. Originally initiated by a certain brother who had a moment of inspiration in the theater at that moment, the top search was "Lin Xiao proves the Goldbach conjecture." Unlike the previous instances where it was merely a certain university student, this time Lin Xiao's name was boldly displayed. Those who frequently surf the internet are generally familiar with Lin Xiao, especially since his fan base has now surpassed 900,000 following the high praise from Yang Lao. His followers surged once more, and now, surpassing 1 million seems almost inevitable. Upon clicking the trending topic, one could instantly gauge its immense popularity, with nearly 200,000 likes and an astounding 50,000 comments. All remarks were filled with admiration for Lin Xiao. The Goldbach conjecture. Lin Shun is beyond human. Lin Shun, please reign in your extraordinary abilities. I remember seeing this problem in my elementary school textbook and thought, does 112 really need proof? Only later did I realize I was being naive. As the foremost institution of madness, the Kyoto University Mathematics Department has Lin Xiao as its sole transcendent figure. Not just transcendent, he has transcended the 3 realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. Who stands at the pinnacle of mathematics? One glance at Lin Xiao and all becomes void. Absolutely astounding. JPG. Everyone expressed their utter astonishment, with not a single comment casting doubt. Of course, if one were to dig deeper, a few self-proclaimed scholars might claim they had previously proven it, but those opinions were largely inconsequential. Naturally, as the protagonist, Lin Xiao's Weibo account was inundated with millions, even tens of millions of views, with countless individuals flocking to his post to verify the authenticity of the news. Back at Kyoto University, having returned home, Lin Xiao lay on his bed, petting his cat, which he hadn't seen in nearly 10 days, while scrolling through his phone, watching the likes on his Weibo post refresh to 99. He shook his head in exasperation at the online community. While many professors abroad believed there were no issues in his proof process, it had yet to undergo peer review, so it was premature to declare completion. Was this trending topic merely a ploy? After contemplation, he decided to proactively post an update. Although I am confident that I have completed the proof, it requires unanimous recognition from the international mathematical community. Therefore, I kindly ask everyone not to rush. If you're interested and have the time, please come to the Kyoto University Grand Hall on January 19th, where I will present a report on the Goldbach conjecture. Indeed, January 19th was the date he had set for his report on the Goldbach conjecture. And today was January 10th, leaving a span of 9 days. This duration allowed ample preparation time for mathematicians from abroad, as well as sufficient time for Kyoto University and the domestic community. In order to warmly welcome these mathematicians arriving from around the globe and to ensure the academic report was conducted flawlessly, Kyoto University had made extensive preparations. The municipal government of Kyoto was also readying itself. The last time such a large number of internationally renowned mathematicians gathered in Huagua was during the 2002 International Congress of Mathematicians, which saw over 4,000 mathematicians in attendance. This time, it remained uncertain how many would arrive. The Huagua of 2002 and the Huagua of today, 17 years later, were worlds apart. While the former left a good impression on these mathematicians, none chose to remain or collaborate. Perhaps this time, they might be inclined to stay in Huagua. Even frequent visits could significantly bolster the current talent-hungry nation. The importance of mathematics needs no elaboration. As a foundational discipline, its application in various fields unleashes unparalleled power. Thus, the urgent need for more mathematical talent in Huagua is evident. Of course, Lin Xiao did not dwell on these matters. They were not his concern. His focus was to inform the world that the Goldbach conjecture would soon be a thing of the past, to be replaced by the Goldbach-Lin theorem. Time swiftly passed, and it was now January 17 at the Kyoto International Airport. A bright sign at the exit welcomed mathematicians attending the Goldbach conjecture academic report in multiple languages, including Chinese, English, French, and Russian. Other staff members were also present to assist the visiting foreign mathematicians with translation and direction. Inside the arrivals hall, two individuals of Chinese descent engaged in conversation. Anyone familiar with the prominent figures in the mathematics community would easily recognize them: Qiu Qingdong and Tao Zhishuan. Their purpose, of course, was the Goldbach conjecture. Tao Zhishuan, having previously discussed matters with Lin Xiao, found it only natural to attend the proof presentation, while Qiu Qingdong, as both a Chinese national and a mathematician, was equally compelled to be present. "Professor Qiu, what a coincidence to see you here," Tao Zhishuan exclaimed, pleasantly surprised after disembarking from the plane. Qiu Qingdong's eyes brightened upon spotting Tao Zhishuan, responding with a smile. "Indeed, quite the coincidence. Naturally, with the Goldbach conjecture at stake, especially since I found no flaws in that paper, I had to attend, and I'm already looking forward to the day after tomorrow." Tao Zhishuan nodded in agreement. "The only pity is that the young man is from Kyoto University." Qiu Qingdong shook his head. Tao Zhishuan refrained from probing further, as he was aware of the tensions between Qiu Qingdong and Kyoto University. Subsequently, the two exchanged no more words, leaving together and boarding their vehicle at the reception area, heading towards their hotel. They were not alone. A continual stream of mathematicians arrived, including winners of prestigious awards such as the Fields Medal, Abel Prize, and Wolf Prize, all becoming frequent attendees. However, with each arriving mathematician and the tally of all registered participants, Kyoto University and the municipal government of Kyoto discovered a surprising yet somewhat frustrating outcome. Over 5,000 mathematicians, enthusiasts, journalists, and representatives from various sectors had come from abroad, all eager to witness the proof of the Goldbach conjecture. Furthermore, more than 4,000 domestic participants had also registered. The stature of the Goldbach conjecture among the public in Huagua was now unequivocally revealed. Consequently, directives were issued to reserve the Great Hall of the People for this mathematical feast, resolving the venue issue. When this news spread, all involved were incredulous, yet it was evident that only the Great Hall of the People could accommodate such a grand event. 10,000 attendees. This was undeniably a monumental occasion in the annals of mathematical history. Even the proof of Fermat's last theorem did not draw such a crowd, albeit limited by the communication and transportation constraints of the time. Nevertheless, history had indeed been made. Finally, the date arrived, January 19th. On January 19, 2019, in Huagua, at 9:30 a.m., the Great Hall of the People in Kyoto was alive with excitement. The three-tiered seating was completely filled, with even the aisles crowded with attendees. Although only just over 9,000 had registered, the actual number of individuals wanting to attend had exceeded 10,000. This posed significant challenges for the staff, who had to manage the order of such a large crowd. Yet, they could not help but marvel at how a mathematical inquiry could draw such a multitude, a feat they had never witnessed in their extensive experience with conferences, let alone an academic report. When they learned that the Great Hall of the People had been designated for this scholarly presentation, their astonishment was palpable. Meanwhile, several television photographers had set up cameras from various angles, preparing to broadcast the report globally, ensuring that this historic event would be preserved in video form for posterity. In the front rows of the first tier sat renowned mathematicians from both domestic and international backgrounds, engaged in animated discussions that I can hardly believe you all actually came. Didn't you just complain about how far Huagua is? Didn't you say you didn't believe anyone could prove the Goldbach conjecture and that you wouldn't attend? Hervigt, you two have graced us with your presence. How could I not come? After all, I proved the weak Goldbach conjecture, and now, merely a few years later, someone has proven the strong Goldbach conjecture. I had to be here. Hervig, the prover of the weak Goldbach conjecture in 2013, held a prestigious reputation in the mathematical community. Indeed, that holds true. Faltings, you are here for the festivities as well. Festivities? If anyone is here for that, it should be you, Lin. You surely don't know the bond one share with Lin Xiao, do you? I don't need to know. Professor Qiu. Professor Tao, I didn't expect to find us seated together again. The venue is indeed vast. Naturally, its significance in Huagua is far from trivial. Qiu Qingtong smiled faintly. It is certainly not at Beijing University, and one can only imagine how regretful that group must feel. Professor Wiles, Witten, it's quite surprising to see a physicist like you here. Come on, I'm the only physicist to have been awarded the Fields Medal. Of course I had to be present. The world-renowned mathematicians were engaging in conversation, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the report, though they were already somewhat impatient for it to officially begin. They had long anticipated this day. Apart from these mathematicians, the audience seated in the second and third tiers predominantly comprised those who had come to join the excitement, including numerous students from various universities in Beijing. These students gazed in astonishment at the scene. There are so many people. Does Lin need to present in front of such a crowd? Just thinking about it makes their legs tremble. Indeed, the pressure of delivering an academic report before such a multitude must be immense. Furthermore, considering that he is not yet 20, the disparity they felt was overwhelmingly palpable. Moreover, to host an academic report at the Great Hall of the People at such a young age, and to be the focal point of the gaze of over 10,000 people, merely contemplating this fills them with an exhilarating fervor. A true hero must be like this. Yet evidently, among this younger generation, perhaps only Lin Xiao could achieve such an accomplishment. As time slowly passed, anticipation grew for the moment of commencement. The report was scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock in the morning, and with less than 5 minutes remaining, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Backstage, Lin Xiao sat in a chair, facing the Secretary General of the State Council, who had come in person. Are you feeling nervous? Over 10,000 pairs of eyes, the Secretary General inquired with a smile. Lin Xiao chuckled. It would be impossible to say I'm not nervous. However, I have presented before thousands of people before, so I suppose I have some experience. That is good to hear. The Secretary General nodded slightly, reminiscing. When I was just a few years older than you, I was still working as a laborer. Back then, let alone addressing such a large audience. I felt uneasy even speaking to the few hundred people in our factory. You surely have no worries now. Regardless, you're the most exceptional young person I have ever encountered. The Secretary General smiled, glanced at the time, and said, All right, you are about to take the stage, so I won't keep you any longer. Lin Xiao nodded, picked up a cup beside him, took a sip to clear his throat, and then stood up, awaiting the arrival of that moment. A few minutes later, a staff member approached him and said, Mr. Lin, the host has completed the introduction. You may now take the stage. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and surveyed the sea of the audience. To be honest, when he learned that the report was to be held at the Great Hall of the People, he found it somewhat unbelievable that he would actually be standing there presenting an academic report, a thought he had never entertained before. After all, in his recollection, the Great Hall of the People had never hosted such purely academic gatherings. The opening ceremony of the 2002 International Congress of Mathematicians was held there, while subsequent meetings took place at the Beijing International Conference Center. Gazing at the spacious podium, he realized he would soon step up to it and report on the proof of the Goldbach conjecture to an audience of over 10,000. Nervousness was inevitable. However, having come this far, could he really back down? Moreover, to be the sole focus of such a venue. One could say, ISNT, that what a true hero should aspire to. His resolve gradually solidified, and he stepped forward, entering the gaze of the audience. The host had already established control over the room during the introduction. The grand hall fell silent upon his arrival, and as he stepped onto the stage, applause erupted throughout. The thunderous applause from over 10,000 individuals welcomed this young mathematical prodigy. Stepping into the center of the stage amidst the resounding claps, Lin Xiao, clad in a formal suit, felt a surge of encouragement from the host, who whispered, "Go for it." This host, a professional presenter from a television station and also a senior of Lin Xiao, was known for his famous saying, "Beijing University is quite good." It was said that he had eagerly volunteered to host this report, and rumors suggested that professional presenters had fiercely competed for the opportunity. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Subsequently, the host exited the stage, and Lin Xiao approached the microphone, surveying the surroundings to calm his nerves. He then spoke, "Greetings to all friends who have come here from around the world and across the nation. I am Lin Xiao. Since this is an academic report, I shall proceed with purely academic language. So, I won't say much more, and we'll dive directly into the topic at that moment." The multimedia screen flickered, revealing the theme of the report, and Lin Xiao began. Any even integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of two prime numbers. This is 1/3 of the 8th question from Hilbert's 23 problems. It is the jewel of mathematics, the apex of number theory, and has perplexed the mathematical community for over 3 centuries. Today here, in front of all my peers and friends present, I can confidently announce that it can now be marked off our list of problems. Lin Xiao's words instilled a profound sense of confidence in everyone present. "Now, let us begin." With that, Lin Xiao continued, and the multimedia once again transitioned, marking the commencement of his theory. "First, I would like to introduce my new tool, which is the circular sieve method. By combining the sieve method with the circular method, we have developed a novel and perfect approach, which I will emphasize next. Introducing sieve theory. Let J be any set of prime numbers, and I be any interval. M, PJP, 60 move on. As Lin Xiao began, the mathematicians seated in the front row focused intently. Though they had read his paper on AR-14 countless times over the past few days, hearing Lin Xiao recount it from beginning to end might reveal details they had previously overlooked. However, while the mathematicians could grasp the content, the majority of the audience, who had come merely for the spectacle, struggled to comprehend the complexities. This was an academic report, after all, filled with specialized knowledge, while most attendees were merely there for the excitement surrounding the Goldbach conjecture, both domestic and international. Among them, those who could understand even a fraction were only around 3,000, and fewer than 500 had read Lin Xiao's paper in its entirety. A mere 200 would be considered fortunate. Regardless, the world's leading mathematicians were limited in number. Even if one combined all the recipients of the Fields Medal, Abel Prize, Wolf Prize, and Crawford Prize, there would not be 200 individuals, let alone accounting for duplicates and those who had passed away. Thus, it is evident that mathematics is a game for geniuses, where only the exceptionally gifted can thrive. As for ordinary individuals wishing to delve into mathematics, it would be wiser to pivot toward applied mathematics. Of course, for those who do not understand, their presence here was not to decipher Lin Xiao's words, but rather to witness a historic moment. So, time passed slowly, and Lin Xiao was not in a hurry. He methodically elaborated, as the great hall of the people had allocated half a day for him to conduct his academic report, alleviating any concerns about time constraints. His sole task was to ensure that this report reached perfection. In the absence of the assumption of stretchability between cops, we have the following embedding. TMC is some arson. From this, we could derive. Next, I will continue to introduce several concepts of special partition circular mappings. Let M in and C in M. 6B cops containing the axis LA, by translating CPPC in M along the so-called reflection axis L. As Lin Xiao's narrative delved into pivotal territory, the mathematicians in the front row became increasingly engrossed. After Lin Xiao traversed this segment, a wave of astonishment washed over the audience. "Absolutely brilliant!" Hio Ufter exclaimed. "This is precisely what I sought, but could never grasp." The individual seated next to him, named Wendelin Werner, a Fields Medal laureate from 2006, nodded in agreement. He too expressed his admiration. However, I did not participate in that Bourbaki seminar. In reflecting on it now, I find it terribly regrettable. I did not attend either, and I share your sentiment. Xiao after replied, shaking his head. If only I could witness the journey of the one who proved the GODLIKE conjecture, from the moment inspiration struck to the final proof. That would be truly perfect, especially for someone like him who has proven the weak GODLIKE conjecture. Wendelina Werner observed the ensuing proceedings of Lin Xiao as the circle sieve method was gradually coming to fruition. I had attained the Fields Medal at the age of 38. Now, he is not yet 20. Should he secure the Fields Medal at the next International Congress of Mathematicians, he would elevate the age of the youngest laureate by a remarkable 6 years. Xiao nodded in agreement, fully aware of the significance of Lin Xiao's successful proof of the strong GODLIKE conjecture, despite not having received the Fields Medal himself. Indeed, mathematicians are less concerned with the proof of the GODLIKE conjecture than with the tools developed throughout the proving process. And the circle sieve method undoubtedly stands as an immensely important tool that in the future, for terms shall bear Lin Xiao's name. Lin's GRU transformation method, Lin's conjecture, Lin's circle sieve method, and the GODLIKE-Lin theorem. With that, our circle sieve method has reached completion, and now, let us employ it to resolve the GODLIKE conjecture. The PowerPoint presentation transition to the next slide. Lin Xiao concluded the core portion of his discourse. The subsequent tasks were already glaringly apparent. The assembly of mathematicians below displayed expressions of relief. They could certainly handle the ensuing tasks, but the circle sieve method was beyond their grasp, in scarcely 10 minutes. The PowerPoint had utilized merely 4 slides. Lin Xiao ceased his exposition of the theoretical content on the slides. He then surveyed the silent audience, slowly advancing a few steps forward, revealing a smile. Thus, as you can all see, we can assert every even number greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 2 prime numbers. Over 2 centuries ago, GODLIKE, residing in Moscow, sent a letter to Euler in Petersburg, which ensnared the mathematical community in a conundrum lasting more than 200 years. Therefore, allow me to reiterate my previous statement. I can confidently declare that this matter can now be marked off in our notebooks. A moment of silence enveloped the grand hall, as if time itself had been suspended. But shortly thereafter, a thunderous applause erupted, and the entire audience rose to their feet, offering the most fervent acclaim to the young man standing at the podium. History was being forged at this very moment. Chapter 141. Global attention unbelievable. What a splendid presentation! The mathematicians seated in the front row applauded, their astonishment palpable. Initially, they had hoped to discern any overlooked issues from Lin Xiao's presentation. Yet throughout this entire discourse, his delivery was fluid and concise, devoid of any ambiguity. Perhaps, with a firmer foundation, other listeners could also grasp how Lin Xiao derived his theory. Such a performance could only be described as extraordinary. Wiles clapped, his eyes reflecting a sense of reminiscence. This scene mirrored his own experiences from years past. He murmured, "Lin has surpassed my own accomplishments." "Oh, why do you say that?" inquired Edward Witten, seated beside Wiles. Witten, the proponent of M-theory, is also the only physicist to have received the Fields Medal. Following Wiles' departure from the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, the two became colleagues and developed a close rapport. Wiles replied, "I once believed I could deliver my final proof under the scrutiny of the entire audience. But alas, my initial proof faltered. Do you think he has succeeded?" Witten countered, "Perhaps, like you, he might face a pivotal question at the season's conclusion." "No, just look at the rigor of this young man's proof, and you will realize that such a scenario is implausible." Wiles shook his head, gazing at the youthful visage of Lin Xiao, which radiated vitality within their mathematical realm. Ask others for their opinions on Lin Xiao's entire presentation. You will find that he has outshone his previous report at the Mathematicians' Congress in that instance. Lin Xiao's prior proof had contained an issue, which Wiles had ultimately posed as the critical question, to which Lin Xiao had responded. Now, however, Lin Xiao had rectified that shortcoming. Indeed, Witten nodded in agreement. Wiles smiled, his gaze toward Lin Xiao imbued with the hopes of a mentor for his protege. Not only Wiles and Witten, but also other mathematics professors expressed profound sentiments. Whether it was foreign scholars like Sanak, Delin, or domestic figures such as Su Ji and Yuanya, all extended their applause for Lin Xiao's performance in this presentation. The GODLIKE conjecture has persisted for over 200 years, attracting countless eminent mathematicians to its study, causing untold regrets, and becoming a thorn in the hearts of many. That simple letter, originally intended for Goldbach to consult with Euler, has endured through countless seasons. Until this day, more than 270 years later, it finally finds its place in the annals of mathematical history, marking the date of 2019 as it transitions from representing an unresolved problem to standing among established mathematical theorems. Everyone seemed to exhale collectively, for the mathematical community had surmounted a significant obstacle once more. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, basking in the applause of the audience, wore a smile. With that, his presentation could be considered thoroughly complete. To be honest, as he began to expound upon his theory, the initial nervousness dissipated entirely. He forgot the audience before him, leaving only academic rigor and seriousness in its wake. That it was only at this moment that he recognized the multitude of gazes upon him. In summary, the experience felt quite gratifying. Thus, he reveled in the resounding applause that cascaded like waves until it gradually subsided. He then stated, "Now, if there are any questions from the audience, please feel free to ask." He scanned the room for a moment, but found no hands raised. This surprised him. Was it possible that no one had questions? He began to doubt whether he had communicated clearly, prompting him to repeat. If anyone has uncertainties regarding the process, now is the time to inquire. Yet after a pause, still no hands were raised. The audience also surveyed their surroundings, discovering that indeed, no one had questions. Of course. The term "those with questions" referred solely to the mathematicians seated in the front rows. Those in the back were brimming with inquiries, yet it was evident they would not stand to voice them. The front row mathematicians, initially astonished, realized that everyone had missed any potential issues. However, this was somewhat expected, as they had all reviewed Lin Xiao's paper beforehand. Since they had not identified any problems then, it was unsurprising that none emerged now. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled, clearly indicating that his presentation had been remarkably flawless. He offered a slight smile, took a deep breath, and announced, "Since there are no further questions, I believe my presentation has concluded. Thank you all for your attendance." He bowed deeply, and once again, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The immense applause accompanied Lin Xiao as he turned to leave the stage, and even after he returned backstage. The enthusiastic clapping remained distinctly audible. Evidently, the conclusion of the presentation did not signify the end of the matter. The attention Lin Xiao received in the aftermath was far from over. Just the live broadcast of this presentation online had drawn hundreds of thousands of viewers. And upon witnessing Lin Xiao complete his proof, their enthusiasm exploded into a flurry of comments in the chat. Following the conclusion of the report, these netizens rushed to various online platforms to engage in discussions, particularly on Weibo. When Lin Xiao initially posted that his results would require peer review, it now seemed evident that since no renowned mathematicians had posed any questions at the end of his report, it indicated that he had received the mathematical community's endorsement. In an instant, the comments poured in beneath that Weibo post. Lin Xiao is still being modest. Skip the Beijing University auditorium and head straight to the Great Hall of the People. Why Lin Xiao is a deity? It all begins with the Goldbach conjecture. Lin Xiao, I traveled back from January 19th to share a secret with you. Your report is taking place in the Great Hall of the People. And after your presentation concludes, no one raises questions. You succeeded in your proof. You traveled back from the 19th, but why is your speaking time still on the 19th? Because time can only remain on the 19th. Doge. Lin Xiao has now proven the Goldbach conjecture. Should he move on to the Millennium Prize problems next? Lin Xiao, go for it. The enthusiasm of the netizens was beyond imagination. Originally, that Weibo post had garnered only over 10,000 replies. But once the live broadcast ended, the response count soared, surpassing 30,000 and nearing 40,000, propelling Lin Xiao's post into the top 10 trending topics. Among those top 10, his post appeared as Lin Xiao proves the Goldbach conjecture, accompanied by two related trending topics. How difficult is it to prove the Goldbach conjecture? And Lin Xiao, the topic, how difficult is it to prove the Goldbach conjecture, was perched at the top of the list. Boasting a heat value exceeding 10 million. After all, most individuals possess only a vague understanding of the Goldbach conjecture, merely recognizing it as a globally significant problem. However, through this trending topic, they have finally grasped the status of this question within the mathematical community. This realization has fostered a genuine admiration for Lin Xiao, who, as a true academic prodigy, has effortlessly achieved what others could not. Of course, for Lin Xiao, he has no time to dwell on matters circulating online. Upon concluding his presentation and returning backstage, he was inundated with a multitude of phone calls. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am a reporter from the Beijing Daily. May I take a moment of your time for an interview? Sorry, I'm currently unavailable. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm a reporter from Observation Network. Can I apologize? It's inconvenient. Hello." Lin Xiao felt exasperated. Why were there so many reporters? Mr. Lin, son, have you successfully proven it? Sorry, I don't have time. Suddenly realizing that the voice belonged to his father, Lin Xiao glanced at the caller ID. It indeed was his dad. "Hello, Dad. Is that you? I thought it was some reporter." Lin Guan chuckled and said, "Your mother and I are watching your live stream. I've heard about your work on the Goldbach conjecture. What is the outcome?" "Rest assured, it's definitely a success," Lin Xiao replied with a grin. "That is good to hear. Your mother and I have faith in you." Lin Guan continued, "By the way, with the new year approaching, will you be coming home?" Lin Xiao paused, realizing it was nearly the end of January, and indeed, the new year was imminent. Time flies, he mused slightly before responding. "I will definitely come back." "That is great," Lin Guan laughed, then added, "But other than that, just take care of yourself, sure." After hanging up, as anticipated, another call came through immediately. It was likely yet another media inquiry. Lin Xiao shook his head, deciding it was time to silence his phone. This was his last call for the moment. "Hello, Mr. Lin. This is the editorial department of Science. May I ask if you have decided which journal you will publish your proof of the Goldbach conjecture in? If you have not made a decision yet, we would like to invite you to publish it in Science, that we intend to feature your achievement on the cover. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Initially thinking it was just another media call, he was astonished to find that it was an invitation from Science to submit his work. Science and Nature, both prestigious journals in the academic realm, receive submissions from around the globe daily, and their high impact factors, over 40 for Science, are well known. Moreover, the fact that they planned to feature Lin Xiao's work as a cover story made it even more exceptional. With about 50 articles published per issue, being chosen for the cover signifies the importance of the achievement. This also indicates the Science editorial board's respect for Lin Xiao's proof of the Goldbach conjecture. However, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. "Aren't you not accepting papers in the field of mathematics?" The other party chuckled. "We typically do not accept general mathematics papers, but your achievement holds epoch-making significance for the world. So we are eager to embrace it." Clearly, the Goldbach conjecture had compelled Science to reconsider its stance. With this clarification, Lin Xiao felt reassured about where to publish. He had no objections to submitting to a journal of such caliber. "All right, I will send you the paper once I have it organized. Thank you for your support." Upon receiving Lin Xiao's agreement, the editor smiled and continued, "Additionally, we will assemble a qualified review panel to conduct the final evaluation of your paper. Once it passes this review, your work will be published immediately." Sounds good? Lin Xiao had no doubts about this process. Although he had successfully presented his academic report without encountering any questions from peers, publishing in a journal still required formal procedures. After all, publication signifies that the journal endorses the findings, and if any issues arise later, the journal itself would face scrutiny. Thus, it was both prudent and reasonable for Science to arrange a review of Lin Xiao's paper. However, there was no cause for concern. Having already passed through AR-14 and the academic report, the likelihood of any problems arising in the final review had diminished significantly. Chapter 142. News learned at the celebration the effects of proving the Goldbach conjecture were evidently far from over. The news spread both domestically and internationally, with media outlets eager to interview Lin Xiao, forming a line that could encircle Weiming Lake if one were to consider the volume of requests. Naturally, Lin Xiao found himself in the spotlight. The video from his previous interview in Paris was finally proving useful that in fact, after his presentation today, reporters once again sought him out, including the same female reporter from before. Thus, these two interview clips, along with today's academic presentation recording, comprise the material for Lin Xiao's media coverage. Lin Xiao, do you think the Goldbach conjecture is difficult? Undoubtedly, it is challenging. After all, a mathematician once stated that the Goldbach conjecture could rival any mathematical problem in the world. May I ask, have you successfully proven it? If my reasoning is correct, then I should have succeeded this point. Everyone present couldn't help but chuckle. The earlier assertion of it being a world-class problem, followed by the claim of success, seemed to be a classic case of dramatic irony. The onlookers turned to the main character, teasing him good-naturedly. Lin Xiao, you certainly know how to build anticipation, don't you? This is what you call suspense, right? You're slandering me. You're slandering me. Lin Xiao, caught between laughter and exasperation, realized that this segment was indeed from his earlier interview in Paris. When responding at that moment, he hadn't given it much thought, but now it appeared that the order of the questions had been deliberately orchestrated. The others, witnessing Lin Xiao's reaction, erupted into laughter as for their gathering. It was a celebratory banquet organized by Xiangjing University and the municipal government, a fitting occasion given the monumental achievement of proving the GODLIKE conjecture. However, this gathering also served as a platform for communication among government officials, domestic universities, related enterprises, and mathematicians. Representatives from numerous prominent companies and academic institutions were engaging in discussions with mathematicians. This arrangement of Lin Xiao's academic report in Huagua brought significant benefits. If he could secure even a few renowned mathematicians, whether through collaboration or otherwise, it would yield advantages for those enterprises and schools, making them indebted to Lin Xiao. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to such matters. At that moment, Professor Wiles approached him. Having received several invitations from Chinese enterprises, he had turned them down as he felt a strong connection to his homeland. This was why he chose to return to his alma mater in England instead of remaining at Princeton. Lin Xiao, Wiles called out, waving him over. How are you finding your time at Huagua, Professor Wiles? Lin Xiao inquired with a smile. Quite pleasant. Huagua truly lives up to its reputation as a nation of etiquette. I feel quite at ease here, Wiles replied with a smile. However, despite his outward demeanor, Lin Xiao noticed that Wiles seemed somewhat subdued. Professor Wiles, is something troubling you? Lin Xiao asked. Upon hearing this, Wiles' smile began to fade. Are you familiar with Michael Atiyah? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, I know him. He had learned of Atiyah due to his claim last year of having proven the Riemann hypothesis, a claim that ultimately proved unsubstantiated. Despite the simplicity of his proof, no one mocked him or publicly commented, as he was regarded as one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century. His contributions to the field are undeniable, even though he had not demonstrated the same prowess in his later years. Wiles continued, is it because of the Riemann hypothesis that you know of him? Lin Xiao hesitated before nodding. Yes, with a sigh. Wiles said, Sir Atiyah and I have been old friends. I attended his lectures when he was a professor at Oxford, and I often conversed with him afterward. However, since the Riemann hypothesis incident, his health has not been well since last October. Just a month ago, he was hospitalized for treatment. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Hospitalized? Just a few months ago. He was able to deliver academic reports and attend various conferences, and now he is receiving treatment in hospital. Wiles nodded, glanced around, and then quietly said to him, yes, the doctors even mentioned that due to the gradual deterioration of his bodily functions, he might not last until January 13th. The doctors believe he has given up hope within himself. Lin Xiao was instantly astonished. But suddenly he realized, January 13th, Sir Atiyah should still be. At this point, Wiles chuckled and said, indeed, and this is thanks to you. Upon hearing that you might prove the GODLIKE conjecture, he was filled with a desire to know the outcome, and miraculously, his health showed some improvement. Lin Xiao was stunned. Does this mean that his potential proof of the GODLIKE conjecture rekindled this mathematician's hope for life? He asked, what about now? He knew that upon learning the result, he would be elated, but, Wiles sighed again. Unfortunately, his condition had already worsened. He lost consciousness 3 hours ago and was readmitted to the intensive care unit 4 hours ago. He asked me for your phone number, wanted to speak with you. But you didn't answer, so he could only record a video and send it to me, asking me to forward it to you. Lin Xiao couldn't help but check his phone, and indeed found a call from the UK. However, due to the numerous calls he received today, he had silenced his phone, and being preoccupied with other matters, he had hardly looked at IT essay result. He had missed such an important call. He remained silent for a moment, finally saying, I'm sorry, it's all right. After all, I know you're quite busy today. I went through the same experience. Wiles smiled, I've sent the video to your email. You can watch it when you have time after you return. All right, well, I should return to the hotel. I have a flight back to the UK tomorrow morning that I hope to see him one last time. Okay, goodbye. Lin Xiao nodded, whilst patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, saying, Goodbye, future Professor Lin. I look forward to hearing about your next remarkable achievement. Afterward, the tall and slender scholar departed. Lin Xiao watched Wiles leave, reflecting on the peculiar bond of life he had formed with someone who initially seemed unrelated to him. All due to the GODLIKE conjecture. The idea that proving a conjecture could awaken another's desire for life struck him as wondrous that he suddenly felt that this magical yet seemingly logical relationship also exemplified the marvels of existence. Life, he mused, must hold a significant place within the realm of truth. The existence of life and consciousness is indeed filled with wonder. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. For that question, perhaps you should ask those at the Institute of Life Sciences. However, if you wish to understand why materials composed of the same elements can exhibit such vast differences, I believe I can offer a brief explanation. Surely, this too can be considered a truth you seek? Chapter 143. The original force system coexists. Lin Xiao was startled, turned his head, and saw an elderly professor, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, gazing at him. Who are you? The professor smiled slightly and replied. Chun Bao, from the Materials Institute at Jingda. I am currently an academician. Upon realizing he was speaking to an academician, Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised that, oh, you are academician Chun. I apologize for not recognizing you. Haha, no problem. That I actually came to find you because I hope you can join my research group. That we are in need of someone highly skilled in mathematics to assist us with analysis. Chun Bao said, waving his hand with a smile. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Does materials research require a high level of mathematical expertise, although it may not be as demanding as theoretical physics? We still need to perform mathematical analyses on various data. Chun Bao smiled slightly. Of course, everything is voluntary. If you're interested, I would certainly welcome you. Lin Xiao nodded, understanding Chun Bao's meaning. He had previously received numerous similar invitations to join research groups, where he would merely hold a title, as they were keen on his potential and wished to cultivate a good relationship with him, that in return, he would receive funding and a nominal position. But he had declined all such offers, preferring not to owe favors. He aimed to pursue research topics where he could genuinely contribute, not caring for the benefits. However, he hesitated to reject academician Chen's invitation outright. Most previous invitations had come from lecturers without significant titles, while this was the first time an academician had extended an offer to him, especially in the field of materials science. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a spark of interest and asked, What is your research topic? May I inquire? I cannot reveal too much, as our Project S investors are quite significant. However, I can tell you that it pertains to the study of high-temperature creep properties of metals. High-temperature creep? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and quickly recalled a term he had encountered during his foundational studies in materials science. High-temperature creep in metallic materials refers to the gradual plastic deformation that occurs under constant temperature and load over an extended period. Akin to the principle of dripping water eroding stone at elevated temperatures, this creep phenomenon becomes more pronounced as metal atoms are more active, and prolonged stress in the same direction can lead to deformation. Thus, if one could enhance a metal's resistance to creep at high temperatures, such materials would undoubtedly be excellent candidates for high-temperature applications, vastly expanding their potential uses. Lin Xiao felt intrigued. He wondered how materials research was conducted and whether it would be cumbersome. Additionally, he recalled his voucher worth 30 truth points, which the system had suggested using for a research venture based on luck. This materials research might also require a measure of fortune. Given this, he decided to seize the opportunity to collaborate with the academician, to delve into the realm of material science, and assess whether to utilize the voucher later on. Hence, he said, Academician Shun, thank you for your invitation. I am indeed quite interested in this. Let us exchange contact information as the new year is approaching, and if I decide to participate, it will likely be after the holidays. Your project should not be nearing completion yet. Correct? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's agreement, Chun Bao smiled. Then it's settled. The project certainly won't wrap up so soon. Just let me know if you decide to join. They exchanged contact details and chatted briefly before parting ways. The gathering concluded swiftly, and by nearly 10 o'clock that evening, Lin Xiao returned to Yinbin. Given the late hour, He intended to go straight to bed, but after lying down, he recalled the video Suratia had sent through Wiles. Thus, he picked up the tablet beside him, opened his email, and found a message from Wiles. After downloading the attachment, he opened the video and clicked to play. An elderly man, appearing quite frail, emerged on the screen. He was clad in a hospital gown, and the surroundings unmistakably resembled a medical facility. Yet he bore a smile of acceptance as he began to speak. "Young man, by the time you see this video, I may have truly retired. Not being able to converse with you may be my last regret, but nonetheless, you have made my retirement devoid of regrets. The cycle of life continues. The elders depart, while the youth rise, ensuring our increasingly bewildered mathematical community finds new opportunities for advancement. Your resolution of the GODLIKE conjecture before turning 20 fills me with hope for the future of mathematics. The Riemann hypothesis remains my regret. I predicted my failure last year, but I willingly took that risk. John Polkinghorne told me 9 years ago that I had nothing to lose. I should pursue what I wish to do. And so I have been walking this path. I have already received all the honors I could attain. So what is there to worry about? However, my final efforts did not yield success. Thus, I have come to realize that the endeavors of an old man like me are ultimately in vain. Yet you, my young friend, have ignited a spark of hope within me. Continue on. Lin from the East. Let the GODLIKE conjecture be the medal upon your chest, but I trust you will not stop there. Strive to solve more problems, perhaps the Riemann hypothesis. It is yet another regret of mine, as well as that of many in the mathematical community, that I hope you can once again resolve this regret for us. My time is limited, so let us leave it at that. May the force be with you." The video concluded. Lin Xiao fell into silence for a moment, feeling a sense of responsibility from the wishes of senior he had never met, uttered at the brink of their passing. Naturally, he would continuously strive to tackle those goals. Eventually, he smiled, for it was a testament that even this elder esteemed him greatly. May the system be with me. Chapter 144. Comments in scientific journals. Time swiftly passed. The GODLIKE conjecture was now under the spotlight of the GODLIKE-Lin theorem, its fervor undiminished. Various media outlets wishing to interview Lin Xiao frequently reached out, expressing their desire to feature him. However, regardless of the situation, such occurrences gradually dwindled that a few days later, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. Perhaps he might be recognized as the one who proved the GODLIKE conjecture while shopping in the streets. On one occasion, when he visited a small shop downstairs, the owner even gifted him a drink. Another time, a taxi driver, upon recognizing him, insisted on not charging him for the ride. Lin Xiao found himself both amused and bewildered by these small gestures of enthusiasm, which he accepted graciously. As for his paper, he had already submitted it to Science, which invited 5 esteemed mathematicians to conduct the final review. Almost every reviewer was of the caliber of a Fields medalist. They would likely undertake the review over a span of 2 weeks to a month, meticulously analyzing each step of Lin Xiao's paper before arriving at a final verdict. Thus, there was no pressing need to be anxious about its publication at this time. On another front, several good news arrived as well. Numerous Fields medalists established collaborations with domestic institutions or enterprises. For instance, Professor Laurent Laforgue, who once lectured in the Bourbaki seminar, joined Warwick Company. Additionally, 2 other Fields medalists were invited to become distinguished professors at Shangjing University, while Tsinghua University also reaped benefits, with several enterprises gaining the participation of these mathematicians. Lin Xiao was naturally pleased to see such developments, which was precisely why he had organized this report domestically. He did not concern himself further with these matters until the end of January, when he boarded a flight home to As for Mimi, he entrusted her care to Professor Zheng Ren upstairs, who readily agreed. Lin Xiao was surprised to discover that Professor Zheng had also adopted a ragdoll cat, which he learned was acquired after he brought Mimi back from Paris. Lin Xiao could only chuckle at the irony. Clearly, Professor Zheng had become quite fond of cats. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao found himself with little to do. As a university student, he had no burdensome summer assignments, allowing him to allocate his time as he pleased. Nonetheless, he dedicated his hours to studying, as he had planned to participate in the academic projects of the academicians. Thus, he began to delve into literature related to material science. His parents, observing their son diligently seated at his desk day after day, felt a mix of pride and concern. They took pride in Lin Xiao's accomplishments, having proven the Goldbach conjecture and becoming one of the most brilliant and renowned young talents in contemporary mathematics. Their satisfaction was compounded by the fact that Lin Xiao's achievements had also elevated his father's position at work from a deputy role to a full-fledged one, and his mother had been promoted from a secondary teacher to a primary one, akin to a mid-level lecturer in university terms, with the next step being an associate professorship. This was the benefit Lin Xiao's current status had brought to their family. However, they were also troubled by Lin Xiao's relentless diligence. While other children were enjoying their leisure time, he devoted all his hours to study. Even when they encouraged him to take breaks and go out, he steadfastly declined. They felt powerless to persuade him otherwise. Thus, time progressed to New Year's Eve. Despite their concerns, there were still tasks to be done. Lin Xiao, go hang up the couplets, Lin Guan called out to his son, who was still engrossed in his studies. Lin Xiao replied, picking up the couplets and heading outside to affix them. Their neighbor, who was also decorating, chuckled when he saw Lin Xiao emerge, teasing, our great mathematician is also here to hang couplets. As Lin Xiao hung the couplets, he remarked, my dad asked me to do it. I couldn't possibly refuse. The neighbor laughed heartily and then ceased to comment further. After some effort, only the Fu character for the door remained unplaced. Lin Xiao scratched his head, recalling that the Fu character should be hung upside down. Though it seemed it had always been placed upright before, he called inside. Mom, should the Fu character be hung upright or upside down? Upright, his mother replied. Receiving the directive, Lin Xiao quickly affixed the couplets upon returning indoors. He discovered a few more Fu characters for the room doors, and after another bout of effort, he completed the task. However, this was not the end. His mother then summoned him to help prepare vegetables for the New Year's Eve dinner, as several direct relatives planned to come to their home for the feast, necessitating a considerable amount of cooking. In previous years, they had each eaten at their own homes during the New Year's Eve dinner. But this year, the sudden decision for everyone to gather at their house stemmed from the significant changes in their family circumstances. Lin Xiao's outstanding performance and his ability to deliver an academic report at the Great Hall of the People had raised their family status. With savings now amounting to several million, consequently, their relatives wished to celebrate the new year together, fostering familial bonds. There was no need to worry about accommodating so many guests, as their new house was spacious enough. A large rotating dining table could easily seat over 10 people, with their direct relatives not being numerous. As evening approached, around 10 relatives arrived, and Lin Xiao encountered his little cousin, who had been much more polite and seemed to idolize him since their last meeting during the previous New Year. It was likely that he had boasted to his classmates about having a cousin who proved the Goldbach conjecture, perhaps referring to him as Lin Shun. The New Year's Eve dinner unfolded with warmth and joy, with relatives inquiring about whether Lin Xiao had a girlfriend, among other topics. In the days that followed, family visits continued, and thus the new year gradually unfolded. That on February 22, Lin Xiao returned to Shangjing. Although he had not attended many classes, he remained mindful of his responsibilities as a student, particularly as an undergraduate. Therefore, he needed to check in. The temperature in Shangjing at the end of February was still somewhat chilly, and upon arriving at the registration point, he noticed that many students were still clad in down jackets. He was no exception. After completing his registration, he decided not to dwell on it, as he would not be enrolling in any courses that semester. Subsequently, he returned to Yinbei Garden and collected a package. The delivery contained a magazine. Indeed, Science. Opening it, he found the cover resembling a blackboard, a deep green adorned with two equations, 2np1p2 and 2np1p2. Such simple equations undeniably conveyed a profound meaning. Even numbers equate to the sum of two prime numbers. Lin Xiao smiled subtly. The covers of scientific journals often held intriguing designs. He then flipped to the table of contents to locate his paper. Upon opening it, he was greeted by several comments. This young scholar possesses an unimaginable intuition in mathematics, and his proof of the Goldbach conjecture undoubtedly affirms this, wrote Pierre Serra. Upon seeing this name, Lin Xiao's brow arched slightly. This venerable figure in mathematics, born in 1926, was now in his 90s and belonged to the same era as Grothendieck. His contributions to number theory were monumental, making his evaluation of the Goldbach conjecture particularly fitting. So remarkable an achievement, originating from the hands of an 18-year-old, assures us that the mathematics community need not worry about a dearth of talent in the future, commented Qiu Qingdong. Lin Xiao smiled faintly at this name. Although Qiu Qingdong was not primarily a number theorist, science likely invited him to comment due to their shared nationality. After Lin Xiao had proven the GODLIKE conjecture, he had exchanged a few words with Qiu Qingdong, one of the most influential mathematicians of contemporary times. Even a brief conversation with him revealed an immense depth of knowledge, and Qiu had expressed his regard for Lin Xiao, suggesting that if he ever wished to study abroad, he could attend Harvard University as a student. As for any promises, Qiu Qingdong did not make any, for Lin Xiao's current accomplishments rendered him a desirable candidate for any institution. Lin Xiao continued to peruse the subsequent comment. The third commentary comes from the editor-in-chief of Science, SOP, who is able to assume this prestigious role with remarkable ease, and his remarks are rather intriguing. Sometimes, I truly wish to know what peculiar thoughts occupy the minds of these mathematicians, especially when they solve one formidable problem after another. Upon reading this commentary, Lin Xiao chuckled to himself. What was he contemplating? At this moment, his thoughts wandered to what he would have for lunch. Yes, he must go and fetch Mimi. Suddenly reminded of Mimi, who was still at Professor Zheng's home, Lin Xiao set aside the magazine and called Professor Zheng. The call connected swiftly. Professor Zheng, I have returned to Yanbian. Is it convenient for me to stop by your residence now? Oh, Shaolin, come on over. I am at home. All right. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. The door opened shortly. Seeing Professor Zheng standing at the entrance, Lin Xiao greeted him with a smile. Professor Zheng, I apologize for the intrusion. Haha, come in. It is no trouble at all that I welcome your visits. Zheng Run replied with a smile, opening the door wider to allow Lin Xiao to enter. Chapter 145, The Aviation Materials Research Institute of Shangjing. Upon entering Professor Zheng's home, Lin Xiao noticed an elderly lady seated on the sofa and greeted her. Professor Sunday, Shaolin. The kind elderly woman nodded at him and promptly stood up to pour him a glass of water. This professor's son, named Sun Ling, was Professor Zheng's wife and a professor at the Guanghua School of Management. This elderly couple was indeed a pair of intellectuals, well known within the academic community. Soon, Sun Ling poured a cup of tea for Lin Xiao, smiling as she said, Please have some tea. Thank you. Lin Xiao accepted the tea and took a sip, while Zheng Rin grinned and inquired, How was your New Year? Not bad, I suppose. It was rather subdued without fireworks or that festive atmosphere. Lin Xiao replied, shrugging his shoulders. Zheng Rin chuckled. That is true. Has Zheng Ronger gone to school? Lin Xiao noticed that Zheng Ronger was absent and asked she starts school next week. She's studying inside now. Mimi and Bubu are also in her room. You should go take a look. Zheng Rin indicated towards Zheng Ronger's room. Lin Xiao nodded and got up to head over. Having not seen Mimi for nearly a month, he wondered if the little creature had forgotten him. Arriving at Zheng Ronger's door, he knocked. Zheng Ronger, I'm here to see Mimi. Ling Gij, came Zheng Ronger's voice from inside, followed by the sound of footsteps as the door opened. However, it was a strange girl who greeted him at the door. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Had Zheng Ronger transformed so much in just a month? The girl stared at him with a puzzled expression, as if trying to confirm something. Just then, Zheng Ronger appeared behind her, her face lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, Ling Gij, you're back. Now, this was indeed Zheng Ronger. Lin Xiao smiled at her and replied, Yes, I just returned today. Zheng Ronger nodded, then remembered to introduce the girl beside her. Oh right, this is Sister Su Kursin. She's here to tutor me in English. Only then did Lin Xiao understand the girl's presence, and he nodded at her. Hello. At this moment, the girl finally expressed her surprise. Hello, you are Lin Shun. Lin Xiao chuckled. I am not. I am Lin Xiao. Su Kursin was momentarily taken aback. Then a sheepish smile spread across her face. Sorry, I saw everyone calling you that online. I almost forgot your real name. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. No worries. He then turned to Zheng Ronger and asked, Where's Mimi? On my bed. Zheng Ronger pointed toward her bed and opened the door, inviting Lin Xiao in. Once inside, Lin Xiao saw two cats lounging on a pink bed. One was Mimi, and the other was Bubu, a cat purchased by Professor Zheng. Lin Xiao instantly recognized his own cat and approached it, expertly scooping it up. Mimi, did you miss me? Mimi raised her head to glance at him, then meowed softly, her little pink paws kneading against his chest. It seemed she had not forgotten him. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao's face broke into a smile. This was the cat's kneading action, indicating that it was exceptionally content, particularly when kneading on a person, which signified the cat felt comfortable in their presence. Zheng Rongge, observing this, expressed her envy. Wow, Mimi has never kneaded on me. Meanwhile, Su Kersen watched Lin Xiao in astonishment, surprised to see this academic prodigy was a cat lover in private. She whispered to Zheng Rongge. Renjir, are you related to Lin Xiao? Zheng Rongge, focused on the cat, replied, no, Lin Gige lives just downstairs. Su Kersen was momentarily stunned. He lives downstairs from you. Shouldn't he be residing in the school dormitory? No, it seems because Lin Gige is so impressive. Your school arranged for him to stay here. Zheng Rongge explained. Su Kersen felt utterly astonished. Was this the treatment afforded to a top student? Dorms situated in such places. At this moment, Lin Xiao, having settled Mimi comfortably, smiled at Zheng Rongge, saying, you should continue studying. Work hard so that you can one day be a student of your grandfather or grandmother. Zheng Rongge, a student of Shangjing 101 Middle School. Her academic performance was commendable, yet she knew she needed to exert herself to gain admission to Peking University. Lin Xiao then left the room, carrying Mimi with him, but before stepping out, he gave Bu a gentle stroke. Well, since I'm here, I might as well give you a pet. With his goal accomplished, he exchanged a few words with Professor Zheng and expressed his gratitude for their help in caring for the cats before returning to his own residence downstairs. In the ensuing hours, Lin Xiao resumed his studies on material science, but he did not forget to contact academician Chen Bao. Academician Chen, I have returned to Shangjing. When may I join your research group? Not long after, he received a reply. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the Shangjing Aviation Materials Research Institute. Room 4. Just mention my name when you arrive. All right, Lin Xiao felt no confusion about not going to Peking University, but rather to the Aviation Materials Research Institute. He had done some research on academician Chen in recent days. This esteemed individual was no ordinary professor at Peking University, as he primarily worked as a researcher at the China Aviation Shangjing Aviation Materials Research Institute, making him a top figure in the domestic materials field, with significant contributions to national defense technology. The materials he researched were predominantly in the realm of aviation, particularly high-temperature, high-toughness materials, with many of his findings being applied in the development of fighter jets, transport aircraft, and drones. Thus, Lin Xiao could surmise the likely investor for their project was related to the aviation industry. No wonder academician Chen had mentioned the investor was substantial and that he could not disclose too much. At this moment, Lin Xiao found himself increasingly intrigued by the materials research scheduled for the following day. For so long, he had been thriving in the field of mathematics. Now he was about to step into the realm of experimental science for the very first time. As for his previous project with academician Tang Qing concerning the Navier-Stokes equations, it had concluded just days before the Lantern Festival, when he was still at home, so he had not participated in the celebration for the conclusion of the project. Nevertheless, his contributions to the project were duly recognized, with a paper published in a top-tier applied mathematics journal, CPM, where he was credited as the second author. According to academician Tang Qing, this achievement could very well qualify for the National Natural Science Award. Of course, Lin Xiao did not concern himself excessively with accolades. Whether he received them or not was inconsequential, as academician Tang Qing would handle that aspect. Thus, time passed until the following day, at 1:40 p.m. Lin Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Shangjing Aviation Materials Research Institute, located within the Zhongguancun Science and Technology Park and not far from Peking University. It was also quite close to Yanbiuan. Upon reaching the entrance, the guard stopped him. What brings you here? I am here to participate in academician Chen Bao's research. I need to go to room 4, Lin Xiao replied, glancing at the guard, who indeed had a military demeanor befitting his role. The guard scrutinized him for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "You are the Lin Xiao who proved the mathematical conjecture." Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on the widespread recognition of the GODLIKE conjecture, it had truly become a household name. He smiled and nodded. That would be me. Academician Chen mentioned you would be coming, the guard confirmed, then pointed to a registration book nearby. Please sign in there. Once you're done, head that way. Room 4 is on the first floor of that building. Thank you. Lin Xiao approached, signed his name, and asked, "So I go that way?" "Yes, that building over there." "Thank you very much." The gatekeeper watched Lin Xiao walk away, suddenly asking again, "By the way, may I inquire about your feelings when solving those challenging mathematical problems?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "It's quite exhilarating." After responding, the gatekeeper nodded thoughtfully and then gave him a thumbs up. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Following the gatekeeper's directions, he located research room number 4, although it was referred to as room no, for it actually comprised several interconnected laboratories that moment. A figure passed by in the corridor, and upon seeing Lin Xiao, their eyes lit up. They inquired, "Are you Lin Xiao?" "Yes, that's me. Finally, I get to meet the esteemed expert in person." The individual chuckled heartily. "I am Huang Haoren, a doctoral student under academician Shun. Our supervisor mentioned you would be visiting today, and we were all quite surprised. Come, let me take you to meet the boss." Lin Xiao nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." For graduate students, their advisor is akin to a boss, as they receive their salaries from the research fund secured by their mentors. Lin Xiao was well aware of this. Soon, under Huang Haoren's guidance, they entered a laboratory. How is the TA-32 group performing? Upon entering the lab, Lin Xiao observed researchers in white lab coats diligently attending to their respective tasks. The question had come from academician Shen, the very individual Lin Xiao had just met. "Not well. Everything is cracked," replied a younger individual, likely another graduate student. "Yes, that's so." Chen furrowed his brow. "What are the results from the EDS and SCM analyses?" "The microstructure post-creep has changed compared to pre-creep. The original plate-like phase and grain boundary phase are no longer discernible. The grain boundary has vanished, and the plate-like has significantly widened." Chun shook his head. "Let us leave it at that for now." He then turned to Lin Xiao, a smile gracing his face. "Lin Xiao, you've arrived." Lin Xiao, engrossed in the images displayed on the computer, nodded in response. Academician Chen, "Well, let us not discuss anything else for now. Since it's your first visit, get acquainted with our research. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Haoren. Haoren, make sure to look after Lin Xiao." "Absolutely. I'll take good care of Lin Shun." Huang Haoren replied with an okay gesture. "Thank you for your assistance." Lin Xiao had no objections to this arrangement and nodded at Huang Haoren. "By the way, do I need to wear one of those white lab coats?" Lin Xiao inquired, pointing at Huang Haoren as attired. "If you wish to wear one, I can take you to get it, but it's not mandatory." "Then I think I will wear one." Lin Xiao was eager to try it out, curiosity piqued by this new experience. Observing his enthusiasm, Huang Haoren chuckled. "All right, follow me." Before long, Lin Xiao was issued a white lab coat, and upon donning it, he felt transformed into a laboratory expert. "Now it truly feels right," he remarked in satisfaction, before stating, "Let us head to the laboratory." Chapter 146. Computational Materials Science. After returning to the laboratory with Huang Haoren, Lin Xiao began to observe intently. They were currently testing a novel type of TA-32 titanium and evaluating its creep resistance. Huang Haoren, not idle himself, began to explain, "You are familiar with TA-32 titanium, correct?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, good. That over there is our tensile testing machine, and that is our scanning electron microscope, a Quantan 650 model, along with an Olympus metallographic microscope. The furnaces are located next door in the casting lab." "Oh, by the way, have you ever experienced conducting experiments? I believe there aren't such courses for mathematics majors." "No, I haven't," Lin Xiao replied, glancing at the seemingly sophisticated equipment, shaking his head. After a moment's thought, he added, "I think I may have visited a lab back in high school, but I can't recall much." "Ha, that's all right. If we have some free time later, I can let you experience it firsthand," Huang Haoren said with a smile. "Have you read any materials-related books before?" "I have indeed. I read 5 relevant books prior to coming here," Lin Xiao responded. Over one holiday, he had read 5 books on materials science, which granted him 25 points of experience in the field. "That's great. The boss mentioned your visit is to assist us in data analysis. I'll find you the data from our previous experiments shortly, and you can give it a try. However, the requirements aren't particularly stringent. Our focus is on the structure and properties of materials, which doesn't necessitate high-level mathematics. The areas that do require advanced mathematics are in computation and simulation." "To be honest, I feel like that would be overkill for our purposes," Huang Haoren remarked jovially. "You're a big shot in the mathematics world. This should be a piece of cake for you." "Hey, Don't exaggerate, Lin Xiao replied modestly to that moment. Having overheard Huang Haoren's comment, academician Chen interjected, "We aren't using simulations right now, but in the future, if the need arises, we certainly will do that time. You all should watch how Lin Xiao performs. As the young folks say, it'll be a showcase of skill." "What? Boss, we'll still need to use computation and simulation later." Upon hearing academician Chen's words, the other graduate students began to inquire eagerly. "It seems we will at least need to perform finite element analysis." Chen chuckled, then turned to Lin Xiao. "We'll be counting on you to deliver when the time comes." Lin Xiao quickly waved his hands. "This is my first exposure to this. Please don't place all your hopes on me." "Haha, it's just faith in your abilities." Academician Chen waved his hand dismissively, then addressed the others. "So, I encourage you all to familiarize yourselves with computational material science. It's a field with great prospects. If you can achieve breakthroughs in this area, you may even graduate under my supervision." "Absolutely, we'll certainly make an effort," the students responded in unison. You all, academician Chen observed their half-hearted attitudes and decided not to press the issue further. While he held a favorable view of computational material science, it was still largely regarded as a supportive tool within materials research, often relegated to a secondary role to experimental work. Thus, it was understandable that the students were hesitant to pursue this path. However, Lin Xiao, listening quietly, found himself contemplating. The books he had read previously did touch upon computational material science, a discipline that indeed required a solid foundation in mathematics, but it also necessitated the use of computers. The general workflow involved utilizing experimental data to establish mathematical models, which would then be simulated by computers. Through various iterations of simulation, the mathematical models would be refined, and based on these revised models, processes would be designed to produce tangible materials. Another approach would be to directly simulate calculations based on specific materials or reaction mechanisms, obtaining models that could then be experimentally synthesized to achieve materials that met design objectives. This represented a forward-looking research methodology. Yet, it was evident that if computational material science were truly as remarkable as it sounded, it would not be relegated to a secondary status, as the current capabilities of computational material science could only offer approximations. However, this approximation was merely a euphemism. Sometimes, due to unknown factors, the computed results could diverge significantly from the final outcomes. This discrepancy stemmed from the absence of a truly predictive theoretical framework for computational material science. Existing theories could only yield approximate results. Lin Xiao found himself intrigued by this discipline, but for now, he resolved to focus on the matters at hand. As the experiments continued, research into metallic materials was inherently time-consuming. The notion of achieving quick results was virtually impossible, leading some researchers in the field of metal materials to lament that while others might publish a top-tier paper in 6 months, they would be fortunate to produce a standard paper in a year. Lin Xiao observed from the sidelines, occasionally witnessing the team applying heat to a titanium alloy, for instance, heating it to 600 degrees Celsius before testing its creep resistance using the tensile machine. There were only a few strategies to enhance creep resistance, such as improving the inherent heat resistance of the material or applying a high-temperature coating to provide thermal insulation. Currently, their aim was to enhance the material's intrinsic properties to bolster its creep resistance. After approximately 2 hours of observation, Lin Xiao finally received his own task, to analyze the data. Please analyze the average creep limit of the materials we tested today. There are generally 2 types of creep limits. Do you know them? Huang Haoren, concerned that Lin Xiao might be unsure where to start with this analysis, casually asked. Yes, the creep limit under a specified creep elongation rate, and the creep limit under a specified steady-state creep rate. Lin Xiao replied, demonstrating impressive recall. The second stage of creep in titanium alloys is quite pronounced and easily observable, so we should use the second method of representing the creep limit, correct? Truly impressive. Lin Shun, Huang Haoren praised, giving him a thumbs up. Now, please proceed with your analysis that we have 2 more experiments to conduct, and once the data comes in, I'll bring it over to you. Understood, Lin Xiao acknowledged, taking the data and beginning his calculations. Although the array of specialized terminologies in material science that emerged during their experiments was indeed impressive, once it transitioned into the realm of mathematical calculations, it became his domain. Much like stepping into a comfort zone, Lin Xiao swiftly arrived at a solution. There were still 2 more sets of experiments to conduct, but the endeavor was far from complete. They were examining the new Ta-32 titanium alloy under sustained tensile stress for 2 hours, with 1 set of experiments lasting precisely that duration. Following this, there would be tests extending to 10 hours and beyond. If the material failed to meet the project objectives, they would have to start anew, thus explaining the protracted research cycles in metallic materials. As the time for dinner approached, Chen Bao glanced at the clock and noted it was past 6. He called out, "Let's go eat, everyone." With a smile, he turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Lin Xiao, come along and experience our cafeteria." Lin Xiao nodded and followed him. Upon arriving on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, Chen Bao ordered a sumptuous dinner and invited everyone to join him. As an academician and a researcher in material science, Chen Bao had access to substantial funding, making dining expenses a trivial matter. Today's experiments, how do they go? Chen Bao inquired while they ate. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, "Quite well. I found it rather intriguing." "And how does it compare to your mathematical studies?" Chen Bao pressed. Lin Xiao hesitated briefly before responding. "Each has its merits. In truth, mathematics held a higher place in his heart, perhaps a sentiment shared by many mathematicians that he recalled an interview with a mathematician who, when asked whether mathematics or his wife was more important to him, admitted that his response might seem disrespectful to his spouse, yet mathematics remained paramount. Observing Lin Xiao's evident hesitation, Chen Bao chuckled, discerning the underlying truth of his answer. "Indeed, those of you in mathematics are quite distinct that we, in material science, often contemplate shifting fields, while you merely study mathematics for a while before committing to it for life." Lin Xiao pondered this observation. Although few could engage in pure mathematics, there were ample pathways available in applied mathematics. After all, one couldn't simply study mathematics and then pivot to writing novels. Suddenly, Lin Xiao asked, "By the way, academician Chen, do you hold a favorable view of computational materials science?" "Absolutely," Chen Bao replied. "Research in materials is exceedingly costly. Raw materials, equipment, facilities, and so forth require vast sums. If simulation and computation could significantly reduce these expenses, imagine the potential market prospects. A predictive theory could very well become a state secret." Chen Bao continued with a grin. "Some even suggest that if a supercomputer could calculate the Hamiltonian of every particle in a material, we could create anything we desire." Lin Xiao laughed at the audacity of such a notion. Calculating all Hamiltonians with a supercomputer? Now that's a bold ambition, perhaps only achievable in a science fiction novel. "If I wish to delve into this field, what should I study?" he inquired. Chen Bao paused, then replied with a smile, "Of course, I would support that we need someone of a mathematical caliber to help us achieve breakthroughs in computational material science." Lin Xiao, amused, remarked, "But it's not merely about excelling in mathematics." "True. Yet proficiency in mathematics is undoubtedly the foremost requirement." Chen Bao stated, "If you're determined to pursue this path, you'll need to learn some computer-related subjects, Linux, Python, and so on. Additionally, you must become adept in specialized software for computational material science, such as VSP and Phonopy, along with other technical areas like quantum chemistry, molecular dynamics, and statistical mechanics that I can inquire with some colleagues for more resources. And you can take it from there. I appreciate your assistance," Lin Xiao responded. Thus concluded the first day in the laboratory, and upon returning home, Lin Xiao received a plethora of materials from Chen Bao regarding what to study in computational material science. There was much to absorb, but he was confident that, with his brain development reaching 4.35, he could efficiently process the information. His reading speed had improved significantly, and his memory had also enhanced, allowing him to finish books that previously took 10 days in about 6 or 7. He also began experimenting with programming on his computer, now considering himself a novice programmer. As a month passed, Lin Xiao was engaged in simulations of a material using specialized software, simultaneously attempting to establish a mathematical model to analyze its properties. This new GDL4 steel, derived from the Ks equation and density functional theory, was a commonly employed theoretical method in computational material science. The tools available in contemporary computational material science were largely intertwined with first principles and density functional theory. Though Lin Xiao was currently utilizing this particular theoretical approach, however, The GDL4 steel he simulated was merely a conceptual model. To materialize it, he would need to collaborate with experimentalists to design a manufacturing process that could transform the virtual entity into a tangible product. The GDL4 steel, characterized by its high strength and low cost, held the potential to replace the more expensive M2 steel. Nonetheless, its subpar cutting performance hindered its manufacturability, impacting large-scale production. Thus, Lin Xiao's intention was to enhance its cutting properties. While his computational endeavor aimed to achieve this objective, testing its feasibility required the development of a production process and the physical creation of the material, followed by relevant experiments. Yet, given his limited practical experience, crafting such a process seemed implausible. This exemplified why computational materials science often became subordinate to experimental work. It was akin to producing a project presentation and needing wealthy investors to actualize it, thus becoming beholden to them unless one possessed both computational and experimental expertise. Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled his truth points and the 30 truth points voucher. System, please tell me if this model can succeed, and how many truth points are required. The system responded. This inquiry requires 1 truth point. Should you opt for an answer valued at 30 truth points, that item will vanish. If you use the voucher, it would disappear. After some reflection, Lin Xiao realized it would be best to use the 30 truth points, and an idea struck him, and he asked, how can I modify this model to achieve my desired outcome? How many truth points does this question require? The system replied. This inquiry requires 10 truth points. Lin Xiao felt a jolt of surprise. 10 truth points could enable him to create a new steel with mechanical properties comparable to M2 steel while maintaining a significantly lower production cost. Any new material could possess considerable economic value. And if this innovative GDL4 steel could overcome its cutting performance issues and achieve mass production, it could indeed replace M2 steel in applications such as the sliding plates of air conditioning compressors. Sliding plates are a crucial component of air conditioning compressors, which are themselves essential to air conditioning units. Each air conditioner or compressor necessitates M2 steel sliding plates. While the cost of a single plate might seem trivial, the volume produced annually in China, over 200 million air conditioners, illustrates the vast market potential. If the GDL4 steel could be produced at a lower cost while avoiding cutting performance drawbacks, it would undoubtedly capture a significant share of the market originally dominated by M2 steel, potentially yielding higher profit margins. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao's heart raced with excitement. This could be an opportunity to earn a fortune. However, he refrained from hastily spending his truth points, recognizing that he lacked both financial resources and influence, and that any experimental preparation would necessitate collaboration, inevitably leading to profit sharing and other complications. This sobered him, extinguishing the fervor in his heart that, nothing is ever that simple, he thought, shaking his head. Perhaps I should let this wait for another opportunity. Regardless, he had identified a promising avenue for profit, or a means to convert truth points into tangible benefits. Moreover, it is possible that the 10 points of truth could be applied to other, more lucrative materials, rather than being confined solely to this steel. With this thought in mind, each point of truth suddenly transformed his eyes into vibrant 100 yuan notes. What a precious asset! This truly exemplifies the correct application of points of truth. Since the pursuit of truth is paramount, can one truly be hindered by economic concerns? Clearly not. When comparing the mathematical problems he has solved with these materials, if one were to quantify their value, it would not be in economic terms, but rather in the intrinsic value of the truth they embody. Thus, the mathematical problems he previously tackled possess considerable worth. For instance, the resolution of the GODLIKE conjecture is valued at 30 points of truth, which equates to several multiples of the economic value of this innovative GDL4 steel, worth hundreds of millions. Lin Xiao's mind wandered as he pondered how much he would earn if he were to liquidate all his points of truth. At that moment, he envisioned himself as a CEO marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman. Rather, he imagined establishing a private underground research facility, constructing a particle collider, and setting up his own supercomputing center. Just as Lin Xiao indulged in these various fantasies, he suddenly received a message from Huang Haoren. Lin Shun, the materials we experimented with recently have temporarily met our first phase expectations. Our boss has decided to conduct simulations on the computer. Are you available to join us for a group meeting? Upon hearing the notification of this new message, Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, glanced at it, and replied, "No problem. I'll be there shortly." He then tidied up and prepared to leave. Before departing, he took one last look at the GDL4 steel he had simulated and smirked. The system required 10 points of truth, indicating that his design likely did not meet expectations. Who knows what kind of useless block it would yield upon production? It's no wonder that computational material science is often looked down upon. Of course, this might also be related to his only having studied for a month. With more experience, he might yet have a chance at success. With that thought, he ceased his musings and made his way to the Aerospace Materials Research Institute. Based on our analysis, the novel titanium alloy we previously experimented with exhibited performance surpassing our initial expectations. Under conditions of 600 MPa for half an hour, the creep residual elongation rate was less than 0.35, and under 750 MPa for half an hour, it was less than 2.5. In a small conference room in Research Room 4. The research team led by academician Chen Bao was commencing their meeting. To better explore the properties of this material, I have decided to utilize simulation calculations to refine the elemental ratios. As Chen Bao concluded his statement, the other graduate students instinctively turned their gaze toward Lin Xiao. They were aware that Lin Xiao had recently been studying computational material science, making it apparent that this task would likely fall upon his shoulders. Of course, Chen Bao, as an academician in material science, had also delved into computational material science, often incorporating calculations as a supportive tool in his previous projects at AS for the graduate students. Their role would be limited to assisting in the design of manufacturing processes once the mathematical model was established. They had not studied computational material science extensively and were only familiar with software usage. Academician Chen also looked toward Lin Xiao, smiling as he said, "So, Lin Xiao, we have quite a bit of work ahead of us." Lin Xiao smiled back, saying, "I'll give it a try. After all, I've only been studying for a month, and no worries. Having some experience is better than none. We can take it step by step. Feel free to ask me any questions." Chen Bao waved his hand reassuringly. He then continued, "Everyone, please prepare yourselves. For the next few days, search for relevant materials, and we will begin immediately." "Understood," everyone replied in unison. "If we succeed, this material could potentially be utilized in our missiles or fighter jet engines. So let us all put in our best efforts. Understood?" "Understood," came the chorus of responses. Chen Bao then ceased further discussion. If this high-temperature titanium alloy were successfully developed and met their expected targets, it would undoubtedly find applications in the military domain. However, failing to achieve the expected objectives would mean that all their time would have been wasted. Naturally, this also depended on luck. The future would reveal the outcome. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao felt a stirring in his heart. If it were to be applied in national defense, he would be more than willing to allocate those 30 points of truth toward this endeavor. Chapter 148. The freebie system. The computational simulation for the new material commenced swiftly. A few days later, Lin Xiao once again arrived at the Aerospace Materials Institute, but this time not in Research Room 4. He headed to the materials data center within the institute. Here, the computational power was significantly higher, and security was enhanced to mitigate the risk of external surveillance. The nation across the Pacific had never ceased its cyber monitoring of China, especially regarding research in defense technology. They even required professional assistance for literature searches to prevent any documents they accessed from being tracked by foreign entities, which could lead to research content leaks and potentially allow adversaries to deduce or replicate their findings. In summary, their research required stringent security measures. All right, without further ado, Lin Xiao, let us begin establishing the model, Chen Bao instructed as he sat before the computer. "Okay," Lin Xiao responded with an okay hand gesture. "Xiao Huang, please bring over the data." Chen Bao called to the back. Huang Haoran acknowledged and subsequently handed their data to Lin Xiao and Chen Bao. The two of them opened the relevant software and began working to conduct simulations based on existing materials. They first needed to clarify the various structures of their material. Their TL alloy primarily comprises two structures, L10 and B2. Lin Xiao, you start with the L10 structure. I'll establish the B2 structure. Chen Bao directed. "Understood," Lin Xiao replied. He glanced at the data. L10 lattice structure. lattice constants a 3.984, C 4.065, space group P4 MMM of the tetragonal crystal system. That he input the relevant data and establish the atomic coordinate system, subsequently replacing some of the atoms, primarily substituting in other metallic elements. The software would then approximate the material properties based on the characteristics of these atoms to determine if they met their requirements. Thus, Lin Xiao proceeded, with several graduate students standing behind him, observing his demonstration. Of course, at this stage, they were merely entering data, which hardly constituted a demonstration. The real showcase of skill would occur later, utilizing the software. Employing the first principle's pseudo-potential plane wave method, they would select standard pseudo-potentials of different metallic elements to describe the interactions between ionic cores and valence electrons. A.S. Lin Xiao continued to input data. The onlookers became increasingly bewildered. Having never learned how to use such tools, their confusion was understandable, yet they couldn't help but marvel at Lin Xiao's prowess after just a month of study. What an extraordinary learning efficiency! It was rather embarrassing for them, having graduated from ordinary institutions like Jingda, Tsinghua, or Guokida, and then coming here for graduate studies. However, they soon settled their minds. After all, this was computational materials science. Despite its impressive title, it didn't guarantee the production of tangible results. They would focus on their experiments, which was where Lin Xiao would inevitably fall short. Moreover, once the simulation results were obtained, it would indeed be their responsibility to design the processes, leaving Lin Xiao to watch them demonstrate their skills. Thus, they refrained from attempting to compare themselves to Lin Xiao and quietly observed. Time swiftly passed. While computers were convenient, using them required considerable time and effort. Even during meal times, Lin Xiao and Chun Bao remained steadfast at their posts. While the other graduate students took on the task of fetching meals from the cafeteria, they brought back boxed lunches, one box of rice and another containing a mix of shredded potatoes, vegetables, and twice-cooked pork. Lin Xiao had few dietary preferences. Apart from bitter melon, he was not picky and finished his meal promptly before returning to the computer to continue with various simulations. Thus, from 9 in the morning until 9 at night. They labored diligently. Lin Xiao, being young, managed well, but Chun Bao, in his 50s or 60s, continued to persevere. Lin Xiao silently admired his dedication. This must be what it means to be a true scientist, devoting one's life to research. Especially for scientists like Chun Bao, who provided immense contributions to national defense technology. Although for such individuals, this was merely their passion, and they relished in their work, the people who quietly benefited from the stability they created should also express their gratitude in their hearts. By 9:30 in the evening, Chun Bao finally declared, "All right, let's call a night." Lin Xiao, how do you feel? You seem quite familiar with this. Chun Bao paused, stretching his back, before smiling at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao gave an okay sign and replied with a smile. I am doing well. I tried a similar experiment recently, making some modifications to the GDL4 steel.O. What was the outcome? Should we ask Xiao Huang and the others to assist you in the trial production? Lin Xiao hastily waved his hands, expressing a mix of laughter and exasperation. No, it was merely a casual attempt. It could very well turn out to be a worthless piece. Who knows? It might just succeed. Chun Bao waved his hand dismissively. In ancient times, our field was known as alchemy. Luck is an unpredictable factor. All right, let us call a day. We shall continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, and the day after as well. Approximately 10 days passed, during which Lin Xiao and Chun Bao, through a series of adjustments and repairs, modified the crystal cell structure no fewer than 8 times at the T times. Their models would crash directly within their software, signaling that a particular model had been deemed unsuccessful. However, on the 9th attempt, they finally succeeded in creating a material model that could satisfy physical explanations. According to their computational simulations, this material's creep resistance should be enhanced by about 20. Following this, they proceeded to design the relevant production processes based on their model. This aspect did not concern Lin Xiao, unless he were to directly utilize truth points. However, since Chun Bao and his team could directly design the production methods for this material, there was no need to expend truth points. Time swiftly elapsed, transitioning from March into April. On another day, in the casting laboratory of the 4th research room, they exclaimed, "It's out, it's out." Huang Haoran shouted. And they quickly rushed towards the arc furnace, pouring the molten titanium alloy into the nearby self-consuming shell furnace for molding. This type of furnace effectively prevents contamination of active metal liquids by the crucible. After cooling, a titanium alloy rod finally appeared before them. Next, they returned to the adjacent material testing laboratory to conduct creep performance tests. However, the results left them disheartened. The new material, which had taken them half a month to develop, exhibited a significant discrepancy in actual creep resistance compared to their earlier simulated calculations. Although it was indeed stronger than the original material, the improvement was marginal, barely reaching 1, which was clearly unsatisfactory. Let us make some further modifications. Let us try adding some other elements, Chun Bao remarked, his face betraying regret, though he quickly regained composure. If luck is on our side, we might achieve our expectations in one go. However, our luck seems rather lacking at the moment. Still, even a slight improvement is better than none at all. Thus, they returned to the computer room to continue simulations. Lin Xiao gazed at the mathematical models displayed on the screen, feeling perplexed. What should they do next? Suddenly, he recalled the system. Could he perhaps check the validity of his research direction by querying the system about the truth point costs? This way, he could obtain insights without any cost. With this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He promptly inquired in his mind, "System, if we replace aluminum atoms with molybdenum atoms, can it increase the creep resistance by 50? How many truth points would that require?" The system replied, "This question requires 13 truth points." Lin Xiao followed up with another question. "What if we replace titanium atoms with zirconium atoms? This question also requires 13 truth points." The same? Upon hearing this response, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. The difference between substituting aluminum atoms with molybdenum and titanium atoms with zirconium should be substantial within a single crystal cell. How could the truth points be identical? With 4.35 as brain power engaged in contemplation, he suddenly arrived at a possible conclusion that he posed another question. What must we do to increase the creep resistance by 50? This question requires 13 truth points. The system reiterated, at this point. Lin Xiao began to suspect that the system was not concerned with the distance to the objective, but only with the absolute distance from the current stage to the goal. The absolute distance determined the final price that IT was akin to walking north from the Aerospace Materials Institute, where a few kilometers might lead to Jingda, whereas walking south would necessitate a circumvention of the globe. Yet the distance from the starting point to the destination remained unchanged. Therefore, attempting to gauge the success of a research direction through the system's pricing was fundamentally flawed, unless he dedicated time to researching the direction. Only then could he ascertain whether the direction was correct by observing a decrease in the system as quoted price. In that case, he could still gain insights without cost, at least timely confirming whether his direction was correct and avoiding dead ends. However, he also acknowledged that after conducting research, he might already discern the correctness of the direction, rendering further queries unnecessary. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao abandoned the notion of exploiting the system. Nevertheless, inquiring about the cost of increasing the creep resistance of their TL alloy by 50 required 13 truth points. How many would it take to double it? He immediately posed this question in his mind. This question requires 29 truth points. 29 truth points. Lin Xiao was taken aback. That was quite steep. After a moment as contemplation, he asked, if we also aim to enhance its strength, oxidation resistance, volumetric stability, and high-temperature structural stability to a certain degree, how many truth points would that entail? This question requires 44.2 truth points. A mere increase of 15.2 truth points? Lin Xiao pondered carefully, estimating that the overlap in achieving those various requirements likely accounted for the lower cost. For instance, if creep resistance improved, the high-temperature structural stability would likely enhance as well. However, this 44.2 truth points seemed somewhat acceptable to him. Suddenly, he turned to Qin Bao beside him and asked, Academician Chun, what if we could double the creep resistance of this material? Double it. Goodness, I would consider a 30 increase to be quite successful. At that point, it could definitely serve as a candidate material for our future turbofan engine wall panels. Doubling, it would essentially be aiming for the fan blades. Chapter 149. An unexpected encounter by the nameless lake upon hearing Lin Xiao's question. Qin Bao couldn't help but chuckle. The material anticipated for this project was indeed intended for application in engine wall panels, particularly in fighter jet engines. Fighter jet engines typically feature a low bypass ratio, unlike commercial airliners which employ high bypass ratio engines. The high-temperature resistance requirements for materials in low bypass ratio engines are considerably more stringent than in fighter jets. The service temperature of engine wall panels generally hovers around 600 degrees Celsius, often exceeding this threshold, while the primary stresses arise from mechanical loads and high-frequency vibrations that in contrast. The service temperature of fan blades can soar above 1,000 degrees Celsius, making it the hottest region within the entire engine. The rapid rotation of fan blades introduces even more complex stresses, illustrating the harsh environmental conditions they must endure. For engines, a critical metric is the turbine inlet temperature. Generally speaking, for every 100 K increase in turbine inlet temperature, engine thrust can improve by at least 10, with the potential for increases of over 20. Therefore, the higher the high-temperature performance of the fan blades, the greater their capacity to withstand elevated turbine inlet temperatures. Ensuring that fan blades retain their integrity at such high temperatures presents a challenge for material researchers worldwide. Consequently, the blades of aviation engines are among the most challenging materials to develop and manufacture, earning the title of the crown jewel of industry due to their demanding requirements for high temperature, high pressure, and high strength. Lin Xiao's suggestion to double the creep resistance of their material seemed utterly fanciful. If the creep resistance were to be doubled, the high-temperature structural strength would undoubtedly see corresponding improvements, as would other properties. Wouldn't this trajectory lead them directly toward materials suitable for fan blades? This would necessitate conducting more intricate experiments, consuming untold amounts of time, and even then, success was not guaranteed. For Chen Bao, he had previously explored this avenue, but ultimately chose to abandon it. Developing such materials requires not only sufficient determination and perseverance, but also a continuous influx of resources. If success remained elusive, even with unwavering support from higher-ups, who could assure that no one would speak ill of the effort? This was no longer the era of 60 years ago, when the nation united to tackle the mushroom bomb project. After hearing Chen Bao's words, Lin Xiao smiled. I was merely inquiring casually. Chen Bao shook his head. Titanium aluminum alloys may possess such potential, but our direction is undoubtedly misguided. We need to approach it from the atomic arrangement structure. Considering development through single crystal directional solidification presents an opportunity, although the funding I would need to apply for might require an additional 2 or 3 zeros. The research funding for their project already amounted to several million. If they were to add 2 or 3 zeros, it would directly escalate to 9 or 10 figures. However, the development costs for any fighter jet engine do not merely amount to hundreds of millions. They are often in the tens or hundreds of billions. The development cost for fan blade materials as a core component could easily reach hundreds of millions or even billions, which is hardly surprising. Upon hearing Chen Bao's words, a graduate student nearby inquired, "Boss, what was the largest investment for a project you participated in?" Chen Bao laughed. C919, J35, and I have also been involved with the J20. I participated in materials research for all of these, which are projects worth hundreds of billions. Wow! In an instant, the graduate students present displayed expressions of admiration. This is indeed an academician of materials science. Enough of that. Let's not dwell on past glories and return to our research. Chen Bao waved his hand dismissively, embodying a casual demeanor. Upon hearing Chen Bao's words, the others nodded in agreement and resumed their work. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao gazed thoughtfully at the materials before him. System, if I inquire about a question worth over 30 truth points, can the answer valued at 30 truth points be integrated? System, yes. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. That would suffice, since he could incorporate the answer when addressing questions exceeding 30 truth points. He could now augment his truth points by an additional 14.2, thereby acquiring the model for this new material. However, he felt no urgency in this matter. He could continue his research for the time being, and, once he had achieved significant progress, effectively reducing the absolute distance to his ultimate goal, he could then utilize the truth points for purchase, potentially saving some in the process. A faint smile graced his face as he said, "Academician Chen, shall we experiment with titanium 7, aluminum 8, and zirconium 1? Indeed, Let us proceed with that, Chen Bao replied. Thus, the second phase of the computational simulation commenced. Time swiftly passed, and several days later, April arrived, bringing with it a warming trend, with temperatures hovering around 20 degrees, ideal for their endeavors. Having confirmed yet another new material, they re-entered the phase of designing production processes for this material. With little for Lin Xiao to do, he seized the rare opportunity to visit the campus of Jingda, relishing the essence of spring. It has been far too long since I've basked in such pleasant sunlight. Strolling by Weiming Lake and soaking in the sun, Lin Xiao comfortably squinted his eyes. Regrettably, he had not brought Mimi along. Otherwise, lounging on the lawn with a ragdoll cat would undoubtedly be delightful. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he was taken aback to see a familiar face. "Oh, Sun Yu, long time no see." Sun Yu replied, somewhat incredulously, "Shouldn't that be my line? I can't believe I spotted you on campus." "It seems you haven't forgotten you're a Jingda student after all." Lin Xiao shrugged. "The academy permits me to skip classes, so why wouldn't I take advantage of that?" Sun Yu couldn't help but tease. "You're unbelievable. Skipping all your classes, yet scoring full marks in mathematics, and even achieving a perfect GPA in moral education. I have no idea how you manage it. An impressive 4.0, the highest in our entire department." Lin Xiao chuckled. "If we include my paper proving Goldbach's conjecture, it should exceed 4.0, shouldn't it?" "Sun Yu, you are remarkable." As the familiar banter resumed, a striking girl approached Sun Yu's side. Upon seeing her, Sun Yu casually draped his arm over her shoulder and introduced her to Lin Xiao. "This is my girlfriend, Yuman from the School of Materials." Man, see? I told you Lin Xiao and I are brothers who have brought glory to our country together." "Hello, Lin Xiao," Yuman greeted warmly. Lin Xiao responded, "Where on earth did you find a girlfriend?" "Finding a girlfriend. That's not difficult at all." "Oh wait, no. Finding a girlfriend is quite challenging. It requires effort. You must be perceptive and then use your knowledge to win her over. Right? Isn't that so, man? Sun Yu glanced at Yuman. Yuman paused, retracting her hand that was poised to pinch Sun Yu, then smiled and nodded. Turning to Lin Xiao, she said, "For Lin Xiao, finding a girlfriend must be incredibly easy. The girls in our department often talk about you. If you're looking for a girlfriend, just let me know, and I'll give them a nudge. There's no need. No need." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Sun Yu laughed. "Lin Xiao isn't like us mere mortals, man. Don't even think about it. Let him remain single." Lin Xiao retorted, "Do you really believe I couldn't find a girlfriend? With my looks, it should be a piece of cake. By the way, Lin Xiao, how about we form another team to participate in the Chiu Chung Tong mathematics competition? We could secure at least one subject," Sun Yu inquired. Lin Xiao waved his hand. "I won't be joining. I'm currently engaged in a research project. A project? Mathematics and physics, perhaps? I remember you mentioned to Professor Yang that you were involved in that area of research," Sun Yu said. "Surprised. Not that project. It has concluded. Now I'm focused on material science. Has physics failed to keep up with your pace?" "Out of curiosity." "Indeed, I shouldn't have asked." Sun Yu, giving up on the conversation, remarked, "My girlfriend and I will continue our stroll. You keep shining for the mathematics community." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Go ahead. I won't disturb you. By the way, you man, do keep an eye on him. This guy used to frequently share videos of beautiful women with us." With that, he turned to leave. "Hey, you're slandering me." Man, don't listen to him. He's defaming me. Just let me see your video browsing history, and we'll see. Well. As Lin Xiao walked away, he chuckled to himself. "So you want to show off your girlfriend? I'll show you. I might as well head home and cuddle with my cat." With that thought, he decided to return. However, it seemed that fate had other plans for him, as he soon encountered another familiar face, Kong Huan, the very roommate he had met during his time in the National Mathematics Training Team. Notably, he owned a courtyard house in Beijing. Kong Huan was studying computer science at Jingda, and after their initial 2 meetings, he had been exceedingly busy, leaving Lin Xiao unable to locate him. Seeing him now, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Ah, Kong Huan, so you finally have time to stroll around." Kong Huan appeared equally astonished, though his previously taciturn nature remained unchanged. He simply nodded and said, "Yes, I completed a project and came out for a walk." "Have you started working on project with your advisor?" "That's impressive," Lin Xiao remarked. Kong Huan nodded. Previously, he had no experience with computers. Yet in less than a year, He was now collaborating on projects with his advisor. His talent was evident. Yet he was unaware that Kong Huan would soon reveal, "It's my own project." Lin Xiao was taken aback. "Your own project?" "Yes," Kong Huan confirmed. "It's a program outsourced by Xuanfei. I got the contract." He smiled. "I made a few thousand yuan. My first earnings." Lin Xiao gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive. It seems you have found your niche." While Kong Huan may not have exhibited remarkable talent in mathematics, he was undoubtedly a genius in computer science. To secure an outsourcing project from a major company like Xuanfei within just a year was nothing short of astonishing. Keep up the great work. Who knows, you might just become a leading figure in China's computer industry. Kong Huan smiled. "And you're already a leader in the global mathematics community." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "I can't claim to be a leader in the mathematics world. There are plenty of prominent figures in the field." "Indeed," Kong Huan nodded, then suddenly added, "By the way, I've developed a software to prevent hacking attacks. Would you like to try it?" "Hacking prevention software?" Lin Xiao pondered. "Sure, just send it to me when you're ready." Kong Huan smiled. "All right." Upon returning to Yinbei Garden, Lin Xiao messaged Kong Huan, requesting the hacking prevention software. However, Kong Huan opted not to send it directly through QQ, but instead provided Lin Xiao with a website to download it. "Kong Huan, sending it through QQ is not secure. My friends and he usually host our software on this site. It's a server I set up myself, so the security is higher. You don't need an account. Just enter this access code and search for firewall. The one with the highest downloads is the one you want." He then sent over an image that featured a math problem, indicating that the answer to this algebra question was the access code. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Kong Huan's elaborate setup. "You're getting quite sophisticated, aren't you? A server, a website, and now a math problem for an access code. This is rather impressive." Kong Huan replied, "I suppose it's a programmer's habit." Lin Xiao chuckled. "A programmer's habit? Weren't you saying you wanted to be a hacker? Have you made any progress?" Kong Huan, "Not bad. I know a little now." Lin Xiao, "That's great. I should learn from you when I have the chance." Kong Huan, smiling, "Sure. All right, then I'll check out your software." With that, Lin Xiao entered the website. Though the access code appeared complex at first glance, he found that his own Lin's group transformation method allowed him to easily solve it. Was this a coincidence? Or did Kong Huan somehow know about his work? Lin Xiao felt a surge of curiosity. Had Kong Huan also perused his earlier paper? Soon, he deciphered a string of numbers after inputting this sequence into a website. A notification appeared, confirming the access code was successful, and he was subsequently directed to the site's page. Glancing at the website's name, which was Shadow, he felt that Kong Huan was making quite a grand endeavor. He then located a search box and entered firewall. Almost immediately, a list emerged, with the first entry being a software application available for direct download, boasting over 80 downloads beside it. This must be the one. Lin Xiao commenced the download. The software was relatively small, approximately a few dozen megabytes in size. Upon completion, he opened the application labeled Firewall. Although it was compact, it appeared to possess a multitude of features, including virus removal and a function to prevent hacking intrusions. When he accessed the feature description, it revealed the capability to monitor for hacker attacks and automatically initiate defense mechanisms. Quite impressive indeed. Lin Xiao took a moment to observe before sending a message to Kong Huan. "I've downloaded it. It looks promising." However, Kong Huan did not respond, likely preoccupied with his own matters. So Lin Xiao chose not to dwell on ITAS for concerns that Kong Huan might engage in unsavory activities. Lin Xiao felt little apprehension. After all, with his family wealth, why would he covet Lin Xiao's meager resources? Furthermore, he did not believe Kong Huan to be that type of person. Regardless, he considered himself a friend of Kong Huan's. Subsequently, he opened the materials computing software and resumed his research. As time progressed to the end of May, he declared, "All right, this is our third material. Let us test its performance that I in the casting laboratory of research room no. 4. Chun Bao remarked as they retrieved a new titanium alloy rod from the self-consuming solidification furnace. After 2 months of computational simulations, they had produced 3 types of titanium alloy rods, and now it was time to see if the third would meet their objectives. Staring at the new titanium alloy rod, Lin Xiao internally posed the same question as before, and this time the system quoted, 39.2 truth points required. Has it decreased by 5 points? It seems this new material is quite effective. Indeed, testing revealed that this new material exhibited a 22 improvement in creep resistance compared to the initial version. Upon seeing the results, the lab erupted in cheers. Excellent, excellent. Chen Bao's face displayed satisfaction. Besides the enhancement in creep resistance, other relevant properties had also seen significant improvements. Huang Haoren, after comparing the test data, discovered this delightful detail. Lin Xiao beamed, saying, "It seems we are headed in the right direction. We might even have a chance to improve by 30%. No, 22% is already sufficient," Chen Bao replied. Considering cost and performance, this material is now ready to contemplate large-scale production, provided it is ultimately selected by the Aero Engine Corporation. To my knowledge, besides us, the Metal Research Institute at Huaka University is also working on engine wall materials. And who knows, their results might surpass ours. It's a matter of luck. Lin Xiao was taken aback. That 22% is already enough? Are you implying that we have concluded our project? Not quite, Chen Bao chuckled, waving his hand, that we still need to conduct further research on other mechanical properties and its casting performance. But we no longer need to continue computational simulations. Lin Xiao, I must thank you for your assistance over this time. I will certainly acknowledge your contributions. Huang Haoren added with a smile. Lin Shun is truly remarkable. Without your simulations, we can't imagine how much longer it would have taken us. Others echoed in agreement. Throughout the process, Lin Xiao's contributions were undeniably significant. Previously, they regarded computational simulation as merely a supplementary tool. But now, achieving such commendable success in just over 2 months, while luck played a role, also demonstrated the undeniable value of this theoretical approach. However, as he listened to their praises, Lin Xiao felt no joy that he had initially hoped to delve deeper into research for a while longer before reducing his expenditure of truth points. But if they halted their investigation into material performance now, it would certainly be untenable. Moreover, once the project concluded, he would have no justification to remain for further studies. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he said, "Academician Chun, can't we continue our research a bit longer? Perhaps by pursuing this direction, we might discover an even better material, such as the 30% increase in creep resistance you mentioned earlier." Chen Bao shook his head. "While what you propose isn't without potential, our funding is already insufficient for more than 3 rounds of research, and we must reserve some for future tests. Thus, we can only proceed with 2 more. Their experiments required substantial funding. Apart from various miscellaneous expenses, they had a sizable team whose wages needed to be paid, and the bulk of their expenditures stemmed from facility costs. For instance, they had to cover part of the fees for utilizing the research room, in addition to expenses for various experimental materials, which included precious metals that were not cheap. Therefore, concluding the project promptly was essential to avoid the awkward predicament of running out of funds. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao wished to persist. Perhaps one more attempt could yield an even better material. Chen Bao, observing Lin Xiao's determination, patted his shoulder and advised Xiaolin, while materials research sometimes requires a far-reaching perspective, there are moments when we must navigate around significant obstacles rather than leap over them. Let us take it slowed. If you're interested in materials research, I will reach out to you for future projects. Or I can introduce you to others. I know several academicians who have made significant contributions in computational materials that I am confident they will be pleased to welcome you." Academician Chun. Lin Xiao wished to say something further, but found himself at a loss for words that would convince Chen Bao. After all, he couldn't simply assert that he was confident, could he? Ultimately, he resolved in his mind to purchase the model of the titanium alloy material with his truth points upon returning, establish the model, and present it to Chen Bao in hopes of securing his support. However, perhaps sensing Lin Xiao's unwavering resolve, after a moment of contemplation, Chen Bao remarked, "All right then, seeing your determination, let us proceed with one more attempt. Of course, you may need to handle much of it on your own. I won't be able to offer much help, as I will primarily focus on the other tests for our new material, and likely won't have the time to assist you." Upon hearing Chen Bao's words, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. "Thank you very much. Well, the funding is still available, so one more round of expenditures is acceptable." Chen Bao nodded with a smile. "Regardless, I fully support young people making attempts. And I wish you success." "Thank you. Lin Xiao expressed gratefully, adding in his heart, "You'll certainly not regret this choice today." Chun Bao said no more and turned to Huang Haoran, instructing Xiao Huang, "Accompany Lin Xiao from now on. If he needs to head to the data center to use the computer, just go with him." Huang Haoran nodded and approached Lin Xiao, discreetly giving him a thumbs up and whispering, "Lin Shun is truly impressive. If I had said that, our boss would definitely reprimand me." "Reprimand you? I find academician Shin quite amiable," Lin Xiao replied, puzzled. Huang Haoran sighed. "That SU. It's not the same for us." Lin Xiao, "I'm going to the data center now. Let us head there." Not dwelling on the amiability of academician Shun, Lin Xiao stated his next course of action. He was determined to develop the titanium alloy capable of handling engine turbine blade materials. First, he needed to construct its model on the computer and then simulate its performance. Understood. Huang Haoran wasted no time and accompanied Lin Xiao to the computer room where they had previously conducted their computational simulations. Lin Xiao powered up the computer, accessed the software interface, and summoned the system in his mind, spending 39.2 truth points to purchase the mathematical model of the titanium alloy he desired. This expenditure was for an answer value to 30 truth points. Leaving 9.2 truth points at AS, the system's voice resonated. Lin Xiao felt an influx of numerical symbols flood his mind until ultimately these mathematical symbols transformed from vague to clear at last. A three-dimensional matrix materialized in his mind, with countless numbers swirling within it, occasionally morphing into particles, each inscribed with elemental symbols such as T, Al, R, and others. This represented a model of a new titanium alloy. It encompassed its atomic arrangement and mathematical formulation. Lin Xiao's vision brightened. This three-dimensional image was quite remarkable. The truth points spent were well worth it. He then retrieved a sheet of draft paper and began inscribing all the mathematical descriptions of this material. A superlative material valued at tens or even hundreds of billions. Chapter 151. The astonishment of two academicians. The experience derived from the truth point was remarkably exquisite. It engendered a sensation as if one had comprehended everything. With truth permeating the mind, guided by this newfound knowledge, Lin Xiao swiftly transcribed all the mathematical models that had emerged in his mind. The next step was to input this information into the software. This task was purely a test of speed. Lin Xiao diligently entered data into the computer, beginning with the unit cell. The unit cell represents the most fundamental geometric unit within a crystal, capable of reflecting the chemical structural characteristics of atoms or ions distributed in three-dimensional space. Thus, through the computation of the microscopic unit cell, one could simulate the material's macroscopic properties. Before long, Lin Xiao had established a new titanium alloy material, TLZRNB. Is this truly the composition? He scrutinized it closely and subsequently increased the number of unit cells, adjusting the total atomic count to over 100. That a greater number of atoms rendered the model more intuitive, though it also necessitated higher computational power from the computer. For instance, in some composite materials, a single system might encompass tens of thousands of atoms, potentially requiring the assistance of supercomputers. Nonetheless, the arrangement of these atoms exhibited distinctive characteristics, indicative of single crystal directional solidification technology. Single crystal directional solidification technology is a significant process in the casting of high-temperature metals worldwide that allows metals or alloys to grow crystals in a directional manner within the melt, thereby eliminating transverse grain boundaries that, in simpler terms, it enhances the unidirectional mechanical properties of materials. For example, in the case of turbine fan blades and aircraft engines, which experience immense centrifugal forces at high rotation speeds. If the metal's strength cannot withstand these forces, the blades would inevitably shatter, by employing single crystal directional solidification technology to enhance unidirectional mechanical properties. One can bolster the material's resistance in this regard. However, matters pertaining to these processes were not Lin Xiao's concern at present. Furthermore, he had previously researched that Huawei's technology in directional solidification was commendable, particularly in the realm of TL alloys, where it held a leading position in patents. He merely needed to innovate the material. The methods would be devised by others, As long as the results from the computer simulations were promising, the entire materials community in Huagua would assist him in developing the production processes for this creation. Thereafter, he continued to simulate using various software, aiming to utilize as many programs as possible to yield an array of simulation results. If the majority of the software corroborated his conclusions, he would be confident in persuading academician Chun to give it a try. Of course, this required considerable time. Thus time swiftly passed. A week later, in research room number 4. Old Chun, I heard your material has been developed. A figure entered, addressing Chun Bao. Within, a smile graced Chun Bao's face. Old Xiao. It can be considered developed. It all depends on whether your aviation engine group is interested. This individual, surnamed Xiao and named Xiao Zhong, was an academician of the Engineering Academy and an expert in aviation engines, having led the research and delivery of multiple types of aircraft engines, making him a prominent figure in domestic aviation engine development. He was also a significant member of the aviation engine group, the financial backers of Chun Bao's project. Having heard of the promising performance of Chun Bao's titanium alloy material, particularly its creep resistance meeting the requirements for engine wall panels, he had come to take a look. Haha, if your material is good, we will certainly want it. After all, we invested several million in your research, he said, taking a seat beside Chun Bao and glancing at the information displayed on the computer. Indeed, Chun Bao replied with a smile. Investing such a substantial amount in research is merely an expectation for fruitful results, but much of it is akin to casting a wide net, leaving the final outcome to chance. What about the other research developments? Chun Bao inquired. Alas, they are not particularly promising. To be honest, your project is the only good news I've heard in quite some time, Xiao Zhong lamented, shaking his head. The deeper we delve, the more arduous the journey becomes. I can't fathom how the turbofan engine 15 was developed back then. Well, it was simply a matter of collaborative effort, Chun Bao replied. Everyone worked together. That was in the past. People today are increasingly restless. Those researching compressor disks and fan blades seem to lack motivation, Xiao Zhong remarked. This endeavor is indeed challenging, Chun Bao conceded, shaking his head. Speaking of which, do you know Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao, the young man who proved the GODLIKE conjecture? Xiao Zhong swiftly recalled, expressing admiration. That young man is remarkable, especially in mathematics. Chun Bao chuckled. He's currently a member of my research group. There was a time he asked me what would happen if we could enhance the creep resistance of this material by 100%, and I told him he was aiming to directly manufacture turbine fan blades. Xiao Zhong was taken aback. What? He came to your place? Researching materials? Does he genuinely have the inclination for such studies? What's wrong with researching materials? Chun Bao retorted, then continued. Interestingly, I had also wanted to meet him, so I invited him to join my research group. To my surprise, he accepted and performed exceptionally well. One cannot deny that a genius is a genius, especially after studying computational materials for merely a month. His current proficiency is quite impressive. He contributed significantly to our recent research on the new material. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved results so swiftly. Studying computational materials science, that indeed suits someone with his mathematical prowess, Xiao Zhong remarked. However, he still seems better suited for mathematics. Chun Bao smiled. Some individuals defy conventional reasoning. Perhaps they will succeed against the odds. Let me tell you, Lin Xiao is presently at the data center, striving to optimize our model and develop an even better material. Xiao Zhong was taken aback. So serious. To say serious is a euphemism. Bluntly put, it could be described as obstinate, even after achieving his goals. He persists. This is sheer stubbornness. Xiao Zhong chuckled. Young people should be allowed to experiment. We cannot stifle their endeavor. If he truly manages to produce noteworthy results, I would certainly lend my support. Where is he? I shall go see him now. After all, he proved the GODLIKE conjecture. An extraordinary feat, Xiao Zhong exclaimed. I shall join you. Chun Bao replied. I haven't checked on him in a while, although he had previously informed Lin Xiao that he would not provide excessive assistance. It would be rather unkind to offer none at all. Subsequently, Chun Bao and Xiao Zhong made their way to the data center, locating Lin Xiao's workstation. Inside the room, Lin Xiao was alone. Huang Haoren was absent, as he could not be expected to remain by Lin Xiao's side indefinitely, and Lin Xiao felt embarrassed asking him to stay. Lin Xiao, How goes it? Chun Bao inquired. However, Lin Xiao seemed entirely engrossed in the screen before him, oblivious to their presence. Chun Bao and Xiao Zhong exchanged glances, noting Lin Xiao's earnestness. They approached from behind to observe the information displayed on the screen. Upon seeing it, Chun Bao's expression turned serious. This atomic model, perfectly aligned with the characteristics of directional solidification technology, devoid of transverse grain boundaries. Was Lin Xiao attempting to develop material for turbine fan blades? Wasn't he supposed to be focused on the materials for engine wall panels? This seemed rather reckless. Chun Bao furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of frustration. If Lin Xiao were to continue optimizing the successful TL alloy model, he would support it, as innovation is essential for experience accumulation. However, Lin Xiao's current direction appeared illogical, risking both funding and time, that he resolved to have a serious conversation with Lin Xiao shortly. Just then, Lin Xiao unexpectedly clicked a button on the software, initiating a theoretical property simulation for the material. This software was designed to simulate the material's properties based on molecular dynamics, calculating its theoretical mechanical properties on a macroscopic scale. Soon, the software began to harness the computer's computational power. After a while, the results emerged. Gazing at the data, Chun Bao was taken aback, as was Xiao Zhong, who widened his eyes. The material strength. Was there an error? Xiao Zhong was aware of certain confidential data regarding materials, such as the strength of the turbine fan blade material used in the J-20's turbofan engine 15. Remarkably, the computational materials software's assessment of this titanium alloy strength was nearly identical to that of the turbine fan blade material used in the turbofan 15 engine. With the added advantage of a lower density, a lower density implies reduced weight, which is a crucial metric for engines, specifically the thrust-to-weight ratio, the comparison of thrust to the engine's own weight. The higher the thrust-to-weight ratio, the stronger the engine's performance. The thrust-to-weight ratio of the turbofan 15 engine on the J-20 is around 10, while that of the F-22 exceeds 10. Thus, once Lin Xiao's material truly achieves such strength and density, Xiao Zhong can almost be certain that it could directly replace the material currently used in the fan blades of the WS-15 engine. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Xiao Zhong. Lin Xiao must be researching the engine's wall panel, and this material could indeed be utilized in the turbine fan blades. It is almost certain that the software had erred in its calculations, that he couldn't help but shake his head, thinking how unreliable such software could be. However, unlike him, Chun Bao was filled with astonishment at that moment. Perhaps Xiao Zhong, not being a materials researcher and having never used such software, failed to recognize that Lin Xiao was working on fan blade materials. Yet Chun Bao was well aware that Lin Xiao was indeed developing materials for the fan blades. Although computational software can sometimes be unreliable, it shouldn't be too far-fetched. The probability of encountering a scenario where the actual strength is only half of the calculated strength, based on first principles, is exceedingly low. This raised the question, could it be that Lin Xiao's material truly warranted further exploration? Chapter 152, Validating with Supercomputing. Finally, Chun Bao could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Lin Xiao, "What exactly are you working on?" Upon hearing such a close inquiry, Lin Xiao finally regained his focus, turned around, and exclaimed in surprise, "Academician Chun, you're here." Without any preamble, Chun Bao directly asked, "Let us set aside other matters for now. Could you tell me what material you are currently simulating? It shouldn't be wall panel material, right?" Upon hearing Chun Bao's question, Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire the academician's expertise, as he immediately discerned that the material was not meant for wall panels. Just days prior, Huang Haoren had noticed that Lin Xiao's material was somewhat unconventional, yet he too failed to recognize that it was no longer wall panel material. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. "Indeed, this is not wall panel material, but rather the material for turbine fan blades. That aren't you supposed to be working on wall panel materials? Why this material instead?" "I just wanted to experiment a bit," Lin Xiao replied. Before Chun Bao could respond, Xiao Zhong interjected, unable to hold back his surprise. "What? You mean this is fan blade material, for turbine fan blades?" Lin Xiao didn't recognize him, but considering he was with academician Chun, he surmised that he might also be an academician, that he nodded and explained, "Yes, this material is intended for turbine fan blades, utilizing directional solidification technology to enhance its unidirectional mechanical properties. Furthermore, It possesses remarkable mechanical strength, coupled with excellent oxidation and fatigue resistance of titanium-aluminum alloys. Once this material is developed, it is sure to yield astonishing results. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's confident assertion, both Chao Zhong and Chun Bao exchanged glances. Although the computational results were astonishing, they still found it hard to believe that Lin Xiao could easily produce a material suitable for turbine fan blades. The research into such materials often demands exorbitant funding, sometimes reaching hundreds of millions, yet Lin Xiao claimed he could casually create one. Who would believe that? Finally, Chun Bao remarked, while the software's calculations are impressive, they may still be subject to errors. Lin Xiao: you should understand that even a slight error in materials used for turbine fan blades can result in significant discrepancies. A minor deviation can sometimes be fatal in the context of precision machinery, like aircraft engines. In response to Chun Bao's words, Lin Xiao remained silent, instead opting to open various software applications and showcase his calculations to both of them. This left Chun Bao and Chao Zhong speechless. Lin Xiao had conducted calculations across numerous software platforms, and the majority of the results indicated that this material possessed exceptionally strong performance. Given the different algorithms employed by the software, some even suggested that the strength of this new material exceeded that of the fan blade material currently used in the WS-15. This left the two academicians at a loss for how to refute his claims. The field of computational materials science has advanced to such a degree that, although it remains limited to theoretical results rather than experimental confirmations, its guiding principles are undeniable. What if, just what if, Lin Xiao's experimental endeavor yielded genuine success? After all, there have been instances of success in the past, and at this moment, both academicians found themselves breathing more rapidly. A material capable of serving as turbine fan blades. Surely it was worth a try. Yet an awkward issue arose. Chun Bao said, "Unfortunately, we are out of fund at AS for directional solidification technology. I am not an expert, and designing the process can be quite costly." Lin Xiao was taken aback. Out of money. This posed a significant problem, but a look of helplessness crossed his face. This was not merely a matter of a little money hindering a hero, but rather millions and tens of millions causing a stalemate. However, at that moment, Chao Zhong spoke up. "I can arrange for the group to invest more funds or even establish a separate project team to develop this material." Upon hearing Chao Zhong's words, Lin Xiao was once again taken aback and looked at him in astonishment. This man had the authority to command the Aero Engine Corporation. Chao Zhong, noticing Lin Xiao's surprise, smiled and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chao Zhong from the Aero Engine Corporation, an academician, and I specialize in research on aircraft engines." Chun Bao chuckled and patted Chao Zhong on the back. Addressing Lin Xiao, "Academician Xiao and I are old friends. We are on the same side. He's also the deputy general manager of the Aero Engine Corporation, so funding is not an issue." Lin Xiao was instantly filled with joy. "Thank you, Academician Xiao. There's no need for thanks. We are all working for our national defense," Chao Zhong replied, smiling. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "By the way, Lin Xiao, have you discussed this matter with anyone else?" "Not at all." Lin Xiao shook his head. "That's good," Chao Zhong said with a serious expression. "You must understand that our nation is not in a particularly peaceful situation internationally. Thus, to protect our military secrets and safeguard yourself. If this material is successfully developed and achieves the anticipated results, it will undoubtedly become classified technology. There should be no disclosures, including your contributions, do you understand?" Upon hearing Chao Zhong's grave words, Lin Xiao nodded earnestly and replied, "I understand that I will keep it confidential." In truth, he had already been prepared for such matters. Hence, when Huang Haoren had inquired previously, he had refrained from answering. Likewise, he had not conducted simulations on his personal computer, as he could not guarantee its security. Seeing Lin Xiao nod, Chao Zhong smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Good, as long as we succeed, your contributions will be duly noted in your records. That if those records are declassified in the future, no one will forget your role in this. While contributing to the nation is a duty we should all fulfill," Lin Xiao replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride. Why joining this clandestine guardianship? He felt akin to those who have been inspired and moved by the stories of the father of China's nuclear submarines. He thought of the veterans of the Long March who had lived incognito after their service, only for their identities to be revealed posthumously through their relics. The strength of China today owes much to these invisible guardians. And now, being part of such a cause alongside those predecessors filled Lin Xiao with honor and pride. His response evoked a mixture of emotions in the eyes of the two academicians, gratitude and reflection. Finally, Chao Zhong said, "All right, let us set this aside for now. Lin Xiao, please prepare a report detailing your findings, which I will take to the meeting to advocate for resources for the development of this material." "Okay, I will get it ready as soon as possible." Lin Xiao nodded, adding, "Oh, by the way, I believe that using supercomputing for further calculations might provide even stronger theoretical validation." Supercomputing? Both academicians were taken aback. To use supercomputing, you'll need to design relevant programs. Are you capable of that? Chun Bao inquired out of course. If not, I can find someone to assist you with the design. Chun Bao continued that I can design it myself. Lin Xiao confidently asserted. Over the past few months, due to the demands of computational material science, he had significantly improved his programming skills, making him fully capable of this task. This was also why many who had originally studied computational material science often remarked that if one failed to achieve results in material science, they could simply transition to a career in programming. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's confidence, Chen Bao nodded and said, "Very well, let us proceed with that. I'll help you apply for supercomputing resources. We should still have the budget to support that." "Thank you," Lin Xiao expressed that, "I've already said there is no need for thanks. Let us work hard together," Chun Bao replied with a smile, waving his hand. "Indeed." Lin Xiao nodded, a smile illuminating his face. This was not only for the unwavering support of these two academicians, but also for the fulfillment of his own aspirations. Next, as Chao Zhong had suggested, he would need to compile the report. However, since he had yet to conduct final validations using supercomputing, Lin Xiao would initially only include the various prior computational results in the report. As for the application for the supercomputer, it concerns the Sunway Taiho Light. After all, the Sunway Taiho Light is a product of national research and development, ensuring both safety and confidentiality. However, due to the numerous institutions applying for access, a queue must be formed, which may take approximately 2 to 3 weeks. While these state institutions typically have the privilege of bypassing the queue, the Supercomputing Center will not grant them any special treatment unless the significance of the project is explicitly stated. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao remains unperturbed, as he has two objectives for applying for the supercomputer. The first objective, as mentioned by Chao Zhong and Chen Bao, is to provide more robust evidence for his computational conclusions. By leveraging the supercomputer's formidable parallel computing power, he aims to expand the scale of calculations for this new material model, yielding results that are generally closer to reality than those obtained using conventional computers. However, this is only the first objective. The second objective arises from Lin Xiao's sensitivity to numbers, combined with his knowledge and previous computational results, which have led him to harbor some doubts regarding the mathematical model of the material provided by the system. The properties of the titanium alloy material, as given by the truth points, exhibit a certain discrepancy when compared to the theoretical properties he calculated on his computer. The actual properties of this titanium aluminum alloy material appear to be superior to the computational results, particularly in terms of mechanical strength and certain thermodynamic properties. After all, he had expended considerable truth points to derive these results. This also implies that the new material can withstand higher turbine inlet temperatures, thereby enhancing the engine's thrust. However, the most critical aspect is the significant disparity between the computational results and the actual properties, indicating that there may be undiscovered factors at play. Lin Xiao has a premonition that this could be due to an unrecognized mechanism or physical property. He intends to employ his mathematical prowess to deduce this mechanism and subsequently validate it using the supercomputer. This embodies one of the primary roles of computational material science, to utilize mathematics to elucidate phenomena that remain inexplicable in experiments. Chapter 153. 19-year-old National Key Project leader. The atomic radii of zirconium, niobium, and molybdenum are all greater than that of aluminum, which leads to lattice distortion and an increase in unit cell volume. Moreover, in terms of relative atomic mass, aluminum comprises merely 1/3 to 1/4 of these atoms. Comparing the axial ratio, the closer the axial ratio approaches 1, the greater the isotropy of the crystal, resulting in weaker covalent bonds between atoms and stronger metallic bonds. ultimately affecting the material's ductility. Lin Xiao reflects on various theories, jotting down data on manuscript paper. With the data acquired through truth points swirling his mind, Lin Xiao feels guided. If his computational conclusions align with these results, it would indicate the correctness of the theory he is in the process of establishing. However, this remains a challenging endeavor. The answers provided by the truth points are standard answers devoid of procedural detail, akin to facing a mathematical problem where one wishes to glance at the standard answer, only to discover that it lacks the necessary steps. Thus, deriving the final answer is of paramount importance. For an ordinary individual, encountering such answers may render them incapable of correlating the existing data with them. Yet for Lin Xiao, the fleeting inspirations that occasionally flash through his mind while gazing at these numbers might illuminate a path forward. If approached from the perspective of quantum chemistry, he decides to commence with molecular orbital theory. Thus, Lin Xiao begins his attempts. Although metals are composed of atoms, the formation of their chemical bonds can still be addressed using molecular orbital theory. This necessitates the application of the Schrödinger equation to describe the wave functions of electron motion states. Consequently, Lin Xiao finds himself utilizing an increasing amount of draft paper, yet he becomes enraptured by the process. Immersing himself in the realm of mathematics feels akin to returning home. Each mathematical symbol appears charming, and the act of writing is gratifying. He adores exploring mathematics. In summary, Lin Xiao now seeks to identify an unknown variable that can reflect the disparity between the computational and actual results. Time swiftly passes. During these days, Lin Xiao refrains from visiting the Aviation Materials Institute, instead remaining in his room, tirelessly constructing the theoretical framework he requires. However, due to the demands from Qiao Zhong's side, he nevertheless prepares a report in advance and submits it to him. Even without the supercomputer, Lin Xiao's computational results from those software programs are typically sufficient to secure funding for the project. Thus, Qiao Zhong intends to pursue this path, as obtaining the funds as early as possible is certainly preferable. A few days later, a meeting convenes among the senior executives of the aviation engine group. All attendees are high-ranking officials, including the general manager of the group, alongside several esteemed academicians. Old Qiao, what is the purpose of this meeting? One inquires. Qiao Zhong does not respond directly. Instead, he suggests, let's first sign a confidentiality agreement. Upon witnessing Qiao Zhong's solemn demeanor, those present are momentarily taken aback. A confidentiality agreement. What matter could be of such importance? Old Qiao, have there been any significant breakthroughs? Upon hearing the phrase, significant breakthroughs, the attendees' eyes light up. As a group dedicated to the development of aviation engines, they have signed numerous confidentiality agreements. Thus, they can speculate about the circumstances warranting such an agreement. With a poker face, Qiao Zhong maintains an air of secrecy, stating, let us not inquire further. It's protocol. We must sign first. Soon, confidentiality agreements are distributed to all present, and they proceed to sign without further discussion. Now we can finally speak. Right? One academician inquires once the agreements are collected. Qiao Zhong, however, remains silent, first ensuring the agreements are safely stored, then scanning the room for eavesdroppers, before distributing a series of printed reports from a folder. The attendees eagerly await, and upon reviewing the reports, their faces reveal sheer astonishment. The titanium aluminum alloy. Applicable to turbine blades? This mechanical strength. Is this for real? One academician exclaims in disbelief that if this material is genuine, it could enhance our engine's thrust by several points. Moreover, with its low density, surpassing the thrust-to-weight ratio of the American F-22's engine will be well within reach. This particular academician, Liu Xiankong, hold a prominent position in the domestic aviation field and boasts the highest seniority within the aviation engine group. His astonishment is undoubtedly due to the remarkable properties of this material. However, at that moment, a voice raises a concern. Wait, this material was computed through simulation. Old Qiao, are you joking with us? Can computational simulations be taken seriously? Upon hearing this, others begin to scrutinize the report, confirming that it indeed presents simulated results. They turn their gazes towards Qiao Zhong, eager to see how he will respond. With a smile, Qiao Zhong retorts, if this were genuine, would I have only invited you few for this meeting? Had the material already been developed and validated, I wouldn't be here convening. I would have simply submitted it for internal reference. Hearing this, the attendees exchange glances. What do you mean by that? I believe we should design a production process for this material, allocate funding specifically for it, and establish a project team for development. At the very least, it should be 5 million, right? Chao Zhong turns to the group's general manager, Li Yong. This matter requires your approval. Li Yong shakes his head, replying, 5 million is not feasible. Your results lack persuasive power. While Li Yong primarily handles administrative matters as the general manager, he possesses a solid understanding of these specialized issues, knowing that he cannot casually approve funding without sufficient justification. Chao Zhong smiles faintly. Offering no further explanation, he retrieves a series of data reports, showcasing the various simulation results Lin Xiao had previously obtained, and presents them to the group. These results are more extensive and comprehensive, encompassing analyses from molecular dynamics to lattice dynamics, phonon spectra to phonon density of states, and more. Each conclusion attests to the exceptional performance of this material. The academicians and experts, who initially thought Chao Zhong was merely seeking their amusement, now find themselves at a loss for words. Simultaneously, they begin to ponder, just as they did when they first encountered Lin Xiao's computational results. What if this truly succeeds? Li Yong hesitates, finally stating, 5 million. Will that suffice? Upon hearing Li Yong's comment, a smile spreads across Chao Zhong's face. If it proves insufficient, we can always request more funding later if there's a chance for success. Would you deny the approval? The previously skeptical Liu Xiangkong stands up, exclaiming, approve it! It must be approved. In the past, the nation has invested billions, yet yielded minimal results. Now we have a chance of success with just a few million. How can we possibly deny it? If there's a shortfall, we can seek funding from the State Council. Seeing that the most senior member has spoken, Li Yong can no longer obstruct the proposal. All right, Academician Chao, please submit the project application that we will pursue special channels, and the funds will be allocated within a week. However, at this juncture, they suddenly realize who is responsible for generating these computational results. When the time comes, who will comprise the research team? Li Yong posed this inquiry. Academician Chao, who is applying for this project? It can't possibly be you, can it? Due to the confidentiality agreement, Chao Zhong chuckled and replied, you all know Lin Xiao, right? Lin Xiao? The attendees were momentarily taken aback. There's such a remarkable talent in the field of computational materials in our country. However, someone suddenly recalled, I previously learned from academician Shan that the Lin Xiao who proved the Goldbach conjecture is supposedly part of his research team. You can't possibly be referring to him, right? Indeed, that is the one. Chao Zhong nodded with a smile. Upon hearing Chao Zhong's confirmation, the academicians and experts were once again astonished. How could this be? Isn't he a mathematician? How could he possess such profound knowledge in computational materials as well? Achieving results through computational materials requires far more than simply inputting data and adjusting parameters. It necessitates a substantial reservoir of knowledge and the ability to apply that knowledge effectively. Designing a program is akin to this. A brilliant programmer may accomplish it in just 5 lines of code, while an inexperienced one might struggle with 10 lines, ultimately introducing bugs. It's astounding that Lin Xiao excels in mathematics and now demonstrates such prowess in computational materials. Witnessing the astonishment on their faces, Chao Zhong couldn't help but reminisce about the moment he learned from academician Chen that Lin Xiao was engaged in computational materials, and he felt a twinge of nostalgia. He then remarked, some individuals defy conventional understanding. Lin Xiao is one such person. Hearing Chao Zhong's words, the attendees nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of conviction. With the funding approved, Chao Zhong promptly conveyed this delightful news to Lin Xiao and Chun Bao. 5 million. Chun Bao's face brightened. That should allow for 2 experimental runs. That's quite satisfactory. No need to worry that if 5 million isn't enough, we can always apply for more. Chao Zhong grinned. He then turned to Lin Xiao and said, by the way, Lin Xiao, let us exchange contact information that I'll send you the project application form. You can fill it out and return it to me, and then we'll use special channels to secure the funding within a week. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Am I the one applying? But I don't know how to design experiments. Of course it's you applying. Chao Zhong shook his head. This is your material design. Naturally, you should be the project leader, so the credit belongs to you. Otherwise, when those engaged in computational materials seek assistance with experiment design, they would have to concede the primary credit to others. Who would still be willing to pursue computational materials under such circumstances? Chun Bao also chimed in with a smile. If it's yours, then embrace it. Just invite me to assist in the research. And you'll become the youngest principal investigator of a key national project at just 19. Don't you want to give it a try? Encouraged by the two academicians, Lin Xiao ceased his reluctance and replied, "Then I shall trouble academician Xiao." A week later, a secret research team focusing on a novel titanium alloy production process was established, with the 19-year-old Lin Xiao appointed as the principal investigator of this nationally significant project. Surrounded predominantly by academicians, such a lineup, if revealed, would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals, academicians working under the direction of a 19-year-old. However, due to the project's confidentiality, few would be aware of this matter, aside from the team members. Only a handful of individuals knew of the project's existence. For Lin Xiao and his colleagues, external recognition was unnecessary. Their sole focus was to diligently fulfill their responsibilities. Thus, time swiftly passed. Chapter 154, Superlative Titanium Aluminum Alloy in July. As the Northern Hemisphere faced the direct rays of the sun, it entered the hottest period of the year. However, as solar radiation reached Earth, it encountered various attenuations, resulting in only a fraction of its total energy being felt by humans. Less than 1%. In fact, for several individuals currently situated in the National Key Laboratory of the Aviation Materials Research Institute, the temperature resulting from this 1% of energy was far less than the nearly 2000 K temperature within the vacuum arc furnace they were approaching. The substance being cast was the titanium alloy designed by Lin Xiao. Over the course of more than a month, they had developed 3 production processes from theoretical models to tangible entities. The individuals responsible for designing these processes were either academicians or Changjiang scholars, including academician Chun Bao from the Aviation Materials Institute and academician Wen Changping from the Materials Research Institute. In summary, they were all prominent figures in the domestic materials field. While there were only 4 of them, this assembly could still be deemed quite prestigious. These 4 leaders were capable of independently managing national key projects, and it was a rare occurrence for them to converge on a single project to devise design solutions. Such instances typically arose only from large national scientific initiatives. Lin Xiao was astonished to discover that his project attracted such esteemed figures, and even Xiao Zhong, who had invited them, felt incredulous. When he sent the invitations to the 3 academicians, he initially hoped to secure one confirmation. Instead, all 3 agreed, thus resulting in several luminaries joining this modest research team. Their willingness to participate stemmed not only from the project's significance, but also from Lin Xiao's reputation. Regardless, networking with him was advantageous, and designing a material production process required relatively less time compared to the lengthy periods typically associated with their own projects, which often spanned a year or more. Nevertheless, despite the presence of distinguished individuals, designing this production process still posed certain challenges. The use of single crystal directional solidification technology was required, and the new titanium aluminum alloy presented its own complexities. Among the 3 proposed plans, 2 had already failed, and if the 3rd plan did not succeed, they would need to devise alternative processes, resulting in increased expenditure and time. Thus, they could only hope for success this time around. All right, Xiao Huang, it's time to pour. Prepare for directional solidification, academician Chun Bao called out. Subsequently, several graduate students, including Huang Haoran, stepped forward to begin the operation. These students had been summoned to assist, as certain tasks were unsuitable for the elderly academicians to undertake, and it was impractical for Lin Xiao, as the project leader, to engage directly. Therefore, Chun Bao had called upon his graduate students, all of whom had signed confidentiality agreements. Upon hearing their mentor's command, the students swiftly approached, opening the furnace and proceeding with the steps for directional solidification. This process emphasizes a temperature gradient to prevent chaotic liquid flow during solidification, which could ultimately affect the material's properties. Additionally, several other details were crucial to ensuring their success. As time elapsed, they eventually extracted several titanium alloy rods from the solidification furnace. The gleaming metallic luster on the surface ignited anticipation among all present regarding the forthcoming performance of these rods. All right, let us proceed with the performance testing. Chun Bao instructed, and they moved from the casting laboratory to the adjacent testing laboratory point. One of the titanium alloy rods was secured in the tensile testing machine, and force was gradually applied 100 MPa, 200 MPa, until eventually they determined the maximum tensile strength 949 MPa. When this figure emerged, everyone present was astounded. What on earth? How is this possible? How can it be so much higher than the theoretical value? Wasn't he only supposed to be in the 700s? The academicians were left in disbelief that if the tensile strength had been in the 700s, it would have aligned with their initial expectations. Currently, the highest tensile strength for titanium alloys is 1764 MPa, but that particular alloy is not titanium aluminum. It incorporates other precious metals, which tend to have higher densities and are unsuitable for aerospace applications. Titanium aluminum alloys are regarded as one of the best materials for aerospace due to their higher aluminum content, significantly reducing density and weight. Generally, the tensile strength of titanium aluminum alloys ranges from 400 to 700 MPa. Yet their new titanium aluminum alloy had evidently achieved a tensile strength exceeding 900 MPa. Was this not extraordinary? Upon initially seeing the tensile strength surpass 700 MPa, the academicians thought they had succeeded, but now a second thought crossed their minds. Could this be a testing error? However, such an error seemed improbable. Consequently, was this an unexpected delight? It was akin to facing a final boss only to discover a rare double loot drop. Instantaneously, their gazes turned toward Lin Xiao, eager to ascertain his thoughts as the designer. To their surprise, Lin Xiao merely observed the scene quietly, his expression devoid of any signs of astonishment. In truth, he harbored a few regrets within, as the data provided by the system indicated that the strength could indeed fluctuate upwards by approximately 100 MPa, potentially exceeding 1,000 MPa. After all, this was something he had painstakingly achieved using numerous truth points. If he could not break a few records, it would be rather excessive. However, perhaps due to issues related to the process or errors in the production flow, the results had fallen short. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern. The discrepancies in craftsmanship could be gradually rectified in the future. Given the current outcome, it could be deemed a success, as he had at least proven that his calculations were accurate, and they had to be accurate. As he regained his composure and glanced at the gazes directed towards him, he smiled and remarked, "Let us discuss these matters later. Regardless, this is indeed a pleasant surprise. Let us proceed with other tests for now." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the esteemed academicians released their astonishment, acknowledging, as Lin Xiao had stated, that this was indeed a delightful surprise. At the same time, they felt a deep admiration for Lin Xiao's calm demeanor. As the architect of this material, a typical individual might have been unable to contain their excitement, and even these academicians were no exception. Such a formidable titanium alloy could undoubtedly offer immense assistance to their future military technologies. Components such as turbine blades for jet engines and compressor blades could directly utilize this innovative material, which might elevate their engines' thrust-to-weight ratio to unprecedented heights among fighter jets. In summary, this novel material promised to unlock countless possibilities. Contemplating these future prospects, they were now eager to explore the other properties of this titanium alloy. Subsequently, the other tests commenced. Currently, they were merely assessing the attributes at room temperature. The performance at elevated temperatures was of utmost importance. However, given the material's performance at room temperature, the results at high temperatures were anticipated to be exceptional. Indeed, as the results from the high-temperature tests emerged, this new titanium alloy once again exhibited astonishing capabilities. Whether in terms of high-temperature, structural strength, or creep resistance, it demonstrated the prowess of top-tier materials. Regrettably, they lacked specialized equipment. Otherwise, they would have wished to simulate the conditions experienced by turbine blades under elevated temperatures and complex stress environments. Nevertheless, judging by its current performance, it was evident that it could effortlessly fulfill the function of turbine blades. Not merely effortlessly, but to an extraordinary degree. This gem, hailed as the crowning jewel of materials science, had been birthed in their hands, and it was the brightest of them all. While they were uncertain about the materials employed in American fighter jet turbine blades, they now felt confident that none could rival their own. Furthermore, considering the recyclable first-stage rocket currently under development in Hua country, Employing this titanium-aluminum alloy therein seemed entirely feasible at this moment. The academicians felt a profound sense of gratitude for not having declined when Xiao Zhong invited them to participate in this endeavor. They then turned their attention back to Lin Xiao. The young man bore a smile, yet did not outwardly exhibit excessive joy. This evoked another wave of genuine admiration from them. Lin Xiao's restrained demeanor, despite the recent revelations, likely stemmed from his desire to await the results of further tests. Now that all the primary results have been unveiled, his continued composure exemplified a state of mind that transcended joy and sorrow. Embodying the essence of remaining unaffected by external circumstances, that it was no wonder he could continually achieve breakthroughs, transitioning from mathematics to material science. Meanwhile, Chun Bao's graduate students found themselves at a loss for words. Previously, they had referred to Chun Bao as boss due to his funding of their projects, and now, just a few months later, they were transitioning to Lin Xiao's project, where Lin Xiao was now their benefactor. This shift took them completely by surprise. Moreover, they had previously viewed computational material science as merely supplementary and not on par with experimental methods. However, the present circumstances rendered that notion utterly absurd. Consider Lin Xiao, who began studying computational materials science in March, and by July, merely 4 months later, had designed a material suitable for turbine blades. The sheer caliber of his work was nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing even the notion of a cheat. All they could think to express was a desire to learn computational materials science. "We have succeeded," Chen Bao sighed. "Indeed, we have succeeded," echoed academician Wen Chongping. That it was unclear who initiated the first round of applause. But soon after, the second and third followed, until the laboratory was filled with applause, each individual looking towards Lin Xiao to convey their congratulations. Lin Xiao also joined in the applause, expressing his gratitude for their commendations. Chapter 155. Lin Xiao's defiance against fate as the theoretical model designer for this metal. Lin Xiao's contribution was undoubtedly the most significant. Without this model, even the most accomplished academicians among them would have been unable to deduce the material structure from thin air. This is the essence of computational simulation. At times, it may seem far-fetched, yet can also yield astonishing surprises that at this juncture, the academicians could largely surmise the immense impact this news would have once it spread throughout the realm of computational material science. Although the details could not be disclosed due to confidentiality, the existence of such a titanium alloy would inevitably attract attention. After all, this material was destined for use in engines, and industry professionals would soon recognize that the turbine blades of Hua country's engines would be upgraded to a more robust material. A little inquiry would reveal that this material had been derived through computational methods, and undoubtedly, more individuals would be drawn to study computational material science. That be why this reckoning. Lin Xiao could be seen as a promoter of computational materials science in the country. Even though it was unlikely anyone would know his name for quite some time, in fact, even the academicians at this moment began to contemplate the prospect of delving into computational materials science. For today, Lin Xiao had showcased the ultimate purpose of this field, the direct prediction of a material's structural model. This was the lofty expectation placed upon computational materials science since its inception. However, returning to the matter at hand, why was there such a disparity between Lin Xiao's computational results and their actual findings? At this moment, Chun Bao suddenly inquired. Perhaps it is simply a margin of error, another Chongjiang scholar suggested. After all, discrepancies in computational simulation software were quite common. This error might even be seen as beneficial, as it reflected positively on the physical manifestation, where computational errors could often be less favorable. Others nodded in agreement, concluding that this was likely the explanation, especially given the superior results. They were not overly concerned about the discrepancies. However, Lin Xiao shook his head and replied, "I believe the reasons may extend beyond that. Why?" Everyone turned to Lin Xiao with curiosity. He did not answer directly, but instead stated, "I need to obtain more data, including EDS, SEM analysis, and various spectroscopic analyses." He turned to Huang Haoren and said, "Old Huang, I'll leave this matter to you." "Certainly, Boss Lin." Huang Haoren responded promptly. He was now fully committed to fulfilling Lin Xiao's requests. Recognizing the promising future of collaborating with such a remarkable individual, The prospect of warming the bed was not out of the question, as they witnessed Lin Xiao's intent to pursue further research. Chun Bao and the others grew puzzled, yet they assumed it was part of Lin Xiao's own inquiry and refrained from pressing further. They continued to conduct additional experiments on the material, such as assessing its performance under prolonged stress, and sought to apply for access to other laboratories with different conditions to evaluate its myriad properties that, of course, they did not forget to relay this news to those in the know, such as Chao Zhong. Goodness, you truly succeeded? What? The tensile strength exceeds 900 MPa? You must be joking, Chao Zhong exclaimed, his astonishment palpable upon receiving the call from Chun Bao. Some alloys tend to improve their tensile strength under high-temperature deformation due to the release of internal stress and dislocation strengthening. However, to find their titanium alloy already exceptional and then performing even better at elevated temperatures was incomprehensible. What kind of material is this? Chao Zhong found it exceedingly difficult to believe, and the surprises did not end there. When he heard Chun Bao mention additional properties, his jaw dropped in disbelief. You are defying the heavens. It is Lin Xiao who is defying the heavens. It has nothing to do with the rest of us. So do not misattribute it, Chun Bao clarified. Right? It is Lin Xiao. By the way, where is Lin Xiao? He seems to have some other research going on. His computational results differ somewhat from our actual results, which are better than expected, so it seems he intends to use computational methods to explain the discrepancy. Using computation to explain phenomena that experiments cannot elucidate. This is one of the great functions of computational material science. But can he identify the reasons? Do not underestimate him. Chun Bao remarked, the depth of his research in computational material science may have surpassed my own. I ought to be more confident and discard the may. The learning efficiency of this young man is truly beyond rational comprehension. Perhaps he was born solely for the purpose of learning? Chao Zhong chuckled. Fortunately, he is one of us, a citizen of Hua. Indeed, he is, Chun Bao responded with a smile. Thus, our responsibility is to safeguard him. Chao Zhong sighed at this juncture. Chun Bao nodded. As long as we protect the secret. Yes, Chao Zhong continued. I must report this news to the higher-ups now. You can anticipate good news shortly. Very well. After hanging up the phone, Chun Bao could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of how elated the military officials would be upon reviewing this material at the Aviation Materials Research Institute. Data center. Lin Xiao remained diligently refining his theories. He did not exhibit much exuberance at the success of the new titanium alloy, having expended numerous truth points to acquire this novel material. He had already savored that joy. Presently, his sole ambition was to elucidate why the actual results surpassed the calculated ones as a top scholar, or perhaps more fittingly, as an academic, when confronted with a problem. One must endeavor to explain the underlying causes. Now he had gathered additional data regarding their new titanium alloy and collected various other statistics. Based on these figures, he was drawing ever closer to his ultimate goal. Yet, at this moment, his theories still lacked certain elements. Had the methods of quantum chemistry reached their limits? Perhaps it was an issue with the mathematical approach. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang, checking the caller ID. He saw it was a staff member from the Xunwei Taihu Light Project. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Xiao? Yes. The caller, sounding somewhat exasperated, said, Mr. Lin, we've detected that you haven't utilized the node you applied for in several days. Given the numerous institutions waiting in line, can you confirm that you will be using it soon? Please grant me a few more days. I applied for a week, and I believe I still have 3 days remaining. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's response, the other party could only concede, very well. After hanging up, Lin Xiao sighed in resignation. Several weeks ago, he had applied for access to the Xunwei Taihu Light, intending to achieve results during the waiting period. However, as the project leader, he could not afford to be neglectful, especially with esteemed academicians and Changjiang scholars involved. If he were absent, they might perceive him as indifferent to the project, so he had to make periodic visits. The complexity of this issue had also escalated. At his current level of expertise in material science, resolving it within a short time frame seemed daunting. His promotion to level 2 in material science had naturally stemmed from his recent study of 7 books on the subject, which had granted him 35 points of experience, thereby enhancing his capacity by 0.2. Additionally, he had read 5 books on computer science, yielding another 25 points of experience. Although he had yet to find a solution, he needed to persist. If he failed to resolve it within the next 3 days, he would have to rejoin the queue for several weeks to apply for the Xunwei light once more. Thus, Lin Xiao redirected his focus to the draft paper before him. Resuming his contemplation, that moment, he felt a sudden longing for Mimi. Perhaps holding her would inspire him? Unfortunately, Mimi was not present. Rubbing his temples, he recalled that she had been his muse in mathematical research. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Mathematical research. What if he transformed this problem into a mathematical one? He had previously been intent on applying chemical theories alongside computational software for his explanations. Yet something had always felt amiss that, if he were to convert all these elements into pure mathematics, might he uncover new insights? He decided to give it a try. Thus, Lin Xiao began to shift his perspective, converting the electronic orbits of titanium atoms into numerical representations. Functions, wave functions. What if he employed graph theory to depict them? A spark ignited within him. I shall explore the topological equivalence of titanium and aluminum atom interactions. He immediately sensed he had stumbled upon a novel direction, that if level 2 chemistry proved inadequate, he would supplement it with level 4 mathematics. In an instant, everything became remarkably clear to him. Let us proceed with this. Time passed, and 2 days later, Mr. Lin Xiao, you need not say more. I am in the process of connecting to your node, and will be using it shortly. The call ended. Lin Xiao, with bloodshot eyes, accessed the supercomputing software platform of Xunwei Light, transferring the programs he had painstakingly compiled during sleepless nights. In those final 3 days, he had scarcely slept more than 2 or 3 hours each day, not only to finalize his mathematical model, but also to translate those models into code. This was a monumental undertaking, accomplished entirely by himself, and while exhausting, he had ultimately succeeded. Come on, I cannot fail now, he muttered to himself as he clicked to initiate the cluster computation. Chapter 156. I've figured it out. As Lin Xiao activated the computation, lines of operational code flashed across his interface, reminiscent of a hacker's screen, that he sat quietly before the computer, awaiting the emergence of the final results. Although the Xunwei light boasted immense computational power, such large-scale calculations still required a considerable amount of time to process, especially given the complexity of the purely mathematical models he had crafted. Each atom had been represented as a graph within graph theory, with each electron depicted as a point within that graph, akin to a Hamiltonian circuit. He systematically constructed atomic structures, beginning with the unit cell and progressing to a complete lattice, executing increasingly intricate calculations to simulate the entire microstructure. Through this methodology, Lin Xiao finally discerned the phenomena occurring during the casting of their new titanium-aluminum alloy, identifying the principles that rendered its properties superior to theoretical predictions. That it was a mechanism of titanium metal bonding that had yet to be uncovered by material scientists. When arranged in a specific order, the distribution of the resulting metallic bonds altered the overall strength, potentially diminishing or enhancing it. These mechanisms were not exclusive to their produced alloy, but existed across various titanium alloys. The exceptional mechanical properties of their new titanium alloy surpassed the average standards of titanium-aluminum alloys solely because Lin Xiao, or rather, the system, had guided them to harness this bonding mechanism effectively, thereby augmenting its overall strength. Should they replicate this phenomenon during the development of other titanium alloys, they might continue to innovate and produce a myriad of even stronger titanium alloys. Of course, these were merely Lin Xiao's computational results. Their veracity still awaited confirmation through supercomputing. Even if the supercomputer validated them, without a guiding model from the system, attempting to independently develop such a titanium alloy would hinge on luck or necessitate a more profound exploration of the theory to bridge the gap from theory to application. At that moment, Lin Xiao surmised why this new material required such a significant number of truth points. It likely concealed theories yet unknown to humanity. The system's provision of the answer indirectly conveyed this theory to him. And now, through his deductions, he had unearthed the hidden theoretical value encapsulated within those nearly 40 truth points. However, Lin Xiao remained perplexed. If the theory he had derived was indeed correct, why had the system not promptly informed him of its accuracy and rewarded him? Such a pivotal theory for the realms of material science and chemistry surely deserved recognition. This left him with 3 hypotheses. First, that his derivation was incorrect, thus warranting no reward. Second, that it was correct, but would only be acknowledged post-validation by the supercomputer to avoid a system bug. Or third, that because he had acquired it through truth points, the system would withhold rewards regardless of his successful derivation. While he could accept the first two scenarios, the third was disheartening, as it implied a reward had slipped through his fingers. He could only hope that the system would prove to be benevolent. Lin Xiao ceased to ponder further and quietly awaited the final outcome. Given the intricacies of the entire process, only a supercomputer could accomplish all simulations within a short time frame. The duration required by a standard computer remained uncertain, a fact that Lin Xiao could not guarantee. Thus, time slowly elapsed. During this interval, the only sound that graced the quietude of Lin Xiao's surroundings was the whirring of the computer's internal fan. While outside, the influence of the newly developed titanium-aluminum alloy continued to expand relentlessly. The Sichuan Gas Turbine Research Institute, also known as the 624 Institute, the primary research unit behind the development of the WS-15 engine. The atmosphere was charged with significance. The WS-15 engine, the heart of the J-20 fighter jet, held immense importance for the military of Huagua and the nation itself. The principal research institution, the Gas Turbine Research Institute, occupied a position of considerable prestige. In this very moment, within the office of Jiang He, the chief designer of the WS-15 engine, the elderly gentleman was engaged in a phone conversation. What? The Materials Research Institute has developed a titanium-aluminum alloy that is regarded as the strongest in the world. Jiang He's face displayed astonishment that it truly considered the strongest titanium-aluminum alloy on the planet. Have we genuinely managed to create such an extraordinary material domestically? Research into titanium-aluminum alloys had commenced many years prior and had already seen significant application within the aviation sector, where it now commanded over 20% of the market share. Even giants like GE in the United States had transitioned from primarily developing nickel-based materials to focusing on titanium-aluminum alloys, although Huagua was not significantly lagging. It also had yet to take the lead, remaining in pursuit of the advancements made by the United States. The disparities in research on other materials, however, remained vast. For instance, the vertical takeoff and landing engine utilized in the F-35 fighter jet employed materials that were among the most advanced in the world. Otherwise, achieving vertical takeoff would be impossible. The military enthusiasts in Huagua had long coveted such capabilities. Acknowledging the unavoidable gap was essential. Only by confronting this disparity could breakthroughs be achieved, should this titanium-aluminum alloy indeed reach the pinnacle of strength. It would signify a substantial leap forward. Often, the emergence of a superlative material could resolve numerous challenges. Hence, Jiang He eagerly exclaimed, "Please send me the data on this material at once. I must examine it." As the chief designer of the WS-15 engine, he was entitled to access such confidential information. Before long, he received a document brimming with data concerning the new titanium alloy. As he perused the figures, this venerable man, now in his 70s and approaching 80, found his hands trembling involuntarily. If only such data had been available during the original development, he could have elevated the thrust of the WS-15 engine to a new echelon. Although it had not been possible back then, the current availability of this material could allow for a direct upgrade of the WS-15, enhancing the power of the J-20 fighter jet significantly. A smile unconsciously graced Jiang He's face that in the limited time he had left to remain active in his profession, the advent of such a material filled him with excitement and satisfaction. It signified that the younger generation was tirelessly striving for the strength of their nation. He suddenly felt prepared to retire and enjoy a tranquil twilight. "Jiang Lao, how is it? Have you seen it?" The voice on the other end of the line interrupted his reverie. Jiang He, shaken from his excitement, responded with a cheerful, "Yes, yes, yes. This is magnificent. Who is responsible for this? I must meet them. Ha ha. You may not believe it, but it was actually a young man who developed it. A young man. Splendid. How young are we talking? Around 30, perhaps? Try again. Not 30? Then surely it must be in his 20s. Wow, that's impressive. I absolutely must meet him." The laughter on the other end intensified. In fact, this young man is not even 20. What? Upon hearing this, Jianghe's previously joyous expression transformed into one of astonishment. You're serious? Absolutely. Subsequently, the individual revealed the identity of the young innovator. Lin Xiao, the same one who proved the GODLIKE conjecture. Jianghe expressed his admiration. Excellent, excellent. How wonderful. I truly hope our nation can produce more young talents like him. If we had 1,000 such individuals, Huagua would have no reason to fear a lack of future revival. I must travel to Beijing to meet this young man. You intend to come to Beijing? The voice on the other end sounded surprised. Yes, absolutely. I must also share this good news with Chief Designer Yang. I wonder if he is aware of it. Yang Wei, the chief designer of the J-20, was an old acquaintance of Jianghe, the chief designer of the WS-15. Upon hearing Jianghe's words, the other party replied with amusement, "Then I shall not keep you any longer." After hanging up, Jianghe promptly contacted chief designer Yang to share this exhilarating news. Moreover, it was not only the chief designer of the WS-15 who was thrilled. Every elder in the aviation sector across the nation expressed their excitement upon learning of this groundbreaking material developed by Lin Xiao. Naturally, many esteemed figures, much like Jianghe, wished to personally visit Lin Xiao in Beijing. However, only a select few were privy to this information, as the notifications to these veterans were primarily to convey the good news, while those familiar with the details were even fewer. Nonetheless, 5 esteemed elders, upon receiving the news, made their way to Beijing, arriving at the Aviation Materials Institute with the intention of conversing with Lin Xiao. Faced with the arrival of these distinguished individuals, Chen Bao felt compelled to attend to their needs. It was quite amusing that these elders, who were not ordinarily in Beijing, had traveled there solely to meet one person. Despite being in his 60s and an academician, Chen Bao found himself addressing several elders in their 70s with the utmost respect. "Academician Chen, please take us directly to meet Lin Xiao, though we old folks are not here to compete for talent with you." After a brief chat in the reception room, Jianghe, growing impatient, remarked that they were not there merely to sip tea with Chen Bao. The other elders nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall call him." Chen Bao relented, and then dialed Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, are you busy at the moment? Here with me are Chief Designer Yang of the J-20 and Chief Designer Jiang of the WS-15. They would like to meet you. Are you available to come over?" On the other end of the line, Lin Xiao's voice responded, "Academician Chen, I think you might need to come over here. I have something important to discuss." Chen Bao was taken aback. "What important matter?" "I have discovered the reason behind the significant disparity between our actual results and the calculated results." Upon hearing this, the smile that had graced Chen Bao's face vanished, replaced by a look of seriousness. "You have figured it out?" "Yes, I have calculated it." Chapter 157. I cannot comprehend in the data center. Lin Xiao gazed at the results he had simulated using the Sunway Tehulite supercomputer. The outcomes he calculated aligned remarkably with those provided by the system, with any discrepancies being negligible and easily disregarded. This confirmed that his theory had been validated. He had successfully unveiled a property within the bonding process of titanium atoms, providing a significant instance that would guide humanity in exploring the principles behind material formation. Humanity had yet to fully comprehend how various materials particles bonded. The process of particle combination into matter involved the continuous breaking and forming of chemical bonds, and many mysteries remained regarding how these bonds formed and influenced the properties of materials. Lin Xiao's revelation represented another breakthrough in the study of chemical bonds, signifying that humanity had achieved an important milestone in its quest for truth. Simultaneously, the system's melodious voice finally chimed in. "Congratulations, host, on revealing the hidden mechanism of titanium atom bonding. You have earned rewards: 300 points in material science experience, 84 points in mathematics experience, and 15 points in truth points. Congratulations, the host materials science level has upgraded to level 3, 61,000. Upon hearing this announcement, a smile spread across Lin Xiao's face. Achieving level 3 in materials science was commendable. However, the 84 points in mathematics experience took him by surprise. After some contemplation, he understood that his extensive application of mathematics throughout the process had warranted this reward. Yet, he pondered if the system's allocation of 84 points in mathematics experience was merely to round up his total. His mathematics experience had now increased from 416 points to 500 points. With a slight pout, he ceased to concern himself further. Subsequently, he began to feel the enhancement of his brain development. Having upgraded to level 3, his brain development increased by 0.4, bringing his current brain development to an impressive 4.95. He was on the verge of reaching 5. Lin Xiao could not help but ponder what might transpire if he continued to upgrade, potentially achieving a brain development of 10 or even 20. However, before he could dwell on this further, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xiao turned to the entrance, anticipating Chun Bao's arrival. Indeed, Chun Bao had called earlier, mentioning that several esteemed seniors from the country had come to visit him. Among them were the chief designer of the J-20 fighter jet and the chief designer of the WS-15 engine, along with several luminaries from the material science field. Lin Xiao, now aware of the situation, felt somewhat bewildered. Why would these distinguished figures take the time to come and see him? At that moment, the door swung open, and Chun Bao entered, followed closely by several elderly gentlemen. Among them were 4 who appeared to be in their 60s or 70s, while one looked to be in his 50s. Upon recognizing him, Lin Xiao realized it was Master Yang, a renowned figure in academia, famous for his accomplishments online. Lin Xiao, Chun Bao called out. Academician Chun, Lin Xiao replied, rising with a smile to greet him. Allow me to introduce you. This is our esteemed Yang Wei, the chief designer of the J-20. Greetings, Master Yang, Lin Xiao said, extending his hand in a cordial handshake. Yang Wei chuckled. At last, I meet the person behind the name. I had heard that a young talent had emerged in our nation, one who resolved the GODLIKE conjecture. I was eager to meet you. And it seems the moment has finally arrived. Lin Xiao smiled in return. I have long admired your achievements. When I first learned of your academic prowess online, I was thoroughly impressed. There's no need for flattery. Those are merely past glories. You are the true prodigy, excelling in both the college entrance examination and in solving complex mathematical problems. I find myself quite outmatched, Yang Wei replied humbly. You are too modest. Lin Xiao laughed. After a brief exchange of mutual admiration, Chun Bao proceeded to introduce the other distinguished guests, including Jiang He, the chief designer of the WS-15 engine, and the venerable Kai Hongji, a titan in the material science domain, both of whom were 79 years old and had come specifically to meet Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao felt both honored and astonished to converse with such esteemed elders. After the introductions, Chun Bao finally posed a crucial question. Lin Xiao, you mentioned that you solved that problem. What was the cause of the discrepancy? Upon hearing Chun Bao's inquiry, the others perked up, as his statement had transformed the mood in the room into one of seriousness. This indicated that Lin Xiao's solution held significant importance. They understood from Chun Bao that the disparity between the calculated results and the actual outcomes was considerable. While it could be attributed to error, there remained the possibility of undiscovered mechanisms at play. Thus, they were eager to hear Lin Xiao's explanation. Lin Xiao merely smiled enigmatically, refraining from providing a direct answer. To elucidate, his findings would necessitate an array of mathematical formulas and computational simulations. He was willing to procure a blackboard to meticulously outline his entire derivation process for the venerable guests. However, considering their physical conditions, he doubted they could endure hours of his exposition. Instead, he approached the computer and stated, "Let me display the results." He revealed the outcomes derived from his supercomputing calculations and retrieved several sheets of paper filled with mathematical formulas, declaring, I primarily deduced the existence of this mechanism in the bonding process of titanium atoms through mathematical methods. He handed the notes to Chun Bao, who found them dense with complex formulas, indicating the unknown that aligned the computational results with the actual findings. This unknown, coupled with his entire derivation, represented a long-hidden secret in the bonding process of titanium atoms. Chun Bao and the others perused the papers, but soon realized that comprehending Lin Xiao's derivation was a formidable challenge. Although they were esteemed figures in engineering or material science, they found themselves at a disadvantage compared to Lin Xiao, the mathematical genius capable of proving the GODLIKE conjecture. Chun Bao resignedly passed the sheets to Yang Wei and the others, admitting, "Take a look. To be honest, I struggled to understand even half of it." The others waved their hands dismissively, expressing their inability to comprehend. "If I'd been good at math, I would have pursued it instead," one remarked. Chun Bao then turned to Lin Xiao, saying, "Perhaps you could present something we can grasp." Lin Xiao chuckled at the situation and decided to reveal the result from the supercomputer that I utilized the supercomputer to validate my theoretical model, ultimately arriving at a set of results that closely matched the actual outcomes. He pointed to various data on the screen, explaining their significance. This represents density, this indicates strength, and this, as Chun Bao observed the results Lin Xiao had computed, he felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, they were significantly closer to their anticipated results, though some discrepancies remained. Chun Bao inquired with curiosity. The strength at room temperature exceeds 1,000 MPa, which is considerably higher than our actual test results. Lin Xiao replied, "Thus, I believe our processes still possess room for improvement, that I contend that these computational results should reflect the ultimate properties of the alloy." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's assertion, Chun Bao was incredulous. "Are you serious? You claim that these properties represent the final capabilities?" The current performance of the titanium-aluminum alloy has already captured the attention of numerous experts in the national aviation and materials fields. The esteemed seniors who traveled here to see you are all keenly interested in this material. Now you assert that our material is not yet at its peak performance and could be further enhanced. Yang Wei and the others were equally astonished. Given that the existing material was already remarkably strong, how could it possibly be improved further? How do you intend to validate your theory? The materials science luminary Kai Hongji suddenly inquired. Though Lin Xiao spoke earnestly and his mathematical derivation appeared impressive, materials science, as an experimental discipline, required empirical results to substantiate any claims. Even in computational materials science, experimental validation was essential. Previously, when Lin Xiao presented the results of the new titanium-aluminum alloy, Chun Bao and the others have been astonished, but initially approached it with cautious optimism. Only upon successfully producing the material did their excitement genuinely manifest. In response to Kai Hongji's question, Lin Xiao simply smiled and said, "I can utilize this new theory to derive the properties of other titanium alloys, that I am confident that this theory will further minimize computational errors." Since his theory unveiled the mechanism underlying the bonding process of titanium atoms, he could leverage this insight to derive the characteristics of other titanium alloys, thereby demonstrating the validity of his theory through reduced computational discrepancies. Kai Hongji nodded in encouragement. "We look forward to your success." Chun Bao added, "If you require assistance, our Materials Research Institute's laboratory is at your disposal." The other gentlemen also offered their support, affirming that should Lin Xiao validate his conclusions, this new bonding mechanism would undoubtedly garner global attention. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Now, let us not intrude upon a young scholar's research any longer. Let us take our leave." Jiang, he remarked, prompting the others to nod in agreement. After bidding farewell to Lin Xiao, they exited the lab, leaving him alone once more. Once the esteemed guests had departed, Lin Xiao returned to his computer, ready to seek further evidence for his theory. As time swiftly passed for the undergraduates at Shangjing University, the arrival of July signified the commencement of summer vacation. Consequently, those eager to return home boarded their transport, while those preparing for graduate studies or seeking summer employment remained on campus, toiling diligently. However, for Lin Xiao, who had already embarked on his research career, returning home was not an option. He chose to stay at Shangjing. Throughout July, he immersed himself in refining his theories. He even decided to name the mechanism he had discovered in titanium bonding as the Lin's titanium bonding mechanism. How one announces the attribution of a significant theory or discovery is indeed by prefixing it with one's surname. Up until early August, he had thoroughly perfected every aspect of his Lin titanium bonding mechanism, ranging from an extensive array of complex mathematical equations to the elucidation of these abstract formulas through written explanations and illustrative diagrams. Through these materials science interpretations, he has aided others in grasping his mathematical derivations more adeptly. Otherwise, comprehending them would demand a considerable investment of time. This can be regarded as Lin Xiao's considerate gesture towards those researchers in the materials field who may not possess his mathematical prowess. Moreover, Lin Xiao substantiated the accuracy of his theory with a comparison of experimental and computational results from 5 distinct titanium alloys, without employing the Lin titanium bonding mechanism as a reference in their calculations. The results would often deviate significantly from the experimental data, with some discrepancies being particularly pronounced. However, when the Lin mechanism was utilized as a reference, the gap between computational and experimental outcomes was substantially minimized. So much so that in certain instances, the margin of error could be deemed negligible, effectively allowing the Lin mechanism to predict the actual performance of a titanium alloy with remarkable precision. This holds immense significance for the field of computational materials science. Subsequently, Lin Xiao shared this conclusion with Chun Bao and his colleagues. Previously, after Lin Xiao elucidated his predictions, Chun Bao and his team did not rush to design new process flows. However, upon Lin Xiao presenting such a plethora of comparative data, they took renewed interest. If Lin Xiao's calculations indeed reflect reality, it would imply that the newly developed titanium aluminum alloy TA1000, which had already astonished them, could potentially achieve even greater strength. TA1000, as they had internally designated this novel titanium aluminum alloy, was named for its tensile strength nearing 1000 MPa. Although this is merely an approximation, with process optimization, it could genuinely exceed that threshold, rendering the name entirely fitting. We are currently attempting to optimize the production process for TA1000, and should its strength truly see further enhancement, you would have made a significant contribution, Chun Bao remarked within an office at the Aviation Materials Research Institute. Lin Xiao responded with a smile, assuring him, "That's wonderful. Rest assured, I have great confidence in my calculations. With your assurance, we can all be at ease." Chun Bao nodded with a grin. Suddenly, recalling something, he added, "By the way, your findings should certainly be suitable for submission to a top-tier journal in materials science, right?" "Indeed, I am preparing to submit to the Materials Science Subjournal of Nature," Lin Xiao replied. "Nature Materials? Absolutely. Your findings are more than worthy of that publication." Chun Bao affirmed with a nod, expressing his admiration that, "I recall your work on the Goldbach conjecture was published in Science, right? Now, you're set to publish in Nature Materials as well. Truly impressive. Particularly remarkable is that all of this was accomplished by Lin Xiao in under a year. For the vast majority, publishing a single article in Nature or Science within a year is already commendable, even if it's a subjournal. Yet, Lin Xiao managed to secure one in Science, reportedly at their invitation. And now another in Nature Materials. Nature Materials boasts an impact factor of around 40 this year, not far behind that of the main Nature journal. Lin Xiao chuckled modestly, attributing much of his success to the assistance of Chun Bao and his colleagues. "What assistance? You have aided us just as we have supported you." Chun Bao waved his hand dismissively. "Regardless, I'm grateful for your guidance over these past months," Lin Xiao expressed. In fact, I have come to bid you farewell. As our project has reached its conclusion, I anticipate my visits here will become infrequent." Upon hearing this, Chun Bao paused momentarily. Was this young prodigy truly departing? Yet, after reflection, it seemed Lin Xiao was indeed at a juncture to leave. After all, his project had concluded, and there was no longer a need for him in the subsequent process design. Nevertheless, all internal personnel would remember Lin Xiao's name and recognize who the chief designer of TA1000 was. Although Chun Bao felt a twinge of regret, he never considered persuading Lin Xiao to remain. Talents like him were not ones that their research institute could retain. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's university, Jing University, was merely a short drive of under 15 minutes away from the Aviation Materials Research Institute. And Chun Bao himself was a professor there. Thus, he smiled, "Feel free to visit whenever you have the time. Of course." Lin Xiao replied with a nod. Suddenly, Chun Bao retrieved a form from nearby and handed it to Lin Xiao, stating, "Oh, by the way, this is the application form for the 1,000 Talents Plan. Please fill out." Lin Xiao was taken aback. "The 1,000 Talents Plan?" "Yes, the 1,000 Talents Plan. Once you fill out, I, along with academicians Wen Chongping, Kai Hongji, and Yang Wei." Chun Bao began listing the distinguished names of the prominent figures Lin Xiao had recently associated with. "We will jointly recommend you. However, it is worth noting that whether you sign or not is inconsequential. This is a decision made from above, and you would still qualify without our signatures." He smiled, adding, "This could be considered an exceptional recognition for you. Typically, the requirements for the 1,000 Talents Plan are a doctoral degree or a position as an associate professor or above. Yet, due to your outstanding contributions, the authorities have decided to grant you this opportunity. Naturally, once you complete your doctorate, I suspect these opportunities will still be available to you." Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. Was he truly being considered for the Thousand Talents plan? This program offers nearly 1 million in subsidies annually, along with experimental funding starting at 1 million each year. Yet he was still merely an undergraduate. Observing Lin Xiao's astonishment, Chun Bao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What is the matter? Are you surprised? Regaining his composure, Lin Xiao smiled. A little. Yes, it's nothing. Just think, you are only 19. If you endure for another decade, your funding might surpass mine, Chun Bao remarked with a laugh. Lin Xiao replied, You are already an academician. I still have a long way to go. Academician? Chun Bao chuckled, not saying more. Lin Xiao's aspiration to become an academician would likely not be a challenging feat. Perhaps just a decade away, Lin Xiao swiftly completed the form. For the section on past accomplishments, since Chun Bao had mentioned to write casually and not to include anything about TA 1000 due to confidentiality, Lin Xiao contemplated his previous achievements and ultimately decided to list the GODLIKE conjecture, as it remained his most cherished accomplishment at present. After filling out the form, Lin Xiao exchanged a few more words with Chun Bao before formally bidding farewell and leaving the office. Upon exiting, rounding a corner, he encountered Huang Haoren and several others approaching, presumably to see Chun Bao. Spotting them, Lin Xiao cheerfully greeted, Ah, if it isn't Huang Changjiang, Li Jieqing, and Su Wanren, Lin Shun, please don't flatter us. Huang Haoren and the others responded in unison. Typically, in the absence of their mentor, these young individuals would casually refer to one another as ex-Changjiang, ex-Jieqing, and ex-academician in a teasing manner. However, before Lin Xiao, they felt somewhat shy to do so. Lin Xiao smiled, saying, By the way, since our project has concluded, I may not be around frequently anymore, but I hope to see you all again when the opportunity arises. The group was taken aback. Not coming back? If necessary, I will still come, Lin Xiao reassured them. They exchanged glances, understanding that Lin Xiao was not part of their institute and that the time had indeed come for him to depart. Well then, Lin Shun, we hope to treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. Haha, if you come to Jing University, just let me know, and I will treat you, Lin Xiao replied. All right, Lin Shun, we'll hold you to that. Lin Xiao gave an okay gesture and then departed. Huang Haoren and the others watched Lin Xiao's retreating figure. They remarked, Lin Shun is impressive and a genuinely nice person that I wonder if we will have the chance to meet again. Ah, whether Lin Shun will even remember us is another question, they said, shaking their heads. By the way, how long do you think it will take for Lin Shun to become an academician? Who knows? But I bet our youngest academician will be Lin Shun. A joke. Does it even require a bet? By the time Lin Shun graduates with his doctorate, he'll probably start with the Thousand Talents plan and also be a Jieqing or something. No, that's too small. He'll go straight for Changjiang. Don't even mention it. He might even win the highest scientific and technological award. Thus, while discussing Lin Xiao's future achievements, they arrived at Chun Bao's office. After reporting on various matters, Huang Haoren suddenly noticed a Thousand Talents plan application form on the desk. Upon seeing the name filled in, he was instantly stunned. Boss, Lin Shun has even applied for the Thousand Talents plan? Chun Bao glanced at his watch and then put it away, saying, This has been approved exceptionally, so do not let it leak outside. Upon hearing Chun Bao's words, Huang Haoren and the others exchanged astonished glances, their eyes betraying their shock. Goodness, just moments ago they had mentioned that Dr. Lin Xiao could apply for the 10,000 Talents program upon graduation, and now an exceptional approval had been granted. Reflecting on how Lin Xiao had just called them the 10,000 Talents, they could only respond, Lin Shun, perhaps it's time to tone down your extraordinary prowess. Chapter 159, Graduation. The chief editor's lament time swiftly passed. Within a library of Shangjing University, Lin Xiao completed the final English character on his computer, punctuating it with a period. Thus, he had finished organizing his theory on the bonding mechanism of titanium. The next step was to submit it to Nature Materials. Although this theory illuminated a mechanism by which titanium atoms bond, there was no cause for concern that it would lead to the development of titanium alloys like TA 1000. As it merely represented a foundational theory existing within the natural world, to utilize it in creating TA 1000 would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as the theory of relativity is universally acknowledged as having contributed to the development of the atomic bomb, Merely presenting the theory does not enable one to construct an atomic bomb. Similarly, if one were presented with an IMO math problem and given the necessary theorems and formulas, it does not guarantee the ability to solve it. Clearly, it is not so simple. The same applies to Lin's titanium bonding mechanism. Thus, there is no need to worry about others using this mechanism to create high-grade titanium alloys, which still relies on luck. Much like materials research. Moreover, the Lin titanium bonding mechanism merely reveals the processes occurring when titanium atoms bond to form chemical bonds, without providing insights into how to enhance the strength of titanium alloys. One pertains to the microscopic realm, while the other pertains to the macroscopic realm, unless one possesses the ability, like Lin Xiao, to directly indicate the direction through systematic means. Conversely, Huawei already possesses comprehensive data on TA-1000. Meaning they have a practical case of appropriately utilizing this new titanium bonding mechanism, which can guide future research and development. With TA-1000 as a reference, there's a considerable opportunity for them to become world leaders in the development of high-temperature titanium alloys. Subsequently, any domestic industry requiring high-temperature titanium alloys, such as aerospace and aviation engines, would gain a competitive edge, potentially surpassing foreign counterparts in certain performance metrics. The Lin titanium bonding mechanism serves merely as a fundamental theory elucidating the natural world, not a theory readily applicable in practical contexts. Lin Xiao accessed the official website of Nature Materials, navigated to the manuscript submission page, and submitted his complete paper. Upon seeing the notification that the article had been submitted and was awaiting editorial review, Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, his mind swirling with further contemplation. This was merely a bonding mechanism for titanium, yet the aluminum content in TA-1000 was significant as well. Did aluminum not also possess its own unique bonding mechanism? What about other elemental molecules? Lin Xiao pondered. If he could identify the fundamental reasons behind titanium's bonding mechanism, could this not be extrapolated to all other elements? The possibility existed, if one could uncover the bonding mechanisms of all elements. It would yield a theoretical weapon for materials research akin to that of the atomic bomb. Moreover, this would not only pertain to materials, but also serve as a crucial theoretical tool for the field of chemistry. Thus, this inquiry inevitably intersected with chemistry. Of course, the boundaries between material science and chemistry are not sharply defined. Material science investigates solid materials, their composition, structure, processes, properties, and the like, while chemistry encompasses a broader scope, including solids, liquids, gases, ions, etc. However, regardless of the form, all are ultimately rooted in metallic bonds, ionic bonds, and covalent bonds. These constructs, based on electromagnetic forces, forge connections between atoms, giving rise to a myriad of substances. The mechanisms underlying their formation could significantly contribute to unveiling the mysteries of material creation for humanity. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, then re-entered his paper to add his hypothesis at the end. I believe that similar bonding principles exist among other atoms like those of titanium, which will enhance our understanding of the world. I hope that friends in the materials and chemistry fields will continue to delve deeper into this direction. He then retracted his earlier submission to Nature Materials and sent in the revised manuscript with this edition. This was indeed a complete paper, addressing previously unresolved questions and proposing inquiries that had yet to be raised. This is the essence of scientific legacy, from the dawn of enlightenment to the present emergence of theories like relativity, quantum mechanics, and M-theory, which all seem profoundly unfathomable, or rather, this is the inheritance of science. Until the ultimate truths of the universe are discovered, such a legacy shall remain unbroken at that moment. Lin Xiao could not help but wonder if there truly exists a universal truth. What might this truth entail? A single formula capable of explaining all phenomena of the universe, or something else entirely incomprehensible? He shook his head. Overthinking would only lead to confusion. Subsequently, he began to pack his belongings, preparing to leave. The paper had been submitted, and it was time to go. Just then, a male student beside him caught a glimpse of his screen and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Lin Shun, you submitted to Nature Materials? Lin Xiao nodded, replying, indeed. The student was instantly filled with disbelief. He too was a graduate student in material science, but had not managed to submit even to a Tier 2 journal. Lin Shun, How did you manage to do that? Could you share your study secrets with me? Lin Xiao shrugged, saying, I have no secrets. It mainly involves using one's brain and applying mathematical knowledge. After saying this, he closed his laptop and exited the library. The student was momentarily taken aback. Using mathematics to calculate materials? What a joke! Materials are ruled by experimentation, unless Lin Xiao was studying computational materials science. His heart skipped a beat, and he resolved to keep an eye on nature materials. If Lin Xiao's paper were published, he would certainly read it to see how Lin Xiao calculated materials with math. After leaving the library, Lin Xiao headed straight for the teaching building of the mathematics department, locating Professor Su Ji's office. Professor Su, he called out with a smile as he entered. You're here. Professor Su said with a smile upon seeing Lin Xiao. It's been a while since we last met. What have you been up to lately? I've been working on a project with academician Chen Bao from the Aerospace Materials Institute. Lin Xiao replied. The Aerospace Materials Research Institute. Professor Su paused. As a mathematician, he was unaware of the recent major developments in the materials field and could not grasp these secrets. He then chuckled. You're truly crossing disciplines quite extensively. Lin Xiao smiled and then asked, by the way, your candidacy for the academician title this year should be quite secure, right? The selection process for new academicians had already commenced, and Professor Su was among the candidates, with a reasonable probability of being elected. Professor Su waved his hand with a smile, saying, such matters cannot be spoken of. It all depends on the results. Though he said this, Lin Xiao could tell from his expression that it was likely a certainty. Then I shall eagerly await your celebration banquet, he said with a grin. Let us wait until November. Professor Su replied, by the way, since you're here, I should inform you about your graduation. Graduation? Yes, the initial plan was for you to study for 2 years at the undergraduate level, but it seems that may be a bit excessive for you. So, if you wish, we can arrange for your graduation at the end of this semester, and thereafter, you can directly pursue a doctoral program without wasting time on a master's. Direct graduation? Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment before nodding. If possible, then I'd prefer to graduate as soon as possible. Well, you'll need to act quickly. It's already August, which means you have about 5 months to write your graduation thesis. However, for you, that should not pose much of a challenge. You can just write it casually. Lin Xiao chuckled. Understood? Take your time. It's really not that urgent, Professor Su said with a smile. By the way, for your doctoral studies, are you considering studying abroad or domestically? Hearing this question, Lin Xiao began to ponder. If he were to study domestically, it would certainly be Shangjing University, as he was more familiar with it. However, if he were to study abroad, he currently favored the École Normale Supérieure in Paris and Princeton University, both of which hold central positions in the mathematics field. Having visited Paris, he had developed a fondness for its atmosphere. Besides, the French cuisine was quite delightful. After a few meals there, he found it to be quite to his taste, and he felt a tinge of nostalgia. Of course, Lin Xiao had not yet made up his mind about where to study. However, having a senior like Professor Su around, it would be wise to seek his advice. Thus, Lin Xiao inquired, Professor Su, do you think it would be better for me to study domestically or abroad? With a smile, Su Ji replied, if I were to recommend, it would undoubtedly be Paris. To speak candidly, Paris University of Education has also sent us an email inquiring whether you would consider pursuing further studies there. They mentioned a joint doctoral program with our institution, which we find quite satisfactory. At least, you would be recognized as a doctoral candidate from our esteemed Jingda. Upon hearing Su Ji's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel astonished. The fact that Paris University of Education had specifically reached out was quite unexpected. However, the notion of a joint doctoral program between Jingda and Paris University seemed quite appealing, as it would afford him the opportunity to obtain doctoral degrees from both institutions. Of course, he was not overly concerned about the doctoral title. It was merely a trivial matter. Well, I shall contemplate this further and get back to you, he replied. Very well, Su Ji nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. And Lin Xiao did not linger, promptly exiting the office in London, on Crean Street, at the editorial office of Nature Materials. Although Nature Materials does not possess the same level of renown as its parent journal Nature, it stands as a prestigious publication in the materials science domain, attracting numerous submissions daily from around the globe. Consequently, the editorial office remained bustling with activity. Good heavens, when did the field of material science come to demand such high levels of mathematical proficiency? As the staff busied themselves, the chief editor, Vincent Dusses, gazed at the manuscript before him, suddenly groaning in despair while rubbing his somewhat balding head. "What troubles you, Vincent?" inquired the deputy editor, Amos Martin, who approached upon hearing the chief editor's lament. "Are you familiar with Lin Xiao?" Vincent asked. The mathematical prodigy who proved the Goldbach conjecture," Amos replied. "Indeed, he has submitted a manuscript to us, and now he is tormenting me with mathematics. Oh dear, Amos, I beseech you for assistance." Vincent gestured towards the screen, displaying rows of intricate mathematical formulas, his face a mask of despair. The sheer complexity of those equations was unlike anything he had encountered in years of reviewing submissions. More vexing than the most nonsensical papers he had seen. Upon hearing Vincent's plight, Amos leaned in to examine the document, astonished that such a mathematical genius had submitted work to Nature Materials, and that it could cause the chief editor such distress. After a brief perusal, he patted Vincent on the shoulder, saying, "Apologies, but I must express my inability to assist you in this matter. Farewell." With that, he returned to his own desk. Vincent resumed his seat, redirecting his focus to the paper before him. Regardless of the challenges it posed, it had reached his desk, and he had to read it thoroughly. Any ensuing headaches would have to be dealt with by the peer reviewers. Chapter 160. A tremor in the field of theoretical chemistry. Can you guess whose paper has elicited such a reaction from our boss? Who knows? It seems the professor has been wearing that expression for about 10 minutes, now 10 minutes. He hasn't even exploded yet. I recall the first time I submitted my paper to him. He merely glanced at my abstract before hurling it onto the desk, declaring my work utterly incoherent. I sent him my paper just days ago. Heavens, could it be mine? In the office of Professor Omar Yaji at the University of California. Berkeley, his graduate students whispered amongst themselves, observing his grave demeanor. Professor Omar Yaji, the 2018 recipient of the Wolf Prize in Chemistry, is often regarded as a likely contender for the Nobel Prize due to his groundbreaking contributions to a new field called network chemistry. His significant achievements afford him the possibility of securing the Nobel Prize in Chemistry decades down the line. Naturally, his students could recite his past accomplishments by heart, but that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the serious expression on Professor Yaji's face, one typically reserved for papers he deemed nonsensical. He would then seek out the unfortunate author for a thorough discussion. Each student silently prayed, "Oh, may God protect that unfortunate soul." However, as they pondered this, they were taken aback to see Professor Yaji reclining in his chair, cradling his head in apparent distress. The students' eyes widened. Given the circumstances, it seemed they ought to prepare a farewell party for the unfortunate individual. To elicit such a frantic expression from Yaji was simply terrifying. At that moment, Professor Yaji suddenly picked up his phone and made a call. Upon seeing him dial, the students assumed he was reaching out to that unfortunate soul, only to hear him say, "McBird, I've encountered a problem. Nature Materials sent me a paper for review, but I find myself unable to comprehend the mathematical expressions within. I require your assistance." Shortly thereafter, Yaji hung up, leaving his students in a state of shock. What? Their eyes didn't see an unfortunate soul at all. Rather, it's our professor who cannot decipher the contents of the paper. What is going on? Yaji then turned to his students, asking, "What are you all doing?" Professor, what paper are you reviewing?" With a smile, Yaji replied, "Come over and see for yourselves." The students gathered around, only to be confronted with a plethora of mathematical formulas reminiscent of their own past struggles with math. "Professor, why do you need to review a mathematics paper?" One student could not help but ask. Yaji sighed. "This is not merely a mathematics paper. It is a materials chemistry paper, albeit authored by someone rather extraordinary, which gives it the appearance of a mathematics paper. And who is the author?" The students were immediately intrigued, eager to uncover the identity of the remarkable author capable of producing such work. The prover of the Goldbach conjecture. Instantly, all the students were left speechless. The prover of the Goldbach conjecture had ventured into materials science? Surely, this was a jest. Just then, Professor McBird, the mathematics professor at Berkeley and a close associate of Yaji, arrived. Upon learning of Yaji's predicament, he readily offered his assistance, and the two professors began to examine this rather unusual chemistry paper together. Yaji sought McBird's help in understanding the mathematical formulas, which posed significant difficulties for him. Despite the paper containing numerous diagrams and textual explanations, the complexity of the mathematical methods employed by Lin Xiao proved to be overwhelming. Nevertheless, after some effort, they managed to dissect the mathematical components of the paper. The bonding mechanism of titanium. Is it truly this way? Yaji's expression turned serious. Should this finding be validated, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic shift in the fields of chemistry and material science. Furthermore, given Yaji's profound research into chemical bonds, he recognized the potential implications this discovery could have for other research endeavors, particularly regarding the question posed at the paper's conclusion that if they could elucidate the bonding mechanisms of all atoms, they would be closer to uncovering the truth of material formation. This result could not be solely evaluated by him. It required the consensus of the academic community and experimental validation to ascertain the paper's authenticity. Consequently, Yaji conveyed his thoughts to the editorial office of Nature Materials. Upon receiving Yaji's response, Nature Materials promptly sought additional reviewers to evaluate the manuscript. 2 months later, the latest issue of Nature Materials was published, and scientists around the world who subscribed to this edition picked it up during their leisure time. The first thing that caught their eye was the cover, featuring a crystal cell of titanium alloy, with various intricate mathematical formulas inscribed along its chemical bonds. This cover represented what the editorial office deemed the most significant achievement in that issue, and the top left corner bore information regarding this accomplishment. A new mechanism of titanium metal bonding. Remarkably, beneath this information was an uncommon comment from the chief editor of Nature Materials. Since the discovery of chemical bonds, research into their nature has never ceased. And today we have finally made another significant breakthrough. Upon reading this commentary, every reader's attention was immediately captivated. A significant breakthrough has been achieved in the realm of chemical bonds. Anyone engaged in the study of chemistry or materials is acutely aware of the paramount importance of chemical bonds. Astonishingly, there are individuals who have made groundbreaking discoveries regarding the bonding mechanisms of these bonds. Although the focus is solely on the bonding mechanisms of titanium atoms, these mechanisms stem from the interactions between the electrons surrounding the atomic nucleus, thus providing invaluable insights into the bonding mechanisms of other elements as well. In an instant, everyone abandoned the notion of starting from the first article and directly sought out this particular paper to delve into its contents. Perhaps it was the mathematical complexities presented in this paper that left researchers in materials science feeling perplexed. 2 days passed with no one expressing their views online. However, by the third day, the global community of chemists was abuzz with excitement. Xiaomucheng is a prominent academic forum in Huaghua, frequented by many professionals in the field of chemistry. At this moment, a post published less than 2 days ago has sparked extensive discussion, with the title, "What are everyone's thoughts on the paper regarding titanium bonding mechanisms published in October's Nature Materials?" The replies to this post have already surpassed 100, indicating the significant interest surrounding this matter. I read that paper too. To put it succinctly, it's impressive, albeit incomprehensible to me. Is it really necessary to fill the word count like that? As for that paper, I haven't read it and wouldn't understand it anyway. My advisor reviewed it, he's an academician, and he too found it perplexing. Those mathematical formulas seem designed to confound us chemists. Even structural chemistry has a high demand for mathematical proficiency, yet he delved into graph theory and similar concepts, which we hardly study. I am presently a PhD candidate in materials chemistry at MIT.M. My advisor indicated that this paper might illuminate future research hotspots for us, with unanimous recognition from the academic community. Studies on chemical bonds will once again become a focal point, and I am preparing to pursue this direction. There's nothing more to say other than, Lin is formidable. Lin? You mean Lin Xiao? What does he have to do with this? This achievement is entirely his doing. No way. Oh my, no wonder there are so many mathematical formulas. It's actually Lin's work. Discussions on domestic forums are fervent, and the same is true for related discussions on international platforms. Whether among distinguished scholars or graduate students from prestigious universities, individuals are enthusiastically sharing their perspectives. Some express their frustration regarding the mathematical applications that render the content indecipherable, while others who have endured the struggle to comprehend a fraction still lament the mathematical complexities, as significant issues remain unresolved. Consequently, no one has been able to reach a definitive conclusion that in London, At the editorial office of Nature Materials, a meeting is underway. Attendees include not only the editors, but also several chief editors from the main Nature journal, along with the owner of Macmillan Publishing Company, which is behind Nature. Professors from Cambridge and Oxford universities, along with luminaries from various disciplines, including mathematics, chemistry, and even physics, are present at this moment. Vincent Dusses, the editor-in-chief of Nature Materials, addresses the assembly, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the editorial office of Nature Materials. I am Vincent Dusses, the editor-in-chief. I have invited you here to discuss an article published in this month's issue. Yes, the one authored by Mr. Lin Xiao, the proof provider of the Goldbach conjecture, titled A New Bonding Mechanism of Titanium. Prior to its publication, we conducted a rigorous peer review process and can confirm that the arguments and conclusions presented in this paper are devoid of errors. However, due to the ensuing fervor within the academic community and the numerous requests for a comprehensive and more accessible explanation of this article, we have gathered these esteemed professors to assist us in this endeavor, enabling a broader audience to grasp the content without hindrance. Thank you all. As Vincent concludes, he gazes at each professor present, feeling a sense of nostalgia. When he reviewed the paper, he was overwhelmed by the mathematical intricacies. And now, he finds that readers are similarly grappling with the material. This paper is indeed exceptionally formidable. Nevertheless, while its brilliance is undeniable, the feedback from readers necessitates that Nature Materials invest in hiring these renowned professors for elucidation. Thus, the professors commence their discussions, meticulously dissecting the paper line by line. The initial sections are relatively straightforward to explain, but as they reach the mathematical proofs, their pace slows considerably. How to translate abstract mathematical formulas into comprehensible concepts for the field of chemistry? This presents a formidable challenge. Despite Lin Xiao's attempts to clarify these mathematical constructs within the paper, the limitations remain evident. Lin Xiao's mathematical prowess continues to astound, remarks a mathematics professor from Cambridge. Another professor from Oxford chuckles, "You expect such a genius to regress." I think not. This Oxford professor is Andrew Wiles, who, upon hearing of Lin Xiao's involvement, decided to attend the meeting, eager to contribute while also earning a fee. Witnessing Lin Xiao shine in the domain of theoretical chemistry further astonishes Wiles, particularly as Lin adeptly integrates mathematics into the study of theoretical chemistry. All right, you mathematicians, enough chit-chat. We still need your assistance in deciphering these mathematical symbols, interjects a nearby chemistry professor. The mathematicians chuckle, their expressions revealing a sense of superiority derived from the academic hierarchy. Well, Wiles would we claim that mathematics is the most intellectually demanding field. Thus, these eminent professors, who are giants in their respective academic spheres, engage in nearly 10 days of discussions, ultimately deciphering this excessively obscure yet critically significant paper. Subsequently, Nature Materials publishes the article for all to peruse. With the accompanying interpretative article, individuals in the materials and chemistry fields gain a clear understanding of Lin's titanium bonding mechanism. Instantly, the academic community erupts once more, from abroad to home, especially among researchers in theoretical chemistry. There is widespread acclaim for this paper. Notably, a Nobel laureate in chemistry praises. Lin's work has unveiled yet another great mystery of our world. We are once again drawing closer to the essence of chemistry and matter. In summary, this paper provides a guiding direction for all studying theoretical chemistry. In the future, research on chemical bonds will regain prominence, and this article will become their scripture, illuminating their path like a holy text. The Lin titanium bonding mechanism, as a foundational discovery, will undoubtedly offer immense assistance to fundamental theoretical research. Meanwhile, those engaged in chemistry or materials science will forever remember the name Lin Xiao, this mathematical prodigy. Upon venturing into the realm of materials chemistry, has unearthed such a treasure. One can only describe it as breathtakingly remarkable. As for Lin Xiao, it comes as no surprise that he has garnered considerable attention domestically. The media coverage is extensive and discussions online are abundant. However, this time he has not ascended the trending topics. Perhaps the public has grown accustomed to his remarkable feats, merely expressing their astonishment at his significant breakthrough in materials chemistry. Truly, Lin is deserving of such reverence. In Professor Suji's office, he questions Lin Xiao. You mentioned you took a stroll around the Aerospace Materials Institute, and not only did you emerge with a paper for Nature Materials, but you also stirred such excitement among those studying theoretical chemistry and materials. What is the reasoning behind that? Confronted with Professor Su's inquiry, Lin Xiao sheepishly scratches his head, responding bashfully, I just sort of casually put it together. And it turned out this way, completely by accident. Suji retorts, an accident, you say? Why not surprise me with another one then? However, after a moment's reflection, he refrains from voicing this thought. What if Lin Xiao truly does produce another unexpected gem? That would be quite the slap in the face. Never mind, let's not dwell on that. How is your thesis coming along? I've already chosen my topic. What topic did you select? The boundary value problem of exotic nonlinear equations. Incorporating functional terms. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Be sure to write it up promptly. Understood. Lin Xiao nods in agreement. Furthermore, the Paris University of Education has already replied, and they are preparing to draft a joint training agreement with us. At that time, your signature will be required. They will also send you information about potential mentors for you to choose from, and I suspect those mentors will be quite eager for you to select them. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and said, I understand. After some contemplation and discussion with his family, he ultimately decided to pursue his doctorate at Paris University of Education. All his expenses will be covered jointly by Kyoto University and Paris University of Education, and he will receive a full scholarship from both institutions, amounting to approximately 150,000 renminbi annually, along with various allowances that, in summary, he will not incur any costs while there and might even earn money. Of course, these financial matters are of little concern to Lin Xiao, as he is not lacking in funds. For instance, he received a reward of 1 million renminbi from Kyoto University for a paper published in Science, and another 500,000 renminbi for a paper in Nature Materials, a subjournal of Nature. Therefore, as someone with nearly 5 million in his bank account and having achieved 5% of his small goals, he is not particularly bothered by such trivial amounts. Besides, what he values most is Paris's status as a global center for mathematics. IT boasts the highest concentration of mathematicians in the world, which will greatly aid in expanding his network. Well, that's enough said. Suji nodded, choosing to say no more. Subsequently, Lin Xiao returned to his residence in Yanbei Garden, breathing in the familiar atmosphere of the room. He took a deep breath, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over him. However, realizing that he would only reside there for a few more months made him feel rather regretful, as this room would likely be assigned to other professors from Kyoto University in the future. Naturally, there is no need to dwell on things that cannot be changed, as worrying would only lead to unnecessary stress. Meow. Mimi approached him as usual, and Lin Xiao bent down to pick her up, petting her while settling onto the sofa. Mimi, dear Mimi, I will soon be heading to Paris. Will you come with me? Meow. You will? Then I shall take you along. It's settled. Meow. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, stroking Mimi's fur. After all, he couldn't just leave her behind. However, he would need to prepare adequately for how to take Mimi with him. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Zheng Ronger standing there. Brother Lin, Ronger, come in. Lin Xiao stepped aside to let her in. Zheng Ronger quickly walked in and plopped down onto the sofa, sighing, it's so much better when you live alone, Brother Lin. No one is around to supervise. Lin Xiao chuckled and asked, what has got you sighing, young lady? What is the matter? Grandpa keeps a close watch on my studies. I can't even play with Bibu. Zheng Ronger said helplessly, if only I could live alone. That would be wonderful. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. So, your grandpa insists on your studies, yet here you are? I told my grandpa, I'd kinda ask you a few math questions. And he let me come down, she replied, waving her math paper. But upon noticing Mimi, her face lit up with joy, and she rushed over to pet the cat. Mimi, did you miss your sister? Mimi meowed softly, attempting to escape Zheng Ronger's embrace, but she held onto the cat tightly, saying, naughty Mimi, have you forgotten me just because we haven't seen each other for a while? She then unleashed a flurry of playful antics with Mimi, making all sorts of silly sounds. Little kitty, you are meant to be played with by your sister. Don't run away. Chapter 162. Completion of the graduation thesis. Watching Zheng Ronger turn her attention to the cat, Lin Xiao helplessly remarked, aren't you supposed to be asking me math questions? We'll study later, Zheng Ronger replied, burying her face in Mimi's fur. I've already studied for 3 hours today. It's important to balance work and rest. Lin Xiao chuckled. I study for 10 hours a day, 10 hours. Zheng Rong'er exclaimed, lifting her face from Mimi's fur in surprise. Don't you feel tired? Tired? Lin Xiao shook his head. However, every time I solve a problem, I feel rejuvenated, for solving problems brings me joy. Zheng Rong'er stroked Mimi's back and said, but I can't solve problems. I'm not as brilliant as you, Brother Lin. Lin Xiao extended his hand and said, show me which question you're struggling with, and I'll teach you how to approach it. All right. Hearing Lin Xiao's suggestion, Zheng Rong'er obediently handed her paper to him, stating, I don't understand any of the unsolved questions. Lin Xiao glanced over. Zheng Rong'er was now in her second year of high school and had begun studying sequences. Sequence problems can be diverse, yet they all hinge on a few formulas and properties. Once high school students grasp these concepts, solving the problems becomes quite straightforward. Zheng Rong'er pouted. I remember them, but I still can't solve them. Lin Xiao explained, look at this problem. First, we examine the question. It states that N is a geometric sequence and Bn is an arithmetic sequence. While Sn represents the sum of the first n terms of Bn, what should we think of first? We should derive the general formula for Sn, Zheng Rong'er answered. Right? What formula do we need to use? The formula for the sum of the first n terms of an arithmetic sequence. Exactly. Now let's look at the other conditions. It provides the values for A2 and A10. Can we use the formula for the geometric sequence to find the value of Q? Yes. Zheng Rong'er nodded. Next, we have one final condition. It's 6b6, and it asks for the value of S11. Now, what is the relationship between 6 and 11? Zheng Rong'er furrowed her delicate brows, and soon her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, the sixth term is the midpoint between the first and the 11th terms. Correct. Now, do you understand it? I do. Zheng Rong'er nodded enthusiastically and quickly solved the problem, a smile spreading across her face. That was quite simple. Lin Xiao chuckled. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Let's take a look at the next question. Thus, Lin Xiao began to tutor Zheng Rong'er on other problems. In truth, these questions were indeed relatively simple, likely due to her recent exposure to such topics. Moreover, Zheng Rong'er herself is quite clever, given that both her grandparents are professors at Kyoto University, and her parents currently work as researchers at a prominent domestic research institute. Hence, even by genetic inheritance, Zheng Rong'er possesses a high IQ. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, she gradually grasped various concepts with ease. As for Lin Xiao, having focused on cutting-edge problems for so long, revisiting high school questions provided him with a refreshing perspective, although this did not spark any mathematical inspiration or lead to sudden breakthroughs in solving complex problems. The process of revisiting foundational knowledge gave him a sense of nostalgia and renewal. Consequently, he silently resolved to allocate time to review past concepts, as these simple topics offered him a refreshing experience, prompting curiosity about the deeper knowledge yet to be explored. Thus, under Lin Xiao's guidance, Zheng Rong'er completed her paper. Finally finished, she pushed the paper aside and lay back on the sofa, stretching lazily before scooping up the now sleeping Mimi and giving her a gentle rub. Lin Xiao smiled and asked, how does it feel to experience the joy of solving difficult problems? I feel it. Zheng Rong'er nodded and suddenly said, Brother Lin, can I come to you for math tutoring every weekend? Lin Xiao considered his upcoming schedule, noting that he had little to occupy his time aside from completing his graduation thesis and awaiting graduation. Tutoring Zheng Rong'er would be manageable. Sure, you can come find me on weekends. However, this arrangement may only last a few months, as I want to be living here afterward. Huh, a few months? Why? Zheng Rong'er was taken aback and asked, aren't you supposed to attend university for 4 years? Lin Xiao chuckled and shook his head, saying, while that is the typical duration, if you perform exceptionally well, you may not need to spend that long in university. Where will you go afterward? To pursue a master's degree? Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, in Paris. Will you come back afterward? Of course, Lin Xiao affirmed with a smile. Why would you think I wouldn't return? Some of my parents' colleagues never returned after going abroad. Hearing Zheng Rong'er's words, Lin Xiao sighed softly and said, then we must work hard to make our country better, so that they won't feel the need to go abroad. Zheng Rong'er nodded. Yes, she then inquired, when you return, will you still live here? Oh, do you wish for me to continue residing here? Zheng Rong'er picked up Mimi and said, otherwise I want to be able to see Mimi in the future. Lin Xiao All right, we'll see when the time comes. Time swiftly passed, and Lin Xiao ceased engaging in intricate research topics, instead directing his energies towards his graduation thesis. After all, there was ample time, and he could write it at a leisurely pace. Furthermore, although the fervor surrounding the discussion of the Lin family's titanium bonding mechanism had gradually diminished, the number of researchers delving into it continued to rise. Scholars in related fields aspired to extend the bonding mechanisms of titanium atoms to other atoms. However, they soon realized that without employing the mathematical formulas utilized by Lin Xiao during his proofs, their attempts to generalize to other bonding mechanisms would be fraught with challenges. Consequently, this prompted researchers to embark on a study of mathematical methods, such as graph theory and topology. This unforeseen development was evidently a surprise to the materials chemistry community, and in addition, the computational methodologies employed by Lin Xiao inspired many to pursue advancements in computational science. Thus, Lin Xiao inadvertently attracted a greater number of individuals to the realm of computational science. Meanwhile, the domestic optimization of the TA-1000 process was also finalized. Under the new processes, the TA-1000 successfully achieved the performance metrics calculated previously, and concurrently, research and analysis on TA-1000 had commenced. Lin Xiao had heard that there seemed to be some groundbreaking results, but he was unaware of the specifics, as that information remained confidential and inaccessible to him for the time being. Thus, December arrived. On the computer screen, a highly sophisticated mathematical paper was displayed, Boundary Value Problems for Strongly Nonlinear Equations with Functional Terms. Abstract. This paper primarily investigates a class of boundary value problems for singular strongly nonlinear differential equations with functional terms, k, txt. On the compact interval, due to the existence of a strictly increasing pure state, these equations hold universally the so-called Laplace operator. After completing the final abstract, Lin Xiao had fulfilled all the requirements for his undergraduate thesis. Well, it was now ready to be sent to Professor Su. Confirming that there were no issues with his paper, Lin Xiao forwarded it to Su Ji. Professor Su was also listed among the newly elected academicians in November, and thus he could now be referred to as Academician XU.is. The thesis finished? Quite swift, I must say. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's thesis, Su Ji promptly called him. Thank you for taking a look at O. It's no trouble at all. I estimate I'll merely review it for formatting issues, and, additionally, I glanced at the abstract, and this is at least a first-tier paper. Lin Xiao chuckled and remarked, then it can be published in our university's journal. It should at least elevate our impact factor a bit. That would be quite extravagant for our journal. Su Ji couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, their university, known as Mathematical Advances, was co-hosted with the Chinese Mathematical Society, but its impact factor languished at a meager 0.2. In contrast, first-tier journals typically boasted an impact factor above 1, making Lin Xiao's paper appear somewhat lavish for their publication. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "For our own people, a bit of extravagance is warranted." He was indifferent about where his graduation thesis would be submitted, especially since he had written it in Chinese. The reason why China had yet to produce a significant international journal was largely due to language barriers. "All right, you decide as you see fit." Su Ji suddenly inquired, "By the way, after you graduate, do you plan to return?" Lin Xiao paused and replied, "Of course, I will return." Su Ji sighed in relief. "That's good. I'll await your return in a few years to prepare a welcome banquet for you." Lin Xiao laughed and said, "All right, you said it. I'll hold you to that." I can certainly manage a welcome banquet." Su Ji chuckled. Naturally, as Academician Su, both men laughed on the phone before ending the call. Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. In recent days, many had inquired about his plans to study abroad, while others questioned whether he would return. Regardless, his future intentions to return to his homeland remained unchanged. Moreover, after exploring abroad, it was unlikely he would return empty-handed. Europe offered an abundance of valuable resources. The European Organization for Nuclear Research, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor Project, and the world's largest lithography machine manufacturer ASML were all situated there. Lin Xiao felt confident that he would greatly benefit from the experience. Chapter 163, Journey to Paris. Thus, this concludes my thesis presentation. May I ask if there are any questions from the esteemed professors? In a modest academic conference room of the Academy of Mathematics, Lin Xiao stood on stage, having completed his defense and smiling at the professors present. Scanning the room, apart from the 5 defense committee members seated in the front row, the remaining professors who had come to witness his defense nearly filled the entire hall. Though small, the venue could accommodate 70 to 80 individuals, and the professors who had gathered in response to the announcement had completely filled the seats. Some professors, upon noticing the lack of seating, even brought chairs from adjacent rooms and sat in the aisles. That IT was no surprise, as Lin Xiao, who had gained national and international acclaim even before officially entering the university and had subsequently proven the GODLIKE conjecture, was a mathematical prodigy. Naturally, many professors were eager to attend his graduation defense. Thus, over 30 faculty members from the mathematics department, in addition to more than 30 from the physics and chemistry departments, along with university leaders, including the president and vice president, as well as professors from other institutions, all totaled more than 90 individuals in attendance. Most of these faculty members were full professors, with only a few associate professors, and not a single young lecturer remained, likely pushed out by the more senior professors seeking seats. Among the 90 attendees, there were over 20 academicians, particularly a significant presence from the Mathematics Academy, as well as academicians from the chemistry and materials fields, drawn by Lin Xiao's paper from a few months prior. Essay result. This once mathematical prodigy had become a sought-after figure in the chemistry and materials domains. Facing such a scene, Lin Xiao felt as though he had returned to the People's Great Hall to present his proof of the GODLIKE conjecture. It was likely that he was the only undergraduate student capable of generating such a stir during their graduation defense. Perhaps he should be more confident and eliminate the likely. After Lin Xiao concluded his presentation, the professors responsible for questioning began to pose their inquiries, all of whom were academicians. On page 5. Why is equation 1 less than equation 2? An elderly academician asked with a smile. Lin Xiao turned to the 5th page of his thesis and, after a brief glance, responded with a slight smile. By integrating both sides over 1 and utilizing b, we can arrive at this conclusion. He then took up the chalk and began to write the proof on the blackboard. Observing Lin Xiao quickly articulate the proof, the elderly academician nodded in approval. Very good. Thank you, Lin Xiao acknowledged, nodding to the elderly academician, who was over 70 years old and had been retired for many years, yet had chosen to serve as a defense committee member. Lin Xiao found it amusing yet significant that this indicated the academician's regard for him. Following this, another academician posed a question that in truth, the questioning was merely procedural. The defense served to assess the student's grasp of their thesis and to identify any potential flaws. However, what flaws could there be in Lin Xiao's thesis? Thus, after the 5 committee members casually raised questions, one of the academicians remarked, "This thesis could already be published in a first-tier journal. Is it really necessary to go through this defense? It seems rather superfluous." This academician was Yuanya, the president of the Chinese Mathematical Society. Although he was not an academician of the university, he had come as an external expert to serve on the defense committee. Upon hearing Yuan's comment, the other academicians nodded in agreement, all rising to applaud Lin Xiao. The audience joined in, rising to their feet in applause, celebrating Lin Xiao's graduation. Watching this young man complete his studies, they couldn't help but reminisce about their own graduation experiences, recalling that in their day, they had neither such grand venues nor such large audiences. Observing Lin Xiao, they reflected, truly, each generation surpasses the last. At that moment, Su Ji, as Lin Xiao's advisor, also stood up, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, Lin Xiao, on successfully completing all your undergraduate studies with outstanding results. Thank you, Professor Su, and thank you to all the professors for your guidance." Lin Xiao replied with a smile, bowing to each professor present. Thus, he had completed yet another stage of his life. The attending academicians approached Lin Xiao one by one, offering their congratulations, and Lin Xiao reciprocated by shaking hands and expressing his gratitude. An hour later, Lin Xiao returned to Su Ji's office. "Here are your diploma and graduation certificate," Su Ji said, handing over the 2 documents that symbolized graduation to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced down at the certificates. "His photo is charming as ever. Isn't it similar to Peng Yuyan?" He mused. He accepted the documents with a smile, remarking, "I thought I would have to wait a month or 2. Su Ji chuckled. "To avoid disrupting your plans, we started preparing as soon as your thesis was submitted." The 1 to 2 month wait is reserved for ordinary undergraduates. What if someone delays their graduation? Lin Xiao replied. That does make sense. Well then, let's proceed to, oh, by the way, we still need to prepare a graduation ceremony for you. Lin Xiao was taken aback. That shouldn't be necessary, right? Su Ji patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. It's absolutely essential. You are a prominent figure in our mathematics department and at Peking University, that if we fail to preserve your graduation photo, it would be a dereliction of duty on our part. Imagine, when people search for information about the proof of the GODLIKE conjecture, they find no record of your university graduation photo. Now, wouldn't that be a pity? Furthermore, if someone requests your graduation photo from our department and we have none, wouldn't it be embarrassing for us? So let's go. The president and others are eager to take a picture with you. Su Ji continued. Listening to Su Ji, Lin Xiao rubbed his nose, realizing there was indeed some truth to it. Shall we go now? Let's go, Su Ji replied. Thus, Lin Xiao was escorted to the university auditorium, where, as the sole graduate of the ceremony, he had his picture taken with at least 10 faculty members and school leaders. With this, all formalities were finally complete. All right, just come back next year for the new school term, Su Ji said to Lin Xiao with a smile, since it was a joint program between Peking University and Col Normas upper year. Lin Xiao naturally had to report to Peking University first before heading to Paris. Well then, Professor Su, I'll see you next year. Goodbye, and have a wonderful year, Su Ji replied. Lin Xiao waved and then departed. Watching him fade into the distance, Su Ji couldn't help but reflect on what an extraordinary young man he was. What is wrong, Lao Su? Are you reluctant to let him go at that moment? President Li approached with a smile. Not at all. I'm just somewhat moved by this young man. I wonder how far he will go in the future, Su Ji replied, shaking his head. We will just have to wait and see. That is true indeed. After spending a few more days in the capital, Lin Xiao returned home. While Mimi remained at Professor Zheng's house for safekeeping, he felt a bit guilty for relying on Professor Zheng's family. But over the past 3 months, he had tutored Zheng Rong'er in mathematics, helping her achieve the top rank in her class, and even sparking her interest in the subject, which he considered a form of repayment. Of course, their relationship was good enough that there was no need for petty calculations. Mutual understanding sufficed. After bidding farewell to Professor Zheng's family, Lin Xiao set off on his journey home. After celebrating the new year with his family, he prepared to depart at the end of February 2020. Be sure to stay safe in France, Yang Rong said, holding her son's hand as he prepared for his journey to a foreign land. Don't worry, I won't be causing any trouble there, Lin Xiao assured her with a smile. Make sure to listen to your teachers and remember the customs of France. All right? Lin Guan added his own advice. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Yang Rong interjected, you don't have an accurate grasp of your son's current abilities. Who knows, when Xiao Xiao gets there, the teachers might end up listening to him. As a mathematics teacher, Yang Rong was well aware of the significance of proving the GODLIKE conjecture. After all, if her son managed to accomplish what numerous mathematicians had failed to do, he would surely surpass the majority of math teachers. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Mom, that's a bit much. That I will definitely respect my teachers that I know. I just want to highlight your capabilities. You should still honor your teachers, she replied reassuringly. Lin Xiao nodded, glancing at the time. He quickly said, I have to go now. Otherwise, I might miss my ride. With that, he dashed off. Make sure to come back next year, you little rascal. Don't leave me hanging over there. Ling Guan called after him that I'll definitely be back for the new year. Bringing back a foreign girlfriend would be even better. Lin Xiao didn't respond, vanishing into the stairwell. That kid. Ling Guan shook his head, smiling and scolding lightly. Yang Rong, however, chimed in, what is so great about a foreign girlfriend? What is wrong with that? It would be quite impressive. Are you regretting not having found a foreign partner yourself? How could that be? After returning to the capital, Lin Xiao completed his registration at Peking University. That a few days later, he embarked on his journey to Paris, because he needed to bring Mimi along. Lin Xiao endured 2 layovers before finally arriving at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. He quickly located the pet transportation area, and, upon seeing the airline package containing Mimi, rushed over to check on her condition. Mimi meowed energetically, appearing quite lively, which relieved Lin Xiao. All right, Mimi, we won't be flying anymore. After securing the airline package on his back and grabbing a suitcase, Lin Xiao left the airport, heading to the place where he would spend the next few years. col norma superior.